From childhood to adulthood, my physical abilities and IQ have always been below average, and being ranked last in the police academy was my greatest humiliation. Can't even catch a petty thief, ridiculed to the point of fainting. At that moment, I nearly gave up on my dream of becoming a policeman. Just as my heart turned to ashes and I was about to accept the clerical assignment, a cold prompt suddenly echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, you've activated the evil vanquisher system. Your physical attributes have skyrocketed instantly. At this moment, everyone is clamoring to drive me away, but they won't realize that not only will I not leave, they'll also bring along a grand surprise that'll make the whole group scream in unison. My name is Lin Mo, a police officer who just graduated from the police academy, but my entry into the force hasn't been smooth. I'd rather die than have Lin Mo. Why are you giving me the worst performing officer? Lu Dahai, the director of Gullo Street Police Station, roared at Director Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. Other police station directors all refused to take Lin Mo furious. Lu Dahai declared, Director Zhang, I won't accept Lin Mo no matter what. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, the cause of this dispute, was struggling to pick himself up from the ground in a sorry state. Half an hour earlier, while on his way to report for duty, he had spotted a thief. After a 20-minute chase, he collapsed from exhaustion. After waking up, Lin Mo was filled with frustration. His physical fitness and theoretical knowledge were barely passable. He had dreamed of becoming a police officer since childhood, yet he couldn't even catch a petty thief. He had once rejected his teacher's suggestion to switch to a clerical position, but the harsh reality before him nearly shook his resolve. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he spotted a black ant, gripping food twice its size, attempting repeatedly to climb a step. A gust of wind blew down a leaf, creating a slope for the ant. The ant climbed up along the leaf and disappeared. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. No, I can't give up. If a tiny ant can be so tenacious, why can't I? He regained his belief in becoming a police officer. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully activating the crimebuster system. The system introduction is complete, and Lin Mo immediately opens his personal information. Name, Lin Mo. Constitution, 60, normal is 100. IQ, 85, normal is 100. Seeing his extremely poor quality, black lines appeared on his forehead. System, host has received the beginner's gift package, open it now. Open. System, ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained a primary physique capsule. Would you like to use it? Use it. A surge of warmth spread through his entire body as Lin Mo felt his body brimming with strength. Checking the panel, his physical constitution had now increased to 120. System, host is given one free lottery chance, would you like to use it? Use. System, ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained an A-level SIN blind box. The blind box opens, revealing the coordinates of a Class A most wanted criminal, located 2 kilometers from the host, with an evil value of 900. The host is requested to proceed with immediate apprehension. A-level wanted criminal? Lin Mo's heart pounded wildly. A-level wanted criminals are usually apprehended by SWAT teams or elite major case units, with no chance for ordinary police officers. Lin Mo thought excitedly, catching him would prove I'm a qualified police officer. He immediately ran toward the coordinates in his mind, covering 2 kilometers in just 5 minutes without feeling the slightest fatigue. The enhanced physical fitness from the system upgrade left him exhilarated. Lin Mo quickly spotted the wanted criminal in the crowd. The suspect was 178 centimeters tall, weighed 90 kilograms, and had a robust build. As the wanted criminal approached him and reached into his chest, Lin Mo's heart leapt to his throat. He forced himself to remain calm, only breathing a sigh of relief when the other person merely pulled out a pack of cigarettes. When Lin Mo was about to call the police, the wanted criminal turned into an alley and began bargaining with an unlicensed taxi driver. Lin Mo feared the other person might escape by car, so he steeled himself and decided to take bold action. He silently approached, suddenly grabbed the other's arm, and with a swift shoulder throw, flung the wanted criminal flying through the air. A pistol fell from the wanted criminal's waist. Without giving the other party time to react, Lin Mo swiftly stepped forward and locked his neck in a chokehold. The fugitive struggled desperately as Lin Mo used all his strength to lock him down tightly. The unlicensed taxi driver was so scared that his legs went weak, utterly terrified upon seeing the pistol on the ground. Lin Mo, his face flushed with urgency, shouted at the driver, "Call the police." Hearing this, the driver quickly took out his phone and called the police. To clear himself of any association with the murderer, he chose to report the incident. Lin Mo and the wanted criminal were locked in a stalemate. He could feel his legs about to give way. Just as he was about to give in, the other suddenly stopped struggling and passed out. Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. 2 patrolling officers hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the unconscious man on the ground, they were stunned. Luo Ping, A-level wanted criminal? They hastily handcuffed Luo Ping. Upon learning that Lin Mo was their precinct's new officer, the 2 were astonished. Lin Mo, weren't you ranked last in the police academy exams? 2 police officers couldn't believe that Lin Mo, who ranked last in the police academy, actually subdued a Class A wanted criminal on his first day on the job. Their station chief, Lu Dahai, was dragging his waist injury to the district bureau to request Lin Mo's replacement. Lin Mo, panting heavily, said he was just physically exhausted and otherwise fine. The illegal cab driver timidly pointed at the pistol on the ground. The police immediately took both the pistol and the illegal cab driver away. Gulo Street Police Station Rest Area. The veteran officer Song Zhongyi sighed, "Don't even mention it, assigned to our station is Lin Mo, who ranked last in the police academy assessment." Director Lu went all the way to the sub-bureau to make a scene just to get him replaced. Police officer Tang Bing heard this and said unhappily, "Old Song, coming in last doesn't mean he can't become an outstanding police officer." At this moment, a young police officer asked, "The new recruit was supposed to report at 9, why hasn't he arrived by 10? Incompetent and lacking discipline." As they were discussing, a young man stood up and saluted, reporting, "I am Lin Mo." Everyone instantly looked embarrassed. Lin Mo had been sitting at the door and heard the entire conversation. Tang Bing hurried forward to console him. "Lin Mo, don't take their words to heart. Don't worry, from now on I'll take care of you. I guarantee within 5 years, I'll help you earn a third-class merit." Song Zhongyi composed himself and said to Lin Mo, "Director Lu wants you to come to the branch office." Lin Mo replied, realizing the director intended to replace him, and turned away dejectedly. 5 minutes later, the two officers who had returned with Lin Mo excitedly ran into the office. Lin Mo. Song Zhongyi, what do you want Lin Mo for? I sent him to the branch office. The director wants to transfer an outstanding police officer. The two officers were jumping with anxiety. Swap? You. Lin Mo captured a Class A wanted criminal. Chapter 04, how is this possible? Lin Mo captured an A-level fugitive. Everyone's jaws dropped in utter shock upon hearing this. How could this be? Wasn't Lin Mo ranked dead last in the police academy assessments? Besides, how could Lin Mo, a rookie officer not even officially on the force yet, possibly have the skills to apprehend a wanted criminal? Xiaoli, did you guys get this wrong? Old Song addressed the two. Mistake? Class A fugitive Luo Ping is right here in our station. Class A fugitive Luo Ping? The office erupted in commotion. For these officers, capturing a wanted criminal was as difficult as scaling the heavens. And Lin Mo had actually captured an A-level fugitive? That's just unbelievable. At that moment, the police beauty Tang Bing was so shocked she had lost all color. Just moments ago, she had promised Lin Mo that within 5 years, she would definitely help him earn a third-class merit award. But now Lin Mo had captured a Class A fugitive, a surefire second-class merit award. In her 3 years as a police officer, she hadn't even captured a single wanted criminal. Now she felt like she'd been showing off her skills in front of Guan Yu. The slap to her face stung like a slap across the face. Old Song still couldn't quite believe it. Xiaoli, Lin Mo is so frail. How could he possibly capture Class A fugitive Luo Ping? I heard Luo Ping trained in martial arts since childhood. Even the special police in Nanling province couldn't handle him? Old Song had specifically reviewed Luo Ping's file earlier. At the time, he'd fantasized that capturing this fugitive would be something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Hearing Lao Song's question, Xiaoli's face immediately lit up with smug satisfaction. Here's how it all went down. Xiaoli then recounted the entire sequence of events to everyone. What? Luo Ping was carrying a handgun? Holy crap, Lin Mo is way too tough. If I'd been alone, I wouldn't have dared to confront him. After hearing Xiaoli's account, police officer Tang Bing's shocked face flushed crimson. As a frontline officer, she could vividly imagine how perilous the situation had been. One small mistake, and he would have been dead for sure. After all, A-level fugitives were desperate men. They usually have blood on their hands, and capture means certain death. That's why they fight back fiercely when apprehended. Who was it who said Lin Mo was as weak as a kitten, incapable of even catching a thief? Tang Bing spoke up indignantly on Lin Mo's behalf. Old Song's face flushed crimson upon hearing Tang Bing's words. He had indeed underestimated Lin Mo earlier. But he turned to ask Xiaoli in confusion. Xiaoli, you said Lin Mo fought the wanted criminal Luo Ping, but we didn't see any injuries on him just now? Yeah. Did you guys get it wrong? The guy just looked like Luo Ping. The others chimed in agreement. Xiaoli and the others still didn't believe him, so he addressed them directly. Luo Ping is locked up right here in our station. If you don't believe us, you can go check for yourselves. Hearing this, everyone perked up, especially Tang Bing. She'd never seen a real Class A fugitive before. Soon, everyone arrived at the detention cell, their faces lit with excitement. Old Song was the first to press his face against the window and peer inside. When he saw Luo Ping, his face swollen and bruised, still unconscious, he was startled. Whoa! His injuries were caused by Lin Mo? Of course, by the time we arrived, Lin Mo had already knocked him out. Xiaoli said smugly, as if he'd been the one to capture Luo Ping. Hearing Lao Song's words, Tang Bing and the others immediately pressed their faces against the window to peer inside. Holy crap! To beat an A-level fugitive so badly. Just how formidable is Lin Mo's combat strength? Thank goodness they hadn't said anything too provocative to Lin Mo earlier. Otherwise, if they'd pissed him off, they'd be the ones lying on the ground. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Hey! What are you standing around for? Call Lin Mo right now and tell him to come back. Old Song was the first to snap out of it. But the problem was, none of them had Lin Mo's phone number. What are we going to do? If the chief transfers Lin Mo, our station will suffer a huge loss. The group instantly grew anxious. For years, their station had consistently ranked last in evaluations among the old city district branches. Finally, they'd gotten a star performer who'd captured an A-level fugitive they were determined to keep Lin Mo at all costs. Right. Brother Song, call the chief immediately and explain the situation. Right. Old Song hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Dahai's number. Old City District Police Station, Chief's Office. Chief Zhang, I've already instructed my men to bring Lin Mo to headquarters. He'll be here shortly anyway. You're replacing one of my officers today, no matter what. Otherwise, I'm staying put. Lu Dahai declared stubbornly. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone buzzed in his pocket. He saw it was Old Song calling from his station. But he was in the middle of a crucial conversation with Chief Zhang. Lu Dahai hesitated for a moment, then hung up without a second thought. As he resumed speaking, the phone rang again. Seeing it was still Old Song, Lu Dahai simply turned off his phone. Old Lu, I know what you're thinking. You want a promising new recruit to train properly. School rankings only reflect performance in an academic setting. Haven't we seen officers who didn't excel academically but have become outstanding performers in the field? That's right, Chief Lu. Take the officer at West City Road Station, average grades in the academy, but he quickly became a model officer in Liangcheng after joining us. Besides, personnel assignments are decided by higher-ups. We can't just swap them around as we please. The chiefs of the other precincts also tried to persuade Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai immediately grew agitated. You lot talk a good game sitting there. How many model officers like that have we seen over the years? Cut the crap. Why don't you swap the officers you assigned to me? After Lu Dahai said this, everyone fell silent. Chief Zhang felt utterly helpless. Back when he was station chief, Lu Dahai had been his most relentless officer in catching criminals, driven by an intense sense of personal honor. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, while apprehending a fugitive, he was stabbed twice in the back and never fully recovered. In the end, the criminal got away. For the past 2 years, their Gulo sub-district police station had consistently ranked last in performance evaluations. He understood Lu Dahai's urgency. The officer desperately wanted to train a well-rounded, top-tier cop to turn their situation around. Regarding this new officer assignment, it was all decided by higher-ups, and the system had already transferred the files. There was nothing he could do about it. Old Lu, your back's not good. Sit down first. I won't sit. If you won't replace him, I'll stand here and refuse to leave. Just then, an officer burst in and addressed Chief Zhang. Chief Zhang. Reports indicate an A-level fugitive has been apprehended. What? An A-level fugitive? Chapter 05, Old City District Police Station. A Class A fugitive? Director Zhang leapt to his feet. Class A fugitives were always linked to major cases. Even their precinct might not encounter one in a year. Chief Zhang hurried to follow the officers out to investigate. At that moment, several station chiefs' eyes lit up with eagerness, ready to accompany Director Zhang. Seeing this, Director Zhang quickly intervened. What are you doing? Let's go check it out and broaden our horizons. The group agreed. Everyone stay put here. After I handle this matter, I'll continue explaining tomorrow's thief-catching competition. Lu Dahai was about to say something else when Director Zhang cut him off. Your matter can wait. With that, Director Zhang exited the office. After Director Zhang left, Lu Dahai plopped down onto a stool. His back injury was really giving him a hard time. Who would have thought our old city district bureau would nab an A-level fugitive? Director Zhang is bound to get recognized for this. Ah. If only this A-level fugitive had been caught by our Shuanha Road police station. Old Li, what are you dreaming about? If anyone was going to catch him, it would have been our Shilio Road station. Just as they were bantering, an officer knocked and entered, scanning the room before asking. Ha? Where's Chief Zhang? Chief Zhang went to handle the wanted criminal. Oh. Seeing Director Zhang wasn't there, the officer turned to leave. Lu Dahai quickly stood up, grabbed the officer's arm, and said with a smile. Young man, what's the deal with this Class A fugitive? The officer knew they were all station chiefs from different precincts and saw no need to hide anything. The fugitive is Luo Ping, he explained. He's a burglary and murder suspect. After escaping, he killed 3 more people. His methods are extremely brutal. Upon hearing the captured fugitive was Luo Ping, Lu Dahai immediately interjected. I know this Luo Ping. He trained in martial arts since childhood and is extremely cunning, possessing considerable counter-surveillance skills. The Nangling City Major Crimes Unit has made multiple attempts to apprehend him across provinces, but he always managed to escape. Hearing Lu Dahai's description, the station chief's heart surged with excitement. Luo Ping, the fugitive whom even Nanning City's major crimes unit couldn't capture, had been apprehended by their Liangcheng Old Town Sub-Bureau. Though not their direct capture, as subordinates of the Old City Sub-Bureau, they could still take credit for the achievement. "Young man, how did your bureau's officers manage to apprehend Luo Ping?" asked the chief of the Xuanhe Road police station with curiosity. "It wasn't our bureau's officers. I don't know the specifics, but I heard it was an officer from one of your police stations." "Alright, I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you now." The officer turned and walked away. The station chiefs in the office instantly lost their composure, their hearts pounding wildly. Just moments ago, they'd been fantasizing that it might be someone from their own station. But the officer who apprehended the Class A fugitive was actually from one of these other police stations. Oh my, could it really be our Xuanhe Road police station? Haha, that's fantastic. Old Li, don't get ahead of yourself. That young officer didn't specify it was your Xuanhe Road station. I'm thinking it's our Shilio Road precinct. Pfft, like your Shilio Road station could pull that off? Most likely it's our Guansing Road station. The station chiefs of several precincts wouldn't back down, and the office instantly erupted into chaos. What's with all the shouting? Can't you act like proper station chiefs? Lu Dahai yelled. The men seemed to realize their indiscretion and instantly quieted down. But then Lu Dahai added, "It might just be our Gulo Subdistrict police station officers who apprehended the wanted criminal Luo Ping." The station chiefs burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Old Lu, I'm noticing you're getting funnier by the day, haha. It's not that we look down on you, Old Lu. Any of our stations could have done it, yours is the least likely." Ha! Lu Dahai knew that over the past 2 years, Gulo Subdistrict Police Station had consistently ranked last in performance evaluations, with no officers demonstrating particularly outstanding achievements. Catching a Class A fugitive was simply impossible. Though he knew his station's capabilities were lacking, Lu Dahai refused to accept it. Why should it always be your station? Maybe it'll be one of our officers, then you old geezers can just sit there and drool with envy. Old Lu, if your station catches the fugitive Luo Ping, I'll give you our Xuanhe Road Police Station's collective third-class merit honor banner. I'll also give you our station's collective honorary banner for being the vanguard in catching thieves. Old Lu probably hadn't seen an honorary banner in 3 years. Ha ha. You're absolutely right. Ha ha. Everyone teased Lu Dahai until he was huffing and puffing with fury, itching to punch them all. 10 minutes later. The office door opened. Director Zhang led a young man inside. He shot Lu Dahai a meaningful glance before saying with a smile, "Let me introduce you all to Lin Mo." Everyone looked utterly confused upon hearing Director Zhang's introduction. Wasn't Director Zhang supposed to be handling the wanted criminal? Why bring in a young man instead? At that moment, Lu Dahai addressed Lin Mo. "You're Lin Mo, assigned to our Gulo Subdistrict Police Station?" Lin Mo glanced at Lu Dahai and replied, "Yes, Chief Lu." Chief Lu nodded. Recognizing his identity improved his impression of Lin Mo just a little. "Old Lu, is this the Lin Mo assigned to your station? He seems pretty capable to me." They looked at the thin Lin Mo and couldn't help but feel secretly relieved that he hadn't been assigned to their station. No wonder Lu Dahai insisted on replacing this new officer. Frankly, his physical condition is just too poor. Keeping him here would only slow us down. Old Lu, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Perfect height, a face radiating integrity, he's the very image of a police officer. I'm actually jealous of you, Old Lu, for getting such a great new recruit. The group chuckled. But deep down, they knew that for a cop, a good image was worth jack. Why don't we switch places? Lu Dahai retorted irritably. No, this was arranged by higher-ups. We wouldn't dare take someone else's prize. Right, as people's police officers, we must strictly obey orders from our superiors. The others shook their heads in unison. Alright, enough of this nonsense. At that moment, Director Zhang asserted his authority. The station chiefs immediately fell silent. Lin Mo, come sit here. Commissioner Zhang said warmly. This left everyone puzzled. Could this new officer, Lin Mo, be related to Director Zhang? Lin Mo didn't hesitate and sat down immediately. For one thing, he'd taken the bus all the way from Gulo police station to get here, and frankly, he was pretty tired. On the other hand, he had single-handedly apprehended a Class A fugitive. He certainly deserved a seat. After welcoming Lin Mo, Chief Zhang turned to Lu Dahai. Old Lu, this is your last chance. Do you want Lin Mo? Me. Chapter 06, A Casual Capture. Lu Dahai hesitated for a moment. He didn't know why. The moment he first saw Lin Mo, he sensed in him a reflection of his younger self. Seeing Lu Dahai's hesitation, Director Zhang pressed on. This is the only chance to get new recruits this year. If you don't take him, you won't get another. The other station chiefs chimed in with a joke. Old Lu, what's there to hesitate about? With such a promising recruit under your direct training, he'll make a name for himself in our old city precinct within a year. You're right, Old Lu. I'm counting on you. Ha ha. Lu Dahai ignored them. He knew full well that since Chief Zhang had made such a statement, if he refused Lin Mo, there would be no new recruits this year. And the other police stations would never trade Lin Mo with them. At Gulo Sub-District Police Station, aside from Tangbing who was decent, the rest were just average. The Old Town Precinct is holding a crime-fighting competition tomorrow, and their station is severely understaffed. Even if Lin Mo is as useless as they come, he'd still be useful for some logistical support. Most importantly, Lin Mo possessed a certain drive that Lu Dahai found appealing. After wrestling with the decision, Lu Dahai finally bit the bullet and said, "I'll take him." He refused to believe that with his personal guidance and training, Lin Mo couldn't be molded into a capable officer. If it really didn't work out, he could always assign him to logistics duties later. Hearing Lu Dahai speak thus, Director Zhang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Otherwise, knowing Lin Mo had captured an A-level fugitive, Lu Dahai would probably regret it to death. That's the spirit. I guarantee you won't regret it. Director Zhang patted Lu Dahai on the shoulder. Take good care of Lin Mo. In a year's time, bring me a model soldier. A model officer. A bitter taste rose in Lu Dahai's mouth. A model worker? That's not so easy. He had no problem mentoring new recruits, but Lin Mo. Lu Dahai gave Director Zhang a perfunctory reply, then walked over to Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately stood up, saluted, and replied. Present. Good. Very good. Lu Dahai patted Lin Mo's chest approvingly. Though Lin Mo was lacking in many areas, Lu Dahai was pleased with his spirit. Being a cop requires this kind of drive. You've got the makings of my disciple, Lu Dahai. From now on, make me proud, don't disgrace your old man. Yes, sir. Lin Mo understood the station's rules. New officers were typically assigned a veteran partner, the so-called master-apprentice system. Lin Mo hadn't expected the chief of Gulo Street Police Station to personally agree to mentor him. He had been annoyed at Lu Dahai for transferring him here, but now he felt this master wasn't so bad after all. Lu Dahai patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back to the station. Lin Mo felt a pang of resignation. He just transferred from Gulo Sub-District Station, and now, before he could even catch his breath, he was being sent back. Just then, Chief Zhang hurriedly interjected. Old Lu, what's the rush? I still have something to discuss. It's just about the crime-fighting competition. You can send me the specific rules later. Lu Dahai had no desire to waste time in meetings, especially since he hadn't even been invited to this one. He was only present because of the new personnel rotation. Now that Lin Mo had become his apprentice, there was no need for him to linger here. With the extra time, he could impart more experience to Lin Mo. Then, at the thief-catching competition, their police station might not end up dead last. Don't you want to know which station's officers caught that Class A fugitive? The station chiefs perked up at the mention, their faces lighting up with excitement. The most composed were Lu Dahai and his apprentice, Lin Mo. One had no hope for his station's officers, while the other knew full well that the person who caught the Class A fugitive was himself. Not interested. Lu Dahai finished speaking and turned to leave. After all, it wasn't their station. Hearing about it would only make him envy others more. Better not to see it at all. As Lu Dahai pushed open the door to leave, Chief Zhang's voice echoed. The one who apprehended the Class F fugitive is Lin Mo from Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Lu Dahai's hand froze mid-air on the door handle, his entire body stiffening in place. The excited expressions of the surrounding station chiefs froze in an instant. This? How could this be? They glanced at Chief Zhang, then turned their gaze back to Lin Mo. This absolutely couldn't be possible? Lin Mo's physique is so frail, how could he possibly have apprehended Class F fugitive Luo Ping? After all, the target had trained in martial arts since childhood and was notoriously cunning. Even the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit had failed to apprehend him despite multiple manhunts. How could a rookie cop who ranked last in the police academy possibly manage it? There must be some mistake. Chief Zhang, you're not joking, are you? At that moment, Lu Dahai snapped out of it and whipped his head around to stare at Chief Zhang. Damn it, Zhang, are you serious? I'm the chief. When have I ever joked about matters like this? Seeing Director Zhang's deadpan expression, everyone froze in stunned silence. Holy! Lin Mo really did capture an A-level fugitive. A rookie cop, not even officially on the force yet, and he just nabbed an A-level fugitive? This is absolutely unprecedented. Insane. It took the station chiefs a while to process it. If that's the case, Lin Mo could easily get at least a second-class merit award. Old Lu, didn't you just say you wanted to swap personnel with me? I'll swap for you. Old Lu, swap me out. Lu Dahai was still a bit dazed. It all felt like a dream. Lin Mo, is this real? Lin Mo gave a faint smile and said. Just grabbed it on the fly. Damn it. Just grabbed it? Several station chiefs heard Lin Mo's words. Felt a surge of rage. They were itching to give Lin Mo a proper talking to. Arrogant. After all, Luo Ping was an A-level fugitive. A major criminal who had evaded capture despite multiple raids by Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit. And Lin Mo claims he just caught him casually? If the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit heard this, they'd spit blood. This was nothing short of a devastating blow to their pride. Lu Dahai also felt his apprentice's words were downright demoralizing. Yet, he gazed at Lin Mo with an indulgent expression. He never imagined that the officer he didn't want would casually apprehend an A-level fugitive. This happiness came way too suddenly. Seeing everyone clamoring to swap partners, Lu Dahai waved his hand authoritatively and declared, "Get the hell out of here. Lin Mo is my disciple, Lu Dahai's disciple. Anyone who tries to take him from me better watch out, I'll make you pay with your life." Chapter 07, Maintaining the Mystery. Gulo Street Police Station. Li Jianhua burst in from outside, panting heavily. "Song, Xiao Tang, hurry up." Old Song and Tang Bing were reviewing the file on class of fugitive Luo Ping when they heard Li Jianhua shout. They thought something had gone wrong. They jumped to their feet and exclaimed, "Li, what's wrong? Did you find Lin Mo?" Li Jianhua gasped for breath as he replied, No. Then why did you come back? If the chief really replaces Lin Mo, our station will suffer a huge loss. Old Song said anxiously. He had originally called Lu Dahai to tell him about Lin Mo catching the wanted criminal. But the first call got hung up on, and by the second call, Lu Dahai's phone was turned off. That's why they sent Li Jianhua out on a motorcycle to find Lin Mo. "Brother Son, over 10 SWAT vehicles are arriving outside," Li Jianhua exclaimed. "Is that the district bureau?" "Probably. Let's go. We'll check it out." Old Song led the group toward the entrance. Earlier, after Old Song called Lu Dahai and got no answer. Since Luo Ping was an A-level fugitive, a major criminal protocol required reporting to the precinct. Except for the 2 officers guarding Luo Ping, all other officers followed Old Song to the main gate. Just then, over a dozen uniformed black SWAT vehicles pulled up right in front of their police station. The window of the lead vehicle rolled down, and Chief Zhang leaned out to announce, "Open the door." "Yes, Chief." Old Song recognized the man as Chief Zhang and hurriedly instructed the guard to open the sliding gate. One after another, the SWAT vehicles drove into the police station. "Wow. Old Song, was that Director Zhang just now? Lin Mo caught a wanted criminal, and even the chief got involved. That's just too much." The others exclaimed in shock. Old Song, however, remained calm as he said, "You guys seriously underestimate the impact of an A-level fugitive. Stop standing around. With Chief Lu absent, we must hurry to greet the chief." Then, Old Song led the group to greet Director Zhang. Yet, the first person to step out of Director Zhang's vehicle was none other than their own Chief Lu Dahai. Seeing this, Old Song hurried forward and exclaimed, "Chief Lu, you didn't replace Lin Mo, did you?" Lu Dahai retorted angrily. "Old Song, how could you not inform me beforehand about such a crucial matter?" Old Song grimaced. "Director Lu, I called you the very first moment I could, but you didn't pick up, and then your phone went dead." Only then did Lu Dahai recall that when he demanded Director Zhang replace the person, Old Song had indeed called him. Originally, he had intended to confront Old Song about why he hadn't been informed earlier, nearly costing him Lin Mo. But now he found himself in an awkward position. Still, thankfully he'd chosen Lin Mo at the critical moment. "Chief Lu, did you actually replace Lin Mo?" Li Jianhua asked anxiously. Tang Bing also looked expectantly at Lu Dahai, waiting for his answer. Lu Dahai, wearing a smug expression, addressed Lin Mo in the car. "Disciple, get out. We're home." "Apprentice?" Tang Bing and Old Song were both taken aback. Chief Lu took Lin Mo as his apprentice? That meant Lin Mo was now part of their police station. The realization brought excitement to their faces. "Lin Mo, let me introduce you. These are the officers at our station, all your seniors, Old Song, Li Jianhua, Ma Yuan, and Tang Bing. Brother Song, Brother Li, Brother Ma, Sister Tang." Lin Mo greeted each of them in turn. Old Song and the others recalled their earlier gossip about Lin Mo and instantly felt awkward. Tang Bing also looked a bit uncomfortable, her cheeks turning slightly red. "Lin Mo, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart." Right. It was all a misunderstanding," the group said to Lin Mo. "It's fine. We'll all be colleagues at the same station from now on. Please guide me in the future." Lin Mo replied with a smile. "We wouldn't dare to be your mentors. Let's all work hard together." Old Song chuckled as he added, "Old Lu, take me to see the wanted criminal Luo Ping first." At that moment, Director Zhang addressed Lu Dahai. "Director Zhang, this way, please." Old Song hurriedly said. Now that Lin Mo was one of their own, there would be plenty of time for casual chats later. Right now, handling official business takes priority. After reviewing the file on class of fugitive Luo Ping, Director Zhang briefly completed the necessary transfer procedures with Lu Dahai. He then took Luo Ping away. The chiefs from the other police stations chose to stay behind. They surrounded Lu Dahai, their envy palpable. "Old Lu, your one lucky bastard got yourself a free medal." "Yeah. Lin Mo alone will get at least a second-class merit award. Back when our station earned the Collective Crime Fighting Pioneer Award, every officer worked day and night for over 300 days to achieve it. And you? You just stumbled into one. Seeing their envious expressions, Lu Dahai couldn't have been happier. By the way, who was it who said that if our Gulo Subdistrict Police Station caught class a fugitive Luoping, they'd give me your honorary banner? Lu Dahai chuckled as he spoke. Hearing Lu's boast, the station chiefs immediately shut their mouths, not daring to look at him. The collective honor banners represented the pride of their respective stations. None of them wanted to part with theirs and actually give it to Lu Dahai. Look how scared you old guys are. If our Gulo station wants it, we'll fight for it ourselves. Alright, everyone go home and mind your own business. Don't waste my time, I've got Lin Mo to train. Lu Dahai issued a direct order to leave. But none of them budged. Old Lu, we're all brothers here. Just let Lin Mo tell us how he caught that class of fugitive Luoping. Yeah, we could learn a thing or two. The station chiefs said with smiles. No time. Lu Dahai flatly refused. As for how Lin Mo captured the fugitive Luoping, he'd already asked Lin Mo about it in the car earlier. Lin Mo told him he'd caught Luoping off guard with a shoulder throw, followed by a chokehold, knocking him unconscious. Keep in mind Luoping was an A-level fugitive, yet it seemed as simple as catching a petty thief. There was absolutely no thrilling, high-stakes drama. It was nothing like what you'd expect from capturing a wanted criminal. So Lu Dahai decided not to tell them, keeping it shrouded in mystery. No matter how much the station chiefs pressed him, he wouldn't budge. Helpless, the station chiefs had no choice but to leave. As they passed the interrogation room, they overheard an officer questioning an unlicensed taxi driver asking precisely how Lin Mo had subdued the Class A fugitive. Half an hour later, the station chiefs emerged from the Gulo Street police station. They had assumed Lin Mo must have engaged in a life or death struggle to finally capture the class of fugitive Luoping. Instead, Lin Mo had relied primarily on luck. Chapter 08, Intelligence is the Achilles heel. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. As the station chief, Lu Dahai personally processed Lin Mo's employment, a privilege unheard of. This left the other officers green with envy. Old song, isn't Lin Mo getting way too much preferential treatment? If you could catch a class of fugitive, the chief would even serve you tea and water. How did Lin Mo get so lucky? Li Jianhua remarked enviously. Through interrogating the unlicensed taxi driver, he learned that when Lin Mo apprehended Luoping, he had caught Luoping off guard with a shoulder throw followed by a chokehold. Job done. Both moves were standard techniques they drilled constantly in training. Li Jianhua was convinced he could execute them with far greater force than Lin Mo. If Lin Mo could catch a wanted criminal with these moves, he could too. He just hadn't been as lucky as Lin Mo. Shaoli, while luck played a big part in Lin Mo catching the fugitive, he still charged forward knowing the guy was wanted. That kind of courage is worth learning from. Old Song declared. I've got the guts too, just bad luck. Li Jianhua muttered under his breath. Tang Bing, seated at her own spot, overheard their conversation but didn't agree. Lin Mo's capture of that class of fugitive was definitely not just luck. Just then, Lu Dahai approached with Lin Mo in tow. Old Song, show Lin Mo around. Got it. Old Song said enthusiastically. Shaolin, if you have any questions, just ask Old Song. He knows a lot more than I do. Got it, boss. Lin Mo replied. Lu Dahai cast another satisfied glance at his apprentice Lin Mo before turning and heading back to his office. Earlier, he had received a call from Director Zhang, instructing him to compile a detailed report on Lin Mo's capture of class of fugitive Luoping for submission. Moreover, Director Zhang had informed him that Lin Mo's capture of Luoping should easily earn him a second-class merit award. Furthermore, there was a possibility that their entire bureau might be awarded an honorary title. This news instantly filled Lu Dahai with excitement. Returning to his office, he immediately sat down at his desk and began drafting the report. Outside in the office lobby, Old Song gave Lin Mo a tour of the entire police station. Lin Mo, today is your first day on the job. The main focus is getting familiar with the environment. As for the actual work, you'll learn the ropes gradually. Thanks, Brother Song. No need to be so polite, we'll be colleagues from now on. Old Song said with a smile. Oh, and Lin Mo, you'll be sitting at the desk next to Officer Tang. She's one of our top officers here. Tang Bing, hearing Old Song introduce her, paused her work and looked over at Lin Mo. Lin Mo happened to look over at the same moment, and their eyes met. Tang Bing recalled what she'd said to Lin Mo earlier and suddenly felt awkward. Lin Mo, however, greeted Tang Bing with ease and confidence. Sis Tang. Oh. Tang Bing forced an awkward smile in greeting before returning to the documents in her hands. Old Song glanced at the documents in Tang Bing's hands and said, Tang, how's the case you're handling? Tang Bing shook her head helplessly. It's fine. Keep up the good work. Old Song encouraged her. Lin Mo glanced at the case files in Tang Bing's hands before sitting down at his own desk. Today was his first day reporting for duty. Lu Dahai hadn't assigned him any work, just letting him get familiar with the environment. Old Song, worried he might get bored, gave him some case analyses to get him started. Many of the cases were complex, and with Lin Mo's current intellect, they were difficult to comprehend. This left him feeling quite helpless. Suddenly, he remembered the system in his mind. He opened the character panel within his mental system. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Position, police officer, Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Physical strength, 120 normal human, 100. IQ, 85 normal, 100. Points, 900. Honor points, 10. Skills, none. Lin Mo saw his character panel display points in honor now reading 910. He immediately opened the marketplace. He recalled the system's introduction. As long as he had points, he could exchange them for items inside. His physique had already been enhanced by the system, perhaps his intellect could be too. The store featured 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and divine. Currently, only the basic mall was accessible. The intermediate and divine mall icons appeared grayed out, inaccessible. Lin Mo speculated it might be due to insufficient permissions. The system had previously informed him that capturing enough criminals would grant greater privileges. But he couldn't rush things now. You can't eat a whole meal in one bite. Criminals must be caught one by one. Lin Mo then entered the basic mall, where his eyes immediately landed on the intelligence capsule. His heart began pounding wildly. What he lacked most now was intelligence. If he could just reach the level of an average person, he'd be satisfied. But when he tried to redeem it with his points, he was stunned. Damn it! 1,000 points. But Lin Mo only had 900. This instantly drove him to the brink of madness. It was like reading a novel right at the climax, only to get a prompt telling you to top up to unlock the rest. Recharging is one thing after all. The novel brought you joy, but then your bank card alerts you, insufficient funds. It made him feel utterly frantic. That was Lin Mo's exact state of mind right now. He sighed helplessly, resigned to waiting until he had enough points to redeem them. Then he remembered the system had mentioned earlier that just 10 honor points could get him a lottery draw. Last time, it was through a lottery that he obtained an A-grade Sin blind box, which allowed him to capture the wanted criminal Luo Ping. Perhaps this time, he could draw another A-class fugitive. After all, capturing an A-level fugitive earned 900 points. Not only could he redeem an intelligence capsule, but he'd have points left over for other items. The thought alone sent Lin Mo's heart racing. He immediately opened the lottery panel. The button was indeed lit up. Without hesitation, Lin Mo clicked the central start button. Lin Mo heard a rhythmic electronic voice. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C-level crime mystery box. Open. System, ding. Blind box opened. Locating one criminal. Distance, 18 kilometers. Sin value, 300. Proceed to apprehend. Seeing the 300 points, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. It seemed that lottery draws truly depended on luck. Still, the thought of acquiring enough points to purchase an intelligence capsule upon capturing this suspect filled him with excitement. Lin Mo then opened the suspect's details. Wang Gang, male, 38 years old, involved in a burglary and robbery case. Lin Mo felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the name. He then turned his head to look at the documents in Tang Bing's hands. Chapter 09, The 7 Rats of South City. Lin Mo discovered that the suspect's name in Tang Bing's hands was indeed Wang Gang. Could it just be a coincidence? Sister Tang, may I take a look at the case you're working on? Tang Bing was engrossed in her work when she heard Lin Mo speak. She glanced up at him, hesitated for a moment, then replied. Fine. You've got nothing else to do anyway. Take a look at the files and learn something. She then handed the files to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at it and realized it truly matched the suspect identified by the system. What a coincidence. After confirming the details, Lin Mo returned the file to Tang Bing. Finished looking? Tang Bing looked utterly stunned. I skimmed through it. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Lin Mo, this won't do. When reviewing suspect files, you must study them carefully. Don't overlook any detail, especially the crime scene reconstruction. Many cases are solved precisely because of these details. Tang Bing began explaining earnestly to Lin Mo. However, noticing his confused expression, she realized her language was too technical after all. He was just a rookie officer who had reported for duty today. So she paused her lecture and said with a smile. You'll gradually pick up these things over time. Lin Mo nodded. To be honest, Tang Bing had covered a lot of ground, and it had been quite a struggle to keep up. He knew it was mainly because his intelligence wasn't up to par. This only intensified his urgency to improve his intellect. To become an outstanding police officer, both physical fitness and mental acuity were equally crucial. His physical condition had already improved. If he could just boost his intellect, he still had a chance to become an outstanding officer. Sister Tang, when are you going to arrest the suspect Wang Gang? Tang Bing couldn't help but laugh when she heard Lin Mo utter such adorably naive words. To apprehend the suspect, we must first know his whereabouts. I've been investigating this case for a week now. I've been everywhere the suspect might go, but I still haven't found any trace of him. Hearing Tang Bing's response, Lin Mo instantly realized how foolish his earlier question had been. With the system's assistance, he could pinpoint the suspect's location directly, something Tang Bing couldn't do. Finding a suspect in a vast sea of people was incredibly difficult. Lin Mo suddenly felt his system was incredibly powerful. This afternoon, I plan to head to Xiangfu Road and try my luck. Hopefully, this time I'll get some results. Xiangfu Road? Lin Mo checked the suspect's location in his mind and discovered they were right near Xiangfu Road. Sis Tang, can you take me along? I want to learn too. You? My mentor, Chief Lu, needs to write up some reports. I don't have much to do today. Alright. Just let Chief Lu know when you get there. Tang Bing agreed. Shaolin, the kitchen staff has gone home for personal reasons these past few days, so there's no food available. Come on, I'll take you out to eat. At that moment, Old Song walked over and said to Lin Mo. Alright. Lin Mo replied. Sister Tang, come with us. Tang Bing said with a smile. You guys go ahead. I brought lunch. So Old Song and Lin Mo headed out together. Brother Song, you're being unfair, wait for me. Li Jianhua called out at that moment. The three of them then had a simple meal at a small restaurant. After the meal, Old Song suggested taking a stroll in the nearby park to aid digestion. Lin Mo had originally intended to return, as he and Tang Bing had agreed to go to Xiangfu Road that afternoon to apprehend the suspect Wang Gang. Lin Mo glanced at the suspect's location in his mind. The target was still in that area and hadn't moved far. Let's go, little Lin. Li Jianhua slung his arm around Lin Mo's shoulder as he spoke. Lin Mo had no choice but to follow along. They arrived at the park. Lush green trees covered the area, instantly lifting one's spirits. After wandering around for a while, the three of them prepared to head back. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the very thief he'd caught that morning. Back then, due to his physical condition, he'd ended up exhausted and even mocked by the thief. Brother Song, Brother Li, wait for me. With that, Lin Mo headed straight toward the thief. Old Song and Li Jianhua assumed Lin Mo needed to use the restroom, so they waited for him where they stood. When Lin Mo was only 10 meters away from the thief, the latter noticed him. But instead of running, the thief glanced at Lin Mo in plain clothes and pretended to be engrossed in his phone. Lin Mo walked straight up to the thief. Do you recognize me? Lin Mo addressed the thief. The thief looked up at Lin Mo again, finally remembering who he was. He sneered. Put. You didn't even say you were a cop. Why'd you chase me? If you want to be some righteous hero, you gotta have the skills for it. Your nickname is Whirlwind Rat. Lin Mo retorted. Oh. You remember this young master's name? Let me tell you, in this old town area, I've been stealing for 10 years and never got caught, all because I run fast. With your build? I'd leave you in the dust 10 times over. The thief said with a smug grin. How about we race? Run around the park once. If you lose, you come with me to the police station. Lin Mo's body had been enhanced by the system, and he was confident he could catch up to Whirlwind Rat. If I win, 1,000 yuan. Whirlwind Rat declared. Deal. With that, Whirlwind Rat took off running. Lin Mo gave a faint smile and gave chase. He hadn't even run 50 meters. Whirlwind Mouse turned around and froze in shock. Lin Mo was right behind him, just 1 meter away. Holy. Did you pop some Viagra or something? You're crazy fast. This morning when Lin Mo chased him, he'd easily worn the other guy out. But now he felt like he was facing a completely different person. Whirlwind Rat immediately accelerated. But before he could even reach 70 meters, Lin Mo caught up. You lost. Come with me to the police station. Whirlwind Mouse panicked when Lin Mo wouldn't let go. Holy, kid, you can't be serious. Lin Mo paid him no mind, dragging him straight toward Lao Song and Li Jianhua. Whirlwind Rat, being so small, was no match for Lin Mo. He struggled fiercely, but Lin Mo held him down with iron grip. This puzzled him greatly. Lin Mo looked skinny as a rail, yet possessed such incredible strength. Seeing he couldn't break free, the thief immediately threatened. Kid, I suggest you know your place. I'm Whirlwind Rat, one of the 7 rats of South City. If you dare turn me in, my brothers won't let you off. The 7 rats of South City? Chapter 10, another one down. The 7 rats of South City? Lin Mo had never heard of them before. But if he could take them all down at once, it would definitely boost his points significantly. Seeing Lin Mo silent, Whirlwind Rat assumed he'd been intimidated and immediately grew cocky. Heh, scared now? I see you're a decent kid. Just let me go, and I'll take you as my apprentice. Lin Mo chuckled darkly, then twisted the Whirlwind Rat's arm violently backward. The rat let out a piercing shriek of pain. Ow ow. Then, Lin Mo dragged the Whirlwind Rat over to Old Song and Li Jianhua. The two men looked on, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Hadn't Lin Mo just gone to the restroom? How did he come back with someone? Little Lin, who is he? A thief who calls himself Whirlwind Rat of the South City 7 rats. The 7 rats of South City? Whirlwind Rat? Old Song and Li Jianhua were both stunned upon hearing that name. They knew the reputation of the 7 rats of South City all too well. The South City 7 rats were a gang of 7 thieves, each possessing extraordinary skills and cunning beyond measure. One year, the Old City District Police Bureau teamed up with all the local precincts to try and wipe them out completely. But in the end, they only caught a few of their apprentices. Not a single one of the South City 7 rats was captured. And now, Lin Mo had captured one of them, Whirlwind Rat. This left Old Song and Li Jianhua utterly speechless. "Brother Song, let me borrow your handcuffs." Old Song instinctively drew the handcuffs from his waist and handed them directly to Lin Mo. Lin Mo awkwardly fastened the handcuffs onto the Whirlwind Rat. "So you're a cop, you little bastard." Whirlwind Rat exclaimed in shock. "When did I ever tell you I wasn't a cop?" Lin Mo said with a smile. "This morning, I was humiliated by this thief. This time, I've restored the dignity of the police." Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "System, ding. Host successfully apprehended a thief. Reward 200 points, 2 honor points." Lin Mo's heart instantly leapt with joy. Combined with the previous 900 points from the system, he now had a total of 1,100 points, more than enough to purchase an intelligence capsule. He hurriedly opened the basic shop within the system's mental marketplace. He purchased the intelligence capsule. Then, he clicked to use it immediately. Lin Mo felt a slight twinge in his mind, as if something had been unblocked. Instantly, his thoughts felt clearer. He quickly opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Position, Police Officer, Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Physical strength, 120 normal, 100. IQ, 120 normal, 100. Points, 100. Honor points, 2. Skills, none. Lin Mo was overjoyed to see his intelligence had reached 120. He was finally a cut above the average person. "Bro Lin, you're absolutely incredible. You caught a small-time gang leader just by going to the bathroom." At that moment, Li Jianhua finally snapped out of it and exclaimed excitedly. Gulo Street Police Station. In Lu Dahai's office, he was writing a report, completely overwhelmed. If he wrote the arrest of Pu Luoping exactly as Lin Mo described it, he could finish it in 2 sentences. But this was an A-level fugitive they captured. To dismiss it with a mere 2 sentences? Not only would his superiors not believe it, he wouldn't believe it himself. But this was an official report, he couldn't exaggerate or embellish. He had to stick to the facts, which was proving quite the challenge. He racked his brain all morning, managing to write less than 500 words. Now, he hadn't even eaten lunch, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The entire room was filled with smoke. Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at his office door. "Come in." Old Song hurriedly entered. "Chief, Lin Mo." The moment Lu Dahai heard it was about Lin Mo, his nerves instantly tightened. What happened to Lin Mo? Old Song had rushed in so urgently, and being so young, he was now gasping for breath. Anxious, Lu Dahai kept urging him on from the side. Lin Mo, one of the 7 rats of South City, Whirlwind Rat. The 7 rats of South City? Lin Mo? Whirlwind Rat? Lu Dahai looked utterly perplexed. He knew the 7 rats of South City all too well. Ever since he'd been transferred to Gulo Police Station, he'd been tangling with them. But they were too cunning, he'd never managed to catch them. But what did this have to do with Lin Mo? Explain to me clearly what exactly happened to Lin Mo. What does this have to do with the 7 rats of South City? Did something happen to Lin Mo? Lu Dahai fired off a barrage of questions. At that moment, Old Song finally came to his senses. No, Lin Mo captured one of the 7 rats of South City, Whirlwind Rat. Lin Mo captured Whirlwind Rat? This. Lu Dahai was momentarily at a loss for words. They'd mobilized their entire police station to hunt down the 7 rats of South City, yet hadn't captured a single one. But Old Song said Lin Mo caught Whirlwind Rat. How could that be possible? After all, today was Lin Mo's very first day on the job. And he'd already apprehended an A-level fugitive this morning, now he'd captured Whirlwind Rat, one of the 7 rats of South City. No one would believe it. Old Song, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Old Song knew Lu Dahai wouldn't believe it, so he grabbed him and dragged him straight to the detention cell. Lu Dahai stared at the dejected Whirlwind Rat before him, still finding it hard to believe. You're Whirlwind Rat, one of the 7 rats of South City? Ugh. Never thought my legendary reputation would be ruined by some kid today. Whirlwind Rat looked utterly dejected. Under normal circumstances, not even 10 veteran cops could have caught him. He blamed himself for being too careless, thinking he'd just have some fun with Lin Mo out of boredom. Never did he expect the other guy to be a cop? Now Lu Dahai truly believed he was Whirlwind Rat. He then instructed Old Song to interrogate Whirlwind Rat. He himself went out to find Lin Mo. Gulu Police Station lobby. Li Jianhua was bragging non-stop about how amazing Lin Mo was, and several officers listened with excited expressions. Little Lin is truly amazing. Back then, the 7 rats of South City, a group that even our joint task force of several police stations couldn't catch, Lin Mo nabbed one while he was just taking a bathroom break. Envious glances swept across the room. That morning, upon reporting for duty, Lin Mo had apprehended a wanted criminal. By lunchtime, he'd caught another thief. The speed at catching criminals is unmatched. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed by everyone's praise, so he humbly said, "I just got lucky." "Luck is part of your skill, apprentice. No need to be modest." Ha ha. At that moment, Lu Dahai approached with a cheerful grin, his face beaming with pride. He'd never been this happy in his life. For years, their police station had consistently ranked last in evaluations. But this time, with Lin Mo capturing the wanted criminal and the whirlwind rat, their performance had skyrocketed. But Lu Dahai knew full well that Lin Mo was still a rookie. Even though he'd done the station a huge favor, it was still necessary to give him a little push. It would help him grow. After that, Lu Dahai proceeded to give Lin Mo a stern lecture. After the lecture, Lin Mo addressed Lu Dahai. "Master, I'd like to accompany Sister Tang on her next case to learn the ropes." Chapter 11, a bit introverted. "Sure." Lu Dahai agreed without hesitation. As Lin Mo's mentor, he was supposed to take her on the job, but today Lu Dahai needed to write a report. "Officer Tang is one of our station's top officers. Learn from her well, understand?" "Got it." Lin Mo replied. "Let's go. We're leaving now." Tang Bing glanced at the time and said. To be honest, this afternoon, she was once again stunned by Lin Mo. She couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. Liangcheng Police Headquarters. Chief Zhang from the Old City District Bureau had Luo Ping escorted directly from the Gulo Street Police Station to the Liangcheng Police Headquarters. Upon hearing that the Old Town Sub-Bureau had apprehended Class A fugitive Luo Ping, Chief Feng of the Liangcheng Police Headquarters was utterly astonished. A Class A fugitive was a major case even for their headquarters. Subsequently, they interrogated the fugitive Luo Ping. Knowing the police had sufficient evidence against him, Luo Ping realized further evasion was pointless. He promptly confessed to his crimes. Since this case had previously been under the jurisdiction of Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit, Chief Feng promptly contacted them. He informed them that Liangcheng had apprehended Class A fugitive Luo Ping. Upon hearing the news, Inspector Zhao of the Nanling City Major Crimes Unit immediately boarded a flight and arrived at the Liangcheng City Police Headquarters by noon that same day. When they saw the wanted criminal Luo Ping in custody with their own eyes, the weight on their hearts finally lifted. "Director Feng, we are truly grateful. For the past year, every member of our team has worked without a single day off to capture Luo Ping. We're all part of the police system, eliminating threats for the people. There's no need for thanks." Director Feng responded politely on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit was one of the most renowned police agencies in the country, while they were just a local police precinct. To have their division solve a case they'd been completely stumped on, the feeling was beyond satisfying. "Chief Feng, to be perfectly honest, the Luo Ping case has been a heavy burden on our minds. Until he was apprehended, that weight remained unresolved. Before I arrived, the team members assigned to Luo Ping's case in our Major Crimes Unit were all incredibly excited. They specifically asked me to convey their gratitude to you. Inspector Zhao, if you must thank someone, thank him. It was his team who made the arrest." Director Feng pointed to Zhang Jijun, the chief of the Old City District Branch, standing beside him. Inspector Zhao from the Major Crimes Unit quickly covered Zhang Jijun's hand. "Thank you so very much." Zhang Jijun, being thanked by a superior 2 ranks above him, felt nothing but excitement and pride. After expressing his gratitude profusely, Inspector Zhao asked, "Chief Zhang, could you tell me how your team apprehended the fugitive Luo Ping?" "Certainly." Zhang Jijun then recounted the entire situation to Inspector Zhao of Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit. "What? The wanted criminal Luo Ping was apprehended by a rookie officer on his way to report for duty?" Inspector Zhao was utterly dumbfounded. His entire Major Crimes Unit had been pursuing Luo Ping for a full year without success. And now he's been caught by a beat cop just reporting for duty? This was a slap in the face. He could barely suppress the twitching at the corner of his eye. This was a bloody, devastating blow. How could the Major Crimes Unit possibly save face now? Noticing Inspector Zhao's peculiar expression, Zhang Jijun realized his earlier words had hit a nerve and hastily explained. "Inspector Zhao, the capture of fugitive Luo Ping was largely down to luck. When Lin Mo apprehended him, it was mainly because the suspect didn't notice him. That's how he managed to take him down." Zhang Jijun then elaborated further to Inspector Zhao. Inspector Zhao's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. "Oh. So that's how it was. Ha." He forced a strained smile. "This new recruit must have been outstanding at the academy. If he's willing, our Major Crimes Unit would welcome him anytime." This. Zhang Jijun suddenly didn't know how to respond. Because Lin Mo had ranked dead last in the academy evaluations. If he told the truth, he feared it would further discourage Inspector Zhao. "Zhang, what's there to hide? Are you worried Inspector Zhao will poach such an outstanding officer?" Zhang Jijun glanced at Inspector Zhao's expectant expression and could only say, "His name is Lin Mo. He ranked last in the police academy assessments." "What? Bottom of the class?" Inspector Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. It was clear how much inner conflict he was experiencing. A rookie who ranked dead last at the academy managed to apprehend a fugitive on his way to reporting for duty a criminal they'd been hunting for a year without success. Keep in mind, the Major Crimes Unit recruits only the nation's finest officers. And here he was the bottom-ranked recruit taking down the nation's finest officers. This was utterly demoralizing. Inspector Zhao was practically withdrawing into himself at that moment. "Inspector Zhao, are you okay?" Inspector Zhao shook himself and replied, "I'm fine." Today's setbacks had hit him hard, leaving him completely dazed. Director Feng glared at Zhang Jijun, barely holding back. Even as a bystander, he couldn't bear to listen anymore. Is that any way to talk to someone? Can't you watch your words? Zhang Jijun wore an innocent expression, inwardly grumbling to himself. I didn't want to say it, but they insisted on asking. Director Feng then addressed Inspector Zhao. "Inspector Zhao, you must be exhausted. I've arranged a room for you. Please get some rest." "All right." Inspector Zhao replied. He truly needed some peace and quiet now. Back in his room, Inspector Zhao's phone rang. He saw it was Captain Ma from the Major Crimes Unit, the one handling the Luoping case. The moment he answered, Captain Ma's excited voice burst through the line. "Chief, how's it going? Is it Luoping we've apprehended?" "Yes." "That's fantastic. You must recruit this outstanding officer to our Major Crimes Unit." Inspector Zhao sighed helplessly upon hearing Captain Ma's words. Things might be a bit different from what we initially thought. Then, Inspector Zhao explained the situation to Captain Ma. Both of them instantly fell deep in thought. Near Xiangfu Road in Liangqing's old town, Tang Bing and Lin Mo, dressed in plainclothes, were searching for clues about the burglar Wang Gang. Lin Mo kept his eyes fixed on the location in his mind. At this moment, he was only 200 meters away from Wang Gang. "Sis Tang, should we check over there? That location is too conspicuous, criminals wouldn't usually show up there." But the system's location was right ahead, and Lin Mo couldn't tell Tang Bing. So he quickly came up with an excuse. "Sis Tang, there's a restroom over there. I need to use the facilities." "All right, let's go." Chapter 12, Third Bloom. Lin Mo and Tang Bing walked forward. Lin Mo kept his eyes fixed on the location in his mind. When he reached the public restroom, he discovered the system's pinpoint location was precisely inside. Lin Mo couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. This was the perfect chance to catch the fish in the barrel. With his physical strength and intelligence now enhanced by the system, he was confident he could apprehend the target without any trouble. "Sis Tang, I'm going in," Lin Mo announced. "All right, go ahead. I'll wait here for you." Lin Mo then entered the public restroom. There were 4 stalls in total, with 3 open and only 1 occupied. Lin Mo could tell for certain that the robber, Wang Gang, was in there. Poof. At that moment, Wang Gang's strained groans echoed from inside the stall. A minute later, the stall door swung open. Wang Gang cursed angrily. "Damn it, what kind of crappy toilet paper is this? It's not sturdy at all." After saying that, he wiped his finger on the door. Then he headed straight for the exit. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Aren't you going to wash your hands?" The voice startled Wang Gang. He looked up to see a tall, slender young man standing at the doorway. "Who the hell are you? Whether I wash my hands or not is none of your damn business." The lanky man was none other than Lin Mo. Seeing Wang Gang try to walk past him, he grabbed the other man's arm and twisted it backward. "Ow! Ow!" Wang Gang immediately yelped in pain. "Fine, I'll wash my hands." Only then did Lin Mo release him. Wang Gang obediently washed his hands, but inwardly he couldn't help but curse. What a freak! After washing his hands, Wang Gang raised them up, making sure Lin Mo saw them. "Is that good enough now?" Seeing this, Lin Mo acted faster than lightning, slamming the handcuffs onto his wrists. "That's enough." Lin Mo chuckled as he said it. He hadn't expected the other party to voluntarily hold out his hands and cooperate so readily. Wang Gang was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? By the time he snapped out of it, his hands were already cuffed. "You're a cop. Congratulations, you got it right." Lin Mo chuckled darkly. Wang Gang knew his scheme had been exposed, but he forced himself to stay calm as he said. "So what if I got my fingers dirty? That's hardly a crime, is it? Cut the crap. I've got enough evidence to arrest you." Wang Gang realized there was no point in pretending any longer. He tried to bolt, but Lin Mo swept his leg out, sending Wang Gang face planting into the dirt. The problem was this was the bathroom floor tiled all over. Wang Gang's 2 front teeth were knocked right out. "Ah!" Wang Gang grimaced in pain. "How dare you run? No way!" Wang Gang begged for mercy. Then Lin Mo yanked Wang Gang off the floor. He escorted him out of the bathroom. At that moment, Tang Bing heard the commotion from the bathroom and feared something had gone wrong with Lin Mo inside. She hurried toward the men's restroom. Just then, she saw Lin Mo escorting someone out. Just as she was about to ask what had happened, she recognized the familiar face before her. Moments later, she exclaimed in astonishment. Suspect Wang Gang. The man Lin Mo was escorting was none other than Wang Gang, the suspect she'd been investigating for a week. She looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Lin Mo, how did you manage to catch him? I just happened to run into him while using the restroom. Lin Mo chuckled. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal his system. That's it? Tang Bing was at a loss for words. Lin Mo's luck was just too good. In the morning during registration, he caught a wanted criminal. At lunchtime, he caught a thief. And now, while learning from her in the afternoon, he'd apprehended a burglar. She'd been working this case for a full week, racking her brain, searching for clues in her sleep and dreams. Yet Lin Mo just went to the bathroom and effortlessly apprehended Wang Gang. At that moment, Tang Bing was questioning her very existence. Her own abilities felt utterly insignificant compared to Lin Mo's sheer luck. How ironic that just moments ago, she'd been lecturing him on how to find clues and solve cases. Now she just felt like a complete fool for her earlier actions. At that moment, Wang Gang timidly addressed Lin Mo and Tang Bing. Officer, even though, I'm a suspect, could you please take a look at my teeth first? Wang Gang's speech was slightly slurred, his two front teeth having been knocked out earlier. Tang Bing snapped back to reality. Police regulations allowed them to treat injured suspects, provided they weren't utterly depraved criminals. Lin Mo, take him to that small hospital over there. Got it, Sister Tang. Lin Mo replied. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. After Lin Mo apprehended Whirlwind Rat, one of the 7 rats of South City, Lu Dahai swiftly completed his previous report. He then began interrogating Whirlwind Rat. Previously, several police stations had launched a crackdown on the 7 rats of South City, but unfortunately, the gang was too cunning, not a single one had been caught. Now, Lu Dahai intended to use Whirlwind Rat as the breakthrough to apprehend all 7 members of the South City rats. Then, their Golo Street police station would finally gain some prestige. But no matter what, Whirlwind Rat refused to reveal the whereabouts of his accomplices. Lu Dahai's mix of carrot and stick tactics had proven utterly useless. This left him utterly helpless. Just then, Officer Li Jianhua walked in and called Lu Dahai out. What is it, Officer Li? Li Jianhua exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms about. Chief, Officer Tang's suspect has been apprehended. Caught? Oh my. That's fantastic. Lu Dahai exclaimed with excitement. Add that to the fugitive and cyclone rat Lin Mo apprehended earlier. Your stations had 3 major successes today. Xiao Tang, truly an outstanding employee of our station. Li Jianhua interjected at that moment. Chief, Xiao Tang didn't capture the suspect. Hasn't she been handling this case all alone? Lu Dahai looked utterly perplexed. Although Xiao Tang was in charge of the case, she wasn't the one who apprehended the suspect. Then who was it? Could it be you? Li Jianhua felt awkward when the chief's incredulous expression made it clear he was the one being accused. Chief, even if it was me, you don't have to be so shocked, do you? You little rascal, stop messing around. Tell me who it is. This will definitely surprise you. It's Lin Mo. Lin Mo? Chapter 13, is it really just good luck? Lin Mo? Lu Dahai couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Li, you're not joking, are you? Chief Lu, I wouldn't dare joke about something like this with you. Hearing Li Jianhua's reaffirmation, Lu Dahai's face instantly fell into utter astonishment. After all, Lin Mo had apprehended a wanted criminal during his morning report. At noon, he caught an extraordinary thief. And now he's actually apprehended a burglar? 3 criminals in a single day? Such a formidable individual, and yet he ranked dead last in the police academy assessments. Lu Dahai felt his brain couldn't keep up with Lin Mo's crime-solving pace. Where is Lin Mo now? Lu Dahai exclaimed excitedly. In the office. Li Jianhua replied. Lu Dahai turned and headed toward the office. He had a vague feeling that his apprentice, Lin Mo, wasn't as incompetent as he seemed at the police academy. Catching 1 criminal is luck. Catching 2 criminals is luck. But catching 3 criminals? Could that still be luck? This was undeniably skill. Perhaps his apprentice Lin Mo had been deliberately concealing his abilities all along, just to surprise everyone. Lu Dahai grew more and more excited the more he thought about it, his footsteps unconsciously quickening. The office lobby. Lin Mo sat at his desk. He was currently examining the character panel in his mind. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Position, police officer, Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Physical strength, 120 normal human, 100. Intelligence, 120 normal, 100. Points, 400. Honor points, 5. Skills, none. He now has 400 points and 5 honor points. He had hoped that with 10 honor points, he could continue the lottery and draw another criminal blind box. Unfortunately, his honor points were only at 5, making it impossible to draw. Anyway, bored out of his mind, he opened his shop to see what he could exchange his 400 points for to level himself up. One-time speed boost card, increases movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. 200 points. Master of Disguise, conceals police identity from criminals for 2 hours. 500 points. Basic firearms proficiency, 1000 points. Basic hand-to-hand combat mastery, 1000 points. Physical attribute +1, 500 points. Intelligence +1, 500 points. The mall offered a vast array of items, and Lin Mo was most eager to exchange for basic hand-to-hand combat proficiency. Through the system's description, Lin Mo learned that basic combat mastery fused elements of Dragon Nation martial arts, Israeli combat, Muay Thai, and Jiu-Jitsu, essentially a comprehensive combat system. Though it was only at the beginner level, Lin Mo believed that if he mastered it, he would undoubtedly rank first in combat within the Liangcheng police force. Unfortunately, he only had 400 points right now. Moreover, through these two instances of the system rewarding him points, Lin Mo discovered a pattern. The points awarded varied based on the severity of the criminal's offense. For instance, when he first captured an A-level fugitive, he earned 900 points. Catching the whirlwind rat earned him 200 points. This afternoon, capturing the burglar earned him 300 points. To earn high points, one must capture only the most serious offenders. But in their small old town, where would they find so many serious criminals? So to earn high points, he'd have to join the major crimes unit when the opportunity arose. But today was his very first day as a cop. Even with the system's assistance, his own skills were still severely lacking. Therefore, he must stay focused and diligently improve his skills. Only then could he join the major crimes unit and apprehend major criminals. Just as Lin Mo pondered his future path, Lu Dahai hurried over. Shaolin. Shaolin. Lin Mo saw his mentor approaching and immediately stood up. Master, you wanted to see me? You're quite the one, aren't you? Hidden talents. Lu Dahai patted Lin Mo's shoulder with a satisfied smile. Lin Mo knew his master must have heard about him catching the robber, Wang Gang. So he humbly replied. It was mostly luck. Lu Dahai glanced around before addressing Lin Mo. Lin Mo, come to my office. Sure. Lin Mo followed Lu Dahai to his office. Once inside, Lu Dahai locked the door and whispered mysteriously to Lin Mo. Shaolin, tell me honestly, have you been deliberately hiding your abilities at school? Hearing Lu Dahai's question, Lin Mo instantly understood his master's meaning. No wonder his mentor Lu Dahai had his suspicions, especially since on his very first day on the job, he'd apprehended 3 criminals, one of whom was even a wanted fugitive. Such an achievement was beyond even veteran employees. But to be honest, Lin Mo hadn't intentionally concealed his abilities during the school assessments. Back then, his physical and intellectual capabilities truly hadn't been high. If I hadn't worked 10 times harder than anyone else, I doubt I'd have even graduated. The truth is, today he suddenly acquired the Crime Buster system. Only with its help did he gain the ability to apprehend 3 criminals. Lin Mo looked at Lu Dahai's expectant expression and replied with a pained expression. Master, I truly wasn't hiding my abilities. Back then, I really was that clueless. I only graduated by putting in 10 times the effort of an ordinary person. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Lu Dahai felt he wasn't lying. But that was strange. How could a police officer who ranked last in the academy catch 3 criminals on his very first day on the job? Was it really just luck? If it was luck, then Lin Mo's luck was simply too good to be true. Lu Dahai tentatively asked Lin Mo a few more questions and found his answers matched those of any normal rookie officer. Could it really just be luck? Regardless, Lin Mo was now his trainee. No matter his aptitude, he would dedicate himself to mentoring him. Then, Lu Dahai changed the subject with a cheerful smile. Little Lin, how's your first day on the job going? Not bad. It's just like the police officer I dreamed of becoming when I was a kid. Lin Mo replied cheerfully. The image of a police officer he'd envisioned as a child was someone who fought crime and punished evildoers every single day. Lin Dahai understood what Lin Mo meant, but he knew full well that real police work wasn't about catching criminals every single day. Every day involved handling many other tasks, like resolving conflicts and maintaining social order. Still, to avoid dampening Lin Mo's enthusiasm, Lin Dahai replied. Little Lin, over the next month, our old district will hold a thief-catching competition. I'll personally teach you the skills of catching thieves. Chapter 14, The Cunning of Whirlwind Rat. The next day, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the Gula police station. At that moment, Li Jianhua, yawning sleepily, greeted Lin Mo. Brother Lin's here. MHM. Ever since Lin Mo caught the whirlwind rat yesterday afternoon, Li Jianhua had been addressing him as Brother Lin as a sign of respect. Lin Mo suggested to Li Jianhua that he stop calling him Brother Lin. After all, he was just a rookie officer. Being called Brother Lin by a veteran officer 5 years his senior felt rather awkward. But the other guy didn't seem to care at all, he kept calling him Brother Lin just the same. Lin Mo could only let it be. Brother Li, did you get any rest yesterday? Lin Mo remarked, noticing the dark circles under Li Jianhua's eyes. Ah, don't even ask. The crime fighting competition is about to start. Our chief is determined to shake off our bottom ranking status in the old city precinct. Last night I interrogated Cyclone Rat all night with Chief Lu. But that Cyclone Rat's mouth is rock solid. He won tea, spilled the beans on the other leader's whereabouts. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Mo addressed Li Huajian. Brotherly, how about I give it a shot? You? Li Jianhua couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Mo had captured Whirlwind Rat, he'd only been on the job for 2 days, including today. He probably didn't even know the interrogation procedures yet. Just as he was about to refuse, Lin Mo interjected. I caught the Whirlwind Rat. Maybe I can get under his skin a little. Li Jianhua realized he was right. Besides, Chief Lu had specifically told them that Lin Mo was his apprentice, and they should look out for him and help him learn more. If Lin Mo wanted to interrogate the Whirlwind Rat, letting him get some experience wouldn't hurt. Brother Lin, you go ahead. I'm way too tired. I've got another interrogation later. With that, Li Jianhua prepared to rest his head on the desk. After all, Whirlwind Rat was locked in the interrogation room, and Lin Mo knew where it was. Li Jianhua didn't expect Lin Mo to extract anything useful from the interrogation. After all, he and Chief Lu had spent the entire night questioning the suspect without getting a single confession. How could Lin Mo possibly succeed? After exchanging a brief farewell with Li Jianhua, Lin Mo headed toward the interrogation room where Whirlwind Rat was being held. Inside, Whirlwind Rat was utterly exhausted. Slumped on the interrogation stool, his head lolled to one side as he slept. Lin Mo sat down right in front of him, and the rat didn't even notice. It seemed last night had truly worn him out. Whirlwind Rat. Lin Mo called out to the Whirlwind Rat. Who called me? Whirlwind Rat jolted awake, looking around in confusion. Only then did he remember being arrested and taken to Gullo Street police station yesterday. When he recognized the person sitting before him as the very one who had apprehended him yesterday, Whirlwind Mouse's expression instantly turned furious. What? Got a problem with that? Lin Mo said indifferently. If you hadn't tricked me, could you have caught me? Whirlwind Rat retorted angrily. I never claimed I wasn't a cop. Lin Mo chuckled. As a seasoned thief with over a decade of experience, Whirlwind Rat was highly sensitive to police presence. Even if a cop went undercover, he could still sense their true identity. But with this kid standing before him, he hadn't picked up a single clue. Kid, from the looks of you, you must be pretty new to the force, right? First day on the job yesterday. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Holy. Whirlwind Mouse was utterly speechless. So I ended up being the first person he met on his first day? Whirlwind Rat thought about how he'd been so clever all his life, yet got caught by a rookie cop on his very first day. His heart ached unbearably. He'd imagined his arrest happening in style, at least 50 cops closing in, him standing tall and proud as they took him down. But who could have imagined he'd be caught by some greenhorn rookie on his very first day on the job? This was an utter humiliation. No way. He absolutely couldn't let this kid off easy. But locked up here, what could he possibly do? Then, a sudden idea struck him, and he grinned as he spoke. Kid, what's your name? Lin Mo. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Lin Mo? Not bad. You've got guts telling me your name. That's the spirit of a real man. I know what you want to learn from me. But you must agree to one condition. Whirlwind Rat declared. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected the other party to volunteer information. He suppressed his inner excitement and spoke slowly. What condition? I can tell you where my sworn brother is, but you must go alone to capture him. Lin Mo didn't rush to agree, instead pondering Whirlwind Rat's intentions. After a moment, Lin Mo smiled and said, You want me to go alone? Is it so they can avenge you? Whirlwind Rat froze, then sneered with a sly grin. You're not as dumb as I thought, kid. Ha! Lin Mo remained silent. The old Lin Mo would never have grasped the Whirlwind Rat's true intentions. Ever since the system boosted his intellect, his mind had grown sharper. Many things become clear once you give them a moment's thought. This made Lin Mo deeply appreciate how invaluable the brain truly is. What do you say? Agree? If you don't, I guarantee that no matter who shows up from your police station, they won't get a single useful piece of information out of me. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Now that he possessed the system and had enhanced both his physical constitution and intellect, even if he lacked experience in catching thieves, self-defense would pose no problem whatsoever. Fine. I agree. Tornado Rat couldn't help but let a smirk spread across his lips at Lin Mo's agreement. We, the 7 rats of South City, each possess unique thieving skills. Thus, we became sworn brothers, forming the largest thieves gang in the old city district with numerous apprentices under our command. Whirlwind Rat proudly explained the origins of the South City 7 rats to Lin Mo, though he didn't reveal anything particularly useful. Today, I'll only tell you where my 6th brother, One Blade Rat, is. If you can bring him in too, then I'll tell you where my 5th brother is. But if my 6th brother, One Blade Rat, is truly captured, and he tells me you didn't do it alone, I won't share any information about my other brothers. Lin Mo realized Whirlwind Rat was indeed cunning. This way, he could prevent himself from calling other cops for help. Aren't you afraid I'll capture all your rat brothers someday? Lin Mo chuckled. When we became sworn brothers, we pledged to share both hardship and fortune. Why should I suffer inside while they enjoy the good life? But Lin Mo, you'd better have the guts to pull it off. Had ha. Fine, I'll do my best to make sure you all share in the hardship. Speak. Lin Mo declared. The territory where my sixth brother, One-Blade Rat, usually operates. Then, Whirlwind Rat relayed One-Blade Rat's whereabouts to Lin Mo. Chapter 15, Second Class Merit. The reason Whirlwind Rat told Lin Mo about One-Blade Rat's whereabouts was because his sixth brother, One-Blade Rat, was a ruthless and cunning individual. Most crucially, One-Blade Rat was extremely cunning. If Lin Mo went to capture him, he would surely figure out Lin Mo's situation. Given his sixth brother One-Blade Rat's strength, subduing Lin Mo would be a breeze. Once One-Blade Rat captured Lin Mo, he could use him to blackmail the police into releasing himself. Thinking of this, Whirlwind Rat glanced at Lin Mo, who had been acting as a cop for 2 days. A smug smile spread across his face. Kid, I'll show you the dark side of this society. Had ha. After obtaining information about One-Blade Rat, Lin Mo left the interrogation room. The moment he stepped out, he bumped into Tang Bing. Lin Mo, there you are. The chief is calling us to a meeting. Got it, Sister Tang. Lin Mo followed Tang Bing to the conference room. Lin Mo did not share the information about Whirlwind Rat with the others. Seeing everyone present, Chief Lu Dahai gave Lin Mo a pointed look. He then addressed the group. Today I have 2 announcements. First, regarding the thief-catching competition. As our veteran officers know, our Old City District Bureau holds this event every 3 years to reduce theft crime rates in our district. The competition commences this afternoon and will run for 1 month. Participating units are all the sister police stations under our Old City District branch. Lu Dahai proceeded to explain the competition rules to everyone. He then outlined the tactics, teams of 3, divided into 3 groups. Due to his age, Old Song was assigned as a separate logistics officer, primarily responsible for material allocation and other support tasks. Lu Dahai served as the mobile field commander, deploying personnel to any emergency situation immediately. Lin Mo, as the new recruit, you'll shadow Team 3's captain, Tang Bing, for the first half of the month. Yes, sir. Lin Mo responded. Originally, Lu Dahai had considered keeping Lin Missouri close to him, fearing his own workload might prevent him from adequately mentoring the rookie. For this crime-fighting competition, our Gulu Sub-District Police Station has only one goal: avoid finishing dead last. Hearing Lu Dahai's stated goal, Lin Mo nearly choked on his words. That goal is really not very high. Li Jianhua noticed Lin Mo's expression and knew he was unimpressed. Brother Lin, don't look down on Chief Lu's goal. Based on past years, we've never achieved it. No way. Lin Mo was utterly incredulous. For the past 3 years, our Gulu police station has consistently ranked dead last among the neighboring stations, a remarkably stable position. Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall his own time at the police academy. He felt a pang of self-mockery, the Gulu Street police station and he really were destined to be together. During his 3 years at the academy, he finished dead last every single year, consistently so. But this time, he was confident he wouldn't be looked down upon because he had the crime-busting system. Alright, that's all I'll say about the thief-catching competition. Now, let me tell you something else. Lu Dahai finished speaking, looking at Lin Mo with a smug expression. I'm sure everyone knows about Lin Mo's exploits on his very first day on the job yesterday. He apprehended a wanted criminal, a petty thief, and a robbery suspect. Before Lu Dahai could finish, the 2 officers who had been on patrol yesterday were stunned. What the hell? They'd only been out on patrol for 1 day, and such a major incident had occurred at the station? A newly assigned officer apprehended 3 criminals on his very first day? And one of them was a wanted criminal? Are you kidding me? They stared at Lu Dahai in utter shock, convinced they were dreaming. Shang, big head, close your jaws. Lu Dahai teased the 2 as they gaped in disbelief. Chief Lu, this is real, right? Big head stammered. Ignoring them, Lu Dahai pulled out a certificate of honor. Comrade Lin Mo, for bravely confronting criminals, apprehending a wanted fugitive, and eliminating a major security threat to society, leadership has decided to award Comrade Lin Mo a second-class merit. As Lu Dahai uttered the words second-class merit, everyone was stunned into speechlessness. Second-class merit? An honor so prestigious it would make them smile in their sleep. And now, it had been awarded to a rookie officer who had only been on the job for a single day. How could the veteran officers with years or even decades of service possibly bear this? Lin, you're incredible. A second-class merit on your very first day. I'm so jealous. Li Jianhua was practically drooling with envy. Tang Bing stared at the second-class merit certificate in Lu Dahai's hands, her eyes burning with intensity. She had vowed to earn at least 1 second-class merit in her lifetime, and Lin Mo had achieved her dream on his very first day. Whether Lin Mo got lucky or not, the second-class merit award had Tang Bing seething with envy. She silently vowed to herself, within a year, she would earn a second-class merit award too. Please welcome Lin Mo to the stage for a few words. Lu Dahai announced cheerfully, followed by enthusiastic applause from the audience below the stage. Lin Mo hadn't prepared anything. Stepping onto the stage, he still felt a bit stiff. Truthfully, this second-class merit was largely down to luck. As a new police officer, there's still much I need to learn. I humbly ask for your continued guidance and support. Lin Mo delivered a brief speech before concluding his remarks. Lu Dahai then presented Lin Mo with the second-class merit certificate. The second-class merit medal itself would take half a month to produce. After that, the district bureau would hold a commendation ceremony for Lin Mo. Everyone looked at Lin Mo with envy. The commendation ceremony was an event attended by all officers from every police station in Lianqing City. If they could receive honors at that ceremony, they'd be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep. In truth, after higher-ups approved Lin Mo's second-class merit, they decided to honor him at the ceremony in 2 weeks. But Lu Dahai, wanting to motivate the other officers at the station, had requested the certificate early. He hoped they would step up their game in this crime-fighting competition and prevent their station from finishing dead last again. Lin Mo returned to his seat. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the second-class merit award. Reward, 10 honor points. Lin Mo was instantly thrilled. 10 honor points were enough for one spin. He opened the lottery system and clicked draw without hesitation. The rhythmic sound of the draw echoed. Lin Mo's heart raced with excitement. Maybe this time he'd draw another Class A wanted criminal that would mean another second-class merit award. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill, Sin Perception. Sin Perception? What on earth was this? Lin Mo opened the skill and was stunned. Sin Perception, the host can detect criminals within a 5-meter radius. As a police officer, possessing this ability would make him absolutely unstoppable. Imagine standing in a crowd. Criminals within 5 meters, no matter how well disguised, would all reveal their true forms. With this Sin Perception ability for the thief-catching competition, Lin Mo's confidence skyrocketed. Chapter 16, First One Caught. That concludes today's meeting. Old Song, you lead everyone in preparing the materials for the thief-catching competition. Lu Dahai declared. Got it. Chief Lu. After that, Old Song led everyone in preparing the necessary items for the thief-catching competition. Lu Dahai, meanwhile, brought Li Jianhua to continue interrogating Whirlwind Rat. If he could extract the whereabouts of the other 6 rats from the Southern City 7 rats, their Gula police station would surely shake off the last-place title in this rat-catching competition. Who knows? They might even crack the top 3. Lin Mo watched his master and Li Jianhua head back to the Whirlwind Rat's interrogation room. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell them everything the Whirlwind Rat had confessed to him. But he feared that if he revealed it now, and Whirlwind Rat were to turn on him later, he might lose the chance to obtain information about the other leaders. To cast a long line and catch a big fish, Lin Mo decided to keep quiet. That morning, Lin Mo followed Tang Bing to prepare supplies for their team. Zhang Dalong burst out laughing when he saw Tang Bing carrying a box of handcuffs. Little Tang, this box holds 30 pairs of handcuffs. You're not planning to catch 30 thieves, are you? Tang Bing shot Zhang Dalong a withering glance. What? Is that a problem? Lin Mo had received a second-class merit award today, and to be honest, it had hit her pretty hard. Her tone was a bit sharp. Zhang Dalong didn't seem to notice, continuing his line of thought. Based on last year's thief-catching competition, our Gula police station would be lucky to nab 20 in a month. You know how crafty these thieves are in the old city district. Zhang Dalong stated matter-of-factly. 3 years ago during the competition, remember that Gula substation only caught 18 thieves in a whole month. With 3 teams, that averages out to just 6 arrests. Tang Bing bringing 30 pairs of handcuffs is just setting himself up for exhaustion. Zhang Dalong, just because your team can't do it doesn't mean our third team can't. Tang Bing retorted defiantly. Seeing this, Lin Mo turned to Tang Bing and said, Sis Tang, let me help carry them. Alright. Tang Bing handed a box of handcuffs to Lin Mo. Lin Mo then carried it to the car. Zhang Dalong couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the sight. Little sister Tang, you're not seriously relying on that new kid, are you? Sure, he caught a wanted criminal, but that was just luck. Look at how frail he looks. Zhang Dalong, if you're really bored, go buy us 2 cases of mineral water. Tang Bing cut Zhang Dalong off immediately. What she disliked most was being treated like a decorative ornament. Couldn't she prove herself through her own abilities? Seeing Tang Bing's slight anger, Zhang Dalong realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly explained. Junior sister Tang, that's not what I meant. Alright, I've got things to do. With that, Tang Bing turned and walked away to attend to her duties. He knew Tang Bing had a fiercely competitive streak at their station. She always fought to be number 1 in everything. Master, how many sets of handcuffs should our team take? At that moment, Ma Xiaochuan turned to Zhang Dalong and asked. 2 sets per person. Just keep them on your person. Zhang De replied. Got it. Ma Xiaochuan replied. Seeing his master staring intently at Tang Bing, he couldn't help but chuckle and say. Master, when are you finally going to win over the police beauty from our station? Zhang Dalong chuckled. With my charm, it'd be a piece of cake. Pfft, in no time? I heard you've been chasing Tangbing for 3 years. You're always snooping around. Got nothing better to do? Go buy 4 cases of mineral water. Master, there's only 3 of us in the squad. How are we supposed to finish that much? We're not pigs, you know. Just go when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Dalong raised his foot to kick his stubborn apprentice. But the kid bolted like a shot. Zhang Dalong shot another dismissive glance at Lin Mo, who was loading items into the police car. Oomph. Daring to compete with me for junior sister Tangbing? We'll see about that. At this crime-fighting competition, I'll show you my true strength. Morning passed quickly. All the equipment for the theft investigation was ready, and they could set out any time that afternoon. Lu Dahai and Li Jianhua emerged from the Cyclone Rat interrogation room with their heads hanging low. It seemed they'd come up empty-handed. Midday. Lu Dahai was in his office, holding a video conference call on his phone. Chief Zhang from the Old City District Bureau was discussing the thief-catching competition. I've reviewed the arrest targets set by each police station this month, all very commendable. Especially old Lu from Gulo Subdistrict Station, he's got real ambition, aiming to catch 30 thieves. Hearing Director Shang's words, officers from all stations couldn't help but blurt out in unison. 30? Old Lu, you haven't been drinking, have you? Remember, last time you all only caught 18 thieves combined. Looks like old Lu was determined to shake off that last place reputation this time. Ha ha. Old Lu, what percentage are you aiming for this time? 50%? Ha. Lu Dahai, seeing everyone teasing him, retorted bluntly. This time, we won't eat or sleep until we catch 30 thieves. Old Lu, that's ambition. But you should set your goals based on reality, otherwise you'll just be the king of bragging. You're absolutely right. Take our Shuanha Road police station. Even though our target is 60, we're confident we can hit it. If you can hit your target, why can't we? Lu Dahai retorted defiantly. Seeing the station chiefs refusing to back down, Chief Zhang was delighted. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to ignite their potential and drive them to achieve the goal. We'll see who's got what it takes this month. Alright, whoever misses their target will have to bark like a puppy. Ha ha. We're good to go, just depends on whether old Lu agrees. Had ha. Lu Dahai slammed his fist on the table. Who's afraid of who? Though their Gulo Subdistrict police station had never met its targets over the years, he was determined to make it happen this year. He wouldn't let those old farts look down on him. Ouch. Lu Dahai had slammed the table too hard just now, and the old injury in his lower back made him wince in pain. To avoid being looked down upon by others, he endured the pain and put on a carefree expression. Knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded on the door of Lu Dahai's office. Before he could even say come in, Ma Xiaochuan burst through the door, visibly agitated. Chief, my master just caught a thief while eating. Really? Lu Dahai exclaimed excitedly. The thief is in the detention cell now. Ma Xiaochuan said. Great. That's right, he's really made me proud. Lu Dahai exclaimed excitedly. Just moments ago, those old farts in the group chat were mocking him. Little did he expect his men would prove so capable they caught a thief during lunch break. Xiaochuan, you can come out first. I've got a meeting to attend. After Ma Xiaochuan left, Lu Dahai proudly announced into his phone's video call. See that? Our station already caught a thief first. Ha ha. Chapter 17, Gulo Pedestrian Street. Old Lu. It's just catching a thief, look how proud you are. You can't blame old Lu for gloating, it's just that catching a thief was such a rare feat for them. Ha ha. You're right. Lu Dahai was utterly speechless with them, mainly because their station had been so underwhelming before. To avoid dampening Lu Dahai's enthusiasm, Chief Zhang quickly silenced the others. Alright, that wraps up today's meeting. From this moment on, our Old City Precinct's thief-catching competition officially begins. Lu Dahai was determined. This time, he would achieve his goal no matter what. He refused to finish dead last. He'd show those other precincts that Gulo Street Police Station wasn't to be messed with. Office lobby. Ma Xiaochuan recounted Zhang Dalong's arrest of a thief with dramatic flair. My mentor was nothing short of heroic. The thief was snatching a young girl's phone when my mentor spotted him instantly. He lunged forward in one swift motion, grabbed the thief, and hoisted him up like a little chicken. Zhang Dalong wore a smug look, stealing glances at Tang Bing every now and then. He imagined Tang Bing must be utterly impressed by him right now. After his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan finished speaking, Zhang Dalong turned to Lin Mo beside him and said, Little Lin, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. When it comes to catching thieves, I'm absolutely number one in our station. Thanks, brother Zhang. Lin Mo thought Zhang was genuinely offering to share his expertise, but in reality, Zhang was just showing off to Tang Bing, proving he was better than Lin Mo. Tang Bing saw right through Zhang Dalong's little scheme, but chose not to call him out on it. Lin Mo, it's about time. Our team needs to head out. Got it, Sister Tang. Just then, Lu Dahai approached cheerfully and said to Zhang Dalong. Dalong, I heard you caught a thief earlier. That thief was incredibly brazen, stealing near our station? He was practically asking to get caught. Zhang Dalong said with pride. Good. Excellent work. You've kicked off our station's first ever thief catching competition with a bang. Everyone, keep up the momentum and learn from Dalong. Zhang Dalong felt especially pleased as the station chief praised him in front of everyone. He was determined to excel in this competition and become the top thief catcher in the station. Once it was over, he would confess his feelings to Tang Bing. He was sure she wouldn't refuse. At this thought, Zhang Dalong couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. This time, our station has 3 teams. Each team's mission is to catch 10 thieves. No matter what methods you use, you must complete this task. We will complete the mission. We guarantee completion. Lu Dahai was thoroughly satisfied with the team's response. Alright, let's go. Old Town Ancient Tower Square. This is the busiest spot in the old city. Named after the 3-story ancient tower in its southwest corner, it's known as the Ancient Tower Square. Centered around Ancient Tower Square, 8 pedestrian streets radiate out in a rice-shaped pattern. All 8 streets are bustling with activity. Some sell clothing, others offer antiques, some feature small accessories, and others specialize in books. Many residents of the old town enjoy shopping here. However, the high foot traffic also makes it a hotspot for pickpockets. Numerous thefts occur here daily. Yet thieves are hard to catch, as behind each main street lies a labyrinth of narrow alleys. Once thieves slip into these alleys, they're nearly impossible to catch. West of Gulo Square lies a small courtyard that used to be a parking lot, but today it has been requisitioned by the Gulo Street Police Station. A police car sits inside the courtyard. Lin Mo, you follow me. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji, you two together. Got it. Let's go. Tang Bing gave a few brief instructions, and the group got out of the car and left. To better catch the thief, they were all dressed in plain clothes today. Lin Mo followed Tang Bing as they quickly entered Northwest Street among the 8 streets. This street was primarily for buying clothes, and today, being a weekend, it was bustling with crowds. Lin Mo, stay close to me, don't get lost. Got it. Sister Tang, Lin Mo replied. Let me tell you, the thieves here are different from those elsewhere. They're all incredibly cunning. Today, I'll mainly help you get familiar with the area. Don't worry about whether we catch anyone. Tang Bing whispered her experience to Lin Mo. Her eyes darted constantly, scanning every person on the street. Though she'd only been a police officer for 3 years, she possessed an uncanny sensitivity to criminals. Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, ding. Evil detection has identified a thief. Evil value, 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo was instantly overcome with excitement. He entered his mind and discovered a radar-like interface. For meters ahead, a red dot was blinking. Lin Mo looked ahead and sure enough, spotted a man with a hooked nose and sunken cheeks, one hand already inside a woman's purse. He was using a newspaper to block the view. Without careful observation, it would be impossible to notice. The thief was about to succeed. With no time to warn Tang Bing, Lin Mo rushed toward the thief. Fortunately, the thief was so focused on the woman that he hadn't noticed Lin Mo approaching. The thief clutched the woman's wallet, about to stuff it into his own coat. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the man. The man was startled. Freeze! Police! The victim, hearing the commotion behind her, spun around in alarm. She saw a man holding her purse in his hand. Seeing his crime exposed, the man tried to flee, but Lin Mo's grip held him fast. He couldn't break free no matter how he struggled. Lin Mo then twisted the thief's arm behind his back and snapped a pair of handcuffs onto him. At that moment, Tang Bing noticed the commotion and realized Lin Mo was missing. She spotted him in the center of the crowd, holding someone down. Tang Bing rushed over. Lin Mo, what's going on? Sis Tang, I caught a thief. Before Tang Bing could ask any questions, the woman who had been robbed expressed her gratitude to Lin Mo. Thank you, young man. Otherwise, he would have stolen all my money. Tang Bing was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Is today Lin Mo's second day on the job? If catching that criminal yesterday was pure luck, then snagging this thief today was anything but. What's more, Lin Mo's speed in catching thieves was astonishingly fast. They'd barely been on this street for a minute when he successfully caught a thief. Sis Tang, where should I hold him? Lin Mo asked. Hold on. I'll check. Then Tang Bing activated her earpiece. Calling Commander Lu, this is Team 3. 2 minutes later, inside Lu Dahai's police car. Xiao Tang, you've really made us proud. You caught a notorious thief so quickly. Xiao Lin, you should learn a lot from Xiao Tang. Meanwhile, Tang Bing stood awkwardly beside them and said to Lu Dahai. Chief, the thief was caught by Lin Mo. Chapter 18, Playing the Rogue. Chief, the thief was caught by Lin Mo. Upon hearing Tang Bing's words, Lu Dahai's expression froze instantly. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Lin Mo caught the thief? If Tang Bing had caught this thief, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. After all, she'd been stationed at their police station for 3 years, and Lu Dahai knew her capabilities well. But this thief being caught by Lin Mo? He simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Although Lin Mo had apprehended 3 criminals yesterday, Lu Dahai knew it was all down to luck. But catching a thief in the pedestrian street of Gulo Square? That was far from mere luck. Lu Dahai knew these thieves better than anyone. They were cunning as hell. Even in plain clothes, those crooks could spot them in a heartbeat. Lu Dahai glanced at his watch. They'd been here less than 3 minutes. And Lin Mo had already caught one thief? That speed was simply unmatched. Lin Mo, how did you do that? Under his master's intense gaze, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, he explained. Master, I spotted this thief using the techniques Sister Tang taught me. That's all? Lu Dahai clearly didn't believe it. Having risen through the ranks from a police officer himself, he knew catching thieves wasn't that simple. Otherwise, their last Catch the Thief competition, spanning an entire month, would have netted far more than just 18 thieves. Catching thieves in reality wasn't that straightforward. Otherwise, during their last thief-catching competition, they'd only nabbed 18 thieves in a whole month. Lu Dahai stared at Lin Mo for a long moment. Could Lin Mo really be gifted? If he was truly gifted, how could he have ranked dead last in his school's assessments? This was something Lu Dahai simply couldn't wrap his head around. Forget it. Lu Dahai couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. As the saying goes, whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. As long as Lin Mo catches the thief, who cares how he does it? Shaolin, not bad you haven't disgraced your master. Lin Mo grinned foolishly at Lu Dahai. Truth be told, only he knew the real reason he caught the thief, the crime-busting system in his mind. But he wouldn't tell anyone about that. After praising Lin Mo, Lu Dahai glanced at Tang Bing beside him and quickly added. Lin Mo catching a thief on his very first patrol? That's all thanks to Little Tang's training. The credit for catching this thief should go to Little Tang. As for the credit, Lin Mo didn't care. What mattered to him were the points and honor values the system rewarded him with in his mind. These things could help him become a formidable police officer. Hearing Lu Dahai's words, Tang Bing gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Catching the thief only proved Lin Mo was truly capable. If she could really catch a thief just by saying a few words, then she would be truly amazing. Chief Lu, we'll continue our patrol. Alright, go ahead. Lin Mo exchanged a nod with Lu Dahai before following Tang Bing back to the Northwest Pedestrian Street. Lin Mo's earlier apprehension of the thief had caused quite a stir, but by now the crowd had returned to normal. Just as Lin Mo was about to step into the Northwest Pedestrian Street with Tang Bing, the system in his mind immediately chimed. System, ding. Evil detection has identified a thief with an evil value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's heart leapt with excitement once more. Holy crap! The sin detection is seriously awesome. Lin Mo checked the system in his mind and saw a red dot flashing 3 meters to his right. Lin Mo didn't turn to look. Tang Bing had instructed him earlier, if you spot a thief, don't make a scene, and don't stare at them constantly. Instead, he should pretend to be a passerby, slowly approach, and then suddenly apprehend them. This approach had a higher success rate. Lin Mo pulled out his phone and held it to his ear, deliberately pretending to make a call. He slowly turned his head and stole a glance. This time, the thief was a young, attractive woman. She was dressed fashionably and didn't look like a thief at all. She was currently focused on carefully selecting clothes, showing no signs of theft. Lin Mo even began to doubt if his system had malfunctioned. But just then, she picked up the clothes she was selecting and slowly approached the cash register. She glanced at the shopkeeper, who was haggling with another customer, then swiftly opened the cash register drawer and stuffed the money directly into her chest area. This move left Lin Mo utterly speechless. Holy crap! Is that even possible? Lin Mo had never witnessed such a theft before and was utterly shocked. Just as the beautiful woman turned to leave, Lin Mo hesitated no longer. He lunged forward in a single stride. He grabbed her by the arm. Her eyes flashed with terror at first, but upon recognizing Lin Mo, she regained her composure. What are you doing? Someone's harassing me. Lin Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. She'd actually called him out first. She must be a repeat offender. The woman's shouts instantly drew a crowd of onlookers. To commit such an act in broad daylight, this young man is incredibly bold. Wait a minute, he's so handsome. He doesn't look like a pervert at all? You never know what's inside someone's heart. These days, you meet all kinds of people. Maybe he's a pervert inside? Seeing everyone pointing and whispering at him, Lin Mo hurriedly spoke up. I'm a cop. She's the thief. Oomph. Don't listen to his nonsense. My clothes and handbag together cost thousands of yuan. Calling me a thief is ridiculous. I think you're the one impersonating a cop to take advantage of me. The sharp-tongued beauty swiftly turned her fire on Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately pulled out his police ID. This is my badge. The woman stared intently. Lin Mo's badge wasn't fake. It even had an embossed seal. She suddenly felt a bit flustered. But years of thieving experience quickly restored her composure. Don't believe him. That badge is obviously fake. At that moment, Tang Bing was scanning the crowd for pickpockets. Truth be told, Lin Mo catching the thief earlier had dealt her another blow. When she turned around, she realized Lin Mo had vanished beside her. Glancing back, she saw another crowd gathering not far away. Her heart skipped a beat. Could Lin Mo have caught another thief? She hurried over, pushing through the crowd, only to find Lin Mo had indeed caught a woman. This woman was dressed fashionably and didn't look like a thief at all. Lin Mo, what's going on? Tang Bing stepped forward to ask. She's a thief. Before Tang Bing could speak, the pretty woman yelled loudly. You pervert. You have a girlfriend yet you're harassing me? You're a total creep. At that moment, the pretty girl just wanted to get away quickly, or else she'd be exposed. Chapter 19, Hold on. Hearing the other party mistakenly assume she was Lin Mo's girlfriend, Tang Bing felt a bit uneasy. But as a police officer, she quickly regained her composure. She observed the woman's attire, it didn't look like that of a thief. Tang Bing walked over to Lin Mo and whispered. Lin Mo, didn't I tell you before? To catch a thief, you have to catch them red-handed. Tang Bing knew Lin Mo, as a rookie, was eager to prove himself, but he couldn't just accuse everyone of being a thief. The stolen goods are on her person. Lin Mo replied, but as a young man, pointing at the girl's chest and declaring the stolen goods were inside, especially in front of so many people, felt downright awkward. Boss, check the cash drawer at the register, isn't the money missing? The shop owner, who had been watching the commotion, hurriedly opened his drawer upon hearing Lin Mo's words. To his shock, only loose change remained. He knew he'd made over 2,000 yuan in sales today. This instantly sent him into a panic. Oh no! My money's gone! Lin Mo declared to the boss. She stole your money. The pretty girl panicked upon hearing this, but she flatly denied it. You're lying. I'm wearing designer clothes, how could I possibly steal money? Look for yourselves. The pretty girl opened her small purse right away. Inside, besides a phone, there was only some loose change. The owner glanced inside, it definitely wasn't his money. Tang Bing hurriedly whispered to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you sure you saw her steal the money? Lin Mo nodded. Then where's the stolen money hidden? Tang Bing demanded. At that moment, the pretty woman tried to wriggle free, shouting at everyone. Everyone, judge for yourselves. I'm wearing a dress, the only place to hide anything is in my purse. He just couldn't get his way and is falsely accusing me of theft. The onlookers all began to accuse Lin Mo. This girl is so beautiful, she couldn't possibly be a thief. Exactly. Have you ever seen a thief who looks like this? Young man, let her go. She's already opened her bag for us to see. But just then, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind once more. System, ding. Sin perception detected a thief with 200 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's spirits lifted. Another thief, and with a whopping 200 sin points. Back when he caught the whirlwind rat, its sin value was also 200. This thief was no ordinary criminal. He saw the flashing red dot of the sin perception in his mind, approaching him. Could it be part of this woman's gang? Sure enough, a man over 1.8 meters tall pushed his way through the crowd. He was nearly as tall as Lin Mo, but weighed at least 200 Gene. The woman's tense expression instantly relaxed upon seeing the man. Biao Ge, this thug is picking on me. The man called Brother Biao strode over to Lin Mo with disdain, sneering. Kid, let go. Lin Mo ignored him and instead whispered to Tang Bing beside him. Sis Tang, help me hold her. I'm certain she's the thief. Hearing this, Tang Bing immediately grabbed the woman without hesitation. Seeing Lin Mo release her and instead have a woman restrain her, the attractive woman violently jerked her arms, trying to break free. But she had seriously underestimated Tang Bing's strength. Tang Bing's grip was like a vice, she couldn't break free. Tang Bing didn't know what Lin Mo intended to do. She watched as Lin Mo walked up to Brother Biao. Biao Ji's face darkened with anger. I told you to let her go. Are you deaf? Biao brother swung his right fist at Lin Mo, but Lin Mo grabbed him and instantly executed a shoulder throw. The massive figure slammed hard onto the ground. Lin Mo immediately mounted him, twisted his arms behind his back, and handcuffed Brother Biao. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. This frail-looking man was incredibly formidable. He subdued the burly thug in an instant. There's a fight. Call the police. Someone in the crowd shouted. Why call the police? Can't you see the handcuffs? He's a cop. Only then did everyone recall the police ID Lin Mo had flashed earlier, and it all clicked. Seeing Big Brother Biao arrested, the beautiful woman desperately tried to break free from Tang Bing's grip. But she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. So she resorted to feigning innocence. I'm not a thief. Let me go. Still won't admit it? Hand it over yourself, or should I have someone help you? Lin Mo confronted the beauty. The beauty knew that since he dared to grab her, he must know where she hid the money. Tang Bing understood immediately upon hearing Lin Mo's words. She scanned the woman's entire body and quickly spotted the unusual bulge at her chest. She barked. Hand it over now, or I'll make you hand it over in front of everyone. As soon as Tang Bing finished speaking, her hand reached toward the woman's chest. The beauty realized her opponent knew where she'd hidden the money. With no choice, she bowed her head and pulled it out. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Hiding stolen money in such a place was something they'd never seen before. This woman is shameless. She looks pretty enough, but turns out to be a thief. It seems we all wrongly accused that young man earlier. Tang Bing then handed the money over to the clothing store owner. The shop owner, seeing his lost money returned, was overcome with emotion. He thanked Lin Mo and Tang Bing profusely. "You're welcome. Combating crime is our duty as police officers," Tang Bing declared. The onlookers immediately broke into applause. Lu Dahai instructed Old Song to escort the thief Lin Mo had apprehended to the police station. He happily unlocked his phone and sent a smiley face emoji to the thief-catching competition group chat. Xuanha Road Sub-District Police Station, Old Lu, what's got you so happy? Huansing Road Sub-District Police Station, what else could it be? Probably just bored out of his mind. Gulo Street Police Station, guys, got some good news, our station just caught a thief. Zilio Road Sub-District Police Station, Old Lu, don't tell me it's the same one caught at noon. Let's be clear, the noon one doesn't count. The contest hadn't officially started yet. Gulo Sub-District Police Station, who said it was noon? Just caught him now. You old-timers can be jealous. Ha ha. Changnan Road Sub-District Police Station, so what if you caught a thief? What's there to brag about? Let's compare total arrests instead. Just as Lu Dahai was about to show off some more, Tang Bing's voice crackled through his earpiece again. "Chief Lu, where are you? We haven't left that spot yet," Lu Dahai exclaimed in confusion. "Hold on, Lin Mo just caught 2 more thieves." Chapter 20, Violent Strike. Hold on, Lin Mo caught 2 more thieves. Lu Dahai was stunned into silence upon hearing Tang Bing's words. Just 5 minutes ago, Lin Mo and Tang Bing had brought in 1 thief. Now Tang Bing says Lin Mo caught 2 more thieves? This left Lu Dahai feeling confused. Could this really be true? After all, the pickpockets in Gulo Plaza Pedestrian Street were cunning beyond belief. At the slightest disturbance, they'd dart into the narrow alleys. The terrain inside was too complex, even officers familiar with the area found it difficult to catch them. It took Lu Dahai a full 30 seconds to process the news. "Little Tang, are you serious?" "Yes, Chief Lu. We're bringing the thief over right now." "Good. Good." Lu Dahai was overcome with excitement. He never imagined his apprentice could be so formidable, catching 3 thieves in less than 10 minutes. Wonderful. Ha ha. Lu Dahai was beyond words with excitement. If they kept up this pace, 3 thieves a day, that would mean 90 thieves in a month. Not only would he complete his mission, he'd easily take first place, no question about it. Then, let those other police stations see who dares to mock them. Lu Dahai hurriedly called Old Song back over. Old Song was still holding the thief Lin Mo had caught earlier, not having gone far. Hearing that 2 more had been caught instantly thrilled him. During the previous thief-catching competition, he couldn't have been more bored. But this time, barely 10 minutes into the first day of the competition, he was already overwhelmed. But even if it meant being swamped, Old Song was more than willing. After reuniting with Lu Dahai, Old Song heard that these 2 thieves had also been caught by Lin Mo. He was utterly astonished. Little Lin was just too impressive. Whistling proudly, Lu Dahai felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, Lin Mo was his apprentice. Spreading the word that Lin Mo caught the thieves would make him look good too. Soon, Lin Mo and Tang Bing brought the 2 thieves over. Old Song helped them push the thieves into the van. The van could seat 7 people total, and now Lin Mo had caught 3 thieves all by himself. Their van had been modified. All the middle seats were removed, leaving only 2 rows of seats along the sides. Heavy-duty steel pipes were welded along the sides of the roof specifically for securing handcuffed criminals. Old Song handcuffed them to the vehicle and slammed the door shut. "Shaolin, you're amazing. You caught 3 thieves in no time." "Ha! Of course. He's my apprentice, after all." Lu Dahai wore a smug grin, clearly more pleased by others praising Lin Mo than by praise directed at himself. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Dahai and Old Song's praise, so he said, "Master, Sister Tang and I will continue patrolling. Here, you and Sister Tang should have some water first." Truth be told, they hadn't even been patrolling for 10 minutes, they weren't thirsty at all. But Lin Mo couldn't resist Lu Dahai's enthusiasm and took a couple of symbolic sips. Tang Bing simply caught the cup and didn't drink. After being forced to rest for 2 minutes by Lu Dahai, Tang Bing and Lin Mo exchanged greetings before leaving to continue their patrol. On the way, Tang Bing turned to Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, don't tell me catching those 2 thieves earlier was just luck?" Lin Mo chuckled and then casually replied, "That was experience passed down by Sister Tang, haha." Put. Tang Bing didn't buy it. Seeing Lin Mo wouldn't elaborate, she didn't press further. She decided to follow Lin Mo later and see how he caught thieves. Arriving at Northwest Pedestrian Street, Lin Missouri and Tang Bing began scanning the crowd. Probably because the earlier commotion had been too loud, Lin Mo's sin perception remained silent. So Lin Mo and Tang Bing kept walking forward. After walking about 100 meters, the system in Lin Mo's mind finally activated. System, ding. Sin perception has detected a thief with a sin value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Just as Lin Mo was about to investigate, the system in his mind suddenly sounded again. System, ding. Sin detection has identified a thief with a sin value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's heart leapt with excitement. 2 thieves. It seemed they were working in a team. This time, Lin Mo didn't act alone. He nudged Tang Bing, signaling that he'd spotted 2 thieves. Tang Bing instantly understood his meaning. Tang Bing stole a glance. The thieves were teenagers, around 17 or 18. One was acting as a lookout while the other was trying to steal money from an elderly person's bag. Their movements were clumsy. The thief tried several times but failed to snatch the wallet. Tang Bing deduced they were likely novices. Tang Bing gave Lin Mo a hand signal, indicating they should each take one and make the arrest immediately. Lin Mo nodded. Tang Bing wrapped her arms around Lin Mo's waist, catching him off guard. However, Lin Mo quickly understood Tang Bing's intention. She was pretending to be a couple to approach the thieves without arousing suspicion. As Tang Bing and Lin Mo neared the thief, she spotted the handle of a switchblade knife in his pocket. A chill ran down Tang Bing's spine. Her concern wasn't for herself, but for Lin Mo. After all, he lacked experience in such matters. Handle this wrong, and someone could easily get hurt. Especially these young thugs in the heat of the moment during a robbery, they might do anything. Just as Tang Bing was about to warn Lin Mo, he charged straight ahead. He grabbed one of the thieves. Freeze! I'm the police! Without a second thought, Tang Bing rushed toward the other thief. The thief, sensing trouble, quickly drew a pocket knife and lunged toward Lin Mo. In the blink of an eye, Tang Bing lunged forward, using a grappling technique to seize the knife from the thief's hand. Then, with a 360-degree spinning kick, he sent the thief crashing to the ground, knocked unconscious. Lin Mo watched in stunned silence. Holy crap! That's way too violent. Tang Bing had always struck Lin Mo as beautiful and understanding. But this moment shattered his preconceived notions of her. Lin Mo, watch out, he's got a knife. After subduing a thief, Tang Bing urgently warned Lin Mo. Only then did Lin Mo snap out of it. He quickly glanced at the thief he'd grabbed only to see a dagger clutched in his hand. But he hadn't stabbed Lin Mo. Perhaps he'd been intimidated by Tang Bing's violent kick moments earlier. Lin Mo swiftly snatched the dagger from the thief's hand, pinned him to the ground, and handcuffed him. Recalling the situation just now, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If Tang Bing hadn't just kicked the thief into submission, he would have been stabbed by that thief. Though he possessed the system, his experience in apprehending thieves was clearly lacking. After subduing the thief, Lin Mo addressed Tang Bing. Sis Tang, thanks for your help earlier. You're welcome. We're teammates. Tang Bing knew Lin Mo had been pretty shaken up earlier too. She then said to him, always stay alert from now on. Even though they're just thieves, they often carry dangerous knives. Someone at our station was stabbed by a thief before. Got it, Sister Tang. Lin Mo felt for the first time the constant danger that comes with being a police officer. Chapter 21, a case has come in. What? Caught 2 more? This is just too much. Lu Dahai received Tang Bing's report and was so stunned he couldn't speak. 5 thieves in less than 20 minutes. That's insane. Even Chief Ma Chao of Xuanhua Road Sub-District Police Station, who set the previous record in the thief-catching competition, only managed to catch 4 thieves in half an hour. Yet Lin Mo had caught 5 thieves outright. Old Song, standing nearby, was also stunned into silence. Old Song, pinch me, am I dreaming? Old Song gave Lu Dahai a hard pinch. Ouch. That hurt. It really wasn't a dream. 5 thieves in 20 minutes. Good lad, you're a worthy apprentice. Ha ha. Lu Dahai exclaimed excitedly. Now Lin Mo has shattered Ma Chao's record. Let's see if he dares to show off in front of me again. Chief, since little Lin's on such a hot streak, don't send Tang to escort the thieves with him. Just send other officers over, let them handle the escort duties. Old Song interjected at this moment. You're absolutely right. They're running themselves ragged. Let Lin Mo and Xiao Tang focus on catching thieves. Lu Dahai relayed through the earpiece to Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, you and Lin Mo stay put. I'll send other officers over. Understood, Chief Lu. Tang Bing agreed. She didn't want to waste time escorting the thief either. About 5 minutes. Team 2 officers Yu Chang and Fong Ming brought the 2 thieves over to Lu Dahai. They were deeply dissatisfied with Lu Dahai's assignment. They were patrolling the North Pedestrian Street just fine, yet they were ordered to assist Team 3's Tang Bing in escorting 2 thieves. While they were happy Tang Bing had caught the thieves, why couldn't she escort them herself? Why did it have to be them? Wasn't this delaying their own team's efforts to catch thieves? Yu Chang didn't mince words as he confronted Lu Dahai. Chief Lu, our Team 2 has a quota of 10 thieves to catch too. Seeing their discontent, Lu Dahai said nothing. Instead, he opened the van where Lao Son was transporting the thieves. Yu Chang and Fong Ming escorted the 2 thieves inside. But when they looked inside, 3 dejected figures were already seated there. Holy! What the hell is going on? They looked utterly bewildered. Still, they first cuffed the 2 thieves to the steel pipes on the truck. Then they shut the door. Yu Chang asked Lu Dahai. Chief, what's going on here? Just caught them. Lu Dahai said with a smile. Just caught? Not even half an hour ago. You caught 5 thieves already? That's unbelievable. Wow. This is going to turn things around for our Golo police station. Great news. Even though our team 2 didn't catch any thieves, seeing teams 1 and 3 nab so many makes us incredibly happy. Fong Ming and Yu Chang were both thrilled. At that moment, Old Song smiled meaningfully. To be precise, it was all Lin Mo's doing. The two men's expressions instantly froze. Their eyes widened in utter astonishment. Lin Mo. Caught it all by himself? They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly incredulous. After all, today was only Lin Mo's second day on the job at their station. Less than half an hour into the thief-catching contest, he'd already apprehended 5 thieves. That was one more than Ma Chao, who had set the previous record. Just as the two stood speechless in shock, Tang Bing's voice crackled through Lu Dahai's earpiece again. She flew 230 meters northwest on Northwest Street in front of Little Red Clothing. Lin Mo has apprehended a thief. Hearing Tang Bing's report, Lu Dahai had already developed immunity to Lin Mo's theft-catching exploits. He remained completely unfazed. Cut off Tang Bing's voice communication. Lu Dahai addressed Fong Ming and Yu Chang, who were still reeling from shock. We've got a job. Southeast Pedestrian Street. Team Captain Zhang Daolong was patrolling the street with his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan. Master, what's going on? It's been over half an hour, and we haven't spotted a single thief. Zhang Daolong snapped at Ma Xiaochuan. You think catching thieves is that easy? You have to be patient, especially around Gulo Square Pedestrian Street. The thieves here are incredibly cunning. Zhang Daolong imparted his experience to his apprentice as they walked. Master, here's some water. Seeing Zhang Daolong's mouth was parched from talking, Ma Xiaochuan hurriedly handed him a bottle of water. Zhang Daolong gulped down the entire bottle in 3 big swigs. Master, do you think the other teams have already caught the thieves? Zhang Daolong replied dismissively. Absolutely not. It's only been half an hour. Exactly. If anyone catches him, it'll be my master first. Ma Xiaochuan flattered Zhang Daolong. You're absolutely right. In our station, I'm definitely the top thief catcher. Zhang Daolong declared confidently. Just then, Zhang Daolong suddenly noticed someone acting suspiciously ahead. He quickly shushed Ma Xiaochuan. Ma Xiaochuan knew his mentor must have spotted something, so he fell silent. Zhang Daolong spotted a middle-aged man darting his eyes around while slipping his hand into someone's backpack. Thief! Zhang Daolong's heart leapt with delight. Heaven hadn't been unkind to him after all. He'd encountered a thief so quickly. He said to Ma Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, flank him from behind and cut off his retreat. Understood, master. Ma Xiaochuan then began moving forward with the flow of people. Zhang Daolong remained stationary, waiting for his disciple to cut off the thief's escape route before moving into act. However, the thief seemed to sense something was amiss. He quickly snatched a phone and prepared to make his escape. Seeing the thief try to escape, Zhang Daolong immediately gave chase. The thief was highly alert. Spotting Zhang Daolong in the crowd, he took off running. His escape route was clear straight toward the side street. Oh no! Zhang Daolong gasped inwardly. Once that thief entered the side street, catching him would be extremely difficult. Zhang Daolong shouted to Ma Xiaochuan. Cut him off. Ma Xiaochuan understood Zhang Daolong's intent and immediately sprinted toward the alley entrance. But the crowd was too dense, he couldn't even pick up speed. The middle-aged thief flashed a sly grin, spun around, and vanished into the narrow alley. Zhang Daolong finally pushed through the crowd and gave chase. After running just 50 meters, he encountered 2 branching paths. By then, Ma Xiaochuan had caught up. They split up to pursue. Thus, Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan wandered through the intricate maze of alleys for over half an hour. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the thief. Finally, Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan had no choice but to return to the north-south street. They sat down at a small stall to rest for a moment. Zhang Daolong said to Ma Xiaochuan. See? Thieves around here are cunning as hell. Chapter 22, Such Terror. The afternoon passed quickly. By dinner time, the pedestrian street had thinned out considerably. Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan hadn't caught a single thief. Then, over the public channel of their walkie-talkies, they heard Lu Dahai call for the team to wrap up. Only then did they drag their weary bodies toward the parking lot west of Gulo Square. We almost caught that thief this afternoon, what a shame. Ma Xiaochuan said with a gloomy expression. Xiaochuan, don't be discouraged. These thieves here are just too cunning. Don't worry, tomorrow, I'll definitely help you catch one. Zhang Daolong encouraged his apprentice. Master, did any other teams catch the thief? None of us have caught him. The other teams are having a tough time too. True. If even my master, such a skilled thief catcher, couldn't catch them, forget about Team 2 and Team 3. Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan chatted as they walked, soon arriving at the parking lot. By then, the 3 members of Team 2 had already arrived. They were chatting excitedly with joyful expressions on their faces. Zhang Daolong froze in surprise. Could it be that Team 2 caught the thief today? That shouldn't be possible. Big Head, did your second team catch the thief? The man Zhang Dalong called Big Head was Niu Taijun, the captain of Team 2. Because of his large head, everyone at the station called him Big Head. No, which team got him? Man, today's thieves are too cunning. We almost caught them twice, but they slipped away into the side streets. Yeah. Thieves around here are really crafty. Zhang Dalong chatted with Big Head for a moment before asking. Huh? Where's Team 3? They haven't returned yet. Big Head said. Looks like our station won't get a single arrest this afternoon. Zhang Dalong sighed and said. Master, you can't say we're coming up empty-handed. You caught a thief at lunch today. Ma Xiaochuan chimed in. Zhang Dalong's face instantly lit up with a smile. Just as Big Head was about to say something, Tang Bing from Team 3 approached with Li Jianwen and Zhang Ji. Zhang Dalong hurriedly greeted Tang Bing. But then he suddenly noticed Li Jianwen and Zhang Ji were each pinning down 2 people. Holy crap! Team 3 caught the thieves? 2 of them? Only when Team 3 approached Zhang Dalong did he exclaim in astonishment. Junior sister Tang Bing, you caught 2 thieves? What? Is there a problem? Tang Bing retorted sharply. Zhang Dalong and Ma Xiaochuan both looked utterly stunned. Team 2 then opened a van parked nearby. Zhang Dalong recognized this van immediately. It was the one his station had prepared for transporting thieves. As the door opened, he caught a glimpse inside. That glance proved faithful. His face instantly contorted with shock. Holy! What the hell? What the hell was going on? 2 rows of people were seated inside, at least 8 of them all handcuffed. Are they all thieves? But how could that be? He couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he was seeing things. So Zhang Dalong rubbed his eyes hard. But the van was already filled with 2 rows of dejected figures. Team 2 had just reported they hadn't caught a single thief. Could it be? Had all of them been caught by Team 3? Whoa! Zhang Dalong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn it! This is terrifying. At that moment, Big Head, the captain of Team 2, addressed Tang Bing. Tang, the truck's packed to the brim. Call Old Song and ask if he's returned with the thieves he picked up. Chapter 23, Day 1 Results of the Thief Catching Competition. A whole truckload of thieves? Zhang Dalong froze in place, completely dumbfounded. His brain felt like it couldn't keep up. When did catching thieves become something measured by the truckload? After all, he and his apprentice had patrolled all afternoon without catching a single thief. Yet Team 3 had managed to catch a whole truckload? Wait. They'd already transported 1 truckload, and now there was another full truck. He glanced at his apprentice, Ma Xiaochuan, who was staring back at him in utter disbelief. They felt as if they were living in a dream. He wouldn't dare do this even in his wildest dreams. Big Head. Tell me, what kind of people are these? Big Head glanced at Zhang Dalong, looking puzzled. They're thieves. Didn't you call yourself the king of thieves we caught? You can't tell them apart? Whoa! All of them are thieves? Zhang Dalong asked, still unwilling to give up. Fresh off the boat, all just caught by Team 3, still warm. Big Head said proudly. As if he'd caught them all himself. But even if he didn't catch them personally, a large portion of these thieves were escorted here with help from Team 2. All caught by Team 3? Zhang Dalong still couldn't quite believe it. How did Tang Bing manage that? Could they have raided a whole bandit hideout? That must be it. Otherwise, how could they have captured so many thieves? Tang Bing was incredibly lucky. Why didn't I have such good luck? Junior sister Tang Bing, where exactly did you ambush this band of thieves? A whole gang? We caught them one by one on the pedestrian street. Tang Bing replied. Junior sister Tang Bing, you really know how to joke. We know those thieves on the pedestrian street, they're all crafty scoundrels. How could you possibly catch so many? I don't buy it. Zhang Dalong expressed his disbelief. Believe it or not. Tang Bing felt immensely pleased at having apprehended so many thieves and couldn't be bothered with Zhang Dalong's skepticism. Zhang Dalong gradually calmed down. But he was still utterly shocked. There were 8 thieves in the van. To be honest, he felt a pang of envy. Still, he forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't appear like a greenhorn in front of the person he liked. Junior sister Tang Bing, your team is truly impressive. Keep up the great work. I believe it won't be long before our first team catches up to you. Are you sure? Tang Bing asked with a meaningful smile. I am, after all, the top thief catcher in our division. With this many thieves, I'm confident we can surpass you in no more than half a month. Zhang Dalong had already calculated it in his mind. There were 8 thieves on this train, and at most 6 on the previous one, a total of 14 thieves. Catching one a day, he could surpass them in under 2 weeks. Tang Bing smiled but said nothing. Seeing Tang Bing's radiant smile, Zhang Dalong felt triumphant, convinced she was captivated by his boldness. He immediately resolved that after work, he would volunteer for overtime. Today, he would catch a thief. He would show Tang Bing that his reputation as the king of thief catching was no empty title. At that moment, Big Head couldn't stand it anymore. Dalong, you're sure you can overtake Team 3 in half a month? Do you even know how many thieves they've caught? Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't I do the math? Team 3 caught around 14. Right? Junior sister Tang Bing. Zhang Dalong was brimming with pride over his own cleverness. 26. Tang Bing said it calmly, her heart brimming with pride as she spoke. 26? Put. Junior sister Tang Bing, you're exaggerating. The three of you caught 26 thieves in one afternoon? You've got to be kidding. At that moment, Ma Xiaochuan whispered something into Zhang Dalong's ear. Zhang Dalong immediately recalled the newcomer, Lin Mo. But was the new guy any different? Could he really catch thieves? Zhang Dalong was convinced the new guy Lin Mo couldn't catch a single thief. He instinctively dismissed him from the equation. Big Head and the others burst out laughing. After all 26 thieves had been discovered by Lin Mo alone, while Tang Bing had merely assisted in the arrests. And here Zhang Dalong was mocking Lin Mo for being a rookie. What are you laughing at? Isn't what I said correct? Zhang Dalong asked, confused. Hearing this, the others burst into even louder laughter. This left Zhang Dalong even more bewildered. Could it be that rookie Lin Mo had actually caught the thief? He, being so skilled, hadn't caught him. How could Lin Mo, a newcomer, possibly have? Absolutely impossible. Is it really that funny for a rookie to fail to catch a thief? Tang Bing couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Dalong's comical expression. Let's be clear, all these thieves were caught by Lin Mo. Zhang Dalong was thoroughly confused now. He grabbed Dahu and demanded. Big Head, tell me what's wrong with what I said. Nothing wrong. Ha ha. There you go. Zhang Dalong wore a look of pure satisfaction. Just then, Old Song drove up with Lu Dahai. Zhang Dalong walked straight up to them. Chief, tell me how many thieves did third squad catch in total? Seeing that Tang Bing and the others weren't telling him the truth, Zhang Dalong decided to ask Lu Dahai directly. After all, Lu Dahai was their chief, he wouldn't lie to him. Lu Dahai paused for a moment before answering Zhang Dalong. 26 in total. 26? This. How could that be? Zhang Dalong could hardly believe his ears. If Tang Bing and the others had mentioned 26 thieves earlier, it might have been a joke or a prank. But Chief Lu definitely wouldn't. 26. Team 3 was terrifyingly formidable. The real question was, how did Team 3 pull this off? He knew all too well how difficult it was to catch thieves on the pedestrian street. Zhang Dalong mulled it over and still found it hard to believe. Lu Dahai was completely focused on the thieves and had no time to pay attention to Zhang Dalong. Get the thieves from that car over to this one. Alright. Then, Big Head and the others divided the thieves among the 5 vehicles. Only then did Lu Dahai notice his apprentice Lin Mo was missing. Xiao Tang, where's Lin Mo? Lin Mo said he had some personal matters to attend to and told us not to wait for him. Did he say what kind of business? Lu Dahai asked. No. But I guess he's probably looking for a place to live. Tang Bing replied. During their casual chat today, Tang Bing learned from Lin Mo that he still didn't have a permanent place to stay in Liangcheng. Tang Bing invited him to stay at her place temporarily, but Lin Mo declined. It's all my fault. Last night at the precinct meeting, I completely forgot about Lin Mo's accommodation. Lu Dahai blamed himself. Afterward, Lu Dahai called Lin Mo, intending to tell him he'd help resolve the housing issue. But the phone was turned off. What he didn't know was that Lin Mo hadn't gone to look for a place. Instead, armed with information from the Whirlwind Rat, he went to capture the Blade Rat. Chapter 24, The Razor Blade. A dimly lit alley in the old city district. Lin Mo had been hiding in a corner for half an hour, yet still no sign of One Blade Rat. Whirlwind Rat had told him that his 6th brother, One Blade Rat, passed through this street every night on his way home. So as long as Lin Mo waited here, he was bound to catch One Blade Rat. But now, half an hour had passed. Hardly anyone had passed by on this street at all. He now suspected Whirlwind Rat might be deliberately tricking him out of revenge. Yet he also felt that Whirlwind Mouse wouldn't go to such lengths just to deceive him. He'd already waited half an hour, so he might as well stick around a little longer. Bored, Lin Mo opened the system in his mind. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Position, police officer, Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Physical strength, 120 normal human, 100. IQ, 120 average, 100. Points, 3000. Honor points, 28. Skill, crime perception, detect criminals within 5 meters. To his delight, he discovered his points had soared to 3000. His honor points had also reached 28. Seeing the success of today's efforts, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. He then opened the entry-level section of the Crime Buster Mall. Without hesitation, he spent 1000 points to purchase the basic combat mastery skill. Lin Mo instantly felt a subtle shift within his body. Numerous combat techniques instantly became one with him. He instantly sensed alterations in his body's structure as if his entire aura had transformed. Lin Mo then spent another 1500 points to extend his evil perception range by 5 meters, bringing it to a total of 10 meters. Lin Mo was thoroughly satisfied. He saved the remaining 500 points for future needs. His system still held 28 honor points, so he entered the system once more to begin his first lottery draw. First draw. He drew a hemostatic potion. Lin Mo didn't pay it much mind and proceeded to draw a second time. Moments later, he heard the system's voice. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a razor blade. Lin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows. A razor blade? This left him thoroughly frustrated. The thing was, he always used a razor to shave, not these blades. Lin Mo reluctantly tapped it open. Shaving blade, this blade is no ordinary blade. Not only can it shave, but it's also a secret weapon for apprehending criminals. Secret weapon? Lin Mo was baffled, so he took out the razor blade and held it in his hand. A wave of coolness instantly spread across his palm, and then a set of blade techniques suddenly flooded his mind. He pinched the blade between two fingers, slice, cut, swirl. The blade moved with astonishing agility in his hands, as if it were an extension of his own body. Holy crap! Lin Mo was startled. He never imagined a simple razor blade could be this powerful. The system was truly powerful. Just as he marveled, the system suddenly sounded in his mind. System, ding. Evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 200. Host, apprehend immediately. Hearing this, Lin Mo instantly focused his gaze. A dark figure was moving along the base of the wall. The dim lighting made it impossible for Lin Mo to discern the figure's features. But judging by the system's crime value, it was highly likely to be Knife Rat. The shadow moved swiftly along the wall, clearly a seasoned veteran. Regardless of whether it was one cut rat or not, since it was a criminal, Lin Mo was determined to catch it. However, to test whether the figure was indeed a one-cut rat, he shouted at the dark figure. Du Zhensheng. Ah! The figure instinctively answered. Du Zhensheng was One Blade Rat's real name, revealed to him by Whirlwind Rat. Within their Southern City 7 Rats gang, only a few leaders knew One Cut Rat's real name, none of their disciples knew it. Based on the shadow's reaction, Lin Mo was certain this was One Blade Rat. Suddenly hearing his name called out, One Blade Rat instantly scanned his surroundings, quickly pinpointing Lin Mo's location. Lin Mo stepped out from behind his cover. One Blade Mouse narrowed his eyes, squinting at Lin Mo in the dim light. May I ask who you are, friend? One Blade Rat didn't recognize Lin Mo, but the fact that he knew his name suggested some connection. Since arriving in the Liangcheng area, only his sworn brothers knew his name. No one else had any idea. I'm Whirlwind Rat's apprentice. My master wants you to come sit down. Lin Mo said this precisely to lower the man's guard. Once he drew near, he planned to seize him by surprise. Yet the moment those words left Lin Mo's mouth, One Blade Rat instantly took 2 steps back, his guard instantly raised. Lin Mo couldn't help but reflect, had he really said anything wrong? After a moment's thought, the other replied. You're a cop. Lin Mo froze. One Blade Rat was too sharp. Just from his words alone, he'd deduced Lin Mo's police identity. You're very sharp. Lin Mo stopped pretending and admitted it outright. After all, with his system's crime detection ability, as long as the other party stayed within 10 meters of him, there was no way they could shake him off. Standing just 3 meters away, he could clearly see the expression on One Blade Rat's face. His tension had eased into a relaxed state. What? You're not running? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Are you sure you're not walking into a trap? One Blade Mouse let out a sinister laugh. My brother, Whirlwind Rat, was captured by you? Yes. So it seems he's the one who tipped you off about my whereabouts. After careful consideration, One Blade Rat quickly pieced everything together. As One Blade Mouse spoke, a blade materialized in his slender hands. It glinted coldly in the dim light. Lin Mo froze. This was identical to the razor blade his system had rewarded him with. Now he understood why the man was called One Blade Rat. One Cut Mouse suddenly launched an attack at Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly drew his own razor blade and held it in his hand. Seeing this, the opponent paused slightly, but he didn't stop his attack. Instead, it slashed toward Lin Mo's neck. Lin Mo instinctively blocked it with the blade in his hand. Sizzle! The 2 blades clashed, producing a shrill screech before a flash of light erupted. One Blade Rat's eyes widened in shock. Instantly, he flipped his wrist and slashed toward Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo blocked with his wrist, and the blade sliced straight toward the opponent's wrist. One Blade Rat reacted with lightning speed, pivoting to target Lin Mo's groin. Holy! How treacherous! Lin Mo scrambled to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows, sparks flying through the air. Chapter 25, Unexpected Windfall. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo and One Blade Rat's blades had collided countless times. The blade of One Blade Rat was now pitted and dented, with cracks appearing along its length. His fingers could distinctly feel the blade growing warm. To his astonishment, Lin Mo's blade remained completely unscathed. His blade was now useless. One Blade Rat flung his blade to the ground. With such blade skills at your age, why not join me? I'll make sure you live in luxury. I just want to be a cop who rids the world of scum. Lin Mo replied calmly. Alright, that's ambition. I admit my knife skills can't match yours. I surrender. One knife rat held out his hands, signaling Lin Mo to cuff him. Lin Mo was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to take down one blade rat so quickly. Just as he prepared to cuff one blade rat, a blade suddenly shot out from the rat's sleeve. It flashed faintly in the dim light, hurtling toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo tried to deflect it, but they were too close. It was already too late. A sudden decision flashed through Lin Mo's mind. If evasion was impossible, then there was no point in trying. He accelerated his movements. Click, click. The handcuffs snapped precisely onto the rat knife's wrists. Gasp. At the same time, Lin Mo cried out in pain as the blade pierced his chest. Blood gushed out instantly. Lin Mo sensed the blade hadn't penetrated too deeply. Ignoring the pain, he yanked one blade rat's hands forward and kicked him hard in the knee. One blade rat collapsed face first onto the ground. Lin Mo immediately pinned him down, trapping the rat slasher so he couldn't move, his mouth pressed into the mud. Pain. Why, I surrender. One blade rat begged for mercy. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Through his fight with one blade rat, Lin Mo had learned the enemy was treacherous and cunning. He wouldn't fall for it again. No matter how much one blade rat howled, Lin Mo had already braced himself firmly against the back of his opponent. His hands began searching for hidden weapons on one blade rat's body. Sure enough, Lin Mo discovered two small spring-loaded projectors on one blade rat's arms, each equipped with blades. Then, Lin Mo found a cell phone in one blade rat's pocket. Just as Lin Mo lowered his guard, he noticed something stiff at the hem of Idao Shu's clothing. He reached out to feel it. Holy! It was packed with more blades. For safety's sake, Lin Mo stripped the one blade rat bare-chested. A total of 12 razor blades were found inside the clothing. Tell me, where else are the blades hidden? None left. One blade rat said with a pained expression. Not telling the truth? Let me tell you, one blade rat, you slashed my chest. That constitutes aggravated assault on a police officer. I have the authority to shoot you dead. Lin Mo threatened him. One cut mouse was instantly terrified upon hearing this. He knew assaulting an officer carried extremely serious consequences. If not for the urgency of the moment, he never would have resorted to attacking Lin Mo. Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll talk. They're in my hair. Lin Mo discovered 5 razor blades hidden in one cut rat's hair. For safety's sake, Lin Mo pulled out the system-rewarded razor blades and shaved one blade rat completely bald. One cut mouse watched his luxurious hair vanish, heartbroken. Where else could the blades be? He suspected the other party wouldn't have any more on them. But he asked anyway, just in case. In his pants. Lin Mo found 2 more blades in one cut mouse's pants. He was genuinely surprised. Hiding blades here, wasn't he afraid something might happen to his own private parts? 5 minutes later, Lin Mo finally retrieved every single blade from one knife rat's body. Now, the one blade rat was left wearing only his underwear. All other garments had been stripped off by Lin Mo. One cut rat crouched pitifully against the wall, hands clutching his head. He looked as wronged as if he'd been raped. Only then did Lin Mo snap back to reality and tend to his own wounds. He looked down to find his chest bleeding profusely, the fabric stained crimson across a large patch. Lin Mo hastily pulled out the blade, only to discover to his astonishment that it had pierced the second-class merit certificate tucked in his pocket. His chest bore only a tiny 1-centimeter cut. Only then did he recall that earlier that morning, Lu Dahai had given him the second-class merit certificate. He had folded it a few times and casually stuffed it into his pocket. He never imagined it would actually shield him from the blade. Otherwise, with such a sharp blade, his chest would have been slashed open, a deep gash, no doubt. Lin Mo then retrieved the hemostatic medication he'd won in a lottery earlier. He applied it to the wound. The bleeding stopped immediately. This made Lin Mo marvel inwardly. The system's rewards were truly exceptional. After treating his own wound, Lin Mo took out his phone to call his master, Lu Dahai, and have him drive over to catch the knife rat. Just then, the phone he'd taken from one blade rat started ringing incessantly. Lin Mo picked it up and opened it. The screen displayed a group chat named One Blade Rat's Disciples. What's your phone password? Lin Mo demanded of One Blade Rat. Knowing escape was impossible, One Blade Rat addressed Lin Mo. If I tell you, does that count as atoning for my crimes? Depends on how much you can help me. Lin Mo replied indifferently. I have 34 disciples in total. If I help you capture them all, will that reduce my sentence? Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. If he could apprehend 34 thieves, he'd earn a ton of points. It would definitely boost his abilities considerably. Moreover, his police station wouldn't finish dead last in the theft-busting competition this time. Lin Mo suppressed his inner excitement and replied calmly. If that's the case, I can include your significant meritorious service in my report. I'm confident it will significantly reduce your sentence. Upon hearing this, Rat Knife began to ponder the idea. After all, he had trained these disciples precisely so they could repay him in the future. Now that he was in trouble, turning them in would be their way of repaying him. One-blade rat then revealed Lin Mo's phone password and the whereabouts of his disciples. Coincidentally, today was the day One-blade rat was teaching his disciples the stolen sword techniques. All 34 disciples were waiting for him at their secret hideout. Lin Mo scanned the group chat. Everything matched One-blade rat's account. One-blade rat, how do you plan to help me capture them? Lin Mo asked. After all, these were 34 thieves. He knew he couldn't possibly catch them alone. Simple, One-blade mouse replied. They all listen to me. I'll have them stay put. You gather your men, and we'll round them all up at once. Alright, first tell them verbally to stay put. I advise you not to try any tricks. If you dare to resist arrest, I'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. I know. Chapter 26, A Cunning Rabbit Has 4 Burrows. In a dilapidated alleyway. Lin Mo grabbed DeLeo's shoe and ducked into a corner. My disciples are inside that courtyard. One-blade rat pointed toward a courtyard ahead. Lin Mo gazed toward the house ahead. Though lights burned inside, no sound drifted out. The courtyard lay beyond the range of Lin Mo's sin perception. He'd have to get closer to investigate. Lin Mo knew full well that One-blade rat was treacherous and cunning. His words couldn't be fully trusted. He glanced at One-blade rat beside him. Taking him along to investigate would be inconvenient. What if his disciple came out and recognized him? That would be trouble. Behind them, Lin Mo spotted a dilapidated courtyard that looked long abandoned and uninhabited. So Lin Mo grabbed One-blade rat and entered the courtyard. Spotting a sturdy railing, he shook it twice to test its strength before handcuffing One-blade rat to it. Then he used a piece of cloth to gag One-blade rat, preventing him from making any noise. Don't even think about any funny business, or you'll lose your chance to redeem yourself. One-blade rat stammered and nodded. Lin Mo swiftly exited the courtyard and headed toward the one-knife rat's designated location. He kept his eyes fixed on the sin perception in his mind, monitoring Yidao Shu's situation. He arrived at the courtyard Yidao Shu had indicated, yet the sinister perception in his mind showed no reaction whatsoever. He instinctively felt he'd been deceived. He immediately turned to head back. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, sin perception has detected a criminal with a sin value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo hurriedly checked and discovered the criminal's location wasn't the courtyard before him, but the one across the way. At that moment, the opposite courtyard was pitch black, not a single light visible. Lin Mo moved slightly closer to that courtyard. Then, the system's voice immediately sounded in his mind once more. System, crime detection has identified a criminal with a crime value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. System, evil sense has detected a criminal with an evil value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. The system repeated the alert a full 34 times. It seemed One-blade rat truly had 34 disciples. But One-blade rat hadn't been truthful about their locations. If not for his own sin detection, he would have fallen into the enemy's trap. Lin Mo looked up and discovered a surveillance camera right at the courtyard gate. One-blade rat was truly cunning. Lin Mo quickly pretended to be a passerby and walked past. Lin Mo pondered as he walked. Given One-blade rat's level of cunning, the courtyard surely had more than just this one gate. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. And that's not even counting the cunning One-blade rat. Soon after, Lin Mo circled around to the back of the house and discovered, sure enough, that it had a back door. Lin Mo was relieved he'd been extra vigilant. Otherwise, if he'd called his master to catch the thieves and they all escaped through the back door, they'd have been completely in the dark. Lin Mo moved forward to investigate and discovered that the neighboring courtyard also had a back door and it wasn't even locked. Scanning the area and finding no one around, he slipped inside unnoticed. Finding the place empty, he tiptoed forward. He discovered that the 2 houses were connected by a hidden passageway. One-cut rat truly lived up to his name. He'd even set up an escape route here. If Lin Mo hadn't misjudged, perhaps the house over there also had an escape route. Lin Mo circled around to investigate and found it exactly as he'd suspected. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but One-blade rat had 4. After assessing the situation, he prepared to return to the dilapidated courtyard. At that moment, his sin-sensing ability detected that One-blade rat was no longer in his original position. Instead, it was at the courtyard entrance. What was going on? Had the One-blade rat somehow unlocked his handcuffs? Impossible. If he had removed the handcuffs, why wouldn't he have fled? Instead, he was standing motionless at the courtyard gate. Lin Mo didn't need to guess. This guy was definitely trying to ambush him. He didn't rush over recklessly. Just then, someone happened to be passing by. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and followed. When he reached the dilapidated courtyard, he quietly scaled a low wall. He saw one-knife rat holding a railing, listening intently for footsteps. He was waiting for someone to push open the door so he could smash them with the railing. It wasn't that One-blade rat didn't want to run. His handcuffs were still chained to the railing. He really had some skill. He'd actually managed to pry the railing loose, setting himself up for trouble right here. With that, Lin Mo showed no mercy. He picked up a brick from the ground. He swung it down with all his might. Thud! One-blade rat didn't even have time to react before crashing to the ground. Lin Mo then approached one-blade rat, checked him over, and only relaxed when he confirmed the man was indeed unconscious. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Dahai. Old City District Police Station. Lu Dahai and several station chiefs from sister precincts were reporting their work to Chief Zhang. Our station's thieves caught today? Nothing special, just 4 petty thieves in total. Had ha. The Shunha Road station chief spoke with a look of pride on his face. Catching 4 thieves in one afternoon was quite impressive. Director Zhang was instantly delighted upon hearing this. Excellent work. Everyone should learn from Chief Li of Shunha Road Station. The chiefs from several other precincts applauded, their eyes brimming with envy. But Lu Dahai wore a look of utter disdain. Chief Zhang quickly noticed Lu Dahai. Old Lu, you're not convinced? If you're not satisfied, you'd better step up your game and strive to surpass Shunha Road Police Station. Director Zhang, don't be so hard on him, they're lucky if they catch 1 thief a day. Old Lu, forget about overtaking Shunha Road Station for now. Just match our Guansing Road Station's 2 arrests a day and you won't be dead last. Ha! Lu Dahai didn't rush to defend himself. Instead, he smiled broadly as they made fun of him. The louder they laughed, the more satisfied he felt inside. Old Lu, tell me, how many thieves did your Gulo Sub-District Police Station catch? At that moment, Chief Zhang spoke up. Lu Dahai slowly stood up, cleared his throat, and said, Old Lu, no need to stand. You can sit down and talk. Commissioner Zhang said. Lu Dahai ignored the chief's words and instead addressed the group with a smug look on his face. Listen up, all of you. The other police station chiefs, seeing Lu Dahai's manner, burst into laughter again. Old Lu, get on with it. I've got deployments to handle after this meeting. Old Lu, if your station doesn't catch 2 thieves today, it'll be a waste of all this fanfare. Ha ha. Get on with it. Don't waste everyone's time. Lu Dahai declared to everyone with unshakable confidence. Our Gulo Sub-District Police Station apprehended 26 thieves today. Chapter 27, damn it. I got caught by him too. 6 thieves? Hearing Lu Dahai's announcement, the station chiefs froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, that's hilarious. Old Lu, are you sure you haven't been drinking? Your station caught 26 thieves? Haha, that's hilarious. Old Lu, this joke of yours could easily make this year's top 10 list. Director Zhang couldn't help but frown upon hearing Lu Dahai's words. Old Lu, I know you're eager to prove yourself, but bragging this much is really going too far. Alright, everyone, stop laughing. Old Lu, tell me honestly, how many thieves did your station actually catch? Even if you didn't catch any, I won't blame you. Seeing Director Zhang didn't believe him, Lu Dahai didn't rush to argue back. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it either that their Gulo Street police station had caught 26 thieves. I knew you wouldn't believe me. But the fact is, our station did arrest 26 thieves. Lu Dahai said calmly. Old Lu, even we at Shunha Road wouldn't dare claim that. You really have some nerve. At this, Director Zhang, seeing Lu Dahai showed no sign of backing down, grew visibly displeased. Old Lu, take this seriously, we're still in a meeting, after all. Seeing Director Zhang's irritation, Lu Dahai grinned and said, Director Zhang, don't get angry. Let me show you something. Lu Dahai then pulled out his phone and initiated a video call with Old Song. I'll see what tricks Old Lu has up his sleeve. The other station chiefs simply couldn't believe it. If someone said the Gulo Street police station hadn't caught a single thief, they might have believed that. Lu Dahai's video call connected quickly. Old Song, show the chief and these station chiefs our results today. Got it. Old Song responded cheerfully. Their Gulo police station had apprehended 26 thieves this time, absolutely a triumph for the district bureau. Old Song approached the detention room and shone his light through the window's crack. The thieves didn't seem to notice Old Song filming them. Many of them were chatting away. Lu Dahai saw the footage and said to Chief Zhang. Old Zhang, take a look. Director Zhang looked at Lu Dahai with some confusion, but still took the phone. When Director Zhang saw the footage, his brow furrowed in surprise. This. The other station chiefs, seeing Director Zhang's astonished expression, immediately gathered around. They were eager to see what Lu Dahai was showing Director Zhang. When they saw the images on the phone, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Whoa! This. All thieves? The video on Lu Dahai's phone showed a detention cell, some squatting, some sitting on the floor, the entire room packed with inmates. Several station chiefs could even clearly hear some of the inmates' conversations. What a rotten day, got busted right after pulling off the heist. Ah! Don't even get me started. I've been operating in Gulo Pedestrian Street for 3 years and never got caught, and today I got busted by some young punk. Young guy? Wasn't the officer who arrested you named Lin Mo? Yeah, that's right, Lin Mo. Holy. Me too. That cop named Lin Mo, is he tall and skinny? Yep, that's the guy. Holy. He busted me too. Could it be we were all caught by this guy? The thieves started getting restless when they heard this. If you were arrested by Lin Mo, raise your hand. The result? Every single thief in the room raised their hand. Commissioner Zhang and several station chiefs overheard their conversation and exchanged stunned glances. All these thieves were caught by Lin Mo? Wasn't Lin Mo that scrawny rookie cop who ranked dead last? How could he have apprehended so many thieves single-handedly? They couldn't believe it was true. Old Lu, is this really true? Lu Dahai wore a look of pure satisfaction. These are real thieves, not fakes. No, I'm asking, did Lin Mo catch all these thieves? Of course. 26 thieves, all caught by him alone? Chief Zhang asked with an expression of utter disbelief. Of course, other officers assisted him. Lu Dahai replied. Whoa. Everyone gasped again. This Lin Mo is way too strong. Wasn't he always at the bottom of the class during evaluations at the police academy? How did he become so formidable after joining the force? Could it be he truly has a natural talent for catching criminals? Seeing Lu Dahai's proud expression, they were filled with both envy and jealousy. Just yesterday, Lu Dahai was still trying to swap new recruits with them. If only they'd agreed. Now they were filled with regret. Otherwise, those 26 thieves would have been under their precinct's jurisdiction. At that moment, they suddenly felt their assigned top-notch officers weren't so appealing anymore. If they tried to swap officers with Lu Dahai now, he'd probably fight tooth and nail. Sigh. Why didn't they have such good luck? Just then, Lu Dahai's phone suddenly rang. Everyone saw it was Lin Mo calling. Lu Dahai hurriedly answered. Old Lu, put it on speaker. Everyone was curious about Lin Mo, eager to hear what business he had with Old Lu. Old Lu proudly put the phone on speaker. Hey! Apprentice! When Lu Dahai called out to his apprentice, the joy in his heart was palpable. The other station chiefs were filled with envy. Master! I caught a knife rat. Need reinforcements. Lu Dahai, who had been smiling, suddenly grew serious upon hearing the words one-blade rat. He knew the one-cut rat's reputation well. Back when their old city district bureau's police station joined forces to hunt down the 7 rats of South City, he'd crossed paths with the one-cut rat himself. But one-cut rat was too cunning and treacherous. One of Lu Dahai's men had even been stabbed by him. Especially one-blade rat's hidden weapon, the flying dagger, still sent shivers down his spine just thinking about it. Ha! Wait a minute. What did Lin Mo just say? He captured one-blade rat? Lu Dahai snapped to attention, his face frozen in shock. Disciple, what did you say? You caught a knife rat? Yes, master. Hearing Lin Mo's reaffirmation, Lu Dahai urgently asked. Little Lin, are you hurt? Just a minor scratch, but I'm fine. Lin Mo felt deeply touched inside. His master's first concern upon hearing he'd captured a knife rat was whether he was hurt. It seemed he hadn't chosen the wrong master. Tell me where you are, I'm heading over now. Lu Dahai said anxiously. Master, hold on a moment. I found the one-blade rat's disciples, 34 thieves in total, holding a meeting here. Lin Mo then detailed the situation and relayed his location to Lu Dahai. Chapter 28, just to be safe, buy a bottle of iodine solution for disinfection. Commissioner Zhang took Lin Mo's report extremely seriously upon hearing it. After all, the southern city's 7 thieves had eluded capture for years despite their bureau's relentless pursuit. This time, they absolutely cannot let them escape again. You officers, mobilize immediately. Dispatch personnel from your respective precincts to support Lin Mo. The station chiefs all pulled out their phones to contact their officers. Though they usually joked around and teased Lu Dahai, when it came to serious matters, they dared not take it lightly. Chief Zhang simultaneously mobilized every officer in the precinct. Within 3 minutes, all 17 officers from the branch bureau were in position. They then loaded 6 SUVs and 2 buses and set off. 15 minutes. Officers from all local police stations had also assembled at their designated positions. Lin Mo had also joined forces with Tang Bing and the others. Shortly after, Chief Zhang and his team arrived swiftly. When Li Dahai saw the large bloodstain on Lin Mo's chest, his face darkened instantly. He cursed, "You bastard! Daring to hurt my disciple? You don't want to live anymore." Master, it's just a superficial wound. It's nothing serious now. Lin Mo hurriedly interjected. Director Zhang arrived just then. Seeing Lin Mo was unharmed, he said. Lin Mo, tell me what happened inside. Yes, Director Zhang. Lin Mo then briefed Director Zhang on the situation, including the escape route taken by those individuals. Good work. Director Zhang patted Lin Mo on the shoulder as he spoke. Then, Director Zhang began arranging the arrest operation. Xuanha Road, secure the rear exit. Golo Street, secure the right rear exit. Begin the operation. At Director Zhang's command, all police stations swiftly moved into position. Xuanha Road is in position. Huansing Road is in position. Once everyone was in position, Director Zhang addressed his subordinates behind him. Move out. His subordinates swiftly moved to the main entrance. Inside the house, the disciples of one knife rat were flaunting their stolen loot. Suddenly, one of the guards stationed at the door spotted something alarming. Police officers had appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! Cops! At the sound of this, chaos erupted instantly. Each scrambled to escape on their own. They all felt incredibly fortunate that their master had been so wise. Anticipating this day would come, he had already prepared an escape route for them. They began fleeing along different routes. But then, the first thief emerged through the back door, but before he could react, a police officer had already slapped handcuffs on him. Then the second. Then the third. One after another. These officers had never felt such exhilaration as they did today, catching thieves. Finally, one thief sensed something was wrong. He hurried back the way he came, fleeing toward another exit. But they were caught by officers on the other side. 5 minutes later, all the thieves were apprehended. 34 thieves in total, not a single one missing. Lin Mo scanned the area with his crime detection ability and confirmed not a single one had slipped through the net before he could finally relax. After handling matters here, Lu Dahai immediately drove the car, preparing to take Lin Mo to the hospital. "Master, I'm truly fine," Lin Mo said to Lu Dahai. "Shaolin, look at your clothes, they're practically soaked through with blood." No matter how much Lin Mo protested, Lu Dahai insisted on taking him to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital. After a thorough examination by the doctor, Lin Mo had only a small wound on his chest, nothing else was wrong. "You mean his wound is nothing?" Lu Dahai demanded incredulously of the doctor. "It was just a superficial scrape that's already healed. Doesn't it need treatment?" Lu Dahai remained unconvinced. "If you're still worried, just buy some iodine solution to disinfect it," the doctor suggested. "Let's go, master. I told you it was nothing," Lin Mo declared. But Lu Dahai wouldn't hear of it. He insisted Lin Mo be admitted to the hospital. Lin Mo couldn't persuade his master otherwise. Since he had nowhere to stay anyway, he finally agreed. The next day, Lu Dahai rushed over early in the morning to check on Lin Mo, only to find him exercising in the garden downstairs. He hurriedly pulled Lin Mo back into the hospital room. "Disciple, I'm giving you the day off. Stay put in the hospital today." "Master, but the doctor said I'm fine." Lin Mo had now captured one of the 7 rats of South City. He planned to extract information about the others from the whirlwind rat. "Listen to your master, you won't regret it." "But master, we're in the middle of a thief-catching contest right now. You caught 61 thieves in one day, that's more than enough." Lu Dahai couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he recalled the thief Lin Mo had caught yesterday. "But master." "No buts about it. By the way, Lin Mo, you can't get out of bed this morning, understand? And try to keep talking to a minimum." Hearing Lu Dahai say this, Lin Mo was instantly baffled. Still, he agreed to Lu Dahai's request. At 9 a.m., Director Zhang arrived bearing a bouquet of flowers and fruit to visit Lin Mo. Director Zhang showered Lin Mo with praise. Lu Dahai felt overjoyed inside. "Director Zhang, considering the significant contribution Lin Mo made to our bureau and the injuries he sustained, is there any possibility he could receive a third-class merit award?" Director Zhang paused, then addressed Lu Dahai. "Go back and write me a report. I'll submit it to higher-ups. Taking down an entire gang of thieves in one fell swoop deserves a third-class merit award." Hearing this, Lu Dahai immediately broke into a delighted smile. Lin Mo finally understood why his mentor had insisted he stay hospitalized. As a police officer, he naturally craved such honors. Besides, every time he earned an honor, the system would reward him with honor points, which he could use for lottery draws. And if he could draw an A-level wanted criminal, that would be a surefire second-class merit award. The thought made Lin Mo chuckle to himself. After Chief Zhang left, the chiefs from other police stations arrived. Lu Dahai stood before them, basking in the glory of his triumph. They all envied Lu Dahai what incredible luck he had, getting such a talented apprentice as Lin Mo, catching 61 thieves in a single day. Such a record would rank nationally. "Guys, once this thief-catching competition wraps up, I'll treat you all to a proper drink," Lu Dahai declared with his usual generosity. Just then, 2 middle-aged men in uniforms approached. Lu Dahai recognized one of them instantly. "Chief Feng. What brings you here?" Commissioner Feng was the head of the Liangcheng Bureau. "Can't I come see our people's hero?" Director Feng said with a smile. Of course. Absolutely." Lu Dahai was truly honored today. Even Director Feng from the General Administration had come to see his apprentice, Lin Mo. Director Feng offered Lin Mo a few words of encouragement and told him to focus on recovering. Lin Mo felt a bit awkward. His injury was merely a superficial scrape, and it had already healed by yesterday. "Lin Mo, allow me to introduce you to Inspector Zhao from the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit." Chapter 29, Poaching Talent. "Lin Mo, allow me to introduce you to Inspector Zhao from the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit." Lin Mo heard this and was suddenly puzzled. He didn't recall knowing anyone from the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit. At that moment, Lu Dahai was the first to catch on. The A-level fugitive Luo Ping, whom Lin Mo had apprehended 2 days prior, was precisely the case their Nanling City Major Crimes Unit had been handling all along. "Comrade Lin Mo, on behalf of the Nanling City Task Force handling the Luo Ping case, I extend our deepest gratitude to you." Hearing Inspector Zhao's words, Lin Mo instantly understood. It turned out that because he had apprehended the wanted criminal Luo Ping, he had previously heard from Lu Dahai that the case involving Luo Ping was under the jurisdiction of Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit. These are all specialties of Nanling City, a small token of our appreciation. Inspector Zhao then instructed an officer to place the items by Lin Mo's bedside, a large pile of bags and packages. Inspector Zhao, you're too kind. It was no trouble at all. Though Lin Mo's words were meant to be humble, Inspector Zhao felt nothing but embarrassment upon hearing them. Their Major Crimes Unit had spent a year hunting down the wanted criminal Luo Ping, launching multiple raids without success, yet Lin Mo had taken him down effortlessly. This was a truly resounding slap in the face. Commissioner Feng seemed to sense Inspector Zhao's inner awkwardness and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Mo, take good care of your injuries and keep up the good work. Yes, Chief Feng. Director Feng and Inspector Zhao exchanged a few more polite words with Lin Mo. As they were about to leave, Inspector Zhao turned to Lin Mo with a serious expression. Lin Mo, I'd like to invite you to join our Nanling City Major Crimes Unit. Would you be interested? Ha? Lin Mo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Inspector Zhao to directly invite him to join the Major Crimes Unit. This was like manna from heaven. He hesitated for a moment. Just yesterday, he had mapped out his plan. Once he honed his skills, he would apply to join the Major Crimes Unit and take down criminals who posed greater threats to the nation and its people. Yet now, barely a day later, the Nanling City Major Crimes Unit was inviting him to join. This happiness came far too suddenly. It left him flustered. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai was so furious he wanted to beat Inspector Zhao senseless. He had finally found such an outstanding apprentice. Inspector Zhao was poaching his talent right in front of him. How dare he show such disrespect? If Director Feng hadn't been present, he wouldn't have cared about your Major Crimes Unit. But Lu Dahai quickly regained his composure. As the saying goes, water flows downhill and people strive upward. An officer like Lin Mo, who had achieved such remarkable feats, truly deserved a place in the Major Crimes Unit. It was far more fitting than being stuck as a beat cop in this fourth-tier small city. This thought left Lu Dahai feeling a bit downcast. He hadn't expected his mentor-apprentice relationship with Lin Mo to end so soon. Thank you for your kind offer, Inspector Zhao, Lin Mo replied. I've only just graduated from the police academy. My skills and experience are still lacking. For now, being a regular patrol officer suits me better. Once I've gained the necessary abilities, I'll strive to earn my way into the unit through my own efforts. After speaking, Lin Mo couldn't help but glance back at Lu Dahai. Truthfully, though he'd only known Lu Dahai for 3 days, the orphan young man had sensed a glimmer of paternal affection in him. Moreover, he truly lacked experience. Now was not the time to join the Major Crimes Unit. Hearing this, Lu Dahai felt a sudden pang of emotion welling up in his throat. He couldn't help but think to himself. At least I didn't raise you for nothing, kid. Inspector Zhao didn't get angry when he heard Lin Mo's words. Instead, he admired him even more. This showed that Lin Mo hadn't let himself be swept away by immense temptation. He could clearly see his own limitations, a rare quality indeed. Very well. I won't force the issue. Should you ever wish to join, the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit will always welcome you. Inspector Zhao said approvingly. Here is the badge of justice for our Nanling City Major Crimes Unit. I'm giving it to you as a reward for your actions. Thank you, Inspector Zhao. Lin Mo accepted the golden badge, engraved with a resolute fist, a symbol of relentless pursuit against crime. Lin Mo was very pleased with it. After Inspector Zhao and Chief Feng departed, Lu Dahai slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and said, You little punk, not bad, heh. Master, please let me leave the hospital. Tang and the others are out there busting their butts catching thieves. Lying here is just boring. Alright, everyone who needed to come has arrived anyway. It's noon now, I'll take you out for a nice meal to help you recover. Thanks, Master. Lin Mo replied, his long-buried familial affection stirred to life in that moment. At noon, Lu Dahai treated Lin Mo to 7 or 8 hearty dishes. Lin Mo ate until he was stuffed, yet still couldn't finish it all. Finally, Lu Dahai simply ordered a few more dishes to pack up and take back to the clubhouse. Back at the Gulu police station, the support staff were swamped with work. Yesterday, Lin Mo apprehended 26 thieves, and they needed to interrogate them and take statements. Had they not transferred all 34 members of the One Knife Rat gang to the Old Town precinct last night, the station would likely be completely overwhelmed. Just then, the busy old song spotted Lu Dahai and Lin Mo returning and immediately greeted them with a broad smile. Our heroes are back. Lu Dahai set the food he'd brought down on the table and said to Old Song. Old Song, I brought back some food. Get the brothers over here. Old Song looked at all the delicious food and exclaimed happily. Goodness. Thank you so much, Chief. The guys have been working all morning and are starving. You've worked hard. Hurry and call the guys over to eat. Soon after, Old Song gathered everyone around. Seeing the table laden with delicious dishes, everyone's stomachs started growling. Stop staring and dig in. Thanks, Chief. It's been ages since we've had such a feast. Ha. They all knew deep down that this was all thanks to Lin Mo. Shaolin, take a break. I'll go write your commendation report. Today, Lu Dehai had finally managed to secure an application for a third-class merit award for Lin Mo from director Zhang. You have to strike while the iron's hot. Lin Mo didn't rest, instead heading straight to the room where the whirlwind rat was being held. Spinning Rat glared at Lin Mo as he entered. You've got some nerve, kid. You actually managed to arrest my sixth brother. Just luck. Lin Mo replied with a smile. In that case, you should honor your promise and tell me where the others are. Whirlwind Rat hesitated immediately. Now that they'd already brought in Knife Hand Rat, he certainly didn't want to drag his other brothers into trouble too. As the saying goes, even thieves have their code. In the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Betraying his sworn brothers would be a grave violation of that code. Seeing him waver, Lin Mo spoke calmly. Whirlwind Rat, don't you want your brothers to capture me and avenge you? Chapter 30, Mindset Collapsing. Lin Mo's provocation worked like a charm. He coaxed information out of Whirlwind Rat about the fifth of the 7 rats of South City, the seductress rat. Since mice typically hunted at night, he felt no urgency. Lin Mo gave Lu Dehai a quick heads up. Master, I'm heading out with Sister Tang to patrol the streets. Alright. Contact me anytime if you need help. Lu Dehai replied. Got it, Master. Lin Mo then called Tang Bing to ask for her location. Southeast pedestrian street of Gulu. Zhang Daolong was fuming, panting heavily. Master, didn't you say yesterday? The thieves in Gulu pedestrian street are extremely cunning, we absolutely must be patient. Ma Xiaochuan tried to reason with him. Today, his master, for some reason, spotted a thief and charged straight at them. The result? Those crafty thieves turned and vanished into the narrow alleys. No matter how thoroughly they searched those alleys, master and apprentice couldn't find a trace. Since breakfast, they'd been patrolling non-stop without a moment's rest. Yet not a single thief had been caught. Zhang Daolong spat angrily on the ground, his mouth nearly parched dry. Damn it, these thieves were like loaches. Once they slipped into the alleys, they vanished without a trace. The reason Zhang Daolong was so agitated today was because Lin Mo had thoroughly humiliated him yesterday. Lin Mo had apprehended 61 thieves in a single day, including one blade rat, one of the leaders of the southern city's 7 rats. But he? Not a single thief caught. His mental state was crumbling. Lin Mo made catching thieves look like child's play, but damn it, why was it so damn hard for him? The more outstanding Lin Mo became, the deeper Zhang Daolong's anguish grew. He knew well the age-old saying, beauty belongs with heroes. If Lin Mo became the hero, then Tang Bing would be. At that thought, Zhang Daolong's competitive spirit flared up instantly. No! He had to prove he was better than Lin Mo. Xiaochuan, let's go, we're continuing. But master, I'm nearly fainting from hunger. Why don't we grab some lunch first? You didn't catch the thief, and you still have the nerve to eat? Zhang Daolong was now consumed by impatience. Today, no matter what, he had to catch a thief. He couldn't let Tang Bing look down on him. Northwest pedestrian street of Gulu. Lin Mo and Tang Bing had been reunited for an hour already. Lin Mo had caught 2 thieves. Sis Tang, what's up today? Why are there so few thieves? Tang Bing shot him a disapproving look. This guy really is never satisfied, catching 2 thieves in an hour and still complaining it's too few. Just think, it took me the entire morning to catch just 1 thief. Comparing yourself to others is enough to drive you crazy. Yesterday we caught 26 thieves on this street. We made such a big commotion that those thieves probably won't dare come here anymore. Lin Mo suddenly understood. Sis Tang, how about we switch to another pedestrian street? This pace is too slow, we won't catch many thieves before dark. Hearing Lin Mo say this, Tang Bing felt a pang of shame. If Zhang Daolong heard that remark, his temper would absolutely explode. I'll check in with Li Jianhua's team. Then, Tang Bing called Li Jianhua. Jianhua, how's your street looking? Don't even mention it. Those thieves must have been scared off by Brother Lin's bold move yesterday. They haven't dared show their faces today. We haven't caught a single thief since this morning. Lin Mo and I are heading over. Let's work together. Great. I've been wanting to see how Brother Lin catches thieves. Li Jianhua was thrilled. 10 minutes later. Lin Mo, Tang Bing, Li Jianhua, and Zhang Ji gathered together. Spotting Lin Mo, Li Jianhua threw his arms around his neck and exclaimed. Lin, how are we gonna catch these thieves? Today, Zhang Ji and I are counting on you. If you can help us nab 2 thieves, I'll treat us to dinner tonight. Brotherly, Sister Tang is the captain of our 3rd squad. Lin Mo retorted. Tang Bing teased Li Jianhua. You really underestimate your Lin brother. Lin, you wouldn't actually expect us to catch 26, would you? Had ha. Li Jianhua exclaimed excitedly. At least 10 is the bare minimum. Tang Bing declared proudly. If it's 10, Jianhua and I will cover all our squad's late-night snacks this month. Zhang Ji chimed in. Alright, it's settled. Lin Mo, show them what you've got. Just as the group was bantering together, a sudden voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, Sin Detection has identified a criminal with a sin value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo detected through his sense that the thief was 10 meters behind him. The area was packed with people, making it impossible for him to spot the target. Lin Mo glanced around and noticed that the location was precisely a small crossroads. Such a location made apprehension extremely difficult. If the thief sensed something was wrong, his escape route would be unpredictable. Sister Tang, I've spotted a thief. The three of them immediately stopped talking and grew serious. Where? Lin Mo then pinpointed the thief's location. Brother Lin, how did you spot him from so far away? You're not pulling our leg, are you? Li Jianhua, what are you saying? Listen to Lin Mo. Tang Bing cut in immediately. While others might not know Lin Mo's capabilities, she had spent the entire previous day catching thieves with him and was well aware of his skills. If Lin Mo says there's a thief, there absolutely is one. Seeing Tang Bing's slight irritation, Li Jianhua quickly chimed in with a forced smile. I was just joking with Brother Lin. Tang Bing quickly gave orders. This isn't the time for jokes. Li Jianhua, you take the right intersection. Zhang Ji, you take the left. I'll go across the street. Lin Mo, start the operation once you see us in position. Got it. Got it. The others responded in unison before moving into position. They all understood that once a thief was spotted, they had to apprehend him quickly. Otherwise, once he got away with the goods, he'd be gone for good. They quickly took their positions. Then Lin Mo sprang into action. Fortunately, the thief hadn't left yet but was scouting for a new target. Spotting a woman pushing a baby stroller, he flashed a wicked grin and hurried after her. Just as he was about to snatch her purse, he suddenly sensed something was off. Glancing to his left, he immediately spotted Zhang Ji. He knew Zhang Ji's identity. He spun around instantly and retreated down the small path to the right. Seeing the thief try to escape, Lin Mo shouted urgently. Freeze! I'm the police! Li Jianhua and the others, alerted by Lin Mo, instantly zeroed in on the fleeing thief. As luck would have it, the thief, preoccupied with looking behind him, collided head-on into Li Jianhua's arms. Li Jianhua executed a swift takedown, instantly subduing the suspect. Catching the thief, Li Jianhua was overjoyed. Today, he finally hadn't come up empty-handed. But just then, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind once more. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 100 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. Chapter 31, Do I Need Your Comfort? The fiery sunset painted the sky crimson, and the earth followed suit, turning entirely red. The crowds on Gulu Pedestrian Street began to thin out. From the western parking lot of Gulu Square, bursts of laughter echoed. Brother Lin, what's for dinner tonight? My treat. The speaker, Li Jianhua, was over the moon today. Lin Mo certainly didn't disappoint him. In just 3 hours, Lin Mo had led him and Zhang Ji to catch a total of 18 thieves. Such an achievement was simply unmatched. He decided right then and there to stick close to this powerful ally. He wouldn't let go. Li Jianhua, didn't you say there were no thieves on the streets today? How come Lin Mo caught 18 the moment he stepped in? Tang Bing teased. My mortal eyes can't compare to Brother Lin's eagle vision. Captain Tang, from now on I'll team up with Brother Lin to catch thieves. That kid Zhang Ji always holds me back. Zhang Ji blurted out upon hearing this. Captain Tang, I want to team up with Brother Lin too. Lin Mo, standing nearby, remained silent, instead scheming about what excuse he could use to catch that seductive rat later. Just as Tang Bing and the others were chatting and laughing, Zhang Dalong returned with his head hanging low. Li Jianhua hurried over and said to Zhang Dalong. Brother Zhang, how did your squad do today? Ah, don't even ask. Ma Xiaochuan, standing beside Zhang Dalong, sighed helplessly. We didn't catch a single thief today? My master and I have been patrolling since morning, skipping lunch, and still not a single thief caught. Ma Xiaochuan said with a sour expression. Zhang Dalong felt utterly humiliated, not a single thief caught in an entire day. He'd been hoping to impress Tang Bing. Old Zhang, you're such a disgrace. Didn't catch a single thief yesterday afternoon, and today you've caught none all day. Niu Taijun from Team 2 remarked. Zhang Dalong glanced at Tang Bing and felt his face flush. Being called out like this in front of the person he liked was utterly humiliating. He snapped back at Niu Taijun, his voice tinged with irritation. Big head, how many thieves did your squad catch? 2. He. Niu Taijun declared with pride. Only 2. Tomorrow, our Team 1 will definitely surpass you. Zhang Dalong retorted defiantly. Brother Zhang, keep up the good work. Li Jianhua chuckled as he slapped him on the shoulder. Zhang Dalong brushed him off. As the undisputed king of thief catching, did he really need consolation from a police officer who couldn't hold a candle to him? Li Jianhua, how many thieves have you caught? Do I need your consolation? Li Jianhua chuckled. Not many, just 18. 18? Ha! You still know how to brag. Zhang Dalong looked utterly skeptical. Li Jianhua was notorious in their station for his smooth-talking ways, but his ability to catch thieves was notoriously poor. Don't believe me? Ask Big Head. He saw it with his own eyes. I can vouch for it. Niu Taijun chimed in. Zhang Dalong watched them singing in unison and sneered coldly. You two make a fine pair when it comes to performing comedy routines together. Seeing Zhang Dalong still didn't believe them, Li Jianhua pulled open the van behind him. Clatter! The van doors swung open, revealing 2 rows of handcuffed thieves inside. Holy crap! What's going on? Yesterday, Lin Mo caught 26 thieves all by himself. How come there's another full van today? How is that even possible? Zhang Dalong looked utterly stunned before turning to Tang Bing and exclaiming. Junior sister Tang Bing, did Li Jianhua really catch these? Tang Bing pursed her lips and said. To be precise, Lin Mo discovered them and our entire squad apprehended them together. Your squad managed to catch 18 thieves? Zhang Dalong couldn't believe it. Lin Mo again? How on earth did he catch so many thieves? Add the one I caught this morning and the 2 Lin Mo caught earlier, that makes 21 in total. Whoa! Zhang Dalong was at a loss for words. Remember, during the last theft busting competition, the entire Gulu police station only caught 18 thieves in a whole month. Now look at this. Their third squad nabbed 61 thieves on the very first day. On the second day, they nabbed another 21. Add to that the 2 thieves caught by Team 2's Nyo Taijun. In just 2 days, their entire station nabbed 84 thieves. And he hasn't caught a single one. This was devastating. At that moment, Zhang Dalong wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Back then, he had looked down on Lin Mo, only for the other to completely outclass him. If things kept going like this, he'd have absolutely no chance of winning over his junior sister Tang Bing. Zhang Dalong stood frozen in place, wishing this were all just a dream. But a cold wind blew past, and he distinctly felt its chill against his skin. Hey, Zhang Dalong, what are you spacing out for? The chief wants us to pack up and head back. Nyo Taijun shouted at him. Gulo Street Police Station. Chief's office. Lu Dahai sat at his desk, pulled out his phone, and posted in the WeChat group. Lu Dahai, Chief Shang, our station's holding cell is overflowing with thieves. We need backup. Chief Shang, what's the situation, old Lu? Lu Dahai, we caught 21 thieves today. Director Zhang, really? Lu Dahai, absolutely. Guanqing Road Station Chief, holy crap. Old Lu, your Gulo station has gone nuts. Xuanha Road Station Chief, damn. Old Lu, you're on fire. Westflow Road Station Chief, our station only caught 3 thieves today, and you guys nabbed 21? Can you spare me a few? Old Lu looked at the WeChat group chat, seeing the envy in every station chief's eyes, and felt deeply satisfied. His station had consistently ranked last for years, and he'd been bottling up frustration for 3 whole years. The moment Lin Mo reported for duty, it all finally erupted. And this outburst seemed particularly fierce. 84 thieves apprehended in just 2 days, a solid first place. This sudden surge of success felt almost too overwhelming to accept. Yesterday, Lu Dahai had even laughed himself awake in his sleep. Just as Lu Dahai was lost in his satisfied daydreams, Director Zhang called. Hey, old Zhang. What's up? Lu Dahai was feeling a bit cocky now, skipping the formalities and calling him old Zhang straight away. Old Lu, did your station really nab 21 thieves today? Director Zhang asked, still sounding skeptical. Would I lie to you? Want to video chat and prove it? No need for that, heh. Director Zhang chuckled happily. Oh, and old Lu, I've already submitted your recommendation for third-class merit for Lin Mo. It should be a sure thing. Really? Thanks, old Zhang. Once it's done, we'll have a drink together. 3 years. You haven't invited me for a drink in ages. This is the Lu Dahai I first knew. Director Zhang was genuinely happy for Lu Dahai, who had finally overcome his inner demons. Boss, if you were the station chief and ranked dead last in evaluations year after year, could you still smile? Chapter 32, The Little Rich Girl. Director Zhang and Lu Dahai chatted aimlessly for a while. Then they got back to business. Old Lu, temporarily transfer the new thief your station arrested to Xuanha Road Police Station. I'll handle the arrangements later. Old Town Night Paris Bar. This was Lin Mo's first time in such an establishment, and he'd even changed into a white shirt and jeans for the occasion. Though he thought he looked decent, compared to the wildly dressed patrons inside, he practically blended in with the bar staff. But since he was already here, he couldn't very well go back to change. Besides, he didn't own anything like the clothes these people were wearing. After stepping inside the bar, Lin Mo scanned the area with his sin sense, but found no trace of the rat-browed man he was seeking. He checked the time, it was still early. Whirlwind Rat had told him Eyebrow Rat usually appeared around 11 p.m. Since he was already here, he might as well wait a while. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt a bit lost, unsure what to do. Should he stand? Or sit? Just as he felt a bit at a loss, a waiter approached. He addressed Lin Mo. Hey, first time here? Yeah. Lin Mo didn't know how the waiter knew it was his first time at a place like this, but he nodded anyway. Let me explain how it works here. We have regular tables and private booths. Regular tables run around 500 yuan, while private booths are about 2,000 yuan. Lin Mo was instantly shocked. He hadn't expected the bar to be so expensive. This made him hesitate. He'd just started his new job and only had 300 yuan in his pocket. Not even enough for the most basic open table. Although Whirlwind Rat had only given him an address and hadn't mentioned anything about Meishu's specific situation, Lin Mo deduced that Meishu, stealing in such a place, must be specifically targeting wealthy individuals. Therefore, to attract Meishu, he had to appear extremely wealthy. He immediately decided to take a booth in the corner. When it came time to pay, Lin Mo made an excuse to use the restroom first. Lin Mo went to the restroom, then opened WeChat to ask his former classmates for money. It seemed they had just started working and had no money at all. His only option was to ask his current co-workers. He scrolled through his contacts. Currently, he only had Lao Song, Li Jianhua, Tang Bing, and Lu Dahai on WeChat. Old Song had a family to support. He might not have any money either. He directly dialed Li Jianhua's WeChat voice call. The voice call connected quickly. Lin, where've you been? I've been waiting for you at the station for late night snacks. Broly, I'm out running some errands. Might be back late. Ha! Where are you? It sounds so noisy. Lin Mo hurriedly shut the bathroom door and said, Brotherly, I've got something I need your help with. Lin, we're brothers. No need for formalities, just say what you need. If it's something I, Li Jianhua, can help with, I'll do it without hesitation. Could you lend me 2,000 yuan? Lin Mo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was the first time he'd ever borrowed money, and it was truly hard to bring up. But to catch Meishu, he had no choice but to ask for help. Money? No problem. I'll transfer it to your WeChat later. Thanks a ton, brotherly. I'll pay you back as soon as I get my paycheck. After hanging up, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief. What Lin Mo didn't know was that Li Jianhua was also living paycheck to paycheck. He didn't have any money to spare. Even the money he used to treat everyone to dinner tonight had been borrowed from his family. But Li Jianhua valued loyalty. After all, Lin Mo had helped him catch that thief today. How could he possibly refuse him? So he sought out Tang Bing. Tang, beautiful. What's up? Tang Bing knew immediately that nothing good could come of Li Jianhua calling her like that. That was the lesson she'd learned over the past 3 years. Can you lend me 3,000 yuan? You make 4,500 a month. Where does it all go? Hey, Tang, can't you cut me some slack? Li Jianhua whined, knowing full well that Tang Bing was a little rich girl. Once when borrowing money from her, he accidentally saw her WeChat balance of full 7 figures. You've asked me for money at least 10 times this year. No way. Tang Bing flatly refused. Is it really that much? Li Jianhua said incredulously. If you don't believe me, check the records yourself. Lin Mo was still waiting for the money. He didn't have time to check the records. Miss Tang, this time it wasn't me borrowing the money, it was brother Lin. He's a new guy just starting his job, and he needs to rent a place. Lin Mo borrowed money? Tang Bing asked doubtfully. Don't believe me? Check the call records. Li Jianhua showed Tang Bing their recent call history. Tang Bing recalled Lin Mo mentioning a couple days ago that he still hadn't found a place to live. He must have borrowed money for rent. I'll transfer it to him right now. Tang Bing said to Li Jianhua. No, transfer it to me first, then I'll send it to him. Li Jianhua wanted Tang Bing to transfer it to him because Lin Mo had only borrowed 2,000, while he had borrowed 3,000 from Tang Bing. That way, he could use 1,000 himself. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Tang Bing stared at Li Jianhua and said. No, no. Tang Bing ignored Li Jianhua and opened WeChat directly, transferring 5,000 yuan to Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo needed money for rent and living expenses, so Tang Bing decided to send him a little extra. Lin Mo was growing impatient waiting in the bathroom. Just as he hesitated over whether to send Li Jianhua another WeChat message, Tang Bing suddenly transferred him 5,000 yuan. Lin Mo was completely baffled. Just then, Li Jianhua sent him a WeChat message saying that Tang Bing would transfer the money to him. Lin Mo simply replied with an OK. Without giving it much thought, he accepted the money. With the money in hand, Lin Mo instantly felt more confident. He walked over to the booth and transferred the money. The waiter promptly brought over several bottles of imported liquor. Sitting alone was boring, so Lin Mo opened his WeChat app to send a thank you message to Tang Bing. Just then, a scantily clad, drunken beauty stumbled and collapsed directly onto Lin Mo. Lin Mo's finger accidentally hit the video call button. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. Tonight's shift was covered by Team 3. Captain Tang, what do you think of the new guy, Lin Mo? Zhang Ji asked Tang Bing. Before Tang Bing could respond, Li Jianhua piped up first. Brother Lin is absolutely awesome. Our station will be relying on him from now on. Li Jianhua, could you please shut up? I didn't ask you. Whether you ask me or not, Brother Lin is still the best. Zhang Ji had no choice but to cover Li Jianhua's mouth. Then he turned his gaze to Tang Bing. Tang Bing spoke slowly. Lin Mo. I feel he's an upright, responsible, dedicated, and deeply loyal person. What about his approach to relationships? Zhang Ji pressed further. He's loyal, not flighty. He values inner qualities over superficial things like a woman's figure or looks, unlike those shallow people. As Tang Bing spoke, her WeChat video call suddenly rang. She saw it was Lin Mo. She quickly smoothed a stray strand of hair from her forehead before tapping to answer. But the scene on the screen left her utterly stunned. Chapter 33, Appearing as the Prey. Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua saw Tang Bing staring dumbfounded at her phone. They curiously leaned in closer. What they saw was shocking. The video on the phone was utterly shocking. A woman dressed provocatively and revealingly was grinding against Lin Mo's body. Her massive breasts were squashed out of shape. Holy! This is way too intense. Li Jianhua exclaimed with his mouth agape. Zhang Ji beside him was also staring in disbelief. This is utterly indecent. Zhang Ji said this, but his eyes were glued to the phone screen, refusing to look away. Tang Bing's face alternated between crimson and ashen. Just moments ago, he had praised Lin Mo for being devoted, not a womanizer, valuing inner qualities over a woman's figure or looks, a man above such vulgar concerns. Yet the very next moment, he pulled a stunningly curvaceous beauty into his arms. The image shattered her perception of Lin Mo. She clenched her teeth in fury. How could she have held Lin Mo in such high regard? Never did she imagine he was this kind of person. He had utterly shattered her heart. Tang Bing grew angrier by the second and abruptly ended the video call. Hey! Captain Tang, why did you hang up? Li Jianhua complained indignantly. Tang Bing shot him a withering glare, leaving Li Jianhua too scared to even breathe. Li Jianhua, didn't you say Lin Mo borrowed money to pay rent? Li Jianhua, scolded, didn't even dare to look at Tang Bing. Sis Tang, I had no idea brother Lin was borrowing money to chase girls. Oomph. Tang Bing slammed her phone down on the table and stormed out. She was furious. She thought Lin Mo was an upright person, but never imagined he'd be like this. And here she was, worried he couldn't afford rent or food, so she even transferred him extra money. But who knew that despicable Lin Mo would take the money to pick up girls at the bar? Li Jianhua watched Tang Bing leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This Lin guy really crossed the line, borrowing money to pick up girls. Jianhua, how old do you think that beauty Lin Mo is holding is? Zhang Ji asked with a lecherous grin. Li Jianhua perked up at the question. From what I can tell, at least a C cup. Bull, at least a D. C. D. Just as the two were arguing, Tang Bing came back again. What are you two doing? Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji hurriedly asked. Nothing. Nothing. Let's go on patrol. Tang Bing's face was set in a grim expression as she spoke. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji hurried away, chatting as they walked. Captain Tang's so furious, could it be he's got a thing for Lin Mo? Ha! Come to think of it, why else would she be so furious? Just then, Zhang Dalong, who had just returned from patrol outside, overheard their muttering and asked curiously. Li Jianhua, what are you two talking about? Li Jianhua then recounted the situation to Zhang Dalong, though he omitted any mention of Tang Bing harboring feelings for Lin Mo. Because everyone in the entire station knew that Zhang Dalong had always had a crush on Tang Bing. Hearing Li Jianhua's account, Zhang Dalong's mind raced. This could be his chance to turn the tables. He gave the two a quick nod and hurried off to the chief's office. Lu Dahai was happily processing documents when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. Zhang Dalong entered, glanced around, closed the door, then approached Lu Dahai and whispered. Chief, I need to report something. Some officers in our station have questionable conduct, which is seriously damaging our police image. Inside the night Paris bar. Lin Mo pushed away the drunk woman. What are you doing? Startled by Lin Mo's sharp rebuke, the woman opened her eyes. After a moment of disorientation, she realized he wasn't someone she knew. She hurriedly said. Sorry, handsome, I mistook you for someone else. Then, the woman staggered away, leaving Lin Mo utterly speechless inside. Just as he was about to unlock his phone, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind from the system. System, sin detection has identified a criminal with a sin value of 200. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that seductive rat? But Lin Mo couldn't be certain. He looked up toward the direction indicated by the system alert. A diverse crowd stood there, and he couldn't identify the criminal matching the system's description. Lin Mo then sat facing the entrance. This way, he could pretend to drink while observing that direction. By tracking the flow of people and cross-referencing it with the system's crime detection coordinates, he quickly zeroed in on one individual. He discovered the system had flagged a criminal, a woman dressed in an incredibly provocative outfit. Standing about 5 feet 9 inches, she possessed a curvaceous figure accentuated by a form-fitting skirt that revealed a glimpse of snow-white skin at the chest. For some reason, Lin Mo swallowed hard. He hastily picked up a glass of water and downed it in one gulp, dousing the small flame of desire burning within him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With a thief like this, any man would fall for it. Lin Mo's reaction didn't escape the sexy beauty's notice either. Booth. Fine wine. One person. This was precisely her target. She made no attempt to conceal her intentions as she strode directly toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't look at her, instead focusing on the fluctuations in the criminal's aura detected by his sin-sensing ability. The flickering red dots slowly drew nearer. Lin Mo suppressed the excitement surging within him. He never imagined he could lure the other party so effortlessly. Fortunately, he had enhanced his intellect through the system. Otherwise, with his previous level of intelligence, he would never have conceived of such a method. This was the essence of the hunt. To catch the prey, one must become the prey. "Hi, handsome, are you alone?" the other person asked softly. Lin Mo lifted his head, glanced at the other person, then nodded. "Mind if we join you for a drink?" "Sure." Lin Mo didn't waste words, afraid that talking too much might give him away. After all, too many words lead to mistakes. The beauty sat down without hesitation, deliberately positioning her thigh toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced over casually and immediately found himself swallowing hard again. His little gestures were instantly spotted by the beauty. The beauty inwardly sneered. Another fish about to take the bait, hee hee. But seeing how stiff he was, he might actually be the real deal, a bargain for her. Lin Mo, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. He was considering whether to just subdue her and take her away. But he'd just witnessed someone causing trouble being carried away by a group of security guards, and that made him hesitate. After all, this was their turf. What if the bar staff mistook him for interfering while apprehending a criminal? And if the suspect took advantage of the chaos to escape? Catching them later would be incredibly difficult. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly remembered an item in his system store, the 1,000 cups without drunkenness capsule. He immediately redeemed one. Chapter 34, Picking Up Girls lands him at the police station. "Hey, handsome, come have a drink with us." The beauty cooed sweetly. Lin Mo didn't hold back. Now that he'd taken the system's 1,000 cups without drunkenness capsule, a little alcohol was no big deal for him. Lin Mo picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp without hesitation. Seeing Lin Mo's boldness, the beauty was delighted. She was certain someone who drank like that wouldn't last 10 minutes before she could get him drunk. She usually held her liquor well, and she'd taken some hangover prevention medicine before coming. With this kind of Western liquor, she could easily down 3 bottles without breaking a sweat. "What's your name, beautiful?" Lin Mo inquired. "Everyone calls me Xiao Mei. My name is Lin Mo. What's your full name?" Seeing Lin Mo so straightforward, the beauty realized that being evasive might only make him uncomfortable. To reel in this big fish, she pulled out her ID and showed it to him. "My name is Jia Xiaomei." Lin Mo felt a surge of delight. She really was a charmer. Xiaomei. What a lovely name. Let's have a drink. Lin Mo was all action, no words. He downed 6 shots with the vixen in quick succession. Now 2 bottles down, Lin Mo deliberately feigned drunkenness. Seeing this, Meishu was overjoyed. But inwardly, she couldn't help but grumble. This handsome guy is really timid. He clearly has feelings for me. Yet he dares not make a move on me. If it were those old perverts, they'd have made their move long ago. Looks like she really hit the jackpot this time. Since Lin Mo wasn't making a move, Meishu took the initiative and slid closer. She deliberately pressed her body against Lin Mo's. He felt slightly uncomfortable and instinctively shifted aside. Meishu frequented bars daily and had seen all kinds of people, but someone like Lin Mo who came to a bar without venting his desires was a first for her. This only fueled her desire to conquer him even more. "Xiaomei, let's drink." Seeing Lin Mo drinking with her again, Xiaomei slowly leaned close to his ear and whispered seductively, "Handsome, is drinking really all you're interested in? Don't you want to do something else?" "Do something else?" Lin Mo instantly understood what Meishu meant. After all, he was a young man in the prime of his life. Teased by a sexy, fiery beauty, his little nest grew restless. Lin Mo quickly downed a glass of wine to quell his rising desire, reminding himself that he was a people's police officer and she was a criminal. A criminal cloaked in beauty. He must bring her to justice. Lin Mo steadied his mind and then addressed Meishu. "Right now, I just want to drink." Xiaomei heard this and thought it suited her perfectly. Once she got him drunk, she could do whatever she wanted with him back at the hotel. Oh, and she'd slip away with a few $1,000 too. Perfect ending to the night. With that thought, she grabbed a bottle of liquor and declared to Lin Mo. "Here, using glasses is too slow. Let's drink straight from the bottle." Lin Mo grabbed a bottle and started drinking directly from it with her. They each downed 2 more bottles, emptying all 6 bottles of liquor on the table. Lin Mo stole a glance at her and realized she wasn't even close to being drunk. So Lin Mo called the waiter over and ordered 2 bottles of stronger imported liquor. But such potent spirits came at a steep price. 2 bottles set him back a whopping 2,800 yuan. Luckily, Tang Bing had transferred him 5,000 yuan, otherwise, he wouldn't have had enough cash. Seeing Lin Mo spend 2,800 yuan on 2 bottles of liquor without batting an eye, Meishu knew she'd stumbled upon a big spender today. Maybe she could make a killing tonight. So Meishu forgot she'd already downed 3 bottles of liquor. She got carried away and started drinking with Lin Mo. 5 minutes later, Meishu was successfully drunk. Lin Mo finally felt at ease. He then helped Meishu out of the night Paris bar. The moment he stepped outside the bar entrance, Lin Mo heard the system's voice in his mind. System, Sin detection has identified a criminal with a Sin value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo immediately checked the criminal's location. Just then, a middle-aged, overweight man approached Lin Mo with a lecherous grin. Hey, handsome, need a ride? Through the crime detection, Lin Mo realized the criminal was none other than this greasy-looking man. Perfect timing. Lin Mo decided to play along. Let's go. The greasy man then led Lin Mo toward his car. He kept stealing glances at the woman beside Lin Mo, practically drooling. Soon, they arrived at the middle-aged greasy man's car. Lin Mo and Xiao Mei climbed in. Where to, handsome? Gulo Road. But there aren't any hotels on Gulo Road, are there? The greasy middle-aged man chuckled lewdly. I'm going home. Lin Mo casually replied. The other guy didn't say anything else, just drove toward Gulo Road. 20 minutes later. The car arrived at Gulo Road. Handsome, where should I park? Right here. The greasy middle-aged man parked the car, oblivious to the fact that just 10 meters ahead stood the Gulo Street police station. 260. You want 260 for a ride of just over 10 kilometers? Lin Mo's brows furrowed tightly. The greasy middle-aged man wore a menacing expression. That's my price. Seeing Lin Mo say nothing more, he instantly grew smug. He stole another glance at the beautiful woman beside Lin Mo. Get out and help me lift it. I'll pay you. The greasy middle-aged man perked up at the offer, seeing his chance to take advantage. The man hurriedly got out of the car. Just as he reached out, Lin Mo grabbed his hand and yanked it backward. Snap. The handcuffs snapped shut. You're a cop. No kidding. Bro, let me go. This is my first time. Bro, I'm sorry. The greasy middle-aged man begged for mercy. Cut the crap. Lin Mo yanked the man's arm upward, causing him to yelp in pain. Just then, Zhang Ji, who had stepped outside for some air, noticed the commotion. He hurried over. Only then did he see Lin Mo pinning the greasy middle-aged man down with one hand while supporting a beautiful woman with the other. His face instantly clouded with confusion. Wasn't Lin Mo supposed to be hitting on women at the bar? What was going on here? Brother Zhang, help! Startled, Zhang Ji finally snapped out of it and quickly restrained the middle-aged man. Lin, what's going on here? Zhang Ji inquired. I'll explain everything when we get back. Zhang Ji and Lin Mo then entered the police station. Lin Mo had downed 4 bottles of imported liquor. Though he'd taken the 1,000 cups without drunkenness capsules, he hadn't used the restroom yet and was desperately needing to go. So he brought Mei Shu into the main office hall. At that moment, Tang Bing and Li Jianhua were discussing matters. Suddenly, they spotted Lin Mo walking in, supporting a sexy babe in a tight skirt. The two were stunned speechless. Before they could react, Lin Mo helped Mei Shu onto a chair. He addressed Li Jianhua. Bro Li, keep an eye on her. With that, Lin Mo dashed straight for the bathroom. Li Jianhua, finally snapping out of his shock, silently gave Lin Mo a mental thumbs up. Bro Lin's got skills picking up a girl at the bar and actually bringing her to our station. He stole a glance at Tang Bing, only to see her face darken instantly. Her chest heaved with fury. Finally, she ground out 2 words through clenched teeth. Lin Mo. Chapter 35, Strict punishment must be imposed. Lin Mo. Tang Bing clenched her teeth. Even Li Jianhua felt a chill run down his spine. He'd never seen Tang Bing this furious before. The key issue was that Lin Mo had become far too bold. Not only did he borrow money to chase girls, but he also brought a scantily clad woman to the police station. How could that not infuriate Tang Bing? Li Jianhua silently prayed for Lin Mo's well-being. Something was off. At that moment, Li Jianhua spoke up. Tang Bing thought there might be a twist in the story? So he asked. Something's not right. This woman isn't the same person in the video. Tang Bing looked closely but couldn't spot any differences. Mainly because she was too angry at the time to really look closely at the woman in the phone video. Li Jianhua, how do you know it's not the same person? Li Jianhua said with a smug look on his face. This woman's breasts aren't as big as the ones in the phone video. Go to hell. Tang Bing grabbed the folder and smacked it right across Li Jianhua's forehead. She was utterly speechless. The things these men focus on are truly bizarre. Sis Tang, why'd you hit me? I was telling the truth. Tang Bing shot him a withering glare, and Li Jianhua wisely shut his mouth. Zhang Ji locked up the criminal and headed to the office lobby. Ha? Where's Lin Mo? He just left this beauty behind and ran off. Li Jianhua exclaimed. Zhang Ji glanced at the beauty with curiosity and immediately noticed something off. He scrutinized her closely. Something's off. What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Ji staring so intently, Tang Bing and Li Jianhua hurried over. Did you notice anything unusual? Zhang Ji asked. Something unusual? Tang Bing and Li Jianhua stared for a long time but couldn't spot anything unusual. Seeing they hadn't spotted the problem, Zhang Ji couldn't help but say with a hint of contempt. Shame on you two, you're supposed to be police officers, yet you lack even basic observational skills. Zhang Ji, what exactly did you observe? Li Jianhua demanded. Her chest is noticeably larger than the woman in the earlier phone photo. Zhang Ji finished with a smug look on his face. Seeing that Zhang Ji had noticed the same thing he had, Li Jianhua immediately high-fived him. Well now. Great minds think alike. He. When they turned their gaze to Tang Bing, they saw her face had turned dark. Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua quickly wiped the smiles off their faces. Oomph. Chasing girls all the way to the police station. Lin Mo has gone too far. Tang Bing gritted her teeth in fury. She didn't know why she was so furious. Yeah. Brother Lin, he's infuriating. Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua chimed in. The commotion in the office lobby was quickly heard by Lu Dahai and Zhang Daolong. Zhang Daolong and Lu Dahai stepped out of their office. They discovered a scantily clad beauty sitting in the office lobby. What's going on here? Lu Dahai demanded. Tang Bing and the others remained silent. They knew that if Lu Dahai found out, Lin Mo would be in for a scolding. Though Tang Bing was furious with Lin Mo, she still kept her mouth shut. Seeing the trio's silence, Lu Dahai pressed further. Li Jianhua, speak up. What's really going on? Is it your new girlfriend? Li Jianhua immediately waved his hands frantically. Chief, I swear it's not my girlfriend. This. Explain. What's really going on? Lu Dahai snapped. Li Jianhua sighed helplessly and whispered. Chief, she's Lin Mo's girlfriend. What? Lin Mo? Lu Dahai was momentarily speechless. Earlier, Zhang Daolong had told him Lin Mo went to the bar to pick up girls, and he hadn't believed it. As a police officer, the station wouldn't interfere with him having a normal girlfriend. But going to shady places, picking up a loose woman, and then bringing her to the station? That was going too far. As his mentor, he had to give Lin Mo a stern talking to. Chief, I told you Lin Mo went to the bar, but you didn't believe me. Now you do, huh? Zhang Daolong retorted to the fuming Lu Dahai. Where's Lin Mo? He left the person here and went out. Li Jianhua stated. Zhang Daolong walked over to the woman, glanced at her twice, then pointed at her and declared indignantly to everyone. Look at her. She's half naked. What kind of place do you think this is? A police station. Lin Mo actually brought a woman he met at a bar here. What would the public say if they saw this? This seriously damages the image of our police station. We must deal with this severely. Alright, I've got this matter under control. Lu Dahai declared. He was also frustrated by Lin Mo's behavior, which had shocked everyone these past few days. He had already submitted recommendations to higher-ups for honors like second-class merit, third-class merit, and outstanding crime fighting officer. If the higher-ups reject the applications due to personal conduct issues, that would be a huge loss. When Lin Mo returned later, he would have to give him a thorough talking to. Such incidents absolutely must not happen again. Chief, regarding this matter, I suggest giving Lin Mo a major demerit to teach him a lesson. Zhang Daolong declared to Lu Dahai. Tang Bing immediately grew displeased. A major disciplinary record was a serious matter. It would remain on Lin Mo's file permanently, affecting his future evaluations. While Lin Mo's actions had indeed infuriated her, it hardly warranted such severe punishment. Zhang Daolong, aren't you overreacting? This is Lin Mo's first offense. A stern reprimand should suffice. Lu Dahai still sided with Tang Bing's opinion. Tang, you're right. This isn't that serious. Besides, Lin Mo only went to the bar after work. The chief is right, a stern warning is sufficient. After all, Brother Lin is new to our station and still unfamiliar with certain procedures. Li Jianhua chimed in as well. He certainly didn't want Lin Mo to get a major demerit. He planned to stick with Lin Mo in the future. Zhang Daolong, however, wouldn't let it go. Chief, if we don't handle this seriously, everyone will start bringing all sorts of shady characters to the station. What will become of our station then? Now that our station has finally achieved some results, if Lin Mo's personal misconduct causes our achievements to be revoked, we'll end up dead last again. Lu Dahai was utterly speechless at Zhang Daolong's insistence. While he valued collective honor, when pitted against his apprentice's future prospects, he'd choose the latter without hesitation. Just then, Lin Mo returned to the office lobby after using the restroom. Seeing everyone seemingly in an argument, he asked in confusion. What's going on here? Tang Bing was utterly speechless upon seeing Lin Mo. They were nearly coming to blows over him, yet the man himself acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Dahai glared at Lin Mo coldly and said, Lin Mo, you must write a thorough self-criticism about this matter. Chapter 36, Tonight, I'm yours. A thorough self-criticism? Lin Mo looked utterly bewildered. He'd been busy all night and finally caught the seductive rat. If Lu Dahai hadn't put on a show, that would have been one thing. But making him write a self-criticism? This left him utterly baffled. Master, what kind of deep self-criticism? Seeing his apprentice so thick-headed, Lu Dahai felt a surge of irritation. He was putting on a show for the other officers. As long as Lin Mo admitted his mistake and showed a good attitude, this matter would be settled. Sigh. It seemed his apprentice was still too young. At that moment, Li Jianhua approached Lin Mo and whispered, Lin, this could blow up or blow over. Just admit your mistake and show a good attitude, and it'll be over. Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Lin Mo was even more baffled. Brother Li, what's really going on here? Lin, why can't you see the obvious? Li Jianhua said, sounding a bit impatient. Just then, Tang Bing walked over and chimed in. Lin Mo, all you need to do is sincerely apologize. Tang Bing knew that Lin Mo was Lu Dahai's apprentice. Given Lu Dahai's overprotective nature, as long as Lin Mo bowed his head and admitted his mistake, he'd definitely sweep the whole thing under the rug. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Lin Mo was speechless. He'd merely gone to the restroom, how could he be expected to admit fault? Seeing Lin Mo stubbornly refusing to understand, Tang Bing grew impatient. She pointed at the sleeping Mei Shu on the stool and snapped. Didn't you bring her back? Yeah. What's the problem? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Bringing a woman back to our police station in the dead of night, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Tang Bing said diplomatically. Lin Mo looked at Tang Bing strangely. He'd never heard of that rule, no arresting female thieves in the middle of the night. Just then, Mei Shu was roused by their voices. She stumbled to her feet, nearly losing her balance from excessive drinking. Opening her bleary eyes, she vaguely made out Lin Mo before her. Wobbling unsteadily, she stumbled toward Lin Mo and purred seductively. Little Lin, tonight I'm all yours. With that, she lunged straight toward Lin Mo. Everyone present gaped in shock at the sight. This is too much. This is a police station, after all. Lin Mo felt a bit awkward too. How could he have known that Mei Shu would suddenly sober up and say something like that? Fortunately, Mei Shu stumbled over to Lin Mo's side and passed out again. Only then did Lin Mo breathe a sigh of relief. Chief, look at this. It's utterly indecent. Lin Mo must be dealt with severely. Hearing Zhang Dalong's words, Lin Mo instantly felt a surge of indignation. Strict punishment for me? When did our station ever ban? Before Lin Mo could finish, Zhang Dalong cut in. Chief, did you see that? Lin Mo was way too arrogant. Bringing a scantily clad girlfriend to the station in the middle of the night, acting like he owns the place. Lin Mo's eyes widened at Zhang Dalong's accusation. What the hell? My girlfriend was dressed provocatively? Lin Mo finally understood they'd all misunderstood him. It was his own fault for not explaining clearly earlier and rushing off to the bathroom. You don't actually think she's my girlfriend, do you? Then what? Zhang Dalong stared at Lin Mo and said. Here, this is her ID. Check it out. Lin Mo handed over Mei Shu's ID card. Everyone was utterly baffled by Lin Mo's actions. They were discussing Lin Mo's misconduct, so why was he presenting this woman's ID? Nevertheless, Li Jianhua took the ID from Lin Mo's hand. He sat down and logged into the police station system. After entering the ID number, the information displayed on the screen instantly startled him. Holy crap! We've all misunderstood Brother Lin. Hearing Li Jianhua's exclamation, the others immediately gathered around in curiosity. When they saw the information displayed on the computer, they were all stunned. Especially Zhang Dalong, his eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. She's actually the seductress rat from the 7 Rats of South City? How could this be? Tang Bing saw the information displayed on the computer and instantly realized they had all misunderstood Lin Mo. For some reason, her mood instantly lifted. I knew it. Lin Mo isn't that kind of person. He. Lu Dahai also breathed a sigh of relief, then happily slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and said. Good job, apprentice. You even caught the seductress rat from the 7 Rats of South City. Tell me how you did it. Then Lin Mo recounted the entire process of capturing the seductive rat. You're something else, kid. Truly worthy of being my disciple, Lu Dahai. Excellent. Ha ha. Lu Dahai burst into hearty laughter. Did my tone earlier scare you? It was all a misunderstanding earlier. You were just looking out for me. Lin Mo understood that Lu Dahai's harsh criticism back then was ultimately for his own good. Good to see you get it, kid. Lu Dahai said cheerfully. Brother Lin, you're incredible, you caught 3 of the South City 7 rats. Just luck. Lin Mo replied modestly. Brother Lin, your luck is off the charts. Remember when all our police stations teamed up to hunt down the South City 7 rats? We came up empty-handed. But you've only been here 3 days and already caught 3 of them. You're my idol. Li Jianhua said admiringly. Tang Bing and the others knew full well that Li Jianhua wasn't exaggerating one bit. Back then, when they raided the South City 7 rats, they deployed over 100 officers, yet not a single leader was captured. But Lin Mo? 3 days on the job. On the first day, he captured Whirlwind Rat. On the second day, he captured One Blade Rat. On the third day, he captured the Flirt Rat. If such results were made public, they would absolutely cause a sensation at the old city precinct. Alright, enough chatter. Xiao Tang, when you bring the seductress rat to the interrogation room. Zhang Dalong, you'd better reflect on why not a single thief was caught in 2 days. Write me a self-criticism report. Zhang Dalong lowered his head and could only silently sit down at his desk to write his self-criticism. Seeing this, Tang Bing and the others felt immensely satisfied. Anyone else want some late-night snacks? Just tell Li Jianhua tonight's on me. Lu Dahai declared cheerfully. Now that they'd captured 3 of the South City 7 rats, if the precinct found out, they'd definitely give their police station a big pat on the back. And the other police stations would surely be green with envy. However, Lu Dahai had no intention of revealing the capture of the seductive rat. He planned to strike while the iron was hot and track down the other leaders. Wipe out the South City 7 rats in one fell swoop. Then he'd give the district bureau and the other police stations a pleasant surprise. However, the interrogation of Mei Shu didn't go as planned. Probably because she was drunk, Mei Shu was just babbling nonsense. Lu Dahai had no choice but to wait until she sobered up before questioning her again. At that moment, Lin Mo slipped into the cell where Whirlwind Rat was being held. Chapter 37, Sleeping Comfortably Here? The imprisoned Whirlwind Rat was fast asleep. The moment Lin Mo entered the room, it shot upright with a start. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, it realized it was now in the police station. The Whirlwind Rat calmed down and lay back down. What the hell are you doing here? Waking me up in the middle of the night. Having spent years as a thief, he slept with extreme vigilance. The slightest disturbance would jolt him awake. Whirlwind Rat, are you comfortable sleeping here? Comfortable? Is that even human speech? If you can sleep comfortably at the police station, is it even a police station? Whirlwind Rat shot Lin Mo a withering look. It's like someone stabs you in the back and then asks with concern if it hurts. This was a blatant psychological attack. Seeing Whirlwind Rat's sour expression, Lin Mo realized his earlier question had hurt the other party. So he rephrased his question. I didn't mean it that way. I was just wondering if you're getting used to it. Damn it. Whirlwind Mouse was practically losing his mind. Bro, this is a police station, not a hotel. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. What's the matter? If it's nothing, don't disturb my sleep. Whirlwind Mouse rolled over, turning his back to Lin Mo. I've caught the seductive rat. Lin Mo said calmly. Tornado Rat shot upright at Lin Mo's words, his face frozen in shock. What? You caught the seductress rat? Then why else would I be here? After a moment's thought, Whirlwind Rat burst into laughter. Kid, don't try to fool me. I might just about believe you caught a blade rat in a day, but catching the seductress rat in a single day? Absolutely impossible. Whirlwind Rat knew all too well the seductress rat's ways. Never mind whether Lin Mo could even find her, just her figure and looks alone were enough to ensnare any man with a mere flick of her wrist. Men are creatures who think with their lower halves. Faced with such a stunningly beautiful woman, who could possibly control themselves? As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a romantic ghost. He'd been fortunate enough to spend a night with the seductress. Though it cost him dearly, he felt it was worth every penny. Whirlwind Rat glanced at Lin Mo again. A young man like him, full of vigor and passion. If he ever met Mei Shu, he'd be completely under her spell. Kid, I bet you never even met Mei Shu, did you? Hearing this, Lin Mo gave a faint smile. Then he pulled out his phone and handed it to Whirlwind Rat. Inside was the video of the seductive rat being captured. This can't be. You really captured the seductress mouse? I don't believe it. Lin Mo put away his phone and said. He's right there in the interrogation room. Want me to take you to see him? Since Lin Mo dared to say that, and he had video proof of Mei Shu, there was no doubt she'd been captured. Whirlwind Mouse was filled with regret. He really shouldn't have told Lin Mo about Mei Shu's whereabouts. How the hell did you catch her? Whirlwind Rat, as for how I caught Mei Shu, first fulfill your promise, and I'll tell you. Lin Mo declared. No. I can't say. Whirlwind Rat suddenly grew agitated. He couldn't reveal anything about the other 4 rats of the Southern City 7 rats, no matter what. Otherwise, his own life and his family's lives would be in danger. Back then, he'd made that promise to Lin Mo because he never believed Lin Mo could capture one Blade Rat and Misty Rat. Moreover, he'd hoped one Blade Rat and Seduction Rat would teach Lin Mo a lesson for him. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Why couldn't he speak? Whirlwind Rat, we had an agreement back then. And if you reveal the whereabouts of the other leaders, I can petition my superiors for a reduced sentence for you. Lin Mo declared. No, I won't tell you. Whirlwind Rat swore to the death he wouldn't speak. Whirlwind Rat, even if you refuse to talk now, I can make one cut rat or seductress rat spill the beans. Once they reveal the other's whereabouts, your cooperation won't count as atoning for your crimes. Is that so? I believe they won't tell you. Whirlwind Rat declared firmly. Lin Mo tried persuading Whirlwind Mouse for a while longer, but no matter how he threatened or tempted him, Whirlwind Mouse refused to speak. This puzzled Lin Mo greatly. From Whirlwind Rat's eyes, he could tell the rodent seemed to fear the other leaders. They're just a few petty thieves leaders, right? Were they really that terrifying? Since Lin Mo couldn't get any information from Whirlwind Rat, he decided to break through with one Blade Rat and Seductress Rat. After all, they were just a petty thieves gang. Lin Mo exited Whirlwind Rat's room, closed the door behind him, and headed to the office hall. He found Zhang Dalong still slumped over his desk, writing his self-criticism report. Lin Mo paid him no mind. Glancing at the lobby clock, Lin Mo saw it was already 1 a.m. This startled him. Holy crap! How did time fly by so fast? Just then, Tang Bing and Lu Dahai walked in. Lin Mo knew they'd been interrogating Mei Shu. But judging by their expressions, it was clear the results weren't good. Master, how did the interrogation go? Ah! Don't even ask. Whirlwind Rat, One-Blade Rat, and Miser Rat, each one was more tight-lipped than the last. Lu Dahai suddenly turned to Lin Mo and asked. Oh, right, apprentice. I've been meaning to ask you, how did you track down the one-cut rat and the seductress rat yesterday? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell Lu Dahai. He had previously agreed with Whirlwind Rat not to share any information he received from him with anyone else. But now that Whirlwind Mouse had stopped sharing intelligence with other leaders, he saw no reason to keep it from his own master. So he recounted the situation to Lu Dahai. After listening, Lu Dahai's expression darkened. Come to my office. Lin Mo followed Lu Dahai to the chief's office. Lu Dahai immediately launched into a scolding of Lin Mo. Do you realize how dangerous your actions were? Remember, Knife Rat is an extremely dangerous individual. You've seen his flying knives firsthand. Better safe than sorry. If you encounter anything like this again, you must report it to me immediately. Lin Mo understood. Lu Dahai was criticizing him out of concern for his safety. Master, please calm down. I know I was wrong. Seeing Lin Mo's sincere attitude, Lu Dahai's anger finally began to subside. Also, from now on, no matter what you do, you must ensure your own safety. Seeing Lin Mo looking so dejected, Lu Dahai couldn't bring himself to scold him further. He then pulled a key from his pocket. This is a house belonging to a relative of mine. He's not living there for now, so you can stay there for the time being. This? Lu Dahai changed the subject so abruptly that Lin Mo couldn't process it immediately. What are you standing there for? Take it. Thanks, master. Could I pay the rent after I get my paycheck? Just move in. Don't worry about anything. Here's the address. Alright, thanks, master. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to accept. After all, he had nowhere else to stay and no money on him. If he'd been too polite, he really would have ended up sleeping on the streets. Chapter 38, Fewer Thieves Today. Lin Mo stepped out of Lu Dahai's office. At that moment, Tang Bing hurried over to comfort Lin Mo. Lin Mo, don't be upset. Our chief was just worried about your safety, he didn't really mean to scold you. They had heard Lu Dahai's tirade against Lin Mo loud and clear from outside. But they were all used to it. Though Lu Dahai had a fiery temper, he genuinely cared for every officer. Over time, everyone came to understand Lu Dahai's temper. Even when he yelled at them, they never held it against him. But Lin Mo was new. Tang Bing feared he couldn't handle Lu Dahai's scolding and might harbor resentment. After all, Lin Mo was part of their team. As their captain, it was her duty to look out for her team members. Sis Tang, I'm fine. Lin Mo gave a faint smile. Glad to hear it. Seeing Lin Mo smile so cheerfully, Tang Bing finally relaxed. Recalling her misunderstanding of Lin Mo earlier that day, she felt a bit embarrassed and said to him, Lin Mo, you haven't found a place to stay yet. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Before Lin Mo could answer, Zhang Dalong suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement. No way. Tang Bing glanced at Zhang Dalong before saying, Why not? It's not like it's your place. I said no means no. Zhang Dalong declared firmly. He and Tang Bing had been co-workers for 3 years, yet she had never once invited him to stay at her place. And now she was inviting Lin Mo to stay at her place? A man and a woman alone together late at night, who knows what might happen? No matter what, he absolutely refused to agree. Zhang Dalong, who do you think you are? Tang Bing immediately started arguing with Zhang Dalong. She was already annoyed with him earlier. When Lin Mo had merely gone to a bar, Zhang had tattled to the station chief. She couldn't stand tattletales. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly said to Tang Bing, Sis Tang, I have a place to stay. To convince Tang Bing, Lin Mo produced the key Lu Dahai had given him. Seeing this, Tang Bing finally stopped insisting. Instead, she shot Zhang Dalong a withering look before packing up to leave. Zhang Dalong glared at Lin Mo before angrily returning to his seat to continue writing his self-criticism. Now that his relationship with Tang Bing had soured so badly, he blamed Lin Mo for stealing his thunder. Lin Mo wasn't on duty today, so he also began packing up to leave. Passing by the interrogation room, he noticed Mei Shu still sitting inside. So he walked in. Jia Xiaomei. Mei Shu opened her eyes dazedly. She clearly hadn't sobered up yet. Little Lin, isn't it time for us to turn in? He. Lin Mo's forehead instantly creased with 3 black lines. Seeing that Mei Shu was still out of it, he could only wait until tomorrow to question her. Mei Shu tried to stand but discovered she was handcuffed. A wicked grin spread across her face. Xiao Lin, so this is what you like, huh? He. Lin Mo ignored her and got up to leave. But Mei Shu wasn't having it. Xiao Lin, don't go. I'll give you anything you want including me. Mei Shu cooed seductively. Lin Mo halted his steps and addressed Mei Shu. Then tell me where the golden rat is. I'll stay. The golden rat? He's in the southern suburbs along Xuanhua Road. Just as the seductive rat was about to speak, she suddenly froze, shuddered violently, and her eyes instantly regained some clarity. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. He hadn't expected the seductive rat to actually reveal the golden rat's location. But the seductive rat stopped mid-sentence, leaving him anxious. Then what? However, the sobering Mei Shu looked around in confusion, her gaze finally locking onto Lin Mo. She snarled viciously. You're a cop. Lin Mo froze, instantly filled with regret. He was so close he could have uncovered the whereabouts of the golden rat. Mei Shu, the only way you'll get lenient treatment now is by confessing everything. I've been hustling on the streets for over a decade, a seasoned veteran, and never imagined I'd fall into the hands of a greenhorn like you. Mei Shu sighed helplessly. Mei Shu, let me tell you straight, not only have you been caught, but Whirlwind Rat and One Blade Rat have been apprehended too. Whirlwind Rat and One Blade Rat? You caught them too? Mei Shu narrowed his eyes at Lin Mo. Heh, just luck. I underestimated you. You'd better spill the beans on Golden Rat's whereabouts. It's your only chance to redeem yourself. Kid, I advise you to save your breath. I won't tell you, and I believe that even if Blade Rat and Whirlwind Rat were dead, they wouldn't reveal Gold Rat's whereabouts. Lin Mo was puzzled. How come Flirt Mouse and Whirlwind Mouse said exactly the same thing? Could the remaining leaders truly be that terrifying? Lin Mo interrogated Mei Shu for a while longer, but seeing she wouldn't budge, he reluctantly left. Still, today wasn't a complete waste. At the very least, he'd narrowed down the Golden Rat's general location. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Lin Mo yawned. It was already past 2 in the morning. He was utterly exhausted. So he decided to head back and rest first, leaving it for tomorrow. Following the address Lu Dahai had given him, he quickly arrived at his lodgings. After a brief tidy-up, Lin Mo lay down to rest. He reflected on the events of the past 3 days, finding it all quite unbelievable. All of this was thanks to the system's assistance. Otherwise, with his physical and mental abilities that couldn't even match those of an average person, catching so many thieves would have been utterly impossible. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the police station promptly at 9 a.m. Their main task for the day remained the same, catching thieves on Gula Pedestrian Street. Once everyone was assembled, Tang Bing and the others headed to Gula Pedestrian Street. Captain Tang, I want to team up with Brother Lin today. Li Jianhua said, leaning on Lin Mo's shoulder. I'm teaming up with Brother Lin too. Zhang Ji declared. After catching thieves with Lin Mo yesterday afternoon, it was such a thrill they were determined to stick to his side like glue today. Did I say we'd split up today? Tang Bing snapped at the two of them. Captain Tang, you're truly brilliant. Working together seamlessly, the 4 of them apprehended a total of 9 thieves in just one morning. During lunch, Lin Mo couldn't help but complain. Why do I feel like there are fewer and fewer thieves on the pedestrian street? Lin, at this rate, no thief would dare show their face. Li Jianhua remarked. Be grateful. Our first and second squads only caught 1 thief all morning. Zhang Ji chimed in. By afternoon, Lin Mo noticed even fewer thieves. Even with his heightened perception of crime, spotting them was difficult. By the end of the afternoon, they had caught a total of 5 thieves. A total of just 14 thieves for the entire day. This left Lin Mo utterly frustrated. If others knew he was thinking this, they'd probably be furious enough to spit blood. Chapter 39, The Ultimate Art of Thief Catching. Returning to the station that evening, Lin Mo planned to head out to the southern suburbs along Xuanhua Road. He hoped to test his luck and see if he could encounter the Golden Rat. But Lu Dahai announced a debriefing meeting would be held that evening. After dinner, everyone gathered in the conference room. Lu Dahai looked thrilled. He scanned the room first. Everyone was present. Then let's officially begin our meeting. As of today, the thief catching competition has run for 3 days, and we've achieved excellent results. Now, I'd like each team captain to report their results. Team 1, Zhang Dalong, you go first. Zhang Dalong looked utterly ashamed his team hadn't caught a single thief in 3 days. Seeing Zhang Dalong still sitting down, everyone turned to stare at him. Zhang Dalong felt helpless. He really didn't want to stand up and embarrass himself. Our team didn't catch a single thief. As Zhang Dalong finished speaking, the 2 members of Team 1 also hung their heads in shame. This is utterly humiliating. Dalong, aren't you supposed to be our station's king of thief catching? What happened this time? Niu Taijun from Team 2 teased. Zhang Dalong's face flushed with shame. He couldn't fathom why, but this time, he hadn't caught a single thief. Lu Dahai didn't say much either. Take a seat. As Zhang Dalong sat down, he deliberately glanced at Tang Bing. He noticed she wasn't paying him any attention at all, but was talking to Lin Mo instead. This instantly made his temper flare up. He hadn't caught a single thief in 3 days, and it was all because of this Lin Mo. If he hadn't rounded up all the thieves, how could he possibly fail to catch any? Second squad, Nyo Taijun, report your situation. Team 2 Captain Nyo Taijun shot Zhang Delong a withering glance before declaring triumphantly. Our squad caught a total of 3 thieves. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Lu Dahai encouraged them. But Zhang Delong thought to himself with a snort of disbelief. What's so amazing about that? It's just 3 thieves. In less than 2 days, I'll surpass you all. Next up was Team 3's captain, Tang Bing, who announced in a loud voice. Our Team 3 has caught a total of 100. As Tang Bing's words fell, the conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at Tang Bing in utter shock. Holy crap! 3 days. 100 thieves. That's insane. You have to understand, at their Golo Street police station, during the last thief catching competition, they only caught 18 thieves in 30 days. Yet Tang Bing's 4-person squad apprehended 100 thieves in just 3 days. And the biggest reason they caught so many was Lin Mo. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Lin Mo. Recalling how he had dismantled a criminal hideout just the night before, netting 34 thieves in one fell swoop. They all felt a wave of envy. Lu Dahai was thoroughly satisfied. Team 3 performed exceptionally well this time. Let's give them a round of applause. The conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji were overjoyed these days. As long as you cling to the right powerful figure, you get praised by association. Next, please welcome Lin Mo to share his experience in catching thieves. Lin Mo froze upon hearing Lu Dahai's words. He was only a rookie cop with 3 days on the job. What experience could he possibly have catching thieves? Only he knew the truth. His success in catching that thief was entirely due to the system in his mind. But Lu Dahai was still looking at him expectantly, insisting he come up and say a few words. Lin Mo, you can do this. At that moment, Tang Bing beside him offered encouragement too. Me. Lin Mo, to be honest, had no idea how to share his story. He couldn't exactly say he had a crime detection ability that could spot criminals within 10 meters of him. They'd probably think he was completely nuts. Lin, I'm rooting for you. Li Jianhua cheered Lin Mo on too. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and walked toward the conference room. Lu Dahai gave his apprentice a satisfied look. He was genuinely happy for Lin Mo. Then, facing everyone, Lin Mo admitted he still felt a bit nervous. He genuinely didn't know what to share. But since he'd stepped up, he couldn't just stay silent. After a moment's thought, he slowly began to speak. Honestly, my method for catching thieves is quite simple. Spot the thief, then grab them. Everyone listened to Lin Mo's words, each looking utterly speechless. Isn't that obvious? Everyone knows that when you spot a thief, you catch him. How do you spot a thief? How can you catch a thief? That's the real question. Take Zhang Dalong. He spotted the thief too, but couldn't catch him. Just as everyone was waiting for Lin Mo to say something next. Lin Mo remained silent, not uttering a word. Several other officers pulled out pens and notebooks, ready to jot down any crucial points Lin Mo might share. Junior brother Lin Mo, why aren't you speaking anymore? I'm done. Finished? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Didn't Lin Mo just say something meaningless? That's it? Lu Dahai stood awkwardly to the side, then reminded Lin Mo. Little Lin, could you share how you spot thieves? Lin Mo thought for a moment before replying earnestly. By instinct. By instinct? What the hell is that? Everyone was hearing this for the first time. Catching thieves by instinct. Lu Dahai looked at Lin Mo's earnest expression. He didn't seem like the lying type. He truly didn't know what to say. After a moment's pause, Lu Dahai addressed Lin Mo again. Little Lin, how did you achieve a 100% success rate in catching thieves? Hearing this, everyone perked up. This was the question they were most eager to know the answer to. They all pricked up their ears, listening intently to what Lin Mo would say. However, Lin Mo replied with a serious expression. It's all about instinct. Truth be told, Lin Mo truly relied on his innate criminal perception. As long as a thief was within 10 meters of him, he could sense their location. On Gula Pedestrian Street, even if a thief darted into the labyrinthine alleys to hide, he could effortlessly track them down, all thanks to this skill. When he said he relied on instinct, in a certain sense, he was absolutely right. Everyone reacted to Lin Mo's words. Stared at each other in disbelief. If one suspected Lin Mo was pulling their leg, his eyes and expression were so genuinely sincere. It felt like he was sharing from the bottom of his heart. They were all starting to doubt. Could the pinnacle of catching thieves truly be based on instinct? Lu Dahai found himself doubting his own judgment too. Though he hadn't known Lin Mo for long, he knew Lin Mo wasn't the type to pull a fast one on people. Judging by Lin Mo's track record of catching 100 thieves in just 3 days. Could catching thieves really be all about gut instinct? Chapter 40, Suburban Shuanha Road, South City. The wrap-up meeting concluded. Lin Mo headed alone to the southern suburbs along Shuanha Road. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could encounter the Golden Rat. He spent about 2 hours wandering around this area, but came up empty-handed. Not even a single thief. He felt that the seductive rat hadn't deceived him. Finally, Lin Mo had no choice but to return to rest, deciding to try again tomorrow. Deep into the night. In the basement of a residential complex in the old city district of Nanchang. Under dim lighting, 4 figures sat. What exactly happened to old 5, old 6, and old 7? Big brother, we've investigated, they've been arrested. Two-fingered rat, how many times have I told you to keep a low profile? Big brother, I warned them too, but they think they're skilled and just won't listen. Two-fingered rat defended himself. Big brother, do you think they'll rat us out? Another one chimed in. They wouldn't dare. True. We know all their dirty secrets inside out. Third brother. Is our vault secure? The leader asked. Don't worry, boss, it's completely fine. Third brother said with a smile. That's good. Lately, the police have been cracking down hard on thieves. Around Gulu Pedestrian Street, they've got elite officers. Have the brothers operate elsewhere. Got it, boss. Lately I've been feeling restless. Everyone, be extra careful with your work. Big brother, you can rest assured. The next day, Lin Mo came to the office. Tang Bing and Zhang Dalong were arguing. Zhang Dalong, did you do this? I did it. What's wrong with that? How dare you tell the chief not to let Lin Mo go to Gulu Pedestrian Street to catch thieves? Tang Bing said angrily. Lin Mo caught all the thieves by himself. How are we supposed to catch them now? Zhang Dalong retorted defiantly. After yesterday's meeting, he approached Lu Dahai and demanded Lin Mo be transferred to another area to catch thieves. Otherwise, his team simply couldn't catch any thieves. After careful consideration, Lu Dahai actually agreed. Early this morning, when Tang Bing arrived, Lu Dahai delivered the news Lin Mo was being reassigned to catch thieves elsewhere. Having worked at the station for 3 years, Tang Bing knew full well that Gulu Pedestrian Street was the hotspot for thieves. Other areas had very few thieves. She knew immediately it had to be Zhang Dalong's doing. Sis Tang, what's up? Lin Mo approached and asked. Then Tang Bing explained the situation to Lin Mo. Lin Mo thought to himself, thieves on Gulu Pedestrian Street were becoming fewer by the day. He didn't need to go. He was just about to investigate the Golden Rats situation anyway. Before Lin Mo could speak, Zhang Dalong interjected. If Lin Mo's so capable, why doesn't he go catch the other 4 rats from the South City 7 rats? Why bother competing with us over these petty thieves? Zhang Dalong said with a sarcastic tone. Zhang Dalong, you're being unreasonable. You can't catch thieves yourselves, so you blame Lin Mo for snatching your targets? That's just twisting the truth. Isn't that exactly what happened? During the last thief catching competition, I was a solid first place. This time, I didn't catch a single one, he snatched them all away. Tang Bing's eyes widened in fury. At that moment, Lin Mo hurriedly interjected. Sis Tang, don't get angry. I was just about to patrol other areas. But Tang Bing was about to say more, but ultimately kept her mouth shut after all, their chief had spoken. Arguing with Zhang Dalong further would serve no purpose. Alright, our squad will patrol elsewhere. I'll be damned if I can't catch thieves even off the pedestrian street. Then Tang Bing turned to Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji and asked. Are you staying behind at Gulu Pedestrian Street, or are you coming with Lin Mo and me? I don't care where brother Lin goes, I'm going there too. Me too. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji had already made up their minds they'd cling to Lin Mo's coattails and refuse to let go. Alright, today our 3 teams will patrol elsewhere. After that, Tang Bing paid no further attention to Zhang Dalong and led Lin Mo and the others away. Watching them depart, Zhang Dalong felt an immediate surge of smug satisfaction. He was confident that without Team 3 competing today, he would definitely catch a thief on Gulu Pedestrian Street. With a bit of luck, he might even catch double digits. With that thought, Zhang Dalong excitedly called his apprentice and another team member to head to Gulu Pedestrian Street together. As Tang Bing and the others exited the police station, Li Jianhua asked. Captain Tang, where are we headed? After a moment's thought, Tang Bing turned to Lin Mo and asked. Lin Mo, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Sis Tang, I'd like to head to Xuanha Road in the southern suburbs. Lin Mo replied. After all, his squad had already apprehended enough thieves. He was eager to investigate the whereabouts of the other leaders of the Southern City 7 rats. The southern suburbs along Xuanha Road? That area has been pretty peaceful these past few years. Even petty theft cases are rare there. We won't get anything out of going there. Tang Bing said to Lin Mo. Sis Tang, this address was accidentally revealed by the seductive rat. The other 4 rats of the Southern City 7 rats are very likely to be lurking around there. The moment Tang Bing heard South City 7 rats, her interest was piqued. She'd been at the Gulu police station for 3 years. She'd heard the name South City 7 rats constantly. They were the bane of the entire old city precinct. If their squad truly took down the 7 rats of South City, she might just earn a 3rd-class merit. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji, what are your thoughts? We have no objections. As long as we get to follow Brother Lin, we'll go anywhere. He. Alright, we're heading to the southern suburbs along Shuanha Road to apprehend the South City 7 rats. Gulu Pedestrian Street. Zhang Daolong and 2 team members had already been patrolling the pedestrian street all morning. He felt like crying. For some reason? Not a single thief in sight today. Although he hadn't caught any thieves the past couple of days, he'd still spot several every single day. But today was different, he hadn't spotted a single one. Master. What's going on today? Not a single thief in the entire Gulu pedestrian street. Yeah, I checked with Team 2, they patrolled all morning and didn't spot a single thief either. Ma Xiaochuan and another teammate complained. Zhang Daolong was equally speechless. He chased Lin Mo away, thinking all the pickpockets would be his. But now Lin Mo was gone, and so were the thieves. Could it be that Lin Mo has a magnetism for attracting thieves? When he leaves, the thieves follow him out. Someone's stealing stuff. Come catch the thief. Zhang Daolong heard the cry to catch the thief. He was instantly overcome with excitement and sprinted toward the shouts. Chapter 41, this guy's got a screw loose. Zhang Daolong dashed over to the person shouting. I'm a cop. Where's the thief? The other person replied with an awkward expression. Sorry, that guy just ran by so fast and bumped into my bag. I thought he was a thief, but it turns out nothing's missing. Hearing the explanation, Zhang Daolong looked utterly helpless. Finally found someone to shout catch the thief, only to discover it was all a misunderstanding. Soon after, the other 2 members of their team arrived. Captain, where's the thief? Ah. It was all a misunderstanding. Hearing Zhang Daolong say this, the 2 immediately looked disappointed. Noon. Gulu Street Police Station, Chief's Office. Zhang Daolong, you owe me an explanation. Yesterday you promised me you could catch 2 thieves today, which is why I sent Lin Mo elsewhere. Yet you haven't caught a single thief all morning. Lu Dahai said angrily. For the past 3 days, our station has been swamped with work. Yet this morning, all 3 of our patrol teams went out and didn't catch a single thief. Chief, I honestly don't know what's going on. We patrolled all morning and didn't spot a single thief. It must be because Lin Mo caught too many thieves, they're all too scared to show their faces now. Zhang Daolong analyzed. Slam. Lu Dahai slammed the documents onto the table, his face flushed with anger. A couple days ago, when you couldn't catch any thieves, you blamed it on Lin Mo catching them all. Now that Lin Mo is patrolling elsewhere, you're making excuses again, saying he's caught so many thieves they're too scared to show their faces. Is it really that coincidental that there were so many thieves before, and now that Lin Mo's gone, they've vanished? Have you ever considered it might be your own fault? Zhang Daolong stood there, not daring to breathe a word under Lu Dahai's scolding. Deep down, he knew things couldn't be that coincidental. Thieves were around when Lin Mo was here, but the moment he went elsewhere, not a single thief remained on Gulu Pedestrian Street. Even he found this explanation hard to believe. After being berated by Lu Dahai for half an hour, Zhang Daolong finally emerged from the chief's office, thoroughly dejected. The officers in the lobby couldn't help but feel sympathy for Zhang Daolong. Master, I got you some food from the cafeteria. Ma Xiaochuan said, holding out a lunchbox. Zhang Daolong took the box and glanced inside. It contained his favorite braised pork belly. But he had no appetite now. He set the box down again and addressed his 2 team members. Have you guys eaten yet? Yeah, we're done. Let's go. Back to patrol. I refuse to believe we can't catch a single thief today. But master, haven't you eaten yet? Ma Xiaochuan said. Zhang Daolong really wanted to yell at him. All he ever thinks about is eating. If we can't catch the thief, how could I possibly have an appetite? But seeing his apprentice genuinely concerned, he didn't want to hurt his feelings. So he picked up his lunchbox and decided to eat it later in the car. Afternoon. In a small alley of Gulu Pedestrian Street. A gaunt young man whistled as he made his way toward the pedestrian street. Just then, a middle-aged man spotted him. Xiao Huan, what are you doing? Oh, it's Brother Luo. You scared me. Why are you whistling like that? Going to the pedestrian street to pick up some work, heh, Xiao Huang chuckled. You've got some nerve, the middle-aged man teased. Brother Luo, what do you mean by that? Xiao Huang asked curiously. Haven't you heard? They're holding another thief catching contest on the pedestrian street now. So what if they're holding a thief catching contest? We've been through this before. Those guys? I can spot them walking down the street in a heartbeat. They catch their thieves, and we keep stealing. Ha. Xiao Huang chuckled confidently. This time it's different. There's a really skilled cop out there. Did you hear about the South City 7 rats, 1 blade rat getting taken down by him the day before yesterday? I heard about it. Who the hell did it? That guy's something else. 1 knife rat's a big name in our thieving world. Little Huang asked curiously. I heard it was one of the cops who busted us on the pedestrian street. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. No way. That cop is that good? If I go pickpocket on the pedestrian street now, wouldn't I be walking right into a trap? Just thinking about it made Xiao Huang shudder. Thank goodness he ran into Brother Luo, otherwise he'd probably be behind bars today. Brother Luo, I really can't thank you enough today. Just know how much I appreciate you. Don't worry, brother Luo. Once I finish my rounds elsewhere, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Dalong was completely beside himself. His legs felt like they were about to give out, and he hadn't caught a single thief. He felt like the heavens were deliberately messing with him. He'd finally managed to get rid of Lin Mo, only to find the thief had vanished too. It was all Lin Mo's fault. Zhang Dalong grumbled. Just then, Ma Xiaochuan handed him a bottle of water and said, "Master, have some water to cool down." Zhang Dalong took the bottle and drank. After Zhang Dalong finished the water, Ma Xiaochuan suddenly remembered something and said to Zhang Dalong, "Master, yesterday Lin Mo shared his experience catching thieves. He said he caught so many thieves by relying on his intuition. Should we try it too?" "Intuition, my ass. You actually believe that?" Zhang Dalong snapped irritably. He believed Lin Mo had just made it up because he didn't want to share his real methods. Ma Xiaochuan muttered discontentedly. "Anyway, we've been wandering around all day without catching the thief. It can't hurt to try. What if it actually works? Can't you use your brain? What Lin Mo said is just nonsense to fool fools. Only idiots would believe it." Zhang Dalong was so exasperated by his apprentice he was at a loss for words. And he actually believed that. "Alright, everyone up. Back to patrol." Zhang Dalong stood up first and started patrolling. An hour passed. Before long, it was 5 o'clock. They had found nothing. Zhang Dalong felt disheartened. Then he recalled what his apprentice had said earlier. He began to ponder in his mind. Why not try Lin Mo's method? What if it worked? Zhang Dalong then closed his eyes. He focused his senses on his surroundings. Suddenly, every voice around him seemed to grow crystal clear. His heart leapt with joy. Holy crap, it actually worked. Just as he began to feel a bit smug. Thud. Zhang Dalong felt an excruciating pain shoot through his forehead. He opened his eyes to see. Damn it! He'd smashed his head into a utility pole. All the passers-by around him were pointing and staring. This guy must be an idiot. Walking with his eyes closed. Running straight into a utility pole. I bet he's got something wrong with his head. Stay away from him. Zhang Dalong stood before the utility pole, utterly embarrassed. His face flushed crimson with shame. Chapter 42. Here, eat 2 kidneys for strength. South City, Shuanha Road Suburb. Rat-catching squad WeChat group. Li Jianhua, Team Leader Tang, no findings here. Tang Bing, copy that. Keep patrolling. Li Jianhua, sis, I'm pushing forward. I've already reached the cornfield. Zhang Ji, Team Leader Tang, no activity here either. Tang Bing, copy that. Tang Bing, Lin Mo. What's the situation where you are? Lin Mo, Tang, no activity here. Tang Bing glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 p.m. They'd been patrolling the Shuanha Road suburban area south of the city all day, yet found absolutely nothing. Tang Bing, stand down. Report your locations. I'll come pick you up. Li Jianhua, smart move, Tang. My socks are worn through. Can I get reimbursed? Tang Bing, cut the nonsense. Report your location. Or I'll dump you in the cornfield and head back with the other 2. Li Jianhua, no. No. I'm scared of the dark alone at night. Sending my location now, Sister Tang. Zhang Ji, map location. Lin Mo, map location. Tang Bing drove to pick them up one by one based on their locations. Team Leader Tang, aren't you going to treat us to a meal? Look at my socks, they're all torn. Li Jianhua took off his shoes, revealing all 5 toes sticking out. Tang Bing pinched his nose and hurriedly exclaimed. It stinks. Put your shoes back on immediately. Then treat us to a meal. I'll put my shoes back on. At that moment, Lin Mo addressed the 3 of them. I'll treat everyone to dinner. I dragged you all into this mess today, and we didn't even catch a single thief. Lin Mo said with a hint of self-reproach. It seems Mei Shu's words back then were just drunken ramblings. It's all my fault for trusting her too easily. Lin, that's not fair. As police officers on duty, we can't guarantee we'll catch every criminal every time. Li Jianhua retorted. Li Jianhua, you finally said something sensible. Tang Bing teased. Lin Mo, you're new here. You don't understand how difficult it is to crack cases like this. Back when we were hunting the South City 7 rats, every precinct in the old district was mobilized, yet not a single leader was caught. You've taken down Whirlwind Rat, One Blade Rat, and Seduction Rat, 3 of the 7 rats of South City, all by yourself. That's already incredibly impressive. Tang Bing is absolutely right. Li Jianhua chimed in. To reward everyone for their hard work, I'm treating us all to dinner tonight. Hooray for Tang Mimi. Captain Tang, you truly are our outstanding leader. Lin Mo still felt a bit awkward, so he said to Tang Bing. Sis Tang, let me treat everyone instead. Do you even have any money left? Hearing Tang Bing say this, Lin Mo felt a bit awkward. Lin, don't compete with Ms. Tang over the bill. Tang Bing felt a bit displeased when she heard Li Jian refer to her that way. Li Jianhua, mind your words. How many nicknames have you given me now? Team Leader Tang, Tang Bing, Tang Beauty, Sister Tang, Little Tang, Rich Tang Lady. Li Jianhua listed a full 12 titles. Tang Bing was utterly speechless. Captain Tang, every single one of those nicknames fits the context perfectly. Fine, whatever. Tang Bing sighed helplessly. Since this was the suburbs with no fancy restaurants around, Tang Bing led them to a random night market. They ordered grilled skewers and beer. So they all dug in. Since Tang Bing was driving, she ordered a bottle of soda. Probably because they were a bit hungry, everything tasted extra delicious. Delicious. Hey, boss, your place really knows how to cook. The smooth-talking Li Jianhua quickly struck up a conversation with the owner. The owner was delighted by the praise and ended up treating them to a few extra skewers of kidney. Just as Lin Mo and Li Jianhua clinked glasses, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, sin detection has identified a criminal with 300 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo surged with excitement. Could it be the golden rat? As Lin Mo tilted his head back to drink, he glanced in the direction indicated by the sin perception alert. To his surprise, it was an unassuming old woman carrying a bag for collecting bottles. Lin Mo could confirm she wasn't Golden Rat. The records showed Golden Rat was male. Yet this old woman had been assigned a crime value of 300 by the system. Her crimes were far greater than those committed by the one-blade rat. Lin Mo didn't tell Tang Bing and the others, choosing instead to observe her silently. Then, unexpectedly, the old woman began walking toward them. Lin Mo remained impassive, determined to see what she was up to. The old woman approached their table and addressed Tang Bing. Hey, you dropped some money from your pocket. Tang Bing froze, glanced down, and saw several hundred yuan had indeed fallen from her pocket. Thank you, Grandma. You're welcome. Lin Mo watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly bewildered. What kind of trick is this? He then fixed his gaze intently on the woman, watching to see if she would proceed to steal other valuable items from Tang Bing. However, she turned to Tang Bing instead. Hey, did you finish your drink? Give me the empty bottle. Tang Bing finished the last of her drink and handed the empty bottle to the woman. Here you go, ma'am. The old woman took the bottle and then left. She hadn't stolen anything from Tang Bing. Lin Mo felt utterly baffled. She returned the bottle, hardly the behavior of a criminal with 300 sin points. Lin Mo couldn't help but give her another look, but he couldn't find any flaws. Brother Lin, Zhang Ji and I raise our glasses to you. Please look out for us from now on. Lin Mo quickly snapped out of his thoughts and smiled broadly at Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji. I'm new here and still learning the ropes. I'll need your guidance. Lin Mo said modestly. Then, the three of them downed their drinks in one gulp. While drinking, Lin Mo kept an eye on the old woman in his crime perception. He noticed she hadn't gone far, but was instead picking up empty bottles nearby. This was the first time Lin Mo had encountered a criminal like this. Following Li Jian's lead, Lin Mo exchanged a few words with the shop owner before shifting the conversation. Boss, that old lady earlier had such high moral character. Is she from around here? No, the shopkeeper replied. She has no children. She drifted here 10 years ago. A kind soul built her a tile-roofed cottage, and she's been scavenging and collecting scrap ever since to make ends meet. She has a truly kind heart. She even donates the money she earns from selling scrap to mountainous areas. Hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Lin Mo felt even more puzzled. How could such a kind person be flagged as a criminal by the system? Seeing the woman walk out of his perception range, Lin Mo turned to Li Jianhua and said, Brother Li, I need to use the restroom. Brother Lin, you're so young, yet your kidneys aren't doing well. Here, have a couple of kidneys to nourish yourself. Chapter 43, I really am a thief. Bro Lin, you're so young, but your kidneys aren't doing so well. Here, have a couple of kidneys to boost your health. Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Lin Mo chuckled and placed the kidneys onto his plate. Then he stood up and walked away. Youngsters don't know the goodness of kidneys. If you won't eat them, I will. At that moment, Tang Bing picked up a piece of pig brain. Here, order this again. He. Whoa. Tang Beauty, you're suddenly being so nice to me. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to me? Don't you know what to eat for nourishment? He. Zhang Ji beside them burst into laughter. The next second, Li Jianhua caught on and said to Tang Bing with displeasure. Captain Tang, are you implying I'm brainless? I do. But not much. All three burst into laughter. Their laughter faded away in Lin Mo's ears. Lin Mo quickly reached the cornered intersection. The old location reappeared on his crime detection system. Lin Mo took 2 more steps forward when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, sin perception has detected a criminal. Sin value, 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Based on this sin value, Lin Mo deduced the target must be a thief. He followed the direction indicated by the sin detection and saw the old woman talking to someone. This was strange. An old woman with a 300 crime value, pretending to be kind, was actually associating with a criminal with a 100 crime value. What was her true identity? Lin Mo then pretended to pass by casually, wanting to see what they were up to. Hearing footsteps behind her, the old woman deliberately addressed the gaunt young man. Little Huang, your scrap metal 20 gene at 70 cents per gene. That's 14 yuan total. I'll give you 15. Thanks, Grandma. As Lin Mo approached, he saw the old woman settling the payment, handing the young man 15 yuan. This puzzled Lin Mo greatly. Were these two criminals really buying and selling scrap metal? He glanced at the woven bag. It did indeed seem to contain scrap metal. To figure out exactly what they were trading, Lin Mo stepped forward and addressed the elderly woman. Ma'am, is there a restroom nearby? The old woman smiled warmly upon hearing his question and pointed ahead. Young man, it's just 50 meters straight ahead. As the old lady gave him directions, Lin Mo deliberately glanced at the woven bag in front of him. It was indeed scrap metal. Alright, thank you. After thanking her, Lin Mo headed in the direction the old lady had indicated. Through his sin perception, Lin Mo observed that the young man hadn't actually left. Instead, he was whispering something to the old lady. Lin Mo sensed something was definitely fishy. He hurried to the public restroom, quickly relieved himself, and rushed out. He found the young man and the old woman had already parted ways. Lin Mo immediately followed the young man, determined to catch him and uncover the old woman's true identity. He hadn't gone after the old woman because Lin Mo sensed she was no ordinary person. There was no need to alert her prematurely. Instead, he planned to first subdue the thief, then investigate the old woman's identity later. After all, the barbecue shop owner knew the old woman's address, and she wouldn't be able to escape anytime soon. Lin Mo sprinted at full speed. The thief, nicknamed Xiao Huang, quickly entered his criminal detection range. Only then did Lin Mo feel at ease. The thief muttered to himself as he walked away. Today's haul wasn't half bad time to grab a proper drink with Brother Luo. He was the very thief who'd planned to pickpockets on the pedestrian street at noon, but Brother Luo had called him out. That's why he'd gone elsewhere and stolen quite a few things. Lin Mo followed him for a while. Only after looking around and confirming no one was nearby did he decide to act, all to avoid alerting the old lady. Hey! The thief suddenly heard someone calling his name and instinctively turned around. Lin Mo slammed him hard against the wall. Big brother, what's up? Let's talk this out. The other man said fearfully. Lin Mo didn't waste words. He grabbed the thief and dragged him straight into a back alley. When the man recognized Lin Mo as the one who'd asked about the restroom earlier, he hurriedly pleaded. Bro, if it's money you want, I've got some in my pocket. Please let me go. Lin Mo didn't hesitate. He reached into the man's pocket and found money over 1,000 yuan. Is this what you got from selling scrap just now? Yes. The man first answered affirmatively, then hastily denied it. No. Seeing his dishonesty, Lin Mo twisted his arm and applied a bit more pressure. Ouch. It hurts. Tell me the truth, is it or isn't it? No, big brother, I swear it's not. The thief refused to say a word. Lin Mo felt around the other guy's pockets again but found no other money. He was almost certain this was the money the old lady had given him. But he was selling scrap metal. Why would the old lady give him so much money? There must be some hidden secret here. Lin Mo knew this wasn't the place to interrogate a thief, so he pulled out his phone and called Tang Bing. Sis Tang, have you guys finished eating yet? Almost done. Lin Mo, why aren't you back yet? I'll send you a location. You and brotherly come over here. Keep it quiet. Hearing Lin Mo's tone, Tang Bing instantly understood his meaning and turned to Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji. Pack up the leftovers and take them with us. Brother Lin isn't back yet. Li Jianhua said. He's waiting for us over there. As Tang Bing spoke, she tapped the table 3 times. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji immediately understood, and neither said another word. Instead, they asked the owner for a few bags and packed up the leftovers. After Tang Bing settled the bill, they drove to Lin Mo's location. The car door opened. Lin Mo escorted the thief to the car. Seeing this, Li Jianhua asked. Brother Lin, what's going on here? I suspect he's a murderer. The thief's spine went cold at the accusation. He dared not take the charge, it could cost him his life. Big brother, I'm really just a petty thief. Li Jianhua snapped. How do you prove you're a thief? The thief's face twisted with bitterness. This was his first time facing such a situation. Usually, people prove they aren't thieves, that they haven't committed any crimes. But here he was, having to prove he was actually a thief. If word got out, his fellow thieves would laugh their heads off. I usually pickpocket on Gulu Pedestrian Street, but today I specifically went to Xuanhua Road Mall and stole 3 phones. The models were. The thief reported the situation in full detail. Tang Bing called Lu Dahai to verify the information, and sure enough, someone had reported the theft to the police. The phone signal was still active. Analyzing the information provided, Lin Mo had a bold theory. That old woman was likely a fence for stolen goods. Sister Tang, take the thief to the station. I still need to investigate other matters. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Old Lady. Sis Tang, take the thief to the station. I need to look into something else. Alone? Tang Bing asked doubtfully. Yeah. Lin Mo replied. Without waiting for Tang Bing to say anything else, he opened the car door and left. Tang Bing glanced at Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji, who had drunk quite a bit, and ultimately said nothing. So she started the car and drove toward the Gulo Street police station. After leaving the car, Lin Mo stopped by a barbecue stall, pretending he'd left something behind. Approaching the vendor's stall, he first offered him a cigarette before saying, "Hey boss, we were eating earlier, did you happen to see a set of keys?" The vendor recognized him as one of the diners and replied with a smile. "Young man, we didn't find any keys when we were cleaning up earlier." "Ah. I must have lost them in all the rush earlier." Lin Mo looked utterly frustrated, as if the keys were incredibly important to him. "Boss, did anyone pass by in that direction earlier?" The owner thought for a moment before replying. "Just now, the old lady collecting bottles passed by from that direction." Hearing this, Lin Mo realized the man was quite helpful and hurriedly asked him, "Does that old lady live around here? I'm crossing my fingers maybe she really did pick it up." The shopkeeper didn't hesitate, immediately giving Lin Mo the old lady's address. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo thanked the owner and left. The old lady's residence wasn't far less than a kilometer's walk from here. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the old woman's residence. The place was just a single-tile roofed cottage, with the courtyard piled high with all kinds of scrap. Cardboard boxes, scrap metal, plastic bottles, glass bottles, and more. It looked like a small scrap collection station. Using his sin perception, Lin Mo detected that the old woman was not at home. He circled the courtyard once. He didn't notice anything unusual. Lin Mo didn't rush inside, afraid of alerting the culprit. He then began wandering nearby and encountered two children playing by the roadside. Lin Mo asked the children, "Kids, did you see the old lady picking bottles earlier?" The children glanced at Lin Mo, deciding he didn't look like a bad guy, and replied, "No, we didn't." "Then do you know where she usually goes?" "Sometimes she rides her tricycle to collect recyclables. The old lady is so kind to us, she always gives us candy." The two kids chattered away to Lin Mo, telling him all sorts of things. But all they talked about was how kind the old lady was to them. This only deepened Lin Mo's confusion. Was it a glitch in the system, or was this old lady just hiding her true nature? Lin Mo also gleaned quite a bit of useful information from the two young children. Just as Lin Mo was about to start practicing his chi cultivation nearby, his phone rang. He saw it was Tang Bing calling him. "Sis Tang. Lin Mo, where are you?" "I'm at the spot where we parted ways earlier," Tang Bing said anxiously. "I'll send you my location." Lin Mo immediately sent his location to Tang Bing. He hadn't expected Tang Bing to actually turn back. 5 minutes later, Tang Bing drove over and Lin Mo opened the car door and climbed in. "Lin Mo, any discoveries?" "Yeah. The 7 rats of South City?" Tang Bing asked excitedly. "I'm not entirely sure about that." Then Lin Mo recounted the situation to Tang Bing. "What? That old woman was a fence? How is that possible?" Tang Bing looked utterly incredulous. After all, when she dropped a few hundred yuan, the old lady had kindly pointed it out to her. Plus, she looked so kind and gentle, she definitely didn't seem like a bad person. "Lin Mo, did you get it wrong? The barbecue shop owner said she's done a lot of good deeds and even donated to children in mountainous areas." "Sis Tang, I'm just speculating, but the odds are pretty high. When I went to the restroom, I happened to catch her making a deal with the thief I caught." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tang Bing fell deep in thought. He still couldn't quite believe there was anything wrong with that old lady. "Oh, right, did that thief confess anything, Sister Tang?" "No. He only admitted to being a thief. Nothing else." Lin Mo pondered for a moment, feeling the old woman was even more suspicious. The fact that the thief wouldn't name the old lady meant she wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Perhaps the thief feared the power behind her and dared not reveal her identity. Soon after, Lin Mo and Tang Bing drove around the area. They were searching for that old woman. But after circling the area several times, they still couldn't find any trace of her. This left both of them deeply puzzled. How far could an old woman possibly go? Finally, they returned to the old woman's residence only to find it completely deserted. "Lin Mo, I think we should head back first. We can come back tomorrow." In truth, Tang Bing already sensed there was nothing amiss with the old woman. To avoid alerting the old woman, Lin Mo agreed to Tang Bing's suggestion. Tang Bing drove toward the city center, traveling for about 15 minutes. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 300. Host, apprehend immediately." Lin Mo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open. He hurriedly checked the criminal's location in his mind's eye. He discovered the criminal was right beside him on the roadside. Lin Mo peered through the car window. His heart leapt with joy, it really was that old woman. Lin Mo urgently called out to Tang Bing. "Sis Tang, pull over at the next roadside stop. I spotted that old lady." "Where?" Tang Bing asked. "Right behind our car on the roadside." Tang Bing glanced through the right rearview mirror and indeed spotted an elderly woman riding a tricycle. It was that very same old lady. Tang Bing slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. Before long, the old woman rode her tricycle past their car, loaded with a considerable amount of scrap. She didn't go far before turning into an old residential complex. Tang Bing and Lin Mo got out of the car and hurried after her. Lin Mo's mind was locked onto the old woman's location through his crime-sensing ability. Inside the old residential complex, Tang Bing followed Lin Mo through a series of twists and turns, finally spotting the old woman's tricycle parked beneath a building. Just as Lin Mo was about to go check it out, the voice of the fivefold system suddenly echoed in his mind. System, Sin Perception has detected a criminal with a Sin value of 200. Host, apprehend immediately. System, Sin Perception detected a criminal. Sin value, 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Chapter 45, Heart Racing. Hearing the system's alerts, Lin Mo quickly grabbed Tang Bing and ducked behind the doorway of the adjacent unit. Lin Mo, what did you see? Tang Bing whispered. Something feels off. Lin Mo replied, keeping the discovery of the 5 criminals to himself. If he had, and Tang Bing asked how he'd noticed, it would be hard to explain. Tang Bing and Lin Mo stealthily glanced toward where the old woman had parked her tricycle. Nothing seemed amiss. About 10 minutes later, they finally heard movement from the neighboring unit. They saw the old woman emerge from the building entrance, followed by a man carrying a burlap sack. The man stepped out of the doorway, glanced left and right, and seeing no one around, finally loaded the sack onto the tricycle. Lin Mo was extremely curious. What was in that sack? Just then, a middle-aged woman walked by. Lin Mo and Tang Bing quickly ducked back behind the apartment door. They faintly overheard the old woman say, "Your scrap total's 16 gene. At 1 yuan per gene, that's 16 yuan for you. Alright, you're a straightforward old lady. I'll call you whenever I have scrap to sell." The man agreed. Seeing the elderly woman was a scrap collector, the middle-aged woman inquired, "How much per pound for cardboard boxes?" 90 cents. 90 cents? Not bad. I'll sell what I have now, but next time I'll save up and buy from you again. The middle-aged woman finished speaking and walked into the building hallway. Just as Tang Bing was about to lean out again to look outside, she accidentally bumped into the clutter behind the unit door. Tang Bing jumped in fright and quickly retracted her body. But the noise she made instantly caught the attention of the old woman and the man. They exchanged a glance, and the old woman rode away on her bike. As she passed the doorway where Tang Bing and Lin Mo were hiding, she deliberately glanced their way. Meanwhile, the man pulled out his phone and sent a message. Through his Sin Perception, Lin Mo sensed the old woman had already gone far, quickly beyond the range of his perception. Meanwhile, the man with a Sin value of 200 remained standing in the same spot, not returning home. After waiting about a minute with no movement, Tang Bing signaled to Lin Mo with her eyes, indicating they should go out together. But Lin Mo shook his head and pointed toward the adjacent building, indicating the man hadn't left yet. Tang Bing was also surprised. How did Lin Mo know? Still, she chose to trust him. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly sensed through his crime perception that 4 more criminals had appeared beside the man. After exchanging a few quiet words, they began moving toward the entrance of Lin Mo's apartment building. Lin Mo instantly tensed up. It wasn't that he feared these criminals, he was afraid of alerting the bigger fish behind the old woman and losing his chance to catch them. Lin Mo held up 5 fingers, gestured toward the neighboring unit, and then made a walking motion. Tang Bing instantly understood Lin Mo's meaning. Tang Bing shared Lin Mo's concern they absolutely couldn't tip off the target before confirming the old woman's identity, lest they lose the lead entirely. Moreover, judging by the old woman's behavior, Tang Bing was almost certain she was up to something. Lin Mo then gestured to Tang Bing they were only 3 meters away. Clearly, if they tried to head upstairs now, it would be too late. Lin Mo sighed in resignation, readying himself for combat. This time, they might truly have to tip off the target. Through his Sin Perception, he could sense them drawing ever closer. 2 meters. 1 meter. 0.5 meters. Just as Lin Mo was about to burst out and subdue the criminals, Tang Bing wrapped her arms around Lin Mo and kissed him. Lin Mo's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He could clearly see Tang Bing's tightly closed eyes trembling. Her long lashes curved naturally, exquisitely beautiful. Her willow leaf eyebrows were delicate and refined. For some reason, Lin Mo felt his heart suddenly race. Squeak. The apartment door creaked open. Lin Mo knew it was those criminals opening the door. Seeing 2 young people here, all lovey-dovey, they burst out laughing. Before Lin Mo and Tang Bing could pull away from their kiss, the men chuckled, shut the door, and left. "Boss, you're way too sensitive, you're interrupting people's fun." "Yeah, this place is so secluded, the cops would never find us. Tonight, why don't we go out and have some fun too?" "Yeah. We made a killing this time. Hee." Tang Bing, seeing the others leave, hurriedly pulled away from Lin Mo's warm lips. Her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. This was her first kiss. Seeing Lin Mo staring intently at her, her eyes darted around nervously. I just... Tang Bing tried to explain that her reaction had been a spur-of-the-moment thing. But she stammered for ages and couldn't get the words out. "I know. Sister Tang. Lin Mo said, feeling a bit embarrassed himself. Just know that's all that matters. Tang Bing was still flustered. Even when facing vicious criminals, she hadn't been this nervous. Sis Tang. Ha? Your hand. Only then did Tang Bing realize that, overcome by nerves, she'd been clutching Lin Mo's hands the entire time. Her flushed cheeks, which had just begun to calm slightly, instantly turned crimson again. Lin Mo sensed through his sin perception that those people had returned to their rooms in the neighboring unit. He then addressed Tang Bing. Sis Tang, let's go. Oh. Tang Bing responded, still savoring the kiss she'd shared with Lin Mo moments ago. Sis Tang, let's go. Ha? Tang Bing snapped out of her reverie. She suddenly remembered they needed to catch up to the old lady and continue following her. After circling the residential complex with Lin Mo and finding no trace of the old woman, they hurried out to search the surrounding area. But this was the old city district, with countless narrow alleys. They had no idea which one the old woman might take. After wandering the old district for over an hour, they still hadn't found any sign of her. Lin Mo, why don't we go to that old lady's residence? Maybe she's already returned. Forget it. It's getting late now. The old lady probably won't be going anywhere else. Let's track her tomorrow instead. Tang Bing agreed. Even if they found her at home now, it wouldn't accomplish anything. So they headed back to the Gullo Street police station. Since Lin Mo was the only one who had apprehended a thief today, the entire station was working overtime. The moment Lin Mo stepped into the office lobby, he heard Zhang Dalong's sarcastic voice ring out. Oh. Our big hero's back. Did you catch the South City 7 rats? Chapter 46, Losing His Temper. Oh. Our big hero's back. Did you catch the 7 rats of South City? Hearing Zhang Dalong speak like this, Tang Bing's temper flared instantly. She hadn't found Zhang Dalong particularly annoying before, but lately he seemed like a completely different person. Zhang Dalong, do you think the 7 rats of South City are that easy to catch? Mind your own business. Junior Tang Bing, I was just showing concern for the newcomers. Nothing more. In front of Tang Bing, Zhang Dalong still had to maintain his image. I'm asking you, how many thieves did you catch today? Zhang Dalong was instantly rendered speechless by Tang Bing's retort. Since the thief-catching competition began, today marked the 4th day and he hadn't caught a single thief. This had become a constant source of pain in his heart. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't fathom why Zhang Dalong kept targeting him time and again. Though he was a newcomer, just transferred to Gullo Police Station, if you treated him well, he'd remember it. But if you keep picking on me, just enduring it will only make me an easy target. Brother Zhang, if you have an issue with me, speak up clearly. If I'm at fault, I'll correct it. If you're deliberately picking on me, I can tolerate it once or twice. But you've gone too far. Don't blame me for being unkind. Lin Mo said coldly. Though his voice wasn't loud, the entire office atmosphere instantly turned icy cold. Everyone was stunned to hear such harsh words from the usually mild-mannered Lin Mo. Zhang Dalong, seeing this newcomer speak to him like this, felt utterly humiliated. Oh my, you've got quite the temper. What's wrong with me scolding you a bit as a newcomer? Zhang Dalong, relying on his seniority as a veteran officer, adopted a haughty demeanor. Lin Mo snorted coldly. He raised his right hand, his expression suddenly turning stern. Crack. He slammed his palm down on the corner of the desk. The corner snapped clean off. Whoosh. The entire office hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at Lin Mo in shock. Keep in mind, this desk was made of 5-ply plywood, extremely sturdy, yet it snapped clean in two from Lin Mo's single strike. That's brutal. Wasn't he ranked last in physical fitness at the police academy? How could he possibly have such immense strength? If that same blow landed on Zhang Dalong, it'd probably shatter his bones. The others were too far away from Lin Mo to feel the force of his palm strike. But Zhang Dalong felt it all too clearly, the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Mo's descending palm. To be honest, in that moment, he was scared. If not for the crowd watching, he would have taken a few steps back to distance himself from Lin Mo. The sheer intensity radiating from him was terrifying. Now that things had escalated to this point, backing down would be utterly humiliating. But he dared not say anything too provocative to Lin Mo now. If he angered Lin Mo, he was just a greenhorn. He couldn't afford to ignore the consequences. The one who'd suffer would be him. Besides, judging by the sheer force of that single palm strike, he truly wasn't Lin Mo's match. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Tang Bing quickly pulled the two of them apart. Lin Mo, calm down. I'm fine, Sister Tang. Lin Mo took a deep breath and replied calmly. Hearing his words, Tang Bing paused in surprise, suddenly feeling a surge of admiration for him. He was only a 21-year-old youth, yet he managed to keep his emotions in check. Just a moment ago, she genuinely feared Lin Mo might lose his temper and charge at Zhang Dalong to start a fight. If they had actually fought, they would have definitely gotten disciplinary action. Thankfully, Lin Mo had held back. Li Janua, take Lin Mo outside for some fresh air. Alright. Lin, let's go take a walk. Then Lin Mo followed Li Jianhua out. At that moment, Zhang Daolong snorted coldly. If it weren't for Tang Bing's sake, I wouldn't let this slide so easily. Cut it out. Save your breath. Tang Bing retorted. In the director's office, Lu Dahai witnessed everything unfolding outside through the surveillance system. But he didn't go out to stop him, nor did he get angry. Instead, he wore a look of satisfaction. He was growing increasingly fond of his protégé. As a cop, sometimes you need that fiery edge to intimidate criminals. It also helps you avoid unnecessary trouble on the job. He was well aware of Zhang Daolong's attitude toward Lin Mo these past few days. But Lin Mo was his apprentice, and Zhang Daolong was his subordinate. He couldn't really say anything. Otherwise, he'd risk being accused of favoritism, making others feel he was unfair to his subordinates. After seeing Lin Mo's performance today, Zhang Daolong probably wouldn't dare give him a hard time anymore. Good lad, he's got some serious strength. Ha. Recalling how Lin Mo had shattered a table leg with a single palm strike, Lu Dahai couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. Inside the courtyard of the Gulo police station. Lin, you were so fierce just now you scared the crap out of Zhang Daolong. Ha. Lin Mo smiled but said nothing. Showing off like that came at a price. His hand was still throbbing. Hopefully this would intimidate him enough to keep him from messing with him again. Truthfully, Lin Mo was easy to get along with. As long as you didn't cross the line, he usually didn't bother holding grudges. His heart was set on fulfilling his childhood dream, punishing evildoers, eliminating crime, and safeguarding the peace of the local people. It was that simple. Just then, Tang Bing approached carrying a bottle of red flower oil. Li Jianhua wisely stepped aside. Lin Mo, is your hand okay? I'm fine, Sister Tang. Lin Mo raised his right hand and gave it a shake. Honestly, it really hurts. Tang Bing looked at Lin Mo's hand, which was turning dark purple, and said with concern, how can you say it's fine when it's already bruised and purple? After saying that, Tang Bing pulled Lin Mo's right hand toward her. Ouch. Lin Mo couldn't help but wince in pain. Didn't you say it didn't hurt? Tang Bing snapped irritably. Lin Mo could only offer an awkward smile. Then, Tang Bing began applying red flower oil for him. How come your hands have so many calluses? Tang Bing asked curiously. Lin Mo withdrew his right hand, took a deep breath, and gazed at the crescent moon in the sky. Honestly, you might not believe this, but these calluses all came from training at the police academy. Police academy training doesn't seem that intense, does it? Tang Bing remarked, having graduated from the same academy herself. I'm different from you guys. I was physically weak since childhood. During my 3 years at the academy, besides the regular training, I had to get up at 4 a.m. every morning and train until 7 a.m. 3 extra hours of training compared to others. Only then did I barely pass the graduation assessment. Tang Bing had no idea Lin Mo had gone through something like that. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit closer to Lin Mo. Chapter 47, Spotting the Big Fish. The next morning. Early in the morning, Tang Bing drove to Lin Mo's residence to pick him up, continuing their pursuit of the elderly woman from yesterday. Lin Mo got into the car. Lin Mo, there's a lunchbox in the back seat. I accidentally made too much this morning. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, grabbing the lunchbox and opening it. A delicious aroma instantly filled the air. Inside were red date porridge, shrimp, boiled eggs, greens, and beef cubes. Smells amazing. Thanks, Sister Tang. No need to thank me, I made too much anyway, and it would have been a waste to throw it out. Tang Bing said casually. But only she knew it was meticulously prepared, not intentionally made in excess. Lin Mo finished the meal quickly. This could easily be the most exquisite breakfast he'd ever had in his life. Sis Tang, the lunchbox, how can I help you wash it? No need. Just put it wherever. I'll wash it myself when I get back tonight. Was it good? Delicious. My breakfasts used to be just steamed buns and soy milk. This is the best breakfast I've ever had. Hearing Lin Mo say this, Tang Bing felt utterly delighted. They drove quickly to the old lady's residence. Lin Mo immediately sensed the old lady nearby. Soon after, Tang Bing and Lin Mo parked the car around a bend. After waiting about 20 minutes, the old lady emerged riding her scrap-collecting tricycle. Here she comes. Lin Mo said with a serious expression. Tang Bing peered through the car window and spotted the old woman. Once the old woman had walked a short distance away, she drove the car to follow. The old woman's scrap-collecting tricycle had a horn that blared incessantly. Scrap collection. Scrap collection. It looked exactly like any other normal collection service. After cruising around the southern suburbs along Shuanha Road for 10 minutes, the old woman headed toward the city center. Tang Bing wondered if she might head back to yesterday's spot. But the old woman didn't. Instead, she headed to another residential complex. Lin Mo immediately detected 3 thieves through his crime-sensing ability. He promptly grabbed his notebook to jot down their locations and numbers. About 10 minutes later, the old woman went to another residential complex. Lin Mo also detected several thieves through his sin perception. Throughout the morning, they secretly followed the old woman, visiting a total of 6 residential complexes. Lin Mo realized that wherever the old woman went, criminals were sure to follow. Through analysis, he became even more certain that this elderly woman was undoubtedly a fence. Lin Mo, based on your analysis, this old woman must have higher-ups, maybe even a major criminal syndicate. Tang Bing couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. If they really dismantled a syndicate, this would be a major case. Moreover, she and Lin Mo would likely receive a third-class merit award for this. The thought made Tang Bing itch to get started. Sis Tang, calm down first. If they're a syndicate, the two of us alone won't stand a chance of taking them all down. Lin Mo reminded her, watching Tang Bing's excitement. Hearing this, Tang Bing instantly calmed down. Lin Mo was right. Organized crime was different from individual thieves. They operated with structure and planning. More importantly, they definitely have lethal weapons to protect their interests. Then I'll report this to the chief right now and request reinforcements. It's too early. Lin Mo replied. We haven't even traced the old woman's source yet. Bringing in reinforcements now would only alert them and scare them off. Tang Bing nodded in agreement after hearing Lin Mo's analysis. Suddenly, something felt off. She was the team leader, yet lately she found herself following Lin Mo's lead more often than not. Lin Mo had only been on the job for 5 days. How could he seem so seasoned? His progress seemed far too rapid. Regardless, seeing the results Lin Mo had achieved, Tang Bing, as his team leader, couldn't help but feel genuinely pleased for him. Just as the two were discussing matters, the old lady emerged again. She's gone again. Tang Bing alerted Lin Mo. What Tang Bing didn't know was that while discussing with her, Lin Mo was constantly monitoring the sin perception in his mind. After the old woman had walked a considerable distance, Tang Bing got back in the car and followed her again. This time, the old lady didn't go anywhere else to collect things. Instead, she retraced her steps. By noon, the old lady hadn't gone anywhere. Instead, she cooked a simple meal at home. Tang Bing and Lin Mo picked up some takeout from a restaurant and ate in the car. After lunch, Lin Mo detected through his crime-sensing ability that the old lady's location remained completely still. He guessed she must be taking an afternoon nap. Sis Tang, it looks like the old lady won't be out anytime soon. Why don't you get some rest? I'll keep watch. All right. Tang Bing had been driving all morning, and after tossing and turning all night thinking about kissing Lin Mo earlier that day, she was genuinely exhausted now. Soon after, she leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. About an hour later. Sis Tang. Wake up. The old lady's on her way. Lin Mo roused Tang Bing from her sleep. This time, the old lady was different from earlier. Her tricycle, used for collecting scrap, was loaded to the brim with goods. Tang Bing woke up groggily and saw the scene. She jolted wide awake. Was she heading upstream to process these items? Lin Mo perked up the moment he heard this. It was highly likely. After that, the two followed with even greater caution. This was a critical moment. They didn't want any mishaps. Fortunately, the old woman didn't notice Lin Mo and the others along the way. About 20 minutes later, the old woman entered a scrap collection station. Perhaps because it was early morning, there were no other scrap sellers around. Sis Tang, stop. There's a camera. Lin Mo called out to Tang Bing. Fortunately, their vehicle wasn't moving fast and hadn't entered the camera's field of view. They were still over 30 meters from the scrapyard, and Lin Mo's crime detection only worked within 10 meters. Suddenly, Lin Mo remembered the disguise master item in his system. Criminals couldn't identify his true identity. Without hesitation, Lin Mo spent 500 points to purchase the disguise master item. It consisted of a hat and a pair of glasses. Sister Tang, find a hidden spot and wait for me. I'll go check the situation. I'm coming with you. But it's not appropriate for a woman to come to a scrapyard. Tang Bing thought about it and agreed that only Lin Mo should go check things out. Lin Mo donned the hat and glasses and headed toward the scrapyard. Lin Mo, you must stay safe. Tang Bing called out from the car as she leaned out. Got it. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the scrapyard. The system in his mind immediately activated. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 600. Host, apprehend immediately. Chapter 48, Operation. Hearing the crime value of 600, Lin Mo instantly grew excited. It seemed there really was a big fish here. As Lin Mo stepped into the courtyard, the system in his mind sounded off 4 more times. Those individuals' crime values weren't high, some at 100, others at 200. They must be accomplices to that major criminal. Who the hell are you? At that moment, a burly, broad-shouldered man shouted at Lin Mo. The old woman heard the shout and turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's heart sank instantly, for he had met the old woman before. He worried she might recognize him. But the old woman showed no reaction, instead lowering her head to continue sorting the scrap on her tricycle. Excuse me, do you guys take aluminum alloy doors here? Lin Mo asked cheerfully. We're a scrap collection station, of course we do. The burly man replied. What's the price? Lin Mo inquired. 50 cents per pound. That's cheap. Take it or leave it. The other party retorted bluntly. Lin Mo didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and pulled out a cigarette, offering it to the burly man. "We're from the demolition crew. We've got nearly 100 aluminum alloy doors. Throw in a little extra, okay?" As Lin Mo spoke, he kept observing the scrapyard's layout. The place was quite large, covering nearly 2 mu of land. Hearing Lin Mo mention such a large job, the burly man didn't seem overly excited. Take it or leave it at this price. On the surface, this place was a scrapyard, but behind the scenes, they were involved in other businesses. Their income far exceeded this grueling, dirty work by an unimaginable margin. Even if they took Lin Mo's job, they just subcontracted out to someone else. Fine, if that's the case, I'll ask around elsewhere. Lin Mo was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "Ouch! My stomach hurts. Where's the bathroom? I gotta go." Honestly, the burly man wanted to shoo him away immediately. If it weren't for the boss constantly reminding him to keep a low profile, he wouldn't have bothered wasting words on this kid. "Over there." The burly man impatiently pointed at the restroom. Lin Mo jogged into the restroom. After entering, he used his sin sense to pinpoint the locations of several criminals. What puzzled him was the location of the criminal with a sin value of 600. The location displayed on his sin radar, but when Lin Mo had just checked, there was no one there at all. What was going on? 5 minutes later, Lin Mo emerged from the restroom. He headed straight for the outdoor faucet. The burly man, seeing this, immediately asked with a look of caution, "What are you doing?" "Bro, I'm washing my hands," Lin Mo said with a smile. "Wash up and get moving, don't hold us up." "Got it." While washing his hands, Lin Mo peered inside through the window. He noticed a notebook on the table inside, densely covered in writing. The distance was too great for him to make out the contents. After washing his hands, Lin Mo didn't linger and hurriedly left. Tang Bing, waiting in the car, breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Mo emerged. Lin Mo returned to the car. "Lin Mo, how'd it go?" "Sis Tang, it's pretty much what we expected." "Really?" Tang Bing instantly perked up. "I'll report to Chief Lu immediately and launch an immediate raid on them." Lin Mo agreed. In his view, this must be their main base. The call connected quickly. "Xiao Tang, what's the situation?" "Chief, Lin Mo and I have uncovered a criminal gang specializing in fencing stolen goods." Tang Bing then detailed the situation and its background to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai immediately deduced this was no ordinary criminal gang. "Xiao Tang, you and Lin Mo find a hidden place to hide. Do not act on your own. They are likely armed." "Got it, Chief." "Master, I'll send you the exact locations of the 7 thieves' hideouts shortly," Lin Mo said into the phone to Lu Dahai. "Got it." "Lin Mo, you and Tang Bing remember under no circumstances act on your own." "Understand?" "Got it, Master." Both Lin Mo and Tang Bing understood that Lu Dahai was concerned about their safety. Just as they hung up the phone, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind once more. "System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 200. Host, apprehend immediately." And this criminal was rapidly approaching from behind them. Before Lin Mo could warn Tang Bing, the criminal zoomed past on an electric scooter. As he passed Tang Bing and Lin Mo, he deliberately glanced at them. Then he rode straight into the scrapyard. Lin Mo guessed the guy must be an accomplice of the scrapyard. "Sis Tang, we should get back in the car and drive away for a bit. Since we're in the suburbs, the signal's weak." Earlier, they made their call right next to the car. "Yeah, okay." Tang Bing agreed. Just as Tang Bing and Lin Mo were about to get in the car, the criminal on the electric bike emerged again, this time accompanied by several others. The old woman recognized Tang Bing and Lin Mo at a glance. She then whispered something to the burly man. The burly man glared menacingly at his henchman and barked, "Grab your weapons. Don't let them get away." Sensing trouble, Tang Bing and Lin Mo exchanged a glance. Lin Mo opened the car door and retrieved 2 batons from inside. They didn't choose to leave, because these criminals had already been alerted. If they chose to leave now, the criminals would definitely seize the chance to transfer. Then all their efforts would be for nothing. The only solution was to subdue them all. At this moment, Lin Mo and Tang Bing had no time to consider the danger. Moments later, a henchman emerged from the courtyard carrying several restricted knives, distributing one to each of them. The criminals armed with steel pipes and long knives charged straight toward Lin Mo and Tang Bing. At this moment, Lu Dahai, armed with the information provided by Lin Mo and Tang Bing, realized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps this fencing ring could expose every thief in the entire old city district. However, with so many dens involved, their Golo sub-district police station simply couldn't handle it. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Dahai dialed the number for Chief Zhang of the old city precinct. The call connected quickly. "Old Lu, what's up?" "Chief Zhang, we have a major incident." Lu Dahai then briefed Chief Zhang on the situation. Director Zhang was immediately overcome with excitement. This was undoubtedly a major case for their old city bureau. It might even lead to the Southern City 7 rats. Old Lu, gather your station personnel immediately and head to the nearest hideout in Nanwan residential area to await further orders. Understood. After assigning Lu Dahai, Director Zhang urgently called the chiefs of several other police stations. He instructed them to halt all current operations and fully support the Gulu police station's operation. After finalizing all arrangements, Chief Zhang personally led his division officers. They loaded their vehicles with firearms and headed toward the scrap collection station in the Xuanhao Road suburban area south of the city. Chapter 49, The Arrest. Gulu Pedestrian Street. As the squad leader, Zhang Dalong was absolutely furious. He and his 2 team members had been patrolling since morning, yet hadn't spotted a single thief. Today was the 5th day of the thief-catching competition, and as the vanguard squad of Gulu Street Police Station, they hadn't apprehended a single thief. If the other squads hadn't caught any either, he wouldn't feel so humiliated. But Team 2 had caught 3 thieves in those 5 days. Team 3 was even more outrageous, they'd caught a whopping 101 thieves. It was utterly humiliating. Captain, maybe we should switch locations? Since Lin Mo left Gulu Pedestrian Street, we haven't seen a single thief. Yeah, Captain Zhang, if this keeps up, we won't catch a single thief even if we patrol for days. Zhang Dalong's 2 team members also felt embarrassed and were desperate to catch a thief. Zhang Dalong was helpless. Stubborn as he was, he had sworn that morning to catch at least 1 thief on Gulu Pedestrian Street. But now it seemed that even if they wasted a few more days, they'd likely come up empty-handed. By then, his 2 subordinates would probably start doubting themselves. Alright, I'll call the station chief right now and request we shift our patrol location. But just then, Lu Dahai's call came through. Zhang Dalong answered and heard Lu Dahai say, "Dalong, get your men back here immediately. We have an emergency." Zhang Dalong immediately rushed back to the station with 2 team members. Back at the station, before he could ask for details, Lu Dahai led both Squad 1 and Squad 2 straight to Nanwan Residential Complex. On the car, Lu Dahai explained the situation to them. Only then did Zhang Dalong realize their station had uncovered a thieves' hideout. They soon arrived at Nanwan Residential Complex. Lu Dahai then led the officers to their designated positions for surveillance. He also reported to Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. Instead of ordering Lu to proceed immediately, Chief Zhang waited for personnel from other police stations to arrive. Lin Mo had reported 7 hideouts in total. Based on analysis, Director Zhang concluded they were undoubtedly connected. Therefore, a unified arrest operation was essential to prevent leaks. About 10 minutes later, personnel from Xuanhao Road, Shiliu Road, and Guanqing Road police stations all arrived on the scene. Chief Zhang then issued the order. Raid the dens. Upon hearing the command, Lu Dahai led several officers swiftly to the room number reported by Lin Mo. Posing as property management, Lu Dahai knocked on the thief's door. Before the occupants could react, Lu Dahai and his officers burst in, immediately pinning both individuals to the floor. One of them, seeing this, tried to break the window and escape, only to be snatched back by Zhang Dalong in a single swift stride. He pinned him to the floor with all his might. The man howled in pain. That long-lost thrill of catching a thief finally returned to Zhang Dalong's heart in that moment. The pent-up frustration he'd been carrying these past few days was finally released. Lu Dahai frowned slightly at the sight of the 3 thieves and barked at their leader. "Where are the other 2? The thief leader realized Lu Dahai knew their exact numbers. They were clearly prepared. Still, he tried to wriggle out of it. "Who are you? Why are you arresting us?" Lu Dahai snorted coldly. "We're from the police station. We're arresting you because we have evidence of your crimes. Confess honestly. Where are the other 2? There are only 3 of us. No one else." "Chief, we found 5 sets of bedding and 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks in their bedroom." The thief's leader realized further evasion was pointless. He had no choice but to confess. The other 2 went out to pick pockets. "When will they return?" "Not sure." But just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Boss Wu, open up. My 2 buddies and I got our hands on some good stuff today." Lu Dahai heard this and immediately shot the thief leader a fierce glare. The thief leader was too scared to utter a word. "You know what to say, right?" I know. The gang leader nodded. He knew he was doomed. His 2 accomplices weren't exactly his life or death buddies, so he saw no reason to help them escape in front of the police. Who knows? Helping the police might even reduce his own sentence. The gang leader shouted toward the door. Coming. Big brother Wu, hurry up. This time we're guaranteed to make a killing." The raucous laughter of 2 thieves echoed from outside the door. Before Lu Dahai could speak, Zhang Dalong and Niu Taijun hid on either side of the doorway. Once they were set up, Zhang Dalong quietly opened the door. The 2 thieves happily walked in. Before they could react, Zhang Dalong and Niu Taijun immediately subdued the 2 thieves. A gleaming gold chain fell to the floor. The thief leader eyed it. By his estimate, the thing was worth at least 500,000 yuan. He knew full well that the more valuable the stolen goods, the harsher the sentence. He urgently addressed Lu Dahai. "Officer, this stolen item has nothing to do with me. Lu Dahai ignored him and instead pulled out his phone to report to Chief Zhang. Commissioner Zhang, the hideout in Nanwan residential area is under control. Then, Chief Zhang ordered them to wrap up the operation. Lu Dahai escorted several thieves back to the vehicle. He instructed the others to take the thieves back first, while he drove his vehicle toward Xuanha Road in the southern part of the city. Although Director Zhang had already dispatched officers to assist Lin Mo and Tang Bing, Lu Dahai couldn't shake a sense of unease. South City, Xuanha Road, suburban area. Oh no! Lin Mo's arm was injured. Tang Bing quickly tore a piece of cloth from her own shirt and bandaged Lin Mo's wound. Sis Tang, I'm fine. Lin Mo said. Earlier, they had fought several criminals wielding machetes. Lin Mo had accidentally been slashed on the arm, but it was only a superficial wound, no tendons or bones were damaged. Tang Bing still felt a pang of worry. Several others sat bound together nearby. They never imagined this scrawny young man and this woman before them could be so formidable. In less than 5 minutes, they had all been taken down and rendered incapacitated. As Tang Bing bandaged Lin Mo's wound, she spotted a middle-aged man nearby holding a pistol, aiming directly at them. Bang! A gunshot rang out. In the blink of an eye, Tang Bing shoved Lin Mo out of harm's way. Instantly, a bullet pierced Tang Bing's chest. She fell straight to the ground. Bright red blood gushed out, staining her white blouse crimson. Lin Mo stared at the sudden scene unfolding before him, frozen in place like a statue. Chapter 50, I'm not done with you. Bang! The middle-aged man fired another shot. Due to the excessive distance, the bullet missed Lin Mo entirely, striking the ground instead. The bullet sent pebbles flying in all directions. A small pebble grazed Lin Mo's face, leaving a cut. The sudden sting of pain snapped the dazed Lin Mo back to his senses. He hurriedly pulled Tang Bing behind the car for cover. The middle-aged man, seemingly unwilling to let him go, cautiously approached the car. Lin Mo stared at the unconscious Tang Bing, blood gushing relentlessly from her wounds. Panic gripped his heart. He desperately pressed his hands over Tang Bing's wounds. But the blood kept seeping through his fingers. Lin Mo felt utterly helpless. He had chosen to become a police officer, prepared to sacrifice himself at any moment. But when death came this close, he was terrified. He recalled his first day at Gula police station, when everyone had mocked him yet only Tang Bing had offered understanding comfort. When Zhang Dalong mocked him, Tang Bing was the first to stand up and speak for him. And under that crescent moon, he poured out the years of pent-up anguish he'd kept bottled up inside to Tang Bing. In that moment, he felt a relief he'd never known before, as if his heart had been set free. And just now, when danger threatened him, Tang Bing had pushed him out of harm's way without hesitation. Such a kind, understanding, brave, and self-reliant girl, now she lay unconscious from a gunshot wound, her life hanging in the balance. Though Lin Mo and Tang Bing hadn't spent much time together, he had received an emotion he had never known before. What hits anyone but yourself? Damned criminal! Lin Mo's rage boiled over. His trembling hands gradually stopped shaking. His heart gradually calmed down. Yet a fiery rage ignited within his chest, burning ever brighter. His chest heaved up and down. His nostrils flared with heavy breathing. His eyes turned bloodshot. At that moment, the system in his mind suddenly activated. System, Sin Perception has detected a criminal with a Sin value of 1000. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo detected through his Sin Perception that the middle-aged man was slowly approaching him. 10 meters. 9 meters. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens erupted behind him. The middle-aged criminal, upon hearing this, instantly halted his approach toward Lin Mo and darted toward a nearby cornfield. The police car arrived swiftly. Director Zhang got out of the car, saw the situation, and urgently had someone bandage Tang Bing's wounds while dialing 120. Lin Mo, are you okay? Commissioner Zhang asked with concern. Give me the gun. Lin Mo said in a low voice. What? Director Zhang hadn't heard clearly and asked instinctively. Lin Mo glanced at Tang Bing lying on the stretcher and noticed her lips had turned pale. His composure was terrifyingly calm. Give me the gun. This time, Director Zhang heard him loud and clear. He knew Lin Mo was facing his first gunfight. His heart must be pounding. Xiao Song, get Lin Mo and Tang Bing into the car and rush them to the hospital. Xiao Song hurried over to help Lin Mo up, but when he saw the bloodshot red in Lin Mo's eyes, he instantly recoiled 2 steps backward. He'd never seen eyes so terrifying before. Give me the gun. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on Director Zhang and demanded again. Lin Mo, listen to me. You've done exceptionally well. Leave the rest to us. Director Zhang feared Lin Mo, emotionally and physically shattered, might do something reckless. However, Lin Mo spotted a rifle on the police car. He grabbed it and swiftly dove into the cornfield beside him. Seeing this, Director Zhang immediately ordered his subordinate Gao Hongi. Captain Gao, take a squad and pursue Lin Mo immediately. Bring him back safely. Roger that. Gao Hongi immediately led a 6-man squad into the cornfield. Director Zhang had the bound criminals on the ground loaded into the vehicle. Then, he led the group into the scrapyard to search. In one scrap warehouse, they uncovered a large quantity of stolen goods. with a preliminary conservative estimate placing its value at over 1 million yuan. At that moment, Lu Dahai also arrived on the scene. When he saw Tang Bing, who had been shot, his face instantly froze in shock. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The ambulance arrived just then. They rushed Tang Bing to the hospital. After seeing Tang Bing off, Lu Dahai scanned the area but found no sign of Lin Mo. His heart instantly leapt into his throat. He hurriedly found Director Zhang and demanded, "Where's Lin Mo?" Lin Mo took the gun to chase the fugitive. What? Lu Dahai's temper flared the moment he heard Chief Zhang's words. After all, Lin Mo was a rookie officer who had only been at their station for 5 days. He hadn't even handled a real gun in actual duty yet. And Chief Zhang was actually sending Lin Mo out with a loaded weapon to pursue a dangerous criminal? What if something happened to Lin Mo? The thought made Lu Dahai roar at Chief Zhang. "Old Zhang, how the hell do you run this place? Sending a rookie out with a gun to chase a criminal? If anything happens to Lin Mo, I'll hold you personally responsible." Meanwhile, in the cornfield, Lin Mo was in hot pursuit of the violent criminal. The exposed skin on his face and arms was slashed by corn leaves, leaving numerous bloody gashes. Lin Mo had purchased gun proficiency through the system. His marksmanship wasn't quite sharpshooter level, but it was close. Fueled by rage, Lin Mo hadn't lost his mind. Instead, his senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He quickly crossed the cornfield. Judging by the footprints on the ground, the criminal had already entered the mountains. Without hesitation, Lin Mo plunged in after him. Meanwhile, deep within the woods, the middle-aged criminal leaned against a thick tree trunk, gasping for breath. "Damn it, ruining my plans." He'd planned to retire from the South City 7 Rats after pulling off this one job. He was going to emigrate and reunite with his family, but now he'd been exposed. He couldn't wrap his head around it. They'd been hiding here for over a decade without a single problem. How could the cops suddenly be on their trail? He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected, and he spoke into the phone. "Two-finger rat, we're in deep trouble." The voice on the other end immediately tensed up. "What happened? Our hideout's been exposed." "What?" The other fell into brief contemplation before urgently asking. "Golden rat, the stuff we stashed it hasn't been found, has it?" "Don't worry, I hid it very well. They won't find it." "That's good." "Two-fingered rat, send men to Nanwang Mountain to rescue me. Now I'm trapped here." "Got it." After finishing the call, Golden Rat breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he held out until Two-fingered Rat arrived, he'd be safe. But just then, he heard footsteps running behind him. Chapter 51, The Basement. Upon hearing the sound, Golden Rat couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! They really are relentless." With that, he reluctantly stood up and took off running. Lin Mo heard the commotion and hurriedly gave chase in Jean Shu's direction. He could already see Golden Rat's figure. At that moment, Lin Mo purchased a one-time acceleration capsule from the system. He instantly felt the wind rushing past his feet as his speed surged. Though the boost lasted only 6 seconds, it was enough to bring the target within range of his sin-sensing ability. He shouted at the Golden Rat, "Freeze! Or I'll shoot." Golden Rat heard Lin Mo's voice and turned to fire a shot at him. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted swiftly and darted behind a large tree. Behind him, Golden Rat seized the moment and sprinted forward. At that moment, Lin Mo raised his rifle and fired a shot at the fleeing target. Bang! The bullet instantly pierced through the falling leaves and struck the Golden Rat's thigh. Ah! With a piercing scream, the Golden Rat collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo didn't rush forward, but instead aimed at his opponent. He desperately wanted to end him with a single shot, avenging Tang Bing. But as a police officer, he managed to restrain his inner rage. "Drop the gun, or I'll shoot." Golden Rat knew he'd struck the female officer in a vital spot she likely wouldn't survive. If captured, he'd face certain death. So he would never surrender now. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger at Lin Mo without a second thought. A bullet whizzed past Lin Mo's ear. He rolled urgently, diving behind a large tree. At that moment, Lin Mo raised his gun and fired without hesitation at Golden Rat. The bullet struck the pistol precisely, bending the barrel clean off. Seeing his opponent disarmed, Lin Mo charged forward in a single bound. "Scrap yard." Gao Hongyi stood with his head bowed before Director Zhang. "How did I give you your orders? You were to bring Lin Mo back. Where is he now?" "Director Zhang, Lin Mo was moving too fast. By the time we entered the cornfield, he had vanished without a trace. Moreover, we weren't familiar with this cornfield. Once we entered, we lost our way." Gao Hongyi looked utterly ashamed. Standing nearby, Lu Dahai was so furious he nearly lunged at Gao Hongyi to fight. "What the hell were you thinking? He's my apprentice. A rookie cop handling a gun for the first time in the field. He probably didn't even know how to fire it properly. And you send him out alone to catch a vicious criminal. If anything happens to my apprentice, I'll fight you to the death." Commissioner Zhang knew Lu Dahai's temperament and didn't reprimand him. Lin Mo had made significant contributions to their precinct in recent days, and he didn't want anything to happen to him either. But when Lin Mo grabbed the gun and ran, he simply couldn't stop him in time. Old Lu, calm down. I'll immediately request reinforcements from the municipal armed police. Lin Mo will be fine. Forget it. My apprentice is mine to find. With that, Lu Dahai snatched the gun from Gao Hongyi's hands and made to leave. Director Zhang watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless. Lin Mo and Lu Dahai truly were master and apprentice. Just then, an officer jogged over and reported to Director Zhang. Chief Zhang, Lin Mo is back. Lin Mo is back? Where is he? Lu Dahai asked anxiously. At the entrance of the scrapyard stood a figure covered in bloodstains, his clothes torn and tattered. It was Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo in such a state, Lu Dahai felt a pang of heartache and rushed over immediately. Lin Mo, are you okay? Master, I'm fine. Lu Dahai circled Lin Mo, finding no major wounds, just superficial scrapes and bruises. This finally eased his mind. As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. I've caught the criminal who injured Sister Tang. Lin Mo said calmly. He felt that only by apprehending the criminal who had injured Tang Bing could the guilt gnawing at his heart begin to ease. Good. Good. Lu Dahai exclaimed with relief, repeating good twice. Tang Bing was now lying in the hospital, and he had no idea how serious her condition was. Judging by her injuries, however, the outlook seemed grim. Just as he was about to comfort Lin Mo, Director Zhang approached and asked with concern. Lin Mo, are you okay? Before Lin Mo could respond, Lu Dahai snorted coldly. Thank goodness my apprentice returned safely this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you off the hook. Seeing Lu Dahai react this way, Director Zhang realized Lin Mo must be okay. His expression immediately turned stern as he reprimanded Lin Mo. Lin Mo, as a police officer, you disobeyed orders and even seized a firearm without authorization. Do you realize this constitutes a serious disciplinary violation? I know, Director Zhang. I'm back now. Do with me as you will. Lin Mo replied calmly. Even if he received a major demerit, he wouldn't regret it. The situation was urgent, he had to apprehend the criminal who injured Tang Bing, no matter what. But before Director Zhang could respond, Lu Dahai suddenly stepped in front of Lin Mo and bellowed at the director. How dare you punish my apprentice? It was an emergency. He took the gun to chase the criminal. If Lin Mo hadn't apprehended this criminal and let him roam free, he would have caused far greater harm to society. Director Zhang was nearly blown up with rage. This Lu Dahai usually seemed pretty sharp. Why couldn't he think straight when it mattered most? He wasn't actually going to punish Lin Mo. The reason he yelled at him was to make an example for the other officers. Otherwise, if all the officers started acting like him, how could he possibly lead the team? You've got a brain that's just wasted. Lu Dahai couldn't care less. If Director Zhang dared to punish Lin Mo, he'd make a scene. Director Zhang shot Lu Dahai a glance, then dismissed him with a wave. Turning to Gao Hongyi, he ordered, "Take this criminal away." "Yes, sir." "Everyone, fall in." Director Zhang addressed the entire group. At that moment, Lin Mo recalled how he had previously used his sin perception to sense a criminal in an open area, yet found no trace of the criminal. He addressed Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, hold on. What else is there? Did you find any basements in this courtyard?" "A basement? No, we didn't." "A basement here?" "I'm not entirely sure either." Lin Mo then headed toward the location he had sensed earlier. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "System, sin detection has identified a criminal with a sin value of 300. Host, apprehend immediately." Chapter 52, Two Rats Caught. Lin Mo heard the system's voice. He asked curiously, "Chief Zhang, did you apprehend an elderly woman?" "No, we've searched the entire scrapyard and found no trace of that old woman," Director Zhang stated. Based on Lin Mo's earlier report, he knew an old woman was here, but after searching for hours, they found no trace of her. He had assumed she must have escaped before they arrived. Hearing the director's explanation, Lin Mo instantly understood the situation. The sinister presence he had sensed earlier in his mind must have been that elderly woman. And her location matched precisely the open area he had sensed earlier. Earlier, upon noticing the police approaching, the old woman had hidden in the basement. That's why Director Zhang and his team failed to apprehend the old woman. After figuring it out, Lin Mo began scanning the surroundings for a secret passage leading to the basement. "Lin Mo, what are you looking for?" Lu Dahai asked curiously. "Master, I suspect there should be a basement here. I'm checking the surroundings for any passages." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang immediately ordered everyone to search the area. Find the secret passage to the basement. About 10 minutes later, an officer discovered a steel plate beneath a large hydraulic press that could actually be opened. Lin Mo and the others rushed over immediately. Just as an officer was about to enter, Lin Mo urgently shouted, "Hold on! Watch out for people down there." Hearing this, the officer froze in his tracks. He had witnessed Tang Bing getting shot earlier. These weren't ordinary criminals. They might just kill someone. Lin Mo possessed a sense of evil, allowing him to roughly gauge the old woman's location inside. If they really had a gun, he'd at least be mentally prepared. I'll go, Lin Mo declared, preparing to descend into the pit. Lu Dahai and Chief Zhang grabbed him simultaneously. Lin Mo, stay up here. Commissioner Zhang then called over an officer who brought down a riot shield. The passageway inside was quite spacious, about 2 meters wide. After assessing the situation, the officer reported the conditions below to Chief Zhang. Director Zhang then ordered another officer to fetch a second riot shield. With 2 shields side by side, they advanced forward. Director Zhang, Lu Dahai, and Lin Mo followed them down. Lin Mo now possessed mastery of marksmanship. If the enemy dared to fire, he was confident he could take them down with a single shot. The 2 officers advanced cautiously, shields raised. They soon reached an iron gate. Through his crime-sensing ability, Lin Mo could clearly detect the suspect hiding in a corner. Lin Mo then made several hand signals to the others, indicating the criminal's position and urging caution. Though they didn't know how he knew, they chose to trust him. One officer delivered a powerful kick to the iron gate, which seemed to be held shut by a safety latch. 2 officers took a step back, then charged forward together, slamming their bodies against the gate with all their might. The door swung open with a loud bang. Lu Dahai and the others rushed inside. They scanned the room and found an old woman exactly where Lin Mo had indicated. Hands up. Don't move. I surrender. Don't shoot. The elderly woman cried out. 2 officers then cuffed the elderly woman. Lin Mo stepped forward and addressed the old woman. You've been hiding pretty well. The old woman recognized Lin Mo too. She knew he'd been watching her since yesterday. But she couldn't understand how, despite hiding so well, she'd been discovered. This baffled her completely. What she didn't know was that Lin Mo was different from other police officers. He possessed a crime-busting system in his mind. The moment Lin Mo first encountered the old woman, her identity was exposed. But to be honest, if not for Lin Mo's system, Tang Bing and the others wouldn't have uncovered her true identity back then. You found your way here. I suppose Golden Rat told you everything. Golden Rat? Hearing the old woman say this, Lin Mo was startled. Could it be that the one who fired the gun earlier was Golden Rat from the Southern City 7 Rats? When Lin Mo first uncovered this fencing ring, he hadn't realized they were the South City 7 Rats. Hearing the old woman's words, he instantly understood. Commissioner Zhang and Lu Dahai were also deeply stirred inside, though they maintained a composed exterior. Golden Rat has already told us everything. You'd better confess your crimes honestly and seek leniency. I'll confess. I'll confess everything, the old woman declared. Now in her 60s, she had spent her entire life committing evil deeds, living each day in constant fear. Confessing everything was her way of atoning for her sins. I'm Silver Rat, the 4th of the 7 Rats of South City. My main job is collecting stolen goods from petty thieves. Then, the old woman confessed everything in meticulous detail. Lin Mo and Lu Dahai exchanged glances. They never imagined this old woman was actually the 4th Silver Rat of the South City 7 Rats. Earlier, Lin Mo had captured the 3rd member, the Golden Rat. This basement was where the South City 7 Rats hid their illicit funds. They subsequently seized a total of 50 million yuan in cash, 100 kilograms of gold bars worth 35 million yuan, and 10 property deeds valued at 15 million yuan. A total of 100 million. When Director Zhang tallied the figures, he was utterly stunned. He never imagined the South City 7 Rats had amassed such staggering wealth over the past decade. Through Silver Rat's confession, they learned the South City 7 Rats had amassed such vast illicit wealth primarily because they commanded nearly 200 underlings. And the 7 hideouts they raided today based on Lin Mo's tip were just a tiny fraction of their operation. Silver Rat had also revealed the locations of 24 additional hideouts. Upon receiving this news, Chief Zhang urgently had all the stolen money loaded onto trucks. He had to wipe out all 24 hideouts immediately. If word leaked out, these thieves would all go into hiding, making them extremely difficult to catch. But currently, the manpower from the subordinate precincts was simply insufficient. He immediately contacted Director Feng of the Liangcheng Municipal Bureau and briefed him on the situation. Director Feng took immediate action, urgently mobilizing 200 officers to execute raids on these hideouts. Lu Dahai and Lin Mo emerged from the scrapyard compound. Lin Mo, you won't be joining this operation. I'll have someone take you to the hospital shortly. Master, I'm fine. Lin Mo replied. No, leave the rest to us. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Seeing Lu Dahai's resolute tone, he finally agreed. Just then, Lin Mo suddenly sensed a dark shadow darting through the cornfield. Chapter 53, Revenge. Lin Mo frowned and looked intently. A gust of wind swept through, causing the vast cornfield to sway violently. Still puzzled, he walked to the edge of the cornfield. The entire cornfield rustled only in the wind. The sin-detecting ability in Lin Mo's mind remained silent. Was it all in his head? Lin Mo glanced once more into the depths of the cornfield, but found nothing unusual. He turned and headed back. Lin Mo, is something wrong? Lu Dahai asked, puzzled. Maybe I'm just too tired and hallucinating. Let's go. I've already arranged for someone to take you to the hospital. All right. Lin Mo nodded. Once the large contingent of police officers had departed, leaving only a few guards behind. Deep within the cornfield, a dark figure stared intently in this direction. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together with a grinding sound. This shadow was none other than Two-Fingered Rat, the second in command of the 7 rats of South City. After receiving a call from the third brother, Golden Rat, he had immediately brought his men to Nanwang Mountain. Yet in the woods, he found only a trail of blood. He knew Golden Rat might have been captured. He then slipped silently to the scrapyard, only to find their vault had been completely raided by the police. When Lin Mo came to check the cornfield just now, Two-Fingered Rat already had his gun aimed at him. If he dared to step into the cornfield, he would have fired without hesitation. Two-Fingered Rat had confirmed through the bloodstains on Lin Mo's body that he was the one who had captured Golden Rat. Earlier, when Golden Rat reported to him, he said 2 young police officers had discovered them. The woman had been shot dead by him, and the man was now chasing him. This vault was the culmination of over a decade of effort by the 7 rats of South City. Never did they imagine young cops would wipe them out in one fell swoop. Oomph. Kid, you dared touch my vault. I'll make you pay with your life. After speaking, Two-Fingered Rat shot another vicious glance at the scrapyard before turning and leaving. That very night, a major incident erupted in Liancheng City. Police raided every thieves' hideout entrenched in the old city district one by one. This time, the police successfully dismantled 22 dens. 2 dens had received advance warning and managed to escape. This marked the largest theft case to hit Liancheng's old district in years. Many residents of the old district, seeing so many police cars suddenly appear on the streets, looked on with curiosity. Old one, what's going on? Why so many police cars? You didn't know? They just arrested over 10 criminals in our neighborhood. No way. So many criminals in our neighborhood? Don't worry, they're just petty thieves. As the two were talking, another neighbor joined their conversation. I heard they're underlings of the 7 rats of South City. The South City 7 rats? Are they really the 7 rats of South City? It'd be great if the police could catch them. The 7 rats of South City have been plaguing our old neighborhood for over a decade. Back then, they even robbed my family. Exactly. The South City 7 rats are like termites eating away at our old neighborhood. But they're so powerful, and so many people have been robbed they're angry but dare not speak up. The next day, Liancheng City TV news report, 5 leaders of the South City 7 rats arrested, along with over 200 thieves. Upon hearing the news, every household in the city was filled with joy. They despised the South City 7 rats to the core. Many residents even set off firecrackers outside their homes to celebrate, as if it were New Year's. However, the news reported that 5 members of the South City 7 rats had been apprehended: Whirlwind Rat, One Blade Rat, Charm Rat, Silver Rat, and Gold Rat. 2 members, Two-Finger Rat and Overlord Rat, remain at large. All citizens are urged to report any suspicious activity to the police immediately. Citizens responded to the police's call en masse, and suddenly, rats were being hunted down like vermin. But here's the catch: no one has ever seen Two-Finger Rat or Overlord Rat, and the police haven't released any photos. Whenever they spotted someone who looked suspicious, they would scrutinize them closely or call the police immediately. By the end of the day, the police station had received over 100 calls reporting sightings of Two-Finger Rat and Tyrant Rat. But when officers arrived and verified the individuals' identities, they turned out to be completely innocent. One burly citizen was hauled to the station 6 times. By the end, he was in tears. I'm just a little overweight and look a bit intimidating, but I'm a law-abiding citizen. You arrested me 6 times in one day. If word gets out, how am I supposed to find a wife? Wah! It's his own fault for running around all day, getting caught by cops from different precincts. The officers at each station were utterly exhausted, yet the public's enthusiasm remained undiminished. In a basement somewhere in the old city district, dim lights hung above the table. At the table sat only 2 figures, the Tyrant Rat and the Two-Fingered Rat. Big brother, before we leave, I must take out that cop. He destroyed our entire 100 million yuan vault. Second brother, money is but a fleeting thing. The fortune we hold now is more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. But I just can't swallow my pride. Two-Finger Rat snarled. The thought of their wealth, accumulated over more than a decade, being wiped out in one fell swoop ignited a raging fire within him. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Big Rat sighed helplessly. Fine, do as you please. Oh, and second brother, how many of our brothers are left? Only 7 left. Alright, give each of them 100,000. You take them with you. But you must promise me one thing: whether I succeed or fail, you must leave Liancheng with me in 3 days. Don't worry, big brother. Once I've gotten this revenge off my chest, I'll follow your every word. Alright, go ahead. Got it. Remember my words: 3 days from now, success or failure, you must leave with me. Two-Fingered Rat exited the basement. Then he dialed a number. Scarface, round up the boys and come to my place. 20 minutes later, a man wearing a baseball cap arrived with 6 henchmen in tow. The men immediately began complaining to Two-Fingered Rat. Second in command, the cops are hunting us everywhere. What are we supposed to do? We can't even afford food anymore. Two-Fingered Rat glanced at them, then pulled out a bag and dumped its contents onto the table stack upon stack of cash piled up. The thief's eyes lit up instantly. 100,000 each, he declared. But you must go with me to kill someone. At the mention of murder, the thieves hesitated. They were just petty thieves. If caught, they'd get a few years in prison at most and be out soon. But getting involved in murder? That meant the firing squad. Seeing their hesitation, Two-Fingered Rat pressed on. After this job, I'll get you guys out of here. We'll find a new place where we can still live the high life. Scarface walked to the table and grabbed the 100,000 yuan in cash. Damn it, let's do it. Then, steeled with resolve, the other thieves each grabbed the cash on the table. Chapter 54, The Chase. Liangqing's Central Hospital. Although Tang Bing had been transferred from the emergency room to the intensive care unit, she remained unconscious. At noon, every officer from Gulo Sub-District Police Station came to visit Tang Bing. Seeing her condition, they all felt deeply distressed. But none felt the anguish more acutely than Lin Mo, who had been consumed by extreme self-blame these past 2 days. Tang Bing had been shot precisely because she was saving him. Although he had apprehended the criminal who fired the shot, he still couldn't shake the guilt. Zhang Dalong had already harbored resentment toward Lin Mo. Now that Tang Bing had been shot because of him, Zhang's aversion toward Lin Mo only deepened. After all, Tang Bing was the person he had liked for 3 years. Before Lin Mo arrived, Tang Bing had never been injured. Lin Mo had only been at the station for 5 days when Tang Bing was shot, now fighting for her life. With afternoon duties still pending, as the station officers prepared to leave, Zhang Dalong approached Lin Mo. His face twisted with rage as he spat out. Tang Bing ended up like this because of you. Zhang Dalong's words stabbed like a knife, piercing Lin Mo's chest. He didn't argue with Zhang Dalong, because what he said was undeniably true. Tang Bing had indeed become this way while trying to save him. Bad luck charm. With that, Zhang Dalong turned and walked away. Li Jianhua approached then, offering Lin Mo some comfort. Brother Lin, don't take Zhang Dalong's words to heart. I believe if you were in the same situation, you'd also choose to save team leader Tang without hesitation. Lin Mo lowered his head, saying nothing. Old Song approached as well. Little Lin, don't be too hard on yourself. None of us wanted this to happen, but we chose to be police officers. We have to be prepared for unexpected incidents. Everyone knew that after this incident, Lin Mo was bearing the heaviest psychological burden. For the past 2 days, Lin Mo had not slept, staying by Tang Bing's side. How he wished Tang Bing would wake up, but she lay in the hospital bed, showing no signs of regaining consciousness. After comforting Lin Mo, everyone from the station had left. Once again, he was alone in the corridor outside Tang Bing's hospital room. He truly wished it was him lying in that hospital bed, not Tang Bing. In the afternoon, Lin Mo sat on a bench in the hallway. Perhaps overcome by exhaustion, he leaned against the wall and drifted off into a drowsy sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the wails of a middle-aged woman echoed beside him. Xiao Bing, what's wrong with you? Xiao Bing, wake up. Mom's here to see you. I told you so many times not to become a cop, but you never listened. Wah! The man beside him gazed at Tang Bing lying in the hospital bed, his face equally clouded with sorrow. Peilan, don't be too upset. Didn't the doctor say our daughter's condition is improving? Believe that our daughter is blessed by heaven and will be fine. Hearing her husband say this, Su Peilan wept even harder. But the doctor said our daughter's condition has improved, yet she's still in critical condition. Wah! Ah! It's all my fault. I should have listened to you back then. I should never have let our daughter apply to the police academy. How much better it would have been for her to inherit our family business. But you insisted on supporting her in pursuing her own dreams. And now look. Su Peilan wept even more bitterly. After all, she was their only precious daughter. If anything happened to her, what would they do? Lin Mo slowly stood up. From their earlier conversation, he confirmed they were Tang Bing's parents. Lin Mo didn't know how to face them, but he still spoke up slowly. Uncle, Auntie. Su Peilan and Tang Shan froze, exchanging puzzled glances at Lin Mo. I'm Tang Bing's colleague. My name is Lin Mo. So you're Lin Mo. Su Peilan's blood boiled upon hearing Lin Mo's introduction. Because before coming here, the officer responsible for notifying them had already given them a detailed account of the entire situation. In Su Peilan's eyes, her daughter's current state was entirely Lin Mo's fault. She had resolved that if anything happened to her daughter, she would make Lin Mo pay with his life. She never imagined Lin Mo would be right here. Seeing Lin Mo, Su Peilan's eyes burned red with rage. It's all your fault. You're the one who ruined my daughter. With that, she lunged at Lin Mo. But Tang Shan quickly grabbed her arm. Peilan, calm down. How can you blame him? He didn't shoot Xiao Bing. But, our Xiao Bing, she only got hurt because she was saving him, woo-woo. At this point, Su Peilan couldn't hold back her tears again. If Tang Bing's mother were to beat Lin Mo, it might actually ease his pain. Just as Lin Mo was still speaking, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 1000 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. System, sin perception detected a criminal with 400 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. System, sin perception detected one criminal, sin value 400. Host, apprehend immediately. The system sounded a total of 8 times. Lin Mo was startled upon seeing the crime values. Back when he apprehended Class A fugitive Luo Ping, the crime value was also 1000. He never imagined such a vicious criminal would appear in the hospital. And the criminal had 7 accomplices, each with a crime value of 400. Such a gang of criminals in the hospital could endanger lives at any moment. Lin Mo understood this was no trivial matter. Through his crime-sensing ability, he knew they had just exited the elevator. Just as Lin Mo was about to pull out his phone to call Lu Dahai, the criminals appeared in the hallway. They spotted Lin Mo the moment they entered the corridor. Then, several of them began walking toward him. Seeing this, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could these people be after him? If so, they were likely members of the South City 7 Rats. After all, he had raided their vault containing 100 million yuan. They had ample motive to seek revenge. As Lin Mo saw all eyes fixed on him, his suspicions only deepened. Knives were concealed within their sleeves. He glanced at Tang Bing lying in the hospital bed, then shifted his gaze back to her parents. They were now clinging to each other, weeping. To prevent Tang Bing's parents from being harmed, Lin Mo took a few steps back. Seeing Lin Mo about to flee, Two-Fingered Rat urgently shouted to the others. Don't let him get away. Hearing Shu's command, the men drew 40-centimeter cleavers from their sleeves and gave chase. Seeing those men run past Tang Bing's parents without harming them, Lin Mo felt relieved. He sprinted up the staircase. Soon he reached the hospital's rooftop. Two-Fingered Rat and his 7 criminals were hot on his heels. They saw Lin Mo standing in an open area, holding a razor blade in his hand. Chapter 55, Provocation First Update. They saw Lin Mo standing in an open area, holding a razor blade in his hand. Two-Fingered Rat froze upon seeing this. He hadn't expected the other party to not run away, but instead wait for them here. Kid, you're Lin Mo? That's right. Lin Mo looked at Two-Fingered Rat and said. Good lad, you've got guts. Judging by your stance, you're here to kill me? I'm a bit confused. We don't have any deep-seated grudges, do we? Two-Fingered Rat sneered coldly after hearing Lin Mo's words. Oomph. You captured my brother and ransacked my treasury and you claim there's no deep-seated grudge? I'll never live in peace with you. Lin Mo realized the man must be either Two-Fingered Rat or Overlord Rat from the 7 Rats of South City. You're Two-Finger Rat? Heh, you're sharp. But even if you've guessed my identity, so what? You die today. Is that so? Lin Mo said indifferently. Scarface, watching Lin Mo's demeanor, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kid, you don't seriously think you can take us down with just a razor blade, do you? Ha! How ridiculous, haha. The men behind Scar waved their 40-centimeter machetes and laughed. In their eyes, Lin Mo was clearly out of his mind. Second in command, cut the chatter. Take him out and let's get out of here. Two-Fingered Rat knew full well that several people had seen them chasing Lin Mo in the hallway earlier. Someone had definitely called the cops. They had to take him out now and get out of there. Get him together. I'll give each of you 50 grand afterward. Scar and his crew's eyes lit up at the offer. They raised their cleavers and charged toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at Scar and his men. Outside Tang Bing's intensive care unit, Tang Shan and Su Peilon finally snapped out of their shock. Earlier, when Two-Fingered Rat and his men had charged past them wielding machetes, they'd been scared out of their wits. Earlier, their colleague Xiao Bing. Su Peilon was now stammering as she spoke. Who killed Lin Mo? Tangshan spoke up. Su Peilon nodded urgently in agreement. Though Lin Mo had caused her daughter to be shot, they certainly didn't want those scoundrels to slash a young police officer. Moreover, when Lin Mo spotted these criminals earlier, his choice wasn't to hide. Instead, he lured the criminals away to prevent them from harming others. For that reason, both Su Peilon and Tangshan still held him in high regard. Don't you have Chief Xiaobing's number? Call him immediately. Su Peilon urged. Tang Shan hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Dahai. The call connected quickly, and he explained the situation here to Lu Dahai. What? Someone went to the hospital looking for Lin Mo with a machete? Lu Dahai's tone immediately turned serious. After a moment's thought, he instantly deduced who it was, someone targeting his apprentice. Lu Dahai urgently summoned all officers from the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station and rushed toward Liangcheng Central Hospital. On the way, he immediately contacted Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. Upon hearing that someone was targeting Lin Mo, Chief Zhang was instantly enraged. Lin Mo was now a key asset of their Old City branch. Anyone who dared to harm him was essentially challenging the entire Liangcheng Old City branch. Retaliatory attacks targeting police officers were absolutely no trivial matter. Chief Zhang immediately reported the incident to Chief Feng at Liangcheng's General Bureau. Liangcheng Police Headquarters Conference Room. Director Feng and several police department leaders were in a meeting. Everyone, I've called you here today to discuss the matter of 2 officers applying for a third-class merit award. Third-class merit? Old Feng, what's going on lately? In just 6 days, we've reviewed 1 second-class merit and 1 third-class merit. Now we're considering 2 more third-class merits. Exactly. When did second-class and third-class meritorious service awards become so devalued? In the first half of this year, not a single person in all of Liangcheng received a third-class merit award, and now they're all piling up in just a few days? Ha ha. The leaders joked among themselves, yet each face was beaming with smiles. For these leaders, the fact that their Liangcheng officers earned such honors was a source of pride too. Oh, Old Feng, which precinct earned the third-class merit this time? The Old City District Branch. Shi Feng said with a big smile. What? The Old City Branch again? This time, the Old City District Bureau has made us old-timers proud, heh. That's right. Last time, the second-class merit and third-class merit were awarded to Lin Mo, the new officer at Gulo Sub-District Police Station. At the mention of Lin Mo, everyone's faces lit up with satisfaction. This rookie Lin Mo really caught our attention. In just 3 days on the job, he apprehended an A-level fugitive and dismantled a criminal hideout, a real rising star. You're absolutely right. The inspector from Nanling City has approached me twice, wanting to transfer Lin Mo to their major crimes unit. Thankfully, Lin Mo refused both times. By the way, has the capital city finished crafting Lin Mo's second-class merit medal? One of the leaders inquired. Not yet. It'll probably take a few more days. No rush as long as it arrives before our annual conference. We'll commend Lin Mo in front of every officer in Liangcheng's police system to boost morale. The moment the leaders started talking about Lin Mo, they couldn't stop, completely forgetting the main purpose of today's meeting. At that moment, one leader noticed Director Feng had been smiling silently the entire time. Old Feng, what's up? You're usually the most talkative one here. Commissioner Feng replied calmly this time. Then let's get back to the main topic of today's meeting. Only then did the others realize they'd gone off topic. Right. Old Feng, could you tell us which officer applied for the third-class merit this time? Director Feng pulled out the application form and said calmly. Lin Mo from Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Chapter 56, Rage Second Update. What? Lin Mo again? The leaders were all startled. This Lin Mo is terrifying. He'd only been on the job for a mere 6 days, yet he'd already earned 1 second-class merit and 1 third-class merit. No sooner had they reported this to the capital than another third-class merit citation application arrived. The pace at which they were producing medals couldn't keep up with the speed at which Lin Mo was earning them. This pace was simply unmatched. For most people, earning just 1 third-class merit in a lifetime would be enough to make others green with envy. But this Lin Mo fellow? 1 second it's a second-class merit, the next a third-class merit, and it's not over yet, with another third-class merit application on the way. Among the leaders present, who among them had earned so many medals? Truth be told, they all harbored a touch of envy toward Lin Mo. Director Feng watched their stunned expressions with great satisfaction. These leaders had weathered every storm imaginable. It was rare for anything to astonish them to this degree. Yet in just 6 days, Lin Mo had stunned them 3 times over. Old Feng, what exactly is Lin Mo applying for the third-class merit medal for this time? Old Feng, regarding the third-class merit medal, I feel we need to conduct a strict review. You're right, Old Feng. Tell us, why is this kid applying for a third-class merit? Director Feng chuckled as he spoke. Traced the whereabouts of the South City 7 rats, assisted in apprehending 5 of the 7 rats and over 200 criminals, and seized illicit funds worth 100 million yuan. Whoa! The leaders gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Capturing 5 of the South City 7 rats. Over 200 criminals apprehended. Seized 100 million yuan in illicit funds. This is simply unbelievable. They're all starting to wonder if Lin Mo is some kind of superhero. Do you think a third-class merit award is sufficient for this achievement? Director Feng asked with a smile. Such achievements easily warrant a second-class merit award. It took a full 2 minutes before the leaders snapped out of it. One of them exclaimed indignantly. This is the application report? This is utterly sloppy. Such significant merit absolutely warrants a second-class merit award. You're absolutely right. I agree it should be a second-class merit award. Director Feng strongly concurred. When he saw the application from Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau, he felt the same way. Everyone, hold your conclusions. Let me brief you on the specifics. This achievement wasn't solely Lin Mo's, it also involved a female officer named Tang Bing. Director Feng then explained the full details to the group. The group unanimously agreed to award both Lin Mo and Tang Bing second-class merits. Just as Director Feng finalized the decision, his phone rang. He saw it was a call from Old City District Chief Zhang. This was the perfect moment to share the good news with Commissioner Zhang. Director Feng answered the call, but before he could speak, Director Zhang's urgent voice came through. Director Feng, we've got a major problem. Then, Director Zhang explained the situation to Director Feng. What? Director Feng slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. How dare they? They've gone too far. Several leaders were puzzled when Director Feng suddenly flew into such a rage. After Director Feng hung up the phone, one of the leaders turned to Director Feng and asked, Old Feng, what's going on? Why are you so furious? Someone's trying to kill Lin Mo. What? All the leaders turned pale with rage upon hearing this news. Who in Liancheng dares to touch Lin Mo? To target Lin Mo is a direct challenge to the Liancheng Police Department. Old Feng, who could be so bold? After a moment's thought, Feng said, it must be either Two-Finger Rat or Overlord Rat from the 7 Rats of South City. Those two scoundrels really have some nerve, daring to go after Lin Mo. Where is Lin Mo now? On the rooftop of Liancheng Central Hospital. Then, one of the older leaders immediately formulated a countermeasure. Old Hu, assemble all your SWAT officers immediately and head to Liancheng Central Hospital to rescue Lin Mo. Roger that. Old Xia, contact Minister Wu of the Liancheng garrison and have him dispatch a military helicopter to the rooftop of Liancheng Central Hospital immediately for backup. After the senior leader issued the orders, they personally led the police from the bureau toward Liancheng Central Hospital. All major roads leading to Liancheng Central Hospital were immediately closed to traffic. Upon receiving the request for support, Minister Wu stationed in Liancheng immediately dispatched a military helicopter and personally headed to the scene to command operations. On the rooftop of the Central Hospital, several people lay scattered on the ground, writhing in agony and moaning in pain. These were the men under Two-Fingered Rat. Originally, seeing Lin Mo wielding only a razor blade, they were brimming with confidence that they could handle him. But the moment they clashed with Lin Mo, they realized their mistake. And they were dead wrong. The blade in Lin Mo's hand proved not only agile and unpredictable but also incredibly hard. When they swung with all their might to strike Lin Mo, he managed to precisely parry each blow with that tiny blade. More crucially, Lin Mo moved with blinding speed. The blade darted like a ghost, striking them from impossible angles. Within 10 minutes, only Two-Fingered Rat and the heavily wounded scarred man remained standing. The rest lay defeated on the ground. Lin Mo, you can't escape. Come out. Two-Fingered Rat brandished his pistol, shouting at Lin Mo, who was hiding behind a pipe. Chapter 57, Transcendence Third Update. Behind the pipe, Lin Mo, even with the system's support, was powerless against a handgun. After all, he was still flesh and blood, not bulletproof. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that his childhood dream of becoming a police officer would end after just 6 days, and that he would meet his end here. Still, he felt content. During those 6 days as a cop, he'd apprehended an A-level fugitive, a robber, 5 of the South City's 7 rats, and countless petty thieves. He was content with such achievements. Before gaining the system, this was something he never dared to imagine. Just then, he heard Two-Fingered Rat barking orders at Scarface. Go lure him out. I'll give you 200,000 yuan. Scar heard this, steeled his resolve, and limped toward the pipe, machete in hand. Lin Mo could clearly hear the sound of footsteps approaching. He had already made up his mind, the moment he stepped out, he would fling the razor blade in his hand. If he could strike Two-Fingered Rat's vital spot, even if it meant mutual destruction, he would be satisfied. In death, he would make one final contribution to Liancheng. Just as he prepared to strike, the sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed through the sky. Lin Mo looked up and saw it was a military helicopter. Seizing the moment, he peered out and saw that Two-Fingered Rat had also been drawn to the helicopter above. Seizing the moment, he flung the blade in his hand. The blade spun at high speed through the air, hurtling straight toward the Two-Fingered Rat's gun-wielding hand. Ah! Two-Fingered Rat let out a cry of pain. The pistol fell straight to the ground. Lin Mo knew this was his only chance. Without hesitation, he leaped over the pipe and charged toward Two-Fingered Rat at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Two-Fingered Rat, gritting his teeth against the pain in his right hand, scrambled to retrieve the pistol from the ground. But Lin Mo was incredibly fast. Just as Two-Fingered Rat was about to grab the pistol, Lin Mo delivered a powerful knee strike, slamming Two-Fingered Rat hard into the wall behind him. A mouthful of blood spurted from the man's mouth. Before Two-Fingered Rat could react, Lin Mo produced handcuffs and secured him to the steel rebar embedded in the wall. Truthfully, even without being restrained, Two-Fingered Rat was now completely incapacitated. Now, the entire rooftop was left with only Scar, wielding his machete. Scar stared at Lin Mo in terror. Had Lin Mo's knee strike landed on him, he would have been either dead or gravely injured. Lin Mo's gaze locked onto Scarface. Scarred man couldn't help but shiver violently. With a thud, he dropped to his knees on the ground. Big brother, I surrender. Military helicopters in the sky. Minister Wu, we've reached the designated location. The helicopter pilot reported to Minister Wu. Issue a warning to the criminals to lay down their weapons. Surrender immediately. Roger that. Then, the helicopter pilot picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. The criminals below. He had barely uttered 4 words when he noticed a change on the rooftop of the central hospital. A man was kneeling before a young man. The gunman who had been holding the weapon earlier lay collapsed against the wall. Minister Wu, the situation has changed. Hearing the driver's report, Minister Wu urgently peered out the window. Since Lin Mo was currently in plain clothes, he couldn't immediately tell who the person they were supposed to rescue on this mission actually was. Just then, Director Feng's voice crackled through Minister Wu's earpiece. Minister Wu, what's the situation on the rooftop now? Director Feng, is the person we're supposed to rescue a young man around 1.8 meters tall with a slender build? Yes, that's Lin Mo. How is he now? Director Feng asked urgently. Go up and see for yourself. Minister Wu's response left Director Feng momentarily baffled. Had something happened to Lin Mo, and had the criminals already fled? Otherwise, the helicopter would have made an announcement long ago. After ending the call with Director Feng, Minister Wu gave Lin Mo another careful look. The wind howled fiercely on the rooftop, making Lin Mo's clothes flap wildly. He stood like a statue, his gaze fixed resolutely on the distant sky. At the same time, he resembled a solitary hero. Minister Wu sensed an aura of righteousness and heroism emanating from Lin Mo. He nodded with satisfaction. Minister Wu, should we land on the rooftop? No need. Let's head back. Minister Wu declared, convinced that this young man, having just endured a life or death struggle, he would surely redefine his life and his inner spirit would be elevated. This feeling he had once experienced it himself. Subsequently, the military helicopter departed from the hospital's vicinity. The temporary command vehicle on the ground. Director Feng, why did the helicopter leave? What's the status of my apprentice? Lu Dahai asked anxiously. Xiao Lu, don't worry. Minister Wu said we should go see for ourselves. He didn't say anything else? What does that mean? Lu Dahai asked nervously. I don't have the specifics either. We'll only know once we get up there. Hearing this, Lu Dahai felt his heart leap into his throat. Minister Wu's words implied 2 possible outcomes. First, Lin Mo had subdued all the criminals. Second, Lin Mo had met with an accident, and the criminals had already left. But according to the intel Tanshen provided, one of the criminals was armed. After careful analysis, the second possibility seemed more likely. At this thought, Lu Dahai staggered and nearly lost his footing. Director Zhang hurriedly caught him. Old Lu, don't get worked up, it might not be what you imagine. Lu Dahai ignored Director Zhang and charged like a madman toward the rooftop. Chapter 58, Change Part 1. The rooftop door swung open instantly. Lu Dahai was the first to burst through. The sight before him froze him in place. All the criminals had been subdued, leaving the ground in utter disarray. A handgun lay on the floor. He hurried over to pick it up, ensuring it was secured. Lin Mo, however, stood frozen in place. Several wounds on his body had stopped bleeding. Lu Dahai was utterly astonished. Had Lin Mo single-handedly subdued all these desperate criminals? But judging by the chaotic scene, he could imagine the harrowing struggle Lin Mo must have endured. Lu Dahai urgently asked. Lin Mo, are you okay? He feared Lin Mo might have suffered severe psychological trauma. At that moment, Lin Mo slowly withdrew his gaze. Spotting his master, Lu Dahai, he offered a faint smile. Master, I'm fine. Lu Dahai looked into Lin Mo's eyes and suddenly sensed that his entire demeanor had changed completely from before. Lin Mo had once been a typical young man, but now he carried himself with far greater composure. It seemed this life or death struggle had matured his mind. As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Lu Dahai finally relaxed. For that brief moment, he genuinely feared his apprentice might suffer a mental breakdown or other complications. But now it was clear Lin Mo had fully withstood the psychological pressure. And he's grown considerably. Lin Mo, let's go. It's windy here. Right. Lu Dahai led Lin Mo off the rooftop. With other officers now handling the situation, there was no need for them to remain there. As they descended the stairs, Chief Zhang arrived and pulled Lu Dahai aside to ask quietly. Old Lu, should we arrange psychological counseling for Lin Mo? Not for now. Lu Dahai replied. From what I saw in my conversation with him earlier, Lin Mo should be fine. All right. If Lin Mo has any issues, contact me anytime. Got it. Shortly after, Chi Feng and several other police station leaders arrived. After hearing the details, they all looked at Lin Mo in astonishment. What was the background of this new recruit? Wasn't he ranked last in his class at the academy? Facing 7 or 8 criminals, including one armed with a gun, he managed to subdue them all. Forget everything else, just those skills alone were incredible. Even a SWAT officer wouldn't have been certain of survival against such vicious criminals. And Lin Mo only sustained minor injuries. Lin Mo, you're the man. Commissioner Feng reached out and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder as he spoke. Lin Mo gave a faint smile and replied. Commissioner Feng, I'm truly sorry to have caused you all this trouble because of me. Seeing Lin Mo's composed and unassuming demeanor, Director Feng felt deeply impressed. The other leaders also nodded frequently in Lin Mo's direction. Indeed, a man who had earned both a second-class merit and a third-class merit possessed qualities that set him apart. Any ordinary officer would have been so intimidated by such high-ranking officials that they'd stuttered and stumbled over their words. Yet Lin Mo spoke with remarkable composure. Director Fong was delighted and then said to Lin Mo, "As long as you're okay, we old-timers would gladly run over here." Director Feng's words held not a shred of exaggeration. As long as Lin Mo was safe and sound, that mattered more to them than anything else. At that moment, Lu Dahai addressed Director Fong and the others. "Leaders, if there's nothing else, I'll take Lin Mo to tend to his wounds first." "Alright, go ahead." Director Fong agreed. Then, Lu Dahai took Lin Mo away to bandage his wounds. After they left, Director Fong smiled and asked the other leaders, "What do you think of Lin Mo?" "Not bad, I like him. Just look at that calm composure he displayed earlier, he's bound to achieve great things in the future." "You're absolutely right. That kid remains so composed after facing life or death danger, I feel a bit ashamed of myself in comparison." Director Fong listened to their comments and found himself in complete agreement. He then addressed Director Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. "Zhang, regarding Lin Mo, you must cultivate him properly. Aim to develop him into a national model officer within 2 years." After Lu Dahai finished bandaging his wounds, Lin Mo, he headed straight to Tang Bing's hospital room. Visiting hours had begun, and Tang Bing's parents were already inside. Lin Mo stood at the doorway, took a deep breath, and gently pushed open the door. At that moment, Su Peilan, who had been crying, hurriedly wiped her eyes. Tang Shan looked at the injured Lin Mo, hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern, "Young man, are you all right after what just happened?" For some reason, perhaps having just faced life and death, Lin Mo no longer felt flustered in front of Tang Bing's parents. Instead, his eyes revealed a steely resolve. "I'm fine, uncle. How is Sister Tang doing?" The doctor said her condition is improving, but she still needs observation. Su Peilan's resentment toward Lin Mo had dissipated by now, though she didn't know exactly what he'd been through. As a normal person, she could imagine the immense psychological pressure of being hunted down by several people wielding machetes and guns. And this young man looked younger than her own daughter. After going through all that, he seemed completely unfazed. It showed just how strong his mental resilience must be. "Auntie, uncle, Tang Jie's situation is my responsibility. I promise you, no matter what condition she's in, I'll take care of her for the rest of my life," Lin Mo declared with unwavering resolve. After the life or death showdown on the rooftop, Lin Mo had thought deeply about many things. Regarding Tang Bing's situation, instead of dwelling on regret and self-blame, it's better to face it bravely. Water. Chapter 59, Awakening Second Update. Water. A faint voice suddenly drifted from the hospital bed. Lin Mo and Tang Bing's parents were instantly filled with hope. Had Tang Bing awakened? They rushed to her side. Her eyes were slightly open, her lips parched. With a faint, weak voice, she murmured, "Mom, Dad. Xiao Bing, I'm here." Su Peilan hurried to Tang Bing's bedside and replied, "Don't be hard on Lin Mo. This has nothing to do with him. Xiao Bing will listen to you and not trouble him. You've just woken up, don't say such things." At that moment, Tang Shan hurriedly brought a glass of water and approached Tang Bing. "Xiao Bing, here, have some water." Su Peilan took the water and gently fed Tang Bing with a small spoon. Tang Bing slightly parted her lips and took a small sip. Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Tang Bing awake. Hearing Tang Bing's first words upon waking, she was actually speaking up for him. Lin Mo was genuinely touched. After finishing the water, Tang Bing softly said to Lin Mo, "Lin Mo. Sis Tang, I'm here." Lin Mo hurried over. "You don't need to feel guilty. As a police officer, this is my duty." Lin Mo merely acknowledged with a grunt. What he really wanted to say was, he was a police officer too. Lin Mo knew Tang Bing was just trying to spare him from self-reproach. Tang Bing regained consciousness. The doctor conducted a series of tests and found her condition to be excellent. But to ensure her better recovery, they sent Lin Mo and the others out. They were told to come back tomorrow for a visit. Hospital corridor. Seeing Tang Bing awake, her parents felt considerably more at ease. Their resentment toward Lin Mo dissipated. Su Peilan addressed Lin Mo with a touch of embarrassment. "Lin Mo, about what happened earlier, I was too impulsive. I'm sorry." "It's okay, Auntie. I understand how you felt," Lin Mo replied. "Little Lin, if you ever need anything while you're in Liangcheng, feel free to reach out anytime." Tang Shan handed Lin Mo a business card as he spoke. "Thank you, Uncle Tang." Lin Mo exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. He'd been at the hospital these past 2 days and hadn't returned to the office yet. It was time to head back and check in. After Lin Mo left, Tang Shan turned to Su Peilan and said, "What do you think of this young man?" "He's quite good," Su Peilan replied. Steady and unflappable. That alone puts him ahead of 99% of young people." Lin Mo walked into the hospital lobby. A weeping elderly man immediately caught Lin Mo's attention. He hurried over. She sat on the floor, weeping bitterly, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. I'm such a fool, I didn't keep my life-saving money safe, wah. Consumed by regret, she began slapping her own face. Lin Mo rushed to stop her. Grandma, what happened? Wah! My husband suddenly had a stroke and needs surgery. I took 50,000 yuan to pay for it, but then a thief stole it. Why am I so stupid? After the old woman finished speaking, the onlookers immediately began murmuring. That thief has no conscience stealing an old lady's life-saving money. Oh! This old lady is so pitiful, how could the thief have the heart to do this? If I ever catch that thief, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Lin Mo picked up the old lady's handbag and examined it. A long gash had been cut into the side with a blade. He could tell at a glance this was definitely the thief's doing. Grandma, don't worry. I'm a police officer. Tell me when the money went missing. Hearing that Lin Mo was a police officer, the old lady clung to him desperately, as if he were her lifeline. Officer, you must help me. If my husband can't pay, his life is in danger. She sobbed. Her sobs grew more heart-wrenching by the moment. She wouldn't listen to a word Lin Mo said. Finally, after much effort, Lin Mo calmed her down and she cooperated to tell him. Officer, 3 minutes ago, my money was in this bag. When I got to the payment window, I realized it was gone. Wah! After finishing her sentence, the old lady burst into tears again. Grandma, please sit down on the bench. I'll definitely get your money back for you. Hearing this, the old lady thanked Lin Mo with deep emotion. Lin Mo helped her to the bench. Just then, a nurse also came over to comfort the elderly woman. Lin Mo then stood up. He scanned the surroundings. This was a north-south passageway. He had just come from the north, and his crime detection sense hadn't picked up anything. Therefore, the thief most likely fled south. After confirming the thief's escape route, Lin Mo hurriedly gave chase. He then opened the basic shop in his mind and, without hesitation, expanded his crime detection range to 20 meters. Recently, he had apprehended numerous criminals, earning him substantial sin points from the system. This included points for thieves caught using clues he provided. The system had rewarded him points. Lin Mo had previously assumed the system only rewarded points for criminals he personally apprehended, but it seemed the system was quite generous after all. As long as he provided crucial clues leading to a criminal's capture, the system rewarded him. After upgrading his crime sense, Lin Mo's perception range instantly expanded significantly. Based on his hunch, the thief would definitely try to flee immediately after stealing the old lady's money. So he sprinted straight toward the hospital's main entrance. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, evil perception has detected a criminal with an evil value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo hurriedly checked the criminal's location and discovered the suspect was indeed moving toward the hospital entrance. Chapter 60, When I Grow Up, I Want to Be a Cop 2 Third Update. Lin Mo hurried toward the criminal, unsure if this individual detected by the sin perception was the same thief who stole the old woman's money. Guided by the system's location, he arrived at a small alleyway on the right side of the hospital's main building. Lin Mo immediately spotted a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap. He was carrying a black plastic bag, its contents unknown. Judging by the shape, Lin Mo concluded it was highly likely to be money. If that was the case, he was undoubtedly the thief who had stolen from the old woman. The thief quickly spotted Lin Mo approaching. He froze for a moment, then took off running. Stop right there, officer. Lin Mo shouted at the thief. Hearing the word police, the thief sprinted even harder. Lin Mo's physical prowess had been enhanced through systematic training. Catching a thief was a breeze. The thief hadn't even run 15 meters before Lin Mo pinned him against the wall and slapped handcuffs on him. Lin Mo snatched the black plastic bag from the thief's hands. Inside was exactly 50,000 yuan. Where did this come from? This is mine. Seeing the thief deny it, Lin Mo didn't bother arguing. He escorted the thief straight to the payment hall. When the thief saw the old lady, he immediately backed down because this money had been stolen from her. I'll ask one more time, where did this money come from? The thief knew further excuses were futile, so he finally admitted he'd stolen it from this elderly woman. Lin Mo then approached the old lady and said, Grandma, is this money yours? The old woman took the bag from Lin Mo and examined it carefully. She noticed a bundle marked with a sign, the very mark she had made earlier. Yes, it's mine. Oh my. Young man, thank you. You saved my husband's life. The old woman was about to kneel down to thank Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly pulled her back. Grandma, I'm a police officer, this is my duty. Please hurry and pay for your husband's treatment. The old lady thanked Lin Mo profusely, insisting he tell her his name and the police station address. With no other choice, Lin Mo finally gave her the information. The nurse gave Lin Mo an admiring look before turning to the old woman and saying, Grandma, I'll take you to pay the fees. Yes. Yes. There are still so many good people in the world. The old lady said happily. The onlookers around them all applauded Lin Mo. This young officer is amazing, he helped the old lady recover her lost money in less than 2 minutes. Yes, if only all the police in Liangchun were like him. At that moment, the little boy standing nearby said to his mother, "Mom, when I grow up, I want to be a police officer just like this big brother." "Great," the mother replied happily. Lin Mo overheard and smiled at the child. "Right now, your job is to study hard so you can get into the police academy someday. Keep it up, big brother is rooting for you." The little boy was thrilled by Lin Mo's encouragement, as if his dream had been validated by his idol. "Yes, I will." The child nodded earnestly at Lin Mo. Then, Lin Mo escorted the thief away. Watching Lin Mo's towering figure escort the thief with his head hanging low, the child felt even greater admiration for the police profession. Gulu Police Station. Zhang Daolong was beaming with excitement. Ever since Lu Dahai had led them in dismantling a gang of thieves, he had instantly regained his former sharpness in catching criminals. Today, he effortlessly apprehended a thief, successfully breaking his zero-arrest streak in the thief-catching competition. Let me tell you, this thief had his sights set on a sanitation worker who'd just received his hard-earned 2,750 yuan salary. He snatched the money when the worker wasn't looking and tried to run, but I tackled him right there. Ma Xiaochuan quickly chimed in after Zhang Daolong finished speaking. That sanitation worker was so grateful to my master, he insisted on giving him 20 yuan to buy water. But my master wouldn't accept money from the public, he refused outright. "Daolong, you've really brought honor to Gulu Police Station." Old Song praised Zhang Daolong. "Absolutely. As a police officer, it's my duty to eliminate threats to the people and protect their property from harm." "Good." Ma Xiaochuan was the first to break into applause. Just as everyone was applauding Zhang Daolong, Lin Mo locked the thief in the detention cell and walked into the office lobby. Seeing Lin Mo arrive, everyone immediately gathered around him. After all, Lin Mo and Tang Bing had just done their station a huge favor, capturing Golden Rat and Silver Rat from the South City 7 Rats gang, plus seizing 100 million yuan in stolen cash. "Little Lin, you're back. Are you okay?" Old Song asked with concern. "Brother Song, I'm fine." "That's good." At that moment, Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and said, "Brother Lin, we're just glad you're okay. We finally found our team." For the past 2 days, Lin Mo and Tang Bing had been at the hospital, and they hadn't caught a single thief. Now that Lin Mo was back, their confidence instantly returned. Zhang Daolong, who had been showing off earlier, felt extremely uncomfortable seeing everyone immediately surround Lin Mo upon his return. So he sneered. "Lin Mo, you dare challenge me to a thief-catching contest now?" Chapter 61, Drumming and Gonging to present a commendation banner. 4th update. "Lin Mo, dare you race me to catch a thief now?" Zhang Daolong dared to say this because he felt his knack for catching thieves had returned. He was absolutely certain he could catch a thief if he just patrolled the streets. Lin Mo just chuckled and ignored him. As a police officer, he only needed to do his job properly. There was no need to provoke someone who disliked him. He'd already given Zhang Daolong a stern warning last time, but the guy seemed to have no memory. And now he was picking a fight with him. "Lin, don't pay him any mind. He caught a thief today and is just showing off." Seeing Lin Mo ignore him, Zhang Daolong continued his provocation. "What? You're scared?" After hearing Zhang Daolong's words, Lin Mo paused for a moment before responding. "Fine, but I have one condition." "Go ahead. If I win, you must never bother me again." "Deal. If you win, I'll go out of my way to avoid you. But if you lose, how about you wash my socks for a month?" "Hee hee," Zhang Daolong chuckled. "Deal." Lin Mo agreed. "Alright, then. Starting now, the deadline is the same time tomorrow. How does that sound?" Lin Mo agreed. Just as the two settled their wager, Lu Dahai approached. "Everyone to the conference room for a meeting." Spotting Lin Mo in the crowd, Lu Dahai smiled and called out to him. "Lin Mo, you're back." "Yes, master." "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine now." "That's good. We'll have a meeting together shortly." Soon after, everyone gathered in the conference room. Lu Dahai was in an exceptionally good mood today. Though he'd been utterly exhausted these past few days, thankfully, all the bad news was now behind them. "Before the meeting, I have some good news to share. The hospital just reported that our officer Tang Bing has regained consciousness and is out of danger." "That's fantastic. Sister Tang Bing is okay." "Ha ha. I knew it. Little Tang would be fine." Everyone was overjoyed, including Zhang Daolong. He'd always had feelings for Tang Bing and had been praying for her safety these past 2 days. "Alright, everyone, quiet down." Lu Dahai continued speaking. "There's another piece of good news. According to Director Zhang from the Old City Bureau, he's applied for a special contribution honorary title on our behalf." The crowd immediately broke into applause. You see, the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station hadn't received any honorary titles in 3 years. And this time, they had earned a special contribution honor. This is fantastic. It's the first collective honor our station has received in 3 years. "Chief Lu, what exactly did our station do to earn this honor?" one of the officers asked Lu Dahai. It was because Lin Mo and Tang Bing dismantled the Southern City 7 Rats hideout and seized 100 million yuan in illicit funds. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood Lin Mo and Tang Bing's contributions truly deserved this honor. Everyone in the conference room looked at Lin Mo with joy, but he merely gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Daolong seethed inwardly. So what if they busted a petty thieves' den? I could do that too. After announcing the good news, Lu Dahai then addressed the matter of the South City 7 Rats. Now, only the Overlord Rat remained among the 7 rats of South City, still at large. This time, to eradicate the problem at its root, higher-ups had specifically issued a bounty for the Overlord Rat, a reward of 100,000 yuan for its capture. Lin Mo was instantly overcome with excitement upon hearing this. He desperately needed money right now. Chief, is the reward paid out immediately? At that moment, someone suddenly asked this question, and the entire conference room fell silent. Lu Dahai was also taken aback by this sudden question. He turned to look at the questioner and realized it was his own apprentice. This puzzled him deeply. His apprentice didn't seem like someone who valued money. Why did he seem so eager to get it? Zhang Daolong also recognized Lin Mo as the one who spoke up and immediately began to sneer inwardly. Put. A cop who cares so much about money? What a pathetic mindset. Lin Mo was new here and probably didn't know the rules. Regarding the reward bonus, as long as they caught the king rat, the higher-ups would issue it immediately. Hearing Lu Dahai's explanation, Lin Mo felt reassured. He began scheming in his mind how to capture the tyrant rat. Everyone knew the havoc the South City 7 Rats wreaked in the old district, especially the tyrant rat. His ability to organize the South City 7 Rats and become their leader was truly extraordinary. Judging by the reactions of the other rats toward the tyrant rat, it was likely exceptionally vicious. An hour later, the meeting concluded. Just then, a duty officer rushed over and exclaimed to Lu Dahai. Chief, someone's here to present us with a banner of appreciation. A banner? Lu Dahai was taken aback at first, then grew visibly excited. It had been ages since anyone had presented their station with a banner of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochuan, Zhang Daolong's apprentice, immediately interjected. It must be for my master, Zhang Daolong. Everyone immediately recalled how Zhang Daolong had apprehended a thief today. It must be from that sanitation worker. Zhang Daolong's face lit up with excitement. Let's go check it out. Led by Lu Dahai, the group followed him outside. At the entrance stood an elderly woman holding a silk banner. Behind her stood a waist-drum troupe of similar age, beating gongs and drums in a lively scene. Chapter 62, Dazed First Update. Zhang Daolong walked ahead of the group, his heart brimming with joy. He hadn't expected this sanitation worker to be so thoughtful, actually coming to the police station to present him with a banner. Though such banners from the public weren't counted as official commendations or added to his personal record, they still represented the community's recognition of his work as a police officer. It was a pity Tang Bing wasn't present. Otherwise, this moment of glory would surely have made her feel much more favorably toward him. Suddenly inspired, he turned to his apprentice, Ma Xiaochuan, and said, Xiaochuan, record this with your phone later, got it? Got it, master. Ma Xiaochuan responded cheerfully. Having citizens present a banner to his master would reflect well on him too. Recording it would be perfect for bragging rights later. When Zhang Daolong saw that it was an elderly woman holding the banner at the door, he was suddenly puzzled. He had helped an old man, so why was it an old woman? At that moment, his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan was the first to figure it out. Master, she must be the old man's wife. He didn't have time, so he sent his wife to thank you on his behalf. Hearing his apprentice's explanation, Zhang Daolong found it perfectly reasonable and instantly broke into a broad smile. You're absolutely right. Behind the old lady, the waist drum troupe beat rhythmically, creating a lively atmosphere that drew a crowd of onlookers. Ha! What are they doing? Didn't you see the banner in that old lady's hands? She's definitely thanking the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. You're absolutely right. Let me see which officer did something commendable. I know quite a few officers from Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Just then, the old lady saw the police station personnel had all come out. She waved to her fellow seniors behind her, signaling them to stop. Lu Dahai stepped forward and addressed the elderly woman. Good day, ma'am. I'm Lu Dahai, chief of the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. Upon hearing the chief's name, the old woman immediately beamed and said, Chief, you're truly remarkable. You've trained such an excellent officer. If it weren't for your station's officers stepping in, catching the thief, and returning the money, my husband would likely have been in mortal danger. Zhang Daolong beamed with pride upon hearing the old lady's words. He felt he had accomplished something truly great today. At that moment, Old Song whispered to Zhang Daolong. Zhang, you've really made our chief proud today. You bet I did, haha. Zhang Daolong declared triumphantly. He felt the sunlight today was so gentle as it touched his skin. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Mo and began looking around for him. He realized Lin Mo hadn't come with them. This left him feeling quite displeased. Otherwise, he could have shown Lin Mo the commendation banner the people had presented to him. He could have shown off his authority. Chief, this is a banner I specially commissioned for that officer to present to him, the old woman said to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai felt quite pleased with himself as he called out to Zhang Dalong. Dalong, come here. Quickly catch the banner the old lady is presenting to you. Yes, Chief. Zhang Dalong was nothing short of amazing. He straightened his uniform, almost wanting to march over and step to honor this solemn moment. But when he reached the old lady, she looked utterly bewildered. The officer before her wasn't the one who had helped her recover the 50,000 yuan today. His hand was already outstretched, yet the banner in her grasp never reached him. This left both Zhang Dalong and Lu Dahai momentarily stunned. Then, Lu Dahai hurriedly reminded him. Grandma, the banner? The old woman still didn't hand it over, instead taking a step back. Chief, this can't be right. Isn't this the officer who helped me recover the money that saved my life? No? Lu Dahai froze in surprise. Today, it seemed only Zhang Dalong had caught a thief. He hadn't heard of any other officers apprehending thieves. Grandma, are you sure you're not mistaken? No, I remember it clearly, it was a young man, not him. Zhang Dalong was momentarily stunned, yet his hand remained suspended mid-air. Grandma, I was helping your husband back then. It's perfectly normal that you wouldn't recognize me. Zhang Dalong hurriedly explained. You helped my husband? Now it was the old woman's turn to be even more bewildered. Her husband had suffered a stroke today and was still in the hospital. This policeman claimed to have helped her husband. What on earth was going on? Lu Dahai looked at the two bewildered figures, and he too was utterly confused. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. What was going on? Could it be that the old lady had mistakenly brought the commemorative banner to the wrong place? Ma'am, are you looking for the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station? It was indeed the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. He even said his name was Lin Mo. What? Lin Mo? As the old lady uttered Lin Mo's name, every officer looked utterly bewildered. Lin Mo has been in the hospital these past 2 days. How could he possibly have helped the old lady catch a thief? Grandma, you must be mistaken. Lin Mo has been in the hospital these past 2 days. Zhang Dalong exclaimed to the old woman. That's right. My life savings were stolen at Central Hospital, and he recovered 50,000 yuan in just 2 minutes. Hearing Central Hospital, the officers suddenly understood. This old lady must indeed be looking for Lin Mo, because Lin Mo has been at the Central Hospital these past 2 days. Once everyone processed this, they seemed to grasp the key phrase in the old lady's statement. Caught the thief in 2 minutes? Recovered 50,000 yuan? Chapter 63, We're Determined. Second update. Caught the thief in 2 minutes and recovered 50,000 yuan? In cases involving large sums of cash, typically over 50,000 yuan, the fastest case-solving record at Gulo Police Station belonged to Lu Dahai. He helped the victim apprehend the thief and recover the cash in just 10 minutes. But now they heard this elderly woman say that Lin Mo had done it in just 2 minutes. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Even Lu Dahai couldn't help but express his astonishment. Grandma, are you sure Lin Mo helped you recover the 50,000 yuan in just 2 minutes? Absolutely certain. Many people at the hospital witnessed it. The old lady declared with certainty. Lu Dahai felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He never imagined that the one who broke his record would be his own apprentice. Truly, the pupil has surpassed the master. Wait, isn't Lin Mo from your police station? The old woman asked in confusion. Yes. He is from our police station. Li Jianhua, go fetch Lin Mo. Got it, Chief. Li Jianhua dashed off to fetch Lin Mo, having long grown tired of Zhang Dalong's showboating. Zhang Dalong stood there looking utterly awkward, his outstretched hand frozen midair, unsure how to pull it back. Damn it! This is so humiliating. He'd embarrassed himself to no end. Amidst his frustration, he felt a wave of relief that Tang Bing hadn't come over, otherwise, he would have been even more mortified. Zhang Dalong desperately didn't want Lin Mo to see him in such an awkward state, so he quickly made up an excuse. Chief, I just remembered I need to interrogate a prisoner. I'll have to get back to work. Alright, go ahead. Lu Dahai replied. Zhang Dalong turned and hurried away, only to discover that his apprentice, Ma Xiaochuan, was still filming him. He was furious. Why couldn't his apprentice just get it? Stop filming. Come with me. But I haven't finished recording yet, master. Zhang Dalong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan by the collar and marched him back into the office hall. On the way, he ran into Lin Mo. He pretended to be looking for something, avoiding eye contact with Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped out of the police station and into the courtyard. The old woman recognized Lin Mo at a glance. It's him. This young man helped me recover the money that saved my life. Sisters, let's celebrate. Lin Mo had just stepped out and didn't know what was happening. The old woman immediately handed him a commemorative banner. Only then did Lin Mo recognize her as the elderly woman who had lost her money today. Grandma, what brings you here? I came to give you this banner. I can't thank you enough today, otherwise, my old man would never have woken up. Grandma, it was just a small favor. You're too kind. Lu Dahai saw the old lady actually presenting the banner to his apprentice and immediately called out. He had someone fetch candy from the office to share with everyone. The whole scene was filled with joy. That very evening, Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau specifically summoned several station chiefs for a meeting. Everyone, today's meeting has one key focus. Starting tomorrow, the entire city will hunt down the tyrant rat from the 7 rats of South City. According to information obtained from the other rats, the tyrant rat is extremely dangerous. Moreover, his identity extends far beyond that of a mere thief. He is highly likely connected to a dismemberment case from over a decade ago. Director Zhang then explained to Lu Dahai and the others the conclusions drawn from their interrogation analysis of the other members of the South City 7 rats. Director Zhang, but we don't even know what the tyrant rat looks like. How are we supposed to catch him? The chief of the Guansing Road Subdistrict Police Station exclaimed. I'm at a loss too. The other rats would rather die than reveal any photos of the tyrant rat. They seem utterly terrified of him. Seems like catching the overlord rat won't be so simple after all. We summoned you here to relay orders from higher ups. Every officer from every station must be armed to the teeth for this operation to capture the overlord rat. If the overlord rat is spotted and resists arrest, you have permission to shoot to kill. Chief Zhang addressed the group. Commissioner, we're conducting a full-scale manhunt for the tyrant rat. What if he's already escaped Liangchang? Analysis indicates there's a high probability the tyrant rat remains within Liangchang. Moreover, our police system has established checkpoints at all major transportation routes. Any suspicious individual spotted will be arrested immediately. Lu Dahai interjected at this point. Chief Zhang, with all our forces deployed to capture the king rat, will the catch the thief competition still proceed? That won't interfere. Our primary task at each police station is to patrol our designated areas. While apprehending the tyrant rat, we'll also crack down on other criminal elements. Got it. This time, higher-ups have stated that whichever officer captures the king rat will receive at least a third-class merit award. Moreover, their respective police station will be awarded a collective third-class merit. After Director Zhang finished speaking, several station chiefs immediately grew restless. Chief Zhang, rest assured the Gangsheng Road Police Station has got the Rat King covered. Old Li, what about our Shuanhao Road Station? Cut the nonsense. Our Shilio Road Precinct will definitely catch the bull rat. While the station chiefs were making their pledges, Lu Dahai remained silent. His station hadn't earned a single collective honor in 3 years. This time, it was an absolute golden opportunity for their police station. Seeing Lu Dahai remain silent, Chief Zhang couldn't help but ask him with curiosity. Old Lu, are you planning to back down this time? But Lu Dahai declared with authority. We're determined to secure the third-class merit. Chapter 64, Freeze. This is a robbery third update. Late night in Liangcheng. In the basement of a certain residential complex. Under dim lighting, a figure sat alone. On the table lay an AK-47, 2 handguns, and 6 grenades. His eyes blazed with fury. Lin Mo. Oomph. A lowly beat cop dares to arrest 6 of my brothers? I'll never forgive you. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. The dim overhead light swayed violently from his forceful motion. His shadow was cast onto the wall like a ferocious beast, snarling and clawing. After a moment, he cooled down and slowly sat back down. Then he packed everything on the desk into his luggage. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the station early. After finishing work last night, he made a special trip to Liangcheng Central Hospital to visit Tang Bing. The doctor informed him that Tang Bing's condition had stabilized and she should be able to get out of bed and walk within about a week. This news greatly eased Lin Mo's mind. Now, Tang Bing just needed to focus on her recovery, while he had to continue hunting down criminals. The system had rewarded him with this crime detection ability precisely so he could round up every last criminal in Liangcheng. He wasn't about to waste such a powerful cheat. Lin, you're here. Li Jianhua yawned as he hurriedly greeted Lin Mo. Brother Li, why are you here so early today? Lin Mo asked in confusion. I was on duty yesterday. Alright, I was planning to take you on patrol today. Looks like I'll have to go with Zhang Ji instead. At the mention of patrolling with Lin Mo, Li Jianhua perked up instantly. No way, Lin. I'm wide awake now. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Li Jianhua declared. Alright. Just as they were about to pack up, Zhang Dalong and his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan walked over, escorting a criminal. Whoa! Zhang Dalong, what's going on here? You caught 3 thieves in one night. Li Jianhua exclaimed in surprise. Pretty impressive, huh? My master didn't rest all night, he was out catching thieves the whole time. Ma Xiaochuan said with a smug grin. Zhang Dalong spotted Lin Mo arriving and grinned as he asked him. Lin Mo, how many thieves have you caught? Not a single one yet. Lin Mo replied. Zhang Dalong burst out laughing upon hearing this. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Ha ha. It's not even time yet. Why the rush? Zhang Dalong glanced at his watch. It was 8 a.m. now, and there were only 8 hours left until our duel ended. Had ha. So what? I've already caught 3 thieves, and you haven't caught a single one. I think you should just admit defeat. Starting now, you're washing my stinky socks for a month. Ha ha. Ha. Zhang Dalong and his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan burst into laughter. When the time comes, I hope you'll still be laughing. Lin Mo finished speaking and turned away from Zhang Dalong. Brotherly, load everything onto the bus transferred from the branch bureau and we'll head out. Got it, Brother Lin. Zhang Dalong, don't get too cocky. Today you'll see what Brother Lin can do. Had ha. Zhang Dalong couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. What? You still think you can fill an entire bus? Ha ha. Filling a whole bus with criminals in one day? Unless you raid a criminal hideout, it's impossible. These days, the thieves in the old city district have been pretty much wiped out by them in the past couple of days. Nowadays, catching even one thief is tough. Last night, he was just lucky to catch 3 thieves. Overestimating their abilities. Lin Mo and Li Jianhua drove the bus to pick up Zhang Ji first. Once Zhang Ji boarded, Li Jianhua handed him a belt with a holster attached. Zhang Ji took it and saw that the holster actually held a real gun. Holy crap, what's going on? Is there a major case? This is an order from our chief. All officers on patrol must carry a handgun. Mainly for catching those ratbusters. Seeing that Lin Mo and Li Jianhua were also equipped, Zhang Ji instantly understood. He happily buckled the holster onto his belt. Lin, where are we headed? Li Jianhua asked. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then pointed toward a crowded area. Let's check out that area first. Got it. Li Jianhua obediently steered the car toward the direction Lin Mo had indicated. Leaning back in his seat, Lin Mo closed his eyes and focused on the crime radar in his mind. His radar now had a 20-meter radius, easily covering the entire width of the road. After driving for about 10 minutes, Lin Mo's mental crime detection failed to pick up a single criminal. Just then, Zhang Ji spoke up to Li Jianhua. Brother Jian, pull over. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Li Jianhua promptly found a parking spot and pulled over. Zhang Ji grabbed some toilet paper and hurried toward the restroom. Spotting a small supermarket ahead, Lin Mo said to Li Jianhua. Broly, I'll run into the store to grab 2 bottles of water. I'll have a soda. Li Jianhua said without hesitation. Got it. Lin Mo then headed to the small supermarket. The store wasn't crowded. As he walked inside and was about to grab a drink, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, sin detection has identified a criminal with a sin value of 300. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo was about to put down the drinks and go check it out. He then saw a man's figure dash into the store, holding a fruit knife. Freeze. This is a robbery. Chapter 65, let's get this party started. 4th update. Freeze. This is a robbery. The female owner sitting at the cash register saw the gleaming knife in the man's hand and was instantly terrified, panicking and unsure what to do. Hand over the money now, or I won't be nice. I. The female boss stammered, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Lin Mo slowly emerged from between 2 rows of shelves. The moment she saw Lin Mo, she nearly scared herself to death. He flung the knife aside and dropped to his knees with a thud. Because Lin Mo was holding a pistol, pointed directly at him. You're pretty smart. The robber's face twisted in bitter resignation. Bro, how could I not be sensible? You're holding a gun, you know. It could kill someone. Put them on yourself. Lin Mo tossed a pair of handcuffs at him and said. The criminal obediently fastened the cuffs around his own wrists. Lin Mo inwardly marveled wearing handcuffs actually carried some deterrent effect, saving him a lot of trouble. At that moment, he held up several bottles of drink and addressed the shop owner. How much for these drinks? The female shopkeeper clearly hadn't regained her composure yet. Big brother, it's on the house. Lin Mo glanced at the drinks in his bag, then pulled out a 20 yuan note and placed it on the counter. Then he addressed the robber. Let's go. The criminal had no choice but to obediently follow Lin Mo out. He wanted to die right then and there. Damn it. After meticulously scouting locations for days, he finally settled on this supermarket. Yet the moment he burst in, he ran into a cop with a gun. His luck was absolutely rock bottom. He felt like his chances of winning the lottery were better than this. Lin Mo quickly escorted the criminal onto the bus. Li Jianhua watched the scene unfold and asked in astonishment. Brother Lin, what's going on here? Robbery in broad daylight. Lin Mo replied calmly. You're awesome. Li Jianhua gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. He couldn't help but suspect that Lin Mo had a magnetism for attracting criminals. Wherever he went, criminals always seemed to show up. Help out. Li Jianhua quickly stood up, escorted the robber to the back row of the bus, and then handcuffed him to the specially designed steel cable hooks on the roof. These steel hooks were specially designed to secure the handcuffs on criminals' wrists. The robber looked utterly bewildered. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone patrol while driving a bus. A sudden thought struck him. Could they be planning to arrest an entire busload of criminals? 2 minutes later, Zhang Ji returned to the bus. He'd eaten a meat bun this morning and it had upset his stomach. Is it better now? Lin Mo asked. I'm fine now. Just then, Zhang Ji happened to glance at the rearview mirror and was startled. Holy crap, who's that? You just went to the bathroom and brother Lin caught him. He. Li Jianhua chuckled smugly. No way. Bro Lin, you're incredible. You caught a criminal in just a few minutes. Zhang Ji was utterly in awe of Lin Mo. Just 2 days ago, he and Li Jianhua patrolled for 2 whole days and didn't catch a single thief. But teaming up with Lin Mo, they caught a criminal in under 20 minutes. Just luck. Lin Mo said with a faint smile. Brother Lin, I wish I had your kind of luck. The criminal seated at the back of the bus overheard their conversation, his heart filled with indescribable bitterness. Did they even consider how a criminal might feel when saying such things right in front of him? After that, Li Jianhua and the others continued driving the bus forward, while Lin Mo kept a constant watch on the criminal perception within his mind. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, Sin Perception has detected a criminal with a Sin value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo hurriedly scanned the location indicated by the warning. He spotted a thief. Brotherly, the guy in the yellow shirt. Roger. Li Jianhua pulled up alongside the man in yellow without even stopping the car. He yanked open the door. Lin Mo grabbed the door handle with one hand and yanked the yellow-clad man into the car with the other. Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned. Holy crap! Lin Mo was way too fierce. He literally yanked the guy into the car with one hand. Li Jianhua reacted swiftly, slamming the door shut to prevent the man from escaping. The man in the yellow shirt was still completely bewildered. 1 second he was prowling the streets for prey, the next he was inside a bus. He was starting to wonder if he'd somehow travel through time. Before he could process it, Lin Mo had already cuffed him. The yellow-clad man stared at the handcuffs on his wrists, then looked at Lin Mo, his face frozen in utter shock. You're a cop? You got it right. Why are you arresting me? I'm not a thief. The man in yellow protested. Did I say you were a thief? Zhang Ji burst out laughing. That's like digging your own grave. Lin Mo grabbed the yellow-clad man's backpack, opened it, and found 4 or 5 wallets inside. The man in yellow fell silent. Brother Zhang, take him over there. Got it, Brother Lin. Zhang Ji happily escorted the yellow-clad man to the back row, seating him next to the robber. He then cuffed his hands to the steel cable hook on the vehicle's roof. The robber was stunned. He'd only been caught a few minutes ago, and they'd already apprehended another criminal. This was incredibly efficient. Li Jianhua, driving the vehicle, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Following Brother Lin, we get to feast every day. Lin Good, do you think the 3 of us can catch the king rat today? Chapter 66, I really have a big mouth part 1. Brother Lin, do you think the 3 of us can catch the tyrant rat today? Li Jianhua heard Zhang Ji ask this and immediately retorted without hesitation. With Brother Lin here, we absolutely can. Lin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. You guys really think too highly of me. Didn't the chief say? The tyrant rats are incredibly vicious and cunning, they won't be caught that easily. Lin, no need to be so modest. On your very first day reporting to our station, you already nabbed an A-level statistical offender, just a rat-busting job. We've got your back, buddy. The 2 criminals sitting in the back row overheard Li Jianhua and the others talking. They'd been feeling pretty down about their own luck. But when they heard Lin Mo had apprehended an A-level fugitive, their hearts felt a little lighter. Soon after, Li Jianhua drove while Lin Mo used his crime-sensing ability to scan the streets for criminals, with Zhang Ji assisting in the arrests. Working with incredible efficiency, they managed to apprehend 15 criminals in just over 3 hours. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji stared at the half-filled vehicle of criminals, grinning from ear to ear. Going out with Lin Mo to catch criminals was pure satisfaction. All they had to do was follow Lin Mo's orders to make the arrest. They just had to act and they hadn't made a single mistake. At lunchtime, Zhang Ji asked Lin Mo curiously. Lin, you really catch these criminals just by instinct? Of course. Haven't you noticed that these criminals all give off a bad vibe? Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua both shook their heads. They'd never heard of criminals giving off an aura of wickedness. This feels a bit mystical. If anyone else had said that, Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji would never have believed it. But this was Lin Mo. He'd apprehended 15 criminals in just 3 hours this morning. For ordinary people, catching that many criminals was simply impossible. Yet Lin Mo had done it. Therefore, they believed Lin Mo must possess a special ability to detect criminals. Lin Mo might actually be able to identify criminals by sensing their aura. However, at that moment, a man sitting nearby overheard their conversation and burst out laughing. He turned to Lin Mo and said, Young man, you're making this sound so mysterious. Let's see if I have the aura of a bad guy. Lin Mo glanced at the man's plate and saw he had finished eating. So Lin Mo stood up and addressed the man. Stand up. Let me take a look. The man stood up with a dismissive air. He felt Lin Mo was just spouting nonsense. But the moment he stood up, Lin Mo pulled out the handcuffs from his waist and clamped them around the man's wrists. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua were equally baffled. This guy was just expressing some suspicion toward Lin Mo. Why did Lin Mo just cuff him like that? Show me your ID. Lin Mo demanded of the man. But upon hearing this, the man immediately started stammering. I didn't bring it. Give me your ID number. Lin Mo demanded sternly. I forgot. Zhang Ji, search him. Zhang Ji knew immediately that this guy was definitely up to no good. He scrambled to his feet and soon found a wallet on the man's person containing his ID card. You said you didn't have an ID? What's this then? Zhang Ji then entered the man's ID number into the police station system on his phone. The phone instantly displayed the man's identity information. Turns out he was a thief. Last year, while stealing something, he was caught on surveillance and added to the wanted list. So you're a thief? Zhang Ji exclaimed. He really was a thief. Li Jianhua could hardly believe it. Lin Mo is just too sharp. Just one sentence from someone, and he could tell they were a thief. This is just too amazing. The look in his eyes now as he stared at Lin Mo was pure, utter admiration. At that moment, the criminal wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he have to be such a fool? After finishing his meal, he couldn't just leave immediately. He had to strike up a conversation with them. During his year on the run, nothing had happened, and he'd thought the police had forgotten all about it. But damn it! He just had to prove to the cops that he was a criminal, didn't he? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Right now, he really wanted to say to Lin Mo, "Bro, can we just start over? I won't ask any questions, okay? But where in the world can you buy a cure for regret? Lin, you're seriously impressive." Zhang Ji couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. So now you believe me? Lin Mo chuckled cheerfully. Believe it? Absolutely. Li Jianhua nodded eagerly. He now believed every word Lin Mo said. You see, this thief had wandered here from another city. They had never even seen each other before. Yet Lin Mo had identified him as a criminal without even checking his ID. Lin Mo must have sensed the criminal's aura. In truth, the moment Lin Mo entered the restaurant, his criminal radar had already detected the man as a criminal. He hadn't rushed to apprehend him because the man was still eating. Lin Mo and his group were also about to eat. So waiting until after they finished eating to apprehend him wouldn't be too late. But who knew that after finishing his meal, the man would actually approach him himself? At that point, there was no need for further politeness. Lin Mo and his crew packed up 15 more boxed meals. They were for the criminals in the car. After all, even criminals need to eat. Otherwise, it would be utterly inhumane. On the way back, Li Jianhua asked Lin Mo curiously, "Brother Lin, tell me what kind of aura do those bad guys have?" Everyone has their own aura. Once they commit evil deeds, a dark aura begins to surround their bodies. Chapter 67, 10 Sin Points Second Update. After explaining, Lin Mo saw Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji looking completely lost, so he asked earnestly, "Got it?" The two nodded at first, then shook their heads. Lin Mo decided to make it sound even more mysterious. After all, the I Ching, acupuncture, and meridian systems of the Dragon Nation were all profoundly esoteric subjects. They couldn't possibly be scientifically verified. His goal was to have Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji categorize his abilities under this umbrella. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji simply concluded that Lin Mo could identify criminals by instinct. Back on the bus, Zhang Ji distributed boxed meals to the 15 criminals. When the newly brought back leader saw half the bus filled with handcuffed criminals, he was stunned. What the hell is going on? These 3 cops are seriously badass. Other cops make arrests one by one. These guys clearly came to stock up with a whole busload. Then Zhang Ji arranged a spot for him. The criminals began eating the food Zhang Ji and his team had brought back. Li Jianhua and his team continued driving on patrol. As they passed the south bus station, Lin Mo suddenly shouted at Li Jianhua, "Brother Li, pull over." "Got it!" Li Jianhua exclaimed excitedly. He knew that whenever Lin Mo made him stop, it meant a major discovery was imminent. Lin Mo stared intently at the station plaza outside the window. The system had just alerted him to the presence of 2 criminals. But strangely, one criminal had an evil value of 500, while the other had an evil value of 10. A 500 evil value didn't surprise him. But how could there be a criminal with a sin value of only 10? Over all these days, the lowest evil value he'd encountered was 100. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a criminal with a sin value of just 10. Could the system have made a mistake? Upon closer thought, he felt it couldn't be. "Brother Li, wait in the car." "Brother Zhang, come with me." Lin Mo called out to the 2 men. "Brother Lin, you're being so unfair, always making me watch the car." Li Jianhua grumbled in displeasure. "Brother Li, with so many criminals, only you can keep them in line. Most people couldn't handle such a big situation." Through his interactions with Li Jianhua over the past few days, Lin Mo had already grasped the man's personality. A little flattery went a long way. Li Jianhua would follow orders without question. Lin, you say that, and I won't argue with you. He. Then, Zhang Ji followed Lin Mo off the vehicle. Lin Mo instructed Zhang Ji to wait in a corner and act according to his hand signals later. The reason Lin Mo hadn't acted immediately to apprehend those two criminals was primarily to understand the situation involving the criminal with only 10 points of sin value. What was the real deal with that criminal? Lin Mo first observed the two criminals. They were both women, one a middle-aged woman around 40 with a crime value of 500. The other was a girl of about 15 or 16 with a sin value of 10. The middle-aged woman kept tugging at the girl's arm, as if terrified she might run away. Moreover, the middle-aged woman kept scanning the passing crowd, searching for something, until she spotted a young man. She immediately pulled the girl toward him. She spoke with him for a moment, looking deeply distressed. Then the young man pulled out a 50 yuan note and handed it to them. The middle-aged woman produced a piece of paper and had him write something on it. Then the young man left. Lin Mo grew increasingly curious. What exactly were they doing? To find out, Lin Mo decided to take a risk and see for himself what they were doing. He pretended to pass by the station square, and sure enough, he caught the middle-aged woman's attention. She then led the young woman right in front of Lin Mo. Young man, hello. Lin Mo deliberately feigned confusion as he spoke. Is there something you need? The middle-aged woman clearly sensed Lin Mo's nervousness and spoke up. Young man, don't be afraid. We're not bad people. She's my daughter. We're from Qinghai City, but we encountered thieves on the road who stole all our money. We can't afford train tickets now. Could you help us out? Lin Mo instantly realized they were trying to scam him out of money. Even if it was a scam, the sin value shouldn't reach 500, right? Lin Mo suspected this middle-aged woman was no ordinary person. While listening to the woman speak, he carefully observed the girl beside her. She kept her head bowed, her face still childlike, not uttering a single word, and dared not look at Lin Mo. From her appearance, Lin Mo couldn't see her as a criminal at all. So why did the system assign her a sin value of 10? Kind stranger, please, help us. We promise to repay you once we return home. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then asked. How much are the tickets? 50 yuan. Lin Mo pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged woman. Thank you. Give me your phone number and bank account number. I'll transfer the money to you later. Lin Mo knew in his heart that they were scammers. There was no way they'd actually transfer the money. So he said directly. No need. Then Lin Mo walked away. After Lin Mo left, the middle-aged woman wore a look of mockery. What a complete fool. Then she glanced at the young girl beside her and said, You've learned everything I just said, right? The girl nodded timidly. Later, you'll go collect the money yourself, understand? You'd better bring back at least 1,000 yuan by this afternoon, or else you won't be getting any dinner tonight. The girl desperately wanted to say no. But the middle-aged woman shot her a vicious glare, and the girl was instantly too scared to say another word. Chapter 68, The Power of Convenience. Third update. Lin Mo circled around, then escorted a thief back to the bus. Li Jianhua was completely dumbfounded. Brother Lin, what's going on? Weren't you going to arrest those two? I was going to catch them, but things changed. I needed to observe for a while. Just now, when I went to the bathroom, I spotted this thief. What impressed Li Jianhua most was Lin Mo's knack for seizing opportunities. While reporting for duty, he casually apprehended an A-level fugitive. During lunch, he casually caught a whirlwind rat. Now, just by going to the bathroom, he casually caught a thief. Many criminals had been caught by Lin Mo's casual actions. Zhang Ji assigned the thief to his designated seat. There were now 17 criminals on the bus. The other criminals had long since grown accustomed to such incidents. Whenever the bus stopped, there was always a criminal being apprehended. Even when the police were eating, they could bring back a thief. These criminals couldn't help but be impressed. Just as Lin Mo and his two companions were discussing the peculiarities of those two criminals, one of the convicts addressed Lin Mo. Officer, about those two scammers you mentioned earlier, I know exactly what their scheme is. One of the criminals said. Lin Mo froze for a moment before responding. Tell me, what's their scheme? I used to pick pockets around here, or rather, when I was out walking, I'd run into them. They often pretend their money got stolen, then claim they can't afford bus fare home and ask passersby to cover it. Lin Mo realized the man was absolutely right. He stood up and approached the criminal, asking, You're right, there is a middle-aged woman here with a young girl, asking others for bus fare. Hearing Lin Mo say this, the criminal immediately grinned and said, Officer, this girl was brought here by force. Lin Mo was suddenly filled with doubt. How do you know this girl was brought here? The criminal smiled without answering, wanting to keep the suspense going, but Zhang Ji barked at him sternly. Speak. Startled, he quickly dropped his smile and confessed honestly. I heard from a colleague earlier that there's a human trafficking ring operating in Liangchang. A human trafficking ring? Lin Mo and Zhang Ji both froze in shock. This was the first they'd heard of it. How come we didn't know about this? Bro, you're cops. If you knew about this, you'd have busted the human trafficking ring ages ago. The criminal said with a look of utter disbelief. Then another criminal chimed in. That guy's right. I've also heard there's a human trafficking ring in Liangchang. They specifically kidnap children and young girls from other places and bring them here. Where is this human trafficking ring? Lin Mo asked. The human trafficking ring is an underground operation. We're just petty thieves, we don't have access to that level of information. If any of you reveal the location of the human trafficking ring, I'll count it as atonement for your crimes. Zhang Ji addressed the entire group. If they could crack a human trafficking ring, it would definitely be a solid third-class merit, maybe even a second-class merit. Yet all 20 criminals shook their heads, claiming ignorance. Lin Mo and the others understood human trafficking rings were major cases. These petty thieves were lucky just to know such groups existed. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and asked the criminal from earlier. Are you certain they're members of the human trafficking ring? Officer, I only heard about it, I can't be certain. The criminal replied. Then where else have you seen this kind of scam before? At the central bus station and the train station. Because there's a lot of foot traffic there. Lin Mo paused for a moment before replying. Brother Zhang, you keep an eye on them at South Station Square. Brother Li and I will head to Central Bus Station and the train station. Got it. Zhang Ji then got out of the car and moved to an inconspicuous corner. Meanwhile, Li Jianhua drove the car to the train station and Central Bus Station. On the way, the criminal from earlier addressed Lin Mo. Officer, does what I just confessed count as atoning for my crimes? Once I verify the situation, if they're truly connected to a human trafficking ring, then yes, it counts as atoning for your crimes. Thanks, officer. The thief was instantly overjoyed. As thieves, they may have broken the law, but they also despised those human traffickers. At that moment, another criminal addressed Lin Mo. Officer, I've got some intel to share too. What kind of information? Lin Mo inquired. If I tell you, does that count as atoning for my crimes? Any useful information counts. The criminal nodded, but glanced nervously at the other criminals beside him. Lin Mo instantly understood his meaning. He feared others might overhear what he was about to say. So Lin Mo let him off the bus. About 2 minutes later, Lin Mo brought him back to the bus. After that, Lin Mo didn't question the other criminals about the human trafficking ring. The bus soon arrived at the train station. Based on the location described by the criminal, Lin Mo indeed spotted the girl begging for money from passengers. But through his evil perception, Lin Mo also detected a man nearby with an evil value of 500, who kept staring at the girl. Lin Mo didn't arrest them. Instead, he headed to the central bus station. There, he spotted another young girl. Similarly, a criminal lurked nearby, watching her. Both girls had a crime value of 10 points. Chapter 69, I said I was just dropping by, would you believe me? Fourth update. Lin Mo seemed to grasp something. Based on his deduction, the system assigned the girls a 10-point sin value because they were likely forced by criminals to engage in deceptive activities. If his hunch was correct, the criminals monitoring them were likely members of a trafficking ring. Lin Mo didn't move to arrest them, as he didn't want to alert them prematurely. Taking down a human trafficking ring was no simple task. Moreover, he'd heard from the thief that these people frequently operated around bus and train stations. So Lin Mo couldn't rush things. Besides, he couldn't take down the entire trafficking ring by himself. Lin Mo then entered a small street near the train station. He arrived at the door marked with the number 36. Immediately, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 100 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. System, crime sense detected one criminal, crime value 100. Host, apprehend immediately. The system sounded 4 times in total. Lin Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. It seemed this thief hadn't deceived him. This place was indeed a temporary hideout for thieves. Lin Mo pressed the doorbell without hesitation. A voice immediately called out from inside. Who's there? Lin Mo knocked 4 times on the door. The sound was a click. Recognizing the signal from their own people, the voice inquired. Northwest mystic sky, a single cloud. Lin Mo replied. A chick among phoenixes. The door swung open instantly. Lin Mo darted inside at lightning speed, then slammed the door shut. Ha? Who are you? How did you know our secret password? Seeing Lin Mo didn't respond, he shouted inside. Guys, someone's looking for trouble. 3 men emerged from inside, wielding clubs. Lin Mo sensed through his crime perception that there were only these 4 criminals, no others remained. Who the hell are you? Coming here like this, you must be out of your mind. Guys, cut the chatter, teach him a lesson first. Right on, guys. Let's go. Just as the 4 men prepared to charge at Lin Mo, Lin Mo drew a pistol from his hand. I'll see if your clubs are tougher than my gun. 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 The sight of the gun in Lin Mo's hand sent shockwaves through the 4 men, their faces frozen in terror. Everyone immediately backed down, one of them even scared stiff to the point of weak knees. Thud. He fell to his knees on the ground. Big brother, don't shoot. We'll give you money. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. The other party had actually mistaken him for a robber. He then produced 4 pairs of handcuffs. I'm a cop. Handcuff them all. The 4 thieves visibly relaxed upon hearing Lin Mo was a cop. Bro, you're a cop? You scared the hell out of me. They had all thought Lin Mo was a cold-blooded killer. Just a moment ago, they'd all thought their lives were forfeit. You think I won't shoot just because I'm a cop? Lin Mo glared at them angrily. He had to intimidate them, otherwise they wouldn't obey. Let me tell you, based on your assault on an officer just now, I have every right to shoot. The 4 men were instantly terrified again. They knew the consequences of assaulting an officer were severe. Officer, we didn't know you were a cop earlier. We'll put the handcuffs on right now. The 4 frantically fastened the handcuffs, terrified the officer might shoot them. Come on, hand over all your stolen goods and the money. The 4 had no choice but to obey, their only thought being to save their own lives. Lin Mo inspected the haul, 120,000 yuan in cash and 10 mobile phones. Then, Lin Mo grabbed a black bag and stuffed everything inside. Just as Lin Mo was about to lead them away, the system in his mind suddenly beeped. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 100 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. Simultaneously, the door rattled. Thump. Lin Mo recognized this rhythm of knocking instantly. He'd just used it moments ago. Lin Mo shouted to the outside, knock. Northwest Xiantian, 1 cloud. The person outside answered in unison. A chick among phoenixes. Seeing the other person respond with the password, Lin Mo knew he was a thief too. Lin Mo opened the door. Before the other could react, he grabbed him and yanked him into the courtyard. Handcuffs snapped shut instantly. The thief spotted several figures crouched by the wall and instantly grasped the situation. This hideout had been busted by the police. He wasn't actually part of this operation. He'd only come by today to hang out and have some fun. But who knew he'd walked straight into the police trap? He was kicking himself now. Officer, I'm telling you I was just visiting, do you believe me? Cut the crap. Lin Mo then led them in a line toward the bus. Li Jianhua and the busload of criminals were stunned to see 5 thieves lined up in a row. This Lin Mo is terrifying. He went out for just 10 minutes and caught 5 thieves. Unbelievable. There had been 17 criminals on the bus before, and now Lin Mo had caught 5 more, making a total of 22. Li Jianhua was grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, he remembered the rivalry between Zhang Dalong and Lin Mo. Wonder what Zhang Dalong would think seeing Lin Mo catch so many criminals. Chapter 70, Detention Center. Lin Mo then contacted his mentor, Lu Dahai, reporting that they had apprehended 22 criminals. Lu Dahai was thrilled to hear the news. His apprentice had been in the hospital these past few days, yet on his very first patrol back, he'd pulled off something this impressive. Lin Mo, don't bring the criminals you've captured to our station just yet. I'll call the district bureau. Lu Dahai said this because their station's detention cells were already full. He had no choice but to seek assistance from Chief Zhang to decide where to house the 22 new criminals Lin Mo had apprehended. Upon hearing Lu Dahai's report, Chief Zhang felt both thrilled and troubled. Excited because that kid Lin Mo was incredible, arresting 22 criminals in a single day. His frustration stemmed from the fact that, based on intelligence provided by Lin Mo, they had recently dismantled over 20 hideouts of the South City 7 rats. Over 200 criminals had been apprehended, and now their precinct was also overflowing with detainees. Old Lu, hold on a moment. I need to report this situation to higher-ups. The main issue is that both our bureau and the police stations under us are completely overrun with criminals these past 2 days. Chief Zhang hung up and dialed Chief Feng at the Liangcheng Municipal Bureau. What did you say? That kid Lin Mo arrested 22 criminals. Wasn't he supposed to be recuperating at the central hospital? Director Feng fired off a series of questions. After Director Zhang briefed Director Feng on the situation, Director Feng finally understood. Turns out Lin Mo had left the hospital yesterday. And while there, he'd even caught a thief on the spot, recovering an elderly woman's life-saving money. That very day, the elderly woman brought people to present Lin Mo with a commemorative banner amid fanfare and drumming. Upon hearing this, Director Feng couldn't stop grinning. This kid really brings honor to the Liangcheng police force. Subsequently, Director Feng assigned the 22 criminals Lin Mo had apprehended to the East Development District branch. After hanging up the phone, Chief Feng was overjoyed. He never expected Lin Mo to deliver such a pleasant surprise, apprehending 22 criminals in a single day. Old Feng, what's got you so cheerful? An old superior walked into his office and asked. Let me tell you, that kid Lin Mo is something else. Director Feng then recounted every criminal Lin Mo had apprehended since joining the force. You mean Lin Mo from Gula Police Station? That's the one. Whoa. That kid is terrifying. In just 9 days on the job, he personally apprehended over 100 criminals and assisted in the capture of more than 200 others. That kind of track record puts him among the absolute top performers nationwide, even among grassroots officers. This kid is something else. He's filled up the detention center at the Old City District Bureau, haha. Chief Fong couldn't help but chuckle with pride. If things keep up like this, we might as well build a detention center just for him. Ha ha. The veteran leader quipped. As the saying goes, the speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Director Fong immediately fell deep in thought. Well, that might not be such a bad idea. Old Fong, you're not seriously considering building a detention center for Lin Mo, are you? The old leader exclaimed in utter astonishment. Old Jiang, you've forgotten last year we were planning to establish a detention center, but it was cancelled because the number of criminals didn't meet the threshold. Hearing Director Feng's words, the senior leader pondered for a moment before slowly replying. This could be an opportunity. Hearing the old leader's words, Director Feng made a decisive decision. I'll gather the heads of several police stations right away to discuss this. If everyone agrees, I'll draft a report tomorrow for higher level approval. All criminals arrested by Lin Mo on Lu Dahai's orders are to be transported to the East Development District Police Station. Brotherly, can you handle transporting them alone? I plan to monitor those human traffickers at the train station. Lin, you really underestimate me. Haven't you seen what kind of guys these are? Li Jianhua said, patting his pistol. In truth, these criminals are petty thieves who wouldn't serve much time even if caught, which is why they dare to flee justice. This crime is serious. Alright, brotherly, call me anytime if you have any questions. After that, Li Jianhua drove a van full of criminals toward the East District. Meanwhile, Lin Mo headed to the train station square to monitor the human traffickers. About 2 hours passed. The girl Lin Mo had been watching was taken away by a criminal with a crime value of 500. They climbed into a minivan and vanished into the stream of passing traffic. Lin Mo recorded the minivan's license plate number. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ji called. Brother Lin, the middle-aged woman from the South bus station, took the girl away in a van. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo realized it would take exactly 10 minutes to reach the South bus station from here. Brother Zhang, what's the license plate number of that van? Zhang Ji then relayed the license plate number to Lin Mo. Upon hearing it, Lin Mo realized it was indeed the same vehicle. He was now certain they were all part of the same gang. If that was the case, there might actually be a human trafficking ring operating in Liangchang. Too bad he hadn't prepared today, otherwise he could have followed them in his car and maybe made a major discovery. Shortly after, Li Jianhua returned driving the bus. He picked up Lin Mo and Zhang Ji, and together they headed back to the Gulo Street police station. Spotting them return in the bus, Ma Xiaochuan hurried into the office building. Master! Master! Lin Mo is back. How many thieves did they catch on the bus? None at all, it seems. Not a single one? Zhang Daolong asked in confusion. Not a single one. Ma Xiaochuan stated with certainty. Zhang Daolong immediately burst into laughter. Yesterday, he challenged Lin Mo to a contest. Whoever caught more criminals in a day would win. If he won, Lin Mo would have to wash his stinky socks for a whole month. Ha! That's great. Zhang Daolong stood up, waved his hand at Ma Xiaochuan, and said, Let's go. Let's check it out. Arriving at the front yard of the police station, Lin Mo and the others were just getting off the bus. Zhang Daolong craned his neck to peer into the vehicle, and sure enough, not a single criminal was in sight. You drove a bus to catch criminals? I thought you were something special. Turns out you came back empty-handed. Ha ha. Zhang Daolong burst out laughing. Li Jianhua didn't bother explaining, just chuckled and said, No one said you couldn't use a bus to catch people, right? Well then, let me ask you, how many thieves have you caught using that bus? Zhang Daolong said with a look of contempt. Li Jianhua retorted to Zhang Daolong. Zhang Daolong, how many thieves have you caught? At that moment, Ma Xiaochuan declared triumphantly. My master caught a total of 4 thieves. He. Zhang Daolong's expression was pure smugness. Lin Mo, our PK time is up. You didn't catch a single thief. Get ready to wash my socks for a month. Ha ha. Before Lin Mo could respond, Li Jianhua chimed in. Who says Lin Mo lost? Chapter 71, The Human Trafficking Syndicate. Who says Lin Mo lost? Zhang Daolong sneered at Li Jianhua's words. Do you think you can conjure up a few more thieves? Hey, you never know, I could conjure up a dozen or so for you. Li Jianhua began rummaging through his pockets. You really are full of hot air, conjuring up a dozen or so thieves. Poof. Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan burst out laughing. Did Li Jianhua actually intend to conjure thieves from his pockets? Then, Li Jianhua pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. He handed it directly to Zhang Daolong. What's this supposed to mean? Zhang Daolong was baffled. The thief I conjured up. Li Jianhua said with a smile. Are you kidding me? Lin Mo, you're not going to deny it, are you? Zhang Daolong said to Lin Mo. Take a look at this paper first. Lin Mo said indifferently. Zhang Daolong looked puzzled as he casually caught the paper. He was determined to see what this was. The moment he read the contents, his expression froze. Ma Xiaochuan, watching his master's expression, looked utterly puzzled. Master, what is this? Ma Xiaochuan leaned in to take a closer look. It was a receipt issued by the East Development District branch of Liangchang. It stated, the East Development Zone branch has received 22 criminals from the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. Holy crap! 22 criminals? What's going on? Could they all have been apprehended by Lin Mo and his team? That's ridiculous. You have to understand, he and his master Zhang Dalong went without sleep for a day and night just to catch 4 thieves. Yet Lin Mo and his team managed to apprehend 22 criminals in just 8 hours. That's a huge gap. No wonder his master was stunned speechless. Zhang Dalong, you must be satisfied with the thieves I conjured up, huh? Had ha. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji burst out laughing. Daring to mock brother Lin? You're asking for trouble. How could this be possible? Zhang Dalong finally snapped out of it, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Isn't there a red seal on it? Li Jianhua reminded him. Zhang Dalong hurriedly looked at the bottom right corner. Sure enough, the bright red seal belonged to the East Development District branch. Now he had no choice but to believe it. After all, they were police officers, they wouldn't use a fake seal to deceive him. 22 criminals. And he'd been working non-stop for 24 hours, only managing to catch 4. This was utterly demoralizing. Zhang Dalong felt like bursting into tears right then and there to vent his frustration. He'd been so sure of victory, only to be utterly humiliated by Lin Mo. Zhang Dalong, back off. Don't forget your promise to brother Lin, no more trouble for him. When you see him, just give him a wide berth. Li Jianhua felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. He'd long despised Zhang Dalong's arrogant demeanor. Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Zhang Dalong instinctively glanced at Lin Mo, a mere 21-year-old. He couldn't fathom how a rookie cop could be so skilled at catching thieves. Move out of the way. Seeing Zhang Dalong remained unmoved, Li Jianhua reminded him once more. Only then did Zhang Dalong reluctantly step aside. Brother Lin. Please. Li Jianhua gestured for him to go ahead, and Lin Mo didn't hesitate, walking straight past Zhang Dalong. Hopefully this time Zhang Dalong would learn his lesson and stop provoking him. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji followed behind. Hanging with Lin Mo meant having clout. Just then, Li Jianhua seemed to remember something. He stepped back. He snatched the receipt from Zhang Dalong's hand. Then, he strode confidently into the office lobby. Lu Dahai's office. Lu Dahai brewed a pot of fine tea for Lin Mo, Li Jianhua, and Zhang Ji. Director, isn't this Longjing tea your prized possession? Li Jianhua inquired. He knew full well that this was a premium tea Lu Dahai had obtained from Director Zhang several years ago. Lu rarely indulged in it himself, reserving it only for exceptionally important guests or leaders. Only then would Lu Dahai bring it out to brew a pot. But today, Lu Dahai had taken the initiative to brew a pot for the 3 of them. Today, you 3 have made our station look great in the eyes of the bureau. We absolutely must treat you. He. Lu Dahai said cheerfully. Director, honestly, this is all Lin Mo's doing. Li Jianhua and I were just supporting him. Zhang Ji interjected. Brother Zhang, you're too modest. Without your help and Brother Li's, I never could have apprehended so many criminals. Lin Mo addressed Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua. Both Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua felt a warm glow in their hearts. Truth be told, these criminals were indeed all apprehended by Lin Mo. And Lin Mo didn't claim all the credit for himself, he included them too. At that moment, both Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua firmly resolved to follow Lin Mo. From now on, the 2 brothers would stand by him. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Dahai felt deeply gratified. Loyal and honorable. He was growing increasingly fond of this apprentice of his. Little Lin was right, you're a team, and the credit belongs to everyone. Come, all taste this premium Longjing tea. Lin Mo and the others exchanged smiles, picked up the tea Lu Dahai had brewed for them, and took a sip. Wow! This tea is truly exceptional. It warms my stomach instantly. Li Jianhua exclaimed, his lips smacking in delight. Lin Mo knew little about tea, but he could sense its rich, mellow aroma. The taste was incredibly soothing on the palate. After they finished their tea, Lin Mo finally addressed Lu Dahai. Master, have you heard of a human trafficking ring operating in Liangchang? Human trafficking ring? Lu Dahai frowned deeply. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. I haven't heard of it before. Disciple, why ask such a thing? Lin Mo then recounted everything that had happened today at the South Bus Station, the train station plaza, and the Central Bus Station. Whoa! Such things actually happen? Lu Dahai had genuinely never noticed it before. Master, according to that thief's confession, this human trafficking ring seems to have been established less than half a year ago. If it's true as you say, human trafficking cases are major crimes. The forces behind them are probably not that simple. You 3 handled this perfectly, not arresting them. Otherwise, we'd have alerted the snake. Master, should we report this to the precinct? Not yet. We still can't confirm whether they're actually human traffickers. Tomorrow, all officers will conduct preliminary investigations. If confirmed as a human trafficking ring, this case will likely need escalation to the Liangcheng Municipal Bureau. After gathering the details from Lin Mo and the others, Lu Dehai drafted a detailed investigation plan. Subsequently, Lu Dehai convened a meeting with all officers, instructing them to set aside all current tasks tomorrow and focus entirely on investigating the human trafficking ring. After assigning tasks, Lin Mo clocked out. He headed to the central hospital to visit Tangbing. On the way, he received a call from the director of the Happy Orphanage. Chapter 72, The Tyrant Rat Emerges. Director Wang. Xiao Mo, when can you come back? Our Happy Orphanage might be demolished in a few days. Hearing Director Wang say this, Lin Mo's face instantly turned pale with shock. Director Wang, how could this happen so soon? Didn't you say we had a month? Sigh. Yesterday's rain caused cracks in our orphanage buildings. They've now been deemed unsafe structures, but we simply can't raise the funds to repair them in time. At this point, Director Wang's voice grew despondent. Director Wang, please hold off for a bit. I'll get the money together within the next couple of days. Lin Mo declared firmly. But you've only just started working. Don't worry about it, Director Wang. I'll figure something out. All right. Director Wang reluctantly agreed. She truly had no other options. She'd spent her entire life at the Happy Orphanage and couldn't bear to be separated from the children like this. Xiao Mo. Whether you manage to raise the money or not, you must find time to come back these next few days. The children miss you terribly, especially little Ding Dang, who keeps talking about you. Mentioning little Ding Dang, Lin Mo instantly pictured a little girl with 2 dimples when she smiled. Lin Mo hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. The orphanage needed 100,000 yuan for repairs, but where could he possibly get that kind of money? He had thought that capturing the tyrant rat would net him a 100,000 reward. But the tyrant rat wasn't that easy to catch. Without realizing it, Lin Mo found himself at the entrance of the central hospital. Gathering his composure, he prepared to go inside and visit Tangbing. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 1,000 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo immediately scanned the direction of the sin detection signal and saw the individual already seated in a taxi, which then drove away. Lin Mo quickly memorized the license plate number. Spotting an empty taxi nearby, he hopped in without hesitation. He instructed the driver. Follow that taxi up front. The driver froze, confused. Lin Mo immediately produced his police ID. I'm a police officer. I need your cooperation. Seeing Lin Mo was indeed a police officer, the driver hurriedly started the car and sped after the taxi ahead. A criminal with 1,000 crime points, could he be the Rat King? Lin Mo speculated. The odds were very high. If he could really catch the tyrant rat, he'd get a 100,000 yuan reward, securing the orphanage's repair fund. With that thought, Lin Mo quickly pulled out his phone and called Lu Dehai. Master, I think I've spotted the tyrant rat, but I can't confirm it yet. The tyrant rat? Lu Dehai was instantly overcome with excitement upon hearing this. Lin Mo, where are you right now? Lin Mo then reported his location and the situation on the ground. Lin Mo, I'm sending reinforcements immediately. Do not act alone, the tyrant rats are extremely dangerous. I know. Master. Lin Mo hung up the phone. Upon hearing Lin Mo intended to apprehend the bullies, the driver spoke up. Officer, I hate the Southern City 7 rats the most. Rest assured, I'll definitely keep a close watch for you. Watch out, up ahead. Lin Mo urgently warned. The driver saw a truck suddenly turn left ahead and slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the car came to a stop just 10 centimeters away from the truck. The driver was drenched in cold sweat. He cursed himself for being distracted, then turned to speak to Lin Mo. The truck driver was also startled. His vehicle came to a halt, blocking the taxi's path. Lin Mo hurriedly got out to check the taxi they had been following, only to find it had vanished without a trace. Lin Mo reported the situation to Lu Dehai again. He instructed them to retrieve surveillance footage. About 10 minutes later, Lu Dehai called Lin Mo to report they had identified the taxi's information and contacted the driver. According to the driver's account, the passenger wore a hat and mask, was overweight, and carried a bag that seemed to hold something very heavy. Lin Mo, based on our police department's records, this individual is likely the Overlord Rat. Hearing his master say this, Lin Mo became even more certain that the suspect was Tyrant Rat. Master, where did the Tyrant Rat get off the cab? He got off at the vegetable market in the Old Town district. This place is bustling every day, a real melting pot, and the streets are so tangled it's nearly impossible to track someone down in there. Don't underestimate the night market, it's even livelier than during the day. Lin Mo hung up with Lu Dehai and rushed over immediately. Lin Mo, I've already sent Zhang Dalong and the others to search every street. Master, I'll patrol the area too. Lin Mo possesses crime detection, allowing him to sense criminals within a 20-meter radius. If the Tyrant Rat is here, he'll definitely track it down. Alright, take this with you. Stay safe. Lu Dahai unholstered the pistol from his waist and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo accepted it without hesitation. After all, the tyrant rat was an extremely dangerous individual. Lin Mo then began patrolling the vegetable market area. After a full 2 hours of patrol, there was still no sign of the tyrant rat. However, he eventually apprehended 2 thieves and brought them to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai couldn't help but admire his apprentice. He'd even managed to catch 2 thieves along the way. Master, could the tyrant rats have already left the vegetable market? Unlikely. I already briefed Chief Zhang at the precinct. He set up checkpoints at every exit of the vegetable market. This place is a maze. The tyrant rat must be hiding somewhere in there. Lin Mo can't confirm it either. Though he has his crime-sensing ability, some areas are too large. There are many spots he simply can't detect. Lin Mo, you should go rest. We'll investigate the human trafficking ring tomorrow. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Though the system had enhanced his physique, the grueling work of apprehending over 20 criminals in a single day had left his body utterly exhausted. Moreover, in the vegetable market area, he had already scanned every accessible spot with his evil sense. Staying here served no purpose. After bidding farewell to Lu Dahai, he headed back. On the way back, a question suddenly struck him. Why had the tyrant rat appeared at the hospital? Could it have been seeking him out? Earlier, the 2-finger rat had come to the hospital seeking revenge. It was possible the tyrant rat had also come to the hospital looking for him. If the tyrant rat knew his whereabouts were at the hospital, then he must also know Tang Bing was there. Sister Tang. As this thought struck Lin Mo, he urgently urged the taxi driver to speed up. Back then, when he spotted the tyrant rat, he was solely focused on capturing it. He'd completely forgotten about Tang Bing. What if the tyrant rat couldn't find him at the hospital and turned his attention to Tang Bing instead? The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more terrified he became. He cursed himself silently for being so stupid. He'd been so fixated on catching the tyrant rat. Rushing to the central hospital, Lin Mo sprinted toward Tang Bing's ward. His heart was racing with anxiety, terrified that something might happen to Tang Bing. Only when he opened Tang Bing's ward door and saw her lying in bed chatting with her mother. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 73, Are You Two Dating? Tang Bing and Su Peilan looked utterly bewildered at Lin Mo, who was drenched in sweat. Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? Tang Bing asked weakly. Nothing. Seeing Tang Bing was unharmed, Lin Mo instantly relaxed. Overwhelmed by today's grueling workload, he stumbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the doorframe. Su Peilan quickly fetched a stool for Lin Mo. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Mo sat down on the stool, feeling a bit better. After Lin Mo rested for a moment, Tang Bing slowly asked again. What happened? As a police officer, she knew very well that unless it was an emergency, a person's body wouldn't become completely exhausted. 2 hours ago, I spotted the tyrant rat near the hospital entrance. Lin Mo told Tang Bing the truth. The tyrant rat? Tang Bing quickly realized why the tyrant rat would appear at the hospital entrance. It must be seeking Lin Mo or seeking revenge against her. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Lin Mo and asked. Wasn't the tyrant rat wearing a black hat and a mask? Hearing Tang Bing say this, Lin Mo urgently asked. You saw him? Yeah, just about 2 hours ago. I woke up groggily and saw someone outside the window wearing a black hat and mask, staring into the ward. When he saw I was awake, he left. Ahem. Tang Bing coughed slightly from speaking too much. Xiao Bing, you need to speak less. The doctor said you shouldn't talk too much. Su Peilan said with concern. I'm fine, Mom. Tang Bing replied softly. Sis Tang, what happened after that? Lin Mo inquired. Nothing. Tang Bing shook her head. Lin Mo guessed the other party had come looking for him, but upon finding him absent, had simply left. Young man, regarding work matters, could you please discuss them after Xiao Bing has recovered? Su Peilan was clearly displeased. After all, her daughter had only just escaped life-threatening danger, and here they were discussing work matters. This is extremely detrimental to my daughter's recovery. My apologies, Auntie. Lin Mo said apologetically. Mom, I'm fine. Tang Bing reassured her mother. Sister Tang, please get some rest. Since she's fine, I'll take my leave now. Lin Mo, my mom speaks her mind, don't take it personally. Tang Bing explained, afraid Lin Mo might be upset. Sis Tang, Auntie's right. You're just getting better, you need proper rest. Lin Mo smiled and said. Seeing Lin Mo's sunny smile, Tang Bing actually nodded obediently. Well then, I'll be heading out now. After bidding Tang Bing farewell, Lin Mo opened the ward door and stepped out. But he didn't leave. Instead, he found a stool in the hallway and sat down. Now that the tyrant rat knew Tang Bing's room number, he feared the tyrant rat might return in the dead of night and endanger Tang Bing. He touched the pistol at his waist. Thankfully, his master had given him a gun. Otherwise, if the tyrant rat really showed up, he wouldn't stand a chance. The next morning, Lin Mo was roused by someone. He frantically reached for his pistol. Only when he recognized the figure as Tang Bing's father, Tang Shan, did he relax. Lin Mo, why are you sleeping here? I was just so tired, I accidentally fell asleep. Lin Mo explained to Tang Shan. By the way, Uncle Tang, could you arrange 2 bodyguards for Tang Bing? Bodyguards? What's going on? Tang Shan didn't understand why Lin Mo was bringing this up. Uncle Tang, Tang Bingu and I raided a hideout earlier. Their boss hasn't been caught yet, and I'm worried Tang Bingu might be in danger. Not caught yet? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tang Shan immediately grew concerned for his daughter's safety. He immediately called the 2 bodyguards waiting downstairs to come up. The bodyguards arrived swiftly. Lin Mo described the physical characteristics of the tyrant rats to them and gave them his phone number, instructing them to contact him immediately if they discovered anything. Then Lin Mo left. Originally, Lin Mo had considered asking Li Jianhua to come protect Tang Bing, but these past 2 days, their office had been incredibly busy, and they were severely understaffed. Tang Shan returned to Tang Bing's hospital room. I asked you to bring some food. Why did it take so long? Su Peilan complained to Tang Shan. I just saw Lin Mo sleeping on a bench in the hallway. We chatted for a bit. Lin Mo? Sleeping in the hallway? Su Peilan was a bit surprised. Did Lin Mo not go back last night? Tang Shan then recounted the matter Lin Mo had entrusted to him. Now Su Peilan was even more certain Lin Mo had actually spent the entire night in the hallway to protect her daughter. Hearing Tan Shen's words, Tang Bing felt inexplicably moved. Xiao Bing, tell me honestly, are you dating this Lin Mo? Hearing her mother ask this, Tang Bing's face flushed slightly. No, Mom. He's only been at our office for less than 10 days. Really? Su Peilan remained skeptical. If they weren't dating, would her daughter have taken a bullet for him? If they weren't dating, would Lin Mo have guarded her daughter all night? There was definitely something going on between them. But seeing her daughter's injuries, she ultimately held back from asking more questions. Lin Mo left the hospital and didn't return to his residence. Instead, he headed straight to the station. Upon returning, he was astonished to find every single officer still at the station. Seeing their dark circles, Lin Mo knew they'd pulled an all-nighter the previous evening. Lin Mo addressed Li Jianhua, who was looking a bit sleepy. Brother Li, any news on yesterday's boss rat? Around 1 a.m. last night, Zhang Dalong spotted the tyrant rat's trail on a small street in Kaisher Market. Did they catch it? Lin Mo asked urgently. It got away. Li Jianhua said regretfully. Right here, Lu Dahai walked in and addressed everyone. Everyone to the conference room for a meeting. Subsequently, all officers proceeded to the conference room. Last night, we suddenly discovered the whereabouts of the tyrant rat. We can now confirm it's in the vegetable market. Therefore, today we must split into 2 teams. Half will search the vegetable market for the tyrant rat. The other half will investigate the human trafficking ring. Zhang Dalong, Ma Xiaochuan, and the rest of you will be in charge of finding the tyrant rat. Lin Mo, Li Jianhua, and the rest of you will investigate the human trafficking ring. After the meeting concludes. Lin Mo found Lu Dahai. Master, can I join the hunt for the tyrant rat too? No. Lu Dahai refused outright. He knew full well that the tyrant rat had appeared at the hospital yesterday specifically to seek revenge on Lin Mo. Chapter 74, The Bait. 3 days later. Lin Mo and his team made progress investigating the human trafficking ring, confirming that the criminals at the station were indeed part of the syndicate. But these criminals were extremely cunning. Lin Mo and his team had been tailing them for 3 days, only to be shaken off every single time. Even with Lin Mo's crime-sensing ability, the criminals were driving vehicles, and he dared not follow too closely for fear of exposing himself. Meanwhile, Lu Dahai led other officers in conducting door-to-door searches throughout the vegetable market district. This operation mobilized a total of 155 officers from the district bureau to assist. After 3 full days of thorough searches, there was still no trace of the Rat King. Liangcheng Old City Precinct Conference Room. Chief Zhang was furious. What the hell have you all been doing? We deployed 155 officers, and yet the Rat King still got away? The Old City District Bureau has been utterly disgraced. Didn't every one of you swear up and down you'd catch the bull rat? Why are you all silent now? Chief Zhang berated the station chiefs under his command. Lu Dahai and the others could only lower their heads, not daring to speak. Filing out 155 officers to apprehend one man, only to let him slip away honestly, it's utterly disgraceful. Director Zhang, it's mainly because this Rat King is too cunning. The chief of Guanxing Road Station whispered. That's right, Director Zhang. The brothers haven't slept for 3 days and nights, yet the rat still slipped away right under our noses. Hearing the station chief's explanations, Chief Zhang took a sip of water, slowly calming himself. He knew full well that everyone had given their all these past 3 days. He had been confident they would definitely catch the rat. He had even assured Director Feng that the Old City District Bureau would definitely capture the tyrant rat and rid the people of this menace. Yet after 3 days of thorough investigation, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the tyrant rat. Sigh. It seems I must hand over the task of capturing the tyrant rat to the Liancheng Bureau. Let them establish a special investigation team to track it down. Commissioner Zhang sighed helplessly. Director Zhang, I suggest we wait a little longer. We might just catch the bull rat in the next few days. Lu Dahai interjected. Yes, Director Zhang. If we hand the tyrant rat over to the headquarters, it'll make our old city district bureau look utterly incompetent. Several station chiefs disagreed with submitting the tyrant rat to headquarters. Director Zhang looked utterly helpless. But if we don't submit it to headquarters and our bureau can't catch the overlord rat, we'll only delay the opportunity to capture it. Moreover, we have no clue where the king rat is lurking. Given how cunning he is, it'll be tough to catch him. Hearing Director Zhang say this, the station chiefs once again hung their heads in disappointment. Director Zhang was right. Even when they had known the Rat King's whereabouts before, they hadn't managed to catch him. And now, with the tyrant rat's whereabouts completely unknown, they had no way to catch him. The conference room fell silent for 2 full minutes. Lu Dahai suddenly stood up and addressed Director Zhang. Director Zhang, give us 3 more days. If we still can't catch the tyrant rat, you can hand the case over to the bureau. 3 days? No, I can only give you 1 more day. Director Zhang declared. You must understand that the tyrant rat is an extremely dangerous individual. The longer we delay, the greater the risk to society. Fine. 1 day it is. Lu Dahai slammed his fist on the table. The others remained silent, convinced that a single day would be utterly useless. Most importantly, they had no idea where the tyrant rat was hiding. But since Lu Dahai had spoken, they couldn't very well argue. The meeting was adjourned. Director Zhang took the documents and left. Chief Guanqingblue sighed dejectedly. Looks like our branch is bound to lose face this time. Director Zhang gave us 1 day. What if we don't deliver? Yeah, he might as well just hand the case over to headquarters. Lu Dahai, hearing the complaints, immediately retorted with displeasure. Can't you guys have a little confidence? But he was immediately shot down by the others. Old Lu, you don't seriously think we can catch the Rat King in a single day, do you? I advise you to drop that fantasy. We've got 155 officers who've been searching for 3 days without catching it, and that's with us actually knowing where the tyrant rat was. Now we don't even know where the tyrant rat is. How are you supposed to catch it? Lu Dahai knew they had a point, but he wasn't reckless. If he hadn't thought of a way, he wouldn't have approached Chief Zhang. This time, I don't need your help. Just wait and see. By midnight tomorrow, I'll have that rat in custody. Hearing this, several station chiefs immediately expressed their disbelief. Old Lu, save yourself the trouble. If the tyrant rat were that easy to catch, we'd have caught it long ago. Yeah. We've pooled resources from multiple precincts and still can't catch it. Don't be ridiculous. I think we should just tell Director Zhang to transfer the case to headquarters directly. Lu Dahai slammed his fist on the table. Still don't believe me? Just wait and see. This time, I'll show you all just how formidable the Gulu Sub-District Police Station is. With that, Lu Dahai turned and strode away without looking back. The next day. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. Early in the morning, every officer was present. Last night, Lu Dahai had specifically notified them that there was an important mission today and ordered everyone to arrive early. After arriving at the station, Lu Dahai summoned Lin Mo to his office. My apprentice, there's an urgent matter I need your help with. Lu Dahai wore a troubled expression, hesitating inwardly. This was the first time Lin Mo had ever seen Lu Dahai like this. Realizing his mentor must be facing some difficulty, he spoke up. Master, whatever it is, just tell me. Lu Dahai hesitated for a moment before finally gathering his resolve and saying, Apprentice, you know that if the tyrant rat isn't caught soon, it poses a threat to society. So I want you to. Lin Mo instantly understood Lu Dahai's meaning. Master, I'm willing to be the bait to lure the tyrant rat out. Hearing Lin Mo's decisive answer, Lu Dahai didn't show much joy, only deep concern. Truthfully, he was torn. On one hand, he hoped his apprentice would agree. On the other, he feared for his apprentice's safety. Disciple, you must understand this could be life-threatening. Lu Dahai said solemnly. I know, Master. But right now, it seems no one else can lure out the tyrant rat. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. 10 minutes later, Lu Dahai and Lin Mo emerged from the office. He then announced to everyone that Lin Mo would be used as bait. Chapter 75, The Procession. Upon hearing Lu Dahai's announcement, everyone stared at Lin Mo in shock. Luring the tyrant rat? Who was the tyrant rat? He was the leader of the southern city's 7 rats. The captured rats would rather serve extra prison time than reveal a single detail about him. This alone proved his terrifying ruthlessness, striking fear into the hearts of his own comrades. Using him as bait to lure the tyrant rat? That was pure suicide. Li Jianhua whispered urgently to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, do you have any idea what consequences using yourself as bait might bring? Lin Mo gave a faint smile and replied. Of course I know. But the tyrant rats are still roaming free out there, posing a serious threat to innocent people. Hearing this, Li Jianhua sighed helplessly, finding no words to add. The others also fell silent, and the atmosphere in the office grew noticeably heavy. Is there really no other way? Zhang Daolong spoke up at that moment. Though he disliked Lin Mo because of Tang Bing, they were still fellow officers in the same precinct. He didn't hate Lin Mo enough to wish him dead. Truth be told, he admired Lin Mo's decision to act as bait. He had to admit, he himself might not have the guts to lure the king rat. Lu Dahai shook his head helplessly. Truthfully, he genuinely didn't want his apprentice to be the bait, but given the current situation, he really had no other choice. Master, since the decision is made, how should we lure the tyrant rats? Among the group, only Lin Mo wore a relaxed expression. Soon, Lu Dahai and the others began strategizing how to lure the tyrant rat out. Based on their analysis, the tyrant rat was still hiding somewhere in the old city. Chief, what if we have the other 6 rats from the southern city 7 rats stage a parade in the old town? It's bound to catch the tyrant rat's attention. One of the officers suggested. That's a good idea. Lu Dahai nodded in agreement. Once we've drawn the tyrant rat's attention, Lin Mo will make his move. After deliberation, they finalized a plan. Lu Dahai called Bureau Chief Zhang at the precinct. Currently, the other 6 rats from the southern city 7 rats were all detained at the precinct. To organize a protest march with them in custody, they must obtain Bureau Chief Zhang's approval. After hearing Lu Dahai's report, he immediately fell into deep thought. It was indeed a clever plan, but Lin Mo's safety was a serious concern. Old Lu, how will you ensure Lin Mo's safety? The only thing we can do right now is equip him with a bulletproof vest. Director Zhang remained silent for about a minute before finally agreeing. However, he would assign 20 officers from their precinct to assist Lu Dahai in protecting Lin Mo's safety. Thank you, Director Zhang. Lu Dahai said. Don't give me any of that nonsense. Ensuring Lin Mo's safety is the top priority, understand? I understand. Director Zhang knew Lu Dahai was fiercely protective of his own. If there were any other options, he would never have allowed Lin Mo to be used as bait. Under Director Zhang's arrangements, an armored transport vehicle rolled out of the detention center. Inside sat 6 individuals, the very 6 members of the South City 7 rats: 2-finger rat, gold rat, silver rat, seductress rat, 1-blade rat, and whirlwind rat. Their hands and feet were shackled with iron chains. At that moment, none of them spoke, but glared angrily at Whirlwind Rat. Whirlwind Rat kept his head bowed, unable to meet their gaze. Because their arrests had all stemmed from Whirlwind Rat's capture, they'd been rounded up one by one after him. If anyone claimed Whirlwind Rat hadn't ratted them out, no one would believe it. If their hands and feet weren't bound, they'd beat the hell out of Whirlwind Rat. Second brother, where are they taking us? One-Blade Mouse asked at that moment. Who knows? But it can't be anything good. Do you think they'll shoot us? Asked Golden Rat, his voice tinged with worry. His fear wasn't unfounded. He'd shot a cop, and with his previous crimes, the odds of execution were high. Even if they were to be executed, the process wouldn't happen this quickly. Just as the group was fretting, a loudspeaker suddenly blared from the roof of their vehicle. Attention all citizens of the Old City District, 6 leaders of the South City 7 rats have been apprehended by Officer Lin. 2-fingered rat and the others froze instantly. It took them a full half-minute to process the news. Holy! What era is this? They're actually being paraded around? This is so humiliating. Aren't criminals supposed to have human rights? This is worse than giving them extra years in prison, it's torturing them. They wish they could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Residents in the Old Town District heard the police car's announcements and immediately gathered out of curiosity. Many who heard the announcements over the loudspeaker couldn't help but smile. The South City 7 rats were the vermin of our old town. It's so good they've finally been caught. Yeah, they've been plaguing our old town for over a decade. The police really stepped up this time. Listen, the loudspeaker says they were all arrested by Officer Lin. Who is this Officer Lin? He's so impressive. I'm not sure either. The gathered crowd buzzed with discussion. Then they heard the loudspeaker announce, at 2 p.m., Officer Lin will hold an anti-pickpocketing demonstration at Shilio Road Square in the Old Town to raise public awareness against thieves. Everyone was thrilled to hear this. I'm curious about this Officer Lin, I'll go check it out this afternoon. Let's go together then. I want to see Officer Lin, the hero who protects the people. Many people expressed their intention to attend. Meanwhile, tucked away in a corner of the crowd, a hooded figure watched the scene unfold silently, a suitcase in hand. The convoy continued its procession. Within less than an hour, the entire old town had heard about it. Inside the transport vehicle, Xian Fengshu and his companions finally adjusted to the situation. The loudspeakers blared overhead. Second brother, why are the cops parading us around like this? Aren't they out of their minds? But 2-fingered rat just chuckled. You underestimate them. The cops dragged us out just to lure Big Brother here. Lure Big Brother? Would Big Brother really rob an armored truck for us? Whirlwind Mouse asked with a puzzled look. What are you thinking? The boss robbing a convoy? That's suicide. Everyone scolded Whirlwind Rat in exasperation. Then how did they lure Big Brother? Big Brother knows we were all arrested by a cop named Lin Mo, and that he also raided our vault. So you're saying the boss wants revenge on Lin Mo? Chapter 76, Professional Skills. The armored truck circled the old city district all morning. At lunchtime, the convoy didn't return to base. Zuan Fengshu and the others each ate a boxed meal while the police drove the armored vehicle on its parade route. Whirlwind Rat and the others nearly threw up. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Before becoming thieves, if I'd known getting caught meant being paraded around, I'd never have touched this line of work. Today's humiliation was beyond belief. Man, I've got a feeling as long as they haven't caught the boss, we won't get any peace. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon that Whirlwind Rat and the others were finally returned to the detention center. The moment they stepped back inside, they desperately wished the boss would get caught. None of them wanted to be dragged out for another public shaming. Westflow Road Square in the old city district. Lin Mo stood on a makeshift stage. Below the stage, many nearby residents had gathered, all eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Mo. Unfortunately, Lin Mo was wearing a mask at the time. This was Lu Dahai's deliberate arrangement, primarily to protect Lin Mo's privacy and safety. Surrounding the crowd were numerous plainclothes officers, constantly patrolling for any suspicious individuals. After introducing himself on stage, Lin Mo began explaining methods to prevent theft to the crowd. The materials he presented were compiled beforehand by officers dispatched from Gulo Subdistrict. After all, he was a rookie officer with limited experience. His success in apprehending so many thieves was largely due to the Crime Buster system. Thanks to the system's enhancement of his intellect, he had memorized all the material in just 1 hour. Combined with his experience catching thieves over the past 10 days, he delivered his presentation with remarkable confidence. The audience below occasionally broke into applause. Watching this unfold from the command vehicle, Lu Dahai quipped, "Little Lin's got some serious skills. I can't believe he's a rookie cop. My brother Lin's got to be awesome." Li Jianhua chimed in from the side. "Hey, Shaoli, you work with Lin Mo catching criminals. How does he actually apprehend those criminals?" Lu Dahai asked curiously. Although he was Lin Mo's mentor, Lu Dahai had been incredibly busy lately. He hadn't spent as much time with Lin Mo as Li Jianhua and the others had. "Chief, you've asked the right person," Li Jianhua said with satisfaction. Then, Li Jianhua repeated to Lu Dahai all the things Lin Mo had previously told him. After hearing this, Lu Dahai looked utterly skeptical. But upon careful reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, a rookie cop arresting over 100 criminals in just 10 days was simply beyond normal comprehension. Perhaps Lin Mo really could sense the dark aura emanating from criminals. Just as Lu Dahai and Li Jianhua were chatting, Lin Mo, who was explaining things to everyone on stage, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. Could it be the Overlord Rat? However, upon hearing the system's message clearly, he felt a pang of disappointment. Because the system alerted him that it had detected a criminal with a sin value of 100. He knew full well that the Tyrant Rat's crime value was 1000. Using his sin perception to pinpoint the location, Lin Mo scanned the criminal. He discovered the criminal lurking below the stage, hunting for prey. In broad daylight. In broad daylight. He was on stage explaining how to prevent theft. And this thief is actually stealing right under his nose. How utterly brazen. Lin Mo didn't rush to catch him. Today, his target was the Tyrant Rat. He didn't want to lose sight of the bigger picture over a minor distraction. Or could this thief be sent by the Tyrant Rats? Lin Mo continued his lecture for about half an hour. The thief was already prowling around. But Lin Mo's lecture was about to conclude. The Tyrant Rat still hadn't appeared. Had he sensed this was a trap? Lu Dahai in the command vehicle glanced at the time, and his tense mood finally relaxed. It seems the Tyrant Rat is more cunning than we imagined. Lu Dahai then used his earpiece to question the patrolmen surrounding the area. All reported no suspicious personnel detected. Alright, prepare to wrap up. Looks like the Tyrant Rats won't be making an appearance today. On stage, Lin Mo also received Lu Dahai's order to wrap up operations. Since the Tyrant Rat wasn't coming, Lin Mo wasn't about to let the thief in the audience slip away. A sudden idea struck him, and he addressed the entire crowd. To make things clearer for everyone, how about we have 2 people come up and demonstrate? The crowd immediately shouted in unison, yes. Compared to Lin Mo's explanations, this live demonstration was far more engaging. Lin Mo glanced at the thief who was about to strike and said, "How about this gentleman and this lady stepping up to demonstrate for everyone?" The ante, upon hearing Lin Mo's invitation, agreed readily and stepped onto the stage. The thief, however, was startled when Lin Mo called his name. But he quickly regained his composure. He'd been lurking around here for ages without anyone noticing he was a thief. The officer on stage certainly wouldn't spot him either. Besides, he hadn't actually stolen anything yet. There was no risk of his identity being exposed. Think about it, as a thief, he'd been right under the police's nose, and they hadn't recognized him. Instead, they'd invited him up to perform. When he told his peers about this, they'd surely admire him. With that thought, the thief strode onto the stage with a smug look on his face. Lin Mo then addressed the audience below the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Cheer them on. The crowd below the stage cheerfully clapped in response. Lu Dahai and Li Jianhua watched with keen interest. Although we didn't catch the Baron Rat today, he continued, raising public awareness about theft prevention is still quite worthwhile. He. Lin Mo addressed the woman on stage. Auntie, you play the victim of a theft. Brother, you play the thief. The thief, upon hearing Lin Mo cast him as the thief, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What an idiot. I am a thief. Ha. Auntie, just walk forward. Lin Mo then whispered to the thief. Bro, you bump into her head on, then snatch the wallet from her pocket. I'll have her play along with you. Got it. Though the thief agreed verbally, he was filled with contempt inside. What did he mean by cooperate? He was a professional thief, after all. Cooperating with him? That was an insult. He silently resolved to show this cop his true professional skills later. Chapter 77, Turns out I'm the real fool. Following Lin Mo's instructions, the aunt pretended to walk forward and the thief collided with her head on. In the instant of their collision, the thief swiftly snatched the woman's wallet. Then, with a smug look on his face, he instinctively said to the aunt, Sorry, I accidentally bumped into you. It's fine. The aunt replied politely, unaware that her wallet had already been stolen. Ma'am, check your wallet in your pocket. Lin Mo reminded her. Only then did the aunt realize something was wrong. She reached in and discovered it was gone. Gone. The thief pulled out the wallet with a smug look. Lin Mo announced to the crowd. This guy is really something, let's give him a round of applause. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause for the thief, who grew even more smug. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that he could make a living by stealing, putting on a show for everyone, and even winning such enthusiastic applause. At the same time, he inwardly mocked the crowd. Ha. These people are so gullible they still don't realize I'm a real thief. Cheering and applauding me. Then Lin Mo addressed the thief. Bro, you're amazing. Could you show us another trick? Of course. What you just showed us is just the basics for thieves. The thief was flattered by Lin Mo's praise. He felt a surge of secret delight. Anyway, they didn't know his true identity, so he might as well keep them entertained a little longer. Soon, he'd be legendary in the thieves' underworld. The thief then returned the wallet to the aunt, instructing her to put it back in her pocket. Alright, let's get started. The thief declared. Alright. The aunt then continued pretending to walk, but this time the thief didn't even approach her. Lin Mo deliberately asked the thief. Bro, why aren't you getting close to this lady? Look at this. The thief smugly pulled out a wallet and declared. Everyone was utterly astonished. When did he steal the wallet? That's incredible. Could this be the legendary telekinesis? The audience below the stage was stunned, then burst into applause for the thief once more. The thief was bursting with pride. After all these years of sneaking around, today he actually got to steal in broad daylight. His desire to show off was suddenly ignited. He then began explaining his actions to the crowd. Actually, when I told the aunt to start earlier, it was to distract her. By then, I'd already snatched the item. He. Lu Dahai in the command vehicle chuckled as he said. This guy is quite the character, he's got real potential as a thief. Yeah, I didn't even see how he did it just now. Li Jianhua chimed in. The thief on stage then demonstrated various techniques for stealing using cover, diverting attention, slitting bags with blades, and luring victims away to the crowd. The audience watched intently, many remarking they truly learned something today. Finally, Lu Dahai and Li Jianhua listened with dead serious expressions. Because they seemed to sense something was off. If the other party wasn't a real thief, he absolutely wouldn't know so many theft techniques. Lu Dahai urgently relayed through his earpiece to Lin Mo. Apprentice, this guy might actually be a thief. Lin Mo gave Lu Dahai a knowing gesture. Lu Dahai looked puzzled. Could it be that Lin Mo had known from the start that he was a thief? After the thief finished his explanation, Lin Mo addressed the crowd. That was quite the performance, everyone. Let's give him another round of applause. Applause erupted from the audience once more. The thief knew his act was over, yet he felt a tinge of reluctance to leave the stage. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Mo addressed the crowd. Since you've all watched for so long how thieves steal things, I'll finish by showing you how cops catch thieves. How about that? Alright. The crowd instantly grew excited. The thief froze in shock. Before he could react, Lin Mo executed a takedown, pinned him to the ground, and slapped handcuffs on him. Thank you all for attending today's anti-pickpocketing demonstration. That concludes our session. Lin Mo escorted the thief away with one hand, announcing. The crowd dispersed, still buzzing with excitement. The thief finally snapped out of his daze and addressed Lin Mo. You're incredibly dedicated, your performance was spot on. Everyone's gone now, could you please untie me? Lin Mo glanced at the thief and said. The show isn't over yet. Ha. At that moment, two officers received instructions from Lu Dahai and took the thief away from Lin Mo's grasp. The thief was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a performance? Why is it turning real? But when he saw the look on Lin Mo's face, he seemed to understand. Turns out this cop knew his identity all along but deliberately kept it hidden, using him as a cautionary example. And I had actually laughed at him for being stupid. Now that he thought about it, he was the real fool. Even after the crowd dispersed, the tyrant rat still hadn't appeared. Lin Mo deliberately circled the area alone, but his sin-sensing ability still detected no trace of the tyrant rat. It seemed the tyrant rat wouldn't be coming today after all. After that, Lu Dahai led the group to begin patrolling the old city district. Even by midnight, he hadn't spotted a single trace of the tyrant rat. The next day, Old Town Precinct Conference Room. Lu Dahai looked utterly dejected. I told you, one day is nowhere near enough to catch the tyrant rat. The chief of Guansing Road Station declared. Old Lu wasn't convinced back then, but now he's convinced, right? Alright, Old Lu, don't beat yourself up. You must understand that the tyrant rat is extremely cunning and dangerous. Relying solely on our police stations, it's nearly impossible to catch him. Yeah, we should have Chief Zhang report this to headquarters. Several station chiefs discussed. Seeing Lu Dahai remain silent, Chief Zhang knew he must be feeling terrible. So he offered some comfort. Old Lu, don't take it to heart. The tyrant rat is definitely beyond the level of our police station to apprehend. Director Zhang knew Lu Dahai desperately wanted to catch the overlord rat. If they succeeded, the Gullo Street police station would have captured every single member of the Southern City 7 Rats gang. Perhaps their station could even earn a collective second-class merit award. But catching the overlord rat wasn't that easy. If the tyrant rat is truly connected to the previous dismemberment case, his danger level is even higher. Lu Dahai pondered for a moment before speaking. I understand. Alright, I'll transfer this case to the bureau. At a breakfast stall in the old city district, Lin Mo was eating a steamed bun and sipping hot soy milk. He'd worked the night shift yesterday and, on his way home, happened upon a breakfast stall. And decided to sit down for a bite before heading home to rest. Just as he was halfway through his meal, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 1000. Host, apprehend immediately. He was startled. The tyrant rat. Chapter 78, The Old Man at the Breakfast Stall. Lin Mo could scarcely believe he'd encountered the tyrant rat here. He suppressed his inner excitement and stealthily glanced toward the tyrant rat. When Lin Mo got a clear look at the tyrant rat, his heart skipped a beat. Could he be mistaken? The creature wore a white tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, and looked at least 60 years old. It was the very image of the old man next door. Though Lin Mo had never seen a tyrant rat before, this old man certainly didn't fit the image of one. After all, tyrant rats were notoriously vicious, even his own sworn brothers feared him. Plus, he was linked to a dismemberment case. Noticing Lin Mo staring at him, the old man gave him a friendly smile. Eat up. Lin Mo responded instinctively. Then the old man said to the owner. Old Wang, the usual. Got it. The old man then found a seat. The shop owner's wife brought over 2 beef jerky sticks and a bowl of spicy soup. Why did you come so late today? I was playing chess with an old buddy last night and we played until late. The old man chuckled as he spoke, then took a bite of his fried dough stick. Not bad. Your Wang family's fried dough sticks are still the best. He. Of course. I've been at it for over 30 years. The old man chatted while eating. Lin Mo watched the scene unfold before him, doubting whether the system had made a mistake. This was clearly a retired old man. How could he possibly be a criminal with 1000 sin points? He simply couldn't believe it. But over the past few days, through his understanding of the system, Lin Mo knew it wouldn't make such a mistake. This only deepened his bewilderment. Then, Lin Mo recalled the silver rat in the southern suburbs along Xuanhe Road, disguised as an old woman collecting scrap. He instantly suspected that the old man before him was also in disguise. Otherwise, how could the 7 rats of the South City have operated undetected in the old district for over a decade? Pushing these thoughts aside, Lin Mo focused on the matter at hand. Whether this man was the tyrant rat or not, the system clearly showed he had 1000 sin points. Therefore, he must capture him. Lin Mo finished his meal in no time. Before taking action, Lin Mo decided to play it safe and exchanged 500 points for a temporary constitution enhancement pill from the system store. This would temporarily boost his physical stats by 15 points. Lin Mo opened his character panel to check. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Occupation, police officer, Gullo Subdistrict Police Station. Physical strength, 135 normal human, 100. Intelligence, 120 normal, 100. Points, 6,500. Honor points, 28. Skill, crime perception detects criminals within a 20-meter radius of the host. Lin Mo felt uneasy seeing his physical constitution at 135. He spent another 2,500 points to increase his constitution by 5 points. Now Lin Mo's physique reached 140. He instantly felt brimming with strength. He quietly picked up a spoon from the table, placed his hand beneath it, and squeezed with all his might. The spoon handle crumbled into powder. Lin Mo was astonished by his own strength. With such formidable strength, combined with his basic combat skills, apprehending this criminal in his 60s should pose no problem. Lin Mo finally stood up and addressed the owner. "How much is it?" "4 yuan total." Lin Mo then handed over the money. At that moment, the old man happened to be sitting sideways to Lin Mo. He was happily munching on fried dough sticks and sipping spicy soup. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo lunged forward in a single stride, grabbed the man's arm, and executed a swift headlock. He locked him in place. It must be noted that a chokehold is one of the most brutal control techniques. Once locked, the opponent simply cannot break free. Lin Mo dared not let his guard down. After all, this was a criminal with a crime value of 1,000. The fried dough stick the old man had just swallowed shot right back out of his mouth. The table toppled over in the commotion. "Wah wah." Suddenly restrained by Lin Mo, he stammered, unable to speak. The boss's face instantly flushed crimson. At that moment, the breakfast stall owner was also startled by this sudden scene. He and his wife stood there flustered and at a loss. After a moment, they finally snapped out of it. "Young man, speak your mind calmly. Let go of this gentleman at once. You're still young. You can't get involved in illegal activities." Lin Mo shouted at the owner. "I'm a police officer." "He's a rat thief." The owner heard this and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Young man, you've got the wrong guy. I've known him for 10 years. He absolutely couldn't be tyrant rat." "That's right, he's not the tyrant rat." The boss's wife chimed in too. To be honest, when Lin Mo first saw him, he didn't believe he was a criminal either. But the most dangerous criminals are often the best at disguising themselves. If not for my own crime detecting abilities, this old man would likely have evaded capture his entire life. That officer wouldn't have believed an old man dressed like this could be a criminal either. That's precisely why the tyrant rat had evaded capture all these years. By now, the old man under Lin Mo's control had turned purple in the face, struggling to breathe. He managed to utter with great effort, "I'll cooperate, just let me go." Lin Mo demanded of the old man, "Is your true identity really the tyrant rat?" I am." "Let go first." The overlord rat's speech was broken and halting, his eyes rolling upward constantly. The Lin Mo of the past might have believed the tyrant rat's words, but after experiencing life and death on the hospital rooftop, he had to be cautious. He then restrained the man with one hand while reaching for his handcuffs with the other, securing the man's wrists in an instant. Only then did Lin Mo slowly release his grip on the man's neck. The old man gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Mo proceeded to search him. Then, in the man's pocket area, Lin Mo discovered a hard object. He pulled aside the man's baggy pants to see a holster strapped to his thigh, containing a small handgun. Lin Mo quickly drew the pistol. Thankfully he'd been cautious, otherwise his life might have been in danger. The shop owners watched in stunned silence as Lin Mo pulled the pistol from the old man's shorts. What on earth was going on? After all, the man had been eating breakfast at their stall for over a decade. And he carried a gun on him. This was utterly terrifying. "Tell me the truth, who are you really?" Lin Mo demanded of the old man lying on the ground. The old man realized his cover was blown. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, just carrying a gun alone would land him in jail. "I am the tyrant rat." Chapter 79, What are you staring at? I'm the overlord rat. Old City District Police Station Conference Room. Chief Zhang had already compiled the case file for capturing Overlord Rat. All that was needed was Lu Dahai's signature to transfer the case to the Central Bureau. "Old Lu, take a look at the materials. If everything's in order, just sign it." Lu Dahai looked utterly helpless. Truth be told, he felt a bit resentful. 6 of the 7 leaders of the South City Rats had been apprehended by his station. Yet the Overlord Rat remained elusive. If the case were transferred to the Bureau, and the Overlord Rat was eventually captured, their station's share of the credit would be halved. He'd been counting on capturing the Overlord Rat to earn a collective second-class merit award. But things never go as planned. "Old Lu, stop hesitating, just sign it. We all know you want to catch the tyrant rat, but you need the capability to do it. Yes, at our police station level, it's really tough to capture a high-risk criminal like the tyrant rat. Major criminals like this are best left to the professionals. Our station just needs to catch petty thieves and maintain social order in our district." The station chiefs addressed Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai said nothing, silently picking up a pen. Just as they were about to sign, the phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his apprentice. "Apprentice, what is it?" Holding the phone in one hand and the pen in the other, Lu Dahai began signing his name on the last page of the documents. "Master, I've caught the tyrant rat. MHM. Lu Dahai replied calmly. But the next second, his signing hand froze abruptly. "What? Say that again?" he shouted into the phone in astonishment. "I caught the tyrant rat." Lin Mo repeated it again, knowing his master would be utterly shocked. "Really?" Lu Dahai jumped to his feet in excitement. "Yeah, I'm on Grain Store Street right now. Lin Mo reported his location. Alright, hold on tight. I'm heading over immediately. Lu Dahai hung up immediately after speaking. Lu Dahai was still reeling from the shock, yet his heart raced with excitement. Great! This is fantastic, haha. He danced around, laughing wildly. Meanwhile, Director Zhang and several station chiefs stared at Lu Dahai in utter bewilderment. They had no idea what Lu Dahai and Lin Mo had discussed. What's gotten into old Lu? Has he lost his mind? I've never seen old Lu like this before. Director Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and addressed Lu Dahai. Old Lu, calm down. This is the branch bureau meeting room. Sign the documents quickly so I can transfer the tyrant rat case to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai slammed his pen down on the table. Sign my ass. Hearing Lu Dahai swear, Director Zhang's expression darkened instantly. Lu Dahai, mind your language. Remember, you're a station chief. Facing Director Zhang's rebuke, Lu Dahai didn't get angry. Instead, he passionately declared. We've got him. Ha ha. My apprentice caught him. Director Zhang grew even more confused. What's been caught? His apprentice? Isn't his apprentice Lin Mo? What did Lin Mo capture? Seeing Lu Dahai so agitated and excited, Director Zhang suddenly remembered something. Whoa! His breathing immediately grew ragged. Did Lin Mo capture the tyrant rat? As Director Zhang spoke, the station chiefs all wore expressions of utter astonishment. Caught the tyrant rat? Could it be that Lu Dahai's station really captured the tyrant rat? Otherwise, given Lu Dahai's temperament, he wouldn't be this excited. That possibility was very high. Old Lu, tell us, did you really catch the tyrant rat? No way. Did your Golo Street police station really catch the king rat? Seeing everyone staring at him anxiously, Lu Dahai said triumphantly. Yes. And it was all thanks to my apprentice. Hearing this, the others were instantly stunned. This? How could that be possible? You must know that the tyrant rat is extremely dangerous. How could your apprentice possibly capture it alone? The station chiefs all looked skeptical. But Director Zhang had witnessed Lin Mo's capabilities firsthand. Just a couple days ago, Lin Mo was alone on the hospital rooftop, facing 7 or 8 vicious criminals, one of whom was even armed with a pistol. He single-handedly subdued every last one of them. Perhaps Lin Mo really did capture the tyrant rat. Old Lu, where is Lin Mo now? Director Zhang asked excitedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai suddenly remembered that the tyrant rat was an extremely dangerous individual. His apprentice facing him alone would surely be at a disadvantage. He quickly calmed his own agitated state. Director, send a car to Grain Store Street immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Director Zhang immediately ordered a vehicle. They mobilized every officer from the precinct. 10 minutes later, police cars screeched to a halt. They came to a halt in front of a breakfast stall. After stepping out, Chief Zhang immediately ordered his men to set up a perimeter. He and Lu Dahai hurried over to Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo, where's the tyrant rat? Are you okay, apprentice? Master, I'm fine. The tyrant rat is right here. Lin Mo pointed to an old man squatting on the ground and said. Director Zhang and Lu Dahai both turned to look at the old man. He was wearing a white tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. Him? The overlord rat? Director Zhang and Lu Dahai looked utterly perplexed. Just then, several station chiefs arrived and addressed Lu Dahai. Old Lu, where's the tyrant rat? There. Lu Dahai pointed at the old man and said. Him? He's the tyrant rat? You've got to be kidding me. He's just an old man, isn't he? The others exchanged glances. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't resemble the tyrant rat. Old Lu, did we catch the wrong one? Exactly. How could a tyrant rat look like this? None of them believed the old man before them was the tyrant rat, not even Director Zhang or Lu Dahai. After all, the tyrant rat was known to be an extremely vicious and dangerous individual. He should be big and burly, with a face full of fleshy bulges and a menacing expression. Not like this utterly ordinary old man before them. Lin Mo knew they were all suspicious. When he first saw the tyrant rat, he hadn't believed it either. Master, this is the handgun we found on him. Lin Mo produced a compact, finely crafted handgun as he spoke. The sight of the pistol sent shockwaves through the crowd. Anyone daring to carry a firearm must be a serious criminal. Could he really be the tyrant rat? They turned their gaze back to the tyrant rat, still finding it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the subject himself, the tyrant rat, was being scrutinized like a monkey, and he was getting genuinely annoyed. What are you staring at? I am the tyrant rat. Chapter 80, The Harvest. What are you staring at? I am the tyrant rat. Director Zhang and several station chiefs heard the old man say this and began to wonder if he was mentally unstable. Lin Mo, hand over that pistol you found on him. Director Zhang took the gun from Lin Mo's hand. The weight was about right. Seeing they still doubted him, the old man grew even more furious. I admit I'm the bully mouse, yet they still don't believe me. You don't believe me, huh? Come on. I'll take you to my place and show you. Soon after, Director Zhang, several station chiefs, and Lin Mo escorted the old man to his residence. An old neighborhood nearby. The old man lived on the first floor. His room was tidy and orderly, and the group saw nothing unusual at first glance. The old man opened a hidden passageway in his basement, startling everyone. It was clearly dug later. Just as Director Zhang was about to enter, Lu Dahai stopped him. "Director, wait upstairs. There might be trouble down there." Lin Mo used his crime perception to scan the area below and found no criminals present. There shouldn't be any danger, so he addressed the others. "I'll go down first." The old man sneered at them. "Put. You leaders, not one of you has the guts of a rookie cop." Lin Mo descended the narrow stairwell. At that moment, the old man shouted at Lin Mo. 987,393. Lin Mo was puzzled by the meaning of the string of numbers, but he didn't dwell on it and continued down the stairs. At the end of the staircase were two rooms. Lin Mo flipped on the light in one of them. In the dim light, he saw a table placed in the center of the room, surrounded by 7 chairs. A travel bag sat on the table. Nothing else was present. Lin Mo walked over to the travel bag and opened it immediately. The contents inside made him involuntarily take 2 steps back. Inside were several hand grenades, an AK-47 assault rifle, a pistol, and a number of bullets. With this firepower, killing everyone in the room would be no problem at all. Lin Mo cautiously approached again. He inspected the grenades and firearms, noting their safety catches were engaged. His pounding heart gradually calmed. After scanning the room and finding nothing else, he moved to the next one. The other room was even simpler, just a safe sitting on a table. Lin Mo instantly understood the meaning behind the number sequence the Overlord Rat had spoken earlier. He entered the numbers into the safe. Click. The safe actually opened. Lin Mo slowly opened the safe door, revealing a stack of gold bars inside. They glowed golden under the dim light. Lin Mo had never seen so much gold before. He counted them, 50 gold bars in total. Each bar weighed 1,000 grams, totaling 50 kilograms. At current market prices, that amounted to 20 million yuan. To be honest, Lin Mo felt a pang of temptation at that moment. Just a couple days ago, Director Wang from the orphanage had called to say that their happy orphanage was facing demolition because they couldn't raise the 100,000 yuan needed for repairs. Just 1 gold bar could cover the entire repair cost for the orphanage. First floor. Lin Mo carried a luggage bag and placed it before everyone. When Director Zhang and the station chief saw what was inside, they all broke out in a cold sweat. Grenades, AK-47 assault rifles, handguns, ammunition. Any one of these weapons, if released onto the market, could cause mass casualties. All this belongs to you? Commissioner Zhang demanded of the old man. Now you believe I'm the tyrant rat, right? Seeing the stunned looks on their faces, the tyrant rat smirked smugly. Do you know the consequences of possessing lethal weapons? Since I'm confessing voluntarily, I'm prepared to die. To be honest, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Tyrant rat took a deep breath and declared. After his brothers were arrested, he had intended to leave this place. But upon reflection, he realized he was just a 60-something old man with no family left in this world. Where could he possibly go? To wander into an unfamiliar place, a stranger in every sense, what meaning would life hold then? In the end, he resolved to seek an opportunity to avenge his brothers. Or, when the day came he could no longer walk, he would turn himself in a way to atone for his sins before dying. Take him to the vehicle. At that moment, Director Zhang ordered his men. Director, there are still 50 gold bars down there. They were too heavy, so I didn't bring them up. What? 50 gold bars? Director Zhang and several station chiefs were startled. How many people had the 7 rats of South City robbed over the past decade to amass such a fortune? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Overlord Rat suddenly fixed him with a peculiar gaze. To resist such a massive temptation at such a young age, interesting. Lin Mo understood what Overlord Rat meant. Truth be told, when he saw all those gold bars earlier, he had indeed felt tempted. But as a police officer, he had to resist the lure of money and uphold justice to safeguard the peace of the people. Chief Zhang ordered his men to escort the tyrant rat to the vehicle. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder with genuine satisfaction. Lin Mo, well done. Ha ha. I just got lucky. Lin Mo replied modestly. In recognition of your capture of the tyrant rat, I grant you the privilege of making one request. As long as it's reasonable, I'll fulfill it. Director Zhang declared cheerfully. Several station chiefs overheard and were instantly filled with envy. Director Zhang was rarely this generous. As long as Lin Mo wasn't too unreasonable, requesting a promotion or rank advancement would be absolutely no problem. But after a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo said, Director Zhang, could I receive the bounty for capturing the tyrant rat now? Chapter 81, Little Ding Dong. After receiving his 100,000 yuan reward, Lin Mo took a day off from work with Lu Dahai's permission. He boarded a bus straight back to Pingnan City. Pingnan City was Lin Mo's hometown, though he had no relatives there. Lin Mo had been an orphan since childhood, raised by Director Wang of the orphanage. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he left the happy orphanage to live on his own. Fortunately, he was accepted into the police academy, where room and board were provided. During his studies, he often worked part-time jobs, sending the money he earned to Director Wang to support the orphanage. Pingnan City wasn't very far from Liancheng, only about an hour and a half by car. Lin Mo got off the bus and headed straight for the happy orphanage. Upon arriving, he discovered police tape cordoning off the orphanage perimeter. Lin Mo hurriedly called Director Wang. The call connected quickly. Xiao Mo. Director Wang, I'm at the entrance of the Happiness Orphanage right now. Wait for me at the entrance. After hanging up, about 5 minutes later, a kind-faced middle-aged woman approached from a distance. Lin Mo smiled broadly and greeted her. Director Wang. Little Mo, you're back. Seeing Lin Mo, Director Wang's furrowed brows finally relaxed. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mo inquired. Why is there a caution tape around our happy orphanage? There was heavy rain recently, and cracks appeared in the building. So the relevant authorities set up the caution tape to keep people away. What about Xiao Dingtang and the others? Lin Mo asked with a hint of worry. During his college years, he would return to the orphanage periodically to visit. He was quite familiar with these children, and they all adored him. According to the arrangements made by the relevant authorities, they were all temporarily staying at a shelter. Hearing they had a place to go, Lin Mo felt slightly relieved. Director Wang, here you go. Lin Mo handed Director Wang a bag. What's this? Open it and see. Lin Mo said with a cheerful smile. The moment Director Wang opened it, he discovered a stack of cash inside. She was stunned speechless. She'd never seen so much money before. Xiao Mo, where on earth did you get this? Seeing the concern on Director Wang's face, Lin Mo explained. Director Wang, this is a reward from the state for solving a major case. Hearing it was a national reward for Lin Mo, Director Wang's face lit up with pride. Having raised Lin Mo since childhood, she knew he would never lie to her. Xiao Mo, you've grown up. Knowing you can contribute to the nation brings me such peace of mind. As she spoke, tears welled up in Director Wang's eyes. Truthfully, seeing Lin Mo not only fulfill his dream of becoming a police officer but excel at it brought her genuine happiness. Director Wang, why are you crying? Lin Mo wiped the tears from Director Wang's face. Dean Wang laughed through her tears. I'm just so happy. Lin Mo knew that Director Wang was feeling proud of him. Director Wang, with this money, can our orphanage finally be saved? Yes. I'll go report it to the relevant authorities right away. Director Wang was as happy as a child at that moment. She had lived her entire life here. The orphanage was like her home. She truly didn't want to leave. Moreover, those orphans were like her own children. She couldn't bear to part with them either. With some of this money, everything had hope again. Soon after, Lin Mo accompanied Director Wang to the relevant department. The paperwork was processed quickly. Once the buildings were repaired and passed inspection, the orphanage could resume normal operations. After handling all the necessary matters, both Lin Mo and Director Wang were overjoyed. They then visited the shelter to see the children. The children were overjoyed to see Director Wang and brother Lin Mo. Grandma Wang, brother Lin Mo, we don't want to stay here. It's no fun at all. I want to go back to the happy orphanage. I want to play on the rocking horse at the orphanage. I want to go back to our orphanage too. One after another, they clamored to go back. Lin Mo gently stroked their little heads and said, Grandma Wang and I have already taken care of the paperwork. Once the workers finish repairing the house in about a month, we'll be able to go back. Hearing they'd have to wait another month, everyone instantly grew displeased. Lin Mo quickly pulled out the snacks he'd brought. Look what Big Brother brought you. The children saw the bag filled with their favorite snacks and instantly forgot their earlier worries, jumping up and down and shouting, Long live brother Lin Mo. Big brother Lin Mo is so kind. Lin Mo opened the bag and began handing out the treats. After finishing the distribution, Lin Mo realized that little Dingdang was nowhere to be seen. Director Wang, where's little Dingdang? Little Dingdang was adopted by a couple of days ago. Hearing that Xiao Dingtang had been adopted, Lin Mo felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. On one hand, he was happy for Xiao Dingtang. She'd finally have parents to care for her as she grew up. On the other, he felt a pang of regret that he wouldn't get to see her often anymore. Recalling Xiao Dingtang's adorable little face, Lin Mo couldn't resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. Though she was only 4 years old, she was incredibly bright and quick-witted. Every time Lin Mo returned to the happy orphanage, she would stop playing with the other children and cling only to him. And every time he had to leave, she would burst into tears. Director Wang, may I go see little Dingdang? Of course. That couple is wonderful, and their home environment is excellent. Little Dingdang will be very happy with them. Lin Mo and Director Wang played with the children for a while longer before leaving. The family who adopted little Dingdang lived in the northern suburbs, so they took the bus for about an hour. After getting off the bus, Lin Mo bought some fruit and a stuffed doll. They walked another 10 minutes before arriving at the residential complex where Xiao Dingtang's adoptive family lived. Xiao Mo, it's this building, 3rd floor, East Unit. Alright, Director Wang, I'll help you up. The neighborhood was an older complex without elevators, so they climbed to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, 2 system alerts echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 300 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. System, sin perception detected a criminal with 300 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo hurriedly checked the location of the crime detection signal and discovered it was precisely the residence they were searching for. Lin Mo's brow furrowed tightly as a sense of foreboding instantly gripped his heart. Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Director Wang noticed Lin Mo's unease and asked. Nothing. Lin Mo's heart sank with worry for little Ding Dong. He hoped it wasn't what he feared it might be. Director Wang then knocked on the door. After a moment, a middle-aged man opened the door. Upon recognizing Director Wang, he panicked and instinctively tried to slam the door shut. Chapter 82, Human Traffickers. Just as the man tried to close the door, Lin Mo blocked it with his arm. Director Wang addressed the man. Mr. Ma, it's me. Director Wang from the Happy Orphanage. The man looked distinctly uncomfortable. Director Wang, it really is you. Why didn't you call before coming? My phone ran out of battery, so I thought I'd just come by to see little Ding Dong. Director Wang said with a smile. Mr. Ma, aren't you going to invite us in? Lin Mo asked. Please, come in. Lin Mo helped An Wang inside without hesitation. At that moment, a woman's voice came from the inner room. Deshun, who are you talking to? It's Director Wang from the Happy Orphanage. No sooner had Ma Deshun spoken than something clattered to the floor inside. A middle-aged woman then emerged in a panic. Director Wang, why are you here? I came to see little Ding Dong. Where is little Ding Dong? Director Wang asked in confusion. Little Ding Dang is usually so lively. If little Ding Dang knew she and Lin Mo came to see her, she'd be overjoyed. Little Ding Dong, she went to my sister's place. Your sister's place? Director Wang grew suspicious upon hearing the other person's stammering tone. How could a newly adopted little girl be placed in someone else's home? Director Wang sensed something was terribly wrong. Mr. Ma, where exactly is little Ding Dang? She really is at her sister's house. Ma Deshun chimed in. Then call her immediately and bring little Ding Dang back. Director Wang's tone turned stern. Though she usually has a kind and gentle demeanor, treating everyone with warmth and friendliness. But if anyone was unkind to the children in her care, she wouldn't give them an easy time. Ma Deshun hesitated, instinctively glancing at his wife. This is little Ding Dong's brother, he's a police officer. Director Wang addressed the two of them. Upon hearing Lin Mo was a police officer, Ma Deshun and the woman immediately took 2 steps back in fright. Lin Mo could tell at a glance that they were definitely up to something. Earlier, when he entered the room and scanned the area, he hadn't found any of Xiao Dingtang's belongings. Lin Mo's expression darkened instantly. Where's Xiao Dingtang? Ma Deshun and his wife were startled by Lin Mo's loud reprimand. She's really at her sister's place. Ma Deshun stammered, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Seeing their denial, Lin Mo drew 2 pairs of handcuffs from behind his waist. Click. Click. He cuffed them both. Seeing Lin Mo was indeed a police officer, the Ma Deshun couple panicked instantly. At that moment, Director Wang was also extremely anxious. Little Ding Dang had only been taken from the Happy Orphanage 2 days ago, and now she was missing. How could she not be frantic? Tell me quickly, where exactly is little Ding Dang? Seeing they still wouldn't speak, Lin Mo slammed his palm onto the coffee table. The tempered glass tabletop instantly cracked like a spider web. Ma Deshun was so startled he fell backward onto the floor. I'll talk. Little Ding Dang. I sold her to human traffickers. Upon hearing the words child trafficker, Director Wang's mind went blank. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. She had seen countless news reports about human traffickers. That's why she was always extremely vigilant about the children's safety. But she never imagined that after Xiao Dingtang was adopted, the adoptive family would sell her straight to traffickers. And she still didn't know what had become of little Ding Dang? Lin Mo was seething with rage. He never imagined the outcome would turn out exactly as he'd feared. Explain this to me clearly, what exactly happened. Young man, please calm down. When we first took in little Ding Dang, we truly intended to raise her ourselves. But in a moment of greed. After that, Ma Deshun recounted the entire incident to Lin Mo and Director Wang. After hearing this, Lin Mo wanted to slap him across the face twice, but as a police officer, he couldn't resort to violence. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on the man's face. You must understand, every child was like a precious treasure in her heart. Yet after claiming little Ding Dang, these two sold her to human traffickers. Do you two have any conscience left? Director Wang's voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Director Wang, we were blinded by greed. We were momentarily foolish. Please spare us. Tell me, where are the traffickers now? Lin Mo's face turned ashen, a terrifying sight. Ma Deshun dared not lie. I only know they're from Liangchang. I know nothing else. Contact the traffickers now and tell them you're not selling little ding-dang. Lin Mo ordered. Alright, I'll contact them immediately. Ma Deshun replied, terrified that if he delayed contacting them, Lin Mo would smash his head open like glass. The phone rang, and soon the other party's voice came through. Old Ma, what's up? Got new stock? Hearing this, Ma Deshun felt like cursing. Old Wu, about that little girl I sold yesterday, could you give her back? My wife changed her mind about buying her. Old Ma, what's this about? I already gave you the money. How can you take it back? Besides, I've already handed the girl over to the higher-ups. Lin Mo covered the receiver and said to Ma Deshun. Ask where she is? Ma Deshun nodded and asked. Old Wu, where is she now? That's none of your business. If there's nothing else, that's all for now. Let me know when you have new stock. The other party hung up immediately. Ma Deshun looked at Lin Mo with a pained expression, unsure if his performance had satisfied him. Lin Mo remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to the human trafficking ring he'd been tracking in Liangcheng just 2 days prior. Could it be the same group trafficking Xiao Dingtang? Based on Ma Deshun's account, they were also in Liangcheng. The probability was extremely high. His most urgent task now was to find Xiao Dingtang. Lin Mo then called Lu Dahai and explained the situation here. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai was overcome with rage. How could such morally bankrupt, heartless individuals exist? Disciple, give me the address. I'll have the local branch coordinate with the police there. We'll send a patrol car to escort you and the suspect back to Liangcheng. Lin Mo promptly sent the address to his master, Lu Dahai. About 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. 2 officers arrived shortly after, assisting Lin Mo in escorting the criminal to the vehicle. Lin Mo first drove Director Wang back home. Xiao Mo. I'm leaving Dingding's case in your hands. After saying this, Director Wang couldn't help but burst into tears again. Director Wang, rest assured I will bring little Dingdang back. Chapter 83, The Plan. Liangcheng. Lin Mo brought the Ma Deshun couple back to the police station. Lu Dahai conducted another round of interrogation with them. After it concluded, Lu Dahai summoned Lin Mo to his office. Disciple, based on my analysis of the interrogation results, the trafficker Lao Wu who bought Xiao Dingtang is highly likely part of a human trafficking syndicate. Master, what should we do now? Little Dingdang is still in their hands. Lin Mo asked anxiously. He knew all too well that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger to little Dingdong. Lu Dahai understood Lin Mo's concern for Xiao Dingtang and addressed him directly. We'll use Ma Deshun to lure out the trafficker Lao Wu. Only by capturing him first can we uncover Xiao Dingtang's whereabouts. Right. Lin Mo nodded. He knew full well that this was the only option available at the moment. Master, any progress at the train station? Lin Mo asked. He was assessing whether that location could serve as a breakthrough point. Nothing yet. These traffickers are extremely cunning. Their counter-surveillance skills are top-notch. Lu Dahai said helplessly. If that's the case, they'll have to focus on Ma Deshun's side. After that, Lu Dahai made all the necessary arrangements. To lessen his own punishment, Ma Deshun agreed to cooperate with the police in capturing the trafficker Lao Wu. Lu Dahai briefed him on the script, then had Ma Deshun call Old Wu. The call connected quickly. Hey, Old Ma, what's up? Old Wu, I've got new stock. When can you come take a look? Oh? The other party sounded surprised. Old Ma, what's going on? When I tried to get you into this business before, you refused flat out. How come you've changed your mind now? Lin Mo, standing nearby, picked up on the other guy's suspicion toward Ma Deshun. He was a bit worried because Lu Dahai hadn't given him this line of dialogue. Fortunately, Ma Deshun reacted swiftly. Heh, didn't I just find out how profitable this industry is? Let's video chat. With that, the other party hung up immediately. Lu Dahai addressed Ma Deshun. We're right outside the door. If you say anything you shouldn't, you know the consequences. Boss, I know. Rest assured, I'll cooperate fully. Ma Deshun assured them. The other party quickly called back with a video call. Lu Dahai and Lin Mo hurried out of the room and closed the door. Then Ma Deshun answered the video call. Old Wu's face appeared instantly on the phone. Old Ma, where's the goods? The other party asked directly. It's with my wife. I couldn't possibly carry it on me. Ha? Where are you? The human trafficker Old Wu demanded of Ma Deshun. I'm at a hotel in Liangcheng. Ma Deshun replied. Hotel? Which hotel? Fuxing Avenue's Fuli Hotel. Open the door so we can take a look. Old Wu the trafficker demanded. Ma Deshun knew the human trafficker Lao Wu was extremely cunning. Hearing he wasn't in Pingnan City but in Liangcheng would surely arouse suspicion. But Lu Dahai and the others were right outside the door. If he opened it, Old Wu the trafficker would definitely spot them. So Ma Deshun deliberately feigned anger and shouted loudly. What do you mean? Old Wu, you doubt me? Old Ma, don't get worked up. In our line of work, caution is the best policy. Fine, I'll show you. Ma Deshan walked to the door with his phone, silently praying that Lu Dahai and the others would hear his words. When Ma Deshan opened the door, he saw no sign of Lu Dahai at the doorway and instantly relaxed. But at the same time, a thought suddenly popped into his head: seize this chance to run. But the moment he thought of his wife, that thought vanished instantly. Ma Deshan shone his phone light down the hallway. A waiter pushing a cart inquired, "Sir, is there anything you need?" "Nothing." Ma Deshan then closed the door. "Old Wu, do you believe me now?" "Old Ma, I hope you understand, in our line of work, once you're in for life." Old Wu, the human trafficker, said, "Understood." After agreeing on the time and location for the transaction, they hung up. As soon as Ma Deshan hung up, Lu Dahai and the others walked in. Lin Mo finally witnessed his master's true skill. Thankfully, his experience led him straight to a legitimate hotel. Had they gone to the police station, the truth would have been exposed. What did the trafficker say? Lu Dahai demanded of Ma Deshan. He arranged to meet me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on East Lake North Road to make the delivery. But before the handover, he wants to inspect the goods. Ma Deshan relayed the entire conversation to Lu Dahai. Got it. Let's go. Lu Dahai and Lin Mo then escorted Ma Deshan back to the station. Master, this human trafficker Lao Wu is really cunning. He insists on seeing the child. What should we do? Lin Mo asked Lu Dahai. Judging from Ma Deshan's call with the trafficker, this guy isn't easy to fool. To catch him, we'll probably have to find a real child. Find a real child? Isn't that too dangerous? Lin Mo voiced his concern. Otherwise, we'll never catch this kidnapper Lao Wu. Lu Dahai stated. Having handled countless cases, he knew these major criminals were exceptionally cunning and extremely dangerous. But using a child as bait? That was a real dilemma. The crucial question was, where would they find a child? Moreover, using such a child as bait carried significant risks. As parents, absolutely no one would agree to it. Subsequently, Lu Dahai convened a meeting with all officers, detailing the human traffickers' activities. He also laid out the challenges they faced for everyone to hear. Is there a suitable child among your acquaintances you could recommend? After hearing this, the group fell into silence. They all understood clearly, no one would use their own child as bait to catch traffickers. Although Lu Dahai's plan offered a high success rate for capturing the traffickers, and the children's safety should be assured. But no one could guarantee there wouldn't be an accident. Better safe than sorry. Seeing everyone's silence, Lu Dahai understood how difficult this request truly was. In the end, he decided it was best to abandon the plan. How about this? Let's switch to a different plan. Using the child as bait is simply too risky. No sooner had Lu Dahai finished speaking than Old Song, seated in the front row, slowly rose to his feet. Chief, my son is 6 years old this year. Hearing Lao Song's words, everyone's faces instantly turned to shock. Old Song was going to use his own son as bait? As a veteran officer, he should be well aware of the dangers. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock upon hearing this. Though he hadn't married or had children, he had many younger brothers and sisters at the orphanage. If someone asked him to use them as bait now, he would absolutely refuse. Yet Old Song was actually offering his own son as bait. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Dahai spoke up. Old Song, forget it. We should change the plan. Chapter 84, Change of Plans. Old Song, forget it, let's change our plan. However, Old Song didn't sit down. Instead, he said calmly, Chief, I've been a cop for nearly 20 years. Because I'm too timid, I've always been stuck in logistics. But seeing Lin Mo, a rookie officer, bravely confronting criminals on a hospital rooftop to apprehend them, my entire 20-year career hasn't been as thrilling as these few days with Lin Mo. This time, I refuse to back down. I want to contribute something to the station too. Old Song's voice wasn't loud, but it struck a chord with everyone present. Zhang Dalong felt a wave of shame wash over him upon hearing Old Song's words. Earlier, he had privately mocked Old Song, saying that at his age, he hadn't earned any honors. All he ever did was handle the station's logistical work. Yet at this moment, Old Song stepped forward, causing many to re-evaluate their opinions of him. Having chosen to become police officers, each of them harbored dreams of serving the nation and safeguarding the people's peace. After hearing Old Song's words, Lu Dahai said nothing more. He knew Old Song had made this decision after deep consideration. Lu Dahai resolved to use Old Song's 6-year-old son as bait to capture the human trafficker, Old Wu. To ensure Old Song's son's safety, Lu Dahai and the others meticulously planned every detail. Tomorrow morning, whether or not we capture the trafficker Lao Wu, one thing is non-negotiable: Old Song's son must be kept safe. Understood? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. The next day, early in the morning, Old Song brought his son to the police station. He hadn't told his wife about this, afraid she'd worry. While dropping his child off at kindergarten, Old Song asked the teacher for a day off and brought him to the station. The female officers at the station saw Old Song's adorable son and all pulled out their snacks to give him. Little one, tell me your name, and I'll give you a tasty treat. My name is Son Ziheng, but my nickname is Zhuang. Everyone adored the chubby little Zhuang and played with him. The little guy wasn't shy at all. He quickly became familiar with them and ran around the station. Before long, it was time to leave. Old Song said to his son, Zhuang, how about dad takes you to play a game today? Sure. Zhuang was thrilled. He loved playing games with his dad. In a bit, we'll play cops and robbers. Yay! I love catching bad guys, hee. Old Song explained the rules to his son. He'd team up with Ma Deshun. Once the bad guys appeared, they'd be the police uncles who caught them. Daddy, can I play as a cop catching the bad guys too? Zhuang, after we catch this bad guy, Daddy will let you wear my police uniform and play a real cop, okay? Yes. Zhuang was overjoyed to hear Lao Song say that. They quickly arrived at the agreed-upon location. Ma Deshun kept Zhuang waiting in the car. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the others lay in ambush nearby. Lu Dahai and Old Song monitored Ma Deshun through the surveillance feed in the command vehicle. About 10 minutes later, Ma Deshun's phone rang. It was the human trafficker, Old Wu. He first identified the child in the video feed. When he spotted Zhuang, a smile instantly spread across his face. Old Ma, I told you you're a natural at this. If you joined us sooner, you'd be rolling in it by now. Ha. When will you arrive? I'm already at our agreed-upon location. Ma Deshun replied. Come to number 12 Layamaikang Street. There's an abandoned factory here. We'll do the deal here. Trafficker Old Wu said. Didn't you say East Lake North Road? Why change to Old Coal Factory Street, number 12? Ma Deshun said with some displeasure. This location has already been set up by Lu Dahai and his crew. There are plenty of police nearby. This way, he can ensure his own safety. But if he goes to some remote spot, if that kid really gets snatched by human trafficker Old Wu, he can forget about getting his sentence reduced. Old Ma, didn't I tell you before? In our line of work, caution is non-negotiable. Today I'm teaching you a lesson. Learn it well. But I'm not very familiar with Liangcheng. Where exactly is this place you mentioned? Ma Deshun deliberately made excuses. Hold on, I'll send you the location. Just hang tight, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Then, the kidnapper Old Wu hung up the phone. This left Ma Deshun utterly helpless. Lu Dahai scanned the vicinity but didn't spot any suspicious individuals. He addressed Ma Deshun. Drive the car over here. Ma Deshun then drove the car over. Sir, what should I do if they insist on making me change locations? Lu Dahai hesitated at this point. The location Old Wu, the human trafficker, mentioned earlier was completely impossible for these police officers to hide in. That would put Old Song's son in even greater danger. But what if they didn't let Old Song's son go? Given how cunning the trafficker Old Wu was, he'd definitely see through this as a trap. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. Chief, please let my son go. But Old Song, we haven't set up any advanced positions there. It's too dangerous. Lu Dahai protested. We can't just give up like this, can we? Just as the two were discussing this, Lin Mo walked over. He addressed Lu Dahai. Master, I can go now and find a hidden spot to lie in wait. If the trafficker arrives early, I can capture him directly. Number 12, Old Coal Factory Street is 20 kilometers from here. We won't have enough time to set up an ambush now. Lu Dahai replied with a hint of resignation. Besides, that trafficker Lao Wu just said he'd be there in 20 minutes. Master, give me a vehicle. I want to try. Lin Mo declared with unwavering resolve. Lu Dahai had no other options now and could only agree to let his apprentice try. If Lin Mo could indeed find a concealed position there in advance, it would greatly aid in capturing the trafficker Old Wu and ensure the safety of Old Song's son. Zhang Dalong. Hand over your car keys to Lin Mo. Zhang Dalong felt a bit annoyed. He noticed Lin Mo always loved to show off. But since the station chief had spoken, he couldn't really say anything. Lin Mo took the keys from Zhang Dalong's hand. He unlocked the black Santana and slid right in. It was an older model with a manual transmission. Lin Mo didn't rush to start the engine. Instead, he used 1,000 points in his mental system store to purchase the skill mastery of automobile driving techniques. After the purchase, a flood of images surged into his mind. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of unity between himself and the vehicle. Ignition. V-room. Roar. The old Santana roared like a beast. Chapter 85, Driving Skills. The group discussing the plan suddenly heard the roar of an engine and instantly turned their gaze toward the old Santana driven by Lin Mo. Black smoke billowed from the Santana's exhaust pipe. The entire vehicle shook violently. In an instant. Sizzle. The deafening screech of massive tires grinding against the pavement. Swish. In an instant. That black, old model Santana shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye. It vanished from everyone's sight. On the asphalt road where it had stood, only 2 black skid marks remained, proof that the Santana had been there just moments before. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. What the hell? What just happened? An old automatic Santana actually drove like a race car? Is this for real? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They all wanted to make sure they weren't seeing things. Yet the pungent smell of rubber burning from the tires against the asphalt was unmistakable. Zhang Dalong couldn't help but swallow hard. He never knew his beat-up old car had such incredible power. Holy crap, Brother Lin, that's insane. Li Jian couldn't help but whistle in awe. The kind of racing scenes he'd only ever seen on TV, he was actually witnessing them in real life today. And it was an old Santana? It was simply unbelievable. A full minute passed. Lu Dahai was the first to snap out of it. He quickly snapped out of his daze. They still had to catch the human trafficker Old Wu. Not to mention figuring out why Lin Mo had such incredible driving skills. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice before addressing the group. Alright, since Lin Mo went ahead to set up the ambush, we can't just sit here twiddling our thumbs. Everyone get in the car. Ma Deshan, take Zhuangzhuang with you. We're heading to number 12 Meichang Street. Let's go. Roger that. The group responded in unison. They understood that the longer they lingered here, the more detrimental it would be to the operation to apprehend the human trafficker Lao Wu. Soon, all the vehicles were speeding toward number 12 Meichang Street. Lin Mo's Santana raced like lightning across the elevated highway. Thankfully, Lu Dahai had tipped off the traffic authorities in time, otherwise, the cops would have been hot on his tail already. His speed was simply too fast. Drifting, S-line tail sliding, and more. It was more thrilling than a real race. Lin Mo covered the 20-kilometer distance in just 13 minutes. During the run, his top speed hit 200 kilometers per hour. The speed cameras along the road nearly blew up from his velocity. When Lin Mo pulled up near number 12 Meichang Street, the brake pads of his old Santana were glowing red hot like a branding iron. Smoke billowed from the engine compartment. The moment Lin Mo stepped out of the car. Boom! 2 tires on the old Santana blew out instantly. Lin Mo gave it a gentle pat twice, as if to console it. Then, he didn't enter through the main gate of number 12 Coal Factory Street. Instead, he found a low wall and hopped right over it. Through his sin perception, he discovered that the human trafficker Old Wu hadn't come over. He found a place to hide and reported the situation to his master. But after waiting nearly 20 minutes, Lin Mo still hadn't spotted the trafficker Old Wu. Could they have changed locations again? Lin Mo muttered to himself. Then he picked up the phone and called Lu Dahai to inquire about the situation. Master, the trafficker Old Wu still hasn't shown up. That cunning trafficker had just called Ma Deshan earlier, telling him he'd show up after Ma arrived. Lin Mo was utterly speechless at Old Wu's cunning. He had originally planned that if the other party arrived first, he would immediately subdue Old Wu. That way, Lao San's son Zhuangzhuang wouldn't be in danger. But now this human trafficker Lao Wu had made such a demand. Another 10 minutes passed. Ma Deshan drove his car to the abandoned factory at number 12 Meichang Street. He sent a video to the trafficker, Old Wu. After the latter confirmed it, he was told to arrive in 3 minutes. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a black Toyota pulled into the compound. Immediately, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 900. Host, apprehend immediately. System, sin detection has identified a criminal with a sin value of 900. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo froze in shock. 2 human traffickers? This sent a wave of panic through him. If it were just one human trafficker, he could seize the moment and subdue them directly. But 2 traffickers, armed with guns? He couldn't subdue both simultaneously. Lin Mo immediately reported the situation to Lu Dahai. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai also sensed trouble. In that case, Old Song's son would be in grave danger. But if they rushed in now and the perpetrator took the child hostage, it would only make things more dangerous. Old Song, standing nearby, heard Lin Mo's report and felt his heart clench in dread. After all, this was his 6-year-old son. He'd rather be taken hostage himself than see his son in danger. And Zhuangzhuang's mother still had no idea their child was facing such danger. If anything happened to Zhuangzhuang, he truly didn't know how he could face his wife. Forget whether his wife would forgive him, he couldn't forgive himself. Lu Dahai could see the tension in Lao Song's heart and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Old Song, rest assured. Even if it costs me my life, I'll guarantee your son's safety. Lao Song said nothing, only offering a grim smile. If anyone claimed he wasn't worried about his son now, no one would believe it. They continued watching the video feed from Lin Mo's phone, the images transmitted back to them. A plain-looking middle-aged man stepped out of the car, his waist bulging conspicuously. Lu Dahai and Old Song instantly recognized it as a pistol. Moreover, Ma Deshan had previously informed them that the human trafficker Lao Wu carried a pistol. Ma Deshan stepped forward to meet him. But suddenly, another person emerged from the other vehicle. His nerves instantly frayed. He had assumed only human trafficker Lao Wu would come for the steal, but who knew the other side had called in another person? This instantly increased his danger significantly. Old Wu, the trafficker, saw Ma Deshan's surprise and chuckled, saying, This is my partner, Old Jean. We're all family now, so let me introduce you. Hello? Ma Deshawn awkwardly greeted the other person. Old Jean responded with a grunt before joking. No need to be nervous. I'm not a murderer. Chapter 86, Trouble. Hearing this, Ma Deshawn. His heart raced even faster. Earlier, the other guy had casually revealed the pistol tucked at his waist. He was terrified the other might discover he'd betrayed them and shoot him dead on the spot. He was only in his 30s, he hadn't lived enough yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the police capture them in the first place, hoping to get his sentence reduced. But who knew that human trafficker Old Wu had brought someone else along? Now he was starting to regret helping the police catch Old Wu. Ma Deshawn suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If things went south, he'd just go down with them. After all, he still had a child in his hands, they'd surely welcome him. With that thought, Ma Deshawn instantly relaxed. The goods. In the car. After saying this, Ma Deshawn opened the car door. In the backseat sat Lao Song's son, Zhuang, his hands and feet bound, his mouth stuffed with something. Not bad. The human trafficker, Old Wu, was thoroughly satisfied. He then pulled out 30,000 yuan from his pocket. He tossed it directly to Ma Deshawn. Ma Deshawn caught the money, didn't even count it, and tossed it onto the front seat. After taking the money, Lao Jin dragged Zhuang out of the car. Zhuang still thought they were playing a game, so he wasn't scared and even cooperated. His dad had told him the police would burst in soon and arrest these bad guys. This kid had some guts, he wasn't scared of me at all. You should have seen the other kids when they saw me earlier, they were scared out of their wits, haha. Old Jean, better be careful. Get him in the car. Got it. Lao Jean replied. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Mo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If they took Old Song's son to their car, the child would be in even greater danger. But he couldn't think of a good solution in time. If he charged out directly, the other side had two people, and both were armed. Forget saving Old Song's son, he wouldn't even be able to save his own life. He typed a message to Lu Dahai, seeking advice. But even Lu Dahai and his team, seeing the situation in the video, had no good solution. Though they were nearby and could drive in at any moment to surround the attackers. But doing so would only give the attackers leverage, they'd use Old Song's son as a hostage to threaten them, putting Zhuang in even greater danger. Lu Dahai watched Lao Song's clenched fists and knew he must be deeply worried and anxious. If anything happened to Zhuang, Old Song would never survive the blow. Lu Dahai deeply regretted suggesting this plan in the first place. Though Old Song wasn't skilled at catching criminals, he'd contributed immensely to the station's logistical work. Why hadn't he refused Old Song back then? Why hadn't he insisted his son not be used as bait? That way, Old Song could live out his days safely and happily with his family. Everyone who saw the video footage wanted to comfort Old Song. But none of them knew what words could possibly comfort him. When Old Song saw his son Zhuang being led onto the trafficker's vehicle, his heart clenched violently. He knew full well that once his son was in the trafficker's vehicle, he would be in grave danger. Yet he was powerless to stop it. He felt utterly useless. How he wished he could become a superhero right then, knock out the two traffickers, and rescue his son. But he simply didn't have that kind of strength. What could he do? What could he do? He screamed inside his head over and over. He felt utterly unworthy of being a father at that moment. Beside him, Lu Dahai saw Old Song's furrowed brow and the trembling muscles on his face. He knew Old Song was wrestling with himself inside. Old Song, I'm the one who's let you down. Chief, it's not your fault. Old Song murmured, but the next moment, he couldn't hold back. Tears streamed down his face. But, Chief, can you save my son? I only have this one son. I don't want to lose him. Everyone bowed their heads, saying nothing. None of them mocked Old Song, a police officer who had lost control. Any father faced with this situation would likely lose his mind. Lu Dahai's eyes also turned bloodshot. He too wanted to save Old Song's son. He'd even trade his own life for it. But now Zhuang was in the hands of human traffickers, and they had guns. It wasn't as simple as offering his life in exchange. The other side wouldn't agree to such a deal. Seeing Old Song's anguished expression, Lu Dahai wanted to slap himself. But then, at that very moment, Li Jianhua suddenly pointed at the video feed and shouted, "You guys, that human trafficker is approaching Brother Lin." Hearing this, everyone instantly looked up at the video feed. A wave of shock washed over them. Could Lin Mo have been spotted by the trafficker? If that were the case, wouldn't Lin Mo be in mortal danger too? Everyone grew anxious for Lin Mo once more. What they didn't know was that the human trafficker, Old Jean, had approached Lin Mo. He was actually desperate to use the restroom. He was actually searching for a place to relieve himself. Old Jean couldn't hold it any longer. He hadn't even noticed Lin Mo behind the 4-meter-high wall. He squatted down and went right there. Boom! The sound was deafening. Old Wu, the human trafficker nearby, couldn't help but tease him. "Old Jean, don't tear a hole in the ground, haha." "Ah! That feels so good." Old Jin's voice echoed from behind the low wall. "Old Jean, hurry up. Don't hold us up." Don't you know people have urgent needs? Hearing old Jean speak thus, the human trafficker old Wu stopped arguing with him and instead began chatting with Ma Deshun. Lin Mo knew this was a rare opportunity and slipped out silently. Fortunately, the low wall in front of old Jean blocked old Wu's view of this side. On the video feed, Lu Dehai and the others saw Lin Mo preparing to move against the crouched human trafficker, old Jean. Everyone clenched their fists, hearts pounding in their throats. They were all sweating bullets for Lin Mo. After all, he was only 4 meters away from old Jean with no cover whatsoever. At that moment, if human trafficker old Wu had merely turned his head, he would have spotted Lin Mo. Gulp. Nervous, Li Jianhua couldn't help but swallow hard, immediately drawing disapproving glances from everyone. Sorry. I'm just so nervous. Li Jianhua said apologetically. No one paid him any mind, instead continuing to watch Lin Mo as he tiptoed forward. 4 meters. 3 meters. At this moment, Lin Mo felt incredibly tense. The human trafficker old Jean had placed his pistol on a nearby brick inconvenient for taking a dump. If the man happened to glance back, he would spot him. And at such close range, Lin Mo had absolutely no chance to dodge. Bang! Chapter 87, You're the Undercover Agent. Snap! A sharp crack. Everyone jumped in surprise, fearing something had happened to Lin Mo. Instead, they heard the human trafficker old Jean grumbling. Damn it, there are so many freaking mosquitoes. Lu Dehai and the others watching the livestream instantly breathed a sigh of relief. That sudden noise had genuinely given them a fright. They'd thought it was a gunshot. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing just how tense he'd been. Thankfully, the other guy was just swatting a mosquito on his butt. Now standing just 2 meters away, Lin Mo held his breath, daring not to breathe a single breath. He crept forward 2 more steps. 2 meters. 1 meter. The distance between Lin Mo and the human trafficker Lao Jean was now just 1 meter. Just as he was about to take 1 more step forward to deliver the fatal blow, his foot suddenly caught on a small twig. Snap! Hearing the sound, the trafficker old Jean immediately glanced back. He saw a living person standing right behind him, staring straight at him. He shuddered in terror, his first thought being, holy! Someone was spying on him while he was taking a dump. Could this person be some kind of sick pervert? Just as he was about to confront Lin Mo hesitated no longer, lunging forward in a single stride. He delivered a blow to the back of the man's head, knocking the human trafficker old Jean unconscious. Then, he plopped right down onto the pile of he'd just left behind. A wave of nauseating stench hit him. Lin Mo, overcome with disgust, quickly covered his nose. The sight of the filthy mess on the ground left him utterly disoriented. As a kid, he'd fantasized countless times about catching criminals, but today's scenario was something he'd never imagined. But now, the situation was urgent. There was no time for deep thought, because old Song's son was still in the hands of the human trafficker, old Wu. He had to take him out fast. Lin Mo handcuffed Lao Jean to an abandoned machine nearby. He stuffed something into the man's mouth to prevent him from screaming once he regained consciousness. After completing these tasks, Lin Mo picked up the gun old Jean had dropped on the ground. He glanced furtively at the other trafficker, old Wu, who was chatting with Ma Deshun. Earlier, when old Jean collapsed and landed face first in his own feces, Lu Dehai and the others had seen it all clearly on their phones. Watching through the screen made their stomachs churn violently. Zhang Dalong, with his weak stomach, immediately started retching. But with the urgency of the situation, he forced himself to endure it. He admonished himself to focus on capturing the traffickers, not on other matters. Yet the more he tried to focus, the more his eyes involuntarily drifted back to the human trafficker Lao Jin's rear end. The problem was, old Jean had diarrhea today. That golden, sticky mess was just too much to stomach. Finally, Zhang Dalong couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed off to a secluded spot to vomit. Seeing Lin Mo subdue a trafficker, old Song felt his son's chances of rescue grow even brighter. Lu Dehai excitedly slapped Lao Song on the shoulder. Great news, old Song. This means Zhuang is in less danger now. Yes, brother Song. As long as Lin Mo subdues the other trafficker, old Wu, we can rescue Zhuang. MHM. Old Song nodded firmly, silently rooting for Lin Mo in his heart, hoping he could subdue the remaining trafficker. But then again, human trafficker Lao Wu still had a gun. Zhuang was still in danger. Lin Mo was still secretly observing the trafficker Lao Wu, searching for an opening to subdue him. He was nearly 20 meters away from the trafficker, old Wu. He couldn't get close to him at all. The only option was to shoot him dead, but that plan should only be used as a last resort. Just as Lin Mo was pondering how to take down old Wu the trafficker, old Wu suddenly shouted in Lin Mo's direction. Old Jean, you bastard, are you done yet? Lin Mo panicked instantly. If the other guy didn't hear Lao Jin's reply, he'd definitely notice something was wrong over here. Sure enough, old Wu grew suspicious when old Jean failed to answer. So he shouted again. Old Jean. But there was still no reply. Naturally suspicious by nature, he immediately scanned his surroundings but saw nothing amiss. Old Jean. Old Jean. There was no answer. The human trafficker old Wu drew his pistol and pointed it at Ma Deshun, shouting, "Damn it, you're a police informant." Ma Deshun was scared out of his wits, nearly peeing himself, and hurriedly protested. "Old Wu, I'm not. Did the cops buy you off? Did you set me up? Old Wu, you have to believe me. Otherwise, why would I capture a child to sell to you?" Hearing Ma Deshun say this, old Wu seemed to think he might be right. But old Jean still hadn't answered him. What was going on? The kidnapper old Wu suddenly remembered the child and yanked Zhuangzhuang straight out of the car. Whether old Jean was under police control or not, he now had this child as a hostage. His own safety was guaranteed. Go check on Lao Jean, what's really going on with him. Me. Cut the crap or I'll blow your brains out. Old Wu the trafficker barked at Ma Deshun. Ma Deshun trembled in fear, but with no other choice, he had to move forward. Lu Dehai and the others watching the video saw human trafficker old Wu holding Lao Song's son hostage. Their hearts leapt into their throats. They hadn't expected this human trafficker, old Wu, to be not only cunning but also extremely cautious. Now that Zhuangzhuang was in his clutches, he would surely discover Lin Mo, putting Lin Mo in danger too. "Chief, you must think of a way to save brother Lin and Zhuangzhuang," Li Jianhua pleaded anxiously. Lu Dehai glanced at Lao Song, whose brow was furrowed once more, and felt utterly helpless. What could he possibly do in this situation? The best chance had been earlier, when Lin Mo subdued the trafficker Lao Jin and could have shot and killed the trafficker Lao Wu on the spot. That would have guaranteed both Zhuangzhuang and Lin Mo's safety. As a police officer, they may only use lethal force when their own lives are threatened or when the lives of others are in imminent danger. Only then can they shoot criminals dead. At that moment, everyone felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. In this dire situation, their only hope lay with Lin Mo to turn the tide. But now, with human trafficker old Wu's pistol pointed at Zhuangzhuang's head, Lin Mo simply couldn't fire his gun. If he really shot and hit the trafficker Lao Wu, the latter, startled, would very likely kill Zhuangzhuang in an instant. In the video feed, just as Ma Deshun slowly approached Lin Mo, suddenly, the voice of human trafficker Lao Jin erupted from behind the low wall. "I'm just taking what's with all the noise?" Chapter 88, Game Over. Hearing Lao Jin's voice, human trafficker Lao Wu froze in shock. What the hell? What the hell is going on? I've been yelling at him for ages and he didn't respond. Now he's talking. Did he fall asleep while taking a dump or something? I called you for ages earlier, why didn't you answer? My stomach was killing me earlier, but it finally feels better now. Hearing old Jean say this, human trafficker old Wu instantly relaxed. You bastard, you scared the hell out of me. Next time you come out to work, remember to finish your business first. Got it, got it. I'm fine now. Human trafficker old Wu holstered his pistol and addressed Ma Deshun. Old Ma, sorry about earlier. You know how I am, I'm always cautious about everything. MHM. Ma Deshun breathed a sigh of relief. He'd nearly collapsed on the spot just now. At that moment, Lu Dehai and the others all looked utterly bewildered. Human trafficker old Jean wasn't knocked out? How could he be talking now? Chief, look. It's brother Lin. Lu Dehai and the others hurriedly looked at Lin Mo in the video feed. There he was, mimicking the voice of the human trafficker old Jean. Is that even possible? Everyone was stunned by Lin Mo's incredible skill. How come they never knew Lin Mo could do impersonations? His imitation of human trafficker old Jin's voice just now was absolutely identical. When they hadn't known better, Lu Dehai and the others had genuinely thought it was the human trafficker Lao Jin. Lu Dehai was utterly delighted with his apprentice. He always pulled off unexpected skills at the most crucial moments. Just like before, when he managed to make an old automatic Santana perform like a sports car. Absolutely incredible. What Lu Dehai and the others didn't know was that all of Lin Mo's skills came from the crime buster system in his mind. Just now, when the situation turned dire, Lin Mo suddenly remembered the system's basic marketplace. To his surprise, he actually found a skill to mimic voices inside. Without hesitation, he used his points to purchase it. That's how the earlier conversation unfolded. He was incredibly nervous at the time. Fortunately, the human trafficker old Wu didn't suspect a thing. Lin Mo composed himself and then surreptitiously glanced at the trafficker, old Wu. He saw old Wu sitting in the car, waiting for old Jean to get in and drive off. To keep Lao Song's son Zhuangzhuang safe, he had to find a way to get old Wu out of the car. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Mo. He continued mimicking old Jin's voice and addressed old Wu. Old Wu, hand me 2 pieces of paper. If he could lure old Wu here, he could subdue him. Old Wu, the human trafficker in the car, grew irritated upon hearing old Jin's request for paper. He snapped impatiently. Can't you just use a tree branch to take care of it? Cut the crap and get me 2 sheets of paper now. There are so many damn mosquitoes here. Lin Mo mimicked Lao Jin's voice and tone as he urged him on. Old Ma, go give old Jean 2 sheets of paper. Ma Deshun was about to refuse, but he remembered the gun in the other man's hand. So he obediently grabbed 2 sheets of paper and headed over. When he reached the low wall, he froze in shock. You. Lin Mo quickly covered his mouth and ordered him to crouch down. Only then did Ma Deshun see the human trafficker Lao Jin lying on the ground. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. This young cop was incredibly capable. He had taken down the human trafficker Lao Jin without anyone noticing. Neither he nor Old Wu had noticed. But that voice just now. Could it have been Lin Mo imitating it? Ma Deshun, later you lure the human trafficker Old Wu over. Just say. Lin Mo explained his plan to Ma Deshun. This. Will that work? Lin Mo sensed Ma Deshun's fear. So he threatened him. Ma Deshun, let me make this clear, this is your only chance to survive. Otherwise, once Old Wu discovers what's going on here, he'll immediately realize you're a police informant. Do you really think he'll let you off the hook? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Ma Deshun was instantly overcome with fear. Lin Mo wasn't bluffing. Old Wu had already pointed a gun at him earlier. Honestly, that feeling was terrifying. He never wanted to experience it again in his life. Seeing Ma Deshun hesitate, Lin Mo tried to tempt him again. Just lead them here. Once it's done, I'll personally petition my superiors to recognize your major contribution and secure a sentence reduction for you. Ma Deshun gritted his teeth and finally said. Fine, I'll do it. Then Ma Deshun walked out. He hurriedly approached the car of the human trafficker, Old Wu, and said. Old Wu, bad news. Just now, after Old Jin finished his business, he suddenly collapsed when he stood up. He fainted. Old Wu, the trafficker, hurriedly opened the car door and followed Ma Deshun toward Lao Jin. Old Wu knew Old Jin had hypoglycemia. Prolonged squatting could trigger dizziness and fainting. So when Ma Deshun said this, he didn't doubt it. They reached the low wall and found Old Jin collapsed on the ground. Old Wu rushed forward, shouting at Old Jin. Lao Jin! Old Jin! There was no response whatsoever. Smack! Smack! The human trafficker Old Wu slapped the man twice across the face, hoping to rouse him. At that moment, Ma Deshun spotted Old Jin's pistol tucked at his waist. He hesitated for a moment. What are you standing there for? Come help! Old Wu barked at the dazed Ma Deshun. Oh! Ma Deshun hesitated no longer. This was his one chance to prove himself. He reached out and snatched Old Wu's pistol. Long Wu suddenly realized his pistol had been snatched away, his heart sinking in alarm. Before he could even stand up, he felt a tremendous force slam him backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. His entire body felt as if it had been torn apart, and his consciousness began to blur. In a daze, he felt someone pinning him down from behind, cuffing his hands together. The moment he felt the cold metal cuffs, he instantly understood. It was over. Everything was over. He would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Then he heard the young man speaking into a walkie-talkie. Call, both criminals have been apprehended. Call, both criminals have been apprehended. Lu Dahai on the other end of the walkie-talkie was overcome with emotion, his eyes inexplicably welling up with tears. He addressed the crowd. Move out immediately. Yes. Then, the group rushed toward the abandoned factory at 12 Meichang Street. Old Song approached the human trafficker's vehicle, opened the door, and embraced his son tightly. Tears of emotion welled up in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had thought he would never see his son again. Zhuang said innocently. Dad, did you catch the bad guys? Old Song nodded firmly. Zhuang jumped up happily and exclaimed. Great! The bad guys are caught. Game over. The cops win. Chapter 89, Cooperating with the Interrogation. Old Song looked at his delighted son and finally felt at ease. He hoped his son would never learn that what had just happened wasn't a game, but a real human trafficking incident. Old Song then picked up his son Zhuang and walked over to Lin Mo. At that moment, he truly didn't know what words could express his gratitude to Lin Mo. Xiao Lin, thank you for earlier. Lin Mo met Old Song's grateful gaze, fully aware that the incident had genuinely shaken him to the core. Brother Song, remember when I first came to the station? You said we were brothers. Between brothers, there's no need for such formality. Lin Mo said with a smile, not wanting Old Song to feel he owed him a huge favor. Right. We're brothers, heh. Old Song slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, genuinely pleased. Apprentice, you did well today. At last, I can give Old Song some peace of mind. Ha ha. Lu Dahai deliberately added a humorous note to lighten the mood. As they spoke, Li Jianhua turned to Zhang Dalong and said, Old Zhang, take that human trafficker Lao Jin to the car. Zhang Dalong had been vomiting earlier, arriving much later than the others. He felt somewhat guilty. When he heard Li Jianhua mention that he'd been given the chance to capture the trafficker, he naturally wanted to prove himself in front of everyone. Coming. Where's the trafficker? Over by the low wall. Li Jianhua pointed to a spot not far away. Without a second thought, Zhang Dalong broke into a jog. Suddenly, everyone heard retching sounds coming from behind the low wall. Li Jianhua chuckled smugly. You bastard, you dared to bully Lin Mo all this time. Let's give you a taste of your own medicine. Gulo Street Police Station Interrogation Room. Lu Dahai and Lin Mo were interrogating the human trafficker Old Wu together. But the trafficker, old Wu, refused to cooperate, which infuriated Lu Dahai. Speak! Where the hell is little Ding Dang? Old Wu deliberately feigned ignorance. Who's little Ding Dang? The 4-year-old girl Ma Deshun sold to you. Upon hearing Ma Deshun's name, the trafficker old Wu cursed out loud. Damn it, that bastard Ma Deshun dared to deceive me. Seeing that human trafficker old Wu wasn't answering their questions, Lin Mo said calmly. Want another taste of that shoulder throw? Hearing Lin Mo's words, the human trafficker old Wu's expression instantly turned terrified. The impact from Lin Mo's earlier throw still left his body feeling like it was about to fall apart. But he quickly regained his composure. This is a police station. If you dare to hit me, it's coercion. I can report you. Is that so? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected the man to be in the know. With someone like this, conventional interrogation methods wouldn't work. So Lin Mo stood up and walked over to the human trafficker, old Wu. His sudden movement startled old Wu, who quickly backed away and stammered. What are you doing? I'm telling you, if you dare hit me, it's a disciplinary violation. It'll affect your future promotions. Lin Mo paid him no mind, slowly closing the distance. Old Wu panicked and stumbled backward, his foot accidentally bumping Lin Mo's leg. Master, he hit me. Lu Dahai, who had been completely confused, suddenly understood upon hearing Lin Mo's words. He couldn't help but give his apprentice a mental thumbs up. You dare assault an officer? Lu Dahai roared angrily. Disciple, according to regulations, if a criminal dares to assault an officer, you have the right to fight back. For major criminals, you can even shoot them dead on the spot. Understood, Master. Hearing Master Lu and Lin Mo's coordinated response, the human trafficker old Wu was instantly terrified. I didn't attack the officer just now, I accidentally bumped into him. But Lu Dahai barked back angrily. You assaulted an officer. Disciple, don't hold back. I'll vouch for you, and there are surveillance cameras in this room. All of this can be used as evidence. Hearing his master's response, Lin Mo silently admired his mentor's seasoned expertise. He grabbed the human trafficker, old Wu, by the collar. Old Wu nearly cried in terror. Lin Mo's previous shoulder throw had nearly killed him, and he certainly didn't want to repeat. I'll talk. Just don't throw me again. Hearing this, Lin Mo released old Wu. Fine. I'll remember that throw. If you don't cooperate properly, I swear by my surname Lin, I'll throw you until you're bleeding from 7 orifices. Lin Mo knew full well that with these scoundrel criminals, you had to treat them like scoundrels. Sure enough, after Lin Mo and Lu Dahai worked together like master and apprentice, the human trafficker old Wu became much more cooperative. Where is little Ding Dang now? I sold her to the next buyer. As for where they took the little girl, I'm not entirely sure. Smack! Lin Mo slammed his hand hard on the table. The shock made human trafficker old Wu flinch violently. His face immediately twisted into a grimace as he said, Officer, I really don't know where they took the little girl. We have our rules in this business. Some things you just can't ask about, or even know. I'm just the middleman. Lin Mo sensed that old Wu wasn't lying, and his eyes darkened with disappointment. He had thought that capturing old Wu would reveal Shouting Tong's whereabouts and allow him to rescue her. But now, hearing the confession from the human trafficker old Wu, he suddenly felt all hope was lost. Lu Dahai noticed Lin Mo's disappointment and pressed on. Your supplier, is he an individual or part of an organization? It was a human trafficking organization. Trafficker old Wu confessed honestly. Is it the human trafficking syndicate from Liangcheng? Lin Mo pressed urgently. Yes. Old Wu the trafficker admitted, surprised that the police knew about this organization. The Liangcheng human trafficking ring had only been established in the past 6 months, and he had just started working with them. Before that, his suppliers were all from other provinces. How do they usually handle the children you sell them? It depends on the situation. There are generally 3 methods. First, if the child is very young and doesn't remember anything, they'll find a family to sell them to. Second, if they couldn't sell them, they'd maim the children and force them into begging, with the traffickers controlling them to make money. The third scenario. Old Wu trailed off, suddenly unable to continue. Lu Dahai suddenly roared. Speak! Old Wu, the trafficker, shuddered in fright but had no choice but to continue. The third scenario involves selling these children's organs. As soon as old Wu the trafficker finished speaking, Lin Mo was overcome with rage. His eyes turned bloodshot as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. If their organs are sold, how can they possibly survive? Seeing Lin Mo's terrifying gaze, the trafficker stammered. They won't survive. Chapter 90, The Trail Goes Cold. Outside the interrogation room. Lu Dahai comforted Lin Mo. Don't worry too much, apprentice. We'll definitely rescue little Ding Dong. MHM. Lin Mo replied absent-mindedly. He hadn't recovered yet from hearing the human trafficker old Wu describe the various ways their syndicate disposed of children. He was deeply worried about little Ding Dong's safety. Disciple, get ready. We'll head to the locations old Wu mentioned shortly. We might find some crucial clues. Lin Mo went to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, trying to clear his head. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was Director Wang from the orphanage. Director Wang. Xiao Mo, have you found little Ding Dang yet? Director Wang inquired. Director Wang, the traffickers have been apprehended, but Xiao Dingtang hasn't been rescued yet. It should be soon, though. Xiao Mo, you absolutely must rescue Xiao Dingtang. This is all my fault. I thought she'd found a good family, but... Director Wang said, unable to hold back tears. Director Wang, rest assured. I will definitely bring Xiao Dingtang back. Lin Mo offered a few more words of comfort before hanging up. Sigh. After hanging up, Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Regarding little Ding Dang, he currently had not a single clue. Disciple, let's go. Just as Lin Mo was lost in thought, Lu Dahai called out to him. Soon after, Lin Mo climbed into Lu Dahai's car and they set off. Old Wu, the human trafficker, had given them 3 locations. These were places where he had conducted transactions with traffickers and locations he had learned about from them. Don't be too hard on yourself, apprentice. I've already instructed the station to put the thief-catching competition on hold. Everyone is now investigating the human trafficking ring. I'm confident we'll have leads soon. Lin Mo rubbed his face with both hands, trying to clear his mind and stop overthinking. He reminded himself that overthinking wouldn't help. Only by dedicating himself fully to uncovering clues could he rescue little Ding Dang. Master, where should we go? Head to Lu Men Bridge. Old Wu, the trafficker, mentioned this spot when he overheard his supplier talking on the phone during a meal. Lin Mo also believed this location had a high probability of the trafficker's presence. About half an hour later, they drove to Lu Men Bridge. Located in the western district of Liangchang, Lu Men Bridge was an urban village where all kinds of people lived. Lu Dahai and Lin Mo got out of the car and walked in. Lin Mo kept a constant watch on the criminal intuition in his mind, hoping to detect the whereabouts of the human trafficking ring. After patrolling for 2 hours, Lu Dahai and Lin Mo encountered no suspicious individuals. Finally, they had no choice but to return to the car. Damn it, did we get played by that human trafficker Old Wu? Lu Dahai exclaimed, visibly frustrated. He then called other officers at the station, but they reported no findings elsewhere either. Moreover, Li Jianhua, who had gone to the train station, reported to Lu Dahai that the human traffickers who had been scamming people there hadn't shown up today either. This immediately gave Lu Dahai a bad feeling. Master, could it be that after we arrested human traffickers Old Wu and Old Jean, the rest of the trafficking ring caught wind of it? That's hard to say. Lu Dahai was helpless. They had captured human trafficker Old Wu, but now even the leads at the train station had dried up. If arresting Old Wu had alerted the human trafficking ring, it would be a costly mistake. Lin Mo was also deeply troubled. Everything had been progressing smoothly. But suddenly, all leads had vanished and little Ding Dang was missing. He had always treated little Ding Dang like his own little sister, and now he was more worried than anyone about her safety. What could he do? The longer they delayed, the greater the danger to Xiao Dingtang. Moreover, he had promised Director Wang he would rescue Xiao Dingtang. If something truly happened to Xiao Dingtang, Director Wang would likely blame himself for the rest of his life. Just as Lin Mo felt utterly helpless, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 10. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. 10 sin points. He was no stranger to this number. The young girl forced into scamming at the train station had also registered 10 points. Could the person detected by the sin perception be that same girl forced into scamming at the train station? Lin Mo hurriedly looked in the direction indicated by the system alert. Through the train window, he recognized her. It was indeed the same girl he had seen before. He even remembered giving her 20 yuan. Just as he was about to get off the train to find her, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind again. System, sin perception has detected a criminal with a sin value of 600. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo noticed the criminal had been trailing behind the girl the entire time. Lu Dahai noticed Lin Mo's unusual behavior and asked, Disciple, what are you looking at? Master, look, that girl is the one I spotted at the station earlier, and she's being followed by a human trafficker. Lu Dahai perked up at the news. He quickly looked in the direction Lin Mo was pointing. If they're appearing here, this place might actually be the human trafficker's hideout. Lu Dahai exclaimed excitedly. He had thought the trail of the trafficker had gone cold, but now suddenly a new lead had surfaced. It felt like the heavens were aiding them. He vowed to follow the trail this time and find the human trafficker's hideout. Lin Mo noticed the young girl actually walking into a public restroom. The male trafficker was waiting outside. A sudden idea struck Lin Mo, and he urgently said to Lu Dahai, Master, where's the dress you bought for the master's wife? In the trunk. Why? Lu Dahai immediately grasped Lin Mo's intent and hurriedly retrieved them from the trunk. He returned to the car and handed the clothes directly to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was startled. Master, why are you giving this to me? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Dahai was even more astonished. I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your master's twilight years, would you? With the situation urgent, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and put the clothes on immediately. Though Lin Mo stood at 1.8 meters tall, he was rather thin. The clothes Lu Dahai had bought for his wife fit him, though they were a bit short. Disciple, there's even lipstick. Lin Mo took the lipstick, applied it casually, slipped on a pair of women's sunglasses, got out of the car, and headed toward the women's restroom. Lu Dahai watched the wedding anniversary gift he'd bought for his wife now adorned on his apprentice, a strange feeling settling in his heart. As Lin Mo passed by the human trafficker, the man actually whistled lewdly at him. Chapter 91, Man in Women's Clothes. Seeing the human trafficker actually whistling lewdly at her, goosebumps instantly rose on her skin, and her body couldn't help but shudder. How disgusting. At that moment, Lin Mo desperately wanted to toss aside his wig, rip off his sunglasses, and let the man see his true face. To disgust him right back. But he had a mission to accomplish and couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. If that girl came out of the bathroom now, all his plans would go down the drain. Just as Lin Mo was about to head toward the restroom, he heard the human trafficker call out to him. Hey, beautiful, wanna catch a movie tonight? Lin Mo nearly stumbled. Fortunately, his mental fortitude had grown stronger, otherwise, he truly couldn't have endured a man's flirtatious advances. Lin Mo stepped into the restroom. Truth be told, it was his first time entering a women's restroom, and he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Inside were 3 stalls, with only the innermost one occupied. He could faintly hear low sobs coming from within. Lin Mo was certain it was the girl inside. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he hurried over and knocked softly on the door. The young girl inside immediately stopped crying. Who is it? Little girl, I'm a police officer. I can help you. Lin Mo immediately identified himself. Hearing the man identify himself as a police officer, the girl in the bathroom hurriedly opened the stall door. Her swollen eyes scanned the tall woman before her. She didn't look like a cop at all. Sis, are you really a cop? The girl was skeptical, and it wasn't surprising she didn't trust Lin Mo. These past days, she'd come from a mountain village to work, only to be deceived by one person after another. Finally, traffickers had lured her here and forced her into scamming others. She simply didn't know whom to trust anymore. Yes. Lin Mo nodded in response. He activated the system's voice mimicking skill, now speaking in the voice of a young woman. The girl didn't realize Lin Mo was a man. Lin Mo didn't tell her either. He certainly didn't want anyone to know a grown man had entered the women's restroom. Even though it was necessary for the investigation, he still felt awkward. Seeing the girl still seemed somewhat skeptical, Lin Mo recited his police badge number and the name of his precinct. The girl didn't understand police badge numbers, but she chose to trust Lin Mo. After confirming the woman before her was indeed a police officer. For some reason, her tears began to fall like pearls from a broken string, cascading down uncontrollably. All the grievances she had endured these past days finally burst forth, unable to be held back any longer. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo suddenly panicked. Sweetie, you need to calm down. The bad guys are still out there. The girl was remarkably sensible. She immediately stopped sobbing, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and whispered to Lin Mo. Officer, you have to get me out of here. I want to go home. I don't want to lie. Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Lin Mo hurriedly promised. Don't worry. I'll definitely get you out of here. After comforting the girl briefly, Lin Mo hurriedly asked. Where do you live? Every time the traffickers took us out, they blindfolded us. I only know we were in a single-story house with a courtyard. I don't know anything else. How many other victims live with you? 5. Have you seen a little girl around 4 years old? The girl paused for a moment before speaking. The night before last, they brought in the little girl. Lin Mo's heart immediately tightened upon hearing this. Because it was the day before yesterday that little Ding Dang was sold by Ma Deshun to the human trafficker Lao Wu, who then resold her to a human trafficking ring. What's the little girl's name? I think it was Xiao Dingtang. The girl said uncertainly. When Lin Mo heard the name Xiao Dingtang, his entire body trembled. It was indeed Xiao Dingtang. He urgently asked again. Where is that little girl now? The little girl only stayed 1 night. The next day, someone took her away. I don't know exactly where she was sent. Hearing this, the hope that had flared in Lin Mo was extinguished once more. When they brought that little girl in, she was crying the whole time. Those people even gave her some pills. What? Lin Mo was furious upon hearing the traffickers had given little Ding Dang some pills. Remember, Xiao Dingtang was only 4 years old. Those beasts. Just as Lin Mo was about to ask more questions, the trafficker's voice suddenly echoed from the bathroom doorway. Time's up, get out here. Hearing the traffickers shout, the girl recoiled in terror, grabbing Lin Mo's arm urgently. She whispered urgently. Police officer, I don't want to go with him. You have to save me. I beg you. Lin Mo whispered reassuringly. Don't worry. As a police officer, I absolutely will get you out. But not yet. I still need to rescue the other 5 people. Yet the girl clung to Lin Mo's arm, refusing to let go. She was terrified of the traffickers. Because if they disobeyed, the traffickers would punish them severely. Listen to me first. There are police outside. Soon we'll confront these criminals and rescue all the victims. If I rescue you alone now, it will alert the traffickers. They'll move the other victims, and it might be impossible to save them. The girl remembered her best friend, the only person she had left in the world, still trapped inside. She loosened her grip on Lin Mo's arm and nodded. The traffickers outside seemed to sense something was amiss and shouted again. Get out here now, or I'll come in. The girl glanced at Lin Mo one last time, then reluctantly stepped outside. The moment she stepped outside, Lin Mo heard a loud smack. Damn it! If you hesitate again next time, I'll break your legs. Lin Mo clenched his fists, itching to storm in and beat the trafficker senseless, then rescue the girl. But now, other victims remain under their control. If Lin Mo acts now, he can only rescue one person. The victims would surely be transferred elsewhere by these traffickers. Lin Mo paused to think, forcing down the rage boiling inside him. Then, he took a deep breath and stepped out of the bathroom. But upon exiting, he noticed the trafficker hadn't led the girl away. Instead, he was waiting for something. Lin Mo walked toward Lu Dahai as if nothing was amiss. As he passed the trafficker, the man suddenly spoke to Lin Mo again. Hey, beautiful, remember when I asked you to watch a movie? Still interested? He. Lin Mo felt a wave of exasperation. Was this trafficker actually waiting for him here? Just as Lin Mo was about to refuse, an idea struck him. If she could get closer to the trafficker, she might uncover more information. Perhaps he could not only rescue these victims but also uncover the whereabouts of little Ding Dong. Chapter 92, The Beauty Trap. Lin Mo deliberately sneered at the trafficker. You want to seduce me? Do you even have what it takes? Hearing this, the trafficker perked up. If Lin Mo ignored him, he'd be stuck. But as long as he engaged in conversation, he was confident in his charm. The trafficker flicked his hair back, smugly declaring, Hey, sweetheart, how'd you know unless you give it a shot? Okay. Hearing Lin Mo's agreement, the trafficker felt triumphant inside. It seemed his charm had indeed captivated the other person. From childhood onward, his handsome looks had always ensured he never lacked female attention. But dating a girl over 6 feet tall was a first for him. A man's desire to conquer instantly sparked his interest in Lin Mo. How do you want to proceed? Lin Mo asked deliberately. It's still early. We could grab a bite to eat first, then head to the cinema later. How does that sound? The trafficker glanced at Lin Mo's long legs and said. Lin Mo felt a wave of disgust wash over him, but he endured it for the sake of rescuing the victims. Let's go. The trafficker couldn't help but lick his lips. My car is just up ahead. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly remembered the girl beside him. Turning to Lin Mo, the trafficker said. Wait a moment. I'll find someone to take her back. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Liuzi, come to Lumen Bridge. Help me get this guy back. Stop wasting my time, I've got urgent business to attend to. Wait 20 minutes. Fine, hurry up. After finishing the call, the trafficker turned to Lin Mo. Miss, I'm sorry. We'll need to wait 20 minutes, but we can go grab some coffee at the cafe in the meantime. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Mo finished speaking and turned to leave. The trafficker hurriedly interjected. Hey, how about this? You come with me to take her back, then we can go on our date. What do you say? Is it far? Not far. 10 minutes max. The trafficker hurriedly explained. All right. Lin Mo then followed the trafficker and got into his car. Not far away, Lu Dahai watched the scene unfold, his face filled with confusion. What's going on? Why did Lin Mo get into the trafficker's car? Just as he was pondering this, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lin Mo. It simply read 3 words, Beauty Trap. Lu Dahai instantly understood, silently admiring his apprentice. Brilliant. That works too. But his apprentice still had a certain charm when dressed in women's clothing. Just then, his phone buzzed again. The message read. The hideout. Lu Dahai quickly snapped out of his thoughts. Lin Mo was heading to the human trafficker's hideout with the other party. He quickly got in his car and followed. He then contacted the rest of the station, ordering them all to assemble at Lumen Bridge. Perhaps this time they could wipe out the entire human trafficking ring. However, not long after Lu Dahai began tailing the trafficker's vehicle, he suddenly realized he'd lost track of them. This infuriated him. He had been following them perfectly, they'd just passed through a few small streets when they vanished. Just as he was feeling frustrated, Lin Mo sent him another message. It contained the trafficker's current location. The trafficker drove with cunning precision, deliberately cutting in at the last second of every green light. Moreover, he only took winding back roads, leaving even Lin Mo, who was in the car, disoriented. Fortunately, he had the GPS tracking. The trafficker kept chatting with Lin Mo and even deliberately glanced at his phone. Only when he saw Lin Mo playing a game did he relax. Instead of driving to their hideout, the trafficker stopped at a location and made a phone call. 5 minutes later, a man arrived driving a BMW. The system's voice immediately echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 700. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo could confirm the BMW driver was the trafficker's accomplice. The trafficker addressed Lin Mo. Beautiful lady, come on. I'll take you to that car. Lin Mo said nothing. Taking advantage of the trafficker's distraction, he signaled to the girl with his eyes that he would rescue her later. The girl gave a slight nod in response. Then, the criminal driving the BMW handed the keys to the trafficker and drove off in the car Lin Mo had been sitting in earlier. Lin Mo got into the trafficker's BMW. Hey, this is my car. How about it? Still got what it takes to take me out, huh? Barely. Lin Mo sent his last known location to Lu Dahai and briefly explained the situation. Seeing Lin Mo constantly fiddling with his phone, the trafficker inquired. What does the beauty do for a living? Model. The trafficker grinned lecherously upon hearing this. He hadn't expected to land a model. Today's luck was too good. All he had to do was spend a little more on her tonight, and he'd definitely get what he wanted. The thought of the night's unmentionable scenes instantly excited the trafficker. The trafficker brought Lin Mo to a Western-style restaurant, ordering some red wine and steak. The reason the trafficker chose this steakhouse was because a hotel was right next door. Once he got the girl drunk, he could take her next door to get a room. To be honest, Lin Mo felt immense anguish inside. He'd never been in a relationship his entire life, and now he was being manipulated by a man. He desperately wanted to arrest the man right then and there, but the thought of rescuing the victims in Little Ding Dang forced him to endure. Soon the steak and wine arrived. Lin Mo frowned slightly and said, I don't drink red wine. Bring me baijiu. The trafficker chuckled upon hearing this. The high alcohol content of the baijiu meant the other party would get drunk more easily. He then addressed the waiter. Bring us 2 bottles of Mao Tai. I'm sorry, sir, we're a Western restaurant and don't sell liquor. The trafficker immediately pulled out a wad of cash. Get the liquor for me within 2 minutes, and the tip is all yours. The waiter took the money and dashed out. The trafficker smugly thought he'd pulled off a major show of bravado. Lin Mo really wanted to smash a bottle over his head. Soon, 2 bottles of baijiu were brought back. Lin Mo had exchanged for a hangover curing capsule in the system store. Its effects were incredibly potent. No matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk. He'd used them before when capturing the seductive rats. Lu Dahai arrived at the location Lin Mo had sent him to in no time. He heard Lin Mo say the target had made a phone call and driven 5 minutes to this location. He then calculated the human trafficker's hideout, determining it was within a 5-kilometer radius of his current location. The east was the direction he had come from, so it definitely couldn't be that way. To the south lay a lake. Eliminating the east and south, only the west and north remained as possibilities. Chapter 93, Showing Off. Inside a farmhouse courtyard in Lumenkyo. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, revealing a standard quadrangle courtyard inside. In the east wing, 3 men puffing on cigarettes played cards. In the west wing, 5 girls with bound hands and feet were huddled in a corner, sobbing. Sister Juanzi, I don't want them to drag me off for that, sniffle sniffle. A girl of 14 or 15 sobbed. Xiaoling, don't cry. Today I met a police officer. She said she'd come to rescue us. The speaker was Juanzi, the very girl Lin Mo had encountered in the restroom earlier that day. Sister Juanzi, is that really true? Asked another girl. Yes, she promised me she'd rescue all of us. Then Juanzi recounted her encounter in the restroom today to her friends. Great. We're finally saved. I hope the police rescue us soon, otherwise tonight they'll drag us out to sell our bodies. The thought of being sent to nightclubs by traffickers to sell their bodies filled the girls with dread. Just a few days ago, one of the girls had been dragged off to be sold. She returned covered in bruises and cuts, and no one knew where she'd been taken afterward. They didn't know what she'd been through, but it felt utterly terrifying. As they whispered among themselves, footsteps sounded outside the door. They quickly fell silent. The middle-aged man pushed open the door, saw all 5 girls securely bound, and immediately relaxed. He closed the door and left. Then he went to check the kitchen. Sister Lu, is dinner ready? Almost, boss. A middle-aged woman answered. The middle-aged man then called out toward the east wing. Liuzi, come here. A man emerged from the east wing and followed the middle-aged man to the main house on the north side. After entering, the middle-aged man instructed Liuzi to close the door. Boss Qin, what's going on? Liuzi asked, noticing Qin Guanye's unusual caution. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, Yes, I think old Wu and old Jin have been arrested. Arrested? They won't turn us in, will they? Liuzi worried aloud. Even if they do, it doesn't matter. Old Wu and old Jin don't know our hideout. That's good. That's good. Liuzi finally relaxed. Qin Guanye frowned deeply, his gaze fixed blankly on a spot. He took a few more puffs on his cigarette before speaking. But for safety's sake, we'll move locations today. Change locations? Boss Chin, didn't you say they don't know our hideout? Even if they don't, cops these days are as nimble as monkeys. We can't risk our lives on that. How about we go to Brother Biao's place? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Brother Biao has stressed it countless times, if anything goes wrong, never go to him. Whoever does, he'll kill them. Qin Guanya snapped irritably. Then what do we do? Qin Guanya lit another cigarette and took a drag. We'll go to Old Gu. We helped him collect a kid a couple days ago, he owes me a favor. Their human trafficking ring was divided into several operations. Qin Guanya handled scamming teenage girls, while Old Gu was in charge of trafficking young children. The traffickers kept their operations separate as a precaution. If one operation was busted by the police, the others could remain unaffected. This way, the entire operation wouldn't be wiped out. So whenever the upper echelons of the trafficking ring detect any signs of trouble below, they can go into hiding. If all else failed, they could simply pack up and flee, relocating to another city to continue their trafficking operations. Before arriving in Lianchang, the human trafficking ring had already operated in several cities. They used this pattern to evade the police's repeated pursuits. Whenever trouble arose, it was always the lower-ranking members who bore the brunt. Qin Guanya then called Old Gu. Upon hearing that one of their middlemen had been arrested, Old Gu immediately grew tense. However, Qin Guanya and Gu Hongxiang had maintained a decent working relationship. And since it wasn't one of their own being arrested, Gu Hongxiang agreed to let Qin Guanya stay at their hideout for a couple of days. Old Gu, I'll remember your kindness. Rest assured, we'll move out the moment we find a suitable place. No problem. Come by at 9 p.m. tonight. Got it. Qin Guanya hung up the phone, finally feeling at ease. He glanced at the time and addressed Liuzi. Notify everyone after dinner, pack up and we're leaving in half an hour. So rushed? What? Is there a problem? Well, your nephew has he. Off chasing girls again? Qin Guanya snapped angrily. Liuzi nodded. Get him back here immediately. That horny little bastard will end up ruined by women sooner or later. Seeing Qin Guanya so furious, Liuzi hurriedly added. Boss, don't get so worked up. I'll go get him right now. Inside the Western restaurant. Human trafficker Sun Yu was clinking glasses with Lin Mo. Thanks to his system's anti-drunkenness capsules, Lin Mo showed no signs of intoxication. In contrast, the trafficker Sun Yu was already reeling from the alcohol. Beautiful lady, I never expected you to hold your liquor so well. Come, let's continue. Sun Yu had only one thought in his mind, get her drunk so he could make his move later. Come on, handsome, let's down the entire bottle of baijiu. Alright. That's the spirit, beautiful. I like it. Sun Yu grabbed the bottle and started chugging. Once he finished, Lin Mo immediately had the waiter open 2 bottles of red wine. Handsome guy, you're the heaviest drinker I've ever seen. You're a real hero. Trafficker Sun Yu's male ego ballooned instantly at the beauty's praise. Today, Big Brother will show you something. Sun Yu, the human trafficker, began gulping down a bottle of red wine. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of the beauty today. After downing the entire bottle, the human trafficker's stomach felt like it would burst. Beautiful lady, wait a moment. I need to use the restroom, then we'll drink some more. Lin Mo watched the already drunk trafficker, then called a waiter to help support him to the restroom. After the trafficker left, Lin Mo picked up his phone and called Lu Dahai. Master. Have you located the human trafficker's hideout yet? Not yet. We're still investigating. Lu Dahai explained, they wouldn't dare go door to door asking questions openly now. That would easily alert the target. So they can only rely on their usual experience to make judgments. Master, this trafficker is already drunk. I'll find an opportunity to pry the hideout's location out of him. Alright. Lin Mo hung up the phone. Moments later. Human trafficker Sun Yu staggered back, supported by a waiter. No sooner had Sun Yu sat down than his phone rang. Chapter 94, Second Uncle. Sun Yu, drunk as a skunk, picked up the phone. Seeing it was Liuzi calling, he hung up immediately. Why was he calling now? Wasn't this interrupting his time with the ladies? But no sooner had he hung up than his phone rang again. Seeing it was Liuzi again calling twice in a row annoyed him. So he answered and said, What's up? I'm busy. Sun Yu, your second uncle wants you to come back. We can talk about it tomorrow. We're moving out. One of our middlemen downstairs got busted. Liuzi explained. At that moment, Sun Yu was drunk out of his mind. Only one thought occupied his mind, getting a hotel room with a beautiful woman. No matter how much Liuzi pleaded, he paid no attention. Fine, that's it. The human trafficker Sun Yu hung up the phone immediately. Now that he'd finally gotten the beautiful woman drunk enough, there was no way he was going back. From Sun Yu's words, Lin Mo deduced that it must have been his accomplice telling him to return. If he could tag along back to the source now, wouldn't that mean he'd found the human trafficker's hideout? Just as Lin Mo was about to speak up, the other end rang again. Sun Yu, the trafficker, answered with obvious irritation, immediately yelling into the phone. You idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm giving you 20 minutes to get your ass back here. If you don't make it in time, don't bother coming back at all. Second uncle, I. Before human trafficker Sun Yu could respond, his second uncle hung up the phone. Though Sun Yu was drunk, he dared not defy his uncle's orders. He stared dazedly at the captivating beauty, the prize almost within his grasp, only to see it slip away. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He slammed his phone down on the table. Damn it! Then, stammering, he addressed Lin Mo. Beautiful lady, I have something to do. I can't keep you company tonight. Hearing this, Lin Mo realized he was about to leave and immediately pleaded in a sweet, pleading voice. It's so late already. Don't you want to do something with me? After saying that, Lin Mo nearly gagged himself. But to find the human trafficker's hideout, he was willing to go all out. Hearing such suggestive words, the human trafficker Sun Yu felt his hormones surge. He desperately wanted to pounce on the beauty before him right then and there. But moments later, he recalled his second uncle's words and instantly cooled down. In the end, reason overpowered his desires after all, his uncle controlled the purse strings. With money, any woman could be his. With a resigned sigh, he concluded. Beautiful lady, let's connect when you have time. Lin Mo looked at him. Had he actually restrained his inner desires? Was it because she wasn't charming enough? So he pulled out his ultimate move, standing up to reveal his long, shapely legs. Handsome, how about tonight? I'll come to your place. Hearing this, the human trafficker Sun Yu felt his smoldering lust flare up again. Damn it! He'd never seen legs that long before. Who could resist? He desperately wanted to get his hands on them. He wanted to take the beauty back to his place for a night of passion. But they were human traffickers after all, and his uncle had warned him never to bring anyone back to their hideout. This dilemma instantly paralyzed him. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Mo immediately stepped closer and whispered in his ear with a tingling voice. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. The trafficker, Sun Yu, could no longer resist. He thought to himself. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a beautiful woman? If his second uncle insisted, he could just let him have a little fun. He knew full well his uncle was a man who kept his desires hidden. With that thought, the trafficker Sun Yu agreed with a lecherous grin. Beautiful lady, you said it, I can do whatever I want. Ha. Of course. The trafficker Sun Yu then stumbled drunkenly over to his car with Lin Mo in tow. He headed straight for the driver's seat. Lin Mo hurriedly tried to stop him. How dare he drive in this state? That's just asking for trouble. He helped the human trafficker Sun Yu into the passenger seat. Then he took the driver's seat himself. He had consumed the system's sobering capsule, which instantly broke down the alcohol in his system into water. Now, not a trace of alcohol remained in his system. Lin Mo had also mastered racing techniques, so driving was absolutely no problem for him. Handsome, you navigate. I'll drive. Alright. A beauty who can drive? Awesome. He. Subsequently, the human trafficker Sun Yu guided Lin Mo along the route as he drove at breakneck speed. Because he'd finished a bottle of red wine, its effects were kicking in. Red wine is different from baijiu. Baijiu hits you instantly, while red wine takes its time. Therefore, Lin Mo had to reach the trafficker's hideout before he passed out completely. During the drive, Lin Mo texted Lu Dahai to update him on their situation. He also shared his location with him. Over at the human trafficker's side. They had already packed their belongings, waiting only for Qin Guangye's nephew, Sun Yu, to return before setting off. But they waited, and he still didn't show up. This infuriated Qin Guangye. Liuzi, I put the person in your care. What kind of job are you doing? Lu Zi replied with a pained expression. Big brother Qin, he is your nephew after all. I can't be too strict with him. I told you before, don't treat him like my nephew. Manage him however you see fit. Hearing Qin Guangye's words, Lu Zi felt utterly speechless inside. That said, Sun Yu is Qin Guangye's own nephew. If he cracks down too hard on Sun Yu could easily plant some bad words in Qin Guangye's ears, and then how would he ever get by? Having served as Qin Guangye's right-hand man for so long, he knew the man's temper all too well. That good-for-nothing brat, when he gets back, I'll break his legs for sure. Qin Guangye declared angrily. The other two underlings stood by, not daring to utter a word. Just then, the sound of a car door opening echoed from the entrance. Boss, it must be Sun Yu coming back. Liuzi exclaimed excitedly. He'd finally waited for this big shot to return, otherwise, he'd still be getting chewed out by Qin Guangye. Lu Zi hurried to the door to greet Sun Yu. But when he opened the door, he discovered Sun Yu being supported by a tall, beautiful woman. What? What was going on? Could this be the woman he'd been pursuing, brought home now? If old Qin found out, he'd probably give him another earful. Sun Yu, how could you bring a woman back? If your second uncle finds out. No worries, I've got this covered. Ha. Come on. I'll take you inside. Sun Yu and Lin Mo entered the main hall together. Chapter 95, Internal Strife. Qin Guanyi was about to berate Sun Yu when he suddenly noticed the stunning beauty standing beside him. He froze for a moment, then his temper flared instantly. After all, they were human traffickers in illegal trade. They couldn't let anyone know. And now his own nephew had brought a woman to their hideout. This was an absolute taboo in their line of work. Qin Guanyi then recalled that old Wu and old Jean had been arrested today, and his suspicion immediately fell upon this woman. He drew his pistol and pointed it at Lin Mo. "You're a cop." Lin Mo froze, his mind racing with confusion. Had he been exposed? But that shouldn't be possible. He guessed the other party was probably just guessing, so he pretended to be terrified and hid behind Sun Yu. "Help! He's got a gun." Sun Yu saw his uncle scare the beautiful woman into hiding behind him. This was his moment to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. He puffed out his chest, thrust out his arm, and stood in front of Lin Mo. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" "She's my new girlfriend." "Girlfriend? When did you two meet?" Qin Guanyi asked sternly. "Today? What's the deal?" "Then there's no doubt she's a cop. Get out of the way, let me take her down." The other traffickers were also left utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Sun Yu just got a new girlfriend, and now she's a cop? Sun Yu staggered to his feet before Lin Mo, his expression solemn and righteous. "How dare you say she's a cop? Sun Yu, today both our middlemen, old Wu and old Jean, got busted by the cops. And you just happened to meet her today and bring her back? That's way too coincidental." Qin Guanyi retorted. Lin Mo understood immediately. This human trafficker boss was quite shrewd. But today, he had protection. Lin Mo grabbed Sun Yu's arm and said, "Brother Yu, she's scared. Let's get out of here quickly." Seeing the delicate beauty, Sun Yu's protective instincts were instantly stirred. "Don't worry, beautiful. Big brother's here." Qin Guanyi looked at the tall, slender beauty, her face frozen in terror, and his suspicions that she might be a cop began to fade. To be honest, he'd never seen a female cop who was 6 feet tall. With a figure like that, modeling would pay more than policing and be safer too. "What do you do for a living?" Qin Guanyi asked Lin Mo. "Model." Lin Mo deliberately stammered out the answer. Hearing this answer, Qin Guanyi felt relieved. Just as he'd expected, the other person was a model. At that moment, Sun Yu pointed at her second uncle and said, "Uncle, put the gun down. You scared the crap out of my girlfriend. How dare you speak to me like that?" Qin Guanyi's anger had already subsided, but having his nephew point a finger at him in front of others, where was his dignity supposed to go? He shouted at Sun Yu. "Let me tell you, if it weren't for your dead mother, I wouldn't give a damn about you. You'll end up ruined by a woman sooner or later." After 2 sentences, Qin Guanyi decided not to argue with his nephew anymore. He'd had too much to drink today, and given his temper, who knew what trouble he might stir up next? Besides, they had to move today. Staying here made him feel uneasy. But the drunk Sun Yu wouldn't let it go, insisting he couldn't lose face in front of the beautiful woman today. "You've got the nerve to lecture me? Think I don't know about your dirty little secrets? You. Lu Jia was still sneaking around in the cornfield yesterday." At Sun Yu's words, Liuzi and the others gaped like onlookers at a spectacle, staring at Qin Guanyi and Sister Lu. Standing behind Qin Guanyi, Sister Lu immediately denied it. "You little brat. You're just talking nonsense because you're drunk." Qin Guanyi froze in surprise. He hadn't expected his own nephew to know about this. Though it was true, he couldn't possibly admit it in front of so many people. "You're asking for a beating." Qin Guanyi lunged at Sun Yu. Liuzi and the others rushed forward to restrain Qin Guanyi. Qin Guanyi instantly lost his temper and bellowed, "All of you get out of here. I'm going to teach him a lesson today." Knowing Qin Guanyi's temper, Liuzi and the others had no choice but to leave. At that moment, Lin Mo followed them out. Once in the courtyard, they could already hear the shouting inside the house. "Uncle, how dare you hit me? I'll tell Auntie. And you went to a hotel with that 200-pound woman." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Liuzi and the others couldn't help but gape in shock once more. Was this really the stern Qin Lauda they knew? His taste was truly outrageous. Sixth brother, the boss's tastes are truly beyond belief. He didn't even spare that 50-something Sister Lu, and now he's going after a woman over 200 pounds? How could he possibly bring himself to do it? At this point, all 3 of them felt a chill run down their spines. Their gazes then fell upon Lin Mo beside them. They couldn't help but admire inwardly. Now that's a real beauty. Through the sin radar in his mind, Lin Mo had already identified the criminals in this den. There were 6 of them in total: Sun Yu, his second uncle, Sister Lu, and the 3 men by his side. Lin Mo reasoned that while the 3 inside were arguing, he could take care of the 3 outside first. So he sweetly addressed Liuzi. "Sixth brother, could you tell me where the restroom is?" Lu Zi felt a wave of pleasure wash over him at the sound of the beautiful woman's soft, sweet voice. "Where is it? Can you take me there? I'm afraid of the dark." Liuzi readily agreed without hesitation, instantly making the other 2 envious. Lin Mo followed Liuzi into the alley beside the west wing. It was pitch black here, and Liuzi's heart pounded relentlessly. He secretly hoped something would happen. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and passed out instantly. Lin Mo then pulled out his phone and contacted Lu Dahai. His voice was hushed as he said, "Master, have you arrived? Disciple, we're already in position. What's the situation inside?" Lin Mo then reported the situation inside in detail. After hanging up, Lin Mo approached the corner of the West Wing room, where he saw the other two human traffickers chatting and laughing. Then, mimicking Liuzi's voice, Lin Mo called out, "You two, come over here. There's something good to see." Hearing this, the two immediately grew excited. Could it be that beautiful woman from earlier had exposed herself? They hurried over. Lin Mo seized the moment. Boom! Boom! He knocked both of them unconscious. Since learning the basic combat skills rewarded by the system, he knew exactly how much force to use and where to strike to render an opponent unconscious. After knocking them out, Lin Mo quickly opened the gate and signaled to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai and his men quietly slipped inside. When Li Jianhua saw Lin Mo's appearance, he was utterly astonished. Your brother Lin. Cut the crap, we're on a mission. Chapter 96, congratulations, you got it right. Lin Mo then addressed Lu Dahai and the others. There are still 3 people in the main room to the north, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men, a middle-aged guy, has a gun. Lu Dahai began laying out the tactical plan. Since the enemy had a handgun, they had to be on high alert. If they draw the pistol, shoot to kill. Roger that. The others responded in hushed tones. Zhang Dalong and Niu Taijun then took cover on opposite sides of the room, awaiting orders and ready to charge in at any moment. Zhang Ji guarded the 3 human traffickers knocked unconscious by Lin Mo. At that moment, Li Jianhua reported to Lu Dahai. "Chief, there are 6 victims here." Lin Mo opened the west wing room and found 6 girls huddled in the corner. At that moment, the girl named Juanzi spotted Lin Mo and became visibly excited. "Police officer, you really came to save us. This is wonderful." Hearing Juanzi's words, the other girl's eyes lit up with hope. "Sister Juanzi, she's the police officer you told us about." "Yep. That's her." Lin Mo felt incredibly awkward at that moment. He was still dressed in women's clothing, yet Li Jianhua was standing right behind him. He couldn't very well speak in a woman's voice now, could he? Li Jianhua would definitely mock him. Lin Mo whispered to his daughter in a low voice. "Keep your voices down. There are still 3 human traffickers we haven't caught yet." Juanzi nodded, then gave a quick instruction to the girls beside her. They all quickly shut their mouths. Lin Mo then stepped out of the room. Just as Lu Dahai was about to charge into the main house, Lin Mo called out to him. "Master, hold off on charging in. Let me go first and subdue the human trafficker leader with the pistol." "No way. It's too dangerous." Lu Dahai flatly refused. "Master, they've already seen me. They know I'm the girlfriend of one of the traffickers, so they won't be overly suspicious of me." Lu Dahai fell silent. Lin Mo was absolutely right, this was the best approach. If they stormed in forcefully, the enemy would surely draw their guns and open fire. That would put them in serious danger. After careful consideration, Lu Dahai agreed to Lin Mo's proposal. "But apprentice, you must ensure your own safety." "Understand? Got it." Lu Dahai then notified Zhang Dalong and Niu Taijun that the plan had changed. They were to follow Lin Mo's orders and hold off on charging in until further notice. Then Lin Mo strode right past them and walked in. Zhang Dalong and Niu Taijun were left staring in stunned silence. Is this even possible? They were utterly in awe of Lin Mo at that moment. Earlier, when they were apprehending the human traffickers Old Wu and Old Jean, Lin Mo had driven the old Santana with such racing car precision that it had utterly stunned them. Then he imitated Lao Jin's voice. Only then did they successfully apprehend the traffickers. Now, Lin Mo had gone undercover as a woman to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. And he hadn't given himself away yet. This alone left the two of them in awe. They both wondered where Lin Mo had learned such skills. Did police academies actually teach such skills nowadays? After Lin Mo entered the room, the arguing inside instantly fell silent. Then Qin Guanya addressed Lin Mo. "What are you doing here? Get out." The conflict between Qin Guanya and his nephew was entirely caused by this woman before him. He was already annoyed just seeing Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could respond, the human trafficker Sun Yu immediately interjected. "She's my person. Why should she leave? The one who should leave is her." Sun Yu pointed at Sister Lu standing beside Qin Guanya. "I told Sun Yu that Sister Lu is my lover, what's the problem?" Zhang Dalong and the others outside heard the conversation inside, their faces filled with astonishment. They exchanged glances, bewildered. What the hell is going on here? The relationships are way too complicated. Lin Mo really knows how to stir things up. On his very first day infiltrating enemy territory, he's already caused all this conflict. Inside the room, Lin Mo kept glancing at the pistol tucked behind Qin Guanya's waist. He kept thinking about how to get close enough to grab the gun. At that moment, Qin Guanya glanced at his watch. It was already 8:36 p.m. He had agreed to meet Old Good 9 p.m. Alright, this matter ends here. I approve of you dating this beauty. Qin Guanya had no desire to continue this back and forth with his nephew. Liuji, pack up and get ready to leave. Qin Guanya called out twice, but Liuji didn't respond. His temper flared, finding no outlet for his frustration. He turned and headed for the door. As he passed by Lin Mo, the young man seized the moment and snatched the pistol tucked at his waist. Qin Guanya's heart sank in alarm. Lin Mo already had the gun pointed at the other person's head. Freeze! Qin Guanya froze in terror, unable to move. Hey, put the gun down first. Let's talk this out calmly. Be careful it doesn't go off. The human trafficker, Sun Yu, assumed Lin Mo was taking revenge for him by snatching his uncle's gun. He was suddenly filled with smug satisfaction. Uncle, see that? Mine's the real deal. Had ha. Sun Yu had barely finished speaking. Smack. Lin Mo slapped him across the face. He'd been itching to beat the crap out of him for ages. At that moment, Lu Dahai and the others rushed in. They subdued the three men inside. You're a cop. Qin Guanya shouted at Lin Mo. Lin Mo promptly removed his wig, revealing his natural masculine voice. Congratulations, you got it right. Qin Guanya stared at Lin Mo, now restored to his male appearance, utterly astonished. You're actually a man. Sun Yu, too, was startled half sober by the scene before him. His eyes widened. The beautiful woman he'd been flirting with all night was actually a man. This was simply too much for him to accept. And just moments ago, he'd gotten into a huge argument with his second uncle over her. Who could have imagined this outcome? Sun Yu felt his mind spinning in chaos. He desperately wished this were all just a dream. Qin Guanya glared at Sun Yu from the side. You good for nothing. If you'd ruined yourself over a woman, I might have accepted it. But you ruined yourself over a man? Are you blind? Qin Guanya was utterly speechless with exasperation at Sun Yu. He felt like shooting his own nephew. He never imagined he'd fall into his own nephew's trap. Sigh. Saying anything more now was utterly pointless. Because once he was locked up, he'd never see the outside world again. After that, Lu Dahai escorted everyone onto the vehicle. Today, they had not only apprehended 6 human traffickers but also rescued 5 victims. Lu Dahai slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and said, Well done, apprentice. This outfit is worth far more than giving it to your master's wife. Chapter 97, Human Trafficking Ringleader Ma Biao. Back to Gulo Street Police Station. Lin Mo quickly changed back into his own clothes. He couldn't bear the thought of anyone seeing him dressed as a woman. Lu Dahai and his team conducted an intensive interrogation of the 6 human traffickers they had apprehended. However, the interrogation results were disappointing. Only the ringleader, Qin Guanya, knew some details about the human trafficking syndicate. But even his knowledge was limited. According to his confession, the higher-ups in the trafficking ring only contacted him when absolutely necessary. Moreover, the high-ranking leaders of the human trafficking ring frequently changed locations. At present, Qin Guanya himself did not know the location of the human trafficking ring's main base. Still, Lu Dahai wasn't entirely without gains. At the very least, they learned the ringleader's name, Ma Biao. Upon hearing the name, Lu Dahai seemed to have a vague recollection, yet it remained hazy. When Lin Mo questioned Qin Guanya about Xiao Dingtang, he admitted she had been taken by the trafficker Go Hongxiang. Yet when it came to Go Hongxiang's background, he stubbornly refused to divulge any details. This left him utterly helpless. Lu Dahai then reported to Bureau Chief Zhang about how their Gulo Street police station had raided and dismantled the traffickers' hideout. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang was utterly shocked. Old Lu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Chief Zhang, I wouldn't dare joke about something like this. We can't discuss this properly over the phone. Wait at the station, I'm coming over immediately. After all, human trafficking was a major case, and Chief Zhang dared not take it lightly. Moreover, human traffickers' hideouts rarely operate in isolation. Behind them, there's likely a whole network involved. Who knows? Following this lead might uncover many more traffickers. 10 minutes later. Director Zhang rushed over in a flurry, heading straight for Lu Dahai's office. Old Lu, give me the full details of the situation. Lu Dahai then recounted the entire sequence of events to Director Zhang. What? Lin Mo again? Director Zhang exclaimed in shock. He never imagined that the person who dismantled this operation would be Lin Mo. What kind of extraordinary abilities does this Lin Mo possess to be so formidable? Consider this, within just half a month, Lin Mo had apprehended an A-level fugitive, a robbery suspect, the 7 rats of South City, and arrested hundreds of criminals. And now he'd cracked down on a human trafficking ring. Each of these cases was a major one. Even our Gulo sub-district police station hasn't achieved this much in a whole year. Old Lu, you've truly taken on an exceptional apprentice this time. Another collective third-class merit award is practically guaranteed. Old Lu felt a surge of pride. They hadn't earned a single honor in 3 years, yet in just the past half-month, they'd secured far more than just one collective third-class merit. But all the credit goes to Lin Mo. Without this apprentice, the Gula Sub-District Police Station could never have solved so many cases in such a short time. When Lin Mo first reported to your station, you even stormed the district bureau to make a scene. Before Chief Zhang could finish, Lu Dahai hurriedly interrupted. Old Zhang, keep your voice down. My office isn't soundproof. If Lin Mo overhears this, how embarrassing would that be for me as his mentor? You know embarrassment, huh? Ha. Alright, enough of that. Let's discuss the human trafficking case. Director Zhang and Lu Dahai then turned their discussion to the human trafficking case. Their investigation revealed that Ma Biao was no ordinary criminal. Records showed this Ma Biao wasn't a first-time trafficker. He started out selling children in northeast China. After the incident, he fled to the southwestern border of Longhua, where he continued his human trafficking operations. After several years of expansion, Ma Biao's human trafficking ring had grown to be known as the largest such operation in Longhua. A year ago, they were exposed, but managed to escape. Since then, Ma Biao had vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, they had quietly made their way to Liangchang. Director Zhang and Lu Dahai were both startled upon seeing the intelligence. This is undoubtedly the largest human trafficking case in the country. Old Lu, you're in for a windfall this time. If our bureau can capture Ma Biao, the ringleader of the human traffickers, a first-class merit award is absolutely guaranteed. At the mention of the first-class merit award, Lu Dahai's eyes lit up with excitement. If their station truly earned that award, the other station chiefs in the bureau would be green with envy. Over the past 3 years, whenever any of the other police stations under the bureau received honors, they would flaunt them right in front of him. He could only seethe with envy, powerless to do anything about it. If their station truly earned that first-class merit, they'd absolutely crush the other stations. At this thought, Lu Dahai couldn't help but rub his hands together, itching to go catch the human trafficker leader Ma Biao right away. Old Lu, calm down first. The fact that Ma Biao has managed to slip through our net so many times shows he's no pushover. Regarding the operation to apprehend Ma Biao's human trafficking ring, we need to deliberate carefully. If we alert him prematurely, it might not be worth the cost. Right. Lu Dahai nodded in agreement, realizing he'd been momentarily blinded by the glory of the first-class merit award. You want to write the report on capturing the human trafficker Qin Guanye? I'll apply for a collective third-class merit for your team, plus an individual third-class merit for Lin Mo. Lu Dahai's heart leapt with excitement at the news. Director Zhang, when will the honors for our station and Lin Mo be awarded? Just hearing you say apply without seeing the leaders actually award it. I'm waiting for those medals to be pinned on me so I can show off in front of those guys. What's the rush? The higher-ups said the medals will be awarded at the annual summary conference. The entire Liangcheng police system will be assembled. You'll get your chance to shine. Really? Lu Dahai was positively buzzing with excitement. Barring any surprises, their station had already secured 3 medals of honor. This would definitely be his chance to shine. And then there was his protege, Lin Mo. Capturing a Class F fugitive earned him a second-class merit. Dismantling the rat gang's hideout earned him a third-class merit. Dismantling the South City 7 Rats hideout and seizing 100 million yuan in illicit funds awarded a second-class merit. And Lu Dahai grew increasingly excited as Lin Mo had already earned 3 second-class meritorious service awards and 2 third-class meritorious service awards in just the past half-month. Such achievements far surpassed the combined honors earned by their entire precinct over 3 years. Lin Mo's accomplishments brought great pride to his mentor. The next day, the families of the rescued victims had all rushed to the scene. Seeing their children again, they couldn't help but bury their faces in their hands and weep. Some officers fought back tears as they wiped their eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. Behind every rescued child stood an entire family. These past days, their parents had endured even greater anguish than the children themselves. Thankfully, all had been rescued. At this very moment, Lin Mo gained a deeper understanding of the true meaning of being a police officer. Chapter 98, Grandma Juanzi. Though these girls were rescued, many victims remained trapped. Like little ding-dang. The thought weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart. Just then, a family member of one of the victims approached Lu Dahai and the others, holding their daughter close. They expressed their deepest gratitude. Thank you so much. If you hadn't rescued my daughter, I wouldn't have felt there was any meaning left in living. You saved our entire family. By the end, the entire family was about to kneel before Lu Dahai and his team. Several officers hurriedly pulled them back up. At that moment, Lu Dahai couldn't help but rub his eyes. After completing the necessary paperwork, they departed one by one. Finally, only Juanzi remained, waiting anxiously outside the police station. When an elderly woman appeared, she could no longer hold back her tears. She sprinted to the old woman and embraced her grandmother. She had thought she would never see her grandmother again in this lifetime. The old grandmother wept bitterly too. My dear granddaughter, you don't have to work to earn money for my medical bills anymore, she sobbed. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel moved. During this arrest operation, he had interacted most with Juanzi and knew she was an exceptionally well-behaved and sensible girl. He suspected the traffickers had exploited her innocence and kindness to deceive her. Lin Mo reached into his pocket, intending to donate some money to Juanzi. But he discovered he had no money at all. He then pulled Li Jianhua aside and whispered, "Brother Li, lend me some cash. I'll pay you back once my second-class merit bonus comes through." What? Li Jianhua stared at Lin Mo with wide eyes, as if his world had suddenly gone haywire. Repaying with a second-class merit bonus? Damn it! This is a second-class merit. Across the entire Longhua Police Department system, few officers ever received a second-class merit. Yet Lin Mo was using the bonus from a second-class merit to pay off debt. If he could earn a second-class merit award worth 5,000 yuan, he wouldn't spend a single penny. That money represents personal honor. Lin, are you sure this isn't blatant showing off? Showing off? Lin Mo didn't understand what Li Jianhua meant by that remark. Brother Li, lend me 5,000 first. Lin Mo suddenly remembered he still owed Tang Bing 5,000. A second-class merit award was worth 5,000, just enough to repay Tang Bing. So Lin Mo started counting on his fingers. Catching a wanted criminal, second-class merit, 5,000. Taking down a rat den, at least a personal commendation, 1,000. The golden rat should qualify for a third-class merit, another 2,000. Li Jianhua, listening to Lin Mo's mutterings beside him, was utterly flabbergasted. Holy! This was undoubtedly the most outrageous show-off of the century. He'd never seen anyone earn so many medals of honor. And he'd certainly never seen anyone calculate how much bonus money they'd get from each medal to determine how much to borrow. If you were Lin Mo, you'd be showing off, but he calculated it all so plainly and unpretentiously. At that moment, Li Jianhua felt utterly defeated by Lin Mo. Lin Mo finally finished his calculations and addressed Li Jianhua. Brother Li, rest assured. My medal bonus is over 10,000 yuan, more than enough to pay you back. Hearing this, Li Jianhua was at a loss for words. He just wanted to know. Who was he? Why was he here? Lin Mo's words were devastating. To distance himself from Lin Mo, Li Jianhua immediately pulled out his phone to transfer money to her. But his balance was insufficient. He had entered 4,000, yet the balance was insufficient. 3,000. It wasn't until he entered 100 that WeChat finally confirmed the transfer was successful. Lin Mo saw the transferred amount on her WeChat and was about to ask Li Jianhua. But then, Li Jianhua tearfully showed Lin Mo his balance, only 1 dime left. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. He couldn't possibly send the girl 100 yuan. That wouldn't solve anything. Seeing Lin Mo's disappointment, Li Jianhua immediately said to him, "Bro Lin, I've got a plan, just wait." Li Jianhua then walked over to the office area with his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and Tang Bing's voice came through. "Li Jianhua, why did you suddenly call me?" "Tang, how's your gunshot wound healing?" "Yeah, pretty much. I should be discharged in a few days." Tang Bing had actually been itching to get out of the hospital for ages. Lying in that bed day after day was making her limbs feel like they were going to atrophy. "Captain Tang, take good care of your injury, we all miss you. Thanks for your concern." Tang Bing was genuinely touched by Li Jianhua's concern, but the next moment, she heard him say, "Sis Tang, lend me 5,000 yuan. Clatter. After Li Jianhua finished speaking, he heard the sound of a phone hitting the floor. After a moment, Tang Bing's voice came through again. This time, it was filled with rage. "Li Jianhua, I'm in the hospital with a gunshot wound, and you're still hounding me for money? Have you no conscience?" Tang Bing unleashed a torrent of angry curses at Li Jianhua. She had actually thought Li Jianhua genuinely cared about her, but within 3 sentences, he was already asking her for money. "Miss Tang, please don't get so worked up. It's not like I'm asking to borrow money. I won't lend it to anyone." Tang Bing snapped angrily. "It's Brother Lin asking for money. I'm hanging up." Beep beep. Li Jianhua's phone emitted a busy tone. "If you won't lend it, then don't. Why get so worked up? It's bad for your recovery." If Tang Bing had heard Li Jianhua's words, she would have been furious. He should have known it would be bad for Tang Bing's recovery. He shouldn't have been in the hospital in the first place, let alone asking her for money. Li Jianhua approached Lin Mo with a resigned look, his face full of disappointment. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry I couldn't get the loan." "No problem. Sister Tang transferred me 5,000. "What?" Complex emotions swirled within Li Jianhua at that moment. No love left. Lin Mo converted the money from WeChat into cash. After hugging her grandmother and weeping bitterly, Juanzi approached Lu Dahai and the others. "Thank you for saving my granddaughter. Here's an egg from my chicken." The old grandmother handed Lu Dahai an egg wrapped in red cloth. "Old lady, thank you for your kindness, but we can't accept your gift." But Lu Dahai refused to take it. The old lady insisted so strongly that, in the end, they had no choice but to accept it. Lu Dahai handed the egg to Lin Mo. Disciple, take the egg out and return the red cloth to the old lady. Lu Dehai slipped Lin Mo 5,000 yuan. He gave Lin Mo a meaningful look. Lin Mo immediately understood. After Lin Mo retrieved the eggs, he placed both the 5,000 yuan he had exchanged and the 5,000 yuan from his master into the package and sealed it. He then handed it to Juanzi. Juanzi, hold on to this red cloth. It's a small token from our police station. You must wait until you get home to open it, understand? Juanzi nodded obediently. Brother, where was our big sister yesterday? I want to thank her in person. Hearing the little girl speak, everyone couldn't help but smile and look at Lin Mo. Chapter 99, not a bit like a new officer. Lin Mo felt slightly awkward under everyone's gaze. He'd never admit he was that police officer's sister. But looking at Juanzi's innocent eyes, Lin Mo couldn't bring himself to lie to her. Juanzi, that police officer's sister worked too hard catching criminals yesterday, so she's resting today. Hearing this, Juanzi's eyes flickered with disappointment. If you have anything to say, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on to her. Juanzi pulled a note from her pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Officer brother, please give this to officer sister. But you mustn't peek. Okay. Lin Mo replied. Juanzi and her grandmother thanked them again before leaving the police station. What a wonderful girl. Lu Dehai couldn't help but praise. If it weren't for his apprentice this time, they'd probably still be suffering at the hands of those traffickers. Just then, Old Song rushed over. Chief, the human traffickers leader, Xin Guanya, says he'll spill everything he knows. Upon hearing this, Lu Dehai hurried toward the interrogation room. Lin Mo followed behind. He silently prayed for any clues about little Ding Dang. Liangcheng Police Headquarters. Today was the weekly leadership meeting for all police department heads. Commissioner Feng was in an unusually good mood as he addressed the other leaders. Everyone is present, so let's begin today's meeting. First item on the agenda, the new detention center we proposed last time has been completed. The others looked utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Completed? Director Feng, you must be joking. It's only been a week since the proposal was approved. How could it possibly be finished already? Did we just stumble upon a ready-made facility? Director Feng couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Old Li, you know what? We really did just pick up a ready-made one. The others looked even more confused. They'd never heard of a detention center just being handed to you ready-made. Feng, stop beating around the bush. What's the story? Yeah, tell us, how did you just stumble upon a ready-made solution? Seeing everyone getting impatient, Director Feng finally spoke up. The very day our application was approved, our staff began scouting locations. And guess what? Right next to one of our chosen locations, there was a factory up for sale. Our staff went inside to use the restroom and discovered their structure was 80% identical to the detention center we were building. After discussing it, we decided to take it on the spot. We added security doors inside, gave the exterior a fresh coat of paint, replaced the main gate, and finished the whole thing in less than a week. Wouldn't you say we hit the jackpot? Hearing Director Feng say this, everyone immediately understood it truly was a ready-made solution. Director Feng, do you have video footage? Let us see it too. Yes. Director Feng then projected his phone directly onto the conference room display, immediately showing footage he had taken of the detention center. After viewing it, everyone nodded in agreement. Excellent. It's perfectly suited to become our detention center. And it's spacious inside. Preliminary estimates suggest it can hold 2,000 inmates. You can notify your respective departments to step up efforts in apprehending criminals. Director Feng remarked with a playful tone. Oh, Director Feng, what will this detention center be called? Regarding the detention center's name, we haven't settled on one yet. Any suggestions? The group fell into deep thought, preparing to name the new detention center. Since it's on Chengguan Road, how about calling it the Chengguan Road Detention Center? One person suggested. That's how most detention centers are named, but haven't you forgotten why we secured this facility in the first place? Was because Lin Mo apprehended so many criminals that several police stations couldn't handle them all. That's why we conceived the idea of building a detention center. Therefore, I suggest naming it directly after Lin Mo. Director Feng addressed the group. Lin Mo Detention Center. Everyone repeated it silently. Commissioner Feng, Lin Mo is just a junior officer in Liangcheng. He's been on the job less than a month. Isn't naming it after him a bit outlandish? I also feel it's a bit exaggerated. While he is indeed capable and has apprehended numerous criminals, he's still just a rookie officer. Naming it after him seems inappropriate. What's the big deal? I think it's perfectly fine. It's just a name. Besides, we arrested over 400 criminals based on the leads Lin Mo provided. The group then began arguing over the name. Just then, Chief Feng's assistant knocked and entered. Holding an application form, he addressed Director Feng. Director Feng, this is an application submitted by Director Zhang from the Old City District Branch. Next time you have any applications, wait until after our meeting to give them to me, understand? Director Feng was somewhat displeased that his assistant had interrupted their meeting. Director Feng, Director Zhang specifically insisted on delivering this application to you now. He said since all your leaders are present, you could discuss it together. Director Feng took the application, determined to see what it was about. When he read the contents clearly, he was utterly astonished. This? What on earth is this? Another third-class merit? Hearing Director Feng say this, everyone looked puzzled. Another third-class merit? Old Feng, could it be that Director Zhang from the Old City District has applied for another commendation? They all knew that over the past fortnight, Director Zhang from the Old City District had applied for nearly 10 collective and individual honors and commendations. Indeed, it was Director Zhang from the Old City District. He applied for 1 collective third-class merit and 1 individual third-class merit. Director Feng addressed the group. Oh? Which officer and police station? Before Director Feng could speak, one of them blurted out. Could it be Lin Mo again? Hey! You're spot on, it's him. Hearing it was indeed Lin Mo, the group was instantly stunned. Holy crap! This! What kind of special abilities does this Lin Mo have? He's so damn good. In less than a month on the job, Lin Mo had already racked up this many merits. He single-handedly matched the entire Liangcheng Police Department's annual achievements. That's insane. In their eyes, a new recruit typically undergoes at least a year of probation before even beginning to apprehend criminals. But Lin Mo? He showed none of the typical traits of a rookie. Fresh out of training, he'd been on a relentless rampage apprehending fugitives, robbers, and even the notorious king of thieves. Now he's busted a human trafficking ring and rescued 5 victims. At that moment, Chief Feng addressed the group. Regarding the detention center's name, I've chosen to name it after Lin Mo. Any objections? No one objected. Lin Mo's achievements alone rivaled those of the entire Liangcheng Police Department. What grounds could they possibly have to object? Since there was no opposition, the new detention center would be named the Lin Mo Detention Center. After settling on the detention center's name, Chief Feng turned to the others to discuss Lin Mo's application for a third-class merit award. Regarding Lin Mo's application for this third-class merit award, the group unanimously agreed to approve it. Subsequently, Chief Feng instructed his assistant to summon Chief Zhang from the Old City District Bureau. Zhang, tell us what exactly is going on with this human trafficking den. In all these years, Liangcheng has never had a human trafficking den. How could one suddenly appear now? Director Zhang's expression turned grave. Leaders, the human trafficking den Lin Mo and his team dismantled is no ordinary operation. It's connected to the Ma Biao Human Trafficking Syndicate. The Ma Biao Human Trafficking Syndicate? Director Feng and the others were startled upon hearing the name, for they knew full well. The Ma Biao Human Trafficking Syndicate is the largest such operation in the entire country. Chapter 100, Test Results. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. Interrogation Room. Qin Guanya addressed Lu Dahai and Lin Mo. Officer, I know I'll never get out of here. I've decided to tell you everything I know about the trafficking ring. Any information you provide that helps us solve cases will be treated with leniency, Lu Dahai replied. Lin Mo then took out a pen and began taking notes. When you apprehended us yesterday, we were on our way to meet another trafficker named Gu Hongxiang. And that little ding-dang you mentioned is also with Gu Hongxiang. Upon hearing the mention of little ding-dong, Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. He urgently asked Qin Guanye, where is Gu Hongxiang's hideout located? This time, Qin Guanye didn't hold back and answered directly. 12, Changhao Road. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai asked several crucial questions. He ordered Old Song to be brought in for further interrogation. Meanwhile, he ordered all officers to assemble, armed, and deploy immediately. On the way, Lin Mo's heart pounded relentlessly. He prayed incessantly, hoping Xiao Dingtang was still there. Perhaps this time, he could rescue little Dingdang. They soon arrived at 12, Changhao Road. Lu Dahai began setting up the scene, but Lin Mo sensed something was off. Through his mental crime sensing ability, he detected no criminals inside. Master, something feels off, there's no one inside. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai pondered inwardly. Logically, Qin Guanya had no reason to deceive them. It was highly likely the target had escaped. With that thought, Lu Dahai abandoned tactical planning and ordered directly. Charge in! Without hesitation, the entire group charged inside. Sure enough, as Lin Mo had said, the room was completely empty. Damn it! That bastard Qin Guanye. He didn't report it yesterday and waited until today, clearly giving that human trafficker Gu Hongxiang time to escape. Lu Dahai couldn't help but curse. In fact, his guess was spot on. Qin Guanya had indeed planned it that way. Yesterday, he and Gu Hongxiang had agreed to meet at 9 p.m., but they never showed up. Even Gu Hongxiang, with his pig brain, could figure out they'd been arrested by the police. Earlier that day, Qin Guanya had informed him that their middlemen, Old Wu and Old Jin, had been arrested. Qin Guanya had deliberately chosen today to turn himself in precisely to give Gu Hongxiang time to escape. Just as Lu Dahai was seething with anger, Li Jianhua discovered an unburned lab report in a basin in the living room. Li Jianhua quickly picked it up, glanced at it, and said to Lu Dahai across from him. Chief, look what I found. Lu Dahai took it and examined it closely. It was a lab report for a 4-year-old child. And the child Lin Mo was searching for, little Ding Dang, was also 4 years old. Lu Dahai called out to Lin Mo. Come here, apprentice. Lu Dahai handed the lab report to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took it and began reading. The more he read, the more excited he became, even though the name at the top had been burned away. The age and blood type matched Shouting Tongue's exactly. Moreover, the date at the bottom was yesterday's. According to Qin Guanye's account, Shouting Tang had been taken away by Gu Hongxiang the day before yesterday. Lin Mo then recalled what the old trafficker, Lao Wu, had told him earlier. Traffickers generally had 3 ways of dealing with the children they captured. One was to sell them. The second was to mutilate them, cutting off limbs to force them into begging. The final method was to sell their organs. Lin Mo looked at the test results in his hand again, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Why would the traffickers order lab tests for little Ding Dang? There was only one purpose, to sell her organs. The thought made Lin Mo stagger backward 2 steps. Lu Dahai hurriedly caught him. Disciple, don't get so worked up. It might not be what you're thinking. Lin Mo remained silent, his eyes now reddened. He knew all too well that with this test report, the likelihood of Xiao Dingtang being sold for her organs was extremely high. Those despicable traffickers utterly devoid of humanity. Li Jianhua couldn't help but grit his teeth in fury. He knew little Ding Dang was Lin Mo's sister. If his own sister had her organs harvested and sold by traffickers, he'd go mad. That Lin Mo could remain this composed was truly remarkable. What he didn't know was that Lin Mo was suffering immensely, his heart torn apart. He was simply warning himself not to lose his mind, that he had to stay calm. Only then would he have a chance to find clues and rescue little Ding Dang. Lin Mo took several deep breaths before his heart slowly settled. Lu Dahai asked with concern. Disciple, are you alright? I'm fine, master. Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet they all sensed a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. Lin Mo began meticulously scanning the room, hoping to uncover any clues that might lead him to the human trafficker Gu Hongxiang. Seeing this, Lu Dahai felt a pang of heartache, but he knew that right now, the only priority was to find Gu Hongxiang and rescue little Ding Dang. Then, Lu Dahai addressed everyone. Everyone must search thoroughly, leaving no detail overlooked. They searched for a full 2 hours but found absolutely no useful clues. Finally, with no other choice, they had to give up and head back. On the way back, Lin Mo remained silent, his mind consumed with worry for little Ding Dang. Back at the station, Lu Dahai stormed into the interrogation room and unleashed a torrent of abuse at Qin Guanye. If Old Song hadn't stopped him, he would have beaten him senseless to vent his anger for his apprentice. Qin Guanye, I'm telling you, you'd better tell me where Gu Hongxiang is right now. Otherwise, if I don't beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the floor looking for your teeth today. I'm not Lu Dahai. Qin Guanye grimaced. He genuinely had no idea where Gu Hongxiang was. Chapter 101, Black Pond Street. No matter how fiercely Lu Dahai threatened Qin Guanye, he stubbornly insisted he had no idea where the human trafficker Gu Hongxiang was. After interrogating him for over an hour, Lu Dahai was utterly exhausted. Lin Mo sat at his desk, his mind unable to settle. His mind was filled with images of those despicable human traffickers harvesting children's organs. He was deeply worried about little Ding Dong's safety. His master, Lu Dahai, had failed to extract Gu Hongxiang's whereabouts from Qin Guanye. The only lead had now vanished. Lin Mo took a deep breath, telling himself he couldn't wait any longer. He had to take action. Every minute he lingered here meant another minute of danger for little Ding Dang. With that thought, he abruptly stood up and addressed Li Jianhua with a stern expression. Brother Li, call Brother Zhan, we're heading out on patrol together. Lin, you. Li Jianhua was concerned about Lin Mo's state, but he stopped mid-sentence and kept his mouth shut. I'll wait for you outside. Lin Mo spoke, then walked out of the office and into the police station courtyard. His plan was simple. Since interrogation couldn't reveal Gu Hongxiang's whereabouts, he'd resort to the most basic method, searching street by street. Now, with the system-awarded sin perception in his mind, he was confident that if he combed through every corner of Liangchang, he would eventually catch Gu Hongxiang. Moments later, Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji followed him out. Lin, what vehicle are we patrolling with today? Motorcycles. Lin Mo said. Because motorcycles are more convenient than cars. Even in some narrow alleys, they can patrol there. Alright, I'll go get the keys. Li Jianhua quickly finished the paperwork and walked over with 3 motorcycle keys. Lin Mo and Zhang Ji each took a key and headed to the bike shed to retrieve their motorcycles. Lin, where are we patrolling today? Zhang Ji asked Lin Mo. The area around Haitong Street. Alright. Zhang Ji and Li Jian responded in unison. The area around Haitong Street wasn't under the jurisdiction of their Gulo Street police station. Lin Mo chose this location because he had previously heard from Tang Bing that the unique geographical structure where 2 rivers intersected in the Haitong Street area had fostered the gathering of numerous underground forces. Lin Mo chose this spot hoping to get lucky and find traces of Gu Hongxiang. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo and his two companions arrived at Haitong Street. The moment Lin Mo stepped onto the street, a putrid stench of garbage assaulted his nostrils. What is that smell? How awful. Li Jianhua covered his nose. Let's go. We're heading in. Lin Mo said indifferently. He then rode his motorcycle in first, with Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua quickly following behind. Barely 10 meters into Haitong Street, a system alert echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo slowly pulled his motorcycle to the curb. Seeing this, Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua knew Lin Mo must have detected something unusual and dismounted as well. Guided by the crime detection display, Lin Mo identified the criminal as a thief currently stealing from a shop. Lin Mo approached the thief and grabbed him. The thief, realizing he'd been caught, immediately tried to strike Lin Mo. Smack! Lin Mo executed a textbook shoulder throw, sending the thief crashing down right in front of Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji. Both men were startled. Lin Mo was way too aggressive, pulling out such a brutal move right off the bat. But they understood his frustration. Xiao Dingtang had been snatched by the human trafficker Gu Hongxiang and was now missing. Lin Mo must be boiling with rage. Besides, this thief was only in his 20s. A couple of slams wouldn't hurt him. Just as Li Jianhua moved to grab the thief, the man suddenly shouted at them. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Oh. Who do you work for? Li Jianhua yanked the thief up by the collar and demanded. Daring to show off in front of their cops? He really wanted to see how tough the other guy was. The thief first shot Lin Mo a vicious glare before snapping back with a look of resentment. Listen up, my boss is Niu Jinkong, a big shot on this street. As long as I'm on this street, just one shout from me and the three of you won't be leaving here alive. Hearing the thief's words, Lin Mo replied calmly. Brotherly, let him go. Let him shout. Li Jianhua released the thief. They weren't worried about this thief escaping. He looked skinny as a rail. Li Jianhua was supremely confident he could catch him within 10 steps. The thief swayed his head back and forth as he stepped onto the street and shouted. Gang members, come out. Someone's causing trouble for us. Li Jianhua couldn't help but laugh. The King Kong gang? More like the Gorilla Gang. Ha ha. But his smile didn't last long. Sure enough, about 20 men emerged from the distance, wielding sticks and clubs. And their numbers kept growing. Holy crap. Lin, we've really messed up this time. We should retreat first. Call for backup, then come back to arrest them. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji both looked nervous at the sight of this force. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Perfect timing. Chapter 102, The Golden Gang. Moments later, nearly 50 men arrived before Lin Mo and his two companions. Many were bare-chested, their bodies covered in tattoos at various locations. Paired with the clubs in their hands, they were indeed quite intimidating. The system's prompting voice echoed continuously in Lin Mo's mind. The sin values of the people before him ranged from 100 to 300. The burly man leading them had a sin value of 500. Facing this many men, Lin Mo showed no sign of panic. The incident with Xiao Dingtang had left him seething with pent-up anger, with nowhere to vent it. And now, here came a whole group of criminals. Lin Mo opened the basic shop in his mind, calmly locating the staff mastery skill. He used his points to purchase it directly. Then, he felt his body undergo a subtle transformation. Brother Lin, there are so many of them. What should we do? Li Jianhua asked Lin Mo. Brotherly, you and Brother Zhang just hide over there. With that, Lin Mo slowly walked toward the group of over 50 men. One of the leaders addressed Lin Mo. You're the one looking for trouble with our King Kong gang? The thief from earlier pointed at Lin Mo and his two companions. Boss, it's these three. The thief had barely finished speaking when Lin Mo had already reached his side. Thud. A shoulder throw. The thief crashed to the ground again, howling in pain. The 50-plus people behind him froze in shock at the sudden scene. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? They were the Golden Fist Gang, over 50 strong. And this young man just threw one of their brothers flying right in front of them. Wasn't this a death wish? The first to snap out of it was their leader, Niu Jingguang, his face twisted into a savage grimace. Hitting his men in front of him was like slapping him in the face. On this street, everyone gave Niu Jingguang some respect. And this young man before him dared to be so reckless. Kid, you're asking for it. Niu Jingguang gritted his teeth, his words dripping with venom. Lin Mo shot a contemptuous glance at the bull like Niu Jingguang. His mind flashed the man's sin value, 500. Lin Mo was certain the man had committed countless misdeeds. If that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Enough talk. Lin Mo charged forward, sweeping Niu Jingguang to the ground with a roundhouse kick. Then he delivered a powerful kick straight to Niu Jingguang's face. Niu Jingguang spun twice on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Dazed and disoriented, he scrambled to his feet. Had his brother not caught him, he would have fallen again. Niu Jingguang's face turned ashen with rage. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he realized several teeth had been knocked loose. The pain made him clamp his hand over his mouth. Damn it, finish him off. Then, the 50-plus thugs behind him raised their clubs and charged straight at Lin Mo. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji, who had witnessed the scene, couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Holy! Lin Mo was too fierce. One kick sent the nearly 200-pound Neo Jin gang spinning across the ground. Just think about how Zhang Dalong always picked on Lin Mo for no reason. If Lin Mo had ever decided to settle things with him, Zhang Dalong wouldn't have lasted a single round. By the time Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji reacted, Lin Mo had already snatched a club from a small-time thug and was locked in combat with them. Like a dragon in motion, Lin Mo weaved through the crowd. Wherever he went, people kept falling to the ground. Let's go, take these bastards down. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Mo get surrounded by so many attackers. They picked up clubs dropped by the thugs on the ground and joined the fray. Old Town Precinct. In Chief Shang's office, Li Quan, the chief of the Xuanhe Road Police Station, was reporting to Chief Shang. After Li Quan finished his report, Commissioner Zhang spoke slowly. Chiefly, your jurisdiction has had the highest crime rate for 5 consecutive years. You must find a way to properly clean it up. Director Zhang, you know Black Pond Street in our jurisdiction is practically a criminal stronghold. I'd love to round them all up. But the area's geography is too complex. The moment our officers move in, they get wind of it and all go into hiding. The moment we leave, they resurface. It's like a cat and mouse game. If we send too few officers, these criminals won't even fear us. Speaking of this, Chief Li Quan of Xuanhe Road wore an expression of utter helplessness. Chief Zhang was well aware of this situation. He had personally led a raid on Haitong Street before. But they only caught a few low-level thugs, which didn't deal any blow to the underground forces in Haitong Street. Instead, it only emboldened their arrogance. Chiefly, the data shows that Haitong Street's crime rate absolutely demands strict control. Otherwise, if this continues, it will cause the crime rate in our old city district to keep rising. Commissioner Zhang, I understand, but our Xuanhe Road Police Station alone simply cannot eradicate them. Both Chief Zhang and Chief Li fell deep in thought. Then Chief Zhang slammed his fist on the table and declared, "This is what we'll do, we're going straight to headquarters to see Director Feng. If that doesn't work, we'll have them deploy the armed police from Liangcheng. They need to find a way to eradicate the underground forces on Haitong Street once and for all." Haitong Street. At that moment, over 50 thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing incessantly. Standing among them were 3 men. They were Lin Mo, Li Jianhua, and Zhang Ji. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around, pointing and whispering at the trio. Holy, aren't those the Golden Gang guys? Look at them, beaten to a pulp like this. Weren't they always so cocky? Looks like they ran into 3 tough nuts. Serves them right. Those King Kong gang guys always pick on us ordinary folks for no reason. Holy crap, those 3 took down over 50 people? That's insane. And it wasn't just the 3 of them who took them down. That tall young man. You came too late to see it, but just now, that kid was like a god of war. Every time he swung his stick, someone went down. Holy crap, is this kid that badass? I've got the video right here. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, including many underlings from Black Pond Street's underground gangs. They were stunned to discover the trio had completely wiped out the Golden Fist gang. They immediately sent the footage they'd recorded straight to their bosses. If they could recruit such fierce warriors into their gangs, wouldn't the entire Black Pond Street be under their control soon? One of Black Tangle Street's underground bosses was the first to receive the footage. After watching it, he was instantly overcome with excitement. Holy! This guy is incredible. He's like Zhao Zilong reincarnated. If this guy joins our crocodile gang, we'll be the kings of Black Pond Street. Ha ha! Follow me, brothers. Chapter 103, The Crocodile Gang. Black Pond Street. Lin Mo noticed through the system alert that several criminals were among the onlookers. But he didn't rush to arrest them. For now, he needed to deal with the men lying on the ground. Brotherly, call my master and have him bring men over to arrest all these people. Got it, Brother Lin. Li Jian immediately picked up the phone and called Lu Dahai. At that moment, Lu Dahai was reviewing the human trafficking case, searching for clues about the trafficker Go Hongqiang to rescue little Dingdang as soon as possible. He knew that if Xiao Dingtang wasn't rescued within a day, this ordeal would continue to torment his apprentice. Over time, it would inevitably cause psychological issues for Lin Mo. Just then, his phone rang. He saw it was Li Jianhua calling. He knew Li Jianhua was out on patrol with Lin Mo. Jianhua, what's the matter? Chief, get your team to Haitong Street immediately. Haitong Street? The name sent a chill through Lu Dahai's heart. You and Lin Mo are on Haitong Street? Yes, Chief. Hearing this, Lu Dahai immediately grew concerned for Lin Mo. Is Lin Mo okay? He's fine for now, Chief. Hurry over with the patrol car, the situation is getting out of hand. Hearing this, Lu Dahai hurriedly said. Alright, I'll head over with my team immediately. He knew Black Pond Street well, it was a hotbed for underground criminal activity. Back when they were at the old city district bureau, they'd raided the place several times, but it had been completely ineffective. As a result, the underground forces on Haitong Street had grown increasingly brazen. Lu Dahai surmised that Lin Mo had chosen to go there specifically to search for clues about Go Hongxiang. Lu Dahai immediately mobilized every officer in the station. Patrol officers outside were ordered to drop their current assignments and head to Haitong Street. On Haitong Street, over 50 men lay bound on the ground, all secured with ropes procured by Li Jianhu. As for the few small-time thugs who disobeyed and tried to resist, Lin Mo had dealt with them thoroughly. The mere sight of Lin Mo standing before them froze every last one in their tracks. Especially the thief. He didn't dare even glance at Lin Mo. Then there was Niu Jinggang, clutching his mouth. He'd just licked it and discovered Lin Mo had knocked out 4 of his teeth. During the earlier fight, he'd counted on their numbers to give Lin Mo a proper beating. But the moment he got close, Lin Mo singled him out for punishment. The bumps on his head numbered at least a dozen, each one hammered in by Lin Mo's club. Lin Mo circled around them once. These men stood obediently, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Lin Mo walked up to Niu Jinggang and said calmly, "Impressed?" "Yes. Yes." Niu Jinggang nodded frantically. If anyone dared to refuse, Lin Mo wouldn't hesitate to beat them again. After all, with a criminal sin value reaching 500, he saw no reason to show mercy. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind once more. "System, sin perception has detected a criminal with a sin value of 700. Host, apprehend immediately. A crime value of 700 higher than Niu Jingong's." Lin Mo turned to see a bald man strutting arrogantly, surrounded by a group of henchmen approaching. The system's alert sounded like a crackling static in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo inwardly cursed. "Another wave? Perfect. Just what I needed to vent my frustration." Lin Mo addressed Li Jianhua. "Brother Li, you and Brother Zhang just keep an eye on them. These guys don't need your help." "Got it, Brother Lin. Be careful," Li Jianhua replied. Earlier, when Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji had helped Lin Mo, they'd taken quite a few hits. After all, with over 50 attackers, they couldn't dodge them all. But they noticed Lin Mo hadn't been hit even once. Their attempts to help had only become a burden to him. So now, they simply watched Lin Mo perform alone. Lin Mo's foot pressed down on a rolling pin on the ground. With a light flick, he caught the pin firmly in his hand. He strode toward the bald man with 700 sin points. Before Lin Mo even reached the bald man shouted at him. "Hey, kid, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm Yi Zhiyong, the boss of the crocodile gang." Little. Boom. Before Yi Zhiyong could finish speaking, Lin Mo flung the rolling pin forward, smashing it directly into the bald man's head. The crisp sound alone made everyone wince in pain. Ouch. Holy. The bald man couldn't help but curse. Ouch. A searing pain shot through his head, and he quickly covered it with his hand. By then, a large bump had already swollen up on his forehead. His henchmen behind him, seeing this, were furious beyond measure. "You. Tired of living, huh? Dare to hit my boss? You're asking for it. Boss, don't waste your breath on him, let us finish him off. The crocodile gang doesn't mess around." A group of punks started yelling at Lin Mo. "This kid has no respect for martial ethics." Our boss hadn't even finished speaking before he got smacked in the head. "That bald guy sure can take a beating." Despite the pain, none of his men stepped forward to attack Lin Mo. He genuinely wanted to recruit Lin Mo as his subordinate. With such a fierce warrior on their side, the crocodile gang could absolutely dominate Black Pond Street. "Young man, you've got guts. I'm impressed." "Ha!" Yi Zhiyong chuckled as he praised Lin Mo. This left Lin Mo utterly speechless. He'd beaten the guy up, yet the other was actually praising him? Was he out of his mind? "Young man, if you join our crocodile gang, I'll make you the second in command. I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan a year. What do you say?" Hearing the bald man's words, Lin Mo instantly understood his intentions. So he wanted Lin Mo to be his enforcer. Too bad I'm a cop. Lin Mo just wanted to teach them a lesson and then arrest them. He slowly approached the bald man, Yi Zhiyong. The other man, thinking Lin Mo had agreed to his proposal, grinned and extended his right hand, ready to shake hands. Lin Mo stopped right in front of the bald-headed Yi Zhiyong. "Does it hurt?" Bald-headed Yi Zhiyong froze upon hearing Lin Mo's question, then replied with a hearty laugh. "It's just one blow with a stick. If it means becoming brothers with you, it's worth it." Smack! With lightning speed, Lin Mo delivered a hard slap across the man's face. 5 bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on bald Yi Zhiyong's face, and blood immediately spilled from the corner of his mouth. Now utterly bewildered, he stared blankly at Lin Mo. 2 questions involuntarily popped into his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Chapter 104, Kill him for me. When the entire crocodile gang saw this young man, he actually slapped their boss, Yi Zhiyong, hard across the face right in front of them. They were all stunned into speechlessness. What the hell? What the hell is going on? This kid wasn't playing by the rules at all. Right after meeting him, their boss Lee Ji-young got smacked in the face. Their boss was desperate for talent, so he didn't hold it against him. Everyone assumed the kid had been won over by their boss's magnanimity. But then, damn it! He slapped their boss right across the face again. This was the last straw. Once everyone snapped out of it, they were all furious. Hitting their boss is like slapping them in the face. Damn it! Brothers, let's take him down. He dared to hit our boss today, we'll finish him off. Grab your weapons and beat the out of him. The Crocodile Gang's members were fired up, itching to charge forward and tear Lin Mo to shreds. But then, Lee Ji-young snapped out of his daze and stopped his men. Everyone, stop right now. The Crocodile Gang members stared at their boss in utter confusion. What the hell was wrong with their boss today? This young man had just slapped him hard across the face, yet he was stopping them from finishing him off. Under normal circumstances, their boss would have already ordered them to beat the kid to a pulp. What the others didn't know was that their boss, Lee Ji-young, had other plans in mind. He desperately wanted to get his hands on Lin Mo. The Crocodile Gang had been operating in Haetong Street for over 3 years. But they'd always been stuck in limbo, neither rising to the top nor sinking to the bottom, just muddling along. Lee Ji-young harbored a long-held ambition to dominate all underground forces in Haetong Street. But without a skilled enforcer by his side, relying solely on his underlings, conquering other factions was simply impossible. This young man before him was young, skilled, bold, and ruthless. He perfectly matched the ideal candidate in Lee Ji-young's mind. He knew full well that capable individuals usually had fiery tempers. Like a wild stallion, taming it would require a measure of patience. Therefore, he intended to conquer this young man before him with his broad-mindedness. Young man, you have a strong character. I, Lee Ji-young, enjoy befriending heroes. If you don't mind, how about we become sworn brothers? Lee Ji-young's words left Lin Mo utterly speechless. This Crocodile Gang boss sure had some nerve. Fine by him, he'd teach this guy a lesson right in front of everyone. And let these common folk know that these so-called evil forces weren't anything to be afraid of. Then, Lin Mo cracked his knuckles and gave Lee Ji-young, the Crocodile Gang leader, a faint smile. The moment Lee Ji-young saw Lin Mo's expression, he sensed an opening. Youngsters are so easy to fool. Just as smugness filled his mind, Lin Mo moved. His speed was blindingly fast. Lee Ji-young couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movements. Smack! He felt a searing pain on the other half of his face. The force of the blow sent Lee Ji-young staggering backward 2 steps, nearly toppling over. The onlookers instantly covered their mouths in shock. They could scarcely believe their eyes. This kid was crazy. Facing 70 or 80 members of the Crocodile Gang alone, he was actually brazenly slapping their boss's face like that. After all, these men belonged to the Crocodile Gang, a significant force in Black Pond Street. Usually, they were the ones bullying others, no one dared to mess with them. Yet this young man had just knocked over 50 members of the King Kong Gang flat on the ground. But the moment he faced the Crocodile Gang's boss, he started beating him up. The crucial thing was, the Crocodile Gang leader didn't fight back. Who the hell is this kid? Even the Crocodile Gang's boss didn't dare fight back. No clue. I just got here too. But seeing these thugs get their comeuppance? Feels damn satisfying, huh? You're absolutely right. I run a shop here, and these punks come demanding protection money every other day. Someone really needed to teach them a lesson. That young man is truly admirable. I'll have my son learn Kung Fu too to fight crime and uphold justice. Many onlookers cheered for Lin Mo, but they only dared to support him in hushed whispers. They feared that if they cheered too loudly, the thugs might hear them and come looking for trouble later. As for the beaten Lee Ji-young, he glared at Lin Mo with a ferocious expression. He was panting heavily, like an enraged bull. This was simply too much. He had repeatedly tried to befriend this young man, yet Lin Mo had taken his kindness for granted, beating him in front of everyone. He hadn't given him the slightest bit of face. After all, he was the leader of the Crocodile Gang, a prominent figure on Black Pond Street. How could he just let some kid slap him around like that in public? Today, no matter what, he would kill him. Otherwise, how could he ever hold his head up on this street again? Kid, you chose the path to hell when heaven was open. Before Lee Ji-young could finish, Lin Mo cut him off. Who knows? Maybe if you try to recruit me one more time, I'll actually agree. Upon hearing Lin Mo speak thus, Lee Ji-young instantly bit his words back. He hesitated. If the other party truly agreed to his proposal, the Crocodile Gang's influence would skyrocket. But he feared this young man might lack martial virtue and toy with him. Just as he hesitated, several of his men behind him spoke up. Boss, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He's just toying with us. Boss, just give the order and we'll avenge you, we'll take him down. Seeing his men urging him on, Lee Ji-young barked. Shut up. He decided to take one last gamble. After all, he'd already groveled twice to win this kid over. What was one more time? Let him lose face if he must. What if it worked? After coming to this realization, Lee Ji-young put on a cheerful smile. But his face, swollen like a pig's snout from Lin Mo's earlier punch, paired with his forced grin, the sight was downright comical. Little brother, if you agree to be my partner, I'll forget the past. I'll give you 2 million yuan every year. How about it? Yi Zhiyong waited for Lin Mo's agreement. But Lin Mo suddenly raised his foot and kicked Yi Zhiyong flying through the air. Yi Zhiyong's expression mid-air was uglier than eating. He couldn't help but curse at Lin Mo while still in the air. You! He then crashed heavily to the ground. This time, all the crocodile gang members lost their temper. Grabbing sticks and clubs, they charged toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo showed no fear. He picked up a stick from the ground and charged toward the crowd. Now that he had mastered the stick, he wasn't afraid of these petty thugs at all. Yi Zhiyong finally regained his composure and shouted at his men to attack. Finish him off. Chapter 105, Find Your Own Seat. 10 minutes later. Every member of the crocodile gang lay sprawled on the ground, while Lin Mo stood tall and imposing beside them. The onlookers fell into a deathly silence. Too strong. They were all stunned beyond words by Lin Mo's skills. This young man was incredible. In just 10 minutes, he had knocked all 80 members of the crocodile gang to the ground. Combined with the members of the King Kong gang earlier, that's over 130 men in total. Is this even human? He was definitely superhuman. Lin Mo glanced at the crocodile gang members sprawled on the ground, then addressed Li Jianhua, who stood gaping in shock. Brotherly, tie them all up. Li Jianhua snapped out of his shock at Lin Mo's call, swallowing hard. Strong. So damn strong. There probably isn't a second person like him in the entire Liancheng police department system. In Li Jianhua's mind, Lin Mo was now nothing short of a god of war. Then, Li Jianhua shouted to the crowd gathered around. Does anyone have a rope? Lend me one. The onlookers remained silent. Moments later, however, someone tossed a coil of rope from the crowd. Zhang Ji and Li Jianhua wasted no time, grabbing the rope and beginning to bind the crocodile gang thugs. But the thugs weren't about to take this lying down. With so many of them, how could two men possibly tie them up? But as soon as they started resisting, Lin Mo brandished a wooden club. Thud. One blow sent the opponent straight to the ground, unconscious. Lin Mo was confident in the precise force needed to knock them out. He deliberately raised the stick high, but instantly held back the force upon contact with the thug. To outsiders, however, Lin Mo appeared extremely fierce. This was the fate awaiting anyone who disobeyed. The crocodile gang members watched in horror. They all wondered if their comrade had been beaten to death outright. But they had no time to worry about others now. If they disobeyed, this would be their fate too. Just as Li Jianhua and Zhang Zi were tying up these crocodile gang punks, two more groups emerged from the depths of Haitong Street. Their leader wore sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance and tyranny. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Looks like two more underground criminal factions. Perfect. Today, he'd take down every last one who showed up. The moment both groups entered the range of Lin Mo's sin perception, the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 700 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. System, sin perception detected a criminal with 800 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. These two crime values belonged to the two gang leaders, while their underlings typically had values ranging from 100 to 300. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the two leaders. Since he was here, he was determined to take them down. One of the leaders addressed Lin Mo. Young man, impressive skills. I'm Duanhu, leader of the Black Tiger Gang. If you're not opposed, let's be friends. How about we grab a drink together? Hey, don't listen to him. That Duanhu's no good. You should come hang out at our Gathering of Talents pavilion instead. Lin Mo guessed that when he'd beaten up those thugs from the Golden Fist Gang earlier, they must have seen his skills and wanted to recruit him. His body was already exhausted from the earlier fight with the Crocodile Gang. Facing these thugs behind them would be too much for him to handle. He glanced at the time. His master, Lu Dahai, should be arriving soon. All he needed to do now was stall them. I'm tired. Let's rest for a bit first. Lin Mo said to the two men. Just then, someone from the crowd brought out a stool from their shop and placed it beside Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and sat down immediately. The two gang leaders stood awkwardly across from him, so they ordered their men to fetch chairs as well. They then sat down across from Lin Mo, though they kept a respectful distance. Though they sought to win Lin Mo over, someone with his formidable skills posed a certain danger if they sat too close. The three sat like this. Before long, another faction approached. A system notification immediately echoed in Lin Mo's mind. The leader of the new group looked at the scene before him and was instantly baffled. What was going on? This young man was just sitting here. However, he had come today to recruit Lin Mo, so he stepped forward and addressed him. Young man, I. Before the other could finish his introduction, Lin Mo calmly replied to the boss. Find your own chair to sit on. Ha? We can talk later. I'm feeling a bit tired right now. He glanced at Duanhu and the other boss sitting across from Lin Mo, then immediately found a stool to sit down. Lin Mo took out his phone and pretended to play with it, but he was actually sending a message to Lu Dahai. He then snapped a photo of the scene in front of him and sent it over. Lu Dahai was driving and had almost reached Haitong Street when he saw the picture Lin Mo sent and froze in shock. Holy crap! There must be at least 100 people in this photo. But their Gullo Street police station had only dispatched 12 officers this time. Capturing them was simply impossible. What on earth had his apprentice done? How did he manage to provoke so many street thugs? But seeing those three leaders seated before Lin Mo, Lu Dahai felt another wave of confusion. Just then, Lin Mo sent another message. Master, call for reinforcements. There must be at least 300 criminals here. 300? Lu Dahai was utterly stunned. He urgently shouted into the walkie-talkie. Everyone, pull over immediately. The vehicles pulled over to the side of the road. At that moment, Zhang Dalong inquired over the radio. Chief, we're almost at Haitong Street. We've stopped here. Everyone stay put, an unexpected situation has arisen. Lu Dahai addressed the group. But Lin Mo. Lao Song interjected to Lu Dahai. He should be fine. After speaking, Lu Dahai pulled out his phone and dialed Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau directly. Liangcheng headquarters. Chief Zhang and Director Li Quan were reporting the situation on Haitong Street to Chief Feng at headquarters. Director Feng, Haitong Street has reached a point where it absolutely must be dealt with. Especially this year, the crime rate there has surged by 150% compared to the same period last year. Please review these current crime statistics for Haitong Street, along with the underground criminal network activity. Director Feng took the materials from Director Zhang and began reviewing them carefully. 2 minutes later. His brow furrowed slightly. Currently, we know of over 600 members in Haitong Street's criminal organizations. Adding those we don't know about, the total likely approaches 1,000. With so many criminals and the complex geography, wiping them out completely is simply impossible. Chapter 106, how about we play a round of landlords? After speaking, Director Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau expressed his own deep frustration. He too wanted to clean up Black Tang Street, but the task proved far more difficult than they had imagined. The only viable solution was the first option, demolishing Black Tang Street entirely to eradicate its intricate terrain. This would leave no hiding places for the underground forces. Then the Bureau could deploy large numbers of officers to apprehend all the criminal elements. Director Feng, I understand that eradicating all underground forces in Haitong Street is difficult, Director Zhang of the Old City District Bureau said to Director Feng. But if we do nothing, it will only embolden these criminal groups. Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau addressed Chief Feng. Indeed, Director Feng. The rising crime rates year after year clearly show these underground forces are growing stronger. Li Quan, chief of Xuanhe Road Station, chimed in. Chief Feng of Liangcheng's Central Bureau fell deep in thought. He knew their arguments held merit, yet even if he mobilized 200 officers now, the moment they set foot in Black Street, the underground faction spies would immediately receive word. In the end, it would be all for nothing, they'd likely gain little. Just as Director Feng was about to speak, the phone of Director Zhang from the Old City District Bureau rang. He saw it was Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai was currently in charge of investigating the human trafficking ring. This call might mean they had made some progress. So Chief Zhang addressed Chief Feng. Director Feng, I need to take this call. All right. Director Zhang answered Lu Dahai's call. Chief Lu, what's the matter? Director Zhang, report this immediately to Director Feng at headquarters and have him send people to Haitong Street. Haitong Street? Director Zhang was instantly puzzled. Why would Lu Dahai and his team investigating the human trafficking ring end up at Haitong Street? Could there be human traffickers on Haitong Street? If so, we might as well take care of the underground forces there while we're at it. Upon hearing Director Zhang mention Haitong Street, both Director Feng and Li Quan perked up, eager to learn what had transpired. I'll send you a video. You'll understand once you see it. You must hurry, I fear Lin Mo can't hold out much longer. Lin Mo? Director Feng's heart skipped a beat. Based on his recent observations of Lin Mo, wherever Lin Mo appeared, it was guaranteed to be a major case. Lu Dahai hung up and immediately sent a video directly to Director Feng's phone. This video had been filmed on site by Li Jianhua and sent to him. Director Zhang was about to ask what exactly had happened to Lin Mo, but Lu Dahai had already hung up. Zhang, what's going on? First Haitong Street, now Lin Mo. Commissioner Feng asked in confusion. Right now, Haitong Street wasn't even as important to him as Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo was a rare talent. He had joined the Liangcheng Police Department system less than a month ago. He had already cracked several major cases and earned numerous honorary medals. And he hadn't even awarded those medals to Lin Mo yet. Chief Feng intended to formally recognize Lin Mo at the annual conference. He also wanted to set an example for all officers in the Liangcheng Police Department system, motivating the entire force. Therefore, during this period, he must ensure Lin Mo avoids any issues whatsoever. Chief Feng, this Lu Dahai is being vague. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is either. Just as Chief Zhang finished speaking, his phone buzzed again. He hurriedly opened it to find a video message from Lu Dahai. Commissioner Zhang opened the video. Director Fong and Chief Li Quan leaned in to see what had happened. However, the moment they saw the video footage, they were all stunned. The footage showed over 100 people crouched on the ground, all bound with ropes. At a glance, these were clearly the thugs from Haetong Street. Many were shirtless, their bodies covered in tattoos. What the hell is going on? Li Quan, the chief of Shuanha Road Police Station, exclaimed in astonishment. They must be the Black Pawn Street Gang. But why are they all tied up and acting so docile? Director Fong and the others all looked puzzled. Just then, Lin Mo's figure suddenly appeared in the video feed. A thought instantly flashed through their minds. Could these people all have been captured by Lin Mo? They quickly dismissed the question, however, because they were far more astonished and perplexed by why Lin Mo was sitting on the street in Haetong Street. Moreover, 3 people were seated directly across from him. Behind these 3, a dense crowd of people stretched out, many of them holding weapons. What on earth was going on? A flurry of questions erupted in Director Fong and his team's minds. Director Zhang was the first to grasp the situation, deducing it from the content of Lu Dahai's earlier phone call. These people crouched on the ground were indeed captured by Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo was likely engaged in a showdown with the leaders of other factions in Haetong Street. Then he recalled Lu Dahai's instructions to urgently inform Director Fong to send reinforcements to assist Lin Mo. Director Zhang, having thought this through, promptly relayed his analysis to Director Fong. Upon hearing this, Director Fong exclaimed excitedly. Zhang, this might just be our chance. Director Zhang was somewhat confused by Director Feng's meaning, as his only concern at the moment was Lin Mo's safety. Lin Mo has now intimidated the leaders of these criminal gangs. If we strike while they're off guard, we could wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Whoa! Director Zhang and Shuanha Road Station Chief Li Quan felt their hearts surge with excitement upon hearing Director Feng's words. Director Fong was right, this truly was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Director Zhang finally caught up with the idea, and he couldn't help but silently praise Lin Mo. This Lin Mo always manages to surprise everyone. Director Fong wasted no time, picking up the phone and dialing. Old Wu, notify your SWAT team, assemble everyone. Be ready for my orders in 5 minutes. Xiao Wang, issue the order, assemble every officer in Liangchang. Report for duty in 5 minutes. Old Gao, coordinate with the Transportation Bureau, seal off all roads leading to Haetong Street. Director Fong made a total of 5 calls. Then, accompanied by Director Zhang and Chief Li Quan, he stepped out of his office. Haetong Street. Lin Mo and these gang leaders had been sitting there for over 10 minutes. Duanhu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, spoke with growing impatience. Young man, it's unbearably hot out here under the blazing sun. I've got beautiful women ready to give you a massage. How much more comfortable would that be? Why not come with me? Young man, you must be hungry too. I've got fine wine and delicious food waiting for you. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Reinforcements would likely take another half hour. He glanced at the 3 men across from him and said casually, how about we play a round of landlords? Whoever wins, I'll go with them. Chapter 107, The Ace of Spades. How about we play a round of landlords? Whoever wins, I'll go with them. The 3 underground faction leaders exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Mo's words. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. This was the first time they'd encountered such a situation, settling negotiations through a game of landlord. Wasn't this a bit too frivolous? Bai Wenchuan, the leader of the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, chuckled awkwardly. Little brother, your idea is quite interesting, heh. Usually we settle things with fists and blades, but this time we'll try a civilized approach, heh. Card games test one's wits, after all. After speaking, Bai Wenchuan, the leader of the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, deliberately glanced at Duanhu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. This instantly displeased Duanhu, who pointed at Bai Wenchuan and snapped. What the hell are you staring at? My IQ is 380. Hearing Duanhu's retort, Bai Wenchuan merely smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Arguing with someone of such low intelligence would only lower his own IQ. Speaking of IQ, Lin Mo couldn't help but touch his own nose. After all, his IQ had only been 85 before a low that had followed him for 21 years. Fortunately, he later bound the Sin Buster system, which boosted his IQ. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to sit among these underground bosses, engaging in wits and strategies. At that moment, Duanhu barked an order at one of his henchmen. Go get a deck of cards. Got it, boss. The subordinate quickly dashed to a nearby supermarket, fetched a deck of cards, and even brought over a table. Duanhu looked on with great satisfaction. Hey, Bai, see that? Even my underlings are this smart. Ha. Lin Mo wasn't actually very skilled at playing landlord. He'd only played it a few times as a kid with his friends, but due to his mental challenges, he almost always ended up losing. Later, driven by his ambition to become a police officer, he channeled all his energy and time into studying in physical training. But Lin Mo wasn't worried now. His intellect had undergone systematic enhancement, reaching an IQ of 120. To give himself an edge in the upcoming card game? So in the system's basic marketplace, he spent 5,000 points to purchase 10 points of intelligence. Having apprehended numerous criminals recently, he now possessed over 10,000 points. After purchasing the 10 intelligence points, Lin Mo's IQ had now reached 130. He instantly felt his mind grow significantly clearer. High intelligence really made a difference. Landlord is a game for 3 players. How do we play with 4? Duan who asked the group. How about this, we play with the new guy in order of arrival. Whoever loses drops out, and the rest of us keep playing with him. Sound good? Sounds good. Bai Wenchuan turned to Lin Mo and asked. Young man, how exactly do we win against you? After a moment's thought, Lin Mo addressed the 3. Here's how it'll work, we'll play 10 rounds. Whoever wins the most, I'll give it to them. The 3 immediately agreed in unison. Lin Mo had already calculated in his mind, each round would take about 5 minutes. Before they reached 10 rounds, the police reinforcements supporting him would arrive. At that point, he could stall for time while his superiors made their final arrangements. Then he could take them all down at once. With the rules set, Lin Mo, Bai Wenchuan, and Duan who began the first game. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded on the street. The usually arrogant and domineering underground bosses were now sitting on the street, playing cards with a young man. Over 100 underlings stood behind the 3 bosses. Behind Lin Mo, over 100 street punks crouched in a circle. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. What was going on? Wasn't this young man supposed to take down Black Pond Street's underworld? Why was he playing cards with those bosses now? The plot twist felt a bit off. Not just the clueless bystanders, even Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji found this turn of events utterly unbelievable. After all, they were police officers' natural enemies of the underground underworld. Yet Lin Mo has thrown them into this bizarre situation. Li Jianhua, what kind of tactic is this, brother Lin? Your intelligence is pretty questionable. Lin Mo is clearly stalling for time. Waiting for backup, got it? Zhang Ji shot Li Jianhua a withering look. Of course I know brother Lin is stalling. Lin Mo and his team quickly started the first round. Lin Mo had decent luck drawing a strong hand, but he wasn't the landlord. Duan who was the landlord. Duan who usually enjoyed playing cards with his underlings, and he always won. He was naturally confident beating Lin Mo would be no problem at all. But after a few rounds, something felt off. Lin Mo and Bai Wenchuan seemed to know his cards. By the end of the first round, it was clear Duan who had lost. Another big shot beside him grinned as he took Duan Hu's seat. Man, what terrible luck. Duan Hu sighed helplessly. Truth be told, his cards weren't bad, it was just that his card skills were truly awful. When he played cards with his own crew, they always cut him some slack. After one round, Lin Mo realized this: Bai Wenchuan was no ordinary player. He can calculate what cards his opponents still hold based on the cards they've played. Round 2 begins. Bai Wenchuan drew the landlord role. Though his opponent played skillfully, he still fell short against Lin Mo's 130 IQ. Lin Mo easily won the second round. Duan Hu instructed his henchmen to buy 2 bottles of soda, one for himself and one for Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't hesitate and started drinking right away. Then the third round began. The entire Black Pond Street was now packed with people, yet they remained surprisingly quiet. All eyes were fixed on the few bosses seated on the street, playing cards with that young man. A strange feeling stirred within them. Lu Dahai's car remained parked in its original spot, not entering Haitong Street. Lu Dahai and his men waited anxiously, their hearts pounding with worry. After all, their stations Lin Mo, Li Jianhua, and Zhang Ji were still trapped inside Haitong Street. Half an hour had already passed. Finally, at that moment, Director Feng from the Liangcheng Bureau arrived with reinforcements. Lu, what's the situation inside now? Director Feng asked Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai wasn't entirely sure himself. Director Feng, I'll check right now. Lu Dahai then sent a message to Li Jianhua, inquiring about the situation on Haitong Street. Shortly after, Li Jianhua sent him a video clip. Director Feng and the others gathered around to see what was happening. The video showed a large crowd standing on Haitong Street, yet not a single person spoke. Then, a burly man on Haitong Street slammed his cards down on the table and bellowed. Damn it! Royal flush. I finally won a hand. Chapter 108, I am a police officer. Director Feng of Liangcheng Police Headquarters and Lu Dahai watched the scene unfold on the video feed, their faces filled with confusion. What? What the hell is going on? Wasn't it supposed to be an intense standoff between Lin Mo and the Black Pond Street gang? Why were Lin Mo and several gang leaders happily playing cards in the footage? Watching these bizarre scenes, their minds were filled with confusion. Could it be that Lin Mo actually knows them? Otherwise, why would they be having such a good time with him? Especially that burly guy. After winning a hand, he excitedly high-fived Lin Mo. He even praised Lin Mo's card skills. Director Feng's mind was filled with questions. He turned to look at Lin Mo's mentor, Lu Dahai. He hoped to find answers from him. Lu Dahai looked just as bewildered. Director Feng, I'm not sure what's going on either. Let me ask around. Lu Dahai hurriedly sent a message to Li Jianhua, inquiring about the situation. Li Jianhua informed them that this was a tactic Lin Mo had deliberately devised to stall for time. He urged them to make arrangements quickly, as Lin Mo would only play 10 games with them. They were already on the 8th game. Director Feng understood immediately upon hearing this. But a nagging question lingered in his mind: how had Lin Mo managed to get these underground kingpins to play cards with him? This Lin Mo was no ordinary man. However, Director Feng had no time to dwell on it, as the situation was urgent and they had to act swiftly. If these underground bosses realized what was happening and fled, apprehending them later would be far more difficult. Old Wu, lead your SWAT team to flank them from the right and encircle these men from behind. Xiao Wang, you lead 50 officers to encircle them from the left. Old Gao, you lead 50 officers to surround them from the right. Xiao Zhang, you lead your officers from the Old City District Bureau to attack from the front. Roger that. The group responded in unison to Chief Feng. Then everyone sprang into action. Inside Haitong Street, Lin Mo and several gang leaders were already on their 8th round. Just then, Li Jianhua approached and whispered something in Lin Mo's ear. Lin Mo finally felt relieved. Li Jianhua had informed him that Director Feng from the Liangcheng Bureau had brought over 400 police officers to support him. Lin Mo glanced over the 3 gang leaders' backs and saw roughly 200 small-time thugs. Over 400 police officers subduing 200 street thugs would be a piece of cake. Moreover, Li Jianhua informed him that the branch bureau had also deployed special police forces this time. The combat prowess of SWAT officers was no ordinary feat, these petty thugs. To put it dramatically, one SWAT officer could handle 10 of them without breaking a sweat. Young man, 2 more rounds. Based on the rules you mentioned earlier, whoever wins the most among us 3 you'll join their gang. Bai Wenchuan said with a smile. So far, Bai Wenchuan had won 4 rounds, while the other 2 underground factions had each won 3 and 1 round respectively. The one with the fewest wins was Duanhu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Lin Mo was utterly speechless about him. With his level of intelligence, Lin Mo simply couldn't bring him along. Don't worry, I keep my word. Lin Mo chuckled as he addressed Bai Wenchuan. There were still 2 rounds left, taking about 10 minutes. Earlier, Li Jianhua had informed Lin Mo that Director Feng and his team would move in 5 minutes. Knowing they wouldn't get away, Lin Mo shifted his focus to probing the underground power dynamics in Haitong Street. Boss Bai, I'd like to ask how many factions are there in Haitong Street? Hearing Lin Mo address him as Boss Bai Wenchuan felt an immediate surge of delight. It seemed Lin Mo was ready to acknowledge him as the leader. He proceeded to give Lin Mo a detailed explanation. There are 8 major underground factions in Haitong Street. Add in the smaller ones, and you're looking at around 15 in total. That many? Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Black Pond Street wasn't that big an area, yet it harbored so many factions. Seeing Lin Mo's surprise, Bai Wenchuan explained. Young man, our Gathering of Talents Pavilion is a major force in the Haitong Street area. We have nearly 100 members under our command. If you join us, I'm confident it won't be long before Haitong Street is ruled by our gang alone. After speaking, Bai Wenchuan shot a glance at the 2 other gang leaders standing beside him. Lin Mo then turned to Bai Wenchuan and asked. Boss Bai, with so many factions, but Haitong Street is so small, where do they all operate? Heh, little brother. While Black Pond Street may seem like just one street, its reach extends far beyond. Take our Gathering of Talents Pavilion, for instance. We've established strongholds along Black Pond Street and the Chishui Alley area. Bai Wenchuan then proceeded to detail the key hideouts of several major gangs operating in Haitong Street for Lin Mo. Lin Mo was certain that without Bai Wenchuan's guidance, locating these underground factions' hideouts would have been quite difficult. After gathering the information he needed, Lin Mo glanced at the time. Director Feng and his team should have begun their operation by now. Sure enough, just 10 seconds after checking the time, police surged in from all directions. Armed with firearms and breaching shields, they immediately surrounded the area. The 3 underground faction leaders beside Lin Mo immediately panicked. Damn it! How did so many cops show up out of nowhere? Who the hell called the cops? Damn it all to hell! Duanhu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, couldn't help but curse loudly. Meanwhile, the more astute Bai Wenchuan approached Lin Mo. Young man, come with me. I'll get you out of here. Bai Wenchuan knew full well that if he could win Lin Mo over now, with Lin Mo's skills, he wouldn't have to worry about his own power not rising. Lin Mo, however, was inwardly speechless. He had called the police himself, yet here was Bai Wenchuan, afraid he'd be arrested in trying to take him away. Bai Wenchuan grabbed Lin Mo's arm, intending to slip away with him amidst the chaos. But Lin Mo stood completely still. Bai Wenchuan turned and repeated his demand. Come on, young man, let's go. Lin Mo replied calmly to Bai Wenchuan. Do you know what I do? You? Aren't you a formidable street fighter? Lin Mo gave a faint smile. I'm a cop. A cop? Bai Wenchuan's eyes widened in shock at Lin Mo's words. This young man is a cop. How could that be? He had seen Lin Mo in action, brutal and ruthless. A police officer wouldn't just beat people up like that. When they saw the video of Lin Mo taking down the gangbang, they never once imagined he was a cop. Upon hearing Lin Mo admit he was a cop, Bai Wenchuan instinctively tried to release his grip on the other man's arm. But Lin Mo grabbed his wrist in a swift counter-move. Chapter 109, Is This Too Childish? Bai Wenchuan felt a chill of dread as Lin Mo seized his arm. He tried to break free, but found himself utterly powerless. Lin Mo delivered a sweeping kick, sending Bai Wenchuan crashing to the ground. Had Lin Mo not shown him mercy after all, Bai Wenchuan had just revealed the location of the other boss. His blow wouldn't have been so light. Ignoring the fallen Bai Wenchuan, Lin Mo strode over him. His priority now was to subdue the other two underground faction leaders. Duan Hu and the other gang leaders saw Lin Mo approaching them. They knew they were no match for him. They instinctively tried to flee. But Lin Mo's speed was blinding. In an instant, he seized both men by the arms. Their arms felt as if they were being crushed by iron clamps. They couldn't break free. Just as they tried to resist, Lin Mo took a huge step backward. He pulled them both backward, sending them crashing to the ground. At that moment, Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji arrived, immediately pinning the two men down and cuffing them. The panicked small-time thugs, now facing the special police officers' guns, cowered on the ground, too scared to move. They knew full well that as low-level thugs, even if caught, they wouldn't be detained for long. If they tried to flee now and the police actually fired, their lives would be forfeit. Besides, they were completely surrounded with nowhere to run. Under Chief Feng's command, all members of this underground organization were apprehended within 10 minutes. One bus after another began transporting them away. Ultimately, due to the sheer number of people, Chief Feng had to mobilize several public buses to transport everyone away. Director Feng had them all transferred to the newly constructed Lin Mo Detention Center. He hadn't anticipated that the Lin Mo Detention Center would be put to use so soon after its completion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known where to house so many prisoners. The onlookers gathered on Haitong Street, seeing the police arrest so many members of the underground forces, immediately applauded in approval. Great! It's about time these underground forces on Haitong Street were taken down. Yes, now we can finally live in peace on Haitong Street. I thought that young man was part of the Black Pond Street underworld too, but who knew he was actually a cop? He's incredible. This cop is incredible. Facing so many menacing underworld figures, he remained calm and composed. I doubt you'd find many officers nationwide who could handle themselves like that. The onlookers were buzzing with talk about Lin Mo. His actions had earned their profound respect. They all understood clearly. The reason the police managed to apprehend so many underground figures was entirely due to this young man's efforts. Without him, the police would have struggled to apprehend those cunning underground figures. Previously, several crackdowns on underground forces had been conducted in Haitong Street. Yet they had never achieved any tangible results. After giving his final instructions, Chief Feng walked over to Lin Mo with a smile, patted his shoulder, and said, Lin Mo, well done. You've really brought honor to the Liangcheng Police Department. Chief Feng felt deeply gratified. This time, Lin Mo had achieved such a significant accomplishment, at least a third-class merit award. Recalling that Lin Mo had earned this medal in less than a month on the job, Chief Feng couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He couldn't help but wonder what the reaction would be when this third-class merit was reported to the capital. Last time, the capital's leadership had specifically called to ask him whether there had been a mistake regarding Lin Mo's honorary medal. How could a rookie officer possibly earn so many medals in such a short time? The pace of producing medals couldn't keep up with the speed of Lin Mo receiving them. And just yesterday, they had reported a third-class merit for Lin Mo's raid on a human trafficking den. Today, Lin Mo is applying for another. Chief Feng, why have all the SWAT officers left? Lin Mo asked Director Feng in confusion. He now possessed the locations of these underground factions' hideouts, coupled with his innate perception of criminal activity. Lin Mo was supremely confident he could wipe out every underground operation in Haitong Street. Director Feng chuckled upon hearing Lin Mo's words. They're SWAT officers. After completing their mission, they must return to standby. They need to be on call at all times to respond to other emergencies. But Director Feng, we've only captured less than half of Haitong Street's underground forces. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Director Feng instantly understood his meaning. You mean you want to use this opportunity to wipe out the rest of the underground forces all at once? Yes. Lin Mo, your idea is indeed quite good. Earlier, while we were arresting these individuals, I dispatched a team of officers to investigate their underground operations. Not a single trace of them was found. We arrested around 400 people, causing such a huge commotion. The members of other underground factions must have gone into hiding long ago. Commissioner Feng addressed Lin Mo. For him, apprehending so many at once was already a significant achievement. But Lin Mo, well, he wanted to wipe out every last underground faction in Haitong Street. The idea was sound, but reality was far from straightforward. Ultimately, it was Black Tangle Street's intricate geography that prevented them from completely eradicating these underground factions. Director Feng, Bai Wenchuan, the boss of the Gathering Pavilion, just revealed the locations of all the underground factions in Haitong Street to me. Lin Mo addressed Director Feng. He told you the locations? Wei. Director Fong stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing. His face flashed with shock. What? You know the locations of every underground gang on Hayton Street? Yes. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. Oh my. This is perfect. Maybe we really can wipe out the entire underground network on Black Pond Street. Director Fong was so excited he was almost at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to give him such a huge surprise. He promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number, which was answered almost immediately. Director Fong. Old Wu, get your team back here immediately. The mission isn't over yet. Team leader Wu, who had just exited Hayton Street, received Director Feng's order and immediately turned around to return to Hayton Street. When he arrived at Director Feng's side, he found the other leaders had all gathered as well. This is Lin Mo. He obtained the hiding locations of other gangs from the leader of an underground organization. Now, all of you take your men and follow Lin Mo's lead. Everyone is under his command. Team leader Wu glanced at Lin Mo. While he had indeed just earned major credit, but he was still just a rookie officer. Making everyone follow his orders? Wasn't that a bit too frivolous? Chapter 110, got a problem? Deep within Hayton Street. Inside an old mansion. Hanging on the main wall of the hall were three large characters, Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. 6 men sat in the parlor, the leaders of Loyalty Hall, Black Pond Street's largest gang. Big brother, it's total chaos out there now. That young man turned out to be a cop. Everyone from the Black Tiger gang and the Gathering Pavilion has been arrested. Damn it, that kid's sharp as attack. He pulled off a taking Tiger Mountain by strategy move. If it weren't for the boss's quick thinking, we'd have fallen right into that kid's trap. Yeah, honestly, that kid's skills are seriously impressive. Not a single one of our Loyalty Hall guys could match him. So what if he's skilled? The problem is he's a cop. Otherwise, if he joined our Loyalty Hall, we could have ruled Black Pond Street. The leader of the Loyalty Hall, seated at the head of the table, spoke slowly. Opportunity often lurks within crisis. With half of Black Pond Street's forces arrested this time, it might just be a blessing in disguise for us. As soon as the boss uttered these words, the other leaders instantly understood. Oh my. Exactly. The boss is truly the boss. His perspective is on a whole different level. This turmoil hasn't touched our Loyalty Hall at all. Once these cops clear out, we can swallow up the other gangs whole. You're absolutely right. Soon the entire Black Pond Street will belong to our Loyalty Hall, haha. Boss, you're truly amazing. Your words woke us all up. Several leaders showered the Loyalty Hall boss with praise. Boss, when do we make our move? One of the leaders inquired. Seated at the head of the table, the leader of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall pondered for a moment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression grew dark and ruthless. Why wait for a better day? Let's strike tonight. Upon hearing this, the others immediately nodded in agreement. The boss is right. It's the perfect chance to catch the other gangs off guard tonight. Once we swallow up the other gangs, all of Black Pond Street's riches will be ours. Who'll dare challenge us then? The group began to revel in visions of Loyalty Hall's glorious future ruling Black Pond Street. Then, the Loyalty Hall boss began laying out the plan. 10 minutes later, after hearing their boss's plan, they all burst into excited laughter. Boss, what a brilliant plan. Yes, if we follow the boss's plan, our Loyalty Hall will surely succeed. The leader then turned to fourth brother. Fourth brother, you take 20 brothers to our armory and retrieve the supplies. Roger that, boss. Fourth brother said, then stood up and walked out. But 2 minutes later, fourth brother reappeared at the doorway. Fourth brother, what's going on? Boss told you to go to the armory and get the stuff out, right? Just as second brother finished speaking, they noticed a young man had also appeared at their doorway. Everyone stared in shock. For this young man was none other than Lin Mo, the young police officer who had apprehended members of other gangs. What are you doing here? The usually rock-solid, loyal as a dog leader of the Loyalty Hall stammered in his speech. You know me? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. I saw you in the video. The video the Loyalty Hall boss referred to was the one showing Lin Mo taking down the King Kong gang. Oh. Lin Mo responded. The leaders of the Loyalty Hall all looked puzzled. What did that mean? At that moment, the third brother forced himself to stay calm and shouted at Lin Mo. Kid, your skills may be impressive, but do you really think you can take us all down alone? Before the third brother could finish, Lin Mo waved toward the entrance. Instantly, over a dozen SWAT officers, fully armed and holding their weapons, burst in. The third brother who had spoken moments before collapsed to his knees with a thud, raising his hands above his head. Lin Mo shot him a look of utter contempt. Even the leaders of the Loyalty Hall were utterly speechless at third brother's behavior. When he hadn't seen these SWAT officers earlier, he'd been talking a big game. But the moment he saw the armed SWAT officers, he went soft. The second in command of the Loyalty Hall couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What a wimp! Though his voice was low, Lin Mo heard it loud and clear. Lin Mo's icy gaze fixed on the second in command of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall as he spoke in a flat tone. Got a problem with that? Seeing this, the second-in-command promptly dropped to his knees. No objections. The second-in-command felt utterly miserable inside. He had merely voiced a complaint. At Lin Mo's single command, several SWAT officers immediately aimed their guns directly at his head. How could he possibly dare to have any objections? Take them all away. 2 hours later, Lin Mo led his team of officers and completely wiped out all the underground criminal organizations in Haitong Street. This operation netted over 600 arrests. Combined with the previous 400-plus arrests, they had now apprehended over 1,000 individuals. Onlookers cheered as truckloads of petty criminals were hauled away. Wonderful! Black Tangle Street will finally be free of underground forces. From now on, our Black Pond Street can finally return to peace. We're so grateful to the Liangcheng police. We owe the greatest thanks to that young officer. Without him, these underground forces could never have been fully apprehended. You're absolutely right. By the way, who exactly is this young man? I heard he's an officer from the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Damn, a regular officer? Someone that impressive should be in SWAT or the Homicide Squad, right? The onlookers began buzzing with speculation about Lin Mo's identity. By the time the Black Pond Street incident was resolved, night had fallen. Chief Fong assigned the follow-up work to the Xuanhua Road Police Station. After all, Haitong Street fell within their jurisdiction. As Lin Mo departed, Xuanhua Road Station Chief Li Quan grasped his hand, expressing repeated gratitude. Just 2 hours earlier, the Black Pond Street incident had left him utterly distressed. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo had completely eradicated the threat this time. With the underground forces on Haitong Street completely eradicated, the crime rate in the Xuanhua Road Police Station's jurisdiction would undoubtedly drop significantly. Had Lu Dahai not intervened on Lin Mo's behalf, the Xuanhua Road Station chief would likely still be holding a grudge against him. Oldly, if you're truly grateful to Lin Mo, just grab me a couple bottles of good liquor sometime. Lu Dahai quipped. Old Lu, rest assured. I've got several bottles of vintage liquor at home. I'll bring them over tomorrow. Alright, I'll remember that. Seeing Lin Mo about to leave, the Xuanhua Road Station chief thanked him once more. Lin Mo, I really can't thank you enough. It wasn't surprising he felt so grateful toward Lin Mo. After all, even the Liangcheng Bureau had been powerless against Haitong Street. Lin Mo had resolved the issue, helping him clear a major hurdle. Lin Mo replied modestly. Chiefly, no need to be so formal, it was just a small favor. Chapter 111, The IOU. Chiefly, no need to be so formal, it was just something I happened to do. Li Quan, chief of Xuanhua Road Police Station, heard Lin Mo say this and his eye twitched slightly. Lu Dahai's apprentice sure knows how to crush a man's ego. Taking down the entire underground operation on Haitong Street was nothing more than a simple task for him. After all, Black Pond Street had been a persistent headache even for Bureau Chief Fong. He couldn't help but wonder what Director Fong would think if he heard Lin Mo's words. But Li Quan saw the genuine humility in Lin Mo's expression, not a trace of mockery. He gave Lin Mo an awkward smile. Beside them, Lu Dahai nearly burst with laughter. He loved how his apprentice could effortlessly show off without even trying. Just then, Director Fong approached and said cheerfully to Lu Dahai. Little Lu, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Lu Dahai hastily waved his hands. It was best that Director Fong didn't hear such powerful words about Lin Mo. Lu Dahai feared it might make him withdraw into himself. Lin Mo followed Lu Dahai back to the station, where everyone was famished. Lu Dahai specially ordered the kitchen to prepare several hearty dishes to help them recover. Originally, Lu Dahai had wanted to celebrate properly, but remembering Lin Mo was still worried about Xiao Dingtang, he decided against it. They'd save the celebration for after they rescued little Ding Dong. After a simple dinner, Lin Mo clocked out and left. His mind was constantly preoccupied with Xiao Dingtang's situation. He pondered where Go Hongshan could possibly be hiding her. He wandered the streets unconsciously until he found himself at the hospital where Tang Bing was hospitalized. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before deciding to visit Tang Bing. He'd been too busy these past few days to visit her. Plus, Tang Bing had lent him 5,000 yuan today, and he'd written her an IOU. Lin Mo stopped at a roadside fruit stand, bought some fruit, and carried the bag to Tang Bing's hospital room. At that moment, Tang Bing lay on her hospital bed, lost in thought. She wondered why Lin Mo hadn't visited for 4 days. What on earth was he doing? Should she call him? Just then, she heard a knock at the door. She quickly dismissed her thoughts and called out toward the door. Come in. The door opened, and a familiar figure appeared in Tang Bing's line of sight. She exclaimed excitedly. Lin Mo. You came. Tang Bing seemed to realize she'd gotten too excited, so she quickly composed herself. Then she said in a calm tone. You're here. Sis Tang, I came to see you. I've been busy with a case these past few days, so... No worries. If you're busy, you didn't have to come see me. The moment the words left her mouth, Tang Bing regretted them. He knew Lin Mo's personality well. He was very straightforward. If he said such polite words, Lin Mo might actually believe them. What if he really didn't come to see her? Before Lin Mo could respond, she quickly added. If you're busy during the day, you can just come by after work whenever you have time. Tang Bing felt this explanation still sounded awkward, so she added. I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I get so bored when I'm alone. Lin Mo was left somewhat bewildered by Tang Bing's disjointed remarks. Still, he casually agreed. After chatting for about an hour, Lin Mo glanced at the time, stood up, and said to Tang Bing, Sis Tang, I won't disturb your rest. I'll head back now. You just got here and you're leaving already? It's only been an hour. Has it really been that long? Tang Bing glanced at the time in confusion, only to find that indeed, an hour had passed. Lin Mo pulled a note from his pocket and handed it to Tang Bing. Tang Bing froze, a sudden thought popping into her mind. This was Lin Mo. A love letter for me. What should she do? After all, they hadn't known each other long, not even a month. If I accept right away, won't it seem too frivolous? Should she accept it, or not? At this thought, Tang Bing's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head slightly, accepting the note Lin Mo handed her with a touch of embarrassment. Tang Bing's fingers accidentally brushed against Lin Mo's hand. It felt like an electric shock and she quickly withdrew her pale hand. Her cheeks flushed even redder. Sis Tang. This is the IOU for the money I borrowed from you. IOU? Tang Bing froze in surprise, feeling utterly embarrassed. Just moments ago, she thought this was something Lin Mo was giving her. Oh my goodness. This is so embarrassing. Tang Bing nearly buried her head in the pillow to hide her embarrassment from Lin Mo. Meanwhile, the somewhat clueless Lin Mo, thinking Tang Bing was tired, said, Sis Tang, I'm heading out. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Tang Bing replied without lifting her head. Lin Mo then exited Tang Bing's hospital room and closed the door behind him. Tang Bing covered her face with both hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. It took her a full 5 minutes before the flush on her cheeks finally began to subside. Then she recalled the tingling sensation from touching Lin Mo's fingers earlier, and a smile slipped onto her face. 10 minutes later. Tang Bing tapped her head lightly with one hand twice. Tang Bing, what's gotten into you? Lin Mo might not have meant anything by it at all. She murmured to herself. After regaining her senses, Tang Bing casually opened the IOU Lin Mo had given her. However, the above is not the content of the IOU. Only this was written there. I once thought. My life was shrouded in darkness. And that light no longer existed. Yet your arrival. Like a blazing fire in the night. Love poem? What's going on? Tang Bing looked utterly perplexed. From the neat, delicate handwriting above, she could tell this was definitely a girl's penmanship. And Tang Bing had seen Lin Mo's handwriting before, it was nothing like this. Therefore, she was absolutely certain this wasn't written by Lin Mo. Could it be from another girl, written to Lin Mo? Tang Bing quickly lifted her finger from the signature. There it was, Xiao Wan. Tang Bing suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Did Lin Mo have a girlfriend? But that couldn't be right. She had heard Lin Mo say before that he didn't have a girlfriend at all. Why would Lin Mo carry a love poem with him? This left Tang Bing feeling baffled. Back at his place, Lin Mo was exhausted from the day. He took a quick shower. Just as he was about to put his laundry away, he discovered something in his pocket. He pulled it out to take a look. It was the IOU he had written for Tang Bing. What was going on? He was certain he had given the note to Tang Bing. How had it ended up back in his own pocket? Then it hit him earlier today. Juanzi had given him a note to pass on to that policewoman. The note he'd given Tang Bing must have been the one Juanzi gave him. How careless of me. Lin Mo scolded himself silently. He glanced at the time and figured Tang Bing was probably asleep by now. Never mind. He'd deal with it when he visited Sister Tang later. Little did Lin Mo know that at that very moment, Tang Bing was still pondering who this person named Juanzi could be. Chapter 112, The Lottery. The next day, Lin Mo suddenly jolted awake. He hurriedly opened his system, recalling his first day on the job. The Crime Buster system contained a lottery feature, and he had previously drawn 2 crime blind boxes from it. These blind boxes revealed the location of criminals. Perhaps, through this method, he could draw Go Hongqiang's crime blind box. Though the odds were slim, it was still more likely than searching the entire world for him. With that thought, Lin Mo activated the lottery system within the Crime Buster. His current honor points stood at 128. Each draw cost 10 points, meaning he could make at least 12 attempts. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo clicked the draw button without hesitation. After a rhythmic sound, the system's voice announced. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a lollipop. Lin Mo froze in shock. Holy crap. A lollipop? What the hell is going on? Could the lottery system be deliberately giving him useless junk just because he has a high honor value? This left Lin Mo utterly speechless. He glanced at his remaining 118 honor points and decided not to dwell on it. As long as he could win Gu Hongqiang's sinful blind box once, it would all be worth it. Lin Mo composed himself and clicked the lottery button once more. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a lollipop. Me. Even someone as patient as Lin Mo felt like cursing. The system was being downright cruel today. The half-heartedness was painfully obvious. Lin Mo took a deep breath, wondering if it was because he was lying in bed. The system thought he wasn't respecting it, so it made him draw 2 lollipops. Fine. With that thought, Lin Mo got up to wash up, dressed in his bedclothes. He stood at attention in a standard military posture and respectfully opened the lottery system. This time, the system shouldn't find any reason to mess with him again. Lottery. Lin Mo clicked the start button. An electronic chime instantly echoed in his mind. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a B-grade sin mystery box. Here it comes. Lin Mo was overjoyed. It seemed his earlier hunch had been correct. But Lin Mo didn't rush to open the sin box. He sensed the odds of getting Gu Hongxiang from a single sin box were extremely low. Seizing his good fortune, he clicked the lottery button again. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a lollipop. Holy crap. This system can't take a compliment. Finally, Lin Mo just closed his eyes and clicked the continuous draw button. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bandage. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a lollipop. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a universal sin mystery box. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clue tracking. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a scalpel skill. Lin Mo could only hear the system's notification sounds ringing continuously in his mind. The lottery only ceased when his honor points dwindled to 8. Finally, Lin Mo took stock of his loot. 6 lollipops, 1 hemostatic agent, 1 bandage, 1 scalpel skill, 1 clue tracking, 1 B-grade sin box, and 1 universal sin box. He felt fortunate that at least 2 sin boxes remained. Ignoring the rest, Lin Mo addressed the system directly. Open the B-grade sin blind box. System, ding. Mystery box opened. Obtained coordinates of a doctor assisting human traffickers in organ harvesting. Location, 18 kilometers from host. Sin value, 900. Host must apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's heart surged violently at this revelation. A doctor assisting organ traffickers. In Lianchang, there seemed to be only one human trafficking syndicate. This criminal doctor was highly likely connected to Gu Hongxiang. The thought sent Lin Mo leaping to his feet. He flung open the door and dashed out. He hadn't heard from little Ding Ding in days, and this criminal doctor might just be the breakthrough he needed. Lin Mo hailed a taxi immediately upon exiting the building. He needed to apprehend this doctor as quickly as possible. To uncover clues about Xiao Dingtang. 20 minutes later. Lin Mo arrived at the location pinpointed by the system. He quickly identified the criminal doctor. At that moment, the criminal doctor, briefcase in hand, had just opened his front door. He was in his 40s, with a kindly, benevolent face. One would never suspect him of being the criminal doctor who helped organ traffickers harvest organs. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, the door opened again. A pale-faced middle-aged woman spoke to him gently. Don't work too hard. Come back early tonight. I'll make your favorite braised pork for dinner. The middle-aged doctor turned back and smiled at the woman with great affection. Then he walked toward his car. The middle-aged woman coughed twice before hurriedly closing the door. The instant the man opened his car door, Lin Mo instantly pinned him against it. Don't move. I'm the police. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the man flinched in surprise before regaining his composure. We can talk in the car. The man's composure surprised Lin Mo. Lin Mo agreed to his request, opened the door, and pinned his hands against the back seat. The criminal doctor was also slightly surprised to find that the person who had apprehended him was a young man. Where is the human trafficker's hideout? The criminal doctor's last shred of hope vanished the moment Lin Mo asked him that question. He had assumed his capture was for some other reason, never expecting the other party to know his crimes from the very start. I knew this day would come, but I never imagined it would be so soon. The criminal doctor sighed helplessly. I truly don't know the human trafficker's hideout. But you can ask, I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Mo glanced at the criminal doctor. He'd never encountered a criminal so unflappable before. Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Have you recently performed an organ transplant on a 4-year-old girl? No. Tell me the truth. Lin Mo said, sounding somewhat skeptical. Since you've caught me, I know the consequences, so there's no point in lying to you. Who is the human trafficker leader you're in contact with? I only know his surname is Gu. Hearing this, Lin Mo was almost certain it must be Gu Hongxiang. It seemed he hadn't made a mistake this time. Besides you, did the traffickers seek out any other doctors? No. His reply was concise and direct, without a hint of hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Mo finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. This meant Xiao Dingtang should be safe. How many surgeries have you performed for the traffickers? 28. Chapter 113, always last place. 28 surgeries. Lin Mo's expression turned icy upon hearing that number. That meant the trafficker had harvested organs from 28 victims. Were they still alive? Only 6 survived. Lin Mo's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. He grabbed the man by the collar. You beast. Lin Mo's expression twisted into a savage grimace. He wanted to eliminate this utterly depraved criminal doctor right then and there. 28 vibrant lives, yet only 6 survived. 22 were killed for their organs. Is this something a human being would do? The criminal doctor was gripped tightly by the collar, his neck turning crimson from the pressure. Even if I hadn't done it, other doctors would have. Killing me won't change anything. Hearing the criminal doctor's words, Lin Mo slowly released his grip. Yes. What he said was undoubtedly true. Even if he refused, the traffickers would find someone else to do it. The root of this problem lies with the traffickers. Without traffickers, there would be no organ trade. Lin Mo slowly calmed down. Have the traffickers approached you recently for removal surgeries? The criminal doctor gasped for breath, clearly having been choked quite hard by Lin Mo earlier. After catching his breath, he finally spoke. Yes. When? This morning at 10 o'clock. Lin Mo hurriedly checked the time. It was already 8:30 a.m. That meant he had an hour and a half left. Where's the surgery? At the bridgehead of Nialazwang. Someone will pick me up then. Nialazwang. Lin Mo repeated the name to himself. He knew this place. It was in the southwest suburbs of Liangchang. It would take 40 minutes to drive there. Lin Mo suddenly recalled that he had drawn a surgical knife mastery in the lottery system today. A bold idea struck him. Tell the traffickers you're gravely ill today. I'll go in your place. The criminal doctor looked at Lin Mo upon hearing this. You want to take my place? The traffickers are extremely cunning. If they sense anything amiss, they'll kill you. They're armed. The criminal doctor warned. Just handle the contact. Don't worry about anything else. I hope you don't pull any tricks. Otherwise. Lin Mo finished speaking and glanced at his home. The criminal doctor instantly tensed up. To him, nothing in this world mattered except his gravely ill wife, his greatest concern. Don't you dare tell her about me. It all depends on whether you cooperate. Lin Mo said calmly. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. The criminal doctor then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Dr. Fong, where are you? Big brother Gu, I ate some leftovers this morning and now I'm suffering from food poisoning. I'm dizzy and can't see straight. I really can't make it. How about we reschedule for another day? Lin Mo heard the criminal doctor say this and thought he might be up to something shady. But he held his ground. On the other end of the line, Bosco was furious upon hearing Dr. Fong's excuse. Dr. Fong, you've already postponed this for 2 days. Today, you absolutely cannot back out. Gulauda, you know I was busy with my wife's dialysis these past 2 days and couldn't get away. But today I'm seriously dizzy. I don't care. You must come today. Dizziness is irrelevant. As long as you extract the organ, whether the patient lives or dies is of no consequence. The buyer can't wait any longer. Gulauda, if anything goes wrong and the organ gets damaged, I can't afford the consequences. The criminal doctor finished speaking. Human trafficker Gulauda hesitated. The other guy was right. If something went wrong, the hard-to-match organ would be ruined. And this organ was worth 500,000 yuan. At this moment, the criminal doctor saw that the timing was right and spoke again. Big brother Gu, how about this? I have an apprentice. Why not let him handle it? Your apprentice? Gulauda pondered for a moment. With no other options apparent, he replied. Is your apprentice reliable? Rest assured, Boss Gu. He's very obedient and won't blab a thing. Alright, Dr. Fong. We've worked together for so long, you know my temper. If you try any funny business, you know the consequences. Rest assured, I understand. After chatting for a while longer, Dr. Fong hung up. Lin Mo was thoroughly satisfied with his performance. Had the criminal doctor directly requested a swap with the criminal, Bosco would surely have become suspicious. Lin Mo then obtained Gulauda's phone number from Dr. Fong. Lin Mo prepared to drive the criminal doctor to the police station. Officer, could I please see my wife one last time? She has terminal cancer and won't make it through this week. Lin Mo glanced at the time, then unlocked the handcuffs. The two then walked together toward his home. The criminal doctor unlocked the door with his keys, while Lin Mo chose to wait outside. His crime-detecting ability assured him the man wouldn't flee. Voices drifted from inside the criminal doctor speaking with his wife. You're back already? Oh, I forgot to grab a document. Did you find it? Yeah, I found it. Take care of yourself while I'm away. I know. I'm off. Alright, drive carefully on the way. You don't need to see me off. The criminal doctor then opened the door and stepped out, casually closing it behind him. Lin Mo saw the redness in his eyes and said nothing. But as a police officer, it was his duty to punish evildoers. No matter who it is, anyone who breaks the law must face legal consequences. Lin Mo had Li Jianhua drive the criminal doctor to the police station. He then drove the criminal doctor's car toward Nialazwang Bridge, Liancheng Airport. An investigator from the capital stepped off the plane. Yesterday, after Lin Mo had wiped out the entire underground network in Haitong Street, Director Feng applied for another third-class merit medal for Lin Mo. Upon receiving Director Feng's request, the authorities in the capital were utterly stunned. Are you kidding me? A rookie officer, on the job less than a month, had already racked up multiple second-class and third-class meritorious service medals, plus an honorary medal for outstanding service. No one could help but question it. That very night, Beijing dispatched an investigator to probe Lin Mo's background, to determine if it was all true. The investigator was named Guang Xuemin. His first stop today was Lin Mo's school. He reasoned that someone who achieved so much immediately upon graduation must have been exceptional at the academy. Upon exiting the airport, investigator Guang Xuemin headed straight for Lin Mo's school, Liancheng Police Academy. Upon entering the campus, the first person he sought out was Lin Mo's homeroom teacher, Mr. Chao. Upon seeing the investigator's credentials, Teacher Chao's eyes lit up. He assumed the capital was recruiting outstanding students from their school. But when the investigator inquired about Lin Mo, Teacher Chao was taken aback. Lin Mo? He's always been dead last in our school. Chapter 114, Niozhuang Bridge. He's always been dead last in our school. Investigator Guang Xuemin was taken aback. Teacher Chao, you must be mistaken. I'm talking about Lin Mo, the one who graduated this past July. Yes, that's exactly who I meant. Teacher Chao confirmed with certainty. Over the past decade at their police academy, there had only been one Lin Mo. There was no way he could be mistaken. Fearing a mistake, investigator Guang Xuemin produced Lin Mo's photograph. Teacher Chao glanced at it and said, "Sir, I can confirm it's him. He's Lin Mo, a student I taught. In all my years at the academy, I've never seen a worse student. If not for his relentless diligence, he would never have graduated." 1 hour later, investigator Guang Xuemin emerged from Teacher Chao's office with a huge question mark in his mind. A student so poor it was a once-in-a-decade occurrence, yet within less than a month of joining the force. How could he have earned so many medals of honor? He sensed something was definitely fishy. Could it be that Director Feng of Liancheng was faking it? With a face full of confusion, investigator Guang Xuemin decided to pay a visit to the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. The Gulo Subdistrict Police Station was precisely where Lin Mo was stationed. Investigator Guang Xuemin arrived at Gulo Subdistrict Police Station by car in no time. To gain a more authentic understanding of the situation, he did not identify himself as an investigator from the capital. Instead, he went directly to see the station chief. Instead, he planned to gather information undercover. He waited at the station entrance for an officer to emerge. Before long, an officer emerged from inside. It was Zhang Daolong. Having worked the night shift, he was feeling drowsy and headed to the small supermarket across the street to buy a pack of cigarettes to stay awake. Investigator Guang Xuemin spotted Zhang Daolong and immediately pulled out his phone. He quickly looked up Zhang's information in the police department system. After a quick glance, he closed his phone. He followed Zhang Daolong to the entrance of the small supermarket across the street. Just then, Zhang Daolong emerged after buying his cigarettes. He opened the pack, pulled out a cigarette, and realized he had no lighter. Quick as a flash, Guang Xuemin handed him his own. "Officer Zhang, I've got a light." Zhang Daolong paused, then grinned as he accepted the lighter. He lit his cigarette. "You know me. Of course. You're famous around here for catching thieves." Hearing the compliment, Zhang Daolong assumed the man was a local resident and immediately replied cheerfully. "Heh, I'm not messing with you. When it comes to catching thieves, no one at the station can top me." Zhang Daolong didn't hold back on the praise. It had been ages since anyone had complimented him. Now that he'd met someone who recognized him, his chatterbox suddenly opened wide. "Here, have a smoke." Guang Xuemin took it and lit up alongside Zhang Daolong. Sometimes men are just that simple. A single cigarette instantly brought the two men closer. Guang Xuemin then showered Zhang Daolong with praise, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Guang Xuemin sensed the moment was right and shifted the conversation. "Officer Zhang, I heard your station got a new cop. Really impressive?" This year, the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station had only one new recruit. Lin Mo. Zhang Daolong immediately knew the man was referring to him. Lin Mo had been on the job less than a month, and his performance was indeed impressive, far surpassing the contributions Zhang Daolong had made to the station over several years. But Zhang Daolong, driven by vanity and his existing dislike for Lin Mo, so he blurted out without thinking, "The new officer you mentioned is Lin Mo, right?" "Yes. That's exactly who he is, Lin Mo. As a rookie cop, he's just average." "Average? I heard he's quite exceptional." Guang Xuemin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he'd made the right move coming here. He'd indeed uncovered some hidden secrets. He then opened the voice recorder in his pocket. Zhang Daolong took a drag on his cigarette and said, "On his very first day reporting for duty, he got incredibly lucky and caught two petty thieves. Lin Mo had managed to catch an A-level fugitive, a whirlwind thief, and a burglar on his first day. Yet Zhang Dalong dismissed them as mere petty thieves? Didn't he also dismantle the South City 7 rats? Guan Xuemin confronted Zhang Dalong. The Southern City 7 rats weren't his solo achievement. Without my strategic brilliance, he wouldn't have caught a single rat. And because of his blunder, one of our station's officers got shot. Zhang Dalong thought of Tang Bing, whom he liked. Because Lin Mo had been shot, he felt extremely angry. So he had even harsher words for Lin Mo. After all, the other guy was just a civilian. There was no need for him to be truthful. They bickered for another 20 minutes. If someone hadn't called Zhang Dalong back, he would have kept bragging to the other guy. Look at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock and Lin Mo still hasn't shown up at the station. I'm stuck doing his work again. After saying this, Zhang Dalong exchanged a nod with Guan Xuemin and headed back to the station. Guan Xuemin switched off the recorder, inwardly relieved that this method had uncovered the genuine situation. Investigator Guan Xuemin began to ponder. Based on feedback from Lin Mo's teachers and colleagues, Lin Mo wasn't nearly as formidable as Director Feng from the Liangqing Bureau had claimed. But why would Director Feng lie? After much deliberation, investigator Guan Xuemin arrived at his conclusion. Director Feng of Liangqing Bureau had been mediocre in his performance over the years. He undoubtedly wanted to establish a benchmark through a new police officer for others to emulate. At the same time, it would count as his own political achievement. With these insights and the evidence now in his possession, investigator Guan Xuemin was determined to demand an explanation from Director Feng of the Liangqing Bureau. He hailed a taxi and drove angrily toward the Liangqing Bureau. Old Niu Village Bridge, Liangqing. Lin Mo deliberately drove late. From a distance, he spotted a dilapidated car park at the bridgehead. After waiting long enough, Lin Mo slowly drove his car over. Two people stepped out of the old car, staring at Lin Mo's vehicle. They recognized the car as belonging to Dr. Feng. However, they didn't speak. Instead, they looked toward the driver's seat at Lin Mo. Lin Mo rolled down his window and said, "It's about to rain." One of them replied, "Mother's about to remarry." This was the secret code Dr. Feng had given him. "You're Dr. Feng's apprentice." "Yes, yes." Lin Mo deliberately feigned nervousness as he spoke. "Come on. Follow us." Then, one of the criminals got straight into Lin Mo's car. They drove through a series of twists and turns until they reached a pig farm. "Doing the surgery here?" Lin Mo asked one of them, looking puzzled. "Where else?" The other person snapped back at Lin Mo. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the building. The system's voice immediately echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 1000. Host, apprehend immediately." Chapter 115, The Test. With a crime value of 1000, Lin Mo was certain this man must be Go Hongxiang, the human trafficking ringleader. Go Hongxiang was bald, with a face full of fleshy bulges. One glance told you he was no good. Before Lin Mo could speak, Go Hongxiang opened his mouth. "Your old Feng's disciple?" "Yes, that's right." Lin Mo replied. "How did you meet old Feng?" "I was an orphan. Dr. Feng sponsored my university education." Regarding Go Hongxiang, he knew that Dr. Feng had gotten into trouble years ago for supporting an orphan. Hearing Lin Mo's explanation, he didn't doubt it. Go Hongxiang then asked Lin Mo several questions, all of which Lin Mo answered. During the conversation, Go Hongxiang deliberately misrepresented some information, but fortunately Lin Mo reacted quickly and pointed out the inaccuracies. This averted Go Hongxiang's suspicions. Go Hongxiang circled around Lin Mo, but found nothing unusual about him. Lin Mo finally felt relieved. It seemed Dr. Feng hadn't lied. Although Lin Mo had passed Go Hongxiang's questioning, Go Hongxiang remained cautious. He then addressed his two subordinates. "Go get a pig." The two men promptly seized a pig weighing about 100 jin. They bound it up. "Here you go." Go Hongxiang addressed Lin Mo. Lin Mo was completely baffled. "What does that mean?" "Of course, we're going to remove the pig's kidneys." Hearing Go Hongxiang's words, Lin Mo instantly understood. Go Hongxiang was testing his medical skills. "You don't trust me? Fine then, forget it. Why bother bringing a pig here to humiliate me?" Lin Mo deliberately feigned anger and turned to leave. However, Go Hongxiang's two henchmen immediately blocked his path. "You came here, so you can only leave with Boss Ge's permission." Lin Mo feigned panic as he addressed Go Hongxiang. "I'm a surgeon who operates on people, not a veterinarian who operates on animals." Go Hongxiang chuckled. "Young man, no need to get worked up. We did call you here to perform surgery on a human patient. Of course, you'll have to let me witness your medical skills first." Earlier that morning, Lin Mo had acquired the scalpel skill through the lottery system. He wasn't afraid of Go Hongxiang testing him. But as a doctor, he had his pride. Asking a physician to treat animals was an insult. As an undercover agent, the most crucial thing was to react authentically. That was something Lin Mo had learned in medical school. Clearly, Go Hongqiang was highly satisfied with Lin Mo's reaction. Lin Mo then displayed extreme reluctance, yet found himself powerless against Go Hongqiang's intimidating authority. He could only take out his scalpel and approach the little pig. Do you have any anesthetic here? Number 2, go inside and fetch the anesthetic. A prisoner then entered the room, retrieving 2 small glass vials and a syringe. Lin Mo skillfully tapped open the small glass bottles and drew the liquid into the syringe. After completing these steps, he injected the piglet. Go Hongqiang nodded in approval of Lin Mo's technique. About 2 minutes later, the piglet began to drift off to sleep. Lin Mo began the procedure, first taking the disinfectant to sterilize the pig's midsection. Finally, he made a single incision through the pig's skin. In less than a minute, Lin Mo had successfully removed both kidneys. Go Hongqiang was delighted to see Lin Mo complete the extraction so swiftly. Second brother, grill these kidneys. We'll give them to the youngster for nourishment later. A convict fetched a piece of wire and threaded the 2 fresh kidneys onto it. I never eat kidneys. Lin Mo refused. No wonder you're so skinny. Kidneys are great stuff, they build strength and stamina. If you won't eat them, I will. Second brother said smugly. Lin Mo paid him little mind and instead addressed Go Hongqiang. Where's the kid? My master said I need to take the master's wife back to the hospital for a follow-up checkup later. Go Hongqiang had completely dropped his guard toward Lin Mo. Follow me. Go Hongqiang said, leading Lin Mo to the back of the house. Lin Mo had assumed the surgery was happening inside this house. He hadn't expected it to be happening inside. Finally, they arrived at a large plastic-covered shed. 2 criminals stood nearby. Go Hongqiang motioned for them to open it. Through the crack, Lin Mo saw a child lying on a table covered with plastic bags. Lin Mo couldn't make out the child's face clearly, but judging by the figure, it was highly likely to be little Ding Dang. He suppressed the surge of emotion within him. Little brother, the surgery is for the child lying on the table to remove all her organs and give them to me. Remove all of them? But then she'd die, wouldn't she? Lin Mo's face betrayed his shock. They hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Whether she lives or dies is none of your concern. Afterward, I'll add another 20,000 to your pay. Go Hongqiang said with a smirk. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said nothing more. At that moment, he truly wanted to shoot Go Hongqiang dead. The man was utterly devoid of humanity. Moreover, he learned from the criminal doctor that Go Hongqiang had performed a total of 28 surgeries, with only 6 patients surviving. The rest had all perished on the operating table. Each one was a vibrant life, yet they had all perished at the hands of this human trafficker. Lin Mo thought of this, clenching his fists as he struggled to suppress the rage boiling within him. After all the organs were harvested, they were tossed into the freezer boxes beside the operating table. You're the doctor, you should know this better than I do. Go Hongqiang stated. Lin Mo nodded in response. How long will it take? About an hour. 1 hour? Don't disturb me during this hour. Lin Mo said to Go Hongqiang. All right. If you need any help, just tell those 2 they'll serve as your assistants for now. Got it. Lin Mo replied, then walked inside. He told the 2 to wait outside and would call them if he needed help. Lin Mo stared at the child on the table, approaching step by step. When he clearly saw the child's features, his heart gave a sudden jolt. For the little girl lying on the table was none other than little Ding Dong. Lin Mo suppressed his inner turmoil. Through his sin perception, he sensed that Go Hongqiang hadn't left, he was still secretly observing him. Lin Mo pretended to start organizing his tools. Seeing this, Go Hongqiang relaxed and then left for the front yard. Lin Mo set down his tools. He picked up little Ding Dang. He called out softly to little Ding Dang, but she showed no response whatsoever. Lin Mo surmised that Go Hongqiang must have injected her with anesthetic. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo now desperately wanted to storm out and take care of all these people. Chapter 116, The Cellar. Lin Mo forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within. Rescuing Xiao Dingtang was the absolute priority now. Lin Mo then exchanged points for an antidote capsule in the basic system store. This basic antidote capsule could expel certain drug components from the body. He didn't know if it would work against the anesthetic, but trying it couldn't hurt. After obtaining the antidote capsule, Lin Mo administered it directly to Xiao Dingtang. Within about 10 seconds, little Ding Dang regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes, her expression already filled with terror. When she recognized the person before her as Lin Mo, her eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she was about to cry out in excitement, Lin Mo covered her mouth with his hand. Xiao Dingtang, I'm your brother Lin Mo, but this is enemy territory. You can't speak loudly. Can you hear me? If you understand, nod your head. Little Ding Dong nodded obediently. Lin Mo knew Xiao Dingtang had always been clever. He slowly released his hand from her mouth. Xiao Dingtang's eyes were brimming with tears. After days of suffering abuse at the hands of villains, her heart was filled with sorrow. Now that she'd found her closest relative, brother Lin Mo, she could no longer hold back. Tears fell like broken strings of pearls, streaming down her face. But the way she struggled to stifle her sobs only made Lin Mo ache for her even more. Lin Mo gently wiped away her tears. Don't cry, little ding-dang. Big brother Lin Mo is a police officer now. He'll definitely catch those bad guys and rescue you. Okay? Xiao Dingtang nodded firmly. To keep brother Lin Mo from worrying about her, she wiped her own tears away. The bruises on her arms were suddenly exposed. Lin Mo pulled back Xiao Dingtang's sleeve and discovered her entire arm was covered in such bruises. And it wasn't just her arms, her legs and body were covered in bruises, every inch of her battered and bruised. Lin Mo's blood boiled with rage. These human traffickers weren't human at all. How could they treat a little girl barely 4 years old like this? What infuriated Lin Mo even more was the thought that if he hadn't arrived, the traffickers would likely have harvested every organ from Xiao Dingtang's body. Does it hurt? Lin Mo asked softly, his heart aching. No. Little Ding-dang is so strong. But deep down, Lin Mo was heartbroken by how mature she was. Covered in bruises, how could it not hurt? Xiao Dingtang, tell your brother, are there any other children like you who were captured by bad people? Yes. Where are they all being held? In a room. There are 5 other kids. The bad guys beat them. They're all so scared. Lin Mo pondered these words as he listened to little Ding-dang. 5 other children? Could they be in the room ahead? Little Ding-dang, what kind of house are these children in? After a moment's thought, little Ding-dang replied. Brother Lin Mo, we were locked in a room before, but these past 2 days we've been trapped in a black hole. A black hole? Lin Mo looked at Xiao Dingtang's serious expression, puzzled. Does Gu Hongqiang have other hideouts? What does that black hole look like? Lin Mo asked Xiao Dingtang. The black hole is underground, covered by something. Can you hear any sounds from inside the hole? Xiaodingdang thought for a moment before saying. Lin Mo, we can hear pigs inside. Pig sounds. Isn't this just a pig farm? According to Xiao Dingtang, the other children should be in the cellar beneath this pig farm. Lin Mo scanned the area with his sin perception but detected nothing unusual. He guessed his perception's range was too limited. Lin Mo glanced at little Ding-dang and decided to rescue the other children first. If he rescued little Ding-dang first, who knows what might happen to the other children after he left. Little Ding-dang, listen to your big brother. I'll rescue the other children soon. Just lie here and don't move, okay? Upon hearing Lin Mo was leaving, little Ding-dang immediately clung to him. Brother Lin Mo, please don't leave me. Lin Mo could see the deep fear in little Ding-dong's heart. Lin Mo suddenly remembered the 6 lollipops he'd drawn from the lottery system that morning. He quickly took one out and gave it to little Ding-dang. Xiao Dingtang took the lollipop and instantly became much more docile. This made Lin Mo feel something was off. He opened the lollipop in his system inventory in his mind. Lollipop calms crying children, making them obedient and responsive to the host's commands. Lin Mo's heart leapt with delight. He hadn't expected the lollipops rewarded by the system to possess such an effect. This is perfect. Xiao Dingtang, be good. Lie still on the bed. Big brother will be back soon. Xiao Dingtang nodded obediently. After settling Xiao Dingtang, Lin Mo straightened his clothes and stepped outside. The 2 traffickers at the door saw Lin Mo emerge and immediately asked. What is it? I need to use the restroom before the surgery. One of them lifted the plastic door and peered inside, spotting the little girl lying on the table. He then released the plastic door and said. I'll take you. The trafficker headed in one direction, with Lin Mo following behind, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. He now needed to locate the cellar where the other children were hidden. At that moment, 2 system alerts suddenly sounded in his mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with 600 evil points. Host, apprehend immediately. System, sin perception detected a criminal with 600 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo looked in the direction indicated by the sin perception. He spotted 2 human traffickers sitting on a stone, chatting idly. Beside them, a large wooden plank covered something. Lin Mo wondered if this could be the cellar Xiao Dingtang had mentioned. He began walking toward the 2 traffickers. Before he could reach them, the 2 stood up and addressed him. What do you want? I'm here to perform surgery for Bosco. I need to use the restroom. The bathroom isn't here. One of the traffickers snapped rudely. At that moment, the trafficker who had led them earlier heard the commotion and shouted at Lin Mo. The restroom is over here. Seeing the pistols holstered at their waists, Lin Mo had no choice but to comply. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of a child crying. Then one of the traffickers stomped twice on the wooden plank. He growled menacingly. Shut the hell up, all of you. If anyone makes another sound, I'll break your legs. Lin Mo looked toward the wooden plank. He was certain the abducted children were hidden there. Lin Mo then headed toward the bathroom and the trafficker followed him inside. The trafficker happened to need to pee. Lin Mo saw his chance. He delivered a palm strike to the back of the trafficker's head as he whistled while urinating. The trafficker instantly passed out. Chapter 117, Capture the King to Capture the Bandits. Lin Mo swiftly snatched the trafficker's pistol and tucked it into his waistband. Then, he peered out and saw that no one outside had noticed the commotion. Lin Mo bound the trafficker with rope and finally stashed him behind the bathroom. With that settled, he exited the bathroom and approached the two men from earlier. The two traffickers saw Lin Mo approaching again and addressed him. "The operating room is up ahead, not over here." Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Bro, got a smoke?" Hearing this, the trafficker fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Lin Mo. Then he lit it for him. Lin Mo had never smoked in his life. He took one puff and nearly choked on the smoke, tears welling up in his eyes. The two traffickers burst out laughing at the sight. "You cultured folks probably can't handle my cheap smokes, haha." Seeing the two lower their guard, Lin Mo seized the moment when they weren't paying attention. Snap! Snap! Lin Mo swiftly knocked them both unconscious. Then he found some rope and bound them up. Lin Mo lifted the wooden plank and peered down. The cellar wasn't deep, only about 2 meters. At the bottom of the cellar, several children huddled together. Upon seeing the plank open, they all looked up fearfully at Lin Mo standing at the entrance. Lin Mo glanced around to confirm no one was nearby. Then he jumped straight down into the cellar. The children scrambled to one side, terrified that Lin Mo might strike them. Seeing these children covered in wounds, Lin Mo felt a mix of emotions. He had thought Shouting Tong's injuries were severe enough, but now he saw these children, each with bruises and swollen faces. 2 of them even had bloodstains at the corners of their mouths. It was obvious these injuries were inflicted by the human traffickers. They appeared to be between 4 and 6 years old. Finally suppressing the rage boiling within him, Lin Mo spoke softly to them. "Don't be afraid. I'm a police officer. I'm here to rescue you." But the children didn't heed Lin Mo's words. Instead, they huddled together, too terrified to move. Having endured frequent beatings from the traffickers these past days, each child carried deep psychological scars. Lin Mo quickly pulled out 5 lollipops. Seeing Lin Mo actually offering them lollipops, the children looked utterly astonished, unable to believe it was real. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." One boy, slightly bolder than the rest, timidly addressed Lin Mo. "Are you really a police officer? Can you take us to find our mom?" "Yes." Lin Mo assured them earnestly. "Once you've finished your lollipops, I'll take you outside." The boy reached out to take the lollipop, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of security wash over him. The fear vanished from his face. Seeing this, Lin Mo then distributed the lollipops to the other children. After receiving the lollipops, the fear vanished from their eyes. It seemed the system's rewards were indeed effective. Lin Mo didn't take them outside, but instead had them stay right there. If he were to engage in a fight with the traffickers later, he wouldn't be able to look after these children. Staying here would actually be safer for them. After giving them his instructions, Lin Mo stepped outside. They couldn't linger here too long. Prolonged stays would easily draw unwanted attention. After dealing with the 2 knocked-out traffickers, he headed toward the makeshift plastic shelter where the surgery was being performed. At the entrance, the human trafficker asked Lin Mo, "Where's the other guy who went with you?" "He's taking a dump." Lin Mo replied casually. "Oh, and you come in and help me." Hearing this, the trafficker didn't suspect anything and followed Lin Mo into the plastic greenhouse. The moment they entered, Lin Mo delivered a sidekick, knocking the man unconscious. Shouting Tang heard the commotion and sat up from the table. Seeing brother Lin Mo return, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Brother Lin Mo, when will you take me away? I miss the director and the other kids." "Dang, Lin Mo's brother has to catch all these bad guys first before he can take you away. But these bad guys are really strong," Xiao Tang said with some worry. "Little Ding Dang, don't forget Lin Mo is a police officer. What do police officers do? They catch bad guys." Little Ding Dang said sweetly. Lin Mo then led Xiao Tang to the cellar. Only then did he feel confident enough to prepare for the arrest of Gu Hongxiang. Lin Mo didn't have much confidence in capturing Gu Hongxiang. But if he didn't act now, it wouldn't be long before his identity was exposed. Therefore, the best course of action now was to strike first and catch the human traffickers off guard. Lin Mo had intended to call his master, Lu Dahai, to report the situation and request backup. But his phone had been confiscated by the traffickers, who demanded he turn it off and leave it in the car. Thus, Lin Mo had to rely solely on himself. This was his only chance to apprehend the traffickers. He couldn't afford to miss it. The thought of those children being abused beyond recognition by the traffickers instantly ignited a blaze of rage within Lin Mo. Gripping the pistol he'd snatched from another trafficker, he headed forward to find Gu Hongxiang. At that moment, the trafficker whom Gu Hongxiang called number 2 was roasting kidneys. The bright red kidneys sizzled over the flames. "Let me tell you, these kidneys are seriously juicy. After eating these, you'll be able to go 300 rounds with a woman tonight." Had ha. Number 2's filthy remarks drew raucous laughter from the others. Lin Mo sensed through his criminal perception that besides the 4 criminals he'd already taken care of, 5 human traffickers remained. And they all had guns. Second brother was joking with the other traffickers when he suddenly spotted Lin Mo. His expression turned puzzled as he asked, "Weren't you supposed to be performing surgery? What are you doing here?" Lin Mo replied with a smile, "I'm looking for a guy named Gulao. Hit a snag." Lin Mo's plan was simple: capture the kingpin first. As long as he captured Go Hongxiang, he could control the rest. That would greatly increase his odds of success. Go Hongxiang, inside the house, heard Lin Mo's voice and hurried out. "Young man. What's the problem?" "Nothing major, just missing a surgical tool." Lin Mo spoke as he slowly approached Go Hongxiang. Go Hongxiang was completely oblivious to Lin Mo's movements, his mind entirely focused on the surgery. This operation was crucial for him. The buyer had offered an exceptionally high price, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. "What surgical tool?" "I'll have someone find it for you right away," Go Hongxiang said urgently. Seizing the moment when his opponent was distracted, Lin Mo lunged forward in a single swift stride. One hand clamped around Go Hongxiang's throat, the other swiftly drew the pistol from his waistband and pressed it against Go Hongxiang's temple. Chapter 118, Switching Sides. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Go Hongxiang was utterly bewildered. "Young man, let's talk this out. I can pay you more." Lin Mo sneered coldly. "I'm a cop." "You're a cop?" Go Hongxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "But how could you be a cop?" Lin Mo had no time for his nonsense. "Make them drop all their guns, or I'll blow your brains out." Lin Mo finished speaking, then pressed the gun against Go Hongxiang's temple. Go Hongxiang knew that if this bullet hit his temple, his life would be over for sure. He frantically shouted at Lao Er and the others, "Put down your guns. All of you, put them down." Hearing Go Hongxiang's words, the men exchanged glances, hesitating whether to lower their weapons. If they lowered their guns, they would surely be held at gunpoint by this young cop. But if they didn't, their leader Go Hongxiang would be in grave danger. Seeing the other four traffickers hesitate and still not lower their guns, he pressed his gun hard against Go Hongxiang's head. Go Hongxiang felt as if his skull would shatter. If the gun went off, his life would truly be over. He urgently shouted at the four traffickers, "Do you want me dead? Put down your guns now." Go Hongxiang's plan was simple: first stabilize Lin Mo and prevent him from firing. Then, later, seize another opportunity to figure something out. Just as the other henchmen were about to lower their guns, a loud bang echoed through the air. Lin Mo was startled. He could only feel Go Hongxiang, standing before him, go limp. Smoke still curled from the gun barrel of the second in command, while the other three traffickers stared at him wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Second brother had actually killed their boss. "Guys, we're human traffickers. If the cops catch us, we'll never see the outside of a prison cell again. We killed this kid, and from now on, I'll lead you all to make big money." Hearing the second trafficker's words, the other three immediately agreed he was right. After all, they were out here hustling. As long as they could make money, it didn't matter who they followed. But if they got caught? At least 10 years behind bars. None of them wanted to serve time. With that thought, the three men perked up. They gripped their pistols tightly and followed the second man's instructions. Lin Mo never imagined these traffickers would be so utterly unprincipled. In the blink of an eye, they had turned on their own leader and killed him. There was no time for Lin Mo to dwell on it now. Using Go Hongxiang's body as cover, he scrambled inside the house. Seeing this, the second in command fired 2 shots at Lin Mo, but they struck Go Hongxiang instead. "Damn it!" The second guy couldn't help but curse. "Guys, take this cop down." The other 3 traffickers opened fire at Lin Mo. Luckily, Lin Mo dodged quickly and found cover inside the room. "Charge in!" Second in command barked at the trio. But as one trafficker stepped through the doorway, Lin Mo fired a bullet straight into his forehead. The man dropped dead instantly, collapsing straight to the floor. The remaining traffickers, seeing this, were startled. They immediately hesitated, no longer daring to charge into the room. Through his mental perception of evil, Lin Mo knew the positions of the remaining 3 traffickers. 2 hid on either side of the doorway, while the second in command concealed himself behind a water barrel. Lin Mo spotted the window inside the room. He quietly approached the window and extended the muzzle of his gun outward. Bang! A single shot struck the trafficker in the back of the head. The trafficker collapsed to the ground, dead. "Damn it!" The second man, hiding behind the water tank, cursed furiously. He aimed the gun at the window and fired 2 shots, but both hit the wall. The second guy was furious. That young cop was too damn cunning, attacking the man who shot him through the window. Now they were down to just 2 men. Though they had the numerical advantage, compared to the well-trained police, old number 2 felt they were no match for their opponents. Then, a sudden thought struck him: there were children in the cellar behind them who could be used as hostages. Now his only hope was to escape with the children. He could sell them later and still make some money. "You hold the line here. I'll go get the children to use as hostages." Hearing Lao Er's plan, the human trafficker felt reluctant. Staying here meant he could be beaten to death at any moment. But now that second brother had become their leader, he couldn't really say anything. With that, the second-in-command dashed toward the rear. Lin Mo detected through his sin sense that the second man was heading toward the back of the house. He instantly felt a chill of dread, for the children were in the cellar behind the house. But with a human trafficker still outside, he couldn't go out either. Lin Mo shouted at the human trafficker. "I advise you to put down your gun. That way, you might still live." Hearing Lin Mo's words, the trafficker wavered. As a trafficker, your crimes don't warrant death. But if you attack a police officer with a gun, that is a capital offense. Lin Mo continued. The trafficker knew deep down that Lin Mo was right. When he had joined the human trafficking ring, he had specifically looked it up on the computer. Human traffickers typically receive 10-year sentences. But if he attacked a police officer with a gun, it would be a different story. He was only 26 now. At worst, he'd serve 10 years in prison, and he'd still have most of his life left afterward. If he behaved well in prison, he might even get early release. But if he died, everything would be over. Realizing this, the trafficker urgently shouted at Lin Mo. "I surrender. Don't shoot." Lin Mo heard this and addressed the man. "Drop your gun at the door. Get down on the floor, hands on your head." The trafficker tossed the pistol onto the floor and crouched in the corner, hands clasped over his head. Lin Mo quickly picked up the pistol from the floor and then subdued the trafficker. Without pausing to think, Lin Mo rushed toward the back of the house. He had to stop the second-in-command from approaching the children now, or they would be in danger. Lin Mo ran at breakneck speed. When he reached the back, he found the second brother had already arrived at the cellar. The other man spotted Lin Mo. He pointed his gun urgently at the cellar and shouted, "Don't make a move, or I'll kill these children." Lin Mo was filled with regret. At the critical moment, he had still arrived a step too late. "Don't hurt these children. Throw the gun over here," the second man threatened. Helpless, Lin Mo complied for the children's safety. Seeing Lin Mo disarmed, the second brother's lips curled into a smirk. Without a gun, the man posed no threat to him. Second brother pointed the gun at Lin Mo and fired without a word. The bullet whistled through the air, piercing straight through Lin Mo's arm. Blood gushed out instantly. Chapter 119, Give me an explanation. Lin Mo hadn't expected the other man to actually shoot. However, the moment the human trafficker pointed the gun at him, a razor blade appeared in Lin Mo's hand. This blade was the razor blade the system had previously rewarded him with. The instant he was shot, Lin Mo flicked the blade out. The blade didn't target the man's vital areas. Instead, it sliced cleanly through the wrist holding the gun. Lin Mo felt that killing the second trafficker outright would be too easy for him. Feeling a sharp pain in his wrist, the second-in-command dropped the pistol to the ground. Lin Mo scrambled to his feet and charged toward the second trafficker. Sensing danger, the man scrambled to retrieve the gun with his free hand. The moment the second-in-command retrieved the pistol, Lin Mo arrived and kicked the weapon out of his grasp. Snap! At the same time, the trafficker's wrist was kicked, breaking the bone. Ah! The second trafficker let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Mo thought of the children in the cellar beaten and covered in wounds by the traffickers, and the little ones whose organs had been harvested earlier. His eyes turned bloodshot as he delivered a kick straight to the man's face. The man's nose snapped instantly, blood gushing forth. Bastard! Lin Mo stared at the blood-soaked face of the second trafficker, showing no mercy. Instead, he delivered several more kicks to the man's chest. Cough cough, bro, stop hitting him. You'll kill him if you keep going. A life. Have you ever thought about the lives of these children? Remember, behind every child is a family. They've been snatched away by traffickers, shattering countless happy homes. And what's even more infuriating is that these traffickers want to harvest their organs, completely disregarding the children's lives. Lin Mo grew angrier by the second. He landed 2 more punches on the second trafficker. He kept punching until the man was knocked unconscious. Lin Mo finally stopped. He sat down on the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Only then did Lin Mo notice a bullet hole in his arm. Blood gushed relentlessly from the wound, having already lost a significant amount without him noticing. That was why his head felt dizzy. Lin Mo recalled the hemostatic medicine and bandages he had obtained from the lottery system. He applied the hemostatic agent to the wound, and miraculously, the bleeding stopped immediately. The system's rewards were indeed top-notch. Lin Mo then wrapped the wound with bandages. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Mo retrieved a phone from the second human trafficker and dialed a number. Liangcheng Bureau Conference Room. Director Feng was recounting yesterday's operation to dismantle the underground criminal network in Haitong Street. The reason we were able to dismantle the underground criminal organization in Haitong Street this time is entirely thanks to Lin Mo from the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Of course, Chief Lu also deserves immense credit. Hearing Director Feng praise him in front of so many people, Lu Dahai felt immense joy welling up inside. It had been years since he'd received any recognition. Everyone applauded for Chief Lu. All eyes turned to Lu Dahai as thunderous applause erupted. Lu Dahai beamed with delight. Lin Mo has truly brought honor to our Liangcheng Police Department this time. Indeed. Blackstreet has long been a cancerous growth in our Liangchang. I hear Lin Mo is Lu Dahai's protege. Old Lu has certainly earned his pride this time. The Gulo Sub-District Police Station will definitely receive a collective third-class merit award. You're absolutely right. Just as everyone was showering Lu Dahai with praise, the door swung open and a figure stepped inside. All eyes turned to the newcomer. They were in the middle of a meeting when a stranger barged in. Shi Feng was visibly annoyed. But when he recognized the visitor, his expression turned utterly stunned. Investigator Guang, what brings you here? Hearing Director Feng address the man this way, everyone in the meeting room was instantly confused. Director Feng quickly stood up and addressed the group. This is our Kyoto investigator, Guang Xuemin. The Kyoto investigator. The crowd looked astonished. Don't be fooled by his seemingly lowly rank. His position is equivalent to that of an imperial envoy in ancient times. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's investigation team operates independently of any police department, reporting directly to the highest leadership in the capital. Any staff member of the Kyoto Investigation Unit, when conducting work in any local department across the Dragon Nation, must be fully cooperated with by the local authorities. Their investigations covered diverse areas: official corruption, individual performance evaluations, professional title assessments all fell within their purview. But why would an investigator from the capital come to their small Liang city? This puzzled everyone present. Moreover, since investigator Guang Xuemin entered their meeting room, he had maintained a stern expression without uttering a single word. This made everyone feel he had come with ill intent. Investigator Guang, what brings you to Liangcheng this time? Director Feng asked with a smile directed at Guang Xuemin. Guang glanced at Director Feng, then strode to the conference table and slammed the documents he was holding onto it. You bastard, Feng Desan. How dare you fabricate evidence? Director Feng froze upon hearing this. Falsifying data? Where did this come from? Since becoming director of Liangchang, he had worked diligently. He had never falsified anything. Hearing the investigator from the capital speak of Director Feng this way, the crowd grew suspicious. One of them addressed Investigator Guang Xuemin. Investigator Guang, since taking office, our Director Feng has given his all to every task. He detests deceiving superiors and subordinates. How could he possibly engage in fraud? Exactly. Investigator Guang, you must be mistaken. Many others chimed in to support Feng Desan. At that moment, Feng Desan finally caught on. He addressed Guang Xuemin. Investigator Guang, I truly have no idea what you're referring to. Guang Xuemin held the evidence in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of Feng Deshan's evasions. He shot Feng Desan a cold glance before speaking. Did you report to the Beijing police headquarters to recommend a commendation for an officer named Lin Mo? Yes. Feng Desan admitted. Regarding Lin Mo's individual commendations, he had followed all procedures meticulously. There was absolutely no falsification involved. Then tell me, how many individual commendations has this rookie officer Lin Mo received in less than a month on the job? Commissioner Feng inquired. A total of 3 second-class merits, 3 third-class merits, and 2 individual commendations. Guang Xuemin, hearing Director Feng list Lin Mo's personal honors, exclaimed angrily. Tell me, do you believe a rookie officer who's been on the job less than a month could earn so many personal commendations? Commissioner Feng looked utterly helpless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. But Lin Mo had indeed made all these contributions. Now, however, Director Feng understood why Investigator Guang Xuemin had sought him out. Investigator Guang, regarding Officer Lin Mo's individual commendations, please allow me to explain in detail. Investigator Guang Xuemin sat down on a stool and spoke. Fine. I'm all ears, let's hear your explanation. Chapter 120, Whining and Complaining. Director Feng recounted Lin Mo's situation to Guang Xuemin. Yet Guang, who believed he held evidence of Feng's fraud, paid no heed whatsoever. Finally, Guang Xuemin grew impatient and cut him off abruptly. Director Feng, listen to these recordings first. Guang Xuemin played Teacher Chao's recording. The others in the conference room listened, but none sensed anything amiss. They had long known about Lin Mo's last place ranking at the police academy. Back then, Lu Dahai had even gone to the old city district bureau to confront Director Zhang over Lin Mo's last place ranking. Seeing everyone's calm expressions, Guang Xuemin asked in confusion. Does this seem normal to you? Shi Feng addressed Guang Xuemin. Investigator Guang, we're all aware of Lin Mo's last place ranking at the academy. We've even looked into it privately. But we can't dismiss him as a poor officer just because he ranked last. The others chimed in agreement. Commissioner Feng is absolutely right. Academic performance at the academy only reflects one's conduct in school. Within our police department system, many officers had average performance at the academy, yet after becoming officers, they made outstanding contributions. Our station once had an officer like that. Guang Xuemin, seeing everyone speaking this way, suddenly felt displeased. Fine, let's not discuss Lin Mo's performance at the academy. Guang Xuemin then produced Zhang Dalong's recording. This recording is from Officer Zhang Dalong of the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. It's his colleague's assessment of Lin Mo. Listen to this. The moment Lu Dahai heard it was Zhang Dalong's recording, he felt an ominous foreboding. He knew Zhang Dalong and Lin Mo had always been at odds. Zhang Dalong definitely wouldn't have anything good to say about Lin Mo. Just as Lu Dahai expected, he heard Zhang Dalong's voice from the recorder. The southern city's 7 rats weren't caught thanks to his efforts alone. Without my ingenuity, he wouldn't have caught a single rat. And because of his mistake, one of our station's officers was shot. After Zhang Dalong's recording finished, Lu Dahai spoke with some anger. That guy's talking complete nonsense. At that moment, Guang Xuemin glanced at Lu Dahai and said, "You must be Chief Lu, Lin Mo's mentor." "Yes. As Lin Mo's master, if you're this easily provoked, the disciple you've trained can't be much good either. And from what I understand, you're also suspected of engaging in fraudulent practices." Guo Xuemin laid into Lu Dahai without holding back. Hearing this, Lu Dahai's temper flared instantly at the audacity of the accusation. He pointed at Guang Xuemin and shouted, "Bull!" Director Feng quickly scolded Lu Dahai. After all, Guang Xuemin was an investigator from the capital. Even if what he said was completely wrong, he shouldn't be spoken to like that. Guang Xuemin pointed his finger right at Director Feng's nose and declared, "Feng Deshan, the quality of the chief you've trained speaks for itself. I see you have serious disciplinary issues." Director Feng was utterly speechless. What kind of logic was this? Truth be told, Director Feng felt a surge of anger himself, but he managed to hold it in. But Lu Dahai had nothing left to lose. Since the other man harbored such deep prejudice against him, he saw no reason to endure such nonsense. He retorted sharply at Guang Xuemin. "As an investigator, you're nothing but a cherry picker. With your attitude, you're unfit to be an investigator." His apprentice earned every bit of that credit with his life. Now some investigator from the capital comes along, consults a couple of people, and wants to erase Lin Mo's achievements. And now he's implying Lin Mo has issues? As Lin Mo's master, Lu Dahai was the first to stand up and defend his disciple's honor. Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau knew Lu Dahai well. Once his fiery temper flared, not even 3 donkeys could hold him back. He hurriedly silenced Lu Dahai before addressing Guang Xuemin. "Investigator Guang, this must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Guang Xuemin was also furious at this point. As a station chief, with such poor conduct, what kind of team could he possibly lead? "Next, I'll thoroughly investigate you." "I've done nothing wrong." "Investigate all you want," Lu Dahai retorted bluntly. At that moment, an older-looking leader stepped forward and explained to Guang Xuemin. "Investigator Guang, regarding the matter of Lin Mo's commendations, there has indeed been a misunderstanding. We can take you through each case one by one for investigation." Hearing the elder's words, Guang Xuemin's anger subsided somewhat. But he still couldn't stand Lu Dahai, who showed no sign of being the Great Wall City official. Lu Dahai didn't back down either, glaring angrily at Guang Xuemin. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. Though he had a bad temper, he had never done anything illegal or unethical. Just then, Lu Dahai's phone rang. This only deepened Guang Xuemin's disdain for him. How could someone not even turn off their phone during a meeting? He had no sense of discipline whatsoever. With a mentor like this, how good could Lin Mo possibly be? Once Lin Mo's matter was resolved, Guang Xuemin vowed to thoroughly investigate this Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai picked up the phone. Seeing an unknown number, he hesitated repeatedly before stepping out of the conference room to answer. "Master, I've taken down Gu Hongqiang's human trafficking den. Bring your team over immediately." The moment Lu Dahai heard his apprentice Lin Mo's voice and how weak and lifeless it sounded, only then did he grasp the gravity of Lin Mo's words. Gu Hongqiang's human trafficking den? Lu Dahai's heart instantly tightened. These traffickers were notoriously brutal, and they were all armed. And now Lin Mo's voice sounded so weak, his entire body tensed up instantly. "Disciple, are you hurt?" "I took a bullet, but I'm fine now." "Shot?" Lu Dahai's face paled. A gunshot wound was no minor injury. Just like when Tang Bing was shot, she nearly lost her life. "Where are you now?" "I'll send you my location shortly." "Got it." Lu Dahai hung up and hurried into the conference room. He addressed Director Feng. "Director Feng, get me a team on the case immediately." Lin Mo had located Gu Hongqiang. Director Feng was aware of the human traffickers case. This was a major case for Liangchang. Just as he was about to assign personnel to Lu Dahai, Guang Xuemin suddenly erupted in anger. "Lu Dahai, do you understand your position? As a station chief, you dare to give orders to the director of the Liangchang Bureau? Do you even understand the concept of hierarchy?" "Shut up." Before Guang Xuemin could finish, Lu Dahai roared back. His apprentice Lin Mo had been shot by human traffickers. What was his condition? Lu Dahai was filled with worry. Yet this investigator from the capital was still spouting nonsense here. It was driving him mad. Chapter 121, Just the Right Companion. "You. How dare you treat the investigator from the capital like this? Lu Dahai, you just wait, I'll investigate you thoroughly." Guang Xuemin was furious. In all his years as an investigator, this was the first time he'd been humiliated by a lowly station chief. This time, Director Zhang from the old city district didn't reprimand Lu Dahai. Instead, he asked him, "Lin Mo captured the human trafficker Gu Hongqiang?" "Yes." Lu Dahai nodded absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied with concern for Lin Mo's injuries. Upon hearing that Lin Mo had captured human trafficker Gu Hongqiang, everyone looked stunned. They had just been discussing how to eradicate Liangqing's human trafficking ring, yet within a mere 2 days, Lin Mo had apprehended 2 of its leaders. Lin Mo's investigative skills were truly formidable. Director Feng of Liangqing's bureau was also astonished. "Chief Lu, is this really true?" "Yes, Lin Mo just called." Then, Lu Dahai relayed the contents of Lin Mo's call to Director Feng. "What? Lin Mo was shot?" Director Feng's brow instantly furrowed, his expression turning grave. Lin Mo was the model he intended to establish in Liangqing. Under no circumstances could he be allowed to get hurt. Director Feng immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Captain Ma, assemble all officers from the bureau." After giving his orders, Director Feng turned to Lu Dahai and said, "Let's go." Lu Dahai wasted no time, leading everyone out of the conference room. Moments later, the conference room was left with only Guang Xuemin remaining. Guang Xuemin looked awkward. Though not part of the police system, he understood that an officer being shot was no trivial matter. His earlier anger gradually dissipated, and he began to wonder if he had misunderstood Lin Mo. With that thought, Guang Xuemin hurried out. 20 minutes later, Wei Xuemin arrived at the human trafficker's hideout in a police car, accompanying Chief Feng. The moment he stepped into the pigsty, he saw 3 human traffickers lying in pools of blood. The scene alone was enough to convey the extreme danger of the situation. The sight made Guang Xuemin's stomach churn violently. Though he was an investigator in the capital, he had never before witnessed a crime scene with dead bodies. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and vomited. Chief Feng paid him no mind, rushing to the back to search for Lin Mo. Lu Dahai was the first to spot Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face was pale, clearly the result of severe blood loss. Lu Dahai rushed over immediately. "Disciple, how are you?" Lin Mo saw his master, Lu Dahai, approaching and forced a smile. "Master, I'm fine." To prove he was unharmed, Lin Mo tried to lift his arm. The pain shot through it, making him wince and grimace. When he was first shot, he hadn't felt any pain. But now, the slightest movement made his entire arm ache as if it were broken. "Don't move." Lu Dahai hurriedly stopped Lin Mo. "Doctor, hurry over here." Lu Dahai shouted. This time, Lu Dahai and the others had directly contacted the hospital to have a doctor accompany them. "Master, little Ding Dang and the others are in the cellar." Hearing this, everyone looked toward the cellar beside Lin Mo. Inside, 5 or 6 children sat together, each holding a lollipop. They sat quietly in a circle. Without pondering how they could be so well behaved, the group hurriedly brought them all up. The children showed no signs of fear upon seeing the group. Instead, they continued eating their lollipops. This left Lu Dahai and the others utterly perplexed. Only Lin Mo understood the reason behind their docility. They were eating lollipops rewarded by the system. The effect of these lollipops calmed the fear within them. However, seeing the children covered in injuries, everyone couldn't help but feel furious. Those despicable traffickers to beat these 5 or 6-year-olds into such a state. They had no humanity whatsoever. Director Feng's eyes reddened at the sight of the children's plight, though he forced himself to remain composed. He had the doctors examine the children's injuries. Director Feng then had all the traffickers present loaded onto the vehicle. The bodies of the dead traffickers were handled by the relevant personnel and also hauled away. Lin Mo lay on a stretcher, carried by police officers. Guang Xuemin had regained his composure by then. He looked at the young man on the stretcher and instantly recognized him as Lin Mo. After all, his entire trip to Liangqing had been to investigate Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo's face was pale, his arm wrapped in bandages. It was hard to imagine what Lin Mo had endured alone. How he had managed to outmaneuver so many armed human traffickers. This personal victory of his had been bought with his life. Guang Xuemin asked himself, if he faced that many armed traffickers, his legs would likely go weak with fear, let alone fight back against the criminals. Yet Lin Mo was only 21 years old, and he had faced death and fear with such courage. His attitude toward Lin Mo changed from that moment on. At that very moment, Lin Mo's gaze happened to meet Guang Xuemin's. Guang Xuemin struggled to express the deep respect he felt for Lin Mo. Then, he saluted Lin Mo with a military salute. Lin Mo didn't recognize Guang Xuemin, but seeing the salute, he returned it. Then, Lin Mo walked away from him. Guang Xuemin believed that a police officer like Lin Mo would never engage in deceit. He then resolved to thoroughly investigate Lin Mo. Liangqing's Central Hospital. The doctor conducted a series of examinations on Lin Mo. Lu Dahai looked anxious, fearing something might be wrong with Lin Mo's arm. Fortunately, the doctor informed him that the bullet had passed through Lin Mo's muscle without striking any bone. Therefore, with some rest and recovery, he would be fine. "Master, I really don't have anything serious." Even if it's nothing serious, you must rest and recover properly in the hospital this time. Lu Dahai said firmly. Lin Mo had no choice but to temporarily heed his master's words. He'd lost far too much blood today, leaving him feeling groggy and disoriented. Just as Lin Mo was speaking with Lu Dahai, Tang Bing walked in, her face filled with urgency as she addressed Lin Mo. Lin Mo, how are you? Sis Tang, what brings you here? I heard from a colleague that you'd been shot. Seeing that Lin Mo had only been hit in the arm and was otherwise unharmed, Tang Bing instantly relaxed. When she first heard the news that Lin Mo had been shot, she was completely stunned. She had truly feared he'd been hit in a vital spot. Sis Tang, I'm fine. I'll be discharged in a couple of days. No way. Even if you're fine, you need to rest properly. Tang Bing scolded Lin Mo. Lu Dahai, hearing Tang Bing speak like this, retorted with a sigh. Tang, stop talking nonsense. You need to rest properly in the hospital. Don't keep thinking about getting out. Tang Bing felt awkward upon hearing Lu Dahai's words. You two might as well keep each other company and recover properly in the hospital. Chapter 122, Awkwardness. After settling Lin Mo, Lu Dahai received a call from Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. Old Lu, is Lin Mo okay? He's fine. The gunshot didn't hit any bones. The doctor said he'll be okay after resting for a while. Alright, make sure Lin Mo stays in the hospital and rests properly during this time. Don't worry. I've already taken care of it. After inquiring about Lin Mo, Chief Zhang shifted his focus to Lu Dahai. Old Lu, you need to come to the precinct immediately. Commissioner Feng at headquarters is taking this human trafficking ring very seriously. He's decided to use this opportunity to wipe them out completely and capture the ringleader, Ma Biao. Got it, I'll head over immediately. Lu Dahai knew full well that Ma Biao, the ringleader of the human trafficking syndicate, had been in the business for years and was extremely cunning. Police from several provinces had failed to catch him. This time he'd slipped into Liangcheng. We absolutely cannot let him escape again. If he escaped again, who knew how many more victims he would prey upon? Now that they had captured his underlings, they just needed to interrogate them aggressively to extract information about Ma Biao. They could catch him off guard before he realized what was happening. This would greatly increase their chances of capturing Ma Biao. If Ma Biao regains his wits and chooses to leave Liangcheng, their chances of capturing the human trafficking ringleader would be slim to none. With that thought, Lu Dahai gave Lin Mo and Tang Bing a few instructions before leaving the hospital. Inside the hospital room, only Tang Bing and Lin Mo remained. After Tang Bing asked Lin Mo about the details of capturing the traffickers, she couldn't help but feel immense admiration for him. This officer, 3 years her junior, had cracked so many major cases in less than a month on the job. Though she was an outstanding officer at Gulo Subdistrict Police Station, she felt utterly insignificant compared to Lin Mo. She even wondered if Lin Mo had some kind of cheat code to solve so many cases. Otherwise, how could he be so incredibly skilled? As they chatted further, Tang Bing suddenly remembered the love letter incident. Her previously warm demeanor instantly turned cold. Sis Tang, how are your injuries holding up? Lin Mo inquired. None of your business. Tang Bing replied icily. Hearing Tang Bing's icy tone, Lin Mo was instantly taken aback. He thought he must have misheard. Sis Tang. Are you okay? I'm fine. After Tang Bing finished speaking, she stormed off in a huff, leaving Lin Mo utterly bewildered. What the hell? Had he said something wrong? Did I upset Tang Bing? But Lin Mo thought about it. He hadn't said anything wrong, had he? They'd been chatting and laughing just moments ago. Why did Sister Tang suddenly change her attitude? Lin Mo couldn't figure it out. He'd never have guessed it in a million years. It was because when he gave Tang Bing the IOU yesterday, he had slipped her another note. This note was actually a thank you poem written to him by Juanzi, a victim who had been captured by human traffickers. But Tang Bing had mistaken this poem of gratitude for a love poem written by another girl for Lin Mo. Lin Mo pondered for a while, but he still couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he simply stopped trying. He had rescued little Ding Dang but hadn't yet called Director Wang of the orphanage. To spare her worry, Lin Mo took out his phone and called Director Wang. When Director Wang heard Lin Mo say he had rescued little Ding Dang, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. These past few days, she hadn't slept a single night properly, her heart constantly heavy with worry for little Ding Dang. Hearing the news lifted her spirits considerably. Lin Mo chatted with Director Wang for a while longer before hanging up. Since the doctor was coming to change his bandages, he didn't want Director Wang to know he was injured. She would only worry. Mr. Lin, you've lost too much blood. You mustn't talk too much and need to rest properly, understand? I know. Lin Mo smiled at the nurse as he spoke. Then, lying on the hospital bed, he felt honestly quite tired. Closing his eyes, he soon drifted off into sleep. Back in her own hospital room, Tang Bingxin was deep in thought. She regretted snapping at Lin Mo earlier. After all, the love poem was written for him by someone else, not written by him for someone else. Besides, even if another girl wrote a love poem for Lin Mo, it didn't mean anything. It wasn't like he had to date her. Oh dear. She'd been too impulsive. Tang Bingxin felt a pang of regret. Wasn't her attitude toward Lin Mo ruining the good impression she'd built with him? But then again, she was still a girl, after all. Seeing her upset, shouldn't Lin Mo come over to comfort her? As this thought crossed her mind, Tang Bing hurriedly got out of bed and peered out the door to see if Lin Mo had come over. But there was no sign of him outside at all. Finally, Tang Bing opened the door and leaned her entire body out. The hallway was empty, no trace of Lin Mo remained. Finally, she closed her door with a hint of disappointment. Oomph. What a hopeless romantic. Tang Bing muttered, pouting. She sat down on her hospital bed, still fuming at Lin Mo. After a moment, Tang Bing pulled a note from under her pillow. She read it over. She felt an inexplicable urge to get angry again. Though it was meant for Lin Mo by another girl, if he didn't like it, he certainly wouldn't have kept it on him. And he kept it on him. Lin Mo must have feelings for this girl. Tang Bing set the love poem aside and picked up the mirror from the bedside table, glancing at her own pretty face. Her features were delicate and well proportioned. She might not be as stunning as a movie star, but she was certainly a beauty. Could she really not attract Lin Mo? Tang Bing truly couldn't figure out where she was falling short. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. The moment she heard it, Tang Bing guessed it must be Lin Mo. She was instantly overjoyed. She hurriedly smoothed out her slightly messy hair in the mirror. Then, she set the mirror aside. She sat upright on the hospital bed, cleared her throat, and then called out gently. Come in. Tang Bing recalled what she'd read in books: men preferred gentle, adorable, and somewhat reserved girls. So she bowed her head coyly, adopting a look of delicate charm. To be honest, Tang Bing did look quite feminine at that moment. Xiao Bing, what are you doing? At that moment, her mother's voice echoed from the doorway. Tang Bing quickly composed herself, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Mom, why are you here? It's lunchtime now. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Anything will do. Just hurry up and get me some food. Tang Bing's mother gave her a puzzled look. In the end, she still went out to buy lunch for Tang Bing. Tang Bing covered her face with both hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. After lunch, Lin Mo still hadn't come to her hospital room. After Tang's mother left, Tang Bing couldn't sit still any longer. She understood that men valued their pride. Perhaps he was still brooding over his own anger. So she decided to go find Lin Mo. Chapter 123, The Traitor. Tang Bing arrived at Lin Mo's hospital room. She knocked gently on the door, but there was no response from inside. Had Lin Mo gone out? Tang Bing gently pushed the door open and peered inside. Damn it! At that moment, Tang Bing felt like cursing. She had been worried that her earlier outburst might have upset Lin Mo. Turns out, he didn't care at all. He was sound asleep in the hospital bed. Her mood instantly soured again. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't care about her emotional state at all, she slammed the door shut and stormed out. Oomph! What a big dummy! Couldn't he tell she liked him? Tang Bing returned to her room and flopped onto her hospital bed in a huff. She pulled the blanket over her head, ready to sleep. But moments later, she pulled the covers off again. How could she possibly sleep? You big dummy, you big dummy! She muttered. With the pout of a little sister next door. If Li Jianhua and the others at the station saw Tang Bing like this now, they'd be absolutely shocked. Is this really the same efficient and decisive police officer Tang they knew? Liangqing Old City Precinct. Chief Feng of Liangqing's Public Security Bureau had temporarily established a special task force targeting human trafficking syndicates. Director Feng serves as the task force's leader. This time, our operation must be swift. We must capture the human trafficking ringleader, Ma Biao. Under no circumstances can we let him escape Liangcheng. Chief Feng addressed the team. At that moment, an officer rushed in and reported to Director Feng. Director Feng, the traffickers have all confessed. The team erupted with excitement upon hearing this. Once they knew Ma Biao's hideout. We'll make sure he can't escape. Take me to see the interrogation results. Director Feng led the way out, following the officer. Lu Dahai and the others hurried after them. 20 minutes later. At the Old City District Police Headquarters compound, all available officers from the district had assembled. Fully armed, they shared a single objective: apprehend Ma Biao, the leader of the human trafficking ring. After Director Feng assigned tasks, everyone boarded police vehicles and departed. Director Feng climbed into the command vehicle. This time, he was determined to capture Ma Biao at all costs. Lin Mo had single-handedly taken down two of Ma Biao's top lieutenants and had been shot in the process. They absolutely could not let Lin Mo's sacrifice go to waste. Special police from Liangqing City also joined the operation. They swiftly surrounded the Night Blooming Jasmine nightclub. According to the human trafficker's confession, Ma Biao had taken over the Night Blooming Jasmine nightclub 6 months prior. It served as his base for human trafficking operations. He would bring in young, attractive girls, train them, and then force them into prostitution at his nightclub. As the head of the task force, Director Fong began issuing orders after the nightclub was surrounded. Began issuing orders. Team 1, enter through the front door. Team 2, secure the side and rear entrances. Once everyone was ready, Director Fong gave the order. Move out. Upon hearing the command, everyone sprang into action. They immediately stormed into the Night Blooming Jasmine nightclub. It was still afternoon, and the nightclub hadn't officially opened yet. However, the staff had already begun their preparations. Suddenly seeing a large contingent of police enter, everyone panicked. They were all well aware that the nightclub harbored numerous illegal activities. Seeing this, the squad leader fired 2 shots into the ceiling. We are the police. Everyone freeze. Anyone attempting to flee will be treated as resisting arrest. The squad leader's command instantly silenced the crowd, and most dared not move. Everyone crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads. With Team 1 securing control of the situation, the SWAT team rushed straight to the 6th floor general manager's office of the nightclub. This was their primary objective for this operation. The SWAT team moved with lightning speed, swiftly surrounding the general manager's office on the 6th floor. Break! At the captain's command, 2 SWAT officers kicked the door open. Then, all the SWAT officers charged inside. But they discovered the room was completely empty. Search! Leave no corner untouched. 1 minute later, they had thoroughly searched the entire general manager's office but found no trace of Ma Biao. This left the SWAT team leader deeply frustrated. He then reported the situation to Director Fong. Director Fong, the target isn't in the office. Director Fong received the SWAT captain's report with a look of puzzlement. Before arriving, they had specifically had the trafficker call Ma Biao. They confirmed Ma Biao was in the nightclub manager's office. That's why they moved immediately. But they ended up with nothing. Director Fong refused to believe it, so he ordered all officers to conduct a thorough search of the Night Blooming Jasmine nightclub. Half an hour later, everyone in the nightclub was loaded into the vehicles, but Ma Biao was nowhere to be found. The nightclub's deputy manager initially refused to cooperate, but eventually confessed that Ma Biao had rushed out after receiving a phone call. Before leaving, Ma Biao specifically instructed him not to tell anyone he was gone. The deputy manager hadn't known what was going on at the time. Now he understood Ma Biao had fled upon receiving a warning. Upon hearing this news, Director Feng's face darkened instantly. Could there be a mole within the police department? But when he inquired about the exact time Ma Biao received the call, he realized it was the very call they had instructed the traffickers to make. Their original plan was to track Ma Biao's whereabouts, but they hadn't anticipated that it would alert him. But how could Ma Biao have known they were coming to arrest him? The entire conversation had been scripted in advance by their own police department. Logically, the traffickers shouldn't have been able to reveal anything to Ma Biao. What Chief Fong and his team didn't know was that Ma Biao had already established a routine with his human trafficker contact. They were only allowed to contact him between 5 and 6 a.m. daily. No contact was permitted at any other time. Unless he was arrested by the police. Having been in the human trafficking business for so many years, Ma Biao knew full well that his subordinates getting caught was par for the course. He had already laid out numerous rules and escape routes for himself. Damn it! Chief Fong seethed with rage, for this was likely their only chance to catch Ma Biao. Once the other side realized this location was unsafe, they would undoubtedly vanish just as they had before. Once the heat died down, he'd simply pick another city to continue his trafficking business. Seal off Liangchang. Dig to the ground's core if you must find Ma Biao. Liangchang's Central Hospital. Lin Mo didn't wake up until night had completely fallen. After sleeping it off, he felt much more alert. He suddenly recalled drawing a universal sin mystery box from the lottery system that morning. He'd been curious about it then, but his urgency to capture the human trafficker Gu Hongxiang had made him forget about it. Now that he had nothing better to do, he figured it was the perfect time to figure out what this thing was. He opened the system inventory and located the Universal Sin Mystery Box. He read the description above it. Universal Sin Box, can bind any criminal. Chapter 124, Peculiar. Universal Sin Box, can bind any criminal. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement upon seeing this prompt. If he bound Ma Biao from the human trafficking ring, wouldn't that mean he could track the man's whereabouts? With that thought, Lin Mo hurriedly typed into the Universal Sin Box, bind Ma Biao of the Liangcheng Human Trafficking Syndicate. System, information binding successful. Human trafficker Ma Biao has been locked. Crime value, 1200. Host, apprehend immediately. At the same time, Lin Mo's mind flashed with Ma Biao's location. Lin Mo suppressed the excitement surging within him. He never imagined he'd actually obtain Ma Biao's location. The system was incredibly powerful. Lin Mo hurriedly got out of bed. He didn't call his master Lu Dahai. Such a miraculous system was beyond his ability to explain. Besides, Lu Dahai had specifically told him at noon today to focus solely on recovering from his injuries and not to think about anything else for the time being. Lin Mo flexed his arm. Though it still ached, it had improved significantly. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8 p.m. Just as Lin Mo was about to head out, Tang Bing walked over carrying a meal. 10 minutes earlier, she had come to check on Lin Mo and found him still asleep. So she'd gone to the cafeteria to buy him a meal. Lin Mo, you're awake. Tang Bing's tone wasn't as cold as before. She'd spent the whole afternoon thinking it over. Actually, Lin Mo hadn't done anything wrong. Everything had just been her own overthinking. Sis Tang, what brings you here? Lin Mo exclaimed, having completely forgotten about the outburst Tang Bing had directed at him earlier that day. Besides, all his thoughts were now focused on Ma Biao, the human trafficking ringleader. Chief Lu specifically told me to take good care of you. You didn't eat lunch, so I specially bought you a meal from the cafeteria. Lin Mo scratched his head. His master, Lu Dahai, hadn't specifically told Tang Bing to look after him, had he? All he remembered was his mentor saying they had company at the hospital and should focus on recovering together. Seeing Tang Bing's warmth, Lin Mo felt it would be awkward to leave now to pursue Ma Biao. Besides, he hadn't eaten in 2 meals and was genuinely hungry. Thanks, Sister Tang. Lin Mo accepted the food Tang Bing offered and began eating it at his table. Tang Bing felt delighted inside, though she scolded playfully. Why are you being so polite with me? She felt that remark had somehow revealed her true thoughts. So she quickly explained. Lin Mo, don't misunderstand me. What I meant was, we're all colleagues, there's no need for such formalities. Lin Mo replied while shoveling food into his mouth. In less than a minute, every last morsel of food was devoured by Lin Mo. The speed left Tang Bing utterly speechless. Lin Mo then remembered the IOU. He pulled the note he'd written yesterday from his pocket and handed it to Tang Bing. Sis Tang, this is the IOU for the money I owe you. Sorry I gave you the wrong one yesterday. Ha? Wasn't what you gave me yesterday a promissory note? I didn't even look at it. Tang Bing feigned ignorance, sparing Lin Mo any awkwardness. That note yesterday was given to me by a victim I rescued. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Lin Mo explained. Tang Bing understood immediately upon hearing this. It turned out to be a thank you poem written by the victim for Lin Mo. She recalled the poem's content. It did seem to express gratitude. Not a love poem. Tang Bing felt an indescribable joy well up inside her. It seemed Lin Mo wasn't dating anyone else after all. It was all her fault for misunderstanding him. It had cost her a sleepless night yesterday and caused her to feel unjustified anger today. Tang Bing felt a bit embarrassed. She gave Lin Mo an awkward smile. Hey, Sister Tang, I'm full now and want to go for a walk. Would you like to? Before Lin Mo could finish, Tang Bing's cheeks flushed. Her heartbeat quickened. Was Lin Mo asking her out for a walk? Was this a date? Should she agree? Absolutely. As the saying goes, seize the moment, for it won't come again. Tang Bing blurted out. I'm in. I'm free anyway. Lin Mo looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean, you're willing? Her words left him momentarily bewildered. He had intended for Tang Bing to return to her ward while he went out to apprehend Ma Biao. Had Tang Bing misunderstood something? Just as Lin Mo was about to clarify, Tang Bing reached out and steadied him. Lin Mo, let's go. After dinner tonight, a walk would be best to aid digestion. Be careful, I'll support your arm. Lin Mo felt a bit flustered. But he couldn't bring himself to explain the situation now. It would only hurt Tang Bing too deeply. After all, Tang Bing was still his creditor. If she got angry and demanded repayment now, he simply didn't have the money. Sigh. Forget it. He'd just pretend to take a stroll with Tang Bing and find a chance to slip away later. Lin Mo sighed in resignation. He glanced at the location of Ma Biao, the leader of the human trafficking ring, in his mind. The target was still moving. Lin Mo pondered how to shake Tang Bing off. So he could go catch Ma Biao. Earlier today, his master Lu Dahai had mentioned. Director Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau was taking this human trafficking case extremely seriously. They had mobilized all available police resources, determined to capture Ma Biao, the ringleader of the human trafficking syndicate. After all, Ma Biao was the largest human trafficking ringleader in the country. The sooner he was caught, the sooner the harm to the people could be minimized. Lin Mo thought of Xiao Dingtang and the other victims' plight, and his heart ached instantly. He vowed that today, he would capture the human trafficking kingpin Ma Biao. He would make sure Ma Biao faced the full force of the law. But Tang Bing was always by his side, and he couldn't let her know about the system in his mind. But if he brought her along to capture Ma Biao, he wouldn't be able to explain it afterward. Lin Mo, what are you thinking about? His brow furrowed deeply. At that moment, Tang Bing spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly forced a smile and deflected. Nothing. Hey, Sister Tang, are you cold? Let me walk you back to your ward. No, I'm fine. Tang Bing only wanted to stroll through the garden with Lin Mo. But Lin Mo's mind was set on catching the human trafficker Ma Biao. Helpless, Lin Mo came up with several excuses, but Tang Bing wouldn't budge. She insisted on accompanying him on his walk. Finally, Lin Mo decided to take Tang Bing with him to catch Ma Biao. He couldn't wait any longer. With every passing second, Ma Biao might escape Liangcheng. Ma Biao's last known location was in the Heitan Street area. A sudden idea struck Lin Mo. Sis Tang, let's check out the night market on Heitan Street. I hear it gets pretty lively there at night. Heitan Street night market? Sure. Tang Bing agreed readily. She knew Heitan Street well. It was the scourge of Liangcheng's old city district. Underground forces ran rampant there, making it the most active hotspot for criminals. She might even run into a thief or something. She's been resting for quite a while, so it's a good chance to stretch her legs. Tang Bing's thought process was truly peculiar. While others on dates think about whether a place is fun or not, she's thinking about whether she can catch criminals there? Chapter 125, Black Pond Street Night Market. Tonight in Liangcheng was destined to be a sleepless night. Every officer in the city's police system was mobilized, combing every corner of Liangcheng in search of Ma Biao, the leader of the human trafficking ring. Moreover, the entire city was sealed off to prevent Ma Biao from escaping. Every officer understood that if Ma Biao managed to escape the city, they would likely never catch him again. Inside a command vehicle, Chief Feng of Liangcheng's bureau continuously issued tactical adjustments. Team 1 calling Central Command. Team 1 calling Central Command. This is Commander Feng, go ahead. The search of the Xinhua Street area in the East District is complete. Target Ma Biao has not been found. Shift focus to Longhai Street area. Copy that. Director Feng had just put down the communication device when Team 2 relayed another message. Team 2 calling Central Command. Team 2 calling Central Command. This is Commander Feng, go ahead. Search of Huiji Street area in North District complete. Target Ma Biao not found. Director Feng continuously issued orders to shift search areas. Yet there was still no breakthrough. This began to make him anxious. Inside the command vehicle, Director Zhang of the Old City District also frowned deeply. Commander Feng, could Ma Biao have already left Liangcheng? Director Feng remained silent. To be honest, that was indeed a possibility. From the time Ma Biao escaped the night blooming Jasmine nightclub to when they sealed off Liangcheng. That's roughly an hour. And from the night blooming Jasmine nightclub, no matter which direction you take to leave Liangcheng, it should take no more than about 40 minutes. Therefore, there was still a chance Ma Biao had made it out of Liangcheng. However, surveillance footage from all exit checkpoints around Liangcheng showed no sign of Ma Biao's vehicle. That said, it's also possible Ma Biao switched vehicles en route. Based on the current situation, they couldn't confirm whether Ma Biao was still in Liangcheng. Regardless of whether Ma Biao is in Liangcheng or not, we must search the entire city. This is our only chance to catch him. Commissioner Zhang understood Commissioner Feng's words all too well. They had no other choice. Issue the order, have every officer diligently and thoroughly search every location. Yes, sir. Director Zhang then relayed Director Feng's orders to each squad leader. Lin Mo and Tang Bing got out of the taxi at the intersection of Heitan Street. What's going on? Did something big happen? There are police cars everywhere. Tang Bing asked Lin Mo. Must be some major incident. Lin Mo replied casually, his full attention focused on tracking Ma Biao's location. Surveying the bustling, vibrant scene of Heitan Street, Tang Bing felt an inexplicable thrill. Her excitement wasn't about shopping, but finally getting to stretch her legs and catch a criminal or two. Their month-long arrest competition was still underway. Though their third squad had already secured first place in the station with Lin Mo's help. But every additional arrest would boost their station's standing within the precinct. Tang Bing shed the demure image she maintained around Lin Mo, her gaze sharpening with intensity. Lin Mo, let's go inside. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded. At that moment, he noticed Ma Biao's location was also deep within Heitan Street. Tang Bing and Lin Mo then stepped into the bustling street. Entering from the southern end of Heitan Street, it took them 20 minutes to reach the northern exit. Tang Bing looked puzzled. What was going on? Every time she'd come here before, she'd managed to catch criminals, yet today she hadn't spotted a single one. Not even a pickpocket. Lin Mo, did you notice something different about Heitan Street today? What's different? Lin Mo inquired. I haven't spotted a single criminal today. Hearing Tang Bing say this, Lin Mo finally understood what she meant. Yesterday, he had wiped out the entire underground network here, arresting over 1,000 criminals across Black Pond Street. Those who slipped through the net were now scrambling to hide who would dare commit crimes here now? Sis Tang, it's like this. Lin Mo then recounted the details of the underground network's arrest to Tang Bing. What? They were all arrested? Tang Bing's mouth fell open in shock. How could that be? Given the unique geographical location of the Black Pond Street area, these underground forces had thrived here like fish in water. Back then, the precinct had raided the area several times, but each operation only netted a few low-level operatives. The gains were negligible. It hadn't affected the underground operations in the slightest. How could they have been wiped out so suddenly? After a long pause, Tang Bing finally snapped out of it. She said to Lin Mo, half-jokingly, "Don't tell me this is all thanks to you?" Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. Well, when little Ding was captured, I was so anxious and frustrated. I thought I'd come here to arrest some criminals to blow off steam. I never expected to draw out the leaders of those underground factions. Tang Bing stared at Lin Mo in astonishment. She'd only been joking with Lin Mo, but it turned out he really was involved. What secrets does this guy hide? He's so formidable. He was practically a criminal's nemesis. Wherever he went, no matter how formidable the criminals were, they always ended up in his custody. Take the South City 7 Rats, for instance. They'd operated in the old district for over a decade, proving impossible to eradicate. Yet Lin Mo managed to apprehend every last one of them in just a few days. Even more astonishing, Lin Mo had only come to Black Tangle Street to blow off some steam. Yet he wiped out the entire underground network there. Lin Mo is just too formidable. Is he some kind of superhero? Tang Bing was at a loss for words on how to describe Lin Mo. This guy is a complete freak. Noticing Tang Bing's stunned expression, Lin Mo scratched his head and said, "I just got lucky." Tang Bing wasn't buying Lin Mo's excuse. If that was luck, then your luck is beyond belief. Lin Mo didn't elaborate further on the matter. As the old saying goes, the more you explain, the worse it gets. To avoid arousing Tang Bing's suspicion, he quickly changed the subject. "Sis Tang, let's check out that street. Maybe there are thieves around." Alright. I wonder if Tang Bing and Lin Mo ever actually dated. Would their everyday dates just be about catching criminals together? Other couples stroll through night markets, buy little trinkets, and savor the simple warmth of romance. And they reckoned that the more criminals they caught on each date, the more romantic it felt. At this moment, Lin Mo kept a constant eye on Ma Biao's location in his mind. Because the display in Lin Mo's mind showed Ma Biao was on that very street. He was only 50 meters away. Chapter 126, Disguise. After hearing Lin Mo's account, Tang Bing abandoned her plan to catch thieves on Haitong Street. Without the thrill of catching criminals, the night market on Haitong Street felt utterly dull to her. Unlike other girls, she had never enjoyed shopping since childhood. Shopping was pure torture for her. "Lin Mo, why don't we head back? There's nothing worth seeing here." Lin Mo sensed Tang Bing's thoughts and whispered softly, "Sis Tang, I spotted someone acting shady. Something's definitely off." Tang Bing perked up at once, her voice brimming with excitement. "Where?" "About 40 meters ahead." Tang Bing shot Lin Mo a skeptical look. 40 meters ahead? You've got to be kidding. How could anyone see that far? Besides, with all these people on the street, there's no way Lin Mo could spot the target through the crowd. But seeing the earnest look on Lin Mo's face, and having patrolled with him before, she knew what he was capable of. Otherwise, she wouldn't have believed him. "Lin Mo, let's go. Why are you still standing here?" Tang Bing urged Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew full well that the man was Ma Biao, the leader of a human trafficking ring. He was bound to be armed, and acting rashly would only put them at a disadvantage. "Sis Tang, don't rush. We should disguise ourselves first, don't let them spot us." Tang Bing reconsidered. This was the first date she and Lin Mo had managed to arrange. If they just rushed in and arrested him right away, it would be so uninteresting. It would be better to disguise themselves and slowly play with this thief. What Tang Bing didn't know was that the criminal Lin Mo referred to wasn't just any thief, he was Ma Biao, a nationally notorious human trafficking ringleader. Just as Lin Mo was considering buying some items from the street stalls to create a cover, he heard Tang Bing say somewhat sheepishly, "Lin Mo, how about we pretend to be a couple?" "A couple? Don't get the wrong idea, it's for work. Look around this street, everyone's in pairs. This way, we won't arouse their suspicion." Lin Mo glanced around and noticed numerous young couples strolling hand in hand. Back in police academy, his instructor had taught him that the best disguise was blending into the surroundings, that way, criminals wouldn't grow suspicious. Alright. Seeing Lin Mo agree, Tang Bing felt her heart suddenly flutter like a deer. She never imagined she'd get a preview of what it felt like to date Lin Mo. She suddenly recalled the time they'd been tailing Silver Rat in an old neighborhood. To avoid detection, she'd actually kissed Lin Mo herself. Just a couple days ago, Tang Bing had even dreamt about that very scene. At this thought, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt a bit conflicted. Should she take advantage of this moment later? He. Tang Bing covered her mouth and giggled shyly. "Sis Tang, what's wrong?" I'm fine." Tang Bing felt utterly embarrassed. Thank goodness Lin Mo couldn't see her thoughts, that would have been too humiliating. "Let's go." "Okay." Tang Bing replied with her head down. She looked utterly bashful. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire Tang Bing for slipping into character so quickly. He resolved to learn more from her in the future. Little did he know, if Lin Mo had realized Tang Bing was turning this fake act into the real thing, what would he have thought? To make the disguise more convincing, Lin Mo bought Tang Bing a candied hawthorn on a stick. Tang Bing accepted it with genuine delight. It had been years since she'd last tasted one. Tang Bing tentatively hooked her arm through Lin Mo's. "Don't get the wrong idea, I just wanted our act to look more convincing." After explaining, Tang Bing felt a pang of regret. Why did I even explain? If Lin Mo misunderstood, wouldn't that be even better? Maybe they could turn this fake act into the real thing. Of course, Lin Mo was completely unaware of Tang Bing's thoughts. His full attention was focused on Ma Biao. Lin Mo and Tang Bing strolled forward at a leisurely pace, drawing ever closer to Ma Biao. Tang Bing had only one candy-coated hawthorn left in her hand. Though she and Lin Mo were pretending to be a couple, she felt a sweetness she'd never known before. So much so that she nearly forgot about catching the criminal. When Lin Mo was about 3 meters away from Ma Biao, he could clearly see him through the crowd. Ma Biao wasn't as burly as Lin Mo had imagined. His build was actually quite gaunt. He wore a half-ball cap that obscured half his face. Even from the exposed portion of his face, he radiated a menacing aura. He was seated at a noodle stall eating a bowl of beef noodles. Lin Mo noticed Ma Biao holding chopsticks in one hand while his other hand remained tucked in a bulging pocket, clearly concealing something. If Lin Mo's guess was correct, it was undoubtedly a handgun. Ma Biao took a bite, then glanced up to survey his surroundings. When the man's gaze swept over, Lin Mo quickly averted his eyes. He glanced at Tang Bing and saw a bit of sticky syrup on the corner of her mouth. He raised his hand and gently touched it to the corner of her mouth. Tang Bing suddenly felt Lin Mo's hand and froze in shock. Her mind instantly became a tangled mess. Her mind began racing with wild thoughts. What was Lin Mo doing? Could he be about to kiss her? Her face instantly grew scorching hot. Though she had kissed Lin Mo once before, it had been under urgent circumstances, and she hadn't truly savored the feeling of the kiss. This time was different. As this thought crossed Tang Bing's mind, she actually closed her eyes of her own accord. Her trembling eyelashes betrayed the intense nervousness within her. But just then, Lin Mo murmured softly to her. "Sis Tang, you've got some syrup on your lip. Let me wipe it off for you." Hearing this, Tang Bing awkwardly opened her eyes, her face flushing even redder. Meanwhile, Ma Biao, who was sitting nearby eating noodles, saw the scene and chuckled. He teased Lin Mo, saying, "Kid, if you keep dating like this, you're bound to get dumped, ha." Seeing Ma Biao strike up a conversation, Lin Mo reacted quickly, scratching his head and pretending to be an innocent young man. "Bro, this is my first time dating. Come on, kid. Let me teach you how to do this right." Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. As long as he could get close to the other man, he'd have a chance to subdue him. Lin Mo obediently walked over and sat down, adopting a humble, eager-to-learn posture. Ma Biao glanced around to make sure no police were nearby before addressing Lin Mo. "Kid, I see we're meant to be. I'll tell you this, to chase girls, you gotta have thick skin." Ma Biao lectured Lin Mo earnestly, though his eyes darted around the area intermittently. Moreover, one hand never left his pocket. Lin Mo pretended to have learned a lot and asked the owner for 2 bottles of beer. "Bro, hearing your words has really opened my eyes. Here's to you." Chapter 127, Only One Bed. Ma Biao knew full well that now was the time to flee for his life. He couldn't afford to drink. But the young man before him was so insistent, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. So he raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. After all, he usually downed 1.5 pounds of baijiu and guzzled beer like water. Lin Mo noticed the other man's hand already moving toward his pocket. He hadn't expected the other man to be so cautious. This was the Huitang Street night market, bustling with people. If he tried to forcibly arrest Ma Biao, the man would surely put up fierce resistance. It could easily injure bystanders. Besides, neither he nor Tang Bing had a gun. Subduing Ma Biao would be extremely difficult. The best approach was to wait for an opportunity to seize his pistol when he wasn't paying attention and subdue him. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo addressed the shopkeeper. "Owner, how much is this gentleman's meal? I'll cover it." Ma Biao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Lin Mo's words. He'd been hustling on the streets for decades, eating meals worth millions without batting an eye. And today, some greenhorn actually wanted to treat him to beef noodles? Besides, the suitcase at his feet contained 1,000,000 yuan in cash. "Young man, you really underestimate me. Do I need you to treat me to a bowl of noodles? Brother, you've misunderstood. I'm thanking you for the knowledge you shared with me," Lin Mo said sincerely. "Fine." Ma Biao didn't say anything else. If the other guy wanted to treat him to a meal, then so be it. His top priority now was to finish his meal quickly and find a safe place to stay. He had originally come to Haitong Street to find his brother Duanhu, only to discover upon arrival that all the underground forces here had been wiped out. Moreover, he'd heard from a friend that every exit from Liangchang was now guarded by police. "Bing Bing. How about we get beef noodle soup too?" Tang Bing flushed slightly when Lin Mo called her by her nickname. But she knew Lin Mo was putting on a show for the middle-aged man. She had already noticed something off about him. The man was definitely a criminal, and he had a gun in his pocket. Otherwise, Lin Mo wouldn't be wasting his time listening to the man's nonsense. With that thought, Tang Bing nodded and replied. Lin Mo then addressed the owner. "Owner, 2 bowls of beef noodles." "Got it." At that moment, Tang Bing hurriedly called out to the owner. "Just 1 bowl, please. I can't eat too much tonight." The owner glanced at Tang Bing and chuckled. Young lady, you don't look fat at all. Gotta keep in shape, or no one will want me. Hee hee. Lin Mo led Tang Bing straight to sit beside Ma Biao. Bro, are you full? Should I get you another bowl? No need. I'm dieting tonight too. Ma Biao joked with Lin Mo and Tang Bing. Then, Lin Mo and Ma Biao started chatting. Tang Bing occasionally chimed in, and soon the three of them were chatting comfortably. When Lin Mo learned Ma Biao had nowhere to stay, he patted his chest and declared. Bro, I happen to have a spare room at my place. Why don't you crash at my place tonight? Ma Biao's eyes lit up at the offer. With the entire city's police force hunting him down, staying in a hotel was clearly unsafe. Staying at this young man's place was definitely a good choice. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. How much for the night? I'll pay you. Lin Mo, however, was a man of honor. Bro, don't mention the money. You're being too formal. You're a loyal little brother, I'm definitely sticking with you. After eating, the three of them left Haton Street. Throughout the meal, Lin Mo kept looking for an opening. He noticed that Ma Biao's hand never left his pocket. This left Lin Mo and Tang Bing with no chance to act. As they exited the intersection of Haton Street, concerned for Tang Bing's safety, Lin Mo whispered to her. Sis Tang, you should take a taxi back alone later. Through careful observation, Tang Bing had determined that this man was no petty thief. After all, he had a gun in his hand. This could easily turn deadly. How could she let Lin Mo shoulder such danger alone? Lin Mo, I won't leave. I'm staying with you. Sis Tang, this is too dangerous. I know it's dangerous, which is precisely why I'm staying with you. Just as Tang Bing and Lin Mo were whispering to each other, Ma Biao, standing by the roadside, flagged down a taxi and called out to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, the cab's here. Got it, Brother Ma. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lin Mo had no choice but to bring Tang Bing along. Lin Mo hoped the other party would slip up soon. In the taxi, Ma Biao sat in the front passenger seat. Lin Mo and Tang Bing sat in the back. Hey Lin, what were you two lovebirds chatting about earlier? Ma Biao asked with a cheerful smile. Before Lin Mo could answer, Tang Bing blushed and said shyly. Oomph. It's all your fault for corrupting him. He insisted I sleep over at his place tonight. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly. Ma Biao shot Lin Mo a knowing look as if to say. Kid, not bad. You've got potential. They soon arrived at Lin Mo's residence, which happened to be the home of Lu Dahai's relative. It was a two-bedroom apartment. Lin Mo usually occupied one room, while the other remained empty. Fortunately, Lin Mo kept his police uniform at the station. Ma Biao was thoroughly satisfied with the place Lin Mo lived in. The police would never dream he'd hide here. If he could just hold out for a few more days, the police would assume he'd already fled Liangcheng and abandoned the manhunt. Then he could walk out of Liangcheng with his head held high. Brother Ma, take this room. No one lives here normally. Alright. Brother Lin, I'm really too tired. I'll get some rest early. Ma Biao replied, then walked straight into the room and locked the door behind him. Lin Mo watched this unfold, utterly speechless. He'd been scheming to lower Ma Biao's guard and seize him, but the man was already on high alert. Tang Bing pulled Lin Mo back into their room and whispered. What's his background? Lin Mo then explained Ma Biao's situation to Tang Bing. Tang Bing was utterly shocked. She never imagined he was none other than Ma Biao, the nationally notorious human trafficking ringleader. Lin Mo, should we report this to the chief? It's best not to. Once my master finds out, he'll definitely surround this place with a large police force. That would alert the enemy and give them time to prepare. Crucially, they're armed. Tang Bing strongly agreed with Lin Mo's assessment. The best approach is to wait until Ma Biao lets his guard down, then she and Lin Mo will seize the opportunity to subdue him. That way, casualties could be minimized. She and Lin Mo discussed the plan further. After a while, Tang Bing noticed a serious problem. Lin Mo's room contained only a single bed. Chapter 128, Good morning. Old City District Police Station. Director Feng of the Human Trafficking Task Force sat at the conference table, his face etched with worry and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Chief Zhang and Lu Dahai sat silently beside him. They were all pondering the same question. Where could Ma Biao, the leader of the human trafficking ring, possibly be? Last night, they had mobilized every officer in the city for a full-scale search, yet not a trace of Ma Biao had been found. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Director Feng sighed, rose from his seat, and slowly walked to the window. He pulled back the tightly drawn curtains. The morning sunlight flooded in, stinging his eyes so much he could barely keep them open. He then opened the window, letting a rush of fresh air wash over him. The invigorating breeze instantly cleared his foggy mind. The smoke-filled room cleared as the fumes dissipated. Director Feng turned around and said helplessly, "Looks like the trafficker Ma Biao has already left Liangcheng." Everyone lowered their heads, saying nothing. They knew full well that once Ma Biao left Liangcheng, their chances of catching him again were virtually zero. Whenever trouble arose during his human trafficking operations in other cities, Ma Biao would vanish as if he'd evaporated into thin air. After a year or two, he would resurface in another city, as if by magic. With each reappearance, countless families would be torn apart because of him. Chief Feng, is there truly no other way? Lu Dahai refused to give up. He had seen the heartbreaking plight of those abducted children and young women. Many victims had their organs brutally harvested by traffickers, left to live in agony worse than death. Even more victims had lost their lives. Demons like Ma Biao pose a threat to society every single day they remain at large. Director Feng took a deep breath. How are we supposed to apprehend him in a country as vast as Longhua? Everyone present knew China spanned over 9 million square kilometers. Without knowing Ma Biao's whereabouts, they had no target or direction for the search. Just as despair began to set in, Director Feng's phone rang. His heart leapt with excitement. Could it be news about Ma Biao? But when he picked up the phone, he saw it was a call from provincial leadership. Director Feng knew full well the provincial leader was inquiring about the progress of Ma Biao's capture. It seemed a scolding was inevitable. Director Feng answered the call, but before he could speak, a deep, middle-aged voice came through. Director Feng, have you captured Ma Biao? Just as Director Feng had anticipated. Sir, we searched all night, but Ma Biao got away. What? He got away? The provincial leader's tone instantly turned incredulous. After all, when Director Feng had reported to him yesterday, he'd assured him Ma Biao was in Liangchang and would definitely be apprehended. Liangchang isn't that big, after all. Even a thorough search should have turned him up. Yet Director Feng was now saying they'd let him slip away. Director Feng, what the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea how dangerous Ma Biao is to society? The provincial leader unleashed a torrent of scathing criticism at Director Feng. The human trafficker Ma Biao was exceptionally dangerous. Countless families across the nation have suffered irreparable damage because of him. Inside the meeting room, everyone heard the provincial leader's voice over the phone. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Director Feng. Although the provincial leader was criticizing Director Feng, in their eyes, it was equally a rebuke directed at them. Truthfully, they understood why the provincial leader was so furious. After all, they had been certain they could capture Ma Biao this time, only for him to slip through their fingers. The provincial leader berated Director Feng for a full 5 minutes. Director Feng, regarding the Ma Biao incident, you need to thoroughly reflect on your actions and then write me a 10,000-word self-criticism. The provincial leader then hung up the phone in anger. Director Feng sat silently on his chair, the entire conference room filled with an oppressive silence. Seeing Director Feng berated by the provincial leader over the Ma Biao case, he felt a pang of guilt. He sighed and said to Director Feng, "It's all my fault. I suggested having the trafficker call Ma Biao, which alerted him. If we'd gone straight in to arrest him, we might have caught that scumbag long ago. Director Feng, punish me. Xiao Lu, you're not to blame for this. I agreed to it at the time." Director Feng replied. "Director Feng, why don't you scold us too? We share the blame for failing to catch Ma Biao." "That's right, Director Feng. We all know you're bearing the brunt of the pressure for failing to catch Ma Biao. Let us take the heat, scold us if you must." Director Feng looked around at the group and forced an awkward smile. "As the head of this task force, the failure to apprehend Ma Biao is entirely my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. Director Feng, how about we search Liangchang again? Maybe Ma Biao hasn't left the city yet," Lu Dahai suggested. Lu Dahai still felt reluctant to give up now. "Forget it. Let's stick to our original plan. Send out just one patrol squad and reinforce the checkpoints at the city exits. Everyone else should return to their regular duties. After all, we must maintain Liangchang's daily operational order. Alright, everyone's been working all night. Head back now." But none of them stood up. They all knew that the moment they left, this case would be closed. It would no longer concern them. Yet without capturing Ma Biao, they all felt a lingering sense of frustration. They didn't want to give up so easily, yet they had no leads on Ma Biao at the moment. The conference room fell silent once more. In a 2-bedroom apartment in the old city district, a beautiful woman lay on the bed, while another man lay on the floor. They were Tang Bing and Lin Mo. Tang Bing hadn't gotten much rest the previous night. It was her first time sleeping in the same room as a man. Her heart was torn. She hoped something would happen, yet she feared it might. Her nerves kept her awake all night. It wasn't until 2 or 3 in the morning, utterly exhausted, that she finally drifted off. Lin Mo, too, had stayed awake all night, constantly monitoring Ma Biao's movements through the sinful perception in his mind. Yet the man hadn't left his room all night. It wasn't until the first faint light of dawn that Lin Mo finally drifted off. Suddenly, Lin Mo jolted awake. He heard the sound of the toilet flushing. Lin Mo knew Ma Biao always kept a pistol hidden in his pocket, so he had been waiting for the moment Ma Biao went to the bathroom to subdue him. Lin Mo hurriedly opened the door. He found Ma Biao already emerging from the bathroom. Their eyes locked. Lin Mo saw Ma Biao, who had just washed his hands. Ma Biao grinned at Lin Mo and said cheerfully, Morning, Lin. Chapter 129, Losing His Mind. Lin Mo had no time to exchange pleasantries with Ma Biao. He lunged forward in a single stride, delivering a straight kick that slammed into Ma Biao's chest. Ma Biao flew backward, slamming straight into the wall. Clutching his chest, Ma Biao stared at Lin Mo in stunned confusion. Just yesterday they'd sworn brotherhood, so why would this brother Lin suddenly attack him now? And he looked so skinny, how could he pack such power? Before Ma Biao could process what was happening, Lin Mo charged forward again. He attempted a joint lock to subdue his opponent, but Lin Mo had forgotten his arm had been shot earlier. He couldn't muster any strength at all. Ma Biao easily broke free. At that moment, Tang Bing heard the commotion and rushed out. Spotting her, Ma Biao immediately charged toward Tang Bing. His plan was simple: control Tang Bing to threaten Lin Mo. Ma Biao had now figured it out. Lin Mo must have attacked him because he discovered the bounty notice. He wanted to capture him for the reward money. He hadn't expected the other guy to be so strong. His chest still throbbed faintly. Still, as long as he captured his girlfriend, Lin Mo would have no choice but to obey him. Ma Biao was nearly upon Tang Bing when he noticed her unflappable expression. Something felt off. Shouldn't she be panicking, screaming in terror? He even wondered if he hadn't slept well the night before, causing him to hallucinate. But the next second, Tang Bing delivered a sidekick that struck him squarely in the abdomen. Crack! A crisp crack echoed from his ribs. Ma Biao was sent crashing into the dining table by the immense force of the kick, wincing in pain. He never imagined a girl could possess such immense strength. What exactly were these two people doing? How could they both be so skilled? Tang Bing and Lin Mo then worked together to bind the man with rope. Lin Mo, your arm is bleeding. Only then did Lin Mo notice that the wound on his arm had reopened. Sis Tang, I'm fine. You're not fine. You're risking infection. Do you have any gauze at home? No. Lin Mo shook his head. Tang Bing immediately fetched a strip of cloth and bandaged Lin Mo's wound. Ma Biao, who had been standing nearby, finally came to his senses. He said painfully, "Young man, why did you arrest me? If it's about money, I have $1 million in my bag, it's all yours." By now, Ma Biao no longer believed Lin Mo was a police officer. Hearing Ma Biao's words, Lin Mo's expression instantly turned cold. This money, after all, was earned through trafficking children and women, harvesting their organs. Had he arrived just a moment later, Shouting Ton's organs would have been horrifically harvested. The thought ignited a surge of rage within Lin Mo, his eyes turning crimson. He lashed out with a powerful slap. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of Ma Biao's mouth. This slap is for Xiao Dingtang. Before Ma Biao could even process who Xiao Dingtang was, Lin Mo delivered another blow. This blow was incredibly powerful, instantly swelling half of his face. This slap, I'm delivering for all the children you've captured. Smack! Lin Mo struck again. This slap is for Zhuanzi and the others. Smack! This slap is for all those whose organs you harvested. With every word Lin Mo spoke, he landed another slap on Ma Biao, venting all the pent-up frustration and rage in his heart onto him. Because of him, how many once happy families had been torn apart? Lin Mo's eyes turned bloodshot and terrifying. Like a grim reaper passing judgment on Ma Biao. Ma Biao was already terrified out of his wits by Lin Mo's expression. He had survived years on the streets by being ruthless and brutal. Yet compared to the Lin Mo standing before him now, he was but a mere novice. With each slap Lin Mo landed, Ma Biao grew more terrified. This young man before him was terrifying, a complete transformation from yesterday's harmless demeanor. By now, Ma Biao's mouth was covered in blood from Lin Mo's blows. Tang Bing urgently grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo, you'll kill him if you keep hitting him. Get out of the way. Today I'll rid the people of this menace, I'll beat this demon to death. Blinded by rage, Lin Mo shoved Tang Bing aside. Though Tang Bing understood Lin Mo's hatred, they were police officers. She lunged forward again, wrapping her arms around Lin Mo to stop him from hitting Ma Biao any further. Ma Biao had already been apprehended and ceased resisting. If Lin Mo killed him now, Lin Mo would surely be charged with excessive force and intentional assault. She couldn't bear to see Lin Mo's career ruined over Ma Biao. Suddenly held by Tang Bing, Lin Mo instinctively tried to break free, insisting he must punish Ma Biao, the worst scourge, today. How many innocent, adorable children had perished at his hands? Lin Mo, calm down. Tang Bing shouted at Lin Mo. Let go of me. I'm going to kill that villain today. Lin Mo's eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled to break free from Tang Bing's grip. But Tang Bing held him tight, refusing to let go. Finally, she pinned the enraged Lin Mo to the ground. Lin Mo struggled and screamed for a moment before slowly ceasing his resistance. His senses gradually returned. The red veins in his eyes slowly faded. Tang Bing still held him tightly. Lin Mo recalled his earlier loss of control and realized this was wrong. He was a police officer, apprehending criminals was his duty, but punishing them was the law's responsibility. Sister Tang, please let me go. Hearing Lin Mo's voice return to normal, Tang Bing still asked with lingering concern. Do you know who you are? I'm a people's police officer of Longwa. Hearing Lin Mo's reply, Tang Bing slowly released her grip on him. Lin Mo slowly sat up. He saw that Ma Biao had been knocked unconscious, his face now swollen like a pig's head. Even if he faced disciplinary action, Lin Mo felt no regret. He then noticed Tang Bing's wrist, which had been scraped by the ground while she restrained him earlier. Lin Mo felt a pang of guilt. Sister Tang, I'm sorry. Just now. I know you lost your temper because you were outraged by what happened to those victims, but we are police officers after all. Yeah, I know. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Old City District Police Station. In the silent conference room, not a single person had left. Chief Fong understood that everyone felt frustrated, but they simply couldn't locate Ma Biao's whereabouts. Catching him was simply impossible. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the collective reverie. Lu Dehai hurriedly pulled out his phone. He saw it was his apprentice, Lin Mo, calling. He quickly answered and whispered. Disciple, what's wrong? Master, I've captured Ma Biao. Chapter 130, Suffocating. What? You captured Ma Biao? Lu Dehai was utterly stunned. But shouldn't his disciple Lin Mo be recuperating in the hospital right now? How could he have captured Ma Biao? Lu Dehai's outburst instantly drew everyone's attention. Especially Director Fong, whose eyes brimmed with disbelief. Chief Lu, what did you say? He stammered as he addressed Lu Dehai. Lu Dehai hadn't fully processed the situation yet, but he replied. Lin Mo says he's captured Ma Biao. He caught Ma Biao. Director Fong was certain this time he hadn't misheard earlier. He hurriedly stood up, walked over to Lu Dehai, and snatched the phone from him. Lin Mo, this is Director Fong. Give me a detailed report of the situation. Lin Mo then relayed the entire situation to Director Fong over the phone. Everyone in the conference room watched Director Fong as his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Excitement surged through everyone present. It seemed Lu Dehai's earlier claim that Ma Biao had been captured was indeed true. For them, this was undoubtedly the best news imaginable. Just moments ago, they had been filled with frustration and helplessness over failing to capture Ma Biao. Little did they expect that Lin Mo, Lu Dehai's apprentice, would call to report that he had captured Ma Biao. Lin Mo, stay right where you are. I'm coming over immediately. Director Fong couldn't contain his excitement as he spoke. He hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his face. At that moment, Director Zhang urgently asked. Director Fong, did Lin Mo really capture Ma Biao? Everyone else craned their necks and pricked up their ears, waiting for Director Feng's answer. Yes. Ma Biao is now under Lin Mo's custody. Hearing this, the weight lifted from everyone's hearts. Great. We didn't let Ma Biao slip away after all. Lin Mo always surprises us with unexpected delights. Ha ha. Lin Mo is truly remarkable. I suggest we award Lin Mo a second-class merit medal right away. Sounds good to me. Everyone couldn't help but praise Lin Mo, and Lu Dehai listened with immense satisfaction. Lin Mo was his apprentice, their praise reflected well on him as the master. Afterward, Director Fong led everyone to Lin Mo's residence. They saw Ma Biao bound and gagged by Lin Mo and Tang Bing, his face swollen like a pig's head. How did his face end up like this? Director Fong asked, puzzled. Tang Bing quickly pulled Lin Mo aside and explained to Director Fong. During the arrest, Ma Biao resisted, so. I see. Director Fong nodded in acknowledgement, saying little more. But Director Fong understood perfectly well what had happened. He had risen through the ranks from frontline police officer himself. Scum like this trafficking children, harvesting organs deserved worse than a beating like that. This incident only underscored that Lin Mo was a young man of deep compassion and unwavering integrity. Director Fong approached Lin Mo with a satisfied smile, patting him on the shoulder. Well done. You've done our city of Liangcheng a great service once again. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Director Fong, this wasn't just my doing. I was just hanging out with Sister Tang, killing time on the streets, when we happened to run into Ma Biao. Director Fong felt a complex mix of emotions upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Last night, he had hastily formed a task force to apprehend Ma Biao, directing the entire Liangcheng police force to search the city, yet they found nothing. Yet Lin Mo had stumbled upon Ma Biao while casually strolling around. As the task force's commander, how could he bear this? It felt like a silent slap in the face. Standing nearby, Lu Dehai felt an unbearable urge to laugh, yet he dared not let it out. Why did his apprentice always seem to be putting on airs and then getting his comeuppance whenever he acted humble? Chapter 131, Jumping Off the Building. Bureau Chief Fong gave Lin Mo an awkward smile. He knew Lin Mo hadn't meant to undermine him, yet he couldn't shake the strange feeling in his gut. But right now, as long as they could catch Ma Biao, he'd gladly endure a scolding if it meant success. After handling Ma Biao's case, Director Fong immediately called the provincial leadership. The moment the call connected, the provincial leader's exasperated voice came through. Have you finished your 10,000-word self-criticism? No. No, why are you calling me then? Director Fong replied with a laugh. Leader, I'm afraid there's no chance of writing the 10,000-word self-criticism now. The provincial leader was a bit confused. What do you mean? Because we've already apprehended Ma Biao. What? We've captured Ma Biao? The provincial leader perked up instantly, his voice brimming with excitement over the phone. Xiao Feng, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Rest assured, sir, this is absolutely no joke. We truly captured Ma Biao just today. Director Feng then briefed the provincial leader on the details. Upon hearing this, the provincial leader was absolutely thrilled. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Ha ha. You've got some leadership skills after all, kid. You haven't disappointed me. Ha ha. The provincial leader showered Director Feng with praise, completely forgetting the 5-minute tirade he'd just unleashed on him moments before. With Ma Biao's arrest, Director Feng finally felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Lin Mo and Tang Bing were taken to the hospital by Lu Dahai. On the way to the hospital, Lu Dahai heaped praise upon Lin Mo and Tang Bing. He declared they'd earned major credit this time, at least a third-class merit award, and maybe even a second-class merit award. For Lin Mo, this was nothing to get excited about. He had already accumulated numerous commendations. But Tang Bing, upon hearing Lu Dahai's words, was utterly thrilled. She had never received a second-class merit award before. Before meeting Lin Mo, she considered herself lucky to get a third-class merit. Yet within half a month of meeting Lin Mo, she earned a third-class merit for capturing the golden rat alongside him. Though she'd been shot in the process, it all felt worth it to her. What she never expected was that this time, just going out for a patrol with Lin Mo, they'd capture Ma Biao and have a chance at a second-class merit award. Lin Mo was truly her lucky star. Tang Bing recalled their first meeting, when she had confidently declared that if Lin Mo followed her and worked diligently, she would secure him a third-class merit within 3 years. Yet now, it was Lin Mo who had led her to achieve the very commendation she had once dreamed of. The thought made her feel a bit awkward. Back to the ward. Lu Dahai instructed the two of them. Disciple, there are no major cases at the station right now. You and Xiao Tang should focus on recovering from your injuries during this time, understand? Understood, master. Lin Mo replied. Still feeling uneasy, Lu Dahai turned to Tang Bing. Tang, you're still the squad leader of Team 3. Keep a close eye on Lin Mo, understand? Got it. Tang Bing glanced at Lin Mo, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. From now on, she'd have an excuse to interact with Lin Mo more often. Just as the three were chatting, someone knocked on the door. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside. He was Guang Xuemin, the investigator from the capital. Lu Dahai's expression instantly turned cold upon seeing Guang Xuemin. Yesterday, this investigator from the capital had publicly disparaged his apprentice and vowed to investigate him. The mere sight of the man filled him with seething anger. What do you want? Lu Dahai asked coldly. Guang Xuemin, however, wore a smile. Director Lu, I misunderstood you and Lin Mo back then. I'd like to formally apologize to both you and Comrade Lin Mo. Seeing the other man back down and apologize, Lu Dahai's anger subsided considerably. After all, their positions differed, and their perspectives on issues naturally varied. Conflicts were only natural. Lin Mo heard Guang Xuemin's words and was somewhat puzzled. Why was this man apologizing to him? They didn't even seem to know each other. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Lu Dahai said magnanimously. After all, since the other party had apologized, there was no need to make things difficult for him. However, once they returned to the station, he intended to have a serious talk with Zhang Dalong. How dare he slander Lin Mo behind his back? Chief Lu, may I speak with Lin Mo privately? Lu Dahai glanced at Lin Mo before speaking. But it can't be too long. The doctor said he needs to rest properly. I know. Lu Dahai and Tang Bing then walked out. Lu Dahai had matters to attend to at the station, so he headed straight back there. Tang Bing hadn't slept well the previous night and was now exhausted, deciding to go home and rest properly. After they left, Guang Xuemin addressed Lin Mo. Hello, Lin Mo. I'm Guang Xuemin, an investigator dispatched from the capital. Upon hearing the introduction, Lin Mo suddenly recalled seeing him yesterday at the human trafficker Go Hongxian's place. Agent Guang. What brings you here? I just have a few questions for you. All right. At that moment, Guang Xuemin pulled out a voice recorder and began his questioning. Where were you born? I was born in Pingnan City. I was an orphan from childhood and grew up in the Xingfu orphanage. Where did you attend the police academy? Liangqing City Police Academy. What year did you graduate? Guang Xuemin had already spent nearly half an hour questioning him, covering everything from Lin Mo's basic background to his casework at the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. In truth, Guang Xuemin had already thoroughly investigated all this, especially the cases for which Lin Mo had received commendations. He had reviewed all the case summaries yesterday. He had even made a special trip to the prison to interview the criminals involved. Guang Xuemin confirmed that Lin Mo had earned these medals without any deception. After the interview concluded, Guang Xuemin took his leave, needing to return to the capital to report his findings. Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Mo accompanied Guang Shuemin outside. They had just stepped out of the inpatient building when someone suddenly shouted. Someone's about to jump off the outpatient building. Hearing this, Lin Mo followed the direction of the person's pointing finger and indeed spotted someone standing on the edge of the roof on the 6th floor of the outpatient building. He took 2 steps forward, leaned over the edge to look down, then retreated 2 steps, overcome by fear. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Lin Mo realized it was too late to wait for professional rescuers to arrive. He quickly took the elevator up to the top floor of the outpatient building. The wind was fierce on the rooftop, and Lin Mo immediately spotted the person preparing to jump. He hurried over. The man seemed to have spotted Lin Mo as well. Don't come any closer. Lin Mo halted his advance and could now make out that the man was around 35 years old, his face inexplicably bruised and swollen. I'm a police officer. If you're feeling overwhelmed, you can talk to me. Hearing Lin Mo identify himself as a police officer, the man visibly froze, his expression turning conflicted. Finally, he asked, "Are you really a cop?" Lin Mo immediately pulled out his police ID and showed it to the man. The other person actually started crying. This left Lin Mo utterly bewildered. "Tell me what's troubling you. I can help resolve it." "Officer, I've been scammed." "Wah! Scammed?" "Yesterday I saw an ad offering a huge reward for a child." Chapter 132. Yes, but not many. High reward for a child? The moment Lin Mo heard those 4 words, he knew the man had been scammed. Lin Mo didn't interrupt the middle-aged man but listened to his story. "At the time, when I saw the flyer offering a hefty reward for a son, I thought to myself, with my dashing looks, I should fit the criteria perfectly." At this point, the man deliberately flicked his sparse hair off his forehead. Lin Mo couldn't quite bring himself to compliment the man on such a description of himself. As if reading his thoughts, the man pointed to his receding hairline and declared, "Officer, don't let my thinning hair fool you, it's all wisdom in here." Lin Mo desperately wanted to retort, "If your head is truly full of wisdom, why would you fall for a scam like high rewards for a son?" It was safe to say the man with the receding hairline had wisdom, but not much of it. "By the way, where did you see the flyer for the high-paying sperm donor scheme?" Lin Mo asked proactively to keep the conversation on track. "Right on the streetlight poles. To cut down on competition, I even tore down the flyers myself." The man with the receding hairline wore a smug expression, as if bragging to Lin Mo, "Pretty clever, huh?" Lin Mo was utterly speechless. He immediately thought of the scene in the movie Tomato Tycoon where the 2 strategists, the dragon and the phoenix, were plotting. "So you made the call?" Hearing Lin Mo's question, the balding man's expression instantly turned dejected. "Ah, it says reward of 1 million up there, but honestly, the money doesn't matter. I mainly want to spread my superior genes." Lin Mo couldn't stand his narcissism any longer and interrupted. "How much did you pay the other party?" The man with the receding hairline sighed again. 2,800. You gave them 2,800 just for one phone call? Lin Mo didn't know what to say to him. All he could say was that the balding man was truly a genius. The woman's story was truly pitiful. Her husband was infertile, and she had always wanted a child. That's why she sought someone with superior genes to have a baby. Lin Mo knew full well these were all pre-written stories concocted by scammers. It's just 2,800 yuan. Is that really worth jumping off a building? The Mediterranean man felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Later, they scammed him for more. The man with the receding hairline then recounted the entire process of how he'd been deceived to Lin Mo. What followed was that the scammers, seeing the man with the receding hairline as an easy target, arranged to meet him again the next day. Upon seeing the attractive female con artist, the man with the receding hairline promptly handed over another 5,800 yuan for a medical examination. The medical examination took place at a small clinic one the scammer had specifically arranged for the balding man. After passing the examination, the scammers then had the balding man pay a 180,000 yuan deposit. With his sharp wit, the balding man promptly handed over the money. The scammers then arranged for the Mediterranean man to go to a hotel to prepare for the conception. But the con artist pulled another scam. The woman's husband stormed into the hotel and caught the Mediterranean man red-handed. The Mediterranean man was beaten and forced to pay the scammers another 300,000 yuan in compensation. Lin Mo listened to the Mediterranean man's account, his face frozen in utter shock. Throughout the entire scam, the balding man had been swindled out of a total of 48.86 million yuan. It must be said, the Mediterranean man was truly gullible and flush with cash. I've analyzed your situation. This was an organized, premeditated scam by a criminal syndicate. Officer, please help me. This money was meant for my wedding. The balding man spoke, tears welling in his eyes. Let's go. Where? I'll take you to the police station to file a report. Will we get our money back? The balding man asked. First, come with me to file a report at the station. That's the only way we might get your money back. The Mediterranean man listened to Lin Mo's words and obediently followed him into the elevator. Downstairs, investigator Guang Shuemin and rescue personnel were setting up an air cushion. Guan Xuemin spotted Lin Mo escorting the man who had attempted to jump. He hurried over. He came down? He was deceived. I promised to help him recover his losses, so he followed me down. Lin Mo explained briefly. Guan Xuemin's impression of Lin Mo instantly improved significantly, and they chatted for a while longer. Seeing the matter resolved, Guan Xuemin bid Lin Mo farewell. After all, he still needed to catch his flight back to the capital. Lin Mo took the man with the receding hairline to the Gulo Street police station. The station personnel immediately gathered around Lin Mo upon his return. In just these 2 short days, Lin Mo had cracked the largest human trafficking case in the country, earning immense credit for the station. Shaolin, you've really made our station proud this time. Lin Mo, you're the man. You're my role model from now on. Bro Lin, you're seriously awesome, hee. Facing everyone's praise, Lin Mo responded with his usual modest tone. Just luck. Luck is part of skill. Little Lin, no need to be modest. You're right, Lin. If it's just luck, then why don't we have that kind of luck? Everyone gathered around Lin Mo, showering him with praise in a flurry of voices. Meanwhile, in a corner of the office hall, a man sat with his head bowed, his face clouded with worry as he wrote his self-criticism. That man was Zhang Dalong. It was his wild claims, along with those of Beijing investigator Guang Xuemin, that had gotten director Feng of Liangqing thoroughly berated. After Chief Lu Dahai returned, he reprimanded Zhang Dalong and ordered him to write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Just as everyone was talking to Lin Mo, the balding man beside them interrupted. Officer, weren't you bringing me back to file a report? Lin Mo finally snapped back to reality. Chatting with his colleagues had nearly made him forget the main task at hand. Brother Li, are you free now? File a case for this gentleman. Sure. Li Jianhua readily agreed, then took the man with the receding hairline aside to gather details. Half an hour later, Chief Lu Dahai returned from his errands and was surprised to find Lin Mo still at the station. Lin Mo, didn't I tell you to rest and recover at the hospital? Why are you back at the station? Master, it's like this. Lin Mo then recounted the entire situation to Lu Dahai. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai recognized that his apprentice had handled the situation perfectly correctly. However, Lin Mo still had a gunshot wound, and running back and forth like this wouldn't help his recovery. Moreover, Director Feng from the Liangcheng Bureau had personally instructed that Lin Mo must rest and recover properly, leaving no lasting complications. Lin Mo, I'll have someone drive you to the hospital shortly. Focus on your recovery, you don't need to handle this case. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, this case was merely a minor fraud matter. Handing it over to other colleagues should pose no issues. Mediterranean felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Lin Mo would not handle the case. Earlier, he had witnessed Lin Mo dismantling a major operation. If Lin Mo handled his case, the chances of recovering his money would be much higher. But seeing the injury on Lin Mo's arm, he didn't want to push him too hard. Meanwhile, Zhang Dalong, who had been frowning and writing his self-criticism, heard about the new case and began to ponder. Solving this case could be his chance to atone for his mistakes. Maybe he wouldn't have to write the 10,000-word self-criticism after all. Zhang Dalong immediately stood up and addressed Lu Dahai. Chief, let me handle this case. I guarantee a resolution within 3 days. Chapter 133, Lacking the Emotional Gene. Lu Dahai heard Zhang Dalong's request. The others were all busy with their own tasks. Besides, who among the young doesn't make mistakes? Admitting and correcting them is already the mark of a good cop. To avoid dampening Zhang Dalong's enthusiasm, Lu Dahai replied. Alright, I'm putting you in charge. But you have 3 days, you must crack this case. Seeing Chief Lu Dahai's approval, Zhang Dalong immediately pounded his chest and guaranteed. Rest assured, Chief. With my skills, 3 days is no problem at all. Seeing Zhang Dalong's confidence, the man with the receding hairline felt certain he could win back his wife. Are you the party involved? Zhang Dalong asked the man with the receding hairline. Yes, the man with the receding hairline hurriedly replied. Follow me. Zhang Dalong led the balding man to his desk and began questioning him about the specifics of the situation. The man with the receding hairline cooperated fully, recounting everything in clear detail. Lin Mo returned to the hospital. Having barely slept the previous night, he was extremely tired and fell asleep the moment he lay down on the hospital bed. He would have slept through dinner if Tang Bing hadn't called him to eat. Tang Bing's injuries had mostly healed, while Lin Mo's arm injury, aside from the pain, wasn't serious. After eating in Lin Mo's hospital room, the two suddenly fell silent, staring at each other awkwardly. Lin Mo remained silent because he had been forcibly awakened from a deep sleep by Tang Bing, leaving his mind still foggy. Tang Bing, however, was recalling last night. Though nothing had happened between them in the same room, she felt profoundly embarrassed. Seeing Lin Mo silent, she assumed he too felt embarrassed about last night. This thought made her blush even more. At the same time, she couldn't help but inwardly scold him. Shouldn't you, as a man, be the one to speak up? But Tang Bing waited, and Lin Mo didn't utter a single word. Her mind began to ponder once more. After all, Lin Mo was only 21 and had just graduated. He didn't know how to handle such matters yet. She was 24, 3 years older than Lin Mo, and undoubtedly more mature mentally. With that thought, she hesitated about whether to speak up herself. Otherwise, how long would they have to keep this up? After wrestling with her thoughts, Tang Bing slowly opened her mouth, but her voice was faint and soft. Lin Mo, about yesterday. As she spoke, Tang Bing glanced at Lin Mo out of the corner of her eye. When she saw Lin Mo sitting on the hospital bed, his head resting on the side as he slept, an inexplicable rage instantly flared within her. She'd been blushing for hours over last night's events, yet the person involved had simply passed out. Was this guy a complete blockhead, devoid of any emotional intelligence? At that moment, Tang Bing desperately wanted to give Lin Mo a good thrashing, but seeing his injured arm, she couldn't bring herself to do it. It felt like punching a sponge, utterly futile and frustrating. The more Tang Bing thought about it, the angrier she became, and she spoke with a hint of resentment. Fine, sleep it off then. I'm leaving. Tang Bing pretended to stand up, her real goal being to wake Lin Mo and make him feel guilty so he'd come comfort her. But to her surprise, Lin Mo murmured dazedly, I won't see you off, Sister Tang. I'm too sleepy. With that, Lin Mo flopped back onto the bed, soft snores already escaping his nostrils. Seeing this, Tang Bing was utterly speechless, her chest rising and falling with each breath. All he knows is sleep. With that, Tang Bing turned to leave. But after stepping out, she turned back. Pouting, she angrily tucked the blanket around Lin Mo. Over the next 3 days, Lin Mo remained remarkably well behaved, staying put in the hospital to recuperate. During this time, Director Feng, Director Zhang, Lu Dehai, and many others came to visit him. The rest of the time, Lin Mo simply ate and slept and ate. This frustrated Tang Bing immensely. This guy usually had boundless energy when chasing criminals, but now that he was in the hospital, all he did was sleep and eat. But seeing how exhausted Lin Mo was, she didn't want to disturb him. Yet she desperately wanted to talk to him. This conflicted her deeply. The fourth morning, Lin Mo woke up and got out of bed, feeling more energetic than he ever had before. He walked over to the window and pulled back the curtains. A ray of morning light fell upon him, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. Lin Mo stretched lazily, feeling his arm injury had nearly healed. As he gazed into the distance, he suddenly noticed a figure standing on the rooftop of the clinic building across the street. This startled him instantly. Holy crap! Someone was about to jump. He'd just rescued someone from up there a couple days ago. How could another person be attempting suicide? Human life was at stake. Without a moment to spare, Lin Mo rushed out the door. Passing beneath the outpatient building, he saw a crowd gathered below, murmuring about the person threatening to jump. Lin Mo addressed one of them. Call emergency services. Lin Mo then took the elevator to the top floor. When he saw the man's strands of hair fluttering in the wind, he felt a sense of familiarity. Moments later, he realized this was the same man with the receding hairline who had attempted suicide 2 days prior. Aren't the police working on his case? Why was he attempting suicide again? A flurry of questions swirled through Lin Mo's mind. The balding man also spotted Lin Mo at that moment. Before Lin Mo could even try to talk him out of it, he climbed over the guardrail and came down. The balding man's actions left Lin Mo utterly bewildered. Officer, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to catch a cold up here. You jumped here to find me? Lin Mo asked in confusion. Of course. Pretty clever, huh? Got you right out of your lair. The balding man spoke with a look of pride, showcasing his cleverness. Just ask at the information desk, and you'll find out where my ward is. The man with the receding hairline froze upon hearing this. His puzzled expression seemed to say, is that really how it works? Lin Mo was at a loss for words. What do you need from me? Hearing Lin Mo's question, the balding man looked deeply distressed. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Officer, my life savings, I'm afraid they're gone for good. What's going on? Isn't there a dedicated officer handling your case at our station? Don't even get me started, it's all tears. The man's words left Lin Mo utterly perplexed. What exactly happened? Seeing Lin Mo's serious expression, the man with the receding hairline recounted the entire situation. The officer assigned to my case is Zhang Dalong. He's a dedicated cop, but he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He followed the leads I gave him to track down the scammer, only to have his money swindled and get beaten up in the process. What? Zhang Dalong got scammed? And beaten up by the scammer? Lin Mo heard this and looked utterly stunned. Chapter 134, The Interrogation I. Officer Zhang Dalong from your station is currently in the hospital. Lin Mo could scarcely believe what the man with the receding hairline was saying. Though Zhang Dalong and he didn't always see eye to eye, as a veteran officer, his investigative skills were quite solid. How could he possibly be swindled in a minor fraud case? And beaten up, too? Noticing Lin Mo's skeptical expression, the man with the receding hairline took him by the arm and headed toward the emergency room on the second floor of the outpatient building. As they approached the emergency room entrance, Lin Mo peered through the crack in the door and saw Zhang Dalong with a black eye and swollen face. There also appeared to be a significant wound on his calf. Just as the balding man was about to push open the door, Lin Mo hurriedly pulled him back. For someone as image-conscious as Zhang Dalong, seeing Lin Mo at this moment would probably make him want to jump off a building. Though Lin Mo disliked Zhang Dalong, there was no deep-seated grudge between them. There was no need to kick him while he was down. Even if Zhang Dalong was capable of such a thing, Lin Mo certainly wasn't. Lin Mo led the man with the receding hairline out of the emergency room. "Have you eaten?" Lin Mo asked the balding man. Before the balding man could answer, Lin Mo heard his stomach growl loudly. "Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. We can talk over dinner." At the hospital cafeteria, the man with the receding hairline recounted the past 3 days in detail to Lin Mo. After Zhang Dalong took on his case, he made contact with the scammers on the very first day. The con artist scheme mirrored the one used on the Mediterranean man, first demanding Zhang Dalong transfer 2,800 yuan as a confidentiality fee. To lure the scammer out, Zhang Dalong didn't hesitate, he transferred the 2,800 yuan directly. The next day, the scammer arranged to meet Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong didn't take action immediately, he wanted to follow the trail and catch all the scammers behind the operation. He then paid another 5,800 yuan for a medical examination. On the third day, the scammer demanded 180,000 yuan for notarization fees. Zhang Dalong, after persistent haggling, paid 10,000 yuan for the notarization. That evening, the scammer arranged to meet Zhang Dalong at a hotel. Zhang Dalong was thrilled and arranged for other officers to prepare to close in. However, the scammer seemed to sense something was amiss and suddenly directed Zhang Dalong to a different hotel. This caught Zhang Dalong off guard, but to catch the scammer, he had no choice but to comply. However, redirecting the pre-arranged officers to the new location would take some time. Zhang Dalong figured that with his skills, taking down a few scammers should be no problem at all. Even if he couldn't, he could stall them until backup arrived and catch them all at once. Instead, the scammers kept changing locations. They kept changing locations all night long. By the time everyone was completely exhausted, the con artists finally lured Zhang Dalong to the last hotel. The moment Zhang Dalong stepped into the room, he was struck from behind. Several con artists immediately began punching and kicking him. They left immediately after the attack. By the time other officers arrived, the scammers had vanished. In the end, Zhang Dalong never even got a glimpse of what they looked like. By the time the Mediterranean man finished his account, Lin Mo had just finished his meal. From the Mediterranean man's account, it became clear that Zhang Dalong hadn't actually made any fundamental mistakes. It could only be said that his own acting skills were somewhat lacking, which is why the scammers had uncovered his true identity. Lin Mo confirmed that Zhang Dalong had given himself away during their very first encounter. "Officer, they say you're the best cop in Liangcheng. You absolutely must help me get my life savings back." The man with the receding hairline pleaded with a mournful expression. "Eat first. We'll discuss the details later." The balding man obediently followed Lin Mo's instructions. While the man with the receding hairline ate, Lin Mo began to ponder. Zhang Dalong's exposure had already alerted the scammers. They'd surely be on high alert now. They might have already moved their operation elsewhere. To catch them, speed was essential. If they left Liangcheng, apprehending them would be far more difficult. Lin Mo activated his crime-busting system, searching for tools to aid in capturing these scammers. He skimmed through the basic shop but found nothing directly useful. Next, Lin Mo activated his lottery system. He currently had 28 honor points remaining. He decided to try his luck with the lottery. If fortune smiled upon him, he might just win something valuable. The lottery system had been instrumental in his successful crackdown on the human trafficking ring last time. Lin Mo clicked the lottery button. After a rhythmic electronic tone, the system's voice sounded. "System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 honor points." Lin Mo nearly choked on his own blood. What the hell? 2 honor points. He spent 10 honor points on a lottery draw and received a 2-point honor points reward. This was the first time Lin Mo had ever encountered such a thing. This system was clearly screwing him over. Helpless, Lin Mo kept clicking the lottery button. Beep. The rhythmic electronic tone echoed in his mind once more, followed by the system's voice. "System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 honor point." Damn it. Even someone as well-mannered as Lin Mo was on the verge of cursing. The system was pushing it too far today. Once wasn't enough, it had to screw him over twice. And each time was worse than the last. Previously, even when his luck was at its worst, he could still obtain items like hemostatic medicine or lollipops. But today? Not only did he get nothing, the system instantly swiped 17 honor points from him. Staring at his remaining 11 honor points, Lin Missouri steeled himself and clicked to draw again. He refused to believe the system would strip him of every last point. Fortunately, the system still possessed a shred of conscience. After the electronic chime concluded. "System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Eye of Interrogation." Lin Mo hurriedly opened the Eye of Interrogation in his inventory to see what it was. Eye of interrogation. When the host interrogates a criminal, the criminal will uncontrollably reveal the truth as long as they look into the host's eyes. Note, single-use item. Duration, 3 minutes. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement upon seeing this. This was a valuable item. With it, he could effortlessly uncover criminals' accomplices and all their misdeeds. It was a pity it was a one-time use item, otherwise, he could have become an unstoppable force. Just then, the Mediterranean-looking man finished his meal. Officer, when will you recover my life savings? Now. Lin Mo declared. Now that he possessed the eyes of interrogation, capturing just one con artist would allow him to interrogate them and uncover the whereabouts of the others. Really? That's fantastic. My entire nest egg depends on you. The man with the receding hairline beamed with delight. Let's be clear, I'll do my absolute best to help you recover it, but I can't guarantee success. Officer, I believe you can do it, the Mediterranean man said cheerfully. Alright, you flatter me first. Now call the scammer. The Mediterranean man looked utterly stunned. I call the scammer? What do I even say? Chapter 135, The Big Fool. Inside a high-end villa in Liangcheng. In one of the villas, 4 men and 2 women sat in the spacious living room. The 2 women were around 30, not only exceptionally beautiful but still radiating charm. The men were burly and intimidating, each with a menacing demeanor that made it clear they were not to be trifled with. A middle-aged man with a face full of fleshy bulges, who seemed to be the leader, grinned widely as he spoke. Liangcheng's cops really are trash. They've been dancing around like puppets and still don't know it. Ha ha. They got scammed out of money and took a beating. With that level of intelligence, I seriously doubt how he even became a cop. One of the more timid underlings piped up, Boss, we beat up cops. Won't they put out a warrant for us? Wanted? He didn't even get a good look at our faces. How could they issue a warrant? Besides, we're leaving Liangcheng tomorrow to report back to the organization. Where would Liangcheng's cops even find us? Boss is right. He. The cop they'd scammed and beaten was none other than Zhang Dalong, who now lay in the hospital, utterly dejected. After chatting for a while longer, the boss suddenly changed the subject. Number 2, how much did we scam in Liangcheng over these 3 months? We swindled a total of 4.91 million yuan over these 3 months. Hearing this, the group instantly broke into smiles. They hadn't expected the people of Liangcheng to be so easy to swindle. In just 3 short months, they'd swindled 4.91 million yuan. Too bad if we'd hit 5 million, our team would have reached the highest rank. In truth, these individuals weren't an independent scam ring, but members of an organization called the Fox Group. This scam was actually an assessment assigned by the organization. Their evaluations were tiered. Scams totaling between 1 and 2 million yuan would earn them a 2% share of the organization's profits this year. Scams totaling 2 to 5 million yuan would earn them a 5% share of the organization's profits this year. Those who defraud over 5 million yuan will receive a dividend from Organization 10 this year. Moreover, they have the opportunity to enter the organization's inner circle and become core members. As core personnel of the organization, their compensation is exceptionally generous, with annual salaries exceeding 2 million yuan plus various benefits. The most important thing is that you no longer have to scam on the front lines, and you're no longer at risk of getting caught at any moment. Those who join their Fox Group organization ultimately dream of becoming core members within the organization. This time, they scammed a total of 4.91 million yuan, just 90,000 yuan short of qualifying for core membership. But there was nothing they could do about it. After a moment of regret, the group shifted to other topics. Among all the people we've scammed, that balding fool was the easiest to rip off. Just thinking about that big fool makes me laugh. He alone was swindled out of over 480,000 yuan, and he never even realized he'd been scammed. Ha ha. Even if he knew he'd been scammed, what could he do? We had his nude photos, he wouldn't dare report us even if he had the guts. Just as they were discussing the balding man, one of the women's phones rang. She glanced at it and gasped in shock. The caller was none other than the balding fool they'd just been discussing. Who is it? The leader asked. That big dummy. He. Him? What does that big dummy want? Is he going to give us money again? Ha ha. The others sneered. Answer it. Let's see what this fool wants. The leader said. The woman answered the call. Hello? Ms. Lee, it's me, the one your husband beat up a couple days ago. Hearing the balding man say this, the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. The woman answering the phone struggled to suppress her laughter, taking over 10 seconds to compose herself. Ms. Lee, are you still there? Yes, I'm listening. What's this about? Look at me, I'm tall and handsome. If you miss out on me, you'll never find someone with genes as excellent as mine. See? The scammer instantly realized that this balding fool hadn't given up. He was still trying to pocket the $1 million reward. Seeing how gullible he was, the female scammer quickly came up with a new plan. Here's the deal. My husband is out of town on business. But you'll need to sign a new confidentiality agreement with my lawyer. You'll have to pay me another 100,000 yuan for confidentiality. 100,000? But I only have 90,000. The female con artist saw an opening and feigned reluctance before agreeing. Fine, 90,000 it is. Transfer it to me now. You forgot my phone got smashed by your husband. I don't have a phone now, and all my 90,000 is in cash. How about I give it to you when we meet? This. The female scammer hesitated, then made up an excuse. Hold on, I'll call my lawyer to discuss this. Fine. The female scammer hung up the phone and then turned to ask the boss. Boss, could this big dummy be trying to scam me? With his IQ, probably not. I agree he doesn't have the brains for it. The other scammers chimed in. But I still feel there's some risk. Just then, another female con artist suddenly remembered something and addressed the group. We've swindled 4.91 million over these 3 months. If we add this 90,000, it'll round out to exactly 5 million. That means we'll have a chance to join the organization's inner circle. The ringleader's eyes lit up at the suggestion. The temptation was simply too great. After discussing it, they unanimously decided to take the job. In their eyes, the man with the receding hairline was nothing but a sucker scamming him would be a piece of cake. The female con artist then dialed the man with the receding hairline. The call connected quickly. Come to the cafe at 99 Shung'er Road. My lawyer and I will be waiting for you there. Remember to bring 90,000 yuan in cash. Alright, I'll be right there. After communicating with the balding man, the female scammer hung up. Boss, should Second and I head over now? Yeah, if anything comes up, contact us anytime. The scam ringleader instructed. Boss, don't worry. This time we're signing a confidentiality agreement. We'll get the money and come right back, no problems guaranteed. Shortly after, number 2 and the female scammer hailed a cab to the coffee shop. They found the Mediterranean man already there, carrying a bulging handbag. If all went according to plan, it should be filled with cash. The second in command and the female con artist exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a smug satisfaction undetectable to others. In their eyes, the Mediterranean man was nothing but lambs led to slaughter. After sitting down, the female con artist, Xiao Mei, spoke up. You brought the money, right? Yeah. The Mediterranean man replied, then handed the bag directly to her. The female con artist took the bag, unable to suppress her inner scorn. What a fool! Just as the female con artist was about to count the money, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head and passed out. In the split second before blacking out, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the second in command already slumped unconscious on the table. Chapter 136, The Organization Behind. Inside a room. Lin Mo roused the female con artist, Xiao Mei. Dazed and disoriented, she found a young man sitting before her, her hands bound. Panicked, she demanded. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Lin Mo remained silent. Instead, he opened the system's inventory and directly activated the Eye of Inquiry. Golden mist instantly appeared in Lin Mo's eyes before dissipating. He turned his gaze toward the female con artist, Xiao Mei. At that moment, the flustered con artist Xiao Mei also looked at him. The moment her gaze met Lin Mo's eyes, her expression suddenly went blank. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, it seemed to be working. He then asked the female con artist Xiao Mei. How much money did you swindle from the balding man? He asked this question specifically to test whether the interrogation eye was as miraculous as the system claimed. 48.86 million. Xiao Mei replied. Lin Mo heard it was exactly the same as what the Mediterranean man had said. Then he asked again. What was the name and occupation of the victim you scammed last night? Zhang Dalong. He's a police officer. Lin Mo was now certain the system's interrogation eye was indeed as powerful as described. Without further ado, Lin Mo cut straight to the chase. How many people are in your fraud ring? 4 men and 2 women. Where are the others? Villa 8 by the Wanha Lake in Liangcheng. Do they carry firearms? No, as enforcers, they usually carry clubs. 3 minutes were nearly up, and Lin Mo had already gathered nearly all the information on this gang of scammers. Seeing the time wasn't up yet, Lin Mo couldn't afford to waste it, so he casually asked. Are there other gangs backing you? Yes. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the con artist Xiao Mei say this. He hurriedly asked. What gang? We're members of the Fox Gang organization. Just as the female con artist Xiao Mei suddenly stopped speaking, she fainted. Lin Mo knew clearly that the time for using the Eye of Inquiry had come. He had assumed this scam gang was merely an independent operation, never expecting that behind them lurked an organization called the Fox Gang. Lin Mo knew nothing about the Fox Gang. But now was not the time for deep thought, as he needed to act swiftly to apprehend the other con artists. If he dragged his feet too long, the other members would inevitably grow suspicious. Once they grew suspicious and chose to flee, they would be much harder to catch. Lin Mo bound the second in command and the female con artist Xiao Mei, instructing the balding man to keep a close watch on them. Then, he hailed a cab and left. Villa 8, Lakeside Villas, Wanha Lake, Liangcheng. Boss, if number 2 and Xiao Mei bring back this 90,000, we'll hit 5 million. You'll definitely become a core member of the organization. The scam ringleader burst into laughter upon hearing his subordinate's words. His brown-stained teeth were a sight that made one feel nauseous. Rest assured, once I become a core member of the organization, you'll all get your share. Thanks, boss. We'll be counting on you from now on. No problem, no problem. The group burst into laughter. One of the underlings glanced at his watch. Number 2 and Xiao may have been gone 20 minutes, they should be back soon. Boss, should we call second brother? No need. That big dummy with the receding hairline won't have any problems. Just as they were talking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Speak of the devil, and he appears. They're back. I'll get it. One of the younger members volunteered eagerly. The young man hurried to the door, opened it, and found a stranger standing there. This left him completely baffled. Who are you? The man was Lin Mo. Instead of answering immediately, he glanced toward the living room. He saw 3 people sitting on the sofa. Including the man standing before him, there were exactly 4. Not a single one missing. Lin Mo let out a faint smile. The con man, hearing Lin Mo's nonsensical words, instantly flew into a rage and shouted. You must be drunk. The con artist lunged forward, aiming to grab Lin Mo by the collar. Lin Mo didn't dodge. Instead, he grabbed the man's thumb and twisted it downward with force. The nearly 200-pound fat man instantly collapsed to his knees. Ow! The scammer on the floor howled in agony. The 3 people in the living room, who hadn't understood what was happening, heard the commotion and jumped to their feet. They saw their partner kneeling before a young man. Who the hell are you? The leader of the scammers cursed. Snap! Lin Mo snapped the finger of the swindler kneeling on the floor clean off. This was Lin Mo's punishment for daring to openly attack a police officer. The con artist writhed in agony on the ground. The ringleader couldn't help but twitch his eye in horror. This kid is way too ruthless. Guys, grab your weapons and take him down. Remember, Lin Mo now masters basic combat techniques. These small fry are no match for him. The fight lasted less than a minute before all 4 con artists were sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. They were completely incapacitated. Lin Mo found some rope and tied them all up. Just then, the property security guards heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon learning Lin Mo was a police officer and these men were criminals, they immediately drove up in a patrol car, ready to help Lin Mo deliver the crooks to the police station. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. Lu Dahai addressed all the officers in the lobby. Who wants to take charge of the Zhang Dalong case? No one in the hall spoke up. It wasn't that they were unwilling to seek justice for the beaten Zhang Dalong. Mainly, after all this commotion, these criminals would surely be on high alert. Catching them would likely be dozens of times harder than before. Lu Dahai understood the difficulty, but with Zhang Dalong still hospitalized, another officer would need to take over the case. Seeing no response, he called out a name. Li Jianhua, you're taking over this case. Li Jianhua looked troubled when Lu Dahai assigned him the case. Chief, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm already handling other cases. Haven't you resolved that neighbor dispute yet? It's at a critical stage now, Li Jianhua deliberately pointed out. Enough excuses. Zhang Dalong's case is yours. Chief, it's not that I won't take it, but picking up a case midway is tricky. Li Jianhua voiced his concerns. If he'd been assigned the case from the start, he wouldn't have hesitated. The problem was Zhang Dalong had already alerted the suspect. Taking it over now would likely fail to solve the case. In the end, it would only tarnish his own political record. Just then, Lin Mo entered the office lobby, escorting several criminals with black eyes and swollen faces. Chapter 137, The Fox Gang. Lu Dahai saw his apprentice return, having apprehended several individuals. He asked with a puzzled look. Lin Mo, weren't you supposed to be recuperating at the hospital? Master, my injuries have healed. Lin Mo finished speaking and flexed his arm. Seeing this, Lu Dahai felt relieved. He then asked, who are these people? At that moment, the balding man approached cheerfully and addressed the group. They're the scammers who tried to swindle me out of my money. Hearing this, everyone stared at Lin Mo in stunned disbelief. Lin Mo, they really are the gang of scammers who beat up Zhang Dalong. If Zhang Dalong could hear this, who knows what he'd think? Lin Mo nodded. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy crap! Just moments ago, Lu Dahai was discussing who would take charge of this case, with everyone shirking responsibility for this mess. Then, without a word, Lin Mo brought the entire fraud ring back. Lin Mo is just too impressive. Seeing the astonished looks on everyone's faces, Mediterranean wore a smug expression. As if he himself had apprehended these criminals. Let me tell you how amazing Officer Lin Mo is. He rounded up the entire gang of scammers in just 1 hour. 1 hour? How could that be? Niu Taijun said, sounding skeptical. After all, Zhang Dalong had spent 3 whole days on this case. Not only did he fail to catch a single scammer, but he ended up getting swindled out of his own money and beaten up in the process. Logically, these scammers would be extra cautious once they knew Zhang Dalong was a cop. How could Lin Mo possibly apprehend these criminals in just 1 hour? The others simply couldn't wrap their heads around it. Yet from the time Zhang Dalon was taken to the hospital until now, it truly hadn't been even an hour. This proved the Mediterranean-looking man hadn't lied. Lin, you're incredible. Tell us how you pulled it off. Li Jianhua exclaimed excitedly. Before Lin Mo could even speak, the man with the receding hairline immediately began recounting the entire process of how Lin Mo had apprehended the fraud ring. After hearing the story, everyone couldn't help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up. Lin, you're incredible. Yeah, you're definitely a role model for our whole office now. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed by all the praise. Lu Dahai, standing nearby, beamed with pride. His apprentice's brilliance reflected well on him as a mentor. Knowing his apprentice disliked drawing attention, Lu Dahai stepped in to ease the situation. Li Jianhua, Zhang Ji, take them to the interrogation room and question them separately. Yes, Chief. Li Jianhua and Zhang Ji then escorted the 6 men to the interrogation room. Lin Mo, come to my office. Lu Dahai said. Yes, sir. Just as Lin Mo followed Lu Dahai to his office, the man with the receding hairline hurriedly interjected. Officer Lin Mo, my life savings. Wait here for a moment. Rest assured, the suspect has been apprehended. Your money will be returned to you after processing. All right. The man with the receding hairline agreed cheerfully. Lin Mo then followed Lu Dahai to the chief's office. Trainee, you must never make promises to victims. Even if the criminal is caught, recovering the stolen money isn't guaranteed. Lin Mo understood Lu Dahai's meaning. In real cases, such situations did indeed occur. The criminal was caught, but for various reasons, the money couldn't be recovered. If you promise the victims anything at this point, it could lead to major conflicts if they ultimately fail to recover their losses. Yes, I understand, Master. But this time, when we apprehended the criminals, I seized the bank card they used to hide the stolen money. Really? Lu Dahai's eyes lit up. His apprentice was exceptionally capable securing the bank card containing the stolen funds directly. Alright, well done. Once Li Jianhua interrogates them and gets the card pin, we'll have the bank transfer all the funds directly to us. Lu Dahai looked at Lin Mo with deep satisfaction. Master, I already got the password from the criminals. Lin Mo then took a piece of paper and wrote down the password. At that moment, Lu Dahai was truly at a loss for words. His apprentice had apprehended the criminal in less than an hour and even obtained the bank password for the stolen funds. After writing down the password, Lin Mo turned to Lu Dahai and asked, Master, have you heard of the Fox Gang? The Fox Gang? Lu Dahai fell deep in thought. This was the first time he'd ever heard of the Fox Gang. Never heard of it. Is there anything special about this organization? Lu Dahai inquired cautiously. I learned about this organization from a captured con artist. Lin Mo then explained the situation to Lu Dahai. After listening, Lu Dahai furrowed his brow. Like Lin Mo before, he had initially thought this was just a simple case involving a fraud ring. Little did he expect that behind these scam groups lay an even larger organization. Disciple, do you know where the Fox Gang's headquarters is located? I'm afraid I don't know. Lin Mo replied. He had been about to ask, but the time for the eye of inquiry had come. Alright, I'll interrogate them myself later. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Mo, Lu Dahai went to interrogate the con artists. Thanks to the crucial information Lin Mo had provided about the swindlers, Lu Dahai quickly broke through their psychological defenses using certain methods. They extracted some information about the Fox Gang. However, the swindlers captured by Lin Mo were merely peripheral members of the Fox Gang, and their knowledge was limited. Lu Dahai subsequently reported the situation to Bureau Chief Zhang. Upon hearing this, Chief Zhang became visibly excited. The Fox Gang might be involved in a major case. Just moments ago, Director Feng from the Liangcheng Municipal Bureau had personally called to commend the Old City Sub-Bureau for Lin Mo's breakthrough in cracking the nation's largest human trafficking ring. Unexpectedly, now the Gulo Sub-District Police Station had apprehended a fraud ring, which in turn led to the Fox Gang organization. If they could crack this case too, their branch might just become a national model branch this year. Old Lu, your station really is brimming with talent. Who apprehended this fraud ring? Lin Mo. When Director Zhang heard the name Lin Mo, he was taken aback. Old Lu, isn't Lin Mo recovering in the hospital? That's the situation. Lu Dahai then explained the entire situation to Director Zhang. After hearing this, Director Zhang was at a loss for words on how to praise Lin Mo. In less than a month on the job, Lin Mo had already achieved so much. Old Lu, if I'd known back when you came asking me to transfer Lin Mo, I would have taken him as my apprentice. Recalling the past, Lu Dahai felt utterly embarrassed. Yet at the same time, he felt immensely fortunate that he had kept Lin Mo and even taken him as his apprentice. Chapter 138, Searching for Lin Mo. Liangcheng's Central Hospital. After waking up, Tang Bing took special care to dress up before heading to meet Lin Mo for breakfast. Now, sharing 3 meals a day with Lin Mo was the happiest part of her otherwise monotonous hospital routine. When Tang Bing arrived at Lin Mo's hospital room, she discovered it was completely empty. This puzzled her greatly. At this hour, Lin Mo should still be asleep. What was going on today? Tang Bing called Lin Mo and discovered his phone was still in the room. Where could Lin Mo have gone without even taking his phone? Tang Bing murmured to herself. Could he be taking a walk in the garden downstairs? So Tang Bing went downstairs and searched the garden but found no sign of him. Could he be in the cafeteria? So she went to the cafeteria and looked around but still couldn't find Lin Mo. This left Tang Bing feeling utterly frustrated. How could a grown man just vanish into thin air? She then headed to the outpatient building, thinking Lin Mo might be there for a dressing change. Upon reaching the second floor of the outpatient building, she didn't find Lin Mo in the surgical outpatient clinic. Where on earth had Lin Mo gone? Just as Tang Bing was about to head back to the inpatient building, he suddenly bumped into Zhang Dalong. Their eyes locked. Tang Bing was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Dalong, leaning on his crutch, was equally awkward. He tried to dodge but ended up smashing his head against the wall. Zhang Dalong, what are you doing in the hospital? Tang Bing asked. The last person Zhang Dalong wanted to see right now was Tang Bing, the woman he had always loved. Not only had he been swindled out of his money while investigating a case, but he'd also been beaten up. If Tang Bing found out about this, he'd never have the face to see her again. Aye. Zhang Dalong stammered, unable to make any sense of it. You got hit by a car? Tang Bing asked, examining Zhang Dalong's injuries. Zhang Dalong didn't want to lie to Tang Bing, but he also didn't want to tell her about such an embarrassing incident. He gave a perfunctory nod without speaking. Did the doctor say it's serious? Not serious. That's good. Tang Bing said with relief. Zhang Dalong felt deeply touched by Tang Bing's concern. Junior Tang Bing, don't worry. I'm in great shape, this little injury is nothing. Seeing that Zhang Dalong was fine, Tang Bing prepared to take her leave and continue searching for Lin Mo. But Zhang Dalong, having finally seen Tang Bing, decided to deepen their connection. He'd once read in a book that when a man is injured, it easily tugs at a woman's softest emotions. So he hobbled along behind her, spouting meaningless chatter. Tang Bing responded half-heartedly, her eyes already scanning the surroundings. When Tang Bing returned to Lin Mo's hospital room, she found it completely empty. She felt deeply troubled. Where on earth had Lin Mo gone? If Lin Mo had other business, he would have at least given her a heads up. Zhang Dalong glanced at the room and addressed Tang Bing. Junior Tang Bing, this doesn't seem to be your ward, does it? This is Lin Mo's room. Zhang Dalong's expression darkened at the mention of Lin Mo's name. Before Lin Mo joined their Gula Subdistrict police station, he and Tang Bing had gotten along quite well. They'd often joke around and laugh together. But ever since Lin Mo arrived at their station and cracked several major cases in quick succession, he had completely stolen the spotlight. Even Tang Bing had grown somewhat distant toward him, constantly defending Lin Mo instead. That was the main reason Zhang Dalong disliked Lin Mo. Junior Tang Bing, why are you visiting Lin Mo's hospital room? Let me walk you down to the park. Zhang Dalong said. Before Tang Bing could respond, the ward door opened. The moment Tang Bing saw Lin Mo, her previously tense expression instantly broke into a bright smile. Lin Mo, where did you go so early this morning? Lin Mo glanced at Tang Bing and Zhang Dalong. Tang Bing coming to see him was normal, but Zhang Dalong and he weren't on good terms. What was he doing in his ward? But Lin Mo didn't acknowledge Zhang Dalong. Instead, he addressed Tang Bing. Sis Tang, I was just out handling some important business. Before Tang Bing could respond, Zhang Dalong interjected with a sneer. What serious business could you possibly have in the hospital? Just eating, drinking, and recuperating, right? He hadn't missed the warm expression Tang Bing had directed at Lin Mo earlier. Jealousy flared within him. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't intended to provoke Zhang Dalong, but seeing the other speak to him in such a sarcastic tone, he wasn't about to indulge him. Besides, by going after that gang of scammers earlier, he'd essentially cleaned up Zhang Dalong's mess from another perspective. Lin Mo didn't expect gratitude, but at the very least, he deserved a bit of courtesy. Zhang Dalong, I'd like to ask, how did you get that injury? Zhang Dalong had been strutting around with an air of superiority, but the moment Lin Mo touched on his sore spot, his expression instantly turned awkward. These are wounds I earned while bravely taking down criminals. Tang Bing looked puzzled. Hadn't Zhang Dalong just claimed his injuries were from a car accident? But she couldn't care less about Zhang Dalong's injuries. All she cared about was whether Lin Mo had eaten yet. Lin Mo, you left so early this morning, did you eat breakfast? Zhang Dalong felt a surge of irritation hearing Tang Bing's concern for Lin Mo's breakfast, while she showed no interest in his own injuries. Lin Mo had considered revealing Zhang Dalong's so-called heroic sacrifice story, but then decided against it. If he couldn't take him on, he could at least avoid him. Besides, he and Zhang Dalong didn't have much to do with each other anyway. So he chose to ignore him entirely, instead smiling warmly at Tang Bing and saying, Sis Tang, I was coming to get breakfast with you this morning, but I suddenly saw someone jumping off the outpatient building. I didn't call you over. Later, to calm the person down, I ended up buying him a meal. Lin Mo explained to Tang Bing, since she'd been coming to invite him to eat every day lately. Not inviting her to breakfast felt a bit awkward. Tang Bing understood Lin Mo had legitimate business, so she didn't blame him. At that moment, Zhang Dalong couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Mo and Tang Bing had completely ignored him, and their conversation was so intimate. It felt like a 10,000-point critical hit. Pfft, Lin Mo, stop spouting nonsense. I've been at the outpatient building since early morning, how come I didn't see anyone jumping off the building? Lin Mo didn't want to argue with him, but Zhang Dalong kept provoking him. Zhang Dalong, do you even know who jumped? Zhang Dalong looked utterly dismissive. Who? The victim in the fraud ring case you're handling. Who? Zhang Dalong was startled upon hearing it was the man with the receding hairline. Are you particularly shocked? You're partly responsible for him choosing to jump off the building. Tang Bing was just as confused, completely lost. Lin Mo, what does this have to do with Zhang Dalong? Chapter 139, Crying Isn't a Crime for Men. When Zhang Dalong heard Lin Mo mention the balding man, his heart sank in alarm. If Lin Mo really had saved that man with the receding hairline, he would surely know about the scam and the beating. Just as Zhang Dalong was thinking of changing the subject, Tang Bing turned to Zhang Dalong and asked, Zhang Dalong, what exactly is going on here? Zhang Dalong hesitated inwardly. Now that Lin Mo knew the truth, if he didn't tell Tang Bing the whole story, who knew what Lin Mo might say about him behind his back later? So he steeled himself and said, Junior Tang Bing, it's like this. Zhang Dalong gave Tang Bing a rough outline of the scam gang case he was handling. He made no mention of being deceived and beaten himself, instead exaggerating the gang's crimes to paint them as utterly depraved and cunning beyond measure. Junior Tang Bing, that's how it happened. I was so close to catching the entire fraud ring. Finally, Zhang Dalong couldn't resist boasting about his own brilliance. Lin Mo, standing nearby, couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? If you'd been in charge of this case, you probably wouldn't have made any progress in a month. At the very least, I nearly rounded up the entire fraud ring in just 3 days. Is that so? Lin Mo really didn't want to deflate Zhang Dalong. If Zhang Dalong knew that Lin Mo had cracked the case in under an hour and apprehended the entire fraud ring, would he still dare to talk so arrogantly? Tang Bing knew about the tension between Lin Mo and Zhang Dalong. To prevent the conflict from escalating, she advised Lin Mo. There's really nothing wrong with how Zhang Dalong handled this case. You two shouldn't argue over it. Just then, 2 people entered the ward. One was Li Jianhua from the Gulo Sub-District Police Station, and the other was the man with the receding hairline. Lin Mo, did you find your phone? Li Jianhua asked as soon as he entered. When he noticed Tang Bing and Zhang Dalong were also present in the room, his expression turned puzzled. Tang Bing being in Lin Mo's hospital room was perfectly normal, but why was Zhang Dalong there too? He knew full well that ever since Lin Mo reported to their station, Zhang Dalong had taken a dislike to him, constantly making things difficult for him. Li Jianhua didn't read too much into it, simply greeting Tang Bing and Zhang Dalong in turn. Why is he here? Lin Mo pointed at the man with the receding hairline and asked Li Jianhua. Before Li Jianhua could respond, the man with the receding hairline spoke up. Officer Lin Mo, I've finally secured my life savings. I came specifically to thank you. No problem. Taking down criminals is our duty as police officers. Zhang Dalong, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered. What does getting my wife's dowry back even mean? He had been handling the Mediterranean man's case all alone. If anyone deserved thanks, it should be him. Even though he hadn't solved the case, he'd worked his ass off on it for 3 days straight. Li Jianhua, what's going on here? Zhang Dalong asked Li Jianhua. Brother Zhang, I've got some good news for you. The fraud ring case you've been handling for 3 days, Brother Lin cracked it? What? Lin Mo cracked the fraud ring case? Are you kidding me? Zhang Dalong looked utterly incredulous. Absolutely impossible. He knew this case had always been his responsibility. Just this morning, after getting beaten up by the fraud ring, Chief Lu had informed him that the case would be reassigned to someone else in the station. The whole thing happened in less than 2 hours. 2 hours? For Lin Mo to crack this case in that time? Even Detective Conan wouldn't be that fast. So, they must have conspired to deceive him and make him look foolish. Lin Mo, don't think I don't know. You deliberately arranged for them to put on this charade with you just to show off in front of Tang Bing. Act? Hearing Zhang Dalong say this, Lin Mo was stunned by the sheer absurdity of his reasoning. Li Jianhua knew Zhang Dalong wouldn't believe him, so he addressed Zhang Dalong directly. If you don't believe me, you can call the chief and ask. Zhang Dalong thought about it. Yeah, he could ask the chief. Lin Mo, just wait until I expose your lies. Then, Zhang Dalong took out his phone and dialed Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai's voice came through the phone shortly. Zhang, are you feeling any better? Thanks for your concern, chief. I'm mostly fine now. That's good. Take care of yourself in the hospital. Zhang Dalong then hurriedly asked. Chief, about the fraud ring case I'm handling. Before Zhang Dalong could finish, Lu Dahai cut in. Good news, Lin Mo rounded up the entire fraud ring this morning. They were caught? Hearing Lu Dahai's affirmative answer, Zhang Daolon felt a wave of unease wash over him. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Damn it! This wasn't good news at all. It was like a bolt from the blue. It shattered his heart into 1,000 pieces. He was in charge of the fraud gang case, yet in 3 days he hadn't caught them. Instead, he'd been deceived and beaten. Meanwhile, Lin Mo apprehended the entire criminal gang in just 2 hours. What did this prove? It proved he was a complete fool. A severe lack of competence. He just wanted to bawl his eyes out. Why? If Zhang Daolong was born, why was Lin Mo born? Was his entire existence merely to highlight how incredible Lin Mo was? Zhang Daolong was on the brink of collapse. Recalling the words he had spoken earlier, he now desperately wanted to jump out the window. Life felt utterly unbearable. He couldn't leave, yet staying was unbearable. Awkwardness couldn't begin to describe his state of mind. Just then, the man with the receding hairline addressed Zhang Daolong. Officer Zhang, your zipper's down. Zhang Daolong froze, then hurriedly looked down. Damn it! His pants zipper was indeed open, revealing a faint glimpse of the pink leopard pattern inside. His face flushed crimson, as if it could drip with embarrassment. Zhang Daolong felt nothing but utter loathing for the man with the receding hairline. Already mortified, the guy had just delivered the final blow. If you don't speak, no one will call you mute. The worst part was that Tang Bing was still here. How could he ever face her again? Could it be that his love hadn't even begun before it was about to end? Zhang Daolong's eyes burned red with fury as he shot the man with the receding hairline a furious glare. He limped away angrily, leaning on his cane. As he stepped outside the door, he heard the loud laughter of those inside. Zhang Daolong gritted his teeth in fury. All of this was caused by Lin Mo. Lin Mo, we'll see about that. Zhang Daolong stormed out in fury. His adrenaline was surging, leaving him in a state of irrationality. On the stairs, he stumbled and tumbled down the flight. Zhang Daolong was knocked senseless, landing sprawled on the floor. He could no longer suppress the injustice he felt. With a wail, he burst into tears. Chapter 140, Internal Testing. Inside the conference room of the Liangcheng Bureau, Director Feng scanned the attendees. All bureau leaders were present. Only Director Zhang from the Old City District Bureau and Lu Dahai from the Gulo Sub-District Police Station were still missing. Director Feng picked up his phone and called Director Zhang. The call connected quickly. Zhang, where are you and Lu Dahai? Director Feng, there's some traffic on the road. We should arrive in about 15 minutes. All right. All the leaders from headquarters are already here. Only you and Lu Dahai are missing. Director Feng hung up and addressed the group. Everyone, please wait a moment. Director Zhang and Lu Dahai from the Old City branch will arrive in about 15 minutes. At that moment, one of the leaders asked Director Feng. Director Feng, you called us in so urgently. What's the critical matter? Yeah, old Feng, I was in the middle of preparing for next month's Liangcheng annual conference when you called me away. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Director Feng deliberately replied. Once the person in question, Lu Dahai, arrives, you'll all find out. Upon hearing Lu Dahai's name, everyone immediately began speculating. Old Feng, could it be that the Gulo Sub-District Police Station has cracked another major case? I wouldn't be surprised. Lately, the Gulo substation under the Old City District Bureau has become quite renowned within our Liangcheng police system. Yeah, they've cracked major cases like the South City 7 rats and China's largest human trafficking ring. Their achievements rank nationally. Seeing Chief Feng merely smile faintly without speaking, everyone grew impatient. Old Feng, you're going to drive us crazy. Just tell us what's going on. Seeing the eager looks on everyone's faces, Chief Feng knew that if he didn't give them some information soon, they might just flip the table. All I know is that the Gulo Sub-District Police Station has busted a fraud ring. A fraud ring? Director Feng, we crack numerous fraud ring cases every year in Liangcheng. What's so special about this one? Yeah, old Feng, is a scam ring case really worth summoning us all here in such a rush? Everyone looked puzzled. If this were just an ordinary fraud ring case, would I have summoned you all so urgently? Upon reflection, everyone realized he was right. As the head of Liangcheng's bureau, Director Feng had seen every kind of case imaginable. If this were truly just another run-of-the-mill fraud ring, he wouldn't have summoned them all here. Then, lowering his voice, Director Feng addressed the group. Have you heard of the Fox Gang? The Fox Gang? The group murmured solemnly. After a moment, one of them turned to the person beside him and asked. Have you heard of this organization? This is the first time I've heard of it. Me neither. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they hadn't heard of it. Old Feng, what kind of organization is this Fox Troop? All eyes finally turned to Director Feng. Director Feng continued in a hushed tone. Then you must have heard of the Erba Financial Group, right? The 28 Financial Consortium. I've heard of that group. 15 years ago, they were the biggest fraud ring in Zhengzhou province. I heard that at its peak, the 28 Consortium defrauded as much as 1 billion yuan in a single year. Keep in mind, that was back in the 1990s. If you took that 1 billion from back then and adjusted it for today, it would be worth at least 10 billion. 10 billion. Hearing that figure, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Last year, Liangcheng's annual fiscal revenue was only 5 billion yuan. A single fraud ring like the Erba Consortium managed to swindle twice that amount. That was simply outrageous. Some veteran leading officials were aware of the Erba Consortium. The younger generation, however, might not be as clear on the matter. Old Feng, you mentioned the Fox Group earlier. Is there any connection between them and this Erba Consortium? Director Feng then said mysteriously. Based on my preliminary analysis, this 28 financial consortium might be the precursor to the Fox Group. Hearing Director Feng's words, everyone's faces instantly turned to shock. Director Feng, wasn't the Erba Consortium dismantled by Zhengzhou City Police back then? Yes, my master told me that Zhengzhou City even requested police support from our Liangcheng City. Director Feng countered. I used to believe that too. But after receiving the report from the old city district bureau chief today, I instantly recalled the Erba Consortium. So I called a colleague at the Zhengzhou Police Department. He checked the files and informed me that while Zhengzhou Police did apprehend most of the second 8th financial group members, one key figure escaped with 2 crucial operatives. After a year-long search, they were never recaptured. Director Feng then outlined the circumstances of the original 2/8 syndicate bust and shared his deductions with the group. Everyone looked deep in thought. If that were the case, the current Fox gang might very well be the continuation of the Erba Financial Group. Just then, Chief Feng from the old city precinct and Lu Dahai arrived at the meeting. Leaders, apologies for keeping you waiting. The traffic was horrendous. Director Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize. Please take your seats. Lu Dahai, give us the full report on the situation. Lu Dahai had barely sat down when he stood up again. Yes, Director Feng. Here's what happened. Lin Mo was hospitalized at the time. Following that, Lu Dahai recounted the entire sequence of events from Lin Mo rescuing the Mediterranean man and filing the case at the station, to Lin Mo apprehending all the scammers within an hour. After hearing Lu Dahai's account, Director Feng looked utterly astonished. He hadn't expected that even this case had been solved by Lin Mo. This Lin Mo is incredibly capable. Recovering from injuries in the hospital, yet still managing to apprehend an entire fraud ring. Moreover, the fraud ring he apprehended was linked to an even larger criminal organization. Director Feng couldn't help but be impressed by Lin Mo now. Over the past month, every major case solved in the old city district had Lin Mo's fingerprints all over it. At that moment, a senior official from the bureau asked Lu Dahai. Chief Lu, is this Lin Mo you mentioned, the officer who cracked the human trafficking ring case a few days ago? Yes, and Lin Mo is also my protege. Lu Dahai spoke with a look of pride on his face. Envious glances were exchanged among the crowd. Director Feng suppressed his astonishment at Lin Mo and continued addressing Lu Dahai. Chief Lu, please continue detailing the interrogation results regarding those fraudsters. Lu Dahai set aside his smug expression and replied earnestly. Through interrogation, our station discovered these scammers were conducting internal tests for the Fox Gang organization. Chapter 141, A Police Officer. An internal test for the Fox Gang organization? Everyone looked puzzled. Before Lu Dahai arrived, Chief Feng had already briefed them on the Fox Group's situation. But this was the first time they'd heard about an internal test for the Fox Group. Chief Lu, what exactly is this internal test of the Fox Group? According to the confessions of the scammers we captured, the Fox Group's internal test is a method they use to select talent. They send peripheral members to carry out scams in various cities. Lu Dahai then relayed the interrogation findings to the group. After hearing this, Director Feng became even more certain that the Fox Group had connections to the early Erba Financial Group. His police academy classmate in Zhengzhou City had informed him that the 28 Financial Group operated with an exceptionally sophisticated system, particularly in talent recruitment, which explains why the Erba Financial Group could defraud 1 billion yuan annually at its peak. Chief Lu, did the fraudsters reveal the location of their headquarters? Lu Dahai shook his head. The few scammers we captured were only peripheral members of the Fox Group. They weren't privy to much internal information. However, according to their statements, the internal assessment report meeting they're holding this time will take place in Chang'an City. Chang'an City? Commissioner Feng murmured. Liangcheng belongs to Zhengzhou province, while Chang'an City is in another province. Any case involving cross-provincial jurisdiction becomes complicated, requiring extensive coordination. Moreover, he was now virtually certain that the Fox Group and the Erba Financial Consortium were absolutely connected. After Lu Dahai finished his report, Director Feng realized this matter extended beyond his jurisdiction. Director Feng, I request permission to conduct an out-of-jurisdiction investigation to apprehend these criminals. Lu Dahai addressed Director Feng. Chief Lu, I cannot approve this request at present because it involves the Chang'an City Police Department system. I must report this to higher authorities. Only after our superiors coordinate can Liangcheng officers take action. In that case, everyone take a 10-minute break while I report the situation to higher-ups. After saying this, Chief Feng exited and returned to his office. After a moment's thought, he dialed the number of his superior officer. The call connected quickly. Hello, Fong, what's the matter? Sir, it's like this. Director Fong then briefly explained the situation to his superior. What? This is connected to the Erba Financial Group? Yes, sir. I'm 90% certain. Director Fong stated. The superior leader pondered for a moment, then addressed Director Fong. Fong, I've noted your report. I'll get back to you shortly. The superior leader hung up the phone. After pondering for a moment, he felt Director Feng's analysis was likely correct. Besides, even if the Fox Group had no ties to the Erba Financial Consortium, based on the Fox Group's current capabilities, a 6-person fraud ring managed to scam 4.91 million yuan in just 3 months, and these were merely peripheral members. This alone demonstrated the immense power of the Fox Group's true core. Such a serious threat to national and public interests demanded their eradication at all costs. Shortly after, a higher-up dialed a phone number. Liangcheng Bureau Conference Room. An hour had passed since Director Fong dialed the superior leader's number. Director Fong, when will the higher-ups respond? The higher-ups only said they'd get back to me later. I have no idea when that will be. Director Fong said helplessly. Are we just supposed to sit here twiddling our thumbs? In my opinion, we should send people over immediately. The Fox Troop is holding a briefing meeting tomorrow. This is absolutely the best chance to catch them. Lu Dahai chimed in as soon as he heard this. Exactly, Director Fong. Why don't I send our station's personnel first? We can get higher-ups to relay instructions afterward. Lu Dahai had finally stumbled upon such a major case, he wasn't about to let it slip away so easily. Director Fong glanced at his watch and reassured the group. Everyone, please don't rush this matter. If we go in blind, we have no idea whether the police system in Chang'an City is aware of the Fox Gang's existence or has already made preparations. If we act rashly and disrupt their plans, who will shoulder the responsibility? Everyone knew Director Fong was absolutely right. When handling cross-regional cases, they had to factor in local conditions. Just then, Director Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from his superior, he quickly answered. Sir, how's it going? I've already communicated with the leadership in Chang'an City. They are aware of the Fox Gang's existence and have been tracking them during this period. What about our side? The leadership at the Chang'an City Bureau said they can send one officer over to coordinate with the information extracted from the arrested scammers. One officer? Director Fong said with a look of dissatisfaction. From the message conveyed by his superiors, he could tell that the Chang'an City Police Department didn't want to share the credit for capturing the Fox Gang with them. Sending just one officer was merely to extract useful intelligence from them. As for apprehending the Fox Gang itself, their own personnel would handle the entire operation. This way, the lion's share of the credit would still go to the Chang'an City Police Department. Fong, that's the situation. Send one officer over. As for the credit, well, we can forget about that. Understood, sir. Chief Fong hung up the phone and relayed the higher-ups message to everyone present. The Chang'an City Police Department is being way too greedy. They clearly want all the credit for themselves. Exactly. He suspected they didn't have much intel on the Fox Gang themselves, otherwise, they wouldn't have asked us to send just one person. If we could capture the Fox Gang, Liangcheng would definitely make a name for itself in the national police system this year. How could Director Fong be unaware of this situation? But he was powerless. After all, the Fox Gang operates on their turf. That said, if the Fox Gang were in Liangcheng, he wouldn't want other provincial police departments involved either. It would make Liangcheng look incompetent. Enough about credit. As long as the Fox Gang is captured, protecting the people's property is more important than anything else. Commissioner Fong is right, we won't quibble with the Chang'an City Police Department. As long as they apprehend the Fox Gang, that's all that matters. But Director Fong, we need to send one officer. Who should it be? I suggest sending someone intelligent and capable. That way, we can showcase the caliber of Liangcheng's officers. Chief Fong nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Dahai. Chief Lu, your unit apprehended the fraud ring. Who do you think would be most suitable? The first name that instantly came to Lu Dahai's mind was Lin Mo. He addressed Director Fong. Commissioner Fong, I believe Lin Mo is the most suitable candidate. Chapter 142, Business Trip. Canteen of Liangcheng Central Hospital. Lin Mo, Tang Bing, and Li Jianhua were having lunch together. Originally, Lin Mo had helped the Mediterranean man recover his wife's dowry, and the man insisted on treating Lin Mo to a meal. After much hesitation, Lin Mo finally declined. As the three ate and chatted, Li Jianhua suddenly noticed a person in a wheelchair, their head wrapped in bandages, entering the cafeteria. Bro Lin, that guy kinda looks like Zhang Dalong. Lin Mo glanced over. He did bear a resemblance. Tang Bing spoke up then. Zhang Dalong only had one leg injured. This guy has both legs bandaged, it definitely can't be him. Li Jianhua nodded in agreement. That makes sense. What they didn't know was that this man was indeed Zhang Dalong. Earlier that morning, he had fallen down the stairs, sustaining injuries all over his body. Now, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, it was no wonder Lin Mo and the others hadn't recognized him. When Zhang Daolong entered the cafeteria in his wheelchair, his eyes immediately fell on Lin Mo and the others. In his current state, he certainly didn't want them to see him like this. So he hurriedly bought his meal, packed it up, and left. Lin Mo and his friends didn't pay much attention to it, instead chatting as they ate. Lin Mo, are you really being discharged today? Tang Bing asked Lin Mo. Yes, Sister Tang. My injuries have mostly healed. If you're leaving, I'm leaving too. Tang Bing declared. If it weren't for Lin Mo's hospitalization these past few days, she would have checked out long ago. Since Lin Mo was being discharged today, she felt there was no point in staying here any longer. Sis Tang, didn't the doctor tell you to rest for a while longer? Before Tang Bing could respond, Li Jianhua chimed in with a grin. Brother Lin, you just don't understand our beauty Tang's heart, she wants to fly away with you. Hearing Li Jianhua's words, Tang Bing's face flushed instantly. She couldn't help but shoot him a playful glare. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Beauty, why are you blushing? Feeling shy? He chuckled. Li Jianhua teased her deliberately, knowing full well Tang Bing had feelings for Lin Mo. I just ate a chili pepper. It's spicy. Tang Bing protested, but as she lowered her head, she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo merely smiled faintly beside her, saying nothing. Tang Bing's heart instantly filled with joy. From Lin Mo's expression, she could tell he didn't seem to mind. If he wasn't bothered, that meant he liked it. Just as the three were chatting and laughing, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw it was Lu Dahai calling, so he hurriedly answered. Master. Disciple, where are you? I'm at the Central Hospital. Central Hospital? What happened? Hearing Lin Mo was at the hospital, Lu Dahai instantly grew tense. What he feared most was Lin Mo getting hurt. I'm here to process my discharge paperwork. Hearing Lin Mo say this, Lu Dahai immediately relaxed. Lin Mo, after you finish eating, head over to the club. You need to go on a business trip to Chang'an City this afternoon. Business trip? Lin Mo was startled, then looked puzzled. Master, why the sudden trip? I'll explain the details when you return. Then, Lu Dahai hung up the phone. As soon as Lin Mo hung up, Tang Bing hurriedly asked. Lin Mo, what kind of business trip? My master just said he wants me to go on a business trip to Chang'an City. Lin Mo replied. What for? Tang Bing asked, puzzled. I don't know the specifics either. My master didn't tell me, just said to come back after dinner to discuss it. Although Lin Mo didn't know why Lu Dahai had sent him on this trip, he had a vague feeling it might be related to the fraud ring. Regarding the fraud ring he apprehended today, Lin Mo hadn't participated in the interrogation. Therefore, he remained largely unaware of the specifics. The three finished lunch. Lin Mo and Li Jianhua drove back to the station, while Tang Bing returned to her hospital room. She had intended to find a doctor to process her discharge, but she happened to run into her parents. When Tang Bing expressed her desire to leave the hospital, her parents firmly refused. They insisted she stay in the hospital to fully recover from her gunshot wound, fearing any complications might leave their daughter with lasting health issues. Tang Bing felt helpless. To spare her parents' worry, she had no choice but to remain in the hospital for further recovery. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. In Lu Dahai's office, he relayed all the information extracted from the fraud ring's interrogation to Lin Mo. He also explained the purpose of this business trip. Lin Mo, once you arrive in Chang'an City, go directly to Chongping District Chief Wu Jichao and report the situation to him. As for their operational plans, just follow their orders. Understood, Master. Lu Dahai then gave Lin Mo some final instructions before having Li Jianhua escort him to the airport. Lin Mo was aware that the Fox Group was holding a briefing meeting tomorrow, and time was tight. He had to get there as quickly as possible. Chang'an City wasn't too far from Liangcheng, roughly 500 kilometers away. By plane, it would take just over an hour. 4:20 p.m. Lin Mo arrived punctually at Chang'an City Airport. After disembarking, he quickly spotted the Chang'an City Police Department personnel who had come to meet him. The officers were visibly surprised to see Lin Mo, who appeared to be only in his early 20s. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Liangcheng have sent an experienced, capable officer? Why had they sent a rookie instead? Are you Lin Mo, the officer sent from Liangcheng? Yes. Seeing the officer's skepticism, Lin Mo handed over his credentials, which finally confirmed his identity as the officer dispatched from Liangcheng. Hello, my name is Ma Chenggong. Lin Mo and Ma Chenggong shook hands. Lin Mo, brother, hop in. Thanks, brother Ma. Despite Lin Mo's youth, Ma Chenggong formed a favorable impression of him. On the way to the Changping District branch in Chang'an City, Ma Chenggong kept pointing out some of the ancient architecture to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, once we wrap up these next couple of days, I'll take you on a tour of Chang'an's ancient city. Let me show you the charm of our historic town. Thanks, brother Ma. Ma Chenggong quickly drove to the Changping District branch. Lin Mo followed Ma Chenggong to the second-floor office of Bureau Chief Wu Jichao. Chief Wu, this is Officer Lin Mo, dispatched from Liangcheng. Wu Jichao set down the documents he was holding and looked at Lin Mo. His brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, he too was taken aback by Lin Mo's age. However, Wu Zhiqiao said nothing. Instead, he addressed Ma Chenggong. "Little Ma, you may step out for now." "Yes, sir." Ma Chenggong then exited the director's office. Wu Zhiqiao offered a faint smile and addressed Lin Mo. "Your name is Lin Mo?" "Yes, Director Wu." Lin Mo replied. "How long have you been a police officer?" 26 days. "What? 26 days." Chapter 143, The Young Family's Old Shop. Wu Zhiqiao, chief of the Chongping District Police Bureau, was utterly astonished upon hearing Lin Mo had only been a police officer for 26 days. Was there really no one left in the Liangcheng Police Department system? How could they send a rookie officer? This shows a complete disregard for the Fox Clan organization. Wu Zhiqiao considered, could Lin Mo have demonstrated exceptional talent at his academy, warranting Liangcheng Police's intensive cultivation? "Young Lin, where did you attend school?" Wu Zhiqiao inquired of Lin Mo. "Liangcheng Police Academy." Liangcheng Police Academy? Wu Zhiqiao knew this was just a small-town police academy with no real reputation. Could it be that Lin Mo has some kind of background? Wu Zhiqiao asked again. "Shaolin, where do your parents work?" "I'm an orphan." Hearing Lin Mo's answer, Wu Zhiqiao felt even more puzzled. The Lin Mo before him had an ordinary education and background. But what exactly was the meaning behind Liangcheng sending a police officer who had only been on the job for 26 days? Although the officer Liangcheng dispatched this time only needed to handle information related to some fraud rings, they couldn't just assign anyone. At the very least, they should have sent an experienced, capable veteran officer. That way, mistakes in the line of duty would be less likely. Wu Zhiqiao felt utterly helpless. But since he was here, there was nothing else to be done. "Shaolin, let's begin the handover." Wu Zhiqiao addressed Lin Mo, silently praying for no mishaps. "Understood, Director Wu. Here are the interrogation records of the fraud ring from Liangcheng Police Station." Lin Mo handed the documents to Wu Zhiqiao. Wu Zhiqiao took it and then said, "Shaolin, walk me through the entire process of apprehending that fraud ring." "Yes, Director Wu." Lin Mo then recounted the entire process of apprehending the fraud ring to Wu Zhiqiao. "Did you catch this gang of scammers?" After hearing this, Wu Zhiqiao wore an expression of utter disbelief. After all, the person in question had only been on the job for 26 days and yet managed to apprehend a 6-person fraud ring? It was simply hard to believe. "I just got lucky," Lin Mo said modestly. But Wu Zhiqiao didn't think Lin Mo was being modest, he believed it was the truth. After all, the only plausible explanation for a rookie cop apprehending a 6-member fraud ring was sheer luck. What Wu Zhiqiao didn't know was that apprehending this fraud ring was nothing special for Lin Mo. If he knew that just days prior, Lin Mo had single-handedly apprehended Ma Biao, the leader of the largest human trafficking ring in Longhua, what would he have thought then? An hour later, Lin Mo had fully accounted for all the details. Wu Zhiqiao held Lin Mo in high regard. At the very least, their coordination had been flawless. He had initially assumed that as a new hire, Lin Mo would be unfamiliar with the operational procedures. But to his surprise, Lin Mo performed exceptionally well. "Shaolin, thank you so much for traveling all this way to provide us with this information. I've already made arrangements with Ma Chenggong. He'll take care of your lodging and meals." Wu Zhiqiao's meaning was clear: your task is complete and you're no longer needed. But Lin Mo didn't see it that way. He knew the Fox Group wasn't as simple as it seemed. His criminal intuition told him that capturing the criminals would be more successful with his involvement. Therefore, he also wished to participate in this operation. "Director Wu, when will we finalize the tactical plan?" Wu Zhiqiao paused upon hearing Lin Mo's question, then replied with a smile. "Lin Mo, your primary mission this time was to gather intelligence on the fraud ring. You've done an excellent job. Leave the capture of the Fox gang to us." Worried Lin Mo might still be confused, Wu Zhiqiao clarified directly. "Director Wu, when I arrived, Director Feng from our Liangcheng Bureau informed me that I have the right to participate in the operation," Lin Mo stated firmly. Wu Zhiqiao had indeed received instructions from headquarters stating that officers dispatched from Liangcheng Police Headquarters had the right to participate in the operation. Seeing that Lin Mo was a new officer, Wu Zhiqiao had initially planned to exclude him from the operation. But Lin Mo refused, insisting on participating. What if Lin Mo reported the situation to his superiors upon returning? They would surely hold it against him. After all, it would be rather unreasonable for Liangcheng to send an officer specifically to report on the fraud ring's activities, only for that officer to be barred from participating in the operation itself. "Lin Mo, you and Ma Chenggong should rest first. We'll finalize the specific plan at 8 p.m. tonight." Only after hearing Director Wu's instructions did Lin Mo withdraw with satisfaction. As soon as Lin Mo stepped out of Director Wu's office, Ma Chenggong was already waiting outside. "Brother Lin, the Chongping District Branch has arranged accommodations for you. I'll take you there." "Alright, Brother Ma." Ma Chenggong then led Lin Mo to a guesthouse located not far from the branch bureau. The guesthouse wasn't very large, but it was exceptionally clean and even provided meals. Ma Chenggong glanced at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. "Brother Lin, let me take you out to try Chang'an's specialty Chang'an Palma." Lin Mo didn't refuse and followed Ma Chenggong out. Ma Chenggong led Lin Mo through a winding old alleyway until they found a restaurant. Its wooden sign read Young Family Old Shop. "Brother Lin, this is a century-old establishment. If you're not from Chang'an, you'd never find this place." Ma Chenggong then called out to the owner. "Uncle Yang, bring us 2 bowls of Chang'an Palma and a couple of side dishes." "Right away." The proprietor was a man in his 50s, neither fat nor thin, who greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. He radiated genuine warmth. "Shaolin, our Chang'an Palma is famous far and wide, but many people don't know how to eat it properly." Then Ma Chenggong began explaining the authentic way to eat Chang'an Palma to Lin Mo. He took a flatbread and tore it into tiny pieces, bit by bit. Seeing this, Lin Mo asked, "Brother Ma, at this rate, how long will it take?" "That's the essence of Chang'an Palma. The finer you tear it, the better it tastes." Just as Ma Chenggong was chatting with Lin Mo suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. "System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 800. Host, apprehend immediately." System, sin perception detected a criminal with 900 sin points. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo's heart jolted violently. Criminals with sin values of 800 and 900, these were 2 major targets. He stared at the criminals' locations displayed in his mind's eye. He saw the 2 criminals approaching the Young Family Old Shop. A man and a woman, both around 30, entered the shop. They found a seat and called out to the owner. "Owner, 2 bowls of Chang'an steamed bread soup." "Coming right up." Chapter 144, Attitude. Just as Lin Mo was figuring out how to make his move, he overheard one of the criminals whispering. "Who knew joining the Fox Clan meeting would be this hard? $1,000,000 per ticket. Too bad we only swindled 1.8 million in 3 months, not even enough for 2 tickets. Shoo." The male criminal quickly nudged his partner's arm, warning him to keep his voice down. His partner scanned the surroundings before lowering his voice to whisper something to him. Since Lin Mo's table was right next to theirs and he happened to be facing away, he had faintly overheard the words Fox Group despite their hushed tones. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could they be members of the Fox Gang? The Chang'an City Police Department had preliminarily narrowed down 3 potential locations for the Fox Gang's meeting venue, but they weren't certain of the exact spot. If he could follow these 2 criminals, he might just uncover the exact location of the Fox Gang's meeting. Just then, Ma Chenggong's phone, who was dining with Lin Mo, suddenly rang. Ma Chenggong glanced at the caller ID and said to Lin Mo, "Lin Mo, I'll step out to take this call." "Sure, brother Ma." Ma Chenggong then stood up and left. Lin Mo cracked open the hard biscuit in his hand while pricking up his ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 criminals behind him. Their voices were too soft, so Lin Mo could only catch fragments of their conversation. They seemed to be mentioning something about Fox Troop admission tickets and $1,000,000. Lin Mo had never heard of admission tickets before, so he was very curious. Just as he shifted back slightly to listen more closely, Ma Chenggong called out to him from the doorway. "Lin Mo, come here." Lin Mo stood up and walked out of the Young Family Old Shop. "What's up, brother Ma?" "Well, the bureau suddenly has some urgent business, so I won't be able to have dinner with you," Ma Chenggong said, sounding a bit apologetic. "No problem, brother Ma. You go ahead and handle it." Lin Mo understood perfectly they were both police officers, and handling unexpected emergencies was perfectly normal. "I'm really sorry, bro. I've already paid for the meal." With that, Ma Chenggong bid Lin Mo farewell and jogged out of the old alley. Lin Mo returned to his seat. The 2 criminals glanced at him briefly before looking away. They were already eating while whispering to each other. Over 10 minutes later, the 2 criminals finished their meal and left. Lin Mo set down his chopsticks, stood up, and followed them out. Lin Mo possessed a sin-sensing ability, allowing him to perceive anything within a 20-meter radius around himself. Thus, he maintained a distance of about 18 meters behind them. Lin Mo was utterly baffled. These 2 criminals kept aimlessly wandering around on the street. They'd been wandering aimlessly for over an hour. He glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. Director Wu Jichao had promised him he could attend the evening planning meeting. It seemed he would have to miss it. Chongping District Branch Conference Room. Over 20 leaders from various departments were seated inside the conference room. Wu Shiqing glanced at the sign-in sheet and noticed that everyone was present except for Lin Mo from Liangcheng. Have Ma Chenggong and Shaolin been contacted? Director Wu, not yet. Wu Shiqing's expression darkened. Earlier that afternoon, he had intended to exclude Lin Mo from the evening meeting, but the latter had insisted on attending. Now, he couldn't even reach him tonight. What kind of situation is this? It's already 8:10 p.m. Does dinner take 2 hours? Director Wu snapped angrily. Director Wu, Lin Mo is still young after all. He just graduated and might be a bit playful, forgetting the time. Ma Chenggong's attempt at explanation only fueled the commotion in the conference room. The Liangcheng Police Department is beyond the pale, sending a rookie cop straight out of training? This is utter nonsense. Exactly. What could a rookie possibly know? Who knows what Liangcheng is thinking? A fresh graduate isn't necessarily a problem as long as they have the right attitude and are willing to learn. But this Lin Mo? He was supposed to attend the 8 o'clock meeting and just didn't show up. Not even a word of warning. Sigh, he's just too young, all he knows is how to play. Everyone in the conference room formed the worst possible impression of Lin Mo, the new recruit sent from Liangcheng. When Wu Jichao briefed him on the case that afternoon, he'd noticed that despite his youth, Lin Mo presented the information clearly and logically. But who would have thought he'd skip the evening meeting without so much as a word? If Lin Mo were an officer under his command, he would have given him a thorough dressing down by now. But since Lin Mo was a Liangcheng officer, Wu Jichao couldn't really say much. Ma Chenggong, contact Lin Mo again. Got it. Ma Chenggong picked up his phone and dialed Lin Mo again. But the phone was turned off. Ma Chenggong's expression turned awkward. Director Wu, his phone is turned off. Turned off? This Lin Mo is completely out of line. The phone was working just a moment ago, and now it's turned off. Director Wu was visibly furious. The others in the conference room chimed in. Unacceptable. If that were my subordinate, I'd fire him on the spot for such an attitude. Seems the quality of officers in Liangcheng isn't much to speak of either. Ah, well, he's just a cop from a small town. He's no match for us. Director Wu decided to stop bothering with Lin Mo. After all, as a rookie officer, his presence or absence made little difference. Even if he did attend, it would only be as an observer. Alright, let's set Lin Mo's matter aside for now. We'll formally proceed to today's meeting agenda. Regarding the Fox Group organization, we've confirmed it evolved from the Erba Financial Group 15 years ago. Therefore, we cannot afford to be complacent in this operation. After Director Wu finished briefing us on the Fox Group, he began outlining tomorrow's plan to apprehend them. According to our reliable sources, the Fox Group's briefing meeting is most likely to be held at one of these 3 locations, Nangang, Chongping District. The Chang'an City Bureau attaches great importance to this operation against the Fox Group. They have specially mobilized 500 officers from various regions, supplemented by 100 SWAT officers and 600 officers from the Chongping District branch. With a total force of 1,200 officers mobilized, they are confident they can apprehend the entire Fox gang. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still tailing the 2 criminals. Earlier, Ma Chenggong had suddenly called him, nearly exposing his position. Fortunately, he had turned off his phone in time. Lin Mo remained puzzled about what these 2 criminals were actually up to. He had only vaguely overheard them discussing something about admission tickets. Just as Lin Mo was considering whether to make his move, he saw them whispering to each other near a BMW. Then the woman took off her coat and walked over. Chapter 145, Lust is a Double-Edged Sword. The woman revealed her curvaceous figure, deliberately swaying her hips seductively as she approached the BMW to catch the owner's attention. The BMW owner was a heavy-set man in his 40s. As the female con artist passed by him, his eyes fixed intently on her swaying waist. Especially her full, rounded hips made him swallow hard. Catching his reaction out of the corner of her eye, she smirked inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. As she approached the driver's seat, she deliberately stumbled, twisting her ankle. Ouch, that hurts. The woman let out a feigned cry of pain. At that moment, the BMW owner's heart leapt with joy, thanking heaven for this opportunity. He hurriedly opened the door to help her up. Her body-hugging skirt revealed glimpses of the alluring view between her legs. The BMW guy nearly got a nosebleed from the sight. Thanks, big bro. You're welcome. The BMW driver said with a lecherous grin. His eyes never left the woman's chest, constantly sizing her up. The woman felt a wave of contempt. What a dirty old pervert. Following the usual routine, the man would have invited her into the car. But this BMW guy was so engrossed in staring that he forgot to speak. Seeing this, the woman pretended to walk away. Oh dear. She deliberately acted as if her foot couldn't move. Finally catching on, the BMW guy hurriedly said to her. Miss, you've twisted your ankle. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. The woman feigned modesty. That would be too much trouble for you. It's no trouble at all. Come on. The BMW guy seemed unusually enthusiastic, secretly calculating that tonight might just be his lucky break. At that thought, the BMW guy nearly drooled. The woman got into the car after some half-hearted resistance. During the ride, the BMW guy revved the engine hard. The sensation was pure bliss. Where are you headed, beautiful? The BMW guy asked with a smile. The woman feigned helplessness. I'm visiting from out of town. I haven't found a place to stay yet. The BMW guy heard this. Oh my. Here's my chance. He hurriedly offered. How about this, sweetheart? If you don't mind, you can stay at my villa tonight. Staying at your place? That's not quite right. What's wrong with that? As the saying goes, at home you rely on your parents, but when you're out, you rely on friends. We've met, so that makes us friends. The man coaxed. Well. Seeing the woman still hesitating, the BMW guy guessed she might be worried he was up to no good, so he pressed on. Sweetheart, don't worry. I'm known as a good guy in Chang'an City, and my villa has plenty of rooms. Alright then, I'll pay you for the room later. I'd be spending money on a hotel anyway. You're being too formal, sweetheart. The BMW guy declared generously, his mind already wandering. You can pay with your body instead of money. Had ha. The woman then said gratefully to the BMW guy. You're so kind. After speaking, she leaned closer to the man. A refreshing scent filled the air, stimulating the BMW man's male hormones. The BMW guy felt an intense surge of excitement. He stepped on the gas and sped off. The woman took out a bottle of drink and said to the BMW man in a gentle voice. Bro, your lips look dry. Have some water. I'll feed you. The BMW guy beamed with delight. It seemed his luck with women was finally turning. Tonight, he had to make his move. The BMW guy imagined the thrilling scenes of the night ahead, his whole body buzzing with excitement. Seeing the delicate, jade-like hand of the beauty offering him the drink, he opened his mouth and took a big gulp. Put. The BMW guy immediately sprayed the drink out. No. To be precise, it was liquor. This isn't a beverage, it's clearly baijiu. The woman feigned surprise, then looked utterly mortified. Sorry, bro, I grabbed the wrong one. Then she pulled out a bottle of soda from her bag. Open it for me. The BMW driver said, glancing around for traffic cops. He needed to drink some water quickly to dilute the alcohol he'd just tasted. If the cops caught him driving under the influence, he'd be in big trouble. Not only would tonight's plans be ruined, but if things got serious, he might even have to spend a few days in jail. Just as the BMW guy was drinking the beverage. Crash. Another car slammed into his vehicle. The BMW driver's temper flared instantly. He was driving straight and clear, yet the other car suddenly swerved and slammed into his vehicle. This was a brand new car he'd just bought not long ago, and now it was wrecked. Anyone would be furious if their brand new car got wrecked like that. The BMW driver yanked open his door and stormed out. He barked at the other driver. What kind of driving is that? The person who got out of the other car was the woman's accomplice. The man deliberately walked over to the BMW driver, took a whiff, and then yelled at the BMW driver. You're drunk and driving. Hearing this, the BMW driver immediately wilted. He quickly grabbed the man's arm and said, Bro, keep it down. It's my fault. I'll pay you back. The BMW driver knew full well that if the traffic police arrived, regardless of who was at fault, he would bear full responsibility for driving under the influence. So the best course now was to settle this privately. The BMW driver glanced at the other car. The damage wasn't severe. He retrieved his wallet from his car and pulled out 2,000 yuan. Bro, your car repairs will cost no more than 1,000. Consider the rest as compensation for your emotional distress. The BMW driver believed any reasonable person would accept without hesitation. But the man remained unmoved. Pointing his finger right at the BMW driver's nose, he retorted. You think this is enough to send a beggar on his way? The BMW driver knew the other guy was smelling alcohol on him and trying to extort money. But what could he do? He had taken a sip of alcohol earlier. He could only accept his misfortune. So he pulled another 3,000 yuan from his wallet. 5,000 yuan, is that enough? But the man shook his head. The BMW driver was furious. By the looks of it, the other guy was trying to extort him. But he'd been drinking. If the traffic police showed up, he wouldn't be able to talk his way out of this. Fine, I'll just consider myself unlucky. The BMW driver pulled out the last 5,000 yuan from his wallet. Here, 10,000. But the man didn't even reach out to take it. The BMW driver instantly flew into a rage. What's the deal? 10 grand isn't enough for you? Thinking 10 grand will settle this? Dream on. The BMW driver glared at the man. If he hadn't been drinking today, he'd have beaten him senseless. Fine. What do you say? How much? The man held up 3 fingers. 30,000. You're robbing me. The BMW guy's eyes widened. That guy's beat-up car wasn't even worth 20,000. But the man remained completely calm. Not 30,000. 30,000. What? 300,000. The BMW guy looked utterly stunned, wondering if the other guy was a complete idiot. Chapter 146, Someone Steals the BMW. The con man watched the BMW driver seething with rage, letting out a cold laugh. I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, if the traffic police show up, not only will they revoke your license, but you might also get to spend a few days behind bars. Hearing this, the BMW owner instantly suppressed the rage that had been about to erupt. The man was absolutely right. If things went south, he really could end up behind bars for a few days. He certainly didn't want to be detained. But this guy was ruthless, demanding 300,000 yuan outright. Just then, the female con artist approached the BMW driver and said plaintively, It's all my fault, big brother. I made you take that sip of wine. Seeing the pitifully vulnerable woman, the BMW guy couldn't bring himself to get angry at her. After all, resolving the immediate situation was paramount. The woman pretended not to know her accomplice and then addressed the man. Sir, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. Could you perhaps reduce the compensation? Seeing the woman negotiating on his behalf, the BMW driver felt a flicker of gratitude. The man glanced at the woman, then addressed the BMW driver. Since the lady has spoken, I'll knock off 10,290,000. The BMW driver wore a pained expression. But 290,000 is still a lot. Sir, please have mercy, can you go any lower? 290,000 yuan, not a penny less. If you refuse, I'll call the traffic police right now. We'll handle this strictly by the book. No, don't call the police. The BMW driver panicked at the mention of the police. The woman turned to her accomplice again. Bro, just knock off a little more. We didn't hit your car on purpose, after all. The man hesitated for a moment before addressing the BMW driver. Name your price. If it's too low, I'll call the cops right now. The BMW guy thought for a moment, then said. Bro, how about 200 grand? That's all I've got. 200,000? What are you thinking? The man feigned anger, pulling out his phone as if to call the police. In truth, 200,000 yuan was precisely the price he had in mind. Just then, the woman hurriedly pulled him back, pleading sweetly. Brother, just 200,000. Okay? The BMW driver felt a surge of gratitude toward the woman. The man then smiled and said to the BMW driver. 200,000 is fine, but your girlfriend has to spend the night with me. The BMW guy was overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, the woman wasn't really his girlfriend. If she agreed, he could save 90,000 yuan. With 90,000 yuan, he could find a pretty decent minor celebrity. The woman feigned helplessness. Brother, this is all my fault for getting you into this mess. If sacrificing myself can save you 90,000, I'm willing to do it. Thank you for your understanding. The BMW guy was so touched he nearly shed tears. Then, the BMW man transferred 200,000 yuan to the other man. The man drove away with the woman. Just as the BMW driver was marveling at having met such a good woman, a man sprinted toward them. It was Lin Mo. He had recorded the entire scene on his phone. Unexpectedly, after the con artist extorted the BMW driver, he simply drove off in the car. He had been following them and had located the meeting spot of the Fox Gang organization. Lin Mo urgently addressed the BMW driver. I'm a police officer. I need to requisition your vehicle. The BMW driver looked utterly dumbfounded. He'd just been extorted out of 200,000 yuan, and now some young guy claiming to be a cop wanted to take his BMW. And this young man wasn't even wearing a uniform. His first thought was that this guy was definitely a con artist. Seeing the BMW owner's skepticism, Lin Mo produced his credentials for inspection. The BMW owner saw the ID stated. Police ID, name, Lin Mo, affiliation, Liangchenggolo Subdistrict Police Station. Just as he was about to read further, Lin Mo noticed the two scammers had already driven far away. Without a second thought, he snatched the keys from the BMW driver's hand, pocketed his police badge, and sped off in pursuit. The BMW owner was stunned into a daze by the sudden turn of events. By the time he snapped out of it, Lin Mo had already driven his BMW far away. Damn it! My BMW! The BMW owner was frantic with worry. Without even considering whether he'd been drinking, he immediately dialed the police. Chang'an City Chongping District Police Station Conference Room. Wu Jichao and leaders from various departments were still discussing the plan to apprehend the Fox Gang organization. Just then, Ma Chenggong's phone suddenly rang. It interrupted everyone's train of thought. Wu Jichao's face darkened instantly. His first rule for meetings was to turn off phones or set them to silent. Yet Ma Chenggong had committed such a basic error. Noticing Wu Jichao's displeased expression, Ma Chenggong hastily apologized. Sorry, I was on the phone with Lin Mo and forgot to turn it off. Just as Ma Chenggong was frantically trying to hang up, he noticed the caller was his subordinate, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu should have known he was in a meeting. Why was he calling now? Could it be something urgent? Whatever it was, he dared not answer now. After all, over a dozen department heads were watching him. Wu Jichao glanced at the time. They'd been meeting for 2 hours. This interruption from Ma Chenggong's call provided a perfect opportunity for everyone to take a break. Everyone's tired. Let's take a 10-minute break. Wu Jichao then said to Ma Chenggong with a hint of irritation. We're taking a break now. Answer it if it's important. Seeing Director Wu had spoken, Ma Chenggong answered the call. Hello, Lu, what's the matter? Sir, we just got a report about a BMW being stolen. Hearing Xiao Lu's report, Ma Chenggong immediately snapped back. When you get a report, just follow standard procedure. Why bother calling me? Ma Chenggong was at a loss for words. He'd thought Xiao Lu had something important to report, but it turned out to be such a minor incident. Now he'd lost face in front of Director Wu. The key point was that the caller claimed the person who stole his car had impersonated a police officer, and that person's name was Lin Mo. I just thought, wasn't there a police officer from Liangqing today who also went by Lin Mo? Lin Mo? Ma Chenggong frowned at the name, his face clouding with confusion. Could it be a coincidence? The caller stated the police ID presented bore the name of Liangqing Police Station. Hearing this, Ma Chenggong began to suspect it really was Lin Mo. After all, there wasn't a second officer from Liangqing in the entire city of Chang'an. As a police officer, Lin Mo stealing a BMW? That seemed unlikely to him. Could it be that Lin Mo was out having fun and lost or had his ID stolen? Then Ma Chenggong turned to ask Xiao Lu. Did the caller describe the appearance of the person who stole his car? The caller described the carjacker as about 180 centimeters tall and slender. Hearing Xiao Lu's description, Ma Chenggong was now 100% certain the caller was referring to Lin Mo. Chapter 147, Interception. After Ma Chenggong hung up the phone, Wu Jichao asked curiously. Little Ma, you mentioned Lin Mo's BMW in your call. What did you mean by that? Not only was Wu Jichao visibly intrigued, but everyone else in the conference room was also staring at Ma Chenggong. They were all curious about what this new officer sent from Liangqing was doing instead of attending the meeting. Chief Wu, I just received a call from my assistant, Xiao Lu. Ma Chenggong explained the situation to everyone. What? This new officer actually stole a BMW? As a police officer, he's completely out of control. The department heads in the conference room all looked furious at Lin Mo's actions. Wu Jichao's face darkened. Ma Cheng explained. Based on my impression of Lin Mo, I don't think he would seize someone's BMW without cause. Perhaps he encountered an emergency situation, requisitioning the BMW to apprehend criminals. Ma Chenggong's words immediately drew opposition from the others. He only arrived in Chang'an City this afternoon and discovered a criminal tonight? As a rookie officer with just 26 days on the job, does he really possess such formidable capabilities? The superior's tone carried obvious disdain. If he just happened to spot a criminal while out having fun, that would make our Chang'an City police look utterly incompetent. I suspect he was just out for fun, didn't feel like walking, and commandeered someone's BMW for a joyride. I actually agree with that scenario. It makes far more sense than commandeering a BMW to catch a criminal. Lin Mo's absence from the meeting had already left a very poor impression on everyone. Even if Ma Chenggong guessed correctly, no one would believe him. Wu Jichao also believed Lin Mo had commandeered someone else's BMW simply because he was a reckless playboy. This Lin Mo not only lacks any sense of discipline but also acts with complete disregard for the law. Once this meeting concludes, I must report this situation to the Liangqing Bureau. Director Wu is absolutely right, this must be reported to the Liangqing Bureau. Our Longhua Police Department cannot tolerate such a parasite. You're absolutely right. I suggest we call Liangqing immediately and have Lin Mo expelled from the police force right away. This will prevent him from tarnishing Chang'an City's reputation. After hearing the suggestions, Director Wu pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiao Ma, have your people bring Lin Mo back immediately. We need to understand the situation before making any decisions. Understood, Director Ma. Ma Chenggong agreed, convinced that Lin Mo wasn't the type to act this way. He then dialed his subordinate, Xiao Lu. Have him bring Lin Mo back first. After Ma Chenggong finished the call, Wu Jichao addressed everyone. Alright, let's continue discussing the plan to apprehend the Fox Gang. Inside a beat-up private car, a man and a woman chuckled smugly. That BMW guy really is a big dummy, haha. I'm going with you, saving him 90,000 yuan. He's probably grateful to me. Ha ha. People in Chang'an City are so gullible. We've only been here less than a day and already swindled 200,000 yuan. Hee hee. Yeah, that's enough for 2 tickets to the Fox Gang's event. The con artist couple felt a surge of triumph. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. If we manage to become core members of the Fox clan this time, we'll never have to worry about food or shelter for the rest of our lives. Yeah, if we can get into the Fox Group's inner circle, spending $1 million on an entry ticket would be totally worth it. The real reason they bought the Fox Group's admission tickets was that only with them could they gain access to the organization's meetings. The Fox Group might be unknown to the outside world, but within the con artist community, it stands at the very pinnacle. The Fox Group possesses numerous deception techniques, but more importantly, it is immensely wealthy. Rumor has it the Fox Group holds assets worth tens of billions. Any core member could live a life of unimaginable wealth and luxury. Thus, many are willing to pay $1 million for an admission ticket, hoping that if they catch the eye of the Fox Group's leader, they will surely rise to great heights. This male-female con artist duo shared that exact ambition. We have 2 million, shall we buy our way into the Fox Group now? Alright, the sooner we buy, the sooner we can rest easy. The male con artist then drove toward the location to purchase the Fox Gang's entry pass. But then, the sound of police sirens echoed behind them. The two scammers instantly tensed up. What's going on? Could a BMW really call the police? If they got caught, forget about entering the Fox clan to enjoy wealth and privilege, they might never get out of prison. The male con artist slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The female con artist was also terrified. But just then, the police car's siren blared. BMW ahead, pull over immediately for inspection. Hearing the police call, the scammers instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought they were coming for us. The female scammer glanced in the rearview mirror and gasped in surprise. Wait, isn't that the BMW you just hit? The man hurriedly checked the rearview mirror. It was indeed the BMW he'd just extorted from that fat guy. The BMW's bumper was still a bit crooked. Why is that fat guy following us? Could he have caught on and is trying to get back the 200,000 yuan? The woman said anxiously. Relax, he's drunk. If the police get involved, he'll definitely spend a few days in jail. I saw that big gold chain around his neck. He probably doesn't need that 200,000 yuan anyway. But just to be safe, let's shake them off. The female con artist suggested. The man nodded in agreement. He accelerated forward. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had been following behind, was constantly harassed by the police car. Before long, the con artist's car had pulled far ahead. Lin Mo rolled down his window and addressed the police car blocking his path. I'm a police officer pursuing the criminals ahead. But Officer Xiao Lu inside the patrol car had received orders from Ma Chang to bring him back. He addressed Lin Mo. Please cooperate with my work. Lin Mo was in a hurry to chase the two criminals ahead of him. He simply didn't have time to explain. So he accelerated directly, ignoring Xiao Lu. Seeing Lin Mo completely ignore him, Xiao Lu's hot temper flared up. He accelerated past Lin Mo's BMW, then jerked the steering wheel to cut directly in front of Lin Mo's car. His plan was simple, force Lin Mo to stop. But Lin Mo's eyes were fixed solely on the two criminals. If he stopped now, they would surely escape. Glancing at the police car blocking his path, he executed a drift and slammed sideways into its front end. The police car spun twice in place before coming to a halt. Xiao Lu stormed out of the police car, furious, and shouted at the fleeing BMW. Oomph! You dare ram a police car? I'll make you regret it. He immediately dialed Ma Chenggong's number. Chapter 148. The phone rings again. Chang'an City Chongping District Police Station Conference Room. Wu Jichao was engaged in a heated discussion with the team when Ma Chenggong's phone rang again. All eyes turned to him, and he felt like dying. Earlier, his phone had already rung once. Director Wu had used that as an excuse to take a 10-minute break without reprimanding him. Little did he expect his phone to ring again. Ma Chenggong cursed himself inwardly for being so careless. He had forgotten to silence it after taking Lu's call earlier. During Director Wu Jichao's meeting, Ma Chenggong was the first person to have their phone ring twice. He dared not look at Wu Jichao's expression, knowing the director must be glaring at him. He hurriedly pulled the phone from his pocket, intending to turn it off, only to see it was Xiao Lu calling again. Xiao Ma, whose call is this? Wu Jichao inquired in an annoyed tone. Ma Chenggong replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Director Wu, it's still Xiao Lu. Is this the same Xiao Lu you asked to bring Lin Mo back earlier? Wu Jichao inquired. Yes, Director Wu. Ma Chenggong replied, then hurriedly apologized to Wu Jichao. Director Wu, it's mainly because I made a call earlier and forgot to turn off my phone. I'll hang up right now. However, to Ma Chenggong's surprise, Wu Jichao replied. Answer it. I'm curious to know why Lin Mo, who came from Liangcheng, would steal a BMW. Ha! Ma Chenggong could scarcely believe his ears upon hearing Wu Jichao's response. In past meetings, anyone who dared to leave their phone on or unmuted in Director Wu's conference room would have been severely reprimanded. Yet now, Director Wu was actually telling him to answer the call. Ma Chenggong froze, thinking he must have misheard. What are you standing there for? I told you to answer the call. Hearing Director Wu's tone, Ma Chenggong grew even more uncertain whether he was truly permitted to answer. What if Director Wu was just venting? Answering the call would be courting trouble. But if he didn't answer, what if Director Wu genuinely wanted news about Lin Mo? After much hesitation, Ma Chenggong finally decided to answer the call. He too wanted to know why Lin Mo had stolen the BMW. The moment he answered, Lu's furious voice erupted through the line. Chief Ma, this Lin Mo is completely out of control. I signaled him to pull over in my patrol car, but... Xiao Lu recounted the incident where Lin Mo rammed the police car to Ma Chenggong. During this call, Ma Chenggong deliberately put it on speakerphone so that Director Wu could hear. Everyone in the conference room heard every word Xiao Lu said just now. After hearing Lu's account, everyone was furious. Oomph. To ram a police car, this officer really has the nerve. He clearly doesn't hold our Chang'an City Police Department in any regard. This Lin Mo officer transferred from Liangcheng is nothing but a bandit, not a shred of professionalism. You're right, Chief Wu. I suggest we report this directly to the Liangcheng Police Headquarters. I think we should arrest Officer Lin Mo to prevent him from causing more trouble for Chang'an City. Director Wu listened to the suggestions being put forward. To be honest, he was furious inside. Officer Lin Mo has truly crossed the line. If he'd caused a minor incident, turning a blind, I might have let it slide. But stealing a BMW, ramming a police car, this was serious. He clearly held the Chang'an City Police Department in utter contempt. Therefore, he must handle this matter with utmost severity and properly discipline this lawless officer Lin Mo. Ma Changgong, you will immediately order your officers to surround Lin Mo and ensure he is apprehended. Upon hearing Chief Wu's order, Ma Changgong hesitated before speaking. Commissioner Wu, could there be some kind of misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? What possible misunderstanding could there be? As a police officer, no matter how urgent his business, he has no right to seize a civilian's BMW. And certainly not to ram a police vehicle. The thought of Lin Mo daring to ram a police vehicle made Director Wu's anger boil over. This was nothing short of a desecration of the Chang'an City Police Department. Chief Wu, I should call Lin Mo first to clarify the situation. I don't think he's that kind of person. Lin Mo had spent the most time interacting with Ma Changgong since arriving in Chang'an City. From their interactions, Ma Changgong sensed Lin Mo was level-headed and composed, not the impulsive, reckless type to act on a whim. Ma Changgong dialed Lin Mo's number. This time, Lin Mo's phone wasn't turned off, which brought Ma Changgong a wave of relief. If he could just get through to Lin Mo and ask about the reason, the misunderstanding would surely be cleared up. Just as everyone wondered how Lin Mo would explain himself to them shortly. Ma Changgong's call was abruptly disconnected. Ma Changgong, what's going on? Lin Mo hung up. Ma Changgong said helplessly. Wu Jichao had still held out hope for Lin Mo, thinking that since Ma Changgong had managed to get through, he might listen to a proper explanation. But she completely ignored Ma Changgong. Wu Jichao's expression instantly turned icy. Ma Changgong, order your men to apprehend that arrogant Lin Mo immediately. Ensure he doesn't cause any more trouble in Chang'an. But enough. No need to explain for him. Before Ma Changgong could finish, Wu Jichao cut him off. Ma Changgong knew Director Wu was genuinely furious now, and he dared not say another word. He immediately called his officers, dispatching 3 patrol cars to apprehend Lin Mo. After Ma Changgong finished the call, just as he was about to switch his phone to silent mode, Wu Jichao said, "Xiaoma, don't put your phone on silent. You might miss important updates from your officers later." Understood, Director Wu. Ma Changgong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had expected Director Wu to reprimand him for not silencing his phone earlier, but now he was being told not to silence it. Wu Jichao took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Just then, a department leader suddenly spoke up. Director Wu, I suggest we inform the Liangcheng police station about this matter. After all, Lin Mo is their officer. Wu Jichao fell into deep thought. Arresting Lin Mo without proper procedure was indeed problematic. If Lin Mo were a Chang'an City officer, they could handle him however they pleased. But he was, after all, an officer sent from Liangcheng to assist. That makes sense. I'll inform the Liangcheng Bureau of the situation. Wu Jichao then picked up the phone and dialed Director Feng at the Liangcheng Bureau. Chapter 149, Hell Has No Gates. The voice of Director Feng from Liangcheng headquarters soon came through the line. Chief Wu, is Lin Mo doing well over there? Fine? Not at all? Commissioner Wu retorted bluntly. Lin Mo, that officer from Liangcheng police station, dared to ram their Chang'an City police car. Expecting him to speak politely? That's wishful thinking. Hearing Director Wu's tone on the other end of the line, Director Feng froze for a moment, fearing something had happened to Lin Mo. He hurriedly asked, Director Wu, what's wrong with Lin Mo? After all, Lin Mo was Liangcheng's prized asset. Director Feng wouldn't tolerate any mishap involving him. What's this? What kind of officer did your Liangcheng send over? We had a meeting scheduled for 8 p.m. Not only did he fail to show up, but he also stole a BMW from our Chang'an citizens. Even worse, he actually rammed our police car. Wu Jichao angrily recounted every detail of Lin Mo's rampage to Director Feng. He was certain that upon hearing of the trouble Lin Mo had caused, Director Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau would support him in dealing with Lin Mo severely. Yet over the phone, Director Feng's tone remained remarkably calm. How do you intend to handle Lin Mo? Chief Wu assumed the other party was furious with Lin Mo. Director Feng, rest assured. I've already ordered my officers to apprehend Lin Mo and punish him severely. We cannot let him disgrace our police department. After Wu finished speaking, he could distinctly hear Director Feng's breathing grow heavier over the phone. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This Lin Mo is quite something. Look what he's done to Director Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau. Director Feng, please don't be too upset. I'll make sure he's punished properly for you. Suddenly, without warning, Director Feng's furious voice erupted over the phone. You dare! Ha! Director Wu thought he must have misheard. Then, Director Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau spoke again over the phone. Listen here, Wu. If you lay a single finger on Lin Mo, I'll bring every officer in Liangcheng to fight you to the death. Hearing Director Feng's words, Director Wu froze in place. What was going on? Was the other guy drunk or still half asleep? His officers had made a mistake, and he was taking responsibility for their punishment. Yet now, the other party was directly threatening him. Though Wu Jichao's phone wasn't on speaker, everyone had heard the roar from the call loud and clear. The conference room fell into an instant, deathly silence. They all wondered if Director Wu had dialed the wrong number. If this was the chief of Liangqing's police headquarters, how could he possibly say such things? It was completely unbecoming of a bureau chief. Wu Jichao froze for a full 20 seconds before Director Feng hung up. He too began to wonder if he had dialed the wrong number. Checking his call log, he confirmed it was indeed Director Feng from the Liangqing bureau. They had spoken just that morning. There was no way it could have been a mistake. Inside the conference room, the group exchanged uncertain glances. They couldn't be sure if what they just heard was real. This. Director Wu, are you certain you didn't dial the wrong number? Wu Jichao nodded. This is indeed Director Feng's number from Liangqing. We spoke with him just this morning. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. How could a bureau chief from the Liangqing headquarters say something like that? Was he drunk at this late hour? I don't think so. He was perfectly fine when he was talking earlier. I say the Liangqing Police Department is rotten to the core. You're absolutely right. Otherwise, how could a rookie officer pull off such an outrageous stunt? It's because their leadership in Liangqing is fundamentally flawed. Everyone now had a very poor impression of Director Feng of the Liangqing Bureau. He doesn't act like a chief at all. Ma Chenggong addressed Wu Jichao. Chief Wu, should we still arrest Lin Mo? Before Director Wu could respond, one of them exclaimed angrily. Arrest him. Why wouldn't we? He's disrupting the order of our Chang'an city. Whoever he is, he must be arrested. If Liangqing wants to play dirty, we'll seek justice from the leaders in the capital. Ma Chenggong stepped in to smooth things over. Leader, it hasn't escalated to that level. There must be some misunderstanding between us. What misunderstanding could there be? Enough, everyone. Stop arguing. Wu Jichao addressed the crowd. Regarding Lin Mo's case, we'll handle it according to the law. That's the end of this matter. Don't forget the purpose of today's meeting, discussing how to apprehend the Fox Gang organization. Right, Director Wu is correct. We shouldn't let this minor incident with Lin Mo delay tomorrow's operation to apprehend the gang. Many nodded in agreement. After that, Wu Jichao and the others continued discussing the Fox Gang organization. As time ticked by, they still hadn't come up with a solid plan. If only we could capture a member of the Fox Gang. Yeah, then we could uncover the details of their meeting. The problem is, the Fox group members are all cunning as hell. We'd never be able to catch them. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still chasing the two scammers in his BMW. Earlier, if that police car hadn't suddenly appeared, he could have secretly followed them. He might have even uncovered the Fox Gang's hideout. Now that the trail had been blown, he had to settle for the next best thing, catching them. Fortunately, the BMW's performance was superior, and with Lin Mo's basic racing skills, catching up to the two criminals was relatively easy. The two criminals were also quite cunning. Knowing their car couldn't outrun Lin Mo's BMW, they deliberately chose narrow back roads. This forced Lin Mo to trail behind them, unable to intercept. The narrow road they were now on was barely wide enough for 1.5 cars. The criminals wore smug expressions. No way he'll catch us. We'll park the car at that narrow spot, then split up and run ahead. Once we're in the urban village, we'll find a place to hide. Alright. The female con artist agreed. But just as they discussed their escape plan, the con artist in the passenger seat felt a dark shadow flash past her window. By the time she reacted and looked to see what it was, she realized it was the BMW. The BMW was standing at an angle, one side of its wheels touching the ground while the other side skimmed along the wall. She'd never seen such a stunt before. Just as the female con artist was about to warn her accomplice, the BMW sped past them. It then abruptly cut in front of their vehicle. The driver of their vehicle was startled by the sudden scene. He hadn't even noticed how the BMW had appeared in front of him. He slammed on the brakes, but the car still collided with the BMW. During the intercept, the car was parked at an angle, so the majority of the impact was on the rear end. He was perfectly safe up front. As soon as Lin felt the scammer's car come to a stop, he leaped out of his vehicle in one swift motion. He charged straight toward them. The two scammers got out of their car. Seeing only a tall, lanky young man facing them, they didn't rush to flee, instead pulling out a small knife and arrogantly declaring, "Kid, you chose the path to hell when paradise was open to you." Chapter 150. The phone rings for the third time. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. Bro, it's broken. The male scammer wailed incessantly, his earlier arrogance now replaced by utter misery. Lin Mo ignored the con artist's pleas and didn't let go. Want me to let go? Fine. Just spill everything. Bro, what do you want me to confess? Just ask already. The con artist's heart was filled with bitter resentment. This kid was ruthless. First he beat him senseless, then demanded a confession. But he had no idea what the other guy wanted him to confess to. Before he could utter a word, another round of blows landed on him. His face was already a bruised mess, and now the kid was twisting his arm so hard it felt like it might snap. "Didn't I ask you earlier?" Lin Mo asked, puzzled. "Brother, you really didn't ask." The female con artist crouched on the ground, her face tear-streaked. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a pang of embarrassment. But he forced himself to remain calm on the surface. "Then let me ask you, are you a member of the Fox Troupe?" "I." Hearing Lin Mo's question, the con artist stammered, hesitating whether to tell him the truth. After all, the Fox gang's power was undeniable. If he betrayed them, he'd never be able to survive in the underworld again. Lin Mo saw right through the man's hesitation. Without further ado, he grabbed the man's arm and yanked it upward with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed as the arm snapped. The pain made him howl in agony, while the female con artist beside him watched, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. This young man, barely out of his teens, was far too ruthless. "Not talking? Seems I've been too lenient." Lin Mo finished speaking and immediately grabbed the man's other arm. The man's heart ached with frustration. It wasn't that he wouldn't talk, it was that the pain in his arm was so intense it left him speechless. At that moment, the woman hurriedly interjected. "Big brother, we'll tell you. Please don't hit him anymore." Lin Mo paused, offering a faint smile. "Good for you for knowing when to back down. Now, speak." "We're members of the Fox Group, but just peripheral ones." "Where is the Fox Group meeting this time?" "We don't know the exact location yet." Upon hearing the woman's words, Lin Mo abruptly yanked the man's arm upward. The man's arm bent at an unnatural angle. He probably never imagined his arm could contort like this in his entire life. "Ah!" The intense pain made him scream again. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said to Lin Mo, "Brother, we truly aren't deceiving you. Only by spending 1 million to purchase an entry ticket can one learn the location of the Fox Clan's meeting." "Entrance ticket?" Lin Mo murmured. "Where do we buy the admission ticket?" "At number 89, Zioxaman." Lin Mo jotted down the address before continuing to interrogate the two con artists. He never imagined these two con artists had a notorious nickname in the underworld, the male-female duo. Lin Mo had initially considered calling Wu Jichao, the chief of Chongping district in Chang'an City, directly to relay the information he'd obtained. But then he realized that the location where these two scammers had purchased their entry tickets must be a temporary ticket booth set up by the Fox gang. They would never set up their hideout here. If Wu Jichao simply raided this ticket booth with his team, not only would they fail to capture the Fox gang's core members, but they might also alert the gang and scare them off. After weighing his options, Lin Mo decided to coerce the male-female duo into purchasing admission tickets, thereby uncovering the Fox gang's meeting location. Lin Mo pinned the male-female duo against the BMW. The BMW looked rather battered now, its front and rear smashed beyond recognition. Still, it remained drivable. Lin Mo quickly drove the male-female duo to number 89, Zioxaman. He parked the car by the roadside and sent the female con artist to purchase the admission tickets. "You'd better not try any tricks. You've seen what I'm capable of." "Don't worry, boss. I won't pull any tricks." Lin Mo trusted the female con artist so completely for two reasons. First, she and his partner shared a deep bond. Second, his mind possessed a sin perception that would prevent her from escaping. The female con artist glanced at the man still moaning softly before stepping out of the car. The man couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Lin Mo was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you, you're so naive." "Naive? Don't forget we're con artists," the man said. "You mean she'll run away?" "Of course. Haven't you heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together, but when trouble comes, they fly apart? Besides, we're just partners." "Ha!" Lin Mo merely smiled at the man's words. "How about we make a bet? I bet she'll come back." "Fine, I'll take you up on that. If I win, you must confess every single crime you've committed over the years, every last detail." "Fine. If I win then?" the man inquired. "If you win, I'll set your arm for you." Just as the two were arguing, the car door opened. The female con artist appeared at the door, climbed straight into the car, and handed Lin Mo the Fox Clan's entry ticket. The man stared at his companion in utter disbelief. She had actually returned. This was a golden opportunity to escape. How could she be so foolish? "So, you lost. Don't forget your bet." Hearing Lin Mo's baffling remark, the woman looked utterly confused. "What wager?" Neither Lin Mo nor the man answered. "This has nothing to do with you. Tell me where the Fox Clan's meeting is being held." "At the Wan Lake Fish Pond in Shilio Lake," the woman said. Lin Mo glanced at the admission ticket in his hand. It was indeed a fishing permit for the pond. This Fox gang is truly cunning. Changping District Branch Conference Room, Chang'an City. Inside the meeting room, no one spoke. Everyone sat in silence, deep in thought. It was already midnight, and after 4 hours of discussion, they still hadn't reached the best solution. The main issue was that they had no clue where the Fox gang would hold their meeting. They currently had 3 locations with relatively high probabilities. But if they dispersed over 1,000 police officers, it would significantly weaken their strength. Yet if they concentrated their forces in one location and the Fox gang held their meeting at one of the other two sites, all their efforts would be wasted. Just then, a cell phone rang again in the conference room, interrupting everyone's thoughts. All eyes immediately turned to Ma Chenggong. Ma Chenggong hurriedly pulled out his phone. He had assumed it was his men reporting the capture of Lin Mo, but to his surprise, the call was actually from Lin Mo himself. Wu Jichao noticed Ma Chenggong's startled expression and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's Lin Mo. Chapter 151, he must be dealt with severely." "Lin Mo?" Wu Jichao instantly perked up. Wasn't he supposed to be captured by Ma Chenggong's men? How could he still be making calls? Ma Chenggong answered the call. "Lin Mo, where are you?" "Brother Ma, I'm downstairs at the Changping precinct." "Send 2 guys over." "Downstairs? Why call people?" Ma Chenggong was puzzled. Could it be that Lin Mo realized he'd made a mistake and was asking me to arrest him? But Lin Mo's words instantly stunned him. "Brother Ma, I've captured the Fox gang's male and female duo." "What?" Ma Chenggong knew the male-female duo well. They were nationally wanted criminals, extremely cunning, and had committed numerous crimes in society. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and dashed out of the conference room, leaving the others completely dumbfounded. Ma Chenggong hadn't put his call on speakerphone, so they hadn't overheard his conversation with Lin Mo. Wu Jichao was equally bewildered. In his view, Lin Mo must have done something outrageous again, forcing Ma Chenggong to handle it personally. This rookie cop from Liangcheng was nothing but trouble. If only they hadn't allowed Liangcheng to send personnel over, sending some documents would have sufficed. Exactly. "We're busy hunting down the Fox gang right now. He can't help us at all, he's just causing trouble." Just as the group was criticizing Lin Mo, the conference room door swung open again. Ma Chenggong walked in, followed by a young man. Many looked on with curiosity. What was Ma Chenggong up to? How could he bring such a youngster to such an important meeting? What they didn't know was that this young man was none other than Lin Mo. Wu Jichao recognized Lin Mo instantly, recalling the incident where he'd hijacked a BMW and rammed a police car. His temper flared immediately. "Lin Mo, you've brought utter disgrace upon our police department." Lin Mo's smiling face froze instantly. What was going on? He had apprehended a Fox gang member and even obtained the exact location of their meeting tomorrow. Shouldn't Chief Wu be commending him? Why did it feel like he had a grudge against him? "Chief Wu, what do you mean by that?" "What do you mean? The meeting was supposed to start at 8. Where were you?" Before Lin Mo could respond, Wu Jichao continued. "Not only did you fail to show up, but you had the nerve to steal a civilian's BMW." At that moment, Ma Chenggong hurried over to Wu Jichao's side, trying to dissuade him. But Wu Jichao ignored Ma Chenggong's words and continued berating Lin Mo. "Oomph. I could have let all that slide, but you actually had the nerve to ram a police car? For this, you must face the consequences of your actions." Ma Chenggong knew that if he didn't stop Director Wu now, things would get messy. So he covered Wu Jichao's mouth with his hand. Wu Jichao's words were abruptly silenced. His face darkened as he glared at Ma Chenggong. He was the chief of a police precinct, yet Ma Chenggong had dared to cover his mouth in front of so many people. What a disgrace! Just as Wu Jichao was about to explode at Ma Chenggong, the latter urgently whispered into his ear. Wu Jichao's furious expression slowly returned to normal, then shifted to astonishment, and finally broke into a broad smile. Everyone in the conference room watched Director Wu's dramatic facial transformation, utterly bewildered. What was going on? What on earth had Ma Chenggong whispered in Director Wu's ear to transform the furious Wu Jichao into a beaming figure? Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, Lin Mo spoke up slowly. "Director Wu, what was it you said you wanted me to accept?" Wu Jichao shoved Ma Chenggong aside and grinned as he approached Lin Mo. "Of course, accepting commendation and recognition." Hearing Wu Jichao speak to Lin Mo like this, the crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Had their Director Wu lost his mind? Just moments ago he seemed ready to devour Lin Mo, yet now he was smiling at him with such obsequiousness. Lin Mo understood that the earlier incident had been a misunderstanding, mainly because he hadn't given them advance notice. Therefore, he didn't take Wu Jichao's earlier words to heart. At that moment, Ma Chenggong addressed the group. "I've got some good news for everyone." The group shifted their confused gazes from Wu Jichao to Ma Chenggong. Tonight, Lin Mo single-handedly captured the Fox Gang's members, the male-female duo, and he also obtained the location of the Fox Gang's meeting tomorrow. As Ma Chenggong finished speaking, everyone's stunned gazes turned back to Lin Mo. It took them a full half-minute to process the news. He captured the nation's most wanted fugitives, the male-female duo? And he also discovered the location of the Fox Gang's meeting? Chapter 152, Westflow Lake Swan Lake Fish Pond. Wu Jichao gave Lin Mo a friendly pat on the shoulder, his face beaming like a flower. "Little Lin, no need to be modest, luck is part of your strength." "Ha ha. Exactly. Director Wu is absolutely right. Little Lin has done us a huge favor this time." Everyone chimed in. Speaking of contributions, Wu Jichao grew even more animated. If they could wipe out the Fox Gang this time, their branch bureau would at least receive a collective second-class merit award. In recent years, their Chang'an City branch hadn't received this honor in 2 years. If their Chongping sub-bureau could secure that collective second-class merit award, Wu Jiqiao would finally be able to hold his head high among the other sub-bureaus. That kid Lin Mo was nothing short of a lucky charm. Wu Jiqiao found himself growing fonder of him by the minute. Then, pounding his chest, he declared to Lin Mo with great confidence. Lin Mo, you've done our bureau a tremendous service this time. Once we apprehend every member of the Fox Gang, I'll personally draft the recommendation to award you a third-class merit. Hearing the mention of a third-class merit award, everyone present immediately looked on with envy. These men were all elite officers of the precinct, yet only 3 had ever received a third-class merit award. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to earn a third-class merit. And here was Lin Mo, so young, about to receive one. How could they not be envious? What they didn't know was that Lin Mo had already earned both a first-class and second-class merit in Liangchang. If they knew this, who could say what their reactions would be? Ma Chenggong, standing right beside Lin Mo, couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Though he hadn't uncovered the crucial intelligence himself, he was Lin Mo's closest associate in Chang'an City. Moreover, he had personally received Lin Mo upon his arrival. Lin Mo was uncomfortable with the intense scrutiny of the crowd's gaze, so he turned to Wu Jiqiao and said, Director Wu, since we now have leads, it would be best to make arrangements as soon as possible. Wu Jiqiao snapped to attention at Lin Mo's prompting. Right. Little Lin is right. Earlier, Wu Jiqiao had been so overcome with excitement that he nearly forgot the matter at hand. Director Wu, I think. Lin Mo had just begun to outline his plan when Wu Jiqiao cut him off. Xiao Lin, you've worked hard tonight. Leave the rest to us. After saying this, Wu Jiqiao instructed Ma Chenggong to arrange for Lin Mo to return and rest, leaving Lin Mo feeling somewhat helpless. However, he recalled his master's instructions. In Chang'an City, he only needed to cooperate with the others. Besides, these were elite officers from the police department, while he was merely a rookie who'd only been on the force for a month. With that thought, Lin Mo accepted Wu Jiqiao's arrangement without further objection and left the conference room. As expected of the chief, Wu Jiqiao had everything organized with precision. First, he had interrogation experts conduct a surprise interrogation of the male-female duo. Realizing they had no other choice, the duo confessed everything they knew in hopes of reducing their sentences. After obtaining valuable information from the interrogation, Wu Jiqiao briefed everyone on the situation and proceeded to analyze it. The Ziliuan Lake Fish Pond was located on the western 4th Ring Road of Chang'an City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It would be difficult to encircle the area, and any attempt to stir them up could allow these criminals to flee into the mountains. Everyone understood that the Fox Gang, as the nation's largest fraud syndicate, was exceptionally cunning. They had only one chance to take them all down. If they were allowed to escape, recapturing them would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet the location chosen by the Fox Gang made encirclement extremely difficult. This dilemma left the group momentarily stumped. After about 2 minutes of silence in the conference room, someone suddenly proposed. Director Wu, we could use the male-female duo as our inside operatives. Once they gather intelligence from within, we can launch a surprise assault. This approach would greatly increase our chances of taking them all down in one fell swoop. After hearing this, Wu Jiqiao pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. That's not bad. It's actually a good plan. Just then, another voice chimed in. What if the male-female duo escapes while we're distracted? No need to worry about that. Our bureau has experts in disguise. Let one of our officers disguise themselves as one of the duo, and they can enter together. Chapter 153, Free Operation. Chief Wu Jiqiao finalized the plan and made arrangements overnight at the Wan Lake Fish Pond in Shilia Lake. To avoid alerting the suspects, personnel were stationed far from the fish farm. Particularly around the 3 sides surrounded by mountains, the mountainous terrain was labyrinthine, making it impossible to station personnel on every path. Ultimately, Wu Jiqiao could only deploy personnel to intercept at key mountain passes. As for the outer ring road leading into the Wan Lake Fish Farm in Shilia Lake, this route was completely flat with few places to hide. After thorough reconnaissance, Wu Jiqiao discovered an abandoned quarry 8 kilometers south of Wan Lake Fish Farm. Within the quarry was an abandoned quarry cave, where they hid all the officers. This would serve as the temporary command center for the operation to apprehend the Fox Gang. The next day, Lin Mo contacted Ma Chenggong immediately after breakfast. Brother Ma, when will the operation to apprehend the Fox Gang commence? Brother Lin, we've already set out. We've already set out? Lin Mo was taken aback. But why didn't you notify me? Well, Director Wu saw how hard you worked yesterday apprehending the male-female duo, so he didn't call you. Lin Mo wasn't stupid. He could tell from Ma Chenggong's words that Director Wu never intended to bring him along to apprehend the Fox Gang's organization. Lin Mo knew his innate sense of evil would be invaluable in apprehending Fox Gang operatives. Therefore, he insisted. Brother Ma, when I came here, Director Feng from Liangcheng specifically instructed me to be involved in this case from start to finish. This Ma Chenggong felt a bit awkward when Lin Mo brought up director phone from Liangchang. Little Lin, hold on a moment. I'll get back to you shortly. Ma Chenggong then hung up and relayed the situation to Director Wu Jichao of Chongping Precinct in Chang'an City. After hearing the report, Director Wu Jichao dismissed the matter casually. What help could a rookie cop who's only been on the job a month possibly offer? Let him operate freely. In Wu Jichao's view, Lin Mo's capture of the male-female duo yesterday was pure luck. Whether Lin Mo joined the operation or not made no difference to the situation. Ma Chenggong received Wu Jichao's instructions and then called Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I just consulted with Director Wu. Your role in this operation is to act independently. Operate freely? Lin Mo froze, furrowing his brow slightly. This was the first time he'd ever heard of free operation as an assignment during a mission. Clearly, the other party didn't want him involved in this operation. However, Lin Mo quickly realized that operating independently suited him perfectly. If Ma Chenggong had actually assigned him a specific task, it would have only restricted his ability to act. At that moment, Lin Mo reached into his pocket and discovered another ticket, the Fox Troop admission he'd obtained from the male-female duo yesterday. Seeing the ticket, a smile instantly spread across Lin Mo's lips. 9 o'clock in the morning. Inside the abandoned quarry cave. Through the monitoring equipment, Wu Jichao observed vehicles steadily entering the entrance of the Wan Lake Fish Pond at Shilia Lake. It seemed the Fox Pack members had begun arriving. Wu Jichao instructed his men. Let's get our people moving. Yes. Inside the abandoned quarry, a BMW pulled out. The driver was none other than the disguised police officer, now impersonating the male con artist from the male-female duo. The female con artist sat in the passenger seat. She glanced at him from time to time, inwardly marveling at how skilled this police officer with masterful disguise techniques truly was. Even she found it hard to tell. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Wan Lake Fish Pond in Shilia Lake. The officer instructed the female con artist. Follow my lead once we're inside. No tricks. The female con artist put on a coy expression. Officer, I'll do whatever you say. Chapter 154, Almost Exposed. Officer, I'll do whatever you say. The undercover officer's expression turned stern upon hearing this. Please adjust your tone. Officer, this is just how I talk. If I act all proper, it'll definitely raise suspicions. The undercover officer acknowledged the logic in her words. His former partner had participated in similar operations. But precisely because their personalities differed too much from the characters they were portraying, they ended up arousing suspicion and the mission failed. Fortunately, the male con artist from the male-female duo shared a similar personality to him, so theoretically, he shouldn't be exposed. The undercover officer parked the car in the lot and accompanied the female con artist to the ticket gate. The ticket inspector, a hostess standing 1.8 meters tall with a slender figure and striking looks, was clearly a carefully selected professional. The hostess took the admission tickets handed over by the undercover officer. After verifying the tickets, she scrutinized them carefully. Then she said with a smile, "Welcome, the dynamic duo, to our conference." The undercover officer was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to recognize their identities. However, this also indirectly confirmed the success of his disguise. The disguised officer and the female con artist began walking inside. Yet after taking just 2 steps, they were intercepted by 4 individuals, 2 of whom were brandishing handguns. The undercover officer was startled. Had his cover been blown? Seeing the undercover officer freeze, the female con artist quickly reminded him. They're conducting a security check. The undercover officer snapped out of it, mimicking the female con artist by stepping onto a machine and spreading his arms. A man holding a scanner began scanning the undercover officer's entire body. As the scanner passed over his body, the undercover officer grew tense. His mini communication device was hidden inside his belt buckle. If it were discovered, his identity would surely be exposed. The scanner examined him meticulously. After the scan concluded, the operator addressed the undercover officer. Turn around. The undercover officer had no choice but to face the scanner. Bro, we're both Fox Squad members. No need to be so serious, right? The undercover officer said deliberately. I don't want any trouble either. If something goes wrong at the meeting, I'll lose my life. The other man spoke while scanning, the device creeping closer to the belt buckle. The undercover officer's heart began racing. By now, he had already assessed the terrain. If his cover blew, he'd grab the female con artist and bolt through the right-hand bushes. Beep beep. Sure enough, when the scanner reached the disguised officer's belt buckle, it sounded an alarm. A man behind the scanner raised a pistol, aiming it at the undercover officer. Whoa, calm down. It's just a belt buckle. Metal. The undercover officer explained, flashing his belt buckle. But the scanner operator was extremely cautious. He reached out, preparing to unfasten the buckle. The undercover officer's heart leapt into his throat. If the other party discovered the miniature communication device inside, his chances of escape were virtually zero, especially with a pistol pointed directly at him. He never imagined the Fox gang would be this strict. His own capture wasn't the issue. The critical problem was that if he were exposed, the Fox gang would surely be alerted. If everyone scattered, it would take at least 10 minutes for Chief Wu and his team to arrive from the abandoned quarry 8 kilometers away. By then, these people would be long gone. What to do? As the undercover officer frantically searched for a solution, a sharp, clear sound suddenly rang out. Smack! Damn it, you dare touch my ass! The female con artist yelled at the scanner. Seeing this, the undercover officer rushed over, grabbed the man by the collar, and deliberately shouted loudly. You dare touch my woman? Looking for trouble. Just as the undercover officer moved to strike the man, the other 3 officers rushed over and held him back. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the captain in charge of maintaining security at the scene. He rushed over and addressed the undercover officer. Brother, calm down first. After calming the undercover officer, the security captain turned to another person with a stern expression. Ma Lu, what exactly happened? Ma Lu recounted the entire incident, deliberately emphasizing at the end. I didn't touch her, it was an accident. The female con artist heard this and pointed her finger at him, shouting. Bull! I stabbed you, and you call that an accident? Like that makes it okay? Her loud voice drew a crowd of onlookers. The security captain, wanting to prevent the situation from escalating, turned to Ma Lu and said. Ma Lu, apologize now. Captain, but I. Cut the crap and apologize now. Seeing the captain's furious expression, Ma Lu reluctantly apologized to the female scammer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Keep your hands clean next time. Or I'll chop them off. The female con artist finished speaking, then linked arms with the undercover officer and walked inside. The undercover officer still felt a twinge of worry. What if they called him back to inspect his belt again? But as they rounded a corner, no one called out behind them. The undercover officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call, he'd nearly been exposed. Just as he was feeling relieved, the female con artist whispered sweetly in his ear. Officer, did I do okay just now? Does that count as atoning for my sins? The undercover officer hastily released her arm. I'll make sure to include everything in my report, he assured her. Thanks, officer. The undercover officer couldn't stand the con artist's tone and mannerisms. But to complete the mission smoothly, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Officer Rong surveyed the surroundings and led the female fraudster to a corner without surveillance cameras. Keep an eye on her. Turning his back to the con artist, the undercover officer swiftly retrieved the miniature communication device from his belt buckle and slipped it into his ear faster than a thunderclap. Abandoned factory quarry caves. Wu Jichao paced back and forth. Over 20 minutes had passed since the undercover officer had set out. Logically, it should only take 10 minutes by car to reach the Wan Lake fish pond in Shilio Lake from here. But the other party hadn't sent a message yet, making him worry if something unexpected had happened. Chief Wu, we have a signal. Upon hearing this, Wu Jichao hurriedly looked toward the control console. Sure enough, a blue dot appeared on the monitor, its location precisely matching the Wan Lake fish pond in Shilio Lake. This meant the undercover officer had infiltrated the facility. Establish connection immediately. Yes. The technician quickly established contact with the other party. 006, this is Command Center. Do you read me? 006 is the code name for the undercover officer. After the technician spoke, 3 tapping sounds echoed through the communication device. This was their secret code, signifying a successful connection. Commissioner Wu took the communication device and said, proceed as planned. Chapter 155, Operation Free. Now that their command center had established contact with Officer 006, all they had to do was follow their original plan to wipe out the Fox gang once and for all. But just then, a technician suddenly pointed at a figure on the monitor and exclaimed, look! Isn't that the officer from Liancheng on the motorcycle? Everyone turned their gaze to the road surveillance feed and indeed spotted Lin Mo riding a motorcycle down the street. Everyone looked puzzled, especially Wu Jichao. He hadn't included Lin Mo in this operation to apprehend the Fox gang. How did he end up here on a motorcycle? Soon after, the surveillance technician noticed something amiss. He seemed to be heading toward the Wan Lake fish pond in Shilio Lake. What? Wu Jichao was startled. Judging by Lin Mo's route, the other party might indeed be heading toward the Wan Lake fish pond at Shilio Lake. Ma Changgong. Where is Ma Changgong? Director Wu, I'm right here. Ma Changgong heard Wu Jichao calling his name and hurriedly responded. What exactly is the situation with Lin Mo from Liancheng? Ma Changgong stammered for a long time, unable to utter a single complete sentence. This Lin Mo is incredibly bold. If he messes up our operation to apprehend the Fox gang, can he take responsibility for that? Wu Jichao then turned his gaze to Ma Changgong. He had entrusted Lin Mo's supervision to him. As a rookie officer, Lin Mo shouldn't possess such audacity. Ma Changgong, did you give him the orders? Ma Changgong looked utterly aggrieved. Commissioner Wu, how could I dare? So he acted on his own initiative. Director Wu, Lin Mo wasn't exactly acting on his own. You were the one who told him to act freely. Me? When did I say that? Wu Jichao looked utterly bewildered. Right before the operation, I asked you how to handle Lin Mo, and you said to let him act freely. Did I? Wu Jichao vaguely recalled saying something like that, but at the time, his mind was preoccupied with planning the operation to apprehend the Fox Gang organization, so he hadn't paid much attention. Wu Jichao's assistant interjected. Director Wu, that is indeed what happened. Are you certain I said free action and not free activity? Director Wu, you issued the order for independent operations. Director Wu felt a bit awkward. He waved his hand and said, all right. That's not important. What matters is stopping him from sabotaging our operation to apprehend the Fox Pack organization. Director Wu, I'll contact Lin Mo immediately and have him return. Ma Chenggong finished speaking and hurriedly tried to reach Lin Mo. But the phone displayed powered off. Seeing Ma Chenggong staring blankly at his phone, Wu Jichao snapped impatiently. What are you staring at? Hurry up and call him. Director Wu, his phone's turned off. Turned off? Wu Jichao was on the verge of losing his mind because of Lin Mo. This Lin Mo, does he think helping us catch the male-female duo gives him free rein to do whatever he wants? Once this operation wraps up, I'll deal with him severely. It wasn't surprising that Wu Jichao was furious. They'd finally gotten a chance to apprehend the Fox Gang organization. If Lin Mo truly caused the operation to fail, it would be extremely difficult to wipe out the Fox Gang organization again. The Fox Gang's leadership is far too cunning, they operate with extreme secrecy every time. At that moment, Ma Chenggong addressed Wu Jichao. Director Wu, please don't be angry. I'll drive out immediately and bring Lin Mo back. Just as Ma Chenggong was about to leave, the technician monitoring the surveillance system called out to him. It's too late now. Lin Mo is only 3 kilometers away from the Wan Lake Fish Pond in Shilio Lake. Ma Chenggong halted in his tracks. From here to the Wan Lake Fish Pond at Shilio Lake was 8 kilometers. He hadn't caught up to Lin Mo yet, and the other party had likely already arrived there. Wu Jichao took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. I hope he's not heading to the Wan Lake Fish Pond at Shilio Lake. Hearing Wu Jichao's words, Ma Chenggong was absolutely certain Lin Mo was heading for Shilio Lake's Wan Lake Fish Pond. But he dared not voice it aloud, otherwise, Wu Jichao would absolutely lose his temper. Ma Chenggong could only silently pray that Lin Mo wouldn't cause any trouble. Shilio Lake, Wan Lake Fish Pond. Lin Mo approached the ticket gate and handed over his admission ticket. The hostess couldn't help but give him a second look. Lin Mo was undoubtedly the most handsome man present so far. The attendees at today's conference, however, were not particularly easy on the eyes. After verifying the ticket, the hostess began to scrutinize Lin Mo closely. But she discovered that Lin Mo's photo was not in the member database. Hello, sir. Which organization do you represent? Lin Mo had done his homework before arriving and answered immediately. My name is Feng Mu. I'm from Liangchang and am a newly admitted external member. This information had been gleaned from the scammers Lin Mo had apprehended in Liangchang. The receptionist then located Feng Mu's information in the external member database, which matched Lin Mo's account perfectly. The receptionist then allowed Lin Mo to enter. Lin Mo hadn't expected entry to be so straightforward. He brought a stack of documents just in case, but ended up using only a fraction of them. What he didn't know was that, in the receptionist's eyes, someone as handsome as Lin Mo wouldn't deceive her. So she didn't question him further, hoping to make a good impression on him. Subsequently, security personnel conducted a scan on Lin Mo. Lin Mo had nothing on him and passed through security with ease. Once inside, Lin Mo activated his evil perception ability. The moment he activated it, the system emitted a series of rapid beeps. System, Sin Perception has detected a criminal with a Sin value of 500. Host, apprehend immediately. System, Sin Perception has detected a criminal with a Sin value of 600. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. It felt like he'd entered a realm of sin, surrounded by criminals everywhere. Observing these criminals, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. After all, these were points in honor for him, stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. He desperately wanted to arrest them all at once. But alas, they outnumbered him, and they had guns. Without even a knife, how could he possibly apprehend them? Using his crime sense, he mapped out the locations of every criminal. Currently, there were 69 criminals at the Wan Lake Fish Pond in Ziliu, with crime values concentrated between 500 and 800. What puzzled Lin Mo was that none of them had a crime value exceeding 800. Logically, the high-ranking members and founders of the Fox Gang should have crime values of 900 or even 1000. Yet not a single one had that high. Could it be that none of the Fox Gang's high-ranking members had come? The scammers he had captured earlier had assured him that all high-ranking members of the Fox Gang would attend this meeting. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Lin Mo looked up and saw a helicopter approaching. Chapter 156, Escape. Seeing the helicopter, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the grand entrance of the Fox Gang's leader. Many others at the scene gasped in astonishment. As the helicopter slowly touched down, Lin Mo sensed something was amiss. Using his SIN perception, he detected no criminals aboard with SIN values exceeding 800. This was peculiar. How could the Fox Gang leader not be on board? Lin Mo's primary objective this time was to capture the Fox Gang leader. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Once he captured the Fox Gang leader, the rest of the members could be apprehended by the Chang'an City Police Department. The Fox Gang would be utterly destroyed. Yet, while the plan was sound, reality proved otherwise. The Fox Gang leader never emerged. After the helicopter landed smoothly, 2 men emerged carrying something covered in red cloth. Everyone looked puzzled. The 2 men paid no attention to anyone, walking straight into a large plastic greenhouse. Another 10 minutes passed. With nearly all members present, staff directed the group to enter the plastic greenhouse in an orderly fashion. Lin Mo still hadn't spotted the Fox Gang leader. However, he did spot the undercover officer from their police station. He refrained from greeting him to avoid arousing suspicion. As one of the con artists, the female half of the male-female duo entered the venue, she suddenly feigned stomach pain and told the undercover officer she needed to use the restroom. The undercover officer had no choice but to accompany her. The female con artist, however, seemed displeased. "What's the matter? Afraid I'll run away? I've helped you out several times already." The undercover officer ignored her and followed her toward the women's restroom. This was an outdoor fish pond area, and the restroom was extremely rudimentary, just a few piles of straw stacked together. After the female con artist entered, the undercover officer waited outside. As a police officer, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. After about a minute, the undercover officer called out from outside, "Are you done?" But there was no response from inside. The undercover officer felt a sudden sense of unease. He hurried inside to find it completely empty. Officer E rushed to the back of the restroom and saw the female fraudster already slipping into the woods. The undercover officer urgently reported the situation to the command center. The command center instructed him to continue attending the Fox group meeting, as officers would intercept her in the mountains. Thud! Just as the undercover officer turned around, a wooden club struck him on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. "Oomph, trying to play stealth with me?" His attacker was the venue's security chief. He had only known the man was a cop because the female con artist of the male-female duo had secretly tipped him off. The female con artist had secretly passed on the information when the disguised officer wasn't paying attention. The security chief glanced at the female con artist running away but paid her no mind. He pulled a miniature communication device from the undercover officer's ear, tossed it on the ground, and crushed it flat with his boot. "You two, tie him up." "Yes." The 2 men behind the security captain proceeded to bind the undercover officer. He had no intention of killing the man after all. Murdering a police officer carried severe consequences. When the Fox Gang's high-ranking members organized their meeting, they anticipated it would draw police attention. But they hadn't paid it much mind. The Fox Gang also had skilled technicians who had already set up surveillance around the perimeter. They had also stationed numerous operatives along the outer ring road. Should large numbers of police appear, they would sabotage the roads, allowing meeting attendees to escape. Moreover, the location was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making escape relatively easy. Thus, even upon detecting the police, they proceeded with their meeting, utterly unafraid. Chapter 157, Old A. Meanwhile, at the abandoned quarry, Wu Jichou and his team listened in clearly through the disguised officer's mini communication device. They hadn't expected the undercover officer to be exposed so easily. "I knew those 2 con artists weren't trustworthy. That female fraudster actually took the chance to escape. Once we bring her back this time, she'll face even harsher punishment. Maybe Officer 006 was betrayed by her." Everyone immediately began condemning the female con artist of the duo. At that moment, Wu Jichou was also seething with rage. Their plan had been forced to an abrupt halt. Seeing Wu Jichou remain silent, the others fell quiet as well. At that moment, Ma Chengdong proposed, "Director Wu, for the safety of Agent 006, I suggest we immediately head to the Wanlake fish pond in Shiliu Lake to rescue him." Wu Jichou spoke slowly. Based on the Fox Group's past modus operandi, they likely won't kill Agent 006 after all. Murdering a police officer carries enormous risks. Therefore, theoretically, 006 is temporarily safe. This time, their primary targets were the core members of the Fox Group. Capturing them would dismantle the entire organization. But their mole was exposed, and the plan to lock down and capture the core members fell through. If they rush in headlong now, given how cunning the Fox Gang's core members are, they might have already planned their escape routes. Without capturing the Fox Gang's core members, no matter how many ordinary members they apprehend, this mission will be considered a failure. Just like the Yerba Financial Group back then, though they appeared to be surrounded during the raid, the escape of 2 core members allowed them to establish the Fox Gang. The same principle applied here. As long as any core members escaped, even if the Fox Gang itself was dismantled, they could still create another fraudulent organization. This time, their objective is to uproot the problem completely and eliminate any future threats. Wu Jichou then turned to the technicians and asked, "Check all other intersections. Have any Fox gang members escaped? Moments later, the technician reported back. Based on surveillance footage from other intersections, no members of the Fox gang have left. Wu Jichao exhaled deeply. It seemed to be just as he had suspected. Ma Chenggong looked puzzled. Director Wu, the Fox gang discovered our police mole. Shouldn't they have ended the meeting and made an emergency retreat? The others also looked at Wu Jichao with puzzled expressions. The Fox gang is smarter and more calculating than we imagined. Their current composure suggests they've already mapped out their escape route. If I'm not mistaken, even if we charge in now, we probably won't catch a single key member. After hearing Wu Jichao's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Director Wu, what should we do? With our inside contact gone at Shiliu Lake's Wan Lake Fish Pond, we're still in the dark about the situation inside. We still can't confirm the number or status of the Fox gang's core members. Just as everyone looked helpless, Ma Chenggong spoke up with a smile. Who says we don't? All eyes turned to him. For this operation, they had only assigned one officer 006 to infiltrate. A quick-thinking officer suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly. The new officer from Liangchang. Lin Mo. Hearing that name, everyone instantly recalled the incident where Lin Mo had ridden his motorcycle into the Wan Lake Fish Pond in Shiliu Lake. At the time, Wu Jichao had harshly berated Lin Mo, vowing to deal with him properly afterward. Right. That Liangchang officer went too. Ha ha. There's always a way out. If he can relay useful information back to us, this operation might just succeed. The thought of Lin Mo stirred excitement among the group. Wu Jichao's face even broke into a rare smile. Ma Chenggong, contact Lin Mo immediately. Ma Chenggong pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. Everyone fell silent. This was their only chance. Ma Chenggong deliberately pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Hearing this message, everyone felt a surge of frustration. At this critical moment, Lin Mo had actually turned off his phone? Wu Jichao's temper flared instantly. This Lin Mo was driving me crazy. When we let him act freely, he just walked right into the Fox Group's meeting venue. What's even more infuriating is that when our entire task force of hundreds needs his leads, he turns off his phone. Wu Jichao was itching to curse like a sailor, but as the bureau chief, he held back. Seeing Wu Jichao's face flush crimson with rage, the others were at a loss for how to console him. Director Wu, Lin Mo infiltrated the Fox Group's meeting venue. To ensure safety, he definitely needed to turn off his phone. I believe he'll contact us once it's safe. Director Wu Zichao listened and found Ma Chenggong's analysis reasonable. But he couldn't just gamble that Lin Mo would definitely contact them to report any leads. What if Lin Mo didn't uncover any useful information? The time they spent waiting could very well mean missing the optimal window for capture. This thought made Wu Jichao hesitate. Director Wu, are we really pinning our hopes on the officers in Liangchang? Before Wu Jichao could respond, Ma Chenggong interjected. Do we have any other viable options right now? Lin Mo is just a rookie officer who joined a month ago. He doesn't even know the mission details for infiltrating the Fox gang's meeting. We can't pin all our hopes on him. The two began arguing over this until Wu Jichao finally cut them off. Enough. Give Lin Mo 10 minutes. If he hasn't contacted our command center by then, we'll launch the arrest operation immediately. Zilia Wan Lake Fish Pond. Lin Mo joined the queue and entered the plastic greenhouse venue. The interior was Spartan, with only rows of simple plastic stools. At the front table lay the items carried down from the helicopter, still covered in red cloth. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. This venue seemed utterly mismatched with the $1 million price tag on the tickets. He glanced around at the others. No one seemed displeased by the venue's simplicity. Instead, they all wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. Lin Mo found a random seat and sat down. He kept a constant watch on the sin perception within his mind. The venue filled to capacity, yet the founder of the Fox Group remained conspicuously absent. Then, a host stepped onto the stage. Welcome to the 8th conference of the Fox Group. Those who have gained entry to this venue are the elite of our organization. The crowd responded with enthusiastic applause. Lin Mo vaguely sensed he had stumbled into a pyramid scheme den. The host delivered a passionate 5-minute speech, and the audience grew increasingly excited. Now, please welcome the supreme leader of our Fox Group organization, Old A, to address you. Chapter 158, Powerful Laxative. Now, please welcome our Fox Group's supreme leader, Old A, to speak. Old A. Lin Mo listened, then began looking around left and right like everyone else. Yet he saw no one in sight. Just as everyone was puzzled, the host grabbed a corner of the red cloth on the table and pulled it forcefully. A television screen appeared before the crowd. Simultaneously, a figure wearing a fox mask appeared on the screen. Hello, Fox Cubs of the Fox Clan. I am Old A, founder of the Fox Clan organization. Welcome to our 8th clan meeting. Today's meeting holds extraordinary significance. Lin Mo was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined the Fox Clan's founder would make an appearance in such a manner. His evil sense had never detected the Fox Clan founder before, leading him to suspect the device was malfunctioning. It turned out the founder had simply never shown up. The Fox Pack founder was indeed more cunning than an old fox. Now Lin Mo had no chance to capture the Fox gang's leader. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Some members of the Fox group surrounding him, upon seeing the founder, Old A, in the video, dramatically knelt down on the ground. Like devout worshippers. This left Lin Mo stunned once more by the Fox gang leader's influence. Lin Mo stared intently at Old A in the video and noticed something peculiar. Each of his hands had 6 fingers. The 2 extra fingers protruded from the outer sides of his thumbs. Those 2 deformed fingers were no ordinary appendages. Old A had them encased in golden finger sleeves. Known as the golden finger among his subordinates. Old A sat on the sofa speaking, with a painting in Burmese script hanging behind him. This puzzled Lin Mo. Why would he hang a foreign language painting? Old A's next words instantly made Lin Mo understand. Our Fox group has been operating in China for 8 years and is now arguably the largest fraud syndicate in the entire country. Over the years, to align with international standards, I've traveled worldwide to study fraud models from various countries. Frankly, it's been quite eye-opening. As times change and people become more knowledgeable, we must adapt our methods. The old ways of scamming are gradually being phased out by society. Compounded by the formidable police system in Dragon Country, our survival has grown increasingly difficult. As the founder of the Fox Group, I've scoured the globe and finally discovered a fraud paradise in Myanmar. Moreover, I've already established all necessary channels in Myanmar. Once you join us, I assure you the Fox Gang will dominate the scene, becoming the world's largest fraud organization. You'll have unlimited wealth and beautiful women at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo understood. The original Fox Gang founder, Old A, had already departed for Myanmar and was no longer in Longwa. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the man's eloquence. At first glance, they sounded like a publicly traded company. Old A of the Fox Gang truly had grand ambitions, aspiring to become the world's largest fraud organization. It was a pity he'd chosen the wrong path. Over the next period, Old A detailed why Myanmar was a paradise for scams, explaining its geographical location, the current state of local government, and its industrial chain. Fox Cubs, you tell me, isn't this wonderful place tailor-made for us? Yes. Yes. The Fox Gang members were practically going wild with excitement. Lin Mo desperately wished he could dive into the TV and snatch Old A, the Fox Gang's leader, right out of there. Unfortunately, that was beyond his reach. Since Old A, the founder of the Fox Gang, wasn't present, Lin Mo's next priority was figuring out how to apprehend these gang members. He scanned the venue with his eyes but failed to spot the undercover officers or the female con artist from the male-female duo. Lin Mo felt puzzled. The undercover officer's primary mission was reconnaissance, so logically, he should have attended the meeting. And the female con artist was nowhere to be seen either. A vague sense of unease crept over Lin Mo. But there was no time for further thought. Since he couldn't coordinate with the undercover officer, he'd have to rely on himself from here on out. Lin Mo secretly opened his phone, only to find the signal blocked. Helpless, he activated the system in his mind and began searching the system marketplace for any suitable tools. After a moment, he had to give up. Take combat skills, for instance. Reaching master level required 10,000 points. Yet he possessed a mere few hundred points at present. Besides, even if he managed to master hand-to-hand combat, there were nearly 100 people here. He couldn't possibly take them all on. And the security guards outside were armed. Therefore, the best approach was to outsmart them. Lin Mo noticed he still had 11 honor points in the system. The system stipulated that every 10 honor points allowed 1 lottery draw. Without hesitation, Lin Mo clicked the lottery system. Beep. After a pleasant electronic chime, an item appeared in his inventory. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a powerful laxative. Powerful laxative? Lin Mo had been holding out hope, but his spirits instantly deflated. He couldn't very well use the system-awarded powerful laxative to knock them all out, could he? Ha! Linny suddenly froze. If the laxative was potent enough, it might just be possible. After all, the system had never let him down before. He hurriedly opened the powerful laxative he'd won from the lottery. Powerful laxative, airborne transmission, colorless and odorless. Potent effects take effect within 10 seconds, causing complete exhaustion and weakness. Effective radius, 5 meters. Host immune. Duration, 3 minutes. Lin Mo beamed upon reading the description. This was practically tailor-made for him. The entire plastic greenhouse wasn't particularly large to begin with. It would be easily covered. Lin Mo glanced at the others, suppressing a wicked grin. He didn't want to resort to such underhanded tactics, but the system was forcing his hand, so don't blame him. Lin Mo clicked to use the powerful laxative. The item vanished instantly from his inventory, but he scanned his surroundings and saw no changes. This made Lin Mo inwardly grumble. According to the item description, the powerful laxative required 10 seconds to take effect. So Lin Mo patiently waited. He observed the unsuspecting members of the Fox clan, who were now shouting with excitement as if pumped full of adrenaline. We'll follow the Fox clan to the death. Long live Old A. We swear allegiance to the Fox Gang. Long live Old A. Old A's lips curved into a satisfied smile in the video. Once these loyal followers arrived in Myanmar, the Fox Group would undoubtedly become the world's largest fraud syndicate. And he would become the emperor of scammers. Chapter 159. The drugs' effects were a bit strong. Just as Ole, founder of the Fox Gang, basked in his triumph, the shouts from the members in the hall gradually grew fainter until they finally ceased. One by one, they clutched their stomachs, their expressions turning peculiar. This puzzled Old A. The meeting had been proceeding smoothly. Why did everyone suddenly look like they needed to take a dump? Just as this thought crossed his mind, someone couldn't hold it in and let out a fart. With that first blast, the dam broke. The entire room erupted in a cacophony of explosive farts. Put, pop, boom, toot, boom. A continuous stream of fart sounds echoed like a grand concert. Lin Mo couldn't help but grimace in disgust, regretting not having left earlier. If it were only the farts, he could tolerate it. But the guy sitting in front of him let out a loud, "What fart?" Lin Mo couldn't bring himself to look at the filth splattered all over his pants. "Damn it!" he muttered under his breath, scrambling to get up and move backward. The system's powerful laxative was just too potent. The auditorium was filled not only with the terrifying sound of flatulence but also with an intoxicating stench. A medley of odors filled the air. Leek, garlic. All the scents mingled together, creating an overwhelmingly pungent sensation. Had Lin Mo not undergone specialized training at the police academy, he would have vomited on the spot. Lin Mo didn't vomit, but that didn't mean others hadn't. The entire venue was a mess, a pitiful sight. Many people, once they regained their senses, began rushing outside to scramble for the restrooms. Within moments, the entire venue emptied. Only the founder of the Fox Group, Old A, remained, staring blankly at the scene before him. He seemed at a loss. Just a second ago, the entire venue had been chanting slogans in perfect unison, vowing to follow him to the death. The next moment, the sound of flatulence filled the air. The scene was chaotic and utterly disorganized. He was completely dumbfounded by the scene before him. What the hell was going on? Yet the hall was now deserted, with no one to give him the answer. These people, after all, were the elite he would be working with in Myanmar. Old A pulled out his phone and dialed the on-site host. The host, acting on a quick impulse, had just managed to grab a squat toilet stall. He was in the middle of relieving himself when his phone suddenly rang. The moment he answered, Old A's voice came through immediately. "Host Juan, what's the situation over there?" "Boss." Host Juan lost his grip, and the phone plummeted straight into the squat toilet. This primitive outhouse was nothing like a city bathroom below, it was just a cesspit. Host Juan looked down at his phone stuck in the feces, his mouth twitching. He tried twice to fish it out with his hand, but just then he passed some stool, burying the phone completely. Host Wang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly making him vomit. On the other end of the call, Old A remained unaware of the situation. Seeing no response, he grew increasingly irritated. "Host Wang, can you hear me?" Wang's phone was on speaker at that moment. Old A's voice was so loud it caused the filth covering the phone to suddenly fly off. It sounded like the feces itself was speaking. Host One finally witnessed firsthand that spewing filth from one's mouth was indeed a real phenomenon. To prevent the boss from losing his temper, he hurriedly got up, intending to find a stick outside to pry the phone out. But just as he stepped out, someone rushed in with urgency. "Stop!" Host Wang had barely uttered that single word when a wet plop echoed through the room. Huff! The person let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, a furious shout erupted from the latrine. "You bastard, you dare fart at me!" The guy's asshole clenched in terror, and he bolted out without pulling up his pants. Holy ghosts! Can talk. No matter how loudly he screamed, no one paid him any attention. At that moment, everyone was scrambling to find a secluded spot to relieve themselves. The entire Shilio Lake Wan Lake fish pond had turned into one giant toilet. Lin Mo took advantage of the situation to find a spot with signal and dialed Ma Chinggong's number. Chapter 160, nothing much, just took some laxatives. Abandoned quarry. Wu Jichao was growing restless. Hundreds of people were waiting for Lin Mo's call, yet nearly 10 minutes had passed without a word. "Director Wu, this Lin Mo is utterly unreliable. We've got this many people waiting on his one call, and he probably isn't even thinking about reporting back to us. I suggest we move immediately. We have to rely on ourselves." Wu Jichao was deeply conflicted. Without an inside source reporting the specific situation, even if they stormed in, it would be extremely difficult to capture the core members of the Fox Gang. But then again, pinning their hopes on Lin Mo, who had only been a police officer for a month, seemed overly naive. After all, Lin Mo was a rookie officer. When he entered the Wan Lake fish pond in Zilio, no one had instructed him to report back on the situation inside. Now, after so much time without word, he had either been discovered and exposed, or he simply didn't know what to do. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. Just as Wu Jichao was about to issue orders, Ma Chinggong's phone suddenly rang. All eyes turned to him, especially Wu Jichao, who urgently asked, "Who is it?" Ma Chenggong glanced at the caller ID and instantly lit up with excitement. It's Lin Mo. Really? Great. Wu Jichao snatched the phone excitedly and answered it directly. Shaolin, this is Wu Jichao. What's the situation on your end? Lin Mo paused slightly, surprised that Director Wu himself had answered. Director Wu. Before Lin Mo could finish, Wu Jichao urgently interjected. Kobayashi, listen carefully. The situation inside is extremely critical. Our inside contact, Agent 006, has been compromised. We can only rely on you to report the situation now. Wu. Lin Mo tried to interject, but Wu Jichao cut him off again. Shaolin, listen to me first. Your primary mission now is to locate the core members of the Fox Group organization. Wu Jichao spent a full minute laying out the mission to Lin Mo in crystal clear detail. Shaolin, is there anything else you don't understand? Understood, Director Wu. Lin Mo replied with a hint of exasperation. Good. Oh, what were you about to say earlier? Wu Jichao finally recalled what Lin Mo had been about to say. Director Wu, I've subdued all members of the Fox Group. Come arrest them. Got it. You've got a heavy load this time. Wu Jichao stopped mid-sentence. What did you just say? You subdued all the Fox gang members? Yes, Director Wu. You can send your people over now. Wu Jichao was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure what to say. After a long pause, he finally spoke with a hint of irritation. Lin Mo, please be serious. This is a mission. Don't joke around like this. The others had initially held high hopes for Lin Mo, but hearing his words just now, their impressions of him instantly soured. Director Wu patiently explained the specific mission details, fearing he might not grasp them, and deliberately elaborated at length. Yet Lin Mo showed no seriousness toward the work, spouting nonsense even before any action began. At that moment, a squad leader addressed Wu Jichao. Director Wu, I don't think we can count on him. We'd better rely on ourselves. I told you pinning all our hopes on a rookie cop is just unreliable. Director Wu was now visibly annoyed with Lin Mo's attitude, but he refused to abandon him. After all, only Lin Mo had infiltrated the Fox gang's inner circle. This operation required an inside man to succeed. Lin Mo, even though you're a rookie, I still expect you to take this mission seriously. Hearing Wu Jichao speak this way, Lin Mo could tell the other man didn't believe his words. Chief Wu, I truly subdued those Fox gang members. Lin Mo, I am issuing a stern warning, watch your words and actions. Wu Jichao snapped angrily. This Lin Mo is truly outrageous. Even after being so blunt, he still has the audacity to make such bold claims. Earlier, Wu Jichao had received a report from Agent 006 stating that this Fox Pack operation involved nearly 100 members, including armed security personnel. Even the highly cautious elite officer 006 had been discovered, yet Lin Mo claimed he subdued everyone single-handedly with his bare hands. What else could this be but bragging? If Lin Mo hadn't been essential for this mission, Wu Jichao would have disciplined him long ago. Wu Jichao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Lin Mo, as a police officer, I expect you to live up to the uniform you wear. Commissioner Wu, please speak with Officer 006. Lin Mo knew Director Wu didn't believe his words, so he handed his phone directly to Officer 006 standing beside him. After rushing out of the conference tent, Lin Mo immediately located Officer 006 to ensure his safety. At that moment, Officer 006 took the phone Lin Mo handed him. He managed to say, Chief Wu, this is Officer 006. Upon hearing it was indeed Officer 006, Wu Jichao urgently inquired. Officer 006, are you okay? Officer 006 replied weakly. Commissioner Wu, I'm fine. That's good. Hang in there. We'll get an ambulance to rescue you immediately. In truth, Officer 006 wasn't seriously injured. His extreme weakness stemmed from the powerful laxative administered by Lin Mo, which had left him severely dehydrated and exhausted. Hearing him speak, Wu Jichao had assumed he was seriously injured. Officer 006, too weak to utter another word, mustered every ounce of strength to say. Director Wu, everything Lin Mo said earlier is true. What's true? Wu Jichao, focused on 006's physical state, didn't register the question immediately. He really did subdue everyone. Officer 006 wanted to add, including himself. What did you say? Wu Jichao's shocked voice came through the phone. Lin Mo, he really subdued everyone? Yes. Hearing Officer 006's affirmative response, Wu Jichao's face was filled with disbelief. How is that even possible? The enemy had superior numbers and firearms. How could someone as skinny as Lin Mo possibly subdue so many people at once? He even began to suspect whether Officer 006 had been coerced into making such a statement. But he believed that even if Lin Mo was inexperienced, he still possessed the basic integrity expected of a police officer. The others around Wu Jichao were equally stunned by Officer 006's statement. They might doubt Lin Mo's account, but Officer 006 was an elite officer within the Chang'an City Police Department system. There was absolutely no way he would deceive them. Lin Mo subdued every single member of the Fox gang? How could that be possible? Many still couldn't accept this reality. Even if boxing champion Tyson were here, facing 100 people, he couldn't fight for it once it was impossible to subdue that many. Yet they couldn't help but believe Officer 006's account. This left everyone's minds reeling. They simply couldn't fathom how Lin Mo had subdued so many people. After the initial shock, Ma Changgong was overjoyed. I knew it. Lin Mo could do it. Ha ha. He had been backing Lin Mo all along, and after subduing the Fox gang members, Lin Mo had called him first. This proved Lin Mo's relationship with him was stronger than with anyone else present. This gave Ma Changgong a distinct sense of superiority. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Lin Mo's voice came through the phone again. Director Wu, you'd better hurry over and arrest them. I'm afraid some people might not hold out. Wu Jichao didn't understand what Lin Mo meant by some people might not hold out, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he readily agreed over the phone. Alright, I'll bring people over immediately. Wu Jichao hung up the phone, his expression immediately turning serious. Everyone, assemble immediately. Wu Jichao led the 400-strong arrest squad in a massive convoy toward the Wanlake fish pond in Shiliu Lake. Along the way, they also arrested the lower-ranking members of the Fox gang who were waiting to sabotage the road. Originally, they were supposed to receive orders from the Fox gang's higher-ups to sabotage the road in advance. But when they spotted the police, they didn't even have time to flee. The result? The road remained intact, and every last one of them was captured. Wu Jichao wasted no time, driving the main force swiftly toward their destination. 10 minutes later, Wu Jichao arrived with his men. Teams 3 and 4 immediately surrounded the fish ponds. Team 1 secured the exit. The rest of the team followed me inside to apprehend the suspects. After laying out the plan, Wu Jichao charged in with his gun drawn. The scene that greeted them upon entry left them all stunned. All 100 men lay collapsed on the ground, each one weak beyond recognition. Some moaned incessantly, as if enduring some form of humiliation. Some had even fainted. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat alone in a shaded spot, cooling off with an air of leisure. Mainly, he possessed the sin perception ability, so he had no fear of these escapees. Besides, who had the strength to flee now? Even crawling a few steps was a struggle for them. Wu Jichao watched the pitiful state of the group and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Spotting Wu Jichao approaching, Lin Mo quickly rose and hurried over. Shaolin, what exactly happened to them? Nothing much, just some laxatives. Chapter 161, Thugs aren't scary, it's the educated thugs you fear. Nothing much, just some laxatives. Hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Wu Jichao couldn't help but twitch his eye. What kind of laxative could reduce someone to this state? The dosage must have been enormous. Seemingly harmless Lin Mo had really gone all out this time. But as the saying goes, whether black cat or white cat, it's a good cat if it catches mice. Lin Mo's ability to apprehend all these criminals made him a good cop. This operation had truly surprised Wu Jichao. Without Lin Mo, it would have been nearly impossible to apprehend all the members of the Fox gang. Wu Ji never imagined the cunning Fox gang members would meet such a comical end. Lin Mo, you performed exceptionally well in this operation. I'll immediately submit your commendation upon returning. Thank you, Director Wu. You've earned it. Wu Jichao patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. The more he observed Lin Mo, the more he liked him. Then, Wu Jichao cast a sympathetic glance at the criminal lying on the ground moaning in pain before instructing the men behind him. Take them all to the vehicles. The officers behind him rushed forward with a clatter, beginning to apprehend the members of the Fox gang. When the officers reached them, the foul stench emanating from the criminals nearly choked them. Upon seeing the officers, not a single Fox gang member resisted. Instead, their eyes lit up. Some even tremblingly grasped the officers' hands, holding back tears of emotion. It was clear how profoundly Lin Mo's potent laxative had shattered their psyche. 2 hours later, all personnel were transported back to the Chongping District Police Station in Chang'an City. As time passed, the criminals affected by the potent laxative slowly began to recover. Subsequently, Wu Jichao arranged for officers to begin interrogating them. At this moment, Lin Mo addressed Chief Wu with a request. Chief Wu, may I observe the proceedings? Certainly. Wu Jichao readily agreed. He realized Lin Mo was a rare talent among police recruits. Despite his significant contributions, he remained humble and unassuming. Observing Lin Mo, Wu Jichao's mind began to race. He must find a way to keep Lin Mo at the Chang'an City Police Department. A talent like this would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. Ma Changgong, have Xiaolin follow you and train him properly, understand? Wu Jichao finished speaking and deliberately gave Ma Changgong a meaningful look. Understood, Director. Ma Changgong instantly understood. He knew Wu Jichao had set his sights on Lin Mo and wanted to poach him from Liang Chang. Since he was the closest to Lin Mo, Director Wu wanted him to develop Lin Mo's professional skills while also building rapport. That way, when the time came to poach him, the transition would be smoother. Ma Changgong walked Lin Mo toward the interrogation room, sharing his experience along the way. They arrived at the interrogation room. The criminal instinctively tried to step back upon seeing Lin Mo. Don't be fooled by this harmless-looking officer. The powerful laxatives he'd been given were pure torture, rivaling the ancient 10 great tortures. He never wanted to endure that again in his life. As a seasoned interrogator, Ma Chenggong's skills in this area were unquestionable. If he could make Lin Mo admire him, extracting information would be as easy as pie. The moment Ma Chenggong sat down at the interrogation desk, slam! His hand came down hard on the table. This was his way of intimidating the suspect first, overwhelming him with sheer force to set the stage for the interrogation. Yet this criminal remained utterly unmoved by Ma Chenggong's display. Instead, he seemed almost afraid to look at Lin Mo. Your name is Bai Gang? The criminal Bai Gang remained silent. Bai Gang, let me tell you this, you'd better come clean. We have all the evidence and facts of your crimes. This interrogation is your chance, don't be ungrateful. After Ma Chenggong finished speaking, he deliberately gave Lin Mo a meaningful glance. The meaning was clear, this was a technique called inducement. But Bai Gang kept his head down, silent. Seeing the man's silence, Ma Chenggong remained calm and continued. Bai Gang, on October 19, 2 years ago, you murdered someone in Chuanha County and fled. On February 18 of last year, you fled to Lujiawan Township, where you committed burglary and robbery, killing 2 people. Ma Chenggong listed a string of incidents, yet Lin Mo noticed the documents before him were blank sheets of paper. Ma Chenggong shot Lin Mo another meaningful glance, implying this was a trick of deception. By pinning major crimes on the suspect, most criminals, desperate to prove their innocence, would confess to lesser offenses they had actually committed. These were all tactics honed over years of experience, earning him the title of interrogation master. However, this time Ma Chenggong was destined to fail. The Fox Gang had trained all its members in these tactics during internal meetings, even teaching them how to stall for time and evade punishment. The criminal yawned calmly. Sir, there's no need to bluff me. If I were truly a murderer, you wouldn't need to interrogate me at all. Just lock me up and await sentencing. Seeing his tactic fail, Ma Chenggong flashed a hint of embarrassment before preparing his next move. But the criminal deliberately feigned illness. Sir, I have severe stomach pain. I suspect kidney failure. I demand to be taken to a hospital. Ma Chenggong saw right through the act and his face darkened with anger. Behave yourself. Don't try any tricks on me. Officer, according to Article 254 of our criminal procedure law, I have a serious illness and am entitled to medical parole. Ma Chenggong was startled. He hadn't expected the man to know the law. As the saying goes, thugs aren't scary, it's the educated thugs you should fear. Faced with this situation, he felt somewhat helpless. At that moment, Lin Mo slowly rose to his feet and approached the criminal. What are you doing? Bai Gang's entire body suddenly tensed up. Lin Mo leaned down and whispered something to him. Upon hearing it, Bai Gang's expression instantly turned utterly terrified. His entire body trembled as he exclaimed. Sir, I'll confess. I'm a member of the Fox Group. Ma Chenggong stared at Lin Mo in utter bewilderment. What's going on? Despite using every trick in the book, he hadn't gotten Bai Gang to confess. Yet Lin Mo had only spoken one sentence to him, and Bai Gang, looking terrified, confessed everything. There was no time for Ma Chenggong to ponder further. He grabbed a pen and began recording the confessed facts. 1 hour later, Bai Gang had finally finished confessing. He even confessed in vivid detail to stealing a neighbor's chicken when he was a child. As soon as Ma Chenggong finished the interrogation and stepped out of the interrogation room with Lin Mo, he couldn't help but ask impatiently. Lin Mo, what did you say to suspect Bai Gang just now that made him confess everything? Just as Lin Mo was about to answer, an officer approached Ma Chenggong and said, Director Ma, Chief Wu wants you to come to the conference room. Got it. I'll be right there. Ma Chenggong gave Lin Mo a few parting words before hurrying off toward the conference room. Chapter 162, The New Generation Pushes the Old. Chang'an City Chongping District Branch Conference Room. Director Wu, it seems like these Fox Group operatives have all undergone the same training. They're extremely familiar with our interrogation procedures. Yeah, they handle all our tactics like they're in their element. If we try to intimidate them, they'll just feign illness and demand bail for medical treatment. The group voiced their complaints to Wu Jichao. He had assumed that once the Fox Group members were apprehended, the rest would proceed smoothly. Little did he expect that these members would prove more cunning than the next. They refused to cooperate at all. This left the interrogation team with absolutely nothing to show for their efforts. Judging by their reactions, Wu Jichao could confirm these individuals had undergone systematic training. That's why they handled the police interrogations with such ease. Faced with this situation, things had indeed become quite tricky. Wu Jichao was certain that these Fox gang members had all committed major fraud cases, but the police system only had evidence of crimes committed by a small fraction of them. If these individuals refused to confess under any circumstances, they would have to be released after a certain period of detention. Everyone, please remain calm. Trust that we will find a solution. Just then, Ma Chenggong pushed open the door and walked in. He glanced around at the assembled group, then found a seat. Old Ma. How's the interrogation going over there? One officer inquired. Before Ma Chenggong could answer, another officer chimed in. No need to ask, same as us, nothing to show for it. Those damn Fox Group bastards are so cunning. Hearing the others' conversation, Ma Chenggong finally understood why Wu Jiqiao had called them to this meeting. It turned out their interrogations of the Fox gang members had all failed. Just as they debated their next move, Ma Chenggong stood up with a smile, his face beaming with pride as he addressed the group. My title as Master Interrogator isn't just for show. Hearing Ma Chenggong's words, the others froze in surprise before exclaiming. Holy crap, old Ma, you didn't actually get anything out of them, did you? Ma Chenggong slammed the interrogation transcript onto the table. You bet. Someone beside him snatched the transcript, which was densely filled with notes. It stood in stark contrast to their own blank pages. Old Ma, you're something else. Impressive. We couldn't get a single word out of them, but you managed to get Bai Gang to confess his past crimes in such detail. Truly the undisputed master interrogator. Faced with everyone's praise, Ma Chenggong couldn't have been more pleased with himself. Wu Jiqiao was also curious why had Ma Chenggong succeeded where others had failed to extract a confession. He took the interrogation transcript from Ma Chenggong. Sure enough, it recorded Bai Gang's confession of the criminal facts, followed by Bai Gang's signature. Not bad, little Ma. You're definitely one of my own, haha. Wu Jiqiao beamed with pride. Next, once Ma Chenggong shares his experience with everyone, we'll surely crack the Fox gang members. Little Ma, share your interrogation experience with everyone. Ma Chenggong flushed with embarrassment at Wu Jiqiao's request. Director Wu, this is really mostly Lin Mo's doing. What do you mean? Wu Jiqiao was puzzled. What did this have to do with Lin Mo? He recalled that before the interrogation, Lin Mo had expressed interest in learning from the experience, so he had agreed to have Ma Chenggong mentor him. Here's what happened. After that, Ma Chenggong recounted the entire sequence of events to everyone. What did you say? Lin Mo merely whispered something in the suspect's ear, and criminal Bai Gang confessed everything? Everyone felt Ma Chenggong was pulling their leg. They were all interrogation experts here, could they really be outdone by a rookie cop who'd only been on the job for a month? Ma Chenggong, this joke is a bit too much. Lin Mo may have earned credit for capturing Fox gang members, but you don't need to give him extra credit for this. Yeah, we've been interrogating the criminal for ages with no results, but Lin Mo drops one line and the guy spills everything. Aren't you implying we're all useless? The group couldn't accept this reality. Seeing their disbelief, Ma Chenggong declared with righteous indignation. This is what they call the new generation pushing aside the old guard washed up on the shore. Old Ma, then tell me what exactly did Lin Mo say to the criminal Bai Gang? As I was about to ask him outside the interrogation room, Director Wu called us all to the conference room. Ma Chenggong explained. Put. I don't buy that a rookie cop is that good unless I see it with my own eyes. Seeing skepticism, Ma Chenggong's stubborn streak kicked in. Fine. I'll show you then. Wu Jiqiao also wanted to know the details, so he agreed to let Ma Chenggong take Lin Mo back to interrogate a criminal while the rest of them watched the footage in the conference room. Without further ado, Ma Chenggong went straight out to find Lin Mo. He believed that if Lin Mo could get Bai Gang to talk, he could certainly get others to open up too. Inside the conference room, Wu Jiqiao instructed the technicians to project the surveillance feed from interrogation room 212 onto the meeting room screen. All eyes turned to the video feed. Just then, Ma Chenggong entered with Lin Mo in tow. Ma Chenggong didn't ask Lin Mo to speak instead, he followed the same procedure used earlier during Bai Gang's interrogation. Observing Ma Chenggong's interrogation techniques, the group found them quite effective. However, they noticed Lin Mo sitting silently, making no moves whatsoever. They realized this criminal's tactics were identical to those of others, leaving them utterly helpless. Just as the criminal feigned illness, everyone assumed the interrogation had concluded. At that moment, Lin Mo stood up. As Lin Mo rose, the criminal's expression visibly shifted. His previously relaxed demeanor turned tense. The closer Lin Mo approached him, the more terrified the criminal appeared. After Lin Mo leaned in and spoke a single sentence, the criminal's fear turned into terror, then erupted into violent agitation. He began muttering incessantly, I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Then, the criminal proceeded to confess every crime he had ever committed. Everyone in the conference room was stunned into silence. This was simply unbelievable. With just one sentence from Lin Mo, the criminal truly confessed everything. The attendees were all seasoned police officers, some with over 25 years of service. They had been utterly helpless against these criminals, yet Lin Mo had resolved the situation with a single statement. They couldn't help but acknowledge what Ma Chenggong had said earlier. The new generation pushes aside the old, leaving them washed up on the shore. Chapter 163, I'll confess everything. As soon as Ma Chenggong and Lin Mo stepped out of the interrogation room, Wu Jiqiao summoned them to the conference room. Before Lin Mo even entered the conference room, Wu Jiqiao eagerly stepped forward to greet him. His stern expression vanished as he grinned broadly at Lin Mo. Little Lin, you've worked hard. Come, sit down quickly. Wu Jichao's somewhat obsequious smile left everyone present feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this really their director? Usually, Wu Jichao wore a stern expression at the station, harshly reprimanding anyone who made a mistake. This was the first time they'd ever seen their bureau chief treat someone like this. It could only mean that these people weren't worthy of Wu Jichao showing his gentle side. But Lin Mo was different. Ever since he arrived in Chang'an City, he played a pivotal role in apprehending the Fox Gang. Without him, Wu Jichao was certain they would never have captured all the members attending the Fox Gang's meeting. Moreover, when interrogating the cunning Fox Gang members, even his elite subordinates were at a loss. At that critical moment, Lin Mo stepped forward once more, compelling the Fox Gang criminals to confess their crimes. Now, in Wu Jichao's eyes, Lin Mo was nothing short of a treasure. His sole desire now was to recruit Lin Mo to serve under him. He was convinced that within a year, Chang'an City would boast one of the nation's top 10 police officers. The Top 10 National Police Officers Award was selected annually, but winning it was extremely difficult. Consider this, the entire Longhua police system employs nearly 1.3 million officers. Selecting just 10 individuals from this pool illustrates the immense difficulty of earning this distinction. Once attained, it would be a lifelong honor. Wu Jichao had missed his chance in his youth, and he hoped to see one of his protégés achieve this honor within his lifetime. And the Lin Mo standing before him was undoubtedly a prime candidate for the top 10. To persuade Lin Mo to become his apprentice, he couldn't help but be a little flattering. Lin Mo, come, have some tea. Wu Jichao personally brought the water to Lin Mo, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was going on? Earlier, Wu Jichao had berated him multiple times. How could his attitude toward him suddenly do a complete 180? Lin Mo eyed the teacup, wondering if it contained laxatives. Seeing Lin Mo hadn't touched the tea, Wu Jichao seemed to remember something. He slapped his forehead and said apologetically to Lin Mo, "Oh, I forgot young folks like coffee these days." Then, Wu Jichao called out to his assistant outside the door. "Xiao Lu, pour a cup of coffee for Xiao Lin." Wu Jichao's series of actions left everyone staring in bewilderment. They all wondered if Director Wu had lost his mind. Even if Lin Mo performed exceptionally well, there was no need for the director to be this enthusiastic. When had any of them ever received such treatment? A pang of envy inevitably stirred in their hearts. Lin Mo found Wu Jichao's enthusiasm a bit much. He instinctively stood up and took a step back, feeling as though he'd somehow made a mistake. "Xiao Lin, why are you standing up? Sit down." "Director Wu, I'll just stand here." "Xiao Lin, there's no need to be so formal. Just treat this place like your own home." Faced with Wu Jichao's warmth, Lin Mo felt a bit at a loss. He glanced over at Ma Chenggong, hoping he could rescue him from the awkwardness. As an observer, Ma Chenggong felt Director Wu was overstepping, making Lin Mo uncomfortable. So he addressed Wu Jichao. "Director Wu, we still have interrogation duties to complete. Should we continue?" At Ma Chenggong's reminder, Wu Jichao snapped back to reality. Right. Earlier, he'd been so focused on impressing Lin Mo that he'd completely forgotten about the main task at hand. With that thought, Wu Jichao turned his attention back to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, could you share with everyone what you said to the criminals that made them confess to all their crimes?" Hearing Wu Jichao's words, everyone turned to Lin Mo with eager expressions. They all wanted to know what secret technique Lin Mo had used to make those stubborn Fox Gang members confess. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. "Director Wu, it's really nothing special. I just told them that if they didn't confess, they'd get another taste of my family's secret laxative. That's it?" Wu Jichao looked skeptical. The others looked equally puzzled. Such a simple threat could make these cunning criminals confess? What they didn't know was the profound psychological trauma Lin Mo's potent laxative inflicted on the Fox Gang members. That mental torment was unbearably agonizing. No one who'd experienced it would ever want to go through it again. "Xiao Lin, are you certain just saying that one line was enough to make them confess to all their crimes?" Lin Mo nodded in confirmation. Wu Jichao and the others remained skeptical. They only took some laxatives. Is that really something to be so afraid of? At that moment, an interrogation officer suggested, "Chief Wu, why not give it a try? We'll see if it works." You're right. Wu Jichao agreed. "Later, each of you will handle the interrogation of your assigned criminal. Just say that line." Another officer chimed in. "Chief Wu, while reviewing the interrogation footage, I noticed that criminals seemed genuinely afraid of Xiao Lin." "I noticed that detail too." Everyone responded in unison. "Therefore, I believe that only Lin Mo saying this particular line would have the intended intimidating effect." Wu Jichao paused for a moment, considering the officer's reasoning. "In that case, proceed with the interrogations as usual. Lin Mo will assist each of you individually." Everyone agreed. Lin Mo had no objections. As long as it helped these criminals confess, he was happy to run errands. After that, everyone got up and prepared to return to their respective interrogation rooms. As they passed Lin Mo, each greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Lin, we'll be counting on you later. Little Lin, we'll be waiting for you in the interrogation room." Lin Mo nodded in response. He hadn't expected the Chang'an City police station to be so welcoming. After everyone had left, Wu Jichao patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Xiao Lin, hang in there. Ma Chenggong, you'll show Xiao Lin around." "Understood, Director Wu." Though Ma Chenggong was Lin Mo's senior, the strength Lin Mo had now demonstrated made him more than willing to do these things. At the same time, he felt a touch of smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Wu Jichao had technicians connect the surveillance feeds from all interrogation rooms to this location. Led by Ma Chenggong, Lin Mo entered the first interrogation room. The previously arrogant criminal's expression instantly turned tense upon his arrival. The criminal recognized Lin Mo at a glance. It was this seemingly harmless young man who had tortured him beyond endurance. If he could, he would never want to see him again in his life. Yet this demon approached him. Then, with a single sentence, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The criminal could take no more. He cried out, "I'll confess. I'll confess everything." Chapter 164, The Celebration Banquet. Wu Jichao, watching this unfold in the conference room, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Could a simple threat really have such a powerful effect? Though Wu Jichao refused to believe it, the evidence was right before his eyes. Lin Mo then entered the next interrogation room, where the situation mirrored the previous one. Lin Mo effortlessly broke down the suspect's defenses. Over the course of the afternoon, Lin Mo repeatedly used this phrase, achieving astonishing results. Every criminal confessed. The interrogation concluded. In the conference room, Wu Jichao compiled the results of all interrogations. This time, our operation against the Fox Gang can be considered a tremendous success. Although we failed to capture the Fox Gang's senior leadership, they should no longer dare to return to our country. For our nation, the Fox Gang has become a thing of the past. I am confident that one day, the police of our Dragon Nation will bring the Fox Gang's top leaders back from Myanmar to face justice under the law. After the meeting concluded, Wu Jichao deliberately addressed everyone. Tonight, our bureau is hosting a celebratory banquet in honor of Lin Mo. Lin Mo was taken aback upon hearing this. Commissioner Wu was really honoring him by hosting this banquet specifically for him. This time, the Chongping branch of Chang'an City was able to apprehend members of the Fox Gang largely thanks to Lin Mo. Without him, we could never have achieved such outstanding results. After Director Wu finished speaking, everyone applauded Lin Mo. Truthfully, Lin Mo instinctively wanted to decline. He planned to rest well tonight and return to Liangcheng tomorrow. Though he'd only been in Chang'an for 2 short days, he actually missed the Gulo Street police station quite a bit. But seeing everyone's enthusiasm, he couldn't bring himself to dampen their spirits. Celebration banquet tonight. Led by Wu Jichao, everyone raised their glasses to toast Lin Mo. If not for his youthful constitution, Lin Mo would have likely passed out long ago. By the end, he was feeling a bit lightheaded. With the capture of members from the Fox Gang's inner circle, Wu Jichao's branch bureau was guaranteed a third-class merit award. That's why he was especially cheerful today and had drunk quite a bit. His face was now flushed crimson. Wu Jichao approached Lin Mo with a glass of liquor. "Chief Wu." Hearing Lin Mo address him this way, Wu Jichao's expression instantly soured. "Brother, that title feels too formal. From now on, we're brothers, call me Brother Wu." "Alright, Brother Wu. That's more like it." "Good brother. Let's do this." The two downed their drinks in one go. Seeing Lin Mo was nearly finished, Wu Jichao pulled him aside and said, "Bro, how's the atmosphere at our precinct?" "It's great." Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Want to join us as brothers?" Wu Jichao patted his chest emphatically. "It would be my honor to join you all." Lin Mo had always aspired to become an outstanding police officer since childhood. Today, receiving recognition from his seniors truly filled him with immense joy. Seeing the moment was right, Wu Jichao addressed Lin Mo. "Brother, if you're willing, I'll transfer you to Chang'an City tomorrow." "Thanks, Brother Wu, but I'm just a vocational police academy graduate. How could I possibly qualify for a place like yours?" Lin Mo had heard from Ma Chenggong that officers at Chongping Precinct in Chang'an City all held bachelor's degrees or higher. His words carried an underlying meaning, a polite refusal. Lin Mo preferred the Gulo sub-district police station. Wu Jichao missed the nuance, assuming Lin Mo wanted to stay at their bureau but was held back by his education. "Bro, academic credentials mean jack to me here. If you agree to stay at my bureau, I'll make it happen." "Thanks, Brother Wu, but I'd still prefer to gain more experience at the grassroots level." Wu Jichao could clearly sense Lin Mo's polite refusal. He couldn't force the issue now, so he made an excuse to leave. "Bro, I'm heading to the restroom." Wu Jichao walked over to Ma Chenggong and whispered something in his ear. Ma Chenggong then approached Lin Mo. "Little Lin, let's have a drink. When we first met, I felt like we were old friends. Here, Brother Ma, I'll toast to you." Lin Mo felt relatively relaxed around Ma Chenggong. "Little Lin, tomorrow I'll take you on a tour of Chang'an City. Experience the charm of our ancient capital." "Brother Ma, I plan to return to Liangcheng tomorrow." "Why the rush? Wait a few more days. You've come all this way to Chang and I must fulfill my duties as your host. Faced with Ma Qinggong's warm invitation, Lin Mo had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The celebratory banquet concluded at 11 p.m., with everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, in a villa in Liangchang, Tang Bing lay bored on her bed, phone in hand. The screen was frozen on the chat window with Lin Mo. With Lin Mo away on business these past 2 days, she felt a hollow emptiness in her heart. She wanted to message Lin Mo, but couldn't think of what to say. Several minutes passed. Tang Bing picked up her phone and typed in the chat window. Hey, Lin Mo, do you still have money? Tang Bing stared at the typed words, pondering carefully. Starting with hi felt a bit too formal, didn't it? After all, they'd known each other for a month, and they'd even kissed during a mission. The memory of kissing Lin Mo instantly flushed her cheeks. Though it had been a kiss meant to throw others off, it was still her first kiss. And it had felt pretty good. At that thought, Tang Bing couldn't help but curve her lips upward, revealing a shy, sweet smile. After reminiscing for a moment, she decided to delete the hello message. She felt their relationship could be considered friendship. Or maybe just a tiny bit more than friends. So, in her WeChat chat with Lin Mo, the message changed to, Lin Mo, do you have any money left? Seeing this message, Tang Bing instantly furrowed her brow. She wondered if asking him outright about money might hurt his pride. After all, men are fiercely protective of their pride. Plus, Lin Mo still owed her money. By asking this, might Lin Mo mistakenly think she was demanding repayment? The thought crossed her mind, and Tang Bing pressed the delete key, erasing the message until only Lin Mo's name remained. Tang Bing instantly felt as deflated as a wilted eggplant. Sigh. Why is this so hard? She pouted, slightly annoyed with herself. Forget it. Time to sleep. Tang Bing tossed her phone aside, pulled the blanket over her head, and buried herself under it. But after a moment, she suddenly yanked the covers off again. She began frantically searching the bed for her phone, then started typing furiously in the chat window with Lin Mo. But after a moment, she deleted every single character. Finally, exasperated, Tang Bing rubbed her temples hard with both hands. Oh, Tang Bing. What on earth are you thinking about every day? Your ambition is to become an outstanding police officer. After scolding herself, Tang Bing took several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Just as she was about to rest. Ding ding. Tang Bing's phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. She grabbed it and nearly jumped out of bed with excitement. The sender was none other than Lin Mo. Chapter 165, A Done Deal. Tang Bing was so overwhelmed with excitement she didn't know what to do. She hurriedly sat up in bed, her heart pounding wildly. A smile she couldn't hide spread across her face. She didn't rush to open the message from Lin Mo. Instead, she focused on calming her racing heart. At that moment, Tang Bing felt inexplicably flustered, her mind racing with wild thoughts. What if Lin Mo confessed his feelings to her, or said something suggestive? Would that mean they were officially dating? She wasn't sure how she truly felt about Lin Mo after all, she'd never had a boyfriend before. Tang Bing grew more and more excited as she thought about it, already starting to feel a bit giddy. She couldn't help but giggle from time to time. Despite Tang Bing's usual strong-willed demeanor, when it came to matters of the heart, she resembled a shy young girl. She, too, had once fantasized about a fairy tale romance. After about 2 minutes, Tang Bing suddenly realized she hadn't checked Lin Mo's message yet. She hurriedly opened her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as she tapped on Lin Mo's WeChat chat window. Only to discover he had already deleted the message 2 minutes ago. Oh my. Tang Bing couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't she opened Lin Mo's message the moment she received it? That way, she wouldn't have missed it. But what puzzled Tang Bing was why Lin Mo had sent the message only to recall it. Could it be that Lin Mo had written something expressing his feelings for her, only to fear rejection? That he'd hurriedly recalled the message? This Lin Mo really had no confidence in himself. Hadn't he considered the possibility that she might actually accept? Oomph. What a big dummy. Tang Bing felt a bit annoyed with Lin Mo, angry that he'd let the opportunity slip away like that. After pondering for a moment, Tang Bing wondered if she should ask Lin Mo what exactly he had sent. This way he could repeat what he had just said. It was like giving him another chance. Tang Bing didn't hesitate at this thought. She typed a line of text and clicked send. She'd been struggling to find an excuse to message Lin Mo. After sending the message, Tang Bing waited for Lin Mo's reply. A minute passed, but Lin Mo hadn't replied. This made Tang Bing feel a bit anxious, and her mind started wandering again. Could Lin Mo be asleep? She glanced at the time. It was only 11:30 p.m. Young people don't sleep that early. Was he busy? But it was already 11:30 p.m. What could he possibly be doing? Tang Bing propped her chin in her hand, lost in thought, as drowsiness slowly crept over her. Before long, she was fast asleep, her head resting on the soft, fragrant pillow. The next day, Lin Mo woke up. His head still felt a bit foggy, but after drinking a glass of water, he felt much better. When he picked up his phone to check Qi Dian, he noticed a message from Tang Bing. He tapped to open it. Tang Bing, Lin Mo, what was that message you just sent? Smiley face. Message? When did I send her a message? Lin Mo scrolled up and sure enough, in their chat window, he spotted a message recall notification. Only then did he recall that he'd had a bit too much to drink the night before. He'd meant to send a message to his master, Lu Dahai, but it seemed to have gone to Tang Bing's WeChat instead. He'd quickly recalled it afterward. After that, he'd fallen asleep. Just as he was about to reply to Tang Bing's message, his phone rang. It was his master, Lu Dahai. Lin Mo answered and shouted. Master. Disciple, I saw your message last night. Since the matter is settled, just listen to them and enjoy yourself in Chang'an City for a couple of days. Since joining the Gulo Sub-District Police Station, Lin Mo had never taken a day off. Lu Dahai decided to give him a short break, letting him rest properly. Alright, master. I'll head back tomorrow then. Lin Mo had indeed been feeling quite exhausted lately. Since his mentor had agreed, he would spend a day sightseeing in Chang'an City. It was his first business trip, so he could also pick up some souvenirs for his mentor and colleagues at the station. After chatting with his master for a while longer, Lin Mo hung up the phone. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Mo opened the door to find Ma Chenggong smiling broadly. Brother Ma. Shaolin, did you rest well yesterday? Not bad. That's good. Come on, I'll take you to try Chang'an's signature breakfast. Ma Chenggong had come over early in the morning precisely to prevent Lin Mo from quietly returning to Liangchang. He had received official orders from Wu Jichao to delay Lin Mo for a day. Wu Jichao would apply to higher-ups today to transfer Lin Mo to their branch bureau. Once the deal was done, Lin Mo wouldn't have a say in the matter. Wu Jichao believed Lin Mo was merely a new recruit in Liangchang. He was confident that by offering some benefits to the Liangcheng Police Department, they would release him. After Lin Mo finished his simple morning routine, Ma Chenggong took him on a day tour of Chang'an City. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had completely forgotten to reply to Tang Bing's WeChat message. Meanwhile, Tang Bing woke up early that morning. The moment she opened her eyes, she frantically searched for her phone. She felt incredibly frustrated with herself for having fallen asleep the night before. When she finally unlocked her phone, she found no message from Lin Mo. This puzzled Tang Bing. Had her phone lost its network connection? But she saw the network was working fine, and Li Jianhua had just sent a message in the Gulo Police Station workgroup. Only then did she realize that Lin Mo hadn't replied to her message. This instantly made Tang Bing furious, and she immediately resolved to ignore him from now on. She had just been regretting missing Lin Mo's message. Tang Bing felt completely off kilter. She ate breakfast in a huff, then drove to the Gulo Street Police Station for work. Arriving at the station, Tang Bing subconsciously scanned the area for Lin Mo's figure, but he was nowhere to be seen. She approached Li Jianhua. Jianhua, wasn't Lin Mo supposed to return from his business trip today? Why haven't I seen him? I heard from the chief that Lin Mo did an outstanding job on his assignment in Chang'an City. The client insisted on keeping him there for 2 days of sightseeing. Hearing this, Tang Bing felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. We're all swamped with work here, and he still has time to go sightseeing? Seeing Tang Bing's inexplicable irritation, Li Jianhua was completely baffled. Sis Tang, our station hasn't been that busy these past couple of days, has it? If you're not busy, come with me on patrol later. I just remembered I still need to organize some files. Li Jianhua hurriedly interjected. He found it odd Tang Bing was usually quite steady emotionally. Why was she so irritable today? Just then, Lu Dahai walked over and addressed all the officers in the lobby. The day after tomorrow, our old city district's thief-catching competition wrap-up meeting will be held together with the Liangchang Bureau's commendation ceremony. After finishing, Lu Dahai specifically addressed Tang Bing. Tang, make sure you prepare well. You'll be giving a speech on stage. Chapter 166, What is love in this world, if not a vow to live and die together? Xiao Tang, make sure you prepare well. You'll be giving a speech on stage. Me? Of course. As the only woman to receive a second-class merit award this time, the director specifically requested you to deliver a speech on stage. Lu Dahai had previously informed Tang Bing about the second-class merit award, though she hadn't anticipated being chosen as the representative speaker. Chief, when will Lin Mo return? Tang Bing inquired, knowing her second-class merit award was largely thanks to him. She wouldn't have received it otherwise. Tomorrow. Lu Dahai replied with a smug look. In truth, Lu Dahai knew full well that this commendation ceremony organized by the Liangcheng Bureau was, without exaggeration, held specifically for Lin Mo. After all, the kid had earned at least 6 individual commendations, details the higher-ups hadn't even shared with him. Thinking about his apprentice who had only been on the job for a month yet achieved feats that a police station might struggle to match in decades, Lu Dahai couldn't help but feel exhilarated. When the time came, he would make sure the chiefs of the neighboring police stations saw how their Gulo Street station would utterly outshine them. And crucially, Lin Mo was his protege, Lu Dahai's own disciple. Ha ha. Lu Dahai felt like letting out a wild, unrestrained laugh. He glanced at his subordinates nearby and finally managed to restrain himself. After all, he was the chief. He still had to maintain some personal dignity. Tang Bing beside him was also extremely excited. She had set herself the goal of earning a third-class merit within 3 years. Little did she expect that encountering Lin Mo would lead to earning a second-class merit award in just 1 month. Thinking of this, she found herself forgiving Lin Mo for not replying to her message yesterday. She now eagerly anticipated the moment when she and Lin Mo would stand together at the commendation ceremony, both wearing the bright red flowers of honor. Zhang Dalong, however, was deeply frustrated. He had always harbored feelings for Tang Bing, yet she seemed to have developed an interest in that Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo arrived at the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station, Zhang Dalong had always been the elite of the station. As a result, ever since Lin Mo reported for duty, he's completely stolen the spotlight. This time, Lin Mo had even earned numerous personal merits, making it impossible for him to compare. Seeing Tang Bing smile, Zhang Dalong felt himself drifting further and further away from her. No! He must earn a first-class merit to make junior sister Tang Bing admire him. No girl dislikes a strong man. With that thought, Zhang Dalong sprang to his feet. His gaze was unwavering, like a warrior ready to face death. For Tang Bing, he had to give it his all this time. Zhang Dalong called out to his apprentice, Ma Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, let's go. Master, what's going on? Just follow me. Ma Xiaochuan glanced at Tang Bing, realizing his master had been provoked once again. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What is this thing called love in this world, that it makes people pledge life and death to each other? Chang'an City. Ma Chenggong and Lin Mo were happily touring the major sites. Lin Mo had never felt so relaxed in his life. For this trip, he had brought back many local specialties for his master, Lu Dehai, and his colleagues. But when he thought about what gift to bring Tang Bing, he suddenly felt troubled. Tang Bing was a true rich kid, she lacked nothing. If he brought something too inexpensive, she wouldn't care at all. But if he spent too much, he simply couldn't afford it. Truthfully, even Lin Mo himself didn't realize he harbored a slightly different feeling toward Tang Bing than he did for others. Having grown up as an orphan, he had suppressed any adolescent crushes on the opposite sex to become a police officer. Now as a police officer, after a month on the job, he understood the dangers of the profession all too well. Like last time, when he and Tang Bing apprehended the South City 7 rats, Tang Bing had been shot and nearly sacrificed her life. That incident had shaken Lin Mo to his core. If he couldn't even guarantee his own life, how could he possibly bring happiness to a girl? So Lin Mo buried his feelings deep within his heart once more. Yet whenever he thought of Tang Bing, he found himself unconsciously wanting to give her a special gift. Lin Mo wandered around the scenic area for ages but couldn't find anything suitable. Finally, he turned to Ma Chenggong and asked, Brother Ma, what kind of gifts do people usually give to female friends? Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Ma Chenggong instinctively asked back. You're giving a gift to your girlfriend? No. Lin Mo's panic was evident and he quickly clarified. It's just a regular female friend. Girlfriends always start as friends, I get it, heh. Ma Chenggong adopted an air of someone who'd been there before. Seeing Ma Chenggong's misunderstanding, Lin Mo had intended to clarify. But when he noticed Ma Chenggong had already started thinking about what gift to give him, he simply stopped speaking. A ring. When I was courting your sister-in-law, I gave her a ring. That's how we ended up together. Ma Chenggong reminisced about his own courtship days, getting a bit lost in the moment. Lin Mo shook his head. He felt that giving Tang Bing a ring would cross a line in his mind. Brother Ma, anything else? A necklace. Anything else? Earrings, clothes, handbags. In the end, Ma Chun listed a whole bunch of things, but Lin Mo rejected them all. Shaolin, when it comes to gifts for girls, it's always the same old stuff. Just then, Lin Mo spotted a jade stall. So he walked over. Ma Chenggong looked puzzled. Shaolin, don't tell me you're thinking of giving a girl a stone. I think giving stones is a great idea. The stall owner chimed in immediately upon hearing this. Well now, young man. You've got a point there. In the peacock and the filial bird flying southeast, there's a line, may my beloved be as steadfast as a rock. The stone symbolizes an eternal and unchanging heart. Dream of the Red Chamber is also called the story of the stone, where stones symbolize love and eternal devotion. The vendor explained eloquently. Ma Chenggong was genuinely impressed by the man's eloquence. He'd never seen anyone give a stone as a gift to a girl before. Just as he was about to pull Lin Mo away, she picked up a smooth, oval-shaped stone. Seeing Lin Mo's interest in this stone, the shopkeeper hurriedly explained. Young man, you have excellent taste. This is my prized possession. It measures 2,888 centimeters in length and 1888 centimeters in height. While its surface appears ordinary, it holds a world within. The owner said, picking up a flashlight and shining it on the center of the stone. See, young man? Doesn't this pattern resemble two hearts joined together? Ma Chenggong looked and scoffed. Heart-shaped? My ass. It's just jade with impurities inside. The outline looks like two circles, that's all. How much is this? Lin Mo inquired. Young man, meeting you is fate. I'll give you a special price today, 1.88 million. What? 1.88 million? Ma Chenggong looked utterly stunned. He immediately pulled out his police ID and handed it to the other man. Chapter 167, Someone Stealing Your Apprentice. The boss, seeing the two were police officers, immediately flashed an awkward smile. Officer, I was just joking around with this young man earlier. If you want 1.8 million, you can take it. Ma Chenggong turned to Lin Mo. Shaolin, do you want this stone? Yeah. Lin Mo held the stone in his hand, finding it quite unique. He guessed Tang Bing would probably like it. Seeing Lin Mo's interest, Ma Chenggong bargained with the owner. 20. What? 20 yuan? The shopkeeper nearly choked on his own spit. He'd never seen such a bargain before. Officer, my cost price is 180 yuan. The owner regretted mentioning his cost price the moment he said it. That 200 yuan would still leave you 20 yuan profit. It's the middle of the day, and I don't see you've made a single sale. Just take what you can get. The owner hesitated repeatedly. Knowing they were police, he felt awkward trying to rip them off. Finally gritting his teeth, he said. Fine. Here's the money. As Lin Mo pulled out the money, he still felt a bit dazed. He couldn't believe the stone had actually sold for 200 yuan. After paying, Lin Mo turned to the shopkeeper. Hey, boss, how about throwing in a gift box? The shopkeeper's hand, which had been packing up items, suddenly froze. His gift boxes cost 18 yuan each. If he gave one away, he'd only make a measly 2 yuan profit on the stone. Ma Chenggong didn't hesitate, casually picking up a gift box and asking Lin Mo. Little Lin, what do you think of this one? It's quite nice. Ma Chenggong opened it and helped Lin Missouri place the stone inside. Thanks, boss. The boss had just considered asking him to pay a little extra, but then thought better of it. After all, he was a police officer. Lin Mo and Ma Chenggong happily walked away. Brother Ma, thanks for helping me haggle. Otherwise, I might not have been able to afford this stone. We're brothers here. If you really like it, I'd gladly buy it for you myself, huh? Brother Ma, let me treat you to a meal. Let's go. Ma Chenggong didn't refuse. Lin Mo had finished buying gifts for his colleagues at the Gulo Subdistrict police station, and his heart instantly felt much lighter. Meanwhile, in the office of Chief Zhang at the Old City District branch in Liangcheng. What? You want to transfer Lin Mo? I won't agree to it. Chief Zhang snapped at Wu Jichao over the phone. Director Zhang, it's just a lowly officer. If you agree, our Chongping branch in Chang'an City will send you 2 patrol cars. How about that? Wu Jichao had already calculated his move. 2 patrol cars at their station were nearing retirement age. Using them to swap for Lin Mo would be perfect. These days, every bureau had limited funding. Some things simply required careful calculation. He reasoned that Liangcheng Old City Precinct was merely a prefecture-level city precinct, whereas their Chang'an City Precinct was provincial capital level, a 2-tier difference in status. He was certain that with a little incentive, they would surely grant him this favor. Yet his carefully laid plans were destined to fail. Within just 1 month of joining the force, Lin Mo had cracked multiple cases for Zhang Jijun's Old City Precinct, earning several major commendations. Forget 2 patrol cars. Even if they offered 100, he wouldn't trade. Commissioner Wu, let me be clear, there's no room for negotiation on Lin Mo. 5. Wu Jichao shouted. No deal. Wu Jichao paused on the phone, then finally relented. 10. 10 should be acceptable, right? If he could get Lin Mo transferred to their precinct, Wu Jichao still considered 10 police cars a worthwhile trade. Wu Jichao's words completely enraged Zhang Jijun. Mr. Wu, let me tell you one last time, no deal. With that, Zhang Jijun hung up the phone. Just then, Lin Mo's mentor, Lu Dahai, walked in. Seeing Zhang Jijun's furious expression, he quipped. Old Zhang, what's got you so worked up? Spill it, give me something to cheer about. If I tell you, I doubt you'll find it amusing. Seeing Director Zhang's stern expression, Lu Dahai quickly dropped his smile. What's really going on? Someone's trying to steal your apprentice. Lu Dahai's expression turned serious the moment he heard this. Who? Who the hell dares to snatch my apprentice? Zhang Jijun then recounted to Lu Dahai how Chief Wu from the Chongping District branch in Chang'an City intended to transfer Lin Mo. After hearing this, Lu Dahai slammed his fist hard onto Zhang Jijun's desk. Pens on the desk bounced high into the air. Damn it! I sent my apprentice to assist them with the case, and now they want to snatch him away from me. Lu Dahai recalled the text Lin Mo sent last night, saying the Chongping District branch of Chang'an City wanted him to take a few days off. It suddenly clicked, they were trying to pin Lin Mo down first. Director Zhang, I believe they've had their sights set on Lin Mo for quite some time. He then recounted how they had left Lin Mo behind to enjoy himself. Commissioner Zhang listened and instantly boiled over with rage. Do they really think detaining Lin Mo will keep him here? Just then, the phone on Director Zhang's desk rang again. Seeing it was Wu Jichao again, Director Zhang answered and immediately declared. Mr. Wu, let me make this clear, release Lin Mo immediately, or I'll have no end to this with you. On the other end, Wu Jichao froze. His carefully prepared script had been completely derailed by Zhang Jijun's abrupt outburst, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lu Dahai snatched the phone. You bastard. You dare snatch my trainee? I'll make you pay with your life. Lu Dahai wasn't about to let this slide. He had no ambitions for promotion anyway, all he wanted was to train Lin Mo into an outstanding officer. Hearing that coarse voice cursing him over the phone, Wu Jichao's temper as bureau chief flared instantly. He retorted defiantly. Lin Mo is in my custody now. I won't let him go. What are you going to do about it? You dare. That statement completely enraged Lu Dahai. We'll see about that. I'm keeping Lin Mo. With that, Wu Jichao hung up the phone. Lu Dahai's temper was no joke. He grabbed the phone, ready to smash it, but Director Zhang rushed over to stop him. This was his office phone, crucial contacts relied on it. Old Lu, don't worry. I've got your back on this. No way. I'm driving over right now to bring Lin Mo back. Lu Dahai insisted urgently. As long as Lin Mo returned, no matter what extraordinary means the other side employed, he simply wouldn't release her. They wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Liancheng is 800 kilometers from Chang'an City, with mountain roads in between. It'll take you about 9 hours to drive there. They might have already settled this matter by then. What should we do? We'll contact Director Feng at the Liancheng Bureau immediately. Chapter 168, The Great Scramble. What? Chang'an City Police Department wants to transfer Lin Mo? Upon hearing Zhang Jijun's report, Director Feng of Liancheng headquarters grew visibly irritated. Lin Mo was their prized asset at Liancheng Police Headquarters, yet Chang'an City Police had set their sights on him. After all, in just a couple of days, the Liancheng Bureau was hosting an awards ceremony where Lin Mo was the most crucial figure. Zhang, rest assured no one will take Lin Mo away from me. Commissioner Feng, with your assurance, I can rest easy. After hanging up, Director Feng grew increasingly furious. Liancheng had sent Lin Mo to assist with their investigation, yet they dared to try and keep him, even detaining him in Chang'an City. Wasn't this a blatant disregard for the Liancheng Police Department? Director Feng immediately decided to call Bai Wenbin at the Chang'an City Police Headquarters. Bai Wenbin was Director Feng's classmate. He had to inform him of Director Wu's actions in Chongping District and ensure Director Wu received a stern reprimand. That was no way to behave. On the other end of the line, Bai Wenbin's cheerful voice rang out. Hey, old classmate. Long time no talk. I was just about to call you. But Director Feng's face remained stern as he said. Wenbin, you're the director of the Chang'an City Bureau. How are you managing your subordinates? Hearing his old classmate Feng Guankai speak like this, Bai Wenming was suddenly puzzled. Guankai, what's the matter? What's the matter? A couple days ago, your Chongping District Bureau Chief Wu Jichao requested my officers assist with a case. The case was solved, yet he's holding my people hostage. You're talking about Lin Mo? How did you know? Feng Guankai looked puzzled. I heard it from my subordinates. Bai Wenbin casually replied. How could he not know? Just moments ago, Wu Jichao had called him and briefed him on Lin Mo's situation. He hoped Feng could arrange for Lin Mo to be transferred from Liancheng to their city of Chang'an. Bai Wenbin heard Wu Jichao say that despite being a rookie officer, Lin Mo was both courageous and resourceful, a rare talent indeed. Wu Jichao assured Bai Wenbin that if Lin Mo could be transferred to their bureau, he guaranteed that within a year, Chang'an City would produce one of the nation's top 10 outstanding police officers. A top 10 police officer award was not only a personal honor but also a reflection of a region's overall capabilities. Convinced by Wu Jichao's pitch, Bai Wenbin immediately agreed to transfer Lin Mo over. After all, Feng Guankai, the chief of Liancheng's police headquarters, was his old classmate. Transferring a rookie officer was hardly a big deal. However, the words spoken earlier by his old classmate Feng Guankai instantly made him realize the matter was not so simple. Still, Bai Wenbin decided to keep his cool for now and test Feng Guankai's true intentions. Guankai, it's just a new recruit. Is it really worth getting so worked up over? If Wu Jichao wants him, why not transfer him? For Lin Mo, it's a promotion. No way. This is me nurturing new talent, not for sale at any price. Hearing Feng Guankai speak like this, Bai Wenbin was almost certain Lin Mo had already demonstrated his capabilities in Liancheng. This matter seemed rather tricky. But the more difficult it was, the more valuable Lin Mo became as a target to poach. Guankai, think big. We've both been in the police system for over 20 years. You should know how crucial a rookie's starting point is for their future development. Liancheng is merely a prefecture-level city, while ours is provincial level, a significant advantage for Lin Mo's future prospects. You can't let personal grievances hold back such promising talent, can you? Bai Wenbin's words infuriated Feng Guankai to no end. He had intended to leverage their alumni connection to give Wu Jichao a stern talking to and, in the process, get him to return Lin Mo. After their exchange, Feng Guankai realized Bai Wenbin was subtly defending Wu Jichao. Since you don't care about saving face for an old classmate, Feng Guankai felt no need to hold back. His tone grew colder. Director Bai, you wouldn't be trying to snatch Lin Mo away too, would you? Bai Wenbin chuckled twice. Old classmate, why use the word steal? I just want to give such a promising police recruit more options. Bull. Let me tell you straight, no one is taking Lin Mo away from us in Liangcheng. Seeing Feng Guankai's unyielding stance, Bai Wenbin knew force wouldn't work. Instead, he tried to reason. Guankai, let's not fight over this here. Let the person involved make their own choice, okay? Bai Wenbin was confident that if given the choice, even a fool would know which path to take. Joining the police force in Chang'an City meant a much higher starting point than Liangcheng, directly impacting an officer's future achievements. A higher-tier platform meant more opportunities for exposure, whereas in a small town, one would likely remain obscure for life. Yet Feng Guankai rejected Bai Wenbin's proposal. After further discussion, the two parted on bad terms. After hanging up, Bai Wenbin pondered for a moment before directly contacting the Zhengzhou City Police Headquarters. The Zhengzhou City Police Headquarters was one rank higher than Liangcheng. Bai Wenbin held a position equivalent to the chief of the Zhengzhou City Police Headquarters, placing him one rank above Feng Guankai. Feng Guankai might ignore his orders, but he would have to heed the chief of the Zhengzhou City Police Headquarters. Moreover, the chief of Zhengzhou City, Old Jiang, owed him a favor. Bai Wenbin was confident that when he requested a new police officer, the other party would absolutely not refuse. 2 hours later. Liangcheng Police Headquarters Office. Feng Guankai was busy organizing a commendation ceremony. Regarding Lin Mo, he was confident that as long as he refused to transfer him, even his senior classmates' higher rank wouldn't matter. Ring. The phone on Feng Guankai's desk rang. He glanced at the caller ID, a call from Zhengzhou City, and quickly answered. Hello, this is Feng Guankai. Little Feng, it's me. A deep voice came through the phone. Recognizing the voice, Feng Guankai immediately sat up straight. Old Jiang. Old Jiang was Feng Guankai's mentor when he joined the police force, and he owed him a debt of gratitude for recognizing his potential. He always held deep respect for him. Now serving as the chief of the Zhengzhou Municipal Bureau, he was also Feng Guankai's superior. Feng, is there an officer named Lin Mo in your Liangcheng unit? Yes, Chief Jiang. How did you know? Feng Guankai was somewhat curious. I received a call from Chang'an City requesting this officer. I didn't agree immediately. Instead, I wanted to consult you first. Hearing this, Feng Guankai felt the weight of pressure settle on his shoulders. If old Jiang personally requested Lin Mo, he'd find it hard to refuse. Mr. Jiang, let me tell you about Lin Mo. He joined the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station a month ago. Upon hearing Lin Mo's accomplishments, old Jiang was startled. He hadn't expected such formidable capability from a rookie officer. Such a promising recruit transferring him away from Feng Guankai would indeed be unfair. Yet he owed a favor to Chang'an City, making outright refusal difficult. Young Feng, let's put it this way, I won't put you in a difficult position. Do me a favor and let Lin Mo decide for himself. Chapter 169, Tang Bing's Sorrow. Xiao Feng, let's put it this way, I won't make things difficult for you. Do me a favor and let Lin Mo decide for himself. Facing Elder Zhang's proposal, Feng Guankai instinctively wanted to refuse. But the man was his mentor. Feng Guankai couldn't bring himself to refuse outright, and in the end, he had no choice but to accept. He understood clearly that people naturally aspire to higher ground, just as water flows downward. Everyone craved a platform to showcase their talents, to live a life worth celebrating. And compared to the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station and the Chang'an City Chongping branch, it was obvious that a provincial-level city was the best choice. This effectively meant agreeing to transfer Lin Mo. Feng Guankai felt utterly helpless, yet there was nothing he could do. After hanging up with old Jiang, he hesitated over how to explain this to Zhang Jijun. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Jijun called him proactively. As soon as Feng Guankai answered, Zhang Jijun's agitated voice came through the line. Director Feng, Wu Jichao from the Chongping branch called. He said you agreed to let Lin Mo choose for herself? Feng Guankai sighed helplessly. Zhang Jijun seemed to discern the answer from his sigh, which instantly made him angry. Director Feng, didn't you say you'd fully support us? Jiang, I'm sorry I let you down this time. Director Zhang called personally, I had no choice. Lin Mo is the most promising talent we've encountered in years. If we truly let him go, finding another prospect of his caliber would be incredibly difficult. Director Feng didn't want to let Lin Mo go either, but he had no choice. Jiang, this time we're letting Lin Mo decide for himself whether to stay or go. Who knows? He might choose to stay. To be honest, even Director Feng didn't quite believe his own words as he spoke them. Just then, Lu Dahai's furious voice suddenly blasted through the phone. Director Feng, I don't care about the details. No one is taking Lin Mo away. After spending this past month with Lin Mo, Lu Dahai had come to recognize in him a drive to strike down criminals that mirrored his own. He had grown quite fond of his protégé. The thought of letting him go filled him with 1,000 regrets. Moreover, Lin Mo embodied the unfulfilled dreams he had pinned on him. Dahai, if you truly are Lin Mo's mentor, you should consider his future prospects. Tell me, what kind of future could he possibly have following you around at a neighborhood police station? Commissioner Feng's words might have been blunt, but they hit the nail on the head. Lu Dahai's anger instantly cooled. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jijun watched the dazed Lu Dahai with a pang of sorrow. He understood Lu Dahai's heart well. Despite his usually carefree demeanor, he valued loyalty above all. Dahai, rest assured. Even if Director Feng agrees, I'll cover for you. I don't believe they can do anything to me, the chief of this branch bureau. Lu Dahai responded dejectedly to Zhang Jijun's words. Old Zhang, forget it. As Lin Mo's mentor, I should think about his future. He shouldn't end up like me, stuck as a station chief for life. I was too selfish before. After speaking, Lu Dahai left as if he'd lost his soul. Anyone could see how deeply he cared about Lin Mo. Zhang Jijun knew Lu Dahai valued honor above all else. Having been injured in a struggle with criminals, his physical condition was far from what it once was. Now, he pinned all his hopes on training his apprentice. This year, he had finally encountered someone as exceptional as Lin Mo, pouring all his heart and soul into him. Now, the prospect of losing him to someone else filled Lu Dahai with profound reluctance. For his apprentice's future, Lu Dahai resolved to let Lin Mo go. Lu Dahai returned to the Gulo Street police station. Li Jianhua saw Lu Dahai return. Chief, I just called Lin Mo, but his phone is off. When will he be back tomorrow? I need to arrange a car to pick him up. Having not seen Lin Mo these past 2 days, Li Jianhua missed him dearly. He recalled the time their team caught a thief. It was undoubtedly the highlight of Li Jianhua's career. Hearing that Lin Mo's phone was off made Lu Dahai feel even more distressed. He suspected Lin Mo had likely made a choice. He must have turned it off because he was afraid to face himself. Li Jianhua seemed to notice something was off with Lu Dahai. Chief, is something wrong? You don't need to pick up little Lin. He probably won't be coming back. What? What do you mean? Li Jianhua looked completely bewildered. What did he mean Lin Mo wouldn't be coming? Could it be that Lin Mo was killed on a mission in Chang'an City? My brother Lin he. Whoa! Brother Lin. Li Jianhua burst into tears. Hearing the sobs, others gathered around. Tang Bing stepped forward and asked. Li Jianhua, what's wrong? Sister Tang, brother Lin. Brother Lin, he's been killed in action. What? He died? Tang Bing felt her soul tremble violently, the entire world spinning wildly around her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, Lu Dahai slapped Li Jianhua square across the forehead. What nonsense! Who told you Lin Mo was dead? Just now. Lu Dahai really wanted to kick Li Jianhua twice more. What I meant was that Lin Mo might be working in Chang'an City in the future. Upon hearing Lu Dahai say Lin Mo hadn't died, Tang Bing felt an immediate wave of relief wash over her. At the same time, she shot Li Jianhua a withering look. That guy just spouts nonsense, nearly making me cry. But the next second, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked. Why? Lu Dahai then explained the situation to everyone. Damn it, they think they can bully us because our station has no one? Stealing my brother Lin? I'll fight them to the death. Li Jianhua declared, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Alright, everyone, don't interfere with Lin Mo on this matter. After all, it concerns his future prospects. After saying this, Lu Dahai returned to his office. The officers remained in the lobby, discussing the matter. I don't think brother Lin is that kind of person. He'll never forget us and will come back. Li Jianhua, what are you thinking? Lin Mo has only been at our station for a month. What do you have to keep him here? His best option is to stay at the Chang'an City precinct. That place is leagues above our little station in terms of opportunities. Seeing he couldn't win the argument, Li Jianhua turned to Tang Bing, who was lost in thought nearby. Sister Tang, do you think Lin Mo will come back? I don't know. After saying that, Tang Bing returned to her workstation. An indescribable ache filled her heart, as if she'd lost something precious. An involuntary sadness washed over her, mingled with a pang of heartache. Staring at the unfinished award acceptance speech on her computer screen, she couldn't muster the slightest interest. She pulled out her phone, scrolled to Lin Mo's number, hesitated for a moment, then pretended to go to the restroom. Stepping out of the lobby, she dialed the number. The number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Tang Bing dialed again, but the same message repeated. Perhaps driven by stubbornness and unwillingness to accept defeat, she dialed Lin Mo's number over a dozen times, each call met with the same off message. Even though she had anticipated this outcome, her fingers dialed the number involuntarily. Only when a tear fell onto her phone screen did she realize she had been crying without noticing. She quickly wiped it away, glancing around to make sure no one was nearby. Taking a deep breath and pausing for a moment, she finally stepped into the office. Chapter 170, I'll give you a gift too. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Some grieved over Lin Mo's departure, but one man rejoiced at his leaving Zhang Dalong. Upon learning Lin Mo would be working in Chang'an City, his heart swelled with immense joy. That very night, he deliberately celebrated with his apprentice, Ma Xiaochuan. Since Lin Mo had arrived at their police station, Zhang had never felt this happy. Lin Mo had caused him immense harm, outshone him by a mile in achievements, and most crucially, captured Tang Bing's attention. With Lin Mo gone, he would finally reclaim his position at the Gulu police station. As for Tang Bing, he resolved to pursue her relentlessly. He refused to believe he couldn't win her over. The more Zhang Dalong thought about it, the more excited he became, and before long, he was drinking himself into a stupor. Early the next morning, Chang'an City Airport. Ma Chenggong addressed Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you really not considering staying? Brother Ma, please convey my thanks to Director Wu for his kindness, but I still wish to return to work at the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Lin Mo declined once more. Last night, Bai Wenbin from the Chang'an City Bureau had personally met with him, analyzing the benefits of staying in Chang'an City and urging him to remain. But Lin Mo insisted on returning. This left Bai Wenbin and Wu Jichao utterly helpless. They had gone to great lengths to recruit Lin Mo, even engaging in a battle of wits with the chief of the Liangqing Police Bureau, almost coming to blows. Yet Lin Mo was adamant about returning. In the end, Wu Jichao had no choice but to give up. He had Ma Chenggong escort Lin Mo to the airport early that morning. What a pity, little Lin. I was looking forward to working with you. Seems our time together just wasn't meant to be. Brother Ma, come visit Liangqing sometime. I'll be your host. Deal. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 700. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo paused in surprise. He hadn't expected to discover another criminal just as he was about to leave Chang'an City. Through his evil perception, he sensed the target wasn't far away. Lin Mo glanced in that direction and couldn't help but chuckle. The criminal was none other than the female con artist from the Fox duo. During the Chang'an City Police Department's operation to apprehend the Fox gang, she and an undercover officer had been sent in to gather intelligence. The undercover officer was betrayed by the female con artist and fled into the mountains. They had searched the mountains for a full day and night without finding her. Little did they know she had ended up here. What a small world. Lin Mo grinned. He wasn't in a hurry to apprehend her. Since the woman had entered his criminal perception, escaping wouldn't be so easy. Brother Ma, to thank you for your hospitality these past few days, I'd like to give you a gift too. What kind of gift? Ma Chenggong perked up at the mention. Let me borrow your handcuffs. Ma Chenggong looked puzzled but still handed over the handcuffs to Lin Mo, following him toward the direction of the two con artists. At that moment, the female con artist remained oblivious to Lin Mo and Ma Chenggong, who were dressed in plain clothes. She was watching the patrolling security guards warily. Long time no see. The female con artist suddenly heard a voice. As she turned toward the source of the sound, a pair of handcuffs snapped shut around her wrists. The con artist tried to struggle, but her resolve crumbled the moment she recognized Lin Mo. She knew his skills all too well. She was no match for him. A wave of frustration washed over her. Why did she have to run into him again? At that moment, Ma Chenggong also got a clear look at the female con artist. She was the female con artist from the male-female duo. Brother Ma, how about this gift? Great. Perfect. Ma Chenggong was overcome with excitement. As a cop, nothing excites them more than catching criminals. Lin Mo glanced at the time. Brother Ma, my time is up. Alright, little Lin, have a safe trip. Gulu Sub-District Police Station. This morning, the station's atmosphere was unusually somber because Lin Mo was staying behind to work in Chang'an City. Chief Lu Dahai entered his office and never came out again. Tang Bing sat at her desk looking utterly listless, as if her spirit had been drained. Li Jianhua felt restless, as if something was missing. The entire office was subdued, except for Zhang Dalong, who was bursting with excitement. They say that when a woman is sad and vulnerable, a man has the best chance to win her heart. Last night, Zhang Dalong had specially prepared a gift for Tang Bing. This gift had cost him a year's salary, and he was certain Tang Bing would love it. When the work break arrived, Zhang Dalong pulled a small mirror from his desk drawer and adjusted his hairstyle. Then he stood up, holding a very beautiful gift box that clearly cost a pretty penny. He approached Tang Bing like a gentleman and spoke in what he thought was a deep, magnetic voice. Junior sister Tang Bing. This is for you. However, Tang Bing, lost in thought, didn't hear Zhang Dalong at all. This left Zhang Dalong feeling rather awkward, so he raised his voice. Junior sister Tang Bing. This time, not only did Tang Bing hear him, but everyone around them heard it loud and clear. Spotting Zhang Dalong, Tang Bing responded coldly. What is it? This gift is for you. Some colleagues overheard and immediately turned to look this way. Then, one sharp-eyed colleague spotted the gift box in Zhang Dalong's hand and gasped in surprise. Wow, Dalong, is that an Oriental Jade brand gift you're holding? Yeah, that's right. Seeing someone who recognized the brand, Zhang Dalong's face lit up with excitement. Oriental Jade is the finest jade jewelry brand in our Dragon Nation, especially renowned for its mutton fat jade. It's just a pity the prices are so steep. This gift is a top-quality mutton fat jade bracelet. As Zhang Dalong spoke, he glanced at Tang Bing with a look of satisfaction. But Tang Bing's expression remained unchanged. Her mind was still preoccupied with Lin Mo. Why had he chosen to stay and work in Chang'an? Did he not feel even a shred of reluctance to leave her behind? What was even more infuriating was that his phone was turned off. As her mind wandered, Zhang Dalong placed the gift before her. Junior sister Tang Bing, this is for you. But Tang Bing pushed the gift aside with a look of disgust. Zhang Dalong, we're police officers. Is this all you do on the job, engage in such trivial nonsense? Tang Bing's words instantly silenced Zhang Dalong. Chapter 171, Master, I'm back. Just as Zhang Dalong felt awkward, someone suddenly called out. Lin Mo. Hearing the call, Tang Bing instinctively looked up toward the entrance of the hall. There stood a tall, slender figure at the entrance, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. Sunlight streamed in from behind him as if a halo of light enveloped him. This person was none other than Lin Mo. Tang Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes hard. When she looked toward the doorway again, Lin Mo stood there, smiling. It was Lin Mo. It really was Lin Mo. Her heart surged with excitement. Zhang Dalong saw Tang Bing's genuine smile clearly. It was a complete reversal from her attitude toward him just moments ago. Zhang Dalong felt like dying right then. How could he possibly measure up to a rookie cop fresh out of training? Then it hit him, something was off. Wasn't Lin Mo supposed to be working at the Chang'an City police station? Why had she returned? Was he here to retrieve his personal belongings? Yes. Absolutely. Once Lin Mo got what he came for, he'd leave immediately. While Zhang Dalong was lost in his own thoughts, Tang Bing had already approached Lin Mo. Li Jianhua reacted fastest, dashing over first. Brother Lin, why are you back? Lin Mo looked utterly bewildered. He'd only been away on a business trip, this was his workplace. Brother Li, why would I come back? Of course you can come back. This place is your home now. Come back and visit anytime. Ha. Lin Mo found Li Jianhua's words somewhat baffling. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he pulled out the gifts he'd brought back from Chang'an City for everyone. Brother Li, these are gifts I brought back from Chang'an for everyone. Could you help me distribute them? Sure thing. Li Jianhua took the large bundle, which seemed to contain quite a few items. Everyone gathered around at that moment. They bombarded Lin Mo with questions. Shaolin, how's the working environment at the police station in Chang'an City? Little Lin, are you settling in over there? Shaolin, come back and visit us more often when you have time. Lin Mo was completely flustered by the barrage of questions. As everyone spoke, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Just then, Zhang Dalong approached and addressed Lin Mo with a sarcastic tone. This is our working hours. We're police officers serving the people, we need to maintain a professional attitude. Lin Mo, you need to pack up your personal belongings and leave immediately. Lin Mo was baffled. I work here, why should I leave? What right do you have to kick me out? Work? Zhang Dalong sneered coldly. You did work here before, but now you're an officer with the Chang'an City Police Department. You're no longer part of our team. Lin Mo finally understood. They must have heard that the Chang'an City Police Department had retained him to work for them. It seemed everyone assumed he'd choose to stay at the Chang'an City Police Department. Zhang Dalong, let me make this clear, I was a police officer at the Gulo Sub-District Station before, and I still am. Tang Bing had also mistakenly assumed Lin Mo had merely returned to collect his belongings, but upon hearing his words, she sensed something was off. Lin Mo, you didn't join the Chang'an City Police Department? Yeah. Hearing Lin Mo's affirmative answer, Tang Bing's face instantly broke into a beaming smile. She blurted out instinctively. That's wonderful. Tang Bing seemed to realize she'd gotten a little too excited and forced herself to stay calm. The others around them were stunned to hear Lin Mo say he hadn't stayed at the Chang'an City Police Station. Especially Zhang Dalong, his face was utterly incredulous. What did you say? You didn't join the Chang'an City Police Department? Yesterday, Chief Bai from the Chang'an City Police Headquarters wanted me to stay, but I refused. How is that possible? Zhang Dalong found it hard to accept this reality. How could the story's plot suddenly change like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Chang'an City Police Department offers far better conditions than we do here. Why would anyone choose to stay at the Gulo Police Station? If given the chance, Zhang Dalong would undoubtedly choose the Chang'an City Police Department without hesitation. The platform there offered far more promising prospects for future personal development. He couldn't believe Lin Mo would choose to stay at the Gulo Street Police Station. More importantly, Lin Mo's return would make him his biggest romantic rival. And he'd stand no chance against this rival. Tang Bing sneered at Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong, don't judge others by your own narrow-minded standards, okay? Lin Mo welcomes you back. After saying this, Tang Bing deliberately extended her right hand. Lin Mo paused slightly before taking her hand. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled a stone from his bag and said to Tang Bing, Sis Tang, this is for you. The stone originally came with a box, but Lin Mo's backpack was too full. The box took up too much space, so he ended up tossing it, leaving only the stone behind. Zhang Dalong burst out laughing upon seeing Lin Mo present Tang Bing with a rock as a gift. Lin Mo, are you kidding me? This is the first time I've ever seen someone give a rock as a gift, haha. I'm curious, how much did you pay for this rock? 200. Lin Mo stated bluntly, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. 200? Zhang Dalong nearly laughed himself silly. The Aries jade he'd just given Tang Bing was worth 60,000 yuan, yet this clown Lin Mo was giving Tang Bing a rock worth only 200 yuan. It would be strange if Tang Bing even accepted it. Yet at that moment, Tang Bing reached out and accepted it, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Thank you, Lin Mo. Zhang Dalong was completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped in shock and he couldn't utter a single word. They were definitely putting on a show to spite him. She refused his 60,000 yuan top-grade jadeite bracelet but accepted Lin Mo's 200 yuan stone? Damn it! Did reality have to slap him in the face like this? Junior Tang Bing, this is just a worthless rock. Mine was a top-grade jadeite bracelet worth 60,000 yuan. Zhang Dalong opened his gift box, took out the exquisite jadeite bracelet inside, and showed it to Tang Bing. But Tang Bing didn't even glance at it. Zhang Dalong, many things can't be measured by money. I'm just a commoner, this crappy stone is all I deserve. Give your jade to someone who can actually match its worth. Tang Bing, I didn't mean it that way. Zhang Dalong hurriedly explained. Every colleague around them could see that Tang Bing had feelings for Lin Mo. Upon learning Lin Mo would stay at Gulu police station, Li Jianhua was beyond thrilled. Brother Lin, I'm sticking with you from now on. Ha ha. What's with all the yelling? Lu Dahai yelled from the office doorway. He'd just lost a promising apprentice and was already feeling restless in his office when the commotion outside only added to his irritation. Master. I'm back. Chapter 172, Old Master Lin. Lu Dahai suddenly recognized Lin Mo's voice. Startled, he hurriedly looked toward the office lobby. There stood Lin Mo amidst the crowd. His disciple had returned. Lu Dahai was overcome with emotion. Today, he had been waiting for the higher-ups to transfer Lin Mo's files away. He never expected Lin Mo to return. At that moment, Li Jianhua addressed Lu Dahai. Chief, Lin Mo didn't choose to stay in Chang'an City. He's staying at our police station. Hearing this, Lu Dahai's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He looked at Lin Mo, seeking a definitive answer. Yes, sir. Lin Mo nodded firmly. Unable to hide his delight, Lu Dahai's face lit up only to erupt in curses the next instant. You fool! Do you even know what you've missed? Others might not grasp how crucial a good platform is for a police officer's career, but Lu Dahai, who'd spent most of his life navigating the police system, understood it all too well. A high starting point means more opportunities. But Lin Mo just smiled and said, Master, I haven't had enough of being your apprentice yet, haha. All right. Lu Dahai laughed, but a misty glimmer flickered in his eyes. Deep down, he felt immense relief that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing Lin Mo. Lin Mo feared Lu Dahai might become so emotional he'd shed tears, so he quickly changed the subject. Master, I brought you a gift. He then pulled a heated lumbar support from his backpack. His master had been injured while apprehending criminals, and Lin Mo had heard from colleagues that his back ached whenever the weather turned cold. He had specifically sought out a high-quality lumbar support in Chang'an City. You've just graduated, don't waste your money like this. Lu Dahai said this, but inside he was overjoyed. He and his wife had never had children, so he'd never experienced the joy of a child showing filial piety to their parents. For some reason, Lu Dahai felt that warmth emanating from Lin Mo. Here, apprentice, help me put this on. Lu Dahai didn't care he had Lin Mo help him put it on in front of everyone. The look of satisfaction on his face was unmistakable. The entire Golo Street police station received gifts from Lin Mo, and everyone was overjoyed. Lu Dahai immediately notified the kitchen staff that he would personally cover the cost of adding a few premium dishes to the lunch spread. This called for a proper celebration. Lin Mo's return instantly breathed new life into the once stagnant Golo police station. Yet Zhang Dalong sighed deeply. He couldn't fathom why, despite never being the top performer but still quite outstanding throughout his life, he always seemed to fall short of Lin Mo in every way. Master, the cafeteria's serving lunch. The head chef made your favorite braised fish today. Ma Xiaochuan said to the sullen Zhang Dalong. Eat and you'll understand. With that, Zhang Dalong stood up and headed straight for the police station entrance. Master, what are you doing? Just eat your meal. Stop worrying about other people's business. Zhang Dalong hailed a cab outside. Officer, where to? The Oriental Jade Specialty Store on Xinyuan Road. A 60,000 yuan jadeite piece that was Zhang Dalong's entire year's salary. Since Tang Bing wouldn't take it, he hurried to return it. That sum was no small amount for him. After lunch, Lu Dahai asked Lin Mo to prepare his acceptance speech for tomorrow in the office. Lin Mo wasn't skilled at such things, so he sought advice from Li Jianhua. Brother Li, do you know how to write an acceptance speech? Li Jianhua looked embarrassed. Brother Lin, you really think too highly of me. I served as a police officer for years and never received any honors after leaving the force. Who in the station can write one? Zhang Dalong received an award for outstanding individual. Forget about him. Lin Mo knew Zhang Dalong harbored hostility toward him. He wasn't about to court trouble. Go ask Xiao Tang. She was recognized as an outstanding individual at the precinct before. Alright, I'll go ask Sister Tang for advice. Lin Mo then approached Tang Bing's workstation. Tang Bing was smiling as her pale fingers danced across the keyboard, moving with the grace of a dancing sprite. Sis Tang. Lin Mo called out to Tang Bing. Spotting Lin Mo, Tang Bing paused her typing. What's up? My mentor asked me to write an award report, but I never learned how to do this in school. I have no idea where to start. That's easy. Just write down what's in your heart. We're frontline officers anyway, no need for those hollow slogans. Stick to the facts. That's simple? What else is there? Alright. Lin Mo mused thoughtfully. Tang Bing was right, he should just write what he truly felt. This wasn't some speech contest. Lin Mo then returned to his workstation and began writing. Before clocking out, he stretched lazily, finally finished. Although he wrote down his thoughts as Tang Bing suggested, to be honest, it wasn't nearly as satisfying as catching criminals. Just then, Lu Dahai emerged from the office and addressed the group. Tomorrow, the Liangcheng Bureau will hold an awards ceremony. Everyone except those on duty must attend, no excuses. Everyone should get some rest early tonight so we can maintain a good spirit tomorrow. Lu Dahai instructed. This time, their station had been awarded a collective third-class merit. The entire team will receive the award on stage. Understood, Director. The group responded in unison. Afterward, Lu Dahai specifically asked Lin Mo and Tang Bing to stay behind, giving them some instructions for tomorrow. By the time he finished, it was already dark outside. Lu Dahai had to stay behind to prepare some documents, so he continued working overtime. Tang Bing and Lin Mo walked out of the police station together. Since they lived in different directions, Lin Mo said to Tang Bing, Tang Bing, I'll head out first. How about grabbing dinner together? Tang Bing cut him off abruptly. For some reason she couldn't quite pinpoint, she felt reluctant to part ways with Lin Mo. Alright. Lin Mo had originally planned to go home and cook something himself. Having eaten out every day in Chang'an City these past 2 days, he was getting a bit tired of it. But since Tang Bing had suggested it, he couldn't be bothered to go home and cook after all. Sis Tang, I know a restaurant with a really unique vibe. It's just a bit far. No problem, I'll drive. Tang Bing hurriedly said. Lin Mo, wait here for me. I'll go to the parking lot to get the car. Okay. Lin Mo replied. A moment later, Tang Bing drove up. Lin Mo wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, but judging by its design and interior, he could tell Tang Bing's vehicle was quite expensive. Lin Mo, where exactly is that place? It's near the entrance of my old police academy. The two arrived at the location quickly. The location was tucked away in a narrow alley, yet it was packed with people. Back when Lin Mo was a student, he didn't have much money either, but he'd come here twice for class reunions. As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the restaurant, he heard someone call out. Lin Mo. Hearing the voice, Lin Mo recognized it as Zhang Chang, the all-around champion from their old class. The nickname Lin the Last came from his consistently last-place finishes during police academy exams, earning him the moniker among his peers. Chapter 173, Mockery. Lin Mo didn't want to acknowledge Zhang Chang, but to his surprise, the other man walked straight over. Oh. It really is you. Ha! Before Lin Mo could respond, Zhang Chang yanked him over to his own table. This table was filled with Lin Mo's classmates, but back in school, they hadn't been friendly toward him, they often bullied him. Spotting Lin Mo, the classmates immediately started teasing him. I heard that when we graduated, old Lin got assigned to the Gulu police station. The chief there flat out refused to take him. Can't blame the chief, taking him on would have been like shooting himself in the foot. Exactly. During our graduation exams, Lin Loma dragged down our entire class's scores by several points. The group burst into laughter after the remark. Zhang Chang had pulled Lin Mo over just to tease him, looking for some fun to liven up the mood. After they finished teasing Lin Mo, Zhang Chang feigned concern. Lin Lamu, are you just sitting at home doing nothing now? Before Lin Mo could respond, Zhang Chang pressed on. If you're just sitting around with nothing to do, our office has a restroom cleaning job. How about I put in a good word with our director? Ha ha. After Zhang Chang finished speaking, the group of classmates all burst into laughter. Lin Mo's face darkened instantly. Zhang Chang persisted relentlessly. We're classmates, helping each other out is only right. I've got a decent standing at our station, so I've got some pull. If you're interested, I can hook you up right now. Zhang Chang spoke with such sincerity that an outsider unaware of the situation might genuinely believe he was offering Lin Mo genuine help. No thanks. I work at Gulu police station. Several classmates were taken aback upon hearing this. Wow. Lin Lamu, you're quite the talent. Your department head actually kept you on. At that moment, one classmate said with a smile. I get it, he must be working as a janitor at the Gulu police station. Ha ha. Exactly. Spot on. Ha ha. The group burst into laughter once more. Lin Mo knew they were just genuinely making fun of him, so he turned and walked away. But unexpectedly, Zhang Chang stopped him again. Don't rush off. We're old classmates, have a drink first. I don't drink. Lin Mo refused outright. Oh my, Lin Mo, your temper's really flaring up. Zhang Chang felt a pang of displeasure at Lin Mo's refusal. Lin Mo hadn't intended to pick a fight, but the other party kept taunting him repeatedly. Now, with his body enhanced through the system and his mastery of combat skills, not just one Zhang Chang, even 5 of them wouldn't faze Lin Mo. He simply didn't want to cause trouble as a police officer. But if someone deliberately provoked trouble, Lin Mo, as a police officer, had every right to subdue them. He addressed Zhang Chang coldly. Zhang Chang, I'm warning you, this is a restriction of my personal freedom. If you don't let go, I have the right to resist. Zhang Chang hadn't expected Lin Mo to dare speak to him in such a tone. Back in school, when they bullied Lin Mo, he never even uttered a word. And now, with several classmates watching, this was making him look incredibly foolish. I won't let go. What are you going to do about it? Think you can break free? Zhang Chang sneered coldly. He was the all-around champion, top in physical fitness, martial arts, and academics. He genuinely wasn't afraid of Lin Mo turning against him. Just as the tension was mounting, Tang Bing parked the car and walked in. Lin Mo, what's going on? As Tang Bing spoke, her eyes bore a cold stare at Zhang Chang and his group. Zhang Chang and his crew froze upon seeing Tang Bing. Though she wore a simple shirt, her exquisite features and curvaceous figure easily earned her a score above 90. With a bit more polish, she could easily break into showbiz as a star. This puzzled Zhang Chang. How could such a stunning beauty be acquainted with Lin Mo? Seeing Tang Bing, Zhang Chang felt an urge to impress her. He released Lin Mo's hand and explained. Hey, beautiful, don't get the wrong idea. We're just classmates messing around. Tang Bing wasn't blind, they were clearly picking on Lin Mo. She didn't want Zhang Chang and his friends to ruin her meal with Lin Mo. So she turned to Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, let's sit over there. Sure, Sister Tang. Tang Bing deliberately chose a table farther away from them to avoid having their mood ruined. However, Zhang Chang quickly interjected. Hey, beautiful, we've got room over here. Why don't you join us? We're classmates with Lin Mo. The other classmates quickly chimed in. Yeah, beautiful lady, our brother Chang was the all-around champion back in police academy. And within just 1 month of joining the force, he already earned commendations at the station. At the recent commendation ceremony held by the Liangcheng Bureau, our brother Chang even won the Best Rookie Award. Zhang Chang beamed with pride upon hearing this. He was certain these achievements would make the girl admire him. Tang Bing couldn't help but chuckle. What's so impressive about a Rookie of the Year award? Lin Mo, conservatively speaking, has earned at least 1 second-class merit and 3 third-class merits. The exact number of honors was classified by higher-ups, so Tang Bing wasn't entirely sure. She was eager to see how Lin Mo's classmates would react tomorrow at the commendation ceremony when they witnessed him receiving his award. The thought made the corners of her mouth turn upward. Zhang Chang caught this subtle reaction and his heart surged with excitement. It seemed the beauty before him was genuinely moved by his achievements. So, beautiful lady, why not sit down and join me for a meal? But Tang Bing smiled and said, That's great. As it happens, Lin Mo and I are also police officers. See you at tomorrow's commendation ceremony. With that, Tang Bing took Lin Mo's arm and walked away. She feared that if she stayed any longer, she might actually burst out laughing. Zhang Chang was utterly baffled. A beauty admired him, so why was she leaving? He recalled her final remark that she was also a police officer. Tomorrow would be the perfect chance to show her his dashing, heroic side. Lin Mo and the others found a corner table to sit at. Tang Bing couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Lin Mo watched Tang Bing, who was shaking with laughter, wondering what had gotten into her. Sis Tang, what's up? Oh my gosh, I'm dying laughing. Best Newcomer Award. He. Tang Bing laughed even harder after saying that. Lin Mo was puzzled. Sis Tang, what's so funny about this? Tang Bing struggled to control her emotions, trying to calm herself down. Lin Mo, imagine the look on your classmate's face tomorrow when he sees all the merits you've earned. He. Chapter 174, When Patience Reaches Its Limit. Tang Bing and Lin Mo thoroughly enjoyed their meal. After finishing, Lin Mo offered to pay the bill. Seeing the bill wasn't large, Tang Bing didn't insist on splitting it. As they stepped out of the restaurant, they ran into Zhang Chang and his group. Zhang Chang, elated over winning the Best Newcomer Award tomorrow, had enjoyed a few extra drinks. They were waiting for their designated driver. Spotting Lin Mo and the beautiful woman emerge, Zhang Chang hurried over. Hey, beautiful, need a ride? Zhang Chang said, gesturing toward his newly purchased Saturn. This car was a gift from his father to celebrate his graduation. Though it wasn't a luxury car, few among their classmates actually owned one. No thanks, I have my own car. Tang Bing replied. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel like laughing whenever she saw Zhang Chang now. She couldn't wait for tomorrow to come so Lin Mo could thoroughly humiliate him. Let them see that the poor kid they once looked down on had now reached heights they could never hope to attain. Zhang Chang couldn't believe Tang Bing had a car, and Lin Mo certainly didn't. Back in school, he was so broke he'd split a steamed bun in half just to make it last. Hey, it's cold tonight. Let me drive you home, Zhang Chang said with a smirk. But this time, Tang Bing ignored him and turned to Lin Mo instead. Lin Mo, wait here. I'll go get the car. Okay. Lin Mo replied. After Tang Bing left, Zhang Chang turned to Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, I suggest you take a cab home. You're a dumbass and a broke ass, you don't deserve a beauty like her. Zhang Chang, I've gone easy on you before because we're classmates. But if you keep pushing my buttons, I'll make you regret it. Make me regret it? Zhang Chang sneered coldly. Lin Mo, just because you know a pretty girl, you've forgotten how much of a loser you used to be? You were trash in the police academy, and you're still trash out in the real world. Ha ha. Zhang Chang and several classmates burst into laughter once more. Lin Mo knew full well that with some people, no matter how politely you spoke to them, they'd only spew filth in return. Sometimes, when you've reached your limit, there's no need to endure any longer. Lin Mo's previously harmless expression suddenly turned cold and fierce, his gaze carrying a spine-chilling intensity. Zhang Chang saw the murderous glint in Lin Mo's eyes, and his laughter abruptly froze. A chill spread from his feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. His legs began to tremble involuntarily. Over the past month, Lin Mo had not only grown stronger through the system but also matured significantly through apprehending criminals. He could appear harmless at times, but when he bared his fangs, it sent shivers down spines. This ferocity had been forged in the brutal, life-or-death struggles against criminals. Only those who had truly faced life and death possessed such terrifying ferocity. Most ordinary people would be terrified by it. Seeing Zhang Chang struggling to hold himself up, Lin Mo suddenly lunged forward. Startled, Zhang Chang shuddered and plopped down onto the ground, his eyes wide like a fool. The others rushed to help Zhang Chang up. Just then, Tang Bing drove up. Lin Mo, get in the car. Yeah. Lin Mo returned to his usual demeanor. Tang Bing wasn't the least bit worried about Lin Mo getting hurt. She knew his skills all too well. He could even subdue murderers, let alone a few greenhorns fresh out of school. Lin Mo then got into Tang Bing's car and drove off. It took Zhang Chang a full minute to snap out of it. Desperate to save face, he cursed in the direction Lin Mo had vanished. That bastard Lin Mo, pushing me while I was drunk. You just wait, you bastard. In truth, Lin Mo hadn't pushed him at all. If Zhang Chang hadn't made such a claim, he'd feel utterly humiliated for having been scared into collapsing onto the ground by Lin Mo. What Zhang Chang couldn't fathom was how Lin Mo could radiate such an intimidating aura, especially the way he looked at him like he was staring at a dead man. As Zhang Chang brushed dust off his buttocks, he suddenly realized his pants were wet. Had he just peed himself out of fear of Lin Mo? He frantically glanced around. Seeing no one seemed to notice, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. If he'd actually wet himself from fear, he might as well quit the police force altogether. Bro, did you see that car the beauty was driving? Car? What kind of car? Zhang Chang had been too busy berating Lin Mo to notice what kind of car Tang Bing was driving. I saw that beauty driving a phaeton. Are you sure you didn't mistake it? Zhang Chang asked, sounding a bit surprised. The phaeton is a legendary under-the-radar car over $1,000,000, yet it looks like it's only worth around 200,000. Bro, I saw it too. That's definitely a low-key luxury phaeton. The other person confirmed. Zhang Chang was completely baffled. Who was this woman, anyway? How could she afford such an expensive car? What kind of luck did Lin Mo have? But then he remembered tomorrow's commendation ceremony at Liangcheng police station, and his confidence instantly returned. Who cares about her background? Tomorrow, he'd be receiving this year's Rookie of the Year award at the ceremony. This award was the most prestigious rookie honor in Liangcheng, selected from all new officers across the city. Each year's winner receives special training from the Liangcheng Police Department. Who knows? He might even get assigned directly to a district station or the headquarters. At this thought, Zhang Chang wore a look of smug satisfaction. Oomph. Just wait and see tomorrow. After Tang Bing dropped Lin Mo off at home, she drove back to her own place. Back home, Tang Bing felt her emotions today were like a roller coaster ride. She had been heartbroken at the thought of never seeing Lin Mo again, only for him to suddenly return and even give her a gift. Thinking of the gift, Tang Bing hurriedly picked up the stone Lin Mo had given her and examined it closely. The stone itself wasn't particularly special, but because it came from Lin Mo, it held a unique meaning for Tang Bing. Throughout her childhood, Tang Bing had received countless gift dolls, toys, jewelry, cosmetics, and more. But a stone? This was her first time receiving one. Lin Mo really was a unique person. He. Tang Bing murmured happily. Suddenly, she recalled the small rosewood box her father had given her earlier. She retrieved the small leaf rosewood box from the cabinet and placed the stone inside, but it felt a bit unstable. So she fetched a rosewood tray from the living room. With the rosewood box as the base and the rosewood stand supporting the stone Lin Mo had given her. To Tang Bing, the stone instantly looked different. It truly embodied the saying, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. The rosewood stand beneath the stone was worth 58,000 yuan. The small leaf rosewood box was worth 680,000 yuan. Such extravagant items even a picked-up stone placed atop them would feel like a gem. If Tang Bing's father ever found out that the 680,000 yuan small leaf rosewood box he'd given her was now being used as a base for a 200 yuan rock, who knows what he'd think? Chapter 175, How Could Love Fall Upon Me? The next morning, Lin Mo was fast asleep when a ringtone jolted him awake. He groped for his phone on the bedside table with his eyes still closed. Hello? Lin Mo, time to get up. Today's the commendation ceremony at the Liangcheng Bureau and you're the star of the show. Tang Bing's cheerful voice came through the phone. Sis Tang, I'll get up right away. Should I pick you up later? Tang Bing asked gently, her voice brimming with anticipation. No need to trouble yourself, Sister Tang. I'm not far from our station. All right then. Tang Bing's voice carried a hint of disappointment, but she quickly regained her composure. See you at the station. Got it. Lin Mo replied. Then they ended the call. Lin Mo now felt completely wide awake. This was the first time a girl had ever called him to wake up. It couldn't help but make him wonder. Why would Sister Tang wake him up so early in the morning? Could it be she had feelings for him? At that thought, Lin Mo, who was rather clueless when it came to romance, immediately dismissed the idea. Tang Bing came from a wealthy family and was stunningly beautiful. How could she possibly like someone without parents and dirt poor? Her call to wake him up was probably just a casual gesture between colleagues. Lin Mo got up, splashed water on his face, and felt fully awake. He was a people's police officer. Back then, his physical condition had been poor in every way. Heaven had favored him, granting him the system, which had given him the chance to become an outstanding police officer. This was already the greatest blessing heaven had bestowed upon him. He dared not dream of love descending upon him as well. All Lin Mo wanted now was to fulfill his childhood dream, to safeguard the security of the district under his jurisdiction. Having reaffirmed his purpose, Lin Mo dressed and headed out for breakfast. Meanwhile, Liangcheng Bureau Headquarters. Director Feng arrived at the bureau early this morning for the Liangcheng General Administration commendation ceremony. After checking everything and finding no major issues, he felt reassured and returned to his office. No sooner had he entered his office than the landline rang. He answered immediately. Hello, this is Feng Guankai. Director Feng, this is Zhao Dazhu from the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit. Inspector Zhao, how come you have time to call me? Director Feng quipped. A month earlier, on her first day on the job, Lin Mo had apprehended Luo Ping, a Class A fugitive. The case had been handled by Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit. At the time, Zhao Dazhu had specifically traveled from Nanling City to Liangcheng for that case. Chief Feng, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Zhao Dazhu's tone grow stern, Director Feng quickly dropped his smile. Inspector Zhao, go ahead. Our Nanning City Major Crimes Unit has been pursuing an A-level fugitive named Gao Hongwei. However, he's gone into hiding in the mountains. We've searched for a month and still haven't found any trace of him. According to reliable intelligence, he crossed the Debi Mountains and entered your jurisdiction in Liangcheng. Inspector Zhao, are you saying Gao Hongwei is that Class A fugitive? Commissioner Feng inquired. Yes. This Class A fugitive, Gao Hongwei, served as a mercenary in the Middle East for several years. He possesses reconnaissance and counter-surveillance skills, and more importantly, he is extremely skilled in combat. He is listed on the Class A Most Dangerous Fugitives list. Zhao Dazhu explained to Director Feng. Director Feng was momentarily speechless. Last time, Class A fugitive Luo Ping had been chased to Liangcheng by Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit. Now another extremely dangerous Class A fugitive, Gao Hongwei, was being sent here. Inspector Zhao, our Liangcheng City fully supports your Major Crimes Unit in handling cases. But every time you send these extremely dangerous individuals to our city, doesn't that put the people of Liangcheng at risk? Zhao Dazhu didn't want to do this either, but the northern part of Nanling City was bordered by the Debi Mountains, with complex terrain. Some serious criminals fleeing justice would naturally choose that route. Once these dangerous criminals cross the Debi Mountains, they're in Liangcheng. Chief Feng, we truly wish this weren't the case, but the geographical proximity between our two cities inevitably creates this situation. Rest assured, Director Feng, these two incidents are isolated cases. Moreover, Nanning City's Major Crimes Unit will dispatch personnel to Liangcheng to apprehend Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. Director Feng, you know this kind of thing hasn't happened often before. I don't know why it's happened twice in a row recently. Understood, Inspector Zhao. Liangcheng Police will fully cooperate. Director Feng, I advise you to deploy additional personnel over the next 2 days to conduct thorough checks on unfamiliar individuals at key checkpoints, preventing the fugitive Gao Hongwei from infiltrating Liangcheng. I will. Commissioner Feng replied. After asking a few more questions, Director Feng ended the call. Today, the Liangcheng Police Headquarters was holding an awards ceremony, leaving only 1 or 2 officers on duty at each checkpoint. Director Feng believed it was unlikely that Class F fugitive Gao Hongwei would happen to enter Liangcheng today. In Liangcheng's Old Town district, a ragged figure lurked in a corner. He warily scanned his surroundings before secretly swiping someone's clothes from a drying line. After changing into them, he felt he looked less bedraggled now. Those cops in Nanling City are relentless. They've been chasing me for a whole month. This man was none other than Gao Hongwei, the Class F fugitive mentioned by Zhao Dazhu. Spotting a bathhouse just opening its doors, he sniffed his own body odor and nearly gagged. Gao Hongwei immediately decided to wash off the stench. Half an hour later, emerging from the bathhouse, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Liangcheng was still the best place. The cops here were useless. Gao Hongwei felt this way because since entering Liangcheng's jurisdiction, he hadn't encountered a single police officer along the way. He'd never seen a city with so few officers, which made him decide right then to put down roots in Liangcheng. With his skills and guts, carving out a niche in Liangcheng would be a piece of cake. Besides, he had connections to fall back on this time. Gao Hongwei then dialed a number. "Hey, cousin, I'm in Liangcheng. Hongwei, I'm tied up with something right now. I'll pick you up after I'm done." "No need to trouble yourself, cousin. I'll explore on my own first. I'll come find you at your casino tonight." "Alright, just be careful. Don't get caught by the cops." "Don't worry, cousin. The Nanjing Major Crimes Unit can't touch me, let alone the cops in Liangcheng." Gao Hongwei hung up the phone. He decided to grab some breakfast first, then go have some fun with a few women later. Whistling cheerfully along the way, Gao Hongwei looked like a leisurely old gentleman. He approached a breakfast stall and called out to the owner. "Hey, boss. 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of spicy soup." He scanned the area, looking around. Every table was occupied. Then he sat down next to a young man who looked frail. That young man was none other than Lin Mo. Chapter 176, How infuriating is that? Even before Gao Hongwei arrived at the breakfast stall, Lin Mo had already detected him through his sin perception. He hadn't expected the man to sit directly across from him. From his earlier observation, Lin Mo sensed that the aura emanating from this man was more dangerous than any criminal he had apprehended before. Moreover, a military knife was holstered at his waist. So Lin Mo didn't arrest him immediately. Instead, he waited for the right moment. Gao Hongwei glanced at Lin Mo, then smiled and greeted him. "Hey, you're a local, right?" "No, I graduated and started working here." Lin Mo replied. "How much do you make a month?" Gao Hongwei pressed. Having spent the past month in the mountains with no one to talk to, he was practically dying to chat. Seeing Lin Mo's harmless demeanor, he couldn't help but open up a bit more. 3,500 yuan. That's so little, not even enough for 2 visits to a lady. The mention of escorts instantly perked Gao Hongwei up, and he lowered his voice to ask. "Bro, do you know where to find girls in Liangcheng?" Lin Mo shook his head, then nodded. The brothels he knew of had all been busted by the police. Still, to keep the conversation going, Lin Mo nodded. Sure enough, seeing Lin Mo's inexperienced look, Gao Hongwei flashed a lecherous grin. "Hey kid, come clean, you frequent these places, don't you?" Ha. Occasionally. Lin Mo deliberately feigned embarrassment. "We're all men here, nothing to be embarrassed about," Gao Hongwei said. Just then, the owner brought over the fried dough sticks and spicy soup. Gao Hongwei devoured his fried dough sticks in no time. As for the steaming hot spicy soup, he picked up the bowl and downed it in a few gulps. The entire breakfast was finished in under 10 seconds. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire the other man's stomach. After finishing his drink, Gao Hongwei leaned in close and whispered to Lin Mo. "Hey, buddy, after this, take me to a place with girls. I'll treat you." How about it?" Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy. He'd been worried the man would just leave after eating. "Bro, I have to go to work later." Lin Mo deliberately refused. Often, agreeing immediately would only make the other party suspicious. What's the point of dating someone who makes 3,500 a month? I'm saving up for marriage. With your measly salary, you'll be saving until the cows come home. Join me, and I guarantee at least 100,000 a year. If you play your cards right, 500,000 a year isn't out of the question. Lin Mo deliberately let his eyes gleam at the offer. 50,000? Big brother, is all this real? Seeing Lin Mo's wide-eyed, naive expression, Gao Hongwei felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Young people these days are so easy to fool. It depends on how you play it, Gao Hongwei said with a smile. "Big brother, I know where to find the best girls." "Not bad, you're a smart kid." Lin Mo paid for Gao Hongwei's breakfast and then took him to find a girl. Gulo Street Police Station. Lu Dahai had gotten a special haircut yesterday, making him look exceptionally sharp. "Chief, you look absolutely stunning," Li Jianhua exclaimed dramatically. "I'm over 40, what's so handsome about that?" Ha. Though Lu Dahai said this, he was grinning from ear to ear. "By the way, Lin Mo, why hasn't he arrived yet?" Tang Bing asked Lu Dahai at that moment. Chief, Lin Mo called me this morning and said he had something to take care of. He'll be coming over alone later. Sister Tang, tell me honestly, why did Lin Mo call you this early instead of me? Li Jiana was zeroed in on the key point. Tang Bing flushed slightly for some reason. I'm his team leader. What's wrong with him calling me? Well, that makes sense. Li Jianhua chuckled. Not far away, Zhang Delong overheard Tang Bing's conversation and instantly felt a pang of jealousy. Whenever he called Tang Bing after work before, she almost never picked up. But just now, when Tang Bing mentioned Lin Mo calling her this morning, she had a smile on her face. The difference was too stark. His mood instantly soured. So he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Looks like someone thinks they're hot stuff now that they've achieved a little success. How dare they keep all of us waiting like this? Lu Dahai glanced at the time and then said to Tang Bing. Tang, give Lin Mo another call. Tang Bing dialed Lin Mo's number, but it was turned off. Chief, his phone's off. Lu Dahai thought for a moment. Never mind. The Gula police station isn't too far from the Liangcheng bureau anyway. Lin Mo could go alone. Today, their station had earned a collective third-class merit award. He had to get there early to show off properly in front of the other station chiefs. So Lu Dahai addressed the group. It's about time. Everyone, get on the bus. Everyone gathered their belongings and boarded the station's bus. On the bus, Lu Dahai specifically reminded everyone. Today, everyone needs to put their best foot forward. Our station hasn't received any honors in years. Don't worry, Chief. I even washed my face with facial cleanser today. The group was filled with joyful anticipation. They quickly drove to the compound of the Liangcheng Bureau. The meeting was held in the main auditorium of the headquarters. Guided by staff, they entered the grand hall. By then, many people had already gathered in the auditorium. Lu Dahai led his team to their assigned seats. Soon after, he spotted several old friends. Old Song, you keep an eye on our people here. I'll go say hello. Understood, Director. Lu Dahai approached a group of people engaged in conversation. Why, isn't this our director Pang Fei? Oh, I wondered who it could be. It's Chief Lu after all. Pang Fei was the chief of a district in the economic development zone. Over the years, leveraging his territorial advantage, he consistently ranked first in annual evaluations. He was truly the top dog among Liangcheng's grassroots police stations. Meanwhile, Lu Dahai consistently ranked dead last in past evaluations. In the past, Lu Dahai would never have dared to provoke Pang Fei. But this time was different. Since Lin Mo joined their Golo Street police station, honors had been rolling in one after another. Lu Dahai could finally hold his head high for a moment. Lu Dahai, I hear your station got an elite officer this year. Pang Fei deliberately emphasized the word elite as he spoke. Lu Dahai could tell the man was mocking him. In the past, he would have snapped back immediately. But now, Lin Mo, the new recruit, truly was an elite. Seeing Lu Dahai didn't respond, Pang Fei pressed on. Our station just happened to get an elite recruit this year, one who even won the Best Rookie Award. How infuriating is that? Chapter 177, the main character is absent. Our station just happened to get an elite recruit this year too, one who even won the Best Rookie Award. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Pang Fei spoke with a smug look on his face. Old Pang, your station snagged the Rookie of the Year award again this year. I'm jealous. You're keeping your cool, aren't you? Last time I asked you, you wouldn't admit it. Chief Pang, your station gets another patrol car this time. I'm seriously jealous. Yeah, over the years, Old Pang's station has won at least 5 patrol cars just from the Rookie of the Year awards alone. They're practically rolling in it. The group was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Just then, the chiefs from several police stations in the old city district walked over. Dahai, what are you doing here? We've been looking everywhere for you. The entire city of Liangcheng is divided into 5 districts: Old City District, Longting District, Jinshui District, East District, and the Economic Development Zone. Each district has its own branch bureau. Usually, officers interacted more frequently with the chiefs within their own district. Moreover, each district undergoes performance evaluations and comparisons. In their minds, only police stations within their own district are considered their own people. Though Lu Dahai often bickered with the Old City District chiefs, those were internal conflicts. At large meetings like this, however, they would unite against external parties. Seeing his own people arrive, Lu Dahai instantly felt his confidence surge. Old Li, you're here. I was just discussing this year's Rookie of the Year award with Old Pang and the others. Lu Dahai said with a smile. Rookie of the Year? You mean we're not giving it up? Before Old Li could finish, Lu Dahai quickly nudged his arm and gave him a meaningful look. Old Li and the others instantly understood Lu Dahai's intentions. Regarding the Rookie of the Year award, Chief Zhang from the Old City Bureau had consulted Lu Dahai during a meeting. The higher-ups had made it clear that based on Lin Mo's contributions, the Best Newcomer award should rightfully go to him. But if that were the case, the entire awards ceremony would essentially become Lin Mo's one-man show. Therefore, the leaders proposed awarding the Best Newcomer prize to someone else, allowing others to feel a sense of participation. Lu Dahai finally sought Lin Mo's consent and awarded the best newcomer prize to someone else. This incident was known to several station chiefs in the Old City district. Although Old Li had only spoken half his mind, Pang Fei understood exactly what he meant. He burst out laughing. So the best rookie award that my station won is one your Gula police station didn't want? Ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. The other station chiefs beside Pang Fei all joined in the laughter. You actually have the nerve to say that? Your Old City district hasn't improved in the rankings, but your skill at bragging sure has grown. Ha ha. Lu Dahai, how can you even suggest that a police station ranked dead last in evaluation should hand over an award to one ranked dead first? Looks like all the chiefs in the Old City district have acting talent. Ha ha. Facing the mockery from the Economic Development Zone chiefs, the Old City chiefs exchanged knowing smiles and, surprisingly, didn't argue back. Each harbored a mischievous thought: would they still be laughing so heartily once they learned the truth? Just then, Zhang Jijun, the chief of the Old City District Bureau, approached. Old Lu, why haven't I heard you mention Lin Mo? Chief, Lin Mo said this morning he had something to attend to and would come later. Alright, let me know when he arrives. Zhang Jijun said before turning to leave. Pang Fei asked deliberately. Old Lu, isn't Lin Mo the new recruit at your station? Truth be told, Pang Fei already knew. Their station's new officer, Zhang Chang, had told him earlier that their police academy class had produced a once-in-a-millennium dimwit cadet named Lin Mo. You're absolutely right. Lin Mo is our station's new recruit and he's my trainee. Lu Dahai declared triumphantly. Your apprentice, haha. Pang Fei couldn't help but laugh again upon hearing this news. You two really are a perfect match, the worst station chief paired with the worst rookie officer. Ha! The station chiefs from the old district stared at Pang Fei and his crew as if they were fools. Laugh all you want. Laugh your heads off. But soon enough, you won't be laughing anymore. How dare you mock Lu Dahai and Lin Mo? If Pang Fei knew the honors earned by the police stations under Lin Mo and Lu Dahai's command, he wouldn't dare mock Lu Dahai even if he had two sets of guts. As time ticked by, the commendation ceremony was set to begin in 10 minutes. The host had already taken the stage to explain the meeting protocols. The station chiefs from the old district had all returned to their seats. At that moment, Lu Dahai suddenly realized Lin Mo hadn't arrived yet, and panic immediately set in. He had been so engrossed in chatting that he had completely forgotten about Lin Mo. Lu Dahai asked the others at the station, but no one had seen Lin Mo. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Lin Mo, only to find the phone turned off. Lu Dahai immediately left his seat and went to the back office to report the situation to Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. This infuriated Chief Zhang. Lu Dahai, Lin Mo is the star of the commendation ceremony, and you go and lose him? Chief, I had no idea this would happen. Enough with the excuses. Get moving and find him. Chief Zhang said sternly. He promptly reported the incident to Director Feng at headquarters. No one could be absent from this commendation ceremony except Lin Mo. He was the star of this commendation ceremony. Director Feng severely reprimanded Director Zhang. Director Feng, I've already dispatched Lu Dahai to locate him. Rest assured, Liangcheng isn't that large, we'll find him. This commendation ceremony is centered on Lin Mo as a role model to boost morale across the entire Liangcheng Police Department. If you screw this up, I will deal with you severely. Director Feng declared angrily. Soon, the commendation ceremony officially began. The first item was Director Feng's speech. He nervously walked onto the stage. According to the plan, Director Feng's speech was scheduled for about 10 minutes, followed by the crucial award presentation segment. But Lin Mo was nowhere to be found, making it impossible to proceed with the second segment. He could only try to stall for time. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Gao Hongwei were circling around Liangcheng in a taxi. Hey, buddy, why aren't we there yet? Gao Hongwei asked impatiently. Bro, Liangcheng's cracking down hard lately. Didn't you see the last two places we went got shut down? The spot I'm taking you to is super discreet, we'll definitely find girls there. Lin Mo explained. Just make sure you have a good time this time, big bro. Then I'll get you a job at my cousin's casino. I guarantee you'll find a wife within 6 months. He chuckled. Big brother, there are tons of card rooms in Liangcheng. Can you really make money there? Gao Hongwei whispered, lowering his voice. My cousin's casino handles over 100 million in bets every month. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement upon hearing this. He never imagined the other party could even mention a casino. Chapter 178, Grand Entrance. Lin Mo glanced at the time. The commendation ceremony had already begun. But he wasn't in a hurry. Compared to catching criminals, the commendation ceremony was insignificant. Moreover, Gao Hongwei's crime meter reading showed an alarming 1,200 points. Such a criminal posed a grave danger to the public. Therefore, he must apprehend him. Based on Lin Mo's interactions with the target, apprehending Gao Hongwei would prove far from straightforward. The target was highly vigilant and possessed some counter-surveillance awareness. If not for his frail appearance, he would likely have aroused suspicion long ago. Just as Lin Mo was pondering how to apprehend him, Gao Hongwei spoke up. Young man, I'll rest for a bit. When we get there, you call me. His days on the run had been relentless, with no proper rest. Now, sitting in the taxi, the rocking motion made drowsiness wash over him. Besides, he could tell Lin Mo was just a greenhorn new to the game, no threat at all. Alright, boss. Rest easy. I'll wake you when we arrive. After saying that, Lin Mo specifically reminded the driver. Driver, turn left up ahead. Yes, that alleyway. Seeing how meticulously Lin Mo was giving directions, Gao Hongwei drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Liancheng headquarters. Lu Dahai paced anxiously outside the headquarters entrance, but Lin Mo still hadn't shown up. Moreover, Lin Mo's phone remained switched off. By now, the commendation ceremony had already begun. If Lin Mo didn't show up soon, he truly didn't know how he'd explain it to directors Zhang and Foam. After all, this commendation ceremony was primarily honoring Lin Mo. My good apprentice, where on earth have you gone? Lu Dahai muttered to himself. He knew his apprentice would never be late without reason. The only time Lin Mo had ever been late was on his first day reporting for duty, and that was because he'd apprehended a wanted criminal. At this thought, Lu Dahai jolted awake. Is Lin Mo after another wanted criminal? But the thought only flashed briefly through Lu Dahai's mind. After all, Liancheng didn't have that many fugitives to catch. Meanwhile, Liancheng Bureau Auditorium. Director Foam had been speaking for 20 minutes straight. Logically, his speech should have ended 10 minutes ago. But to wait for Lin Mo's arrival, he had no choice but to keep talking. As the leader, improvising some extra content was no big deal. The meeting's schedule, however, was strictly defined and clearly displayed on the agenda board in the hall. Everyone had seen it upon arrival, so if Director Foam went 2 or 3 minutes over, no one would bat an eye. But he had gone over by more than 10 minutes, and showed no signs of stopping. This left everyone feeling puzzled. 5 minutes later. Taking advantage of a water break, Director Foam glanced at Zhang Jijun beside him. Zhang Jijun shook his head, indicating that Lin Mo hadn't arrived yet. This instantly darkened Director Feng's expression. He desperately wanted to point at Zhang Jijun and yell at him, but with over 2,000 officers watching below the stage, he ultimately held back. Another 5 minutes passed. Director Foam could no longer continue his speech. A faint stir of restlessness began to ripple through the crowd below the stage. They too sensed something was amiss. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be an awards ceremony? How come Director Foam had been speaking alone for 30 minutes? Yeah, if he keeps talking much longer, there won't even be time for the awards ceremony. I heard Director Foam is deliberately stalling because one officer hasn't arrived yet. So what if he's not here? It doesn't affect our awards ceremony. Sitting in the crowd, Zhang Chang was growing impatient. He won the Best Newcomer award today and had been ready to accept it, but Director Feng's speech just wouldn't end. Moreover, he spotted Tang Bing in the crowd, the same woman he'd had dinner with Lin Mo yesterday. Today, Tang Bing was dressed in her police uniform, looking even more poised and elegant. Such beauty had already captivated him completely. He was just waiting to go up on stage to make a good impression in front of her. Director Feng glanced down at the audience. He knew full well that dragging things out any longer would be unacceptable. So, after delivering his closing remarks, he addressed the audience below the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the crucial award presentation segment of today's commendation ceremony. Clap clap. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Director Feng took the opportunity to approach Zhang Jijun and whispered. Has that brat Lin Mo shown up yet? Not yet. This is infuriating. But Director Feng was powerless to do anything about it. Where's Lu Dahai? He's still looking for Lin Mo. Tell him to come back. If Lin Mo still hasn't arrived by then, have him accept the award in Lin Mo's place. Alright. Zhang Jijun could only agree. He then called Lu Dahai and ordered him to return immediately. Upon receiving the order, Lu Dahai had no choice but to return to the auditorium. The host began speaking on stage. Officers, today the Liancheng Bureau presents its first award, the Best Rookie Award. The recipient of this award, as a new recruit, is truly remarkable. Even during his training, he demonstrated extraordinary abilities and was honored as the all-around champion of his class. Zhang Chang, listening from the audience, felt so excited he could barely contain himself. Several colleagues beside him had already begun congratulating him. Finally, the host called out his name. Please welcome the recipient of our Best Rookie Award, Zhang Chang from the 6th Street Police Station in the Economic Development Zone. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Each year, the Best Rookie Award winner receives special mentorship from senior leadership. Moreover, the Rookie of the Year award was only open to officers in their graduation year, and could only be won once in a lifetime. Missing this honor meant losing the chance forever. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Chang abruptly rose from his seat. All eyes in the audience turned to him as he saluted the crowd. Zhang Chang noticed Tang Bing watching him too, which made him even more excited. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go up on stage. Pang Fei, Zhang Chang's division chief, reminded him. Only then did Zhang Chang start walking toward the stage, but he was so excited he ended up marching in step. The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Chang felt a bit embarrassed and quickly switched to a running pace to reach the stage. The host came to Zhang Chang's rescue. It seems our officer Zhang Chang is simply overwhelmed with excitement at winning Best Newcomer. Standing under the spotlight, Zhang Chang felt like a star. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling. Subsequently, the director of the Economic Development Zone branch presented him with the certificate. Now, please welcome our Best Newcomer Award winner, Zhang Chang, to address us. Zhang Chang took the microphone, his entire being trembling with excitement. He had prepared a full 10,000-word speech for this occasion. Just as he was about to speak, clang! The grand hall doors were pushed open. Chapter 179, Delivering Ahead 1,000 Miles. The grand hall doors swung open. A figure cast a long shadow in the light streaming from outside, drawing everyone's gaze toward the entrance. On stage, Zhang Chang squinted against the blinding glare. He shielded his eyes with his hand, trying to make out who had entered. But under the glare, he could only make out a dark silhouette. Then, the figure at the doorway moved. Only then did the crowd realize the shadow wasn't one person, but two. Only when the auditorium doors slowly closed did the bright light from outside fade. The figure's appearances became clear to everyone. A tall, slender figure stood there, handcuffing another person. They were none other than Lin Mo and Gao Hongwei. Gao Hongwei's eyes widened in utter shock at the sight of over 2,000 people in police uniforms. He never dreamed he'd end up being arrested by the police and paraded through the grand hall. Amid the crowd, Tang Bing immediately recognized Lin Mo. She pointed at him and exclaimed to Lu Dahai, "Chief, look. It's Lin Mo." Lu Dahai and the others looked closely and confirmed it was indeed Lin Mo, who was currently holding someone in a headlock. What's going on? Moments later, Lu Dahai snapped out of it. Holy crap! Could it really be what I'm thinking? Is Lin Mo late because he's apprehending a criminal? The crowd, unaware of the situation, began to buzz with speculation. Who is this guy? Why is he holding someone? I don't recognize him. Looks like he's one of the new officers at our precinct. Lin Mo had only joined the Liangcheng Police Department a month ago. Aside from his colleagues at the Gulo Sub-District Police Station and a few leaders at the Liangcheng headquarters who knew him, the other officers were unfamiliar with him. Right. And Zhang Chang, standing on the stage right now, recognized him too. Zhang Chang was completely dumbfounded. He was about to deliver his acceptance speech. What the hell was Lin Mo playing at? I don't know where they dragged some petty thief from to cause trouble. Wasn't this deliberately antagonizing him? Just as he was about to reprimand Lin Mo for disrupting his acceptance speech, Commissioners Feng and Zhang jogged up to Lin Mo from the side of the stage. Lin Mo, what the hell are you playing at, making all of us wait for you? Director Feng really wanted to give him a good scolding, but in front of all these people, he held back. Director Feng, I was apprehending. Today's commendation ceremony is far more important than you catching some petty thief. Director Feng said sternly. This Lin Mo really doesn't know how to prioritize. When Director Feng glanced at the criminal Lin Mo had apprehended, he froze for a moment, then widened his eyes in disbelief. For this man was none other than Gao Hongwei, the class of fugitive Zhao Dazhu from Nanling City's major crimes unit had mentioned to him. Earlier that morning, Zhao Dazhu had specifically sent him a photo of Gao Hongwei's wanted poster. The criminal Lin Mo had apprehended looked exactly the same. He is Gao Hongwei. Commissioner Feng exclaimed in shock. Beside him, Director Zhang looked somewhat bewildered. Director Feng, who is Gao Hongwei? He's the extremely dangerous Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei I told you about. He's the Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei who evaded capture by Nanling City's major crimes unit and fled to our Liangcheng? Director Zhang was utterly stunned. Director Feng, didn't the Nanning City major crimes unit just inform you this morning that Gao Hongwei had entered our Liangcheng jurisdiction? And now he's been apprehended by Lin Mo? It seems so. Director Feng now felt the whole situation was too absurd to even believe. Lin Mo addressed Director Feng at that moment. Director Feng, he is indeed Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. The crowd in the auditorium erupted into commotion upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Holy crap, who is this cop? He's so impressive, actually apprehended an A-level fugitive. That's definitely a second-class merit award. I've never seen him before, must be a rookie cop. A rookie? That's unbelievable, a rookie cop apprehending an A-level fugitive? If he really is a rookie, he should be the top rookie of the year. Zhang Chang, standing on stage, panicked upon hearing the murmurs. He gripped the Rookie of the Year medal in his hand even tighter. He'd only held it for less than a minute. They wouldn't actually take it away from him, would they? That would be utterly miserable. By all accounts, a rookie who apprehended an A-level fugitive certainly deserved the Rookie of the Year award. But he really didn't want to give it up. The look he shot at Lin Mo was tinged with resentment. What kind of dog luck did this Lin Mo have to actually capture an A-level fugitive? On stage, Zhang Chang's mind was already racing with schemes to protect his Rookie of the Year award. Director Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau finally accepted the report. Gao Hongwei, the class of fugitive who had escaped from the Nanning City Major Crimes Unit, had been apprehended by Lin Mo. Lin Mo, tell me what exactly happened. Director Feng, according to Gao Hongwei's confession, he'd been on the run in the Debi Mountains for a month before entering Liangcheng around 7 a.m. this morning. At 8 a.m., while having breakfast, he happened to sit at the same table as me. After hearing this bizarre tale, Director Feng couldn't help but applaud. Lin Mo really has some luck. Good. Ha ha. Director Feng's hearty laughter filled the entire auditorium. A major crimes unit spent a month chasing an A-level fugitive they couldn't catch, only for Lin Mo to apprehend him so easily. I wonder how Zhao Daiju from Nanling City's major crimes unit will react to this news. Lin Mo, you've done us proud. You've brought great honor to the Liangcheng Police Department once again. I just got lucky. Director Feng had heard Lin Mo say he was just lucky at least 5 times. Once or twice could be luck, but 3 or 4 times? That's skill. If any other officer had encountered an A-level fugitive, it's anyone's guess whether they could have apprehended them. Director Feng patted Lin Mo's shoulder with satisfaction. I'll personally recommend you for a second-class merit award this time. Ha ha. Thank you, Chief Feng. Lin Mo had grown immune to accolades by now. But out of courtesy, he still feigned gratitude and thanked his superior. It would have been rude not to. The crowd in the auditorium heard Director Feng would personally recommend this new officer for a second-class merit award, and they were instantly filled with envy. After all, this was a second-class merit. Many present had served as police officers for over a decade, even 2 decades, without ever receiving a third-class merit. And this rookie officer, within just 1 month of joining the force, was receiving a second-class merit. This was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. They instantly regretted their own lack of such good fortune. Otherwise, they could have earned a second-class merit too. What they didn't know, however, was that Lin Mo's capture of this class of fugitive hadn't been straightforward. Had the criminal discovered he was a police officer, the consequences could have ranged from serious injury to losing his life. Meanwhile, Gao Hongwei, the class of fugitive, felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words. After fleeing for 30 days and finally escaping to Liangcheng, he was captured by a rookie cop fresh out of training. A strange illusion suddenly gripped him that the sole purpose of his existence was to earn this rookie officer a second-class merit award. Chapter 180, Comparison Kills. Commissioner Feng finally ordered the duty officer to lock up Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of joy. Lin Mo had returned, and not only that he'd apprehended a Class A fugitive. Once again, he had earned merit for the Liangcheng Bureau. Since joining the Liangcheng Police Department, Lin Mo had been like a lucky charm, solving one major case after another for them. Commissioner Feng led Lin Mo onto the stage. When he saw Zhang Chang, his face was filled with confusion. His expression seemed to say, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" After a moment's pause, Chief Feng realized he was Zhang Chang, the recent recipient of the Best Rookie Award. Zhang Chang, flustered, looked at Director Feng. He certainly didn't want to hand over the Best Newcomer medal in his hands to Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo was the dumbest kid in their school, always at the bottom of the class. If Lin Mo snatched the Best Newcomer award from him, it would feel like the ultimate humiliation. To save face, Zhang Chang mustered his courage and addressed Director Feng. Director Feng, Lin Mo was an A-level fugitive apprehended after the award ceremony. He shouldn't be eligible for the Best Newcomer award. Director Feng understood Zhang Chang's concern. He'd stayed on stage all this time for fear that Feng would take back his Rookie of the Year award and give it to Lin Mo instead. Comrade Zhang Chang, rest assured. We have already awarded you the Best Newcomer award and will not take it back. Hearing Director Feng's words, Zhang Chang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Wonderful. His Best Rookie award was finally secured, a lifetime honor for any new police officer. So what if Lin Mo had captured an A-level fugitive? He'd never get another Rookie of the Year award in his lifetime. And he himself would have plenty of opportunities to capture Class A fugitives in the future. At this thought, a smug expression spread across Zhang Chang's face once more. Just as Director Feng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Chang hadn't left yet. He turned to look at Zhang Chang once more. Comrade Zhang Chang, you may return to your seat. But Director Feng, I haven't given my acceptance speech yet. Time is limited, we'll skip the acceptance speech. Hearing Director Feng's words, the smile on Zhang Chang's face instantly froze. Dismissed? He had spent days preparing this acceptance speech, writing a full 10,000 words. He'd hoped to win Tang Bing's heart with it. Director Feng, could I just read a short excerpt? Director Feng's expression visibly darkened. This rookie officer was so clueless, didn't he understand his place? The Best Newcomer award was only given to him because Lin Mo declined it. And now he shows absolutely no tact whatsoever. Seeing this, the Economic Development Zone Bureau Chief grew visibly anxious. Zhang Chang was being utterly inconsiderate. Didn't he see Director Feng had an important announcement to make? Still standing on stage, refusing to come down, wasn't he just inviting trouble? Fortunately, Zhang Chang wasn't an idiot. Noticing the change in Director Feng's expression, he quickly stepped down from the stage. Zhang Chang returned to his seat, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, upon seeing the Best Newcomer Award medal in his hand, his mood lifted considerably. When Zhang Chang glanced back at the stage, confusion instantly washed over him. What was going on? Director Feng had just kicked him off the stage, so why was Lin Mo still up there? At that moment, Director Feng picked up a microphone and addressed the crowd. Colleagues of the Liangcheng Police Department, I would like to introduce an outstanding officer, Lin Mo. He graduated from Liangcheng Police Academy and joined our department just 1 month ago. Just moments ago, he single-handedly apprehended an extremely dangerous Class A fugitive. His extraordinary courage and adaptability are worthy of our collective admiration. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lin Mo's solo capture of an A-level fugitive alone commands everyone's admiration. Especially the officers from Gulo Sub-District Police Station, they were practically clapping their hands raw. After all, Lin Mo is one of their own. His honor reflects positively on the entire Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Tang Bing gazed at Lin Mo under the spotlight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sitting behind him, Zhang Dalong watched the scene, grinding his teeth in frustration. He seethed with envy, wondering why it wasn't him standing on that stage. If he had captured an A-level fugitive too, Tang Bing would surely admire him. What kind of dog luck did Lin Mo have, snagging criminals one after another? The applause lasted a full 30 seconds. Standing on such a grand stage for the first time, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Commissioner Feng then addressed Lin Mo. Lin Mo, say a few words to everyone. Aye. Lin Mo took the microphone Director Feng handed him, stammering for a while, unsure what to say. But Director Feng patiently prompted him. Little Lin, no need to be nervous. You can start with a brief self-introduction. Lin Mo finally spoke up. My name is Lin Mo. I'm a new officer at the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Below the stage, Zhang Chang wore a look of contempt, silently muttering to himself. Oomph. What kind of nonsense is that? It's nowhere near the 10,000-word speech I prepared. But he could only stew in his own resentment. Though he believed he could have delivered a better speech than Lin Mo, the crucial point was that Chief Feng had dismissed him without giving him a chance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stumbled through his presentation, yet Director Feng patiently guided him from the sidelines. This stark contrast only deepened Zhang Chang's bitterness. Suddenly, even the Rookie of the Year award felt less appealing. What kind of dog luck did this Lin Mo have, catching an A-level fugitive at this exact moment? It was as if he was deliberately sabotaging Zhang Chang, ruining his chance to shine. Lin Mo's speech on stage wasn't particularly remarkable, but because he'd captured a Class A fugitive, thunderous applause erupted as soon as he finished. Director Feng, I'm done speaking. Can I step down now? Director Feng looked utterly helpless. Others would kill for a chance to speak on this stage, yet here he was, given the opportunity, and all he wanted to do was get off. Go ahead. Don't forget to change your clothes. Got it. Lin Mo nodded. He was still wearing plain clothes. All the officers present were in uniform for the commendation ceremony. His casual attire was indeed inappropriate. Lin Mo stepped off the stage. Director Zhang led him backstage to change into a police uniform. He was then instructed to hurry back to his seat. After all, Lin Mo was the star of the upcoming award presentation. When Lin Mo approached the stage, he noticed Tang Bing already standing there. Just as he was about to walk to his seat, he heard the host announce, "Please welcome Comrade Lin Mo, who has been awarded the second-class merit alongside Comrade Tang Bing." Chapter 181, Killing the Heart. Let us welcome Comrade Lin Mo, who, alongside Comrade Tang Bing, has been awarded the second-class merit. Lin Mo felt utterly helpless. He had just stepped off stage to change into his police uniform backstage, only to be called back up again. He glanced at the seat just a few feet away, where Lu Dehai sat beside it, his face beaming with excitement. Go for it, apprentice. Lin Mo could only turn and walk back toward the stage. The rest of the audience below the stage looked utterly bewildered when the host called Lin Mo's name again. What was going on? Sure, this rookie cop had just apprehended an A-level fugitive, but surely a second-class merit award wouldn't be handed out this quickly? Especially Zhang Chang, who had just won the Best Newcomer award, was completely stunned. His initial reaction mirrored everyone else's. They assumed Lin Mo's second-class merit award was for apprehending that Class A fugitive. However, when Lin Mo walked onto the stage and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Bing, the host began the introduction. Comrades Lin Mo and Tang Bing, while apprehending Golden Rat from the South City 7 rats, provided crucial intelligence to our Liangcheng Police Department, leading to the seizure of over 100 million yuan in stolen funds. Comrade Tang Bing was shot during this operation, while Comrade Lin Mo, disregarding his own safety, apprehended Golden Rat, who had assaulted an officer. Comrades Lin Mo and Tang Bing are hereby awarded second-class meritorious service. The entire audience fell into a deathly silence. They had assumed Lin Mo was receiving the second-class merit for capturing the Class A fugitive just moments ago, only to discover it was for previous achievements. For a moment, the crowd was utterly speechless. Wasn't he a rookie officer? When did he achieve such significant accomplishments? Some quicker-witted officers recalled that Liangcheng police station had indeed cracked the major case involving the South City 7 rats not long ago. But back then, they all thought the Southern City 7 rats case was solved by the Liangcheng police headquarters. Who could have imagined it was actually this rookie officer from the Gulo substation? What kind of insane luck does this guy have? Within a month of joining, he'd already achieved 2 major accomplishments. The crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. If they could earn even a second-class merit award in their lifetime, they'd consider it a stroke of incredible luck. Yet Lin Mo had already earned 2. Though the commendation for capturing that class A fugitive hadn't been formally applied for yet, this one was as good as in the bag. Below the stage, Zhang Chang could scarcely believe his ears or eyes. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Lin Mo, the worst performer in their police academy assessments, had earned 2 second-class meritorious service citations within just 1 month of joining the force? This is absolutely impossible. After all, he was the all-around champion at the police academy, yet he never earned a single second-class merit award. How could Lin Mo possibly deserve one? He was certain Lin Mo must have cheated. Cheating? But the Liangcheng Municipal Police Department isn't a bunch of fools. If Lin Mo had cheated, wouldn't they have caught on? Besides, a second-class merit award requires an application to the relevant police agencies in the capital. There was simply no way to cheat. Even if Lin Mo did cheat. If those class of fugitives and major criminals were willing to cooperate and get caught by Lin Mo, that would be a testament to his skill. Zhang Chang simply couldn't fathom why this was happening. Back in the police academy, the gap between Lin Mo and himself was vast. He was the sky, while Lin Mo was a well-dweller on the ground. Yet after entering the police system, how had Lin Mo suddenly distinguished himself and become an elite? Who could explain this to him? Zhang Chang was destined never to grasp the answer. At that moment, on stage, Director Foam of the Liangcheng Bureau personally presented Lin Mo and Tang Bing with their second-class merit medals and certificates. After presenting the medals and certificates, Director Foam stepped down from the stage. Only Lin Mo and Tang Bing remained on stage, each wearing a gleaming gold second-class merit medal around their necks and holding a red certificate of honor in their hands. Below the stage, Li Jianhua witnessed this scene and, overcome with emotion, patted Lu Dahai on the shoulder. "Chief, look at little Tang and little Lin up there. Don't they look like they're posing for a couple's photo?" Ha ha. Lu Dahai hadn't thought of it that way until Li Jianhua pointed it out, but the more he looked, the more alike they seemed. He couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "You know what? They really do." Old Song and the other colleagues from Gula Police Station chimed in agreement. "Forget everything else, just look at their appearance. Xiao Tang and Xiao Lin are a perfect match, handsome and beautiful. Now that you mention it, they do look like a married couple, haha. They're both elite officers at our station. If they end up together, their kids would definitely be outstanding too." It must be said, once everyone's gossipy side was sparked, they chatted away with such excitement. Just then, Li Jianhua suddenly remembered something and asked the group, "If they actually got married, how much should we contribute, 1 gift or 2? As soon as Li Jianhua uttered those words, the officers from Gulo Street Police Station started down a slippery slope. "I'd say 2 portions. After all, they're both our colleagues. Since they're becoming family, I think 1 gift is enough. Family members should still give 2 portions. Li Jianhua argued back and forth with the others, then turned to ask Zhang Dalong sitting behind him. "Old Zhang, what do you think?" "Ha! Zhang Dalong, why is your face so dark?" Li Jianhua looked at Zhang Dalong, now as dark as charcoal, and asked in confusion. "Crunch crunch." Li Jianhua finally snapped out of his daze upon hearing Zhang Dalong's teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. Instantly, all the colleagues at Gulo Police Station fell silent. They'd been so engrossed in their discussion that they'd completely forgotten about Zhang Dalong, who'd been pursuing Tang Bing for 3 years. What was even more infuriating was that Li Jianhua, after delivering a crushing blow, had the nerve to ask about the gift. Zhang Dalong, not exploding on the spot, was already giving him face. Li Jianhua felt a chill down his spine, genuinely afraid Zhang Dalong might lose control and beat him senseless. To diffuse the tension, he turned back again. "Zhang Dalong, calm down. We were just joking around earlier." Hearing Li Jianhua's apology, Zhang Dalong's temper eased slightly. But Li Jianhua's next words nearly sent him over the edge. "Dalong, don't worry. Our chief is very understanding. If Xiao Lin and Tang Bing really get married, he'll take your feelings into account. The chief will definitely send you on a 2-month business trip." Li Danhua. Zhang Dalong gritted his teeth. He wished he had a whip to lash the man with. Was he really so despicable in everyone's eyes that he wasn't worthy of Tang Bing? Chapter 182, Another Third-Class Merit. On stage, Tang Bing began her acceptance speech. "I extend my gratitude to the Liangcheng Bureau headquarters, the Old City Sub-Bureau, and my own police station, the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Above all, I am most thankful to my colleague Lin Mo. Without him, I would never have earned this second-class merit." Lin Mo looked up at Tang Bing when he heard his name mentioned. At that moment, Tang Bing was smiling at him. That smile was like spring sunshine, the most beautiful smile Lin Mo had ever seen. For the first time, he felt that besides the orphanage director, another woman was smiling at him so sweetly that he was momentarily stunned. As Tang Bing continued speaking, Lin Mo stopped listening entirely. Standing slightly behind and to the side of her, he kept stealing glances at her. He noticed that Tang Bing, bathed in the spotlight, looked even more stunning than usual, like a fairy. Her entire being radiated a luminous glow. After an unknown amount of time, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, snapping Lin Mo back to reality. Only then did he realize Tang Bing had finished her speech. At that moment, the host stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Lin Mo for his acceptance speech. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He'd been so focused on watching Tang Bing that he hadn't even considered giving a speech. Although he had prepared something yesterday, the sudden surge of nerves made him forget every word he had written. He approached the microphone, the spotlight from the hall's ceiling glaring down, making him feel a bit dizzy. This was his first time standing at the center of such a grand stage, the focal point of everyone's attention. He had once fantasized about standing center stage, basking in the spotlight. But now, under the stage lights, Lin Mo felt completely awkward and utterly out of place. After the applause died down, Lin Mo gazed at the sea of people before him, his mind still blank. The auditorium fell into an absolute silence, everyone waiting for this new police officer to deliver some classic lines. Yet standing before the microphone on stage, Lin Mo remained frozen for over 10 seconds without uttering a single word. The silence only made Lin Mo feel even more nervous. Lin Mo, you can do this. At that moment, Tang Bing murmured encouragement from behind him. Lin Mo glanced back at Tang Bing and his nerves eased slightly, though his mind remained blank. It felt just like back in elementary school, when suddenly called on by the teacher to answer a question, he'd be so flustered he couldn't think of anything to say. Director Foam, watching from below the stage, was sweating bullets for Lin Mo, silently cheering him on in his mind. After another 3 seconds of blankness, Lin Mo finally spoke. I agree with Sister Tang. After Lin Mo spoke, everyone froze in surprise. What do you mean, same as Sister Tang? What does that mean? At that moment, the quick-witted host hurriedly interjected. Comrade Lin Mo, are you saying your acceptance speech is the same as Comrade Tang Bing's just now? Yes. Lin Mo hastily replied. Only then did the audience below the stage catch on, and laughter erupted. They weren't mocking Lin Mo instead, they found him quite humorous. Among them, Zhang Chang laughed the loudest. Lin Mo really lives up to being the youngest of the Lin family, still so pathetic on such a big stage, haha. The more embarrassment Lin Mo brought upon himself, the more delighted Zhang Chang became. It proved he was superior to the other guy. Yet Zhang Chang forgot one crucial thing. As someone who hadn't even earned a chance to speak, what right did he have to mock a man who'd been awarded a second-class merit? Everyone assumed that after his humorous remark, Lin Mo would continue with his acceptance speech. Instead, he stepped back 2 paces and stood alongside Tang Bing, signaling that his remarks were concluded. Seeing that Lin Mo truly had no intention of delivering an acceptance speech, the host did not press the matter further. Let us all give a warm send-off to our second-class merit award recipients, Lin Mo and Tang Bing. Hearing this, Lin Mo exhaled in relief. He could finally step down. Tang Bing and Lin Mo saluted the audience in unison before exiting the stage. But before they reached their seats, Lin Mo heard the host on stage announce once more. Next, we present the third-class merit award. Please welcome the recipient, Lin Mo, to the stage. Lin Mo saw his seat just inches away once more. Truth be told, he desperately wanted to sit down and rest for a moment. Before arriving at the auditorium, he had engaged in a battle of wits with Gao Hongwei, finally apprehending him. After that, he had rushed back non-stop to attend the commendation ceremony. But upon arriving at the ceremony venue, he found himself even busier. Lu Dahai addressed Lin Mo. Disciple, heading back? Me. Lin Mo desperately wanted to tell his master, you go accept the award for me. I just want to rest for a bit. He was certain that saying that would earn him a lecture from Lu Dahai. In the end, Lin Mo had no choice but to return to the stage once more. The crowd below the stage was utterly dumbfounded. They stared at Lin Mo in utter disbelief. What on earth was going on? Hadn't he just received a second-class merit award as a new police officer? How could he possibly receive a third-class merit award now? Suddenly, someone in the auditorium leapt to his feet. Pointing at Lin Mo on stage, he shouted. Impossible. He absolutely cannot receive another third-class merit award. All eyes turned to the man questioning Lin Mo. It was none other than Zhang Chang. His face was twisted with rage. Director Pang Fei, Zhang Chang's superior, never imagined Zhang Chang would suddenly stand up and confront Lin Mo. Once Pang Fei regained his composure, he urgently addressed Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, sit down. Does it fall to you to question whether Lin Mo deserves a third-class merit award? By questioning this, Zhang Chang was effectively casting doubt on the Liangcheng Bureau, a blatant slap in the face to Director Foam. Afterward, as Zhang Chang's station chief, he would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand. But the stubborn Zhang Chang paid no heed to his chief's words and continued to shout loudly. Lin Mo had already received a second-class merit award, and now another third-class one. As a rookie officer who's only been on the job a month just like me, how plausible is it that he's racked up so many commendations? The crowd murmured in low voices upon hearing this. This officer was right. When we were new recruits, our daily tasks were to shadow our mentors, handling menial chores and learning to manage simple civil disputes. For this Lin Mo to have earned so many commendations really doesn't seem right. Hearing the murmurs, Zhang Chang felt even more certain of his suspicions and continued. And another thing, if Lin Mo really earned all those merits, why was the Rookie of the Year award given to me instead of him? The others nodded in agreement. Forget multiple major merits, even if a rookie earned just one third-class merit. That alone would guarantee the Best Rookie award. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the host momentarily lost his words. Just then, a rhythmic thump-thump sound echoed from the stage. All eyes turned to Director Feng as he strode toward the stage. His stern expression radiated such authority that not a single person dared speak. This was the first time Director Feng had encountered such blatant questioning of the general administration's fairness. He stepped up to the microphone. First and foremost, fairness and justice are ingrained in the very essence of our police force. At all times, the people can place 100% trust in us, the people's police. Likewise, the credit for this operation was rigorously reviewed and authorized by the Capital Police Department to be awarded to Lin Mo. Any questioning of this decision is a desecration of our department. After speaking, Director Feng turned his cold gaze toward Zhang Chang. Second, the Best Rookie award was originally intended for Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo felt he had already received too many commendations and graciously declined it. Upon hearing this outcome, Zhang Chang was momentarily stunned. His Rookie of the Year award was actually rejected by Lin Mo? Chapter 183, Gone Mad. His Best Newcomer award, was it really something Lin Mo had turned down? Zhang Chang simply couldn't accept this reality. Back in the police academy, he had been the undisputed all-around champion, shattering multiple school records across various disciplines. In contrast, Lin Mo consistently ranked last in every assessment at the academy. There was simply no comparison between them. Who could have imagined that after joining the police force, Lin Mo would earn a second-class merit and a third-class merit? Even the Rookie of the Year award he received was only given to him because Lin Mo had declined it. This felt like a blatant mockery and insult to him. Zhang Chang stood frozen in place, his mind reeling for a long moment, yet he still couldn't accept this reality. Seeing Zhang Chang still standing on stage, Director Feng spoke coldly. Do you have any further questions? Ha! Startled by Director Feng's abrupt question, Zhang Chang froze in confusion. His station chief, Pang Fei, hurried over and pushed Zhang Chang into a seat. Then he smiled broadly at Director Feng and said, "No problem at all, Director Feng." "No problem. Then let's continue with our commendation ceremony." Pang Fei was drenched in cold sweat at that moment. He glared at Zhang Chang before returning to his own seat. After this, he must be dealt with severely. On stage, Director Feng addressed the host. "Continue." The host took the microphone, composed himself, and announced. "I'm sure everyone is curious about how Lin Mo earned his third-class merit. Let me explain. As you all know, the case of the 7 rats of South City was solved thanks to intelligence obtained after Comrade Lin Mo captured Whirlwind Rat. Comrade Lin Mo single-handedly apprehended Knife Rat and assisted Gulu Police Station in arresting a gang of dozens. The host then detailed the circumstances surrounding Lin Mo's third-class merit award. The crowd looked stunned. They never imagined that the person who uncovered the South City 7 rats was Lin Mo. Moreover, Lin Mo helped Gulu Police Station apprehend a gang of dozens and the highly dangerous One-Blade Rat. This third-class merit award was indeed unquestionable. The award was presented by Chief Zhang of the Old City District Police Bureau. Lin Mo donned the third-class merit medal and held the certificate of honor in his hands. The host hesitated, unsure whether to invite Lin Mo to deliver an acceptance speech. If he delivered another speech like Tang Bing's, the host truly wouldn't know how to respond. However, following protocol, Lin Mo was still expected to deliver an acceptance speech. Please welcome Lin Mo to deliver his acceptance speech. This time, Lin Mo was much more composed than before. After all, this was his second time on stage. As the saying goes, the first time is awkward, the second time is familiar. Lin Mo stepped up to the microphone. "I prepared an acceptance speech yesterday, and I'd like to share it now." "All together at the end? What does that mean?" The crowd looked puzzled. Before anyone could react, the host hurriedly interjected. "Then let us all look forward to Comrade Lin Mo's closing remarks." Lin Mo walked over to the host and whispered a few words. The host nodded, then hurried over to Director Feng and whispered something in his ear. Director Feng nodded. The host then rushed back onto the stage. The crowd watched the host's series of actions with confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained on stage instead of stepping down. Many people noticed this and began whispering among themselves. "Look, Lin Mo already received the third-class merit award. Why isn't he coming down?" Yeah, maybe he's so overwhelmed he forgot to come down? Just as the crowd was puzzled, the host spoke up. Comrades, with the approval of Director Phone, I will now report all the honors Comrade Lin Mo has received. All his decorations? The crowd's first reaction was, could Lin Mo have earned other commendations? A rookie officer who'd only been on the job for a month had already earned a second-class merit and a third-class merit. Could he have earned more? No. Absolutely impossible. He was merely a rookie officer. Earning 2 commendations was already beyond belief. Yet the host announced. Comrade Lin Mo captured Erji Shu, a key criminal of the South City 7 Rats, and was awarded a third-class merit. Comrade Lin Mo apprehended the key criminal boss rat of the South City 7 Rats, seizing large amounts of cash and gold bars, recovering over 70 million yuan in stolen funds for the state, and was awarded a second-class merit. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. This rookie was too formidable. The entire South City 7 Rats organization had been dismantled by Lin Mo alone. With such achievements, Lin Mo certainly deserved a second-class merit award. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly lucky Lin Mo was. For taking down the South City 7 Rats, he earned a full 2 second-class merits and 2 third-class merits. Everyone couldn't help but wonder why they never had such good fortune. They thought Lin Mo's commendations were finally over. But the host didn't stop there. Comrade Lin Mo earned a second-class merit for apprehending class of fugitive Luo Ping on his way to report for duty. What? On his way to report for duty? He apprehended an A-level fugitive all by himself? The crowd was stunned into silence. What kind of insane luck is this? Many veteran officers had served in Liangcheng for over a decade without ever encountering a Class A fugitive. Yet Lin Mo managed to apprehend one on his way to report for duty. The group was at a loss for words to describe Lin Mo. Did he possess some innate ability to attract criminals? Lin Mo's experiences defied scientific explanation entirely. If probability theory were applied, they could accept Lin Mo encountering one Class A fugitive. But today, on his way to the commendation ceremony, he apprehended yet another Class A fugitive. Wasn't the probability of him encountering an A-level fugitive just too high? To call it all coincidence? The timing was just too perfect. So coincidental that they all began to suspect whether the criminals had colluded, lying in wait along Lin Mo's inevitable route, just to be apprehended by him. By the end of the commendation ceremony, Lin Mo had received a total of 3 second-class meritorious service awards and 2 third-class meritorious service awards. Such achievements would be unattainable even for a seasoned elite officer over a lifetime. Yet it happened to a rookie officer who had only just joined the force. It was simply unbelievable. Just as they thought this would finally be over. The host, however, showed no signs of stopping. More. Comrade Lin Mo received 2 third-class meritorious service awards for dismantling a human trafficking ring. Ha! Many people gasped in surprise. They had heard about the Liangcheng human trafficking ring recently, but who could have imagined that the person who cracked the case was also Lin Mo? Now everyone was wondering if Lin Mo possessed some kind of extraordinary ability. How else could he crack so many major cases one after another? Comrade Lin Mo single-handedly dismantled the Black Pond Street underground network and was awarded a third-class merit. Chapter 184, Creating a Myth in Law Enforcement. Comrade Lin Mo single-handedly dismantled the underground forces of Haitong Street, earning a third-class merit award. The crowd in the auditorium was stunned into numbness. They had all heard about the dismantling of the Haitong Street underground criminal network. The incident had even made the Liangcheng city news, but no one had imagined that Lin Mo was connected to it. At this moment, they could no longer simply attribute it to Lin Mo's good fortune. This was undeniably a testament to his capabilities. Take dismantling the underground criminal organization on Haitong Street, for instance. Who among them possessed the capability to single-handedly destroy an entire underground syndicate? They were certain not a single one would dare make such a claim. Otherwise, the Black Pond Street underground would never have persisted for so many years. Yet Lin Mo, as a rookie officer, had successfully dismantled the Black Street underground criminal network. This is a testament to his courage and capability. Comrade Lin Mo assisted the Chang'an City Police Department in successfully apprehending all domestic members of the Fox Gang organization, seizing over 100 million yuan in illicit funds, and was awarded a second-class merit. As the host finished speaking, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? The Fox Gang has been apprehended? Many people still didn't know what the Fox Gang was. What does the Fox Group do? I've never heard of it. I heard the Fox Group originated from the 28 Finance Group. You must have heard of the 28 Finance Group, right? That was a notorious fraud syndicate in Dragon Nation back then. The Fox Gang's background is way too powerful. No wonder they could recover billions in stolen funds so effortlessly. The looks people gave Lin Mo had turned to admiration. No one dared to view Lin Mo as just a rookie officer anymore. After the host finished listing all of Lin Mo's achievements, the audience fell silent. After a full 30 seconds, the crowd finally snapped out of it and erupted into thunderous applause. The applause continued unabated. In the end, they tallied up that Lin Mo had earned a total of 4 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. If one included the capture of Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei earlier, Lin Mo had earned a total of 5 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. Everyone felt like they were going crazy upon hearing this result. Is this Lin Mo even human? One person earning 10 commendations? Even the entire Liangcheng Police Department system, with over 2,000 officers combined, hadn't earned that many commendations in 5 years. And Lin Mo, a rookie officer just 1 month into his service, had achieved it. He had created a legend. A myth in the police force. The applause lasted a full 5 minutes. On stage, Lin Mo's neck was already laden with medals, and he held a thick stack of certificates of honor in his hands. While others might feel incredibly proud receiving just one honor, but Lin Mo was practically collecting them like merchandise. Finally, with too many certificates to hold, he had to place them on the floor. The audience below the stage couldn't help but want to curse Lin Mo. Bro, this is a precious certificate of honor. Is it really okay to just leave it lying on the floor like that? They were itching to pick it up for him. Lin Mo stepped back to the microphone and spoke into it. Ever since I was a child, I've had one dream, to become a people's police officer and safeguard the security of this land. But my path to becoming a police officer wasn't smooth sailing. When I entered the police academy, I ranked last in every assessment. My classmates even gave me a nickname, Lin Last Place. But I refused to accept that. What made me worse than others? During those 3 years at the academy, I dedicated myself solely to studying and training, never letting up. I barely managed to graduate. My instructors believed I'd never become an elite officer even after graduation. But I refused to accept that. I felt heaven had given me a chance. After joining the Gulu Subdistrict Police Station, I didn't disappoint myself. So no matter what, we must always believe in our dreams. One day, we will succeed. Lin Mo didn't offer any grand, empty platitudes, he simply shared his genuine story. Everyone was deeply moved by his words. None of them could have imagined that Lin Mo, who had achieved such remarkable success, had been labeled a poor student by others just a month prior. Faced with such adversity, how many among them could have persevered? Yet Lin Mo had withstood the pressure, gritted his teeth, and persevered, proving his chosen path was the right one. Among those present, any one of them likely possessed greater natural talent than Lin Mo. Yet many failed to cherish it, often settling for 60 to 80% effort in their daily tasks. Lin Mo, however, poured in 1000% effort. They couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. So sometimes, we only see others' successes, but fail to see the immense hardship and sweat they poured into achieving them. Thank you, Comrade Lin Mo, for sharing your inspiring life journey. Let's give him a warm round of applause. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Lin Mo truly deserved their admiration. Following this, Director Feng took the stage to deliver concluding remarks. Everyone in the audience was deeply inspired. Seeing this scene, Director Feng couldn't help but give Lin Mo a mental thumbs up. Though Lin Mo's speech lacked florid language, it deeply resonated with the audience, exactly the effect Director Feng had hoped to achieve. Lin Mo finally stepped down from the stage and returned to his seat. He had stood the entire time since entering the auditorium. His colleagues from the Gulu Subdistrict Police Station all gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Shaolin, what you said just now was amazing. I never expected little Lin, who usually keeps quiet, to speak so movingly at a critical moment. Respect. Brother Lin, from now on, I'll follow in your footsteps. Tang Bing remained silent, but anyone could see her eyes brimming with affection as she looked at Lin Mo. The happiest person among them was Lu Dahai. Having such an outstanding apprentice felt like a blessing earned from a past life. Seeing the honors bestowed upon Lin Mo brought him more joy than any accolade he'd ever received himself. At that moment, the host on stage addressed the crowd once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this year's outstanding police station chief, Lu Dahai, to the stage. Lu Dahai's win as best chief came as no surprise. Lin Mo's numerous achievements were so well known that everyone knew without a doubt that this year's best chief would undoubtedly be Lu Dahai. Standing on the stage, Lu Dahai couldn't have been happier. Every year at the awards ceremony, he had only watched others receive honors. Today, he finally stepped onto this stage himself. Pang Fei recalled how he had mocked Lu Dahai before the meeting and couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Who could have imagined that Gulu Subdistrict Police Station, perpetually at the bottom of the rankings, would produce someone like Lin Mo this year? He had transformed Gulu Police Station from the worst performer to the top performer. After Lu Dahai received his award, the host spoke with renewed passion. For its outstanding contributions in apprehending the 7 rats of Changnan, the Gulu Subdistrict Police Station is awarded a collective third-class merit. The Gulu Subdistrict Police Station has been awarded a collective third-class merit for its outstanding contributions in apprehending a human trafficking syndicate. All members of the Gulu Subdistrict Police Station are invited to the stage to receive their awards. Chapter 185, The Major Crimes Unit calls again. At this commendation ceremony, the Gulu Subdistrict Police Station truly stole the show. They received a total of 2 collective third-class meritorious service awards. Lu Dahai was named Chief of the Year. Tang Bing received 1 second-class merit award. Lin Mo earned 4 second-class meritorious service awards and 5 third-class meritorious service awards. Such achievements could easily outshine an entire bureau. Lu Dahai grinned from ear to ear throughout the entire ceremony. Even the station chiefs who had previously mocked him came forward to congratulate him, showing great enthusiasm. Following the commendation ceremony, Director Fong hosted a celebratory banquet for all personnel of the Gulo Sub-District Police Station. To be precise, it was a celebration for Lin Mo, with everyone else merely playing supporting roles. The contributions Lin Mo had made for Liangcheng this time could easily outshine any regional bureau nationwide. In truth, one matter still weighed heavily on Lin Mo's mind: the Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. He had learned from Gao Hongwei that the man had come to Liangcheng to seek refuge with his cousin who ran a casino. And this casino was no small operation. Lin Mo sought out Director Fong and relayed the details. "Xiao Lin, rest assured. I've already had Gao Hongwei interrogated. As for his cousin's casino, once we obtain useful information, we'll formulate a plan to apprehend them. This luncheon is a special celebration banquet I'm hosting on behalf of the Bureau to honor your achievements. Put all your concerns aside and just enjoy the food and drink." Lin Mo nodded. Since Director Fong had spoken, the casino matter would fall under the Bureau's jurisdiction. His task was complete. A celebratory banquet. Director Fong personally raised his glass to toast Lin Mo. "Director Fong, I still have work to attend to this afternoon." Lin Mo declined. Lu Dahai, however, spoke directly. "Disciple, your master is giving you the afternoon off." Lin Mo reluctantly drank Director Feng's toast. Director Fong was in an unusually cheerful mood today. "Dahai, you've cultivated an elite for our Liangcheng. I'll drink to you." Lu Dahai immediately stood up. "Director Fong, how could I possibly accept a toast from you?" Though Lu Dahai spoke these words, he felt immensely proud inside. A director from the headquarters toasting a station chief, such an occasion had never occurred before. He, Lu Dahai, was the first. When he got back, he'd have plenty to brag about to his fellow station chiefs. Just as Director Fong was drinking his third glass, his phone rang. "This is Fong Guankai." "Director Fong, this is Pang Fei, chief of 6th Avenue Station in the Economic Development Zone." Upon hearing Pang Fei's name, Director Feng's expression immediately soured. At the commendation ceremony, Zhang Chang the troublemaker was one of Pang Fei's officers. "Chief Pang, how did you train this new officer?" "Director Fong, I have already punished Zhang Chang by requiring him to write an 800-word self-criticism. He has deeply recognized his mistakes. An 800-word reflection is insufficient. He must write 10,000 words, and you must personally deliver it to me." As for the disciplinary record, Pang Fei's heart skipped a beat at the mention of a formal reprimand. For a rookie officer, having a disciplinary record in their file could severely impact future promotions. Considering he's a rookie, we'll let the disciplinary record slide. Hearing Chief Feng's words, Pang Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, Chief Feng. Don't thank me just yet. As the station chief, you bear responsibility for the Zhang Chang incident." "I understand. I'm willing to accept the punishment. This time, your station's police car reward will be transferred to the Gulo Sub-District Police Station." "All right, I agree." Chief Pang hastily agreed. After hanging up, Director Fong smiled broadly at Lin Mo and said, "Kobayashi, are you satisfied with the punishment for Zhang Chang?" "Me?" Lin Mo was taken aback. He hadn't expected Director Fong to ask his opinion on Zhang Chang's punishment. "I have no objections." Even though Zhang Chang had bullied him constantly back in school. If this had been earlier, Lin Mo would certainly have harbored resentment. But after a month of growth, he had become much more mentally resilient and simply didn't care about such trivial matters anymore. "Alright, come on, little Lin, let's have another round." Director Fong clinked glasses with Lin Mo again. After Director Fong and Lin Mo finished their third round of drinks, his phone rang again. Director Fong saw it was Zhao Daju from Nanling City's Major Crimes Unit. He immediately pressed the speakerphone button to answer. "Inspector Zhao." "Director Fong, I've just received reliable intelligence that Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei has entered your jurisdiction in Liangcheng. Gao is an extremely dangerous individual. I advise you to immediately seal off the entire city and apprehend him to prevent him from posing a threat to Liangcheng." Director Fong smiled, allowing Zhao Daju to finish speaking. "Director Fong, I've assembled a 24-member task force from the Major Crimes Unit. We're scheduled to arrive in Liangcheng around 8 p.m. to apprehend Gao Hongwei." By this point, Lu Dahai could barely contain his frustration. Director Fong was truly despicable. The Class F fugitive Gao Hongwei had already been apprehended by Lin Mo, yet Director Fong deliberately withheld this information, leaving Zhao Daju of the Nanling City Major Crimes Unit in a state of extreme frustration. Only after Zhao Daju finished speaking did Director Fong slowly respond. "Inspector Zhao, there's no need to send the arrest team over. Chief Fong, you have no idea how dangerous Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei is. During our arrest operation, 2 SWAT officers were injured by him. Therefore, to ensure the safety of your Liangcheng officers, Commissioner Feng could no longer maintain his composure. He interrupted Zhao Daju with a smile. Inspector Zhao, what I mean is that our Liangqing Police Department has already apprehended Gao Hongwei. After Director Feng uttered those words, Zhao Daju froze on the line for over 10 seconds, unable to utter a single word. Hearing no sound on the line, Chief Feng thought he might have lost signal. Inspector Zhao, can you hear me? Zhao Daju finally snapped out of his shock and replied incredulously. What did you say? You've already apprehended Gao Hongwei? Yes. Our team apprehended him the moment he entered Liangchang. Director Feng deliberately downplayed the news. Chief Feng, have you been drinking? I am drinking. Director Feng, please take this seriously. This isn't the time for jokes. Gao Hongwei is far more dangerous than an ordinary Class A fugitive. Director Feng now understood why Zhao Daju had asked earlier if he'd been drinking. He thought Feng was slurring his words from intoxication. Inspector Zhao, you know exactly what kind of person I am. When it comes to work, have I ever joked around? Zhao Daju pondered this. Feng Guankai was indeed a man who took his work extremely seriously and with great rigor. With that thought, Zhao Daju froze in shock. You really captured Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei? Chapter 186, Talk about eating humble pie. Director Feng heard Zhao Daju's astonished voice and felt deeply satisfied. This was precisely the reaction he had been aiming for. But Gao Hongwei is extremely dangerous. How on earth did you manage that? Zhao Daju stammered slightly. Director Feng chuckled quietly before speaking. Inspector Zhao, I had the officers who apprehended Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei inform you. Then, Director Feng moved the phone toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. He had only been a bystander, yet Director Feng insisted he speak. With no other choice, he spoke into the phone. Inspector Zhao, this is Lin Mo. Lin Mo? Inspector Zhao was startled upon hearing Lin Mo's voice. A month ago, the officer who apprehended Class A fugitive Luo Ping was named Lin Mo. Moreover, he had visited Lin Mo in the hospital. You're Lin Mo, the one who apprehended the fugitive Luo Ping a month ago? Zhao Daju inquired. Truthfully, the moment he heard Lin Mo's voice, he was almost certain it was him. Yes, Inspector Zhao. He couldn't fathom how Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei could possibly be connected to Lin Mo. You also apprehended that Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei? I suppose I was just lucky enough to catch him. Gulp. Zhao Daju couldn't help but swallow hard. Just who was this Lin Mo? He'd captured 2 Class A fugitives in a single month. What's more, both of these A-level fugitives were cases assigned to their Nanning City Major Crimes Unit. Their entire team had exhausted every effort without success, only for a single officer to capture them. If he remembered correctly, Lin Mo had only been on the job for a month. Zhao Daju found it utterly unbelievable. Lin Mo, tell me, how exactly did you capture Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei? Here's how it happened. This morning while I was eating, he sat down across from me. Then Lin Mo recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhao Daju. After hearing this, Zhao Daju was momentarily speechless. That's it? You caught him without a scratch? He found it hard to believe. Their Nanning Major Crimes Unit had spent a month pursuing him, deploying 50 officers, 4 police dogs, and a helicopter. Not only did they fail to capture Gao Hongwei, but 2 SWAT officers were injured. Yet in Liangchang, a rookie cop had apprehended Gao Hongwei without breaking a sweat. Wasn't this a bit too humiliating? It made their Nanling Major Crimes Unit look like a bunch of useless fools. If other major crime squads found out, how would they view the Nanling City Major Crimes Unit? Lin Mo, are you really completely unharmed? Zhao Daju just couldn't let it go. If Lin Mo had sustained even a minor injury, it would have made him feel better. Lin Mo sensed that apprehending Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei unscathed had indeed dealt Inspector Zhao a blow. So he scanned his entire body, finally spotting one spot of injury. Inspector Zhao, does a little scrape on my arm count? Zhao Daju was so stunned by Lin Mo's words that he couldn't utter a sound for half a minute. Lu Dehai and the others nearly choked on their laughter. Their apprentice's knack for infuriating people was truly unmatched. Lin Mo looked utterly innocent. He had tried his hardest to find a wound, hoping to save Inspector Zhao's face. But there really was no wound on his body. He couldn't very well injure himself, could he? Finally, Inspector Zhao on the phone exhaled heavily and said, Lin Mo, thank you for helping Nanling City apprehend Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. No problem, it was just a small favor. Lin Mo meant it as a humble gesture. But he didn't realize how deeply those words wounded Zhao Daju. Their Nanjing City Major Crimes Unit had deployed so many elite officers, yet they failed to capture Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. Lin Mo, however, had apprehended him with ease. To Zhao Daju, those words rang like a sharp blade. Even though Lin Mo hadn't meant it that way. Director Feng hastily snatched the phone away, fearing Lin Mo might utter another devastating remark about Zhao Daju. Originally, Director Feng had only intended to show off in front of Zhao Daju, but after hearing Lin Mo's words, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Daju. Inspector Zhao, Lin Mo didn't mean it that way. I understand everything, Director Feng. I'll send someone to Liangqing to bring back Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei to Nanling City. Director Feng, that's all for now. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Daju's voice had noticeably dropped in volume. Lin Mo's capture of Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei had dealt him a devastating blow. Director Feng hung up the phone and looked at Lin Mo. He truly didn't know how to address Lin Mo. They understood Lin Mo's character well, they knew he meant no harm. But to outsiders, his words felt like a punch straight to the gut. Director Feng finally turned to Lu Dahai and said, Dahai, regarding Lin Mo's way of speaking, you should give him some guidance. If he ever encounters an elderly person again, I'm afraid his blunt words might be too much for them to handle. Understood, Director Feng. Everyone enjoyed lunch with particular cheer. Lin Mo drank quite a bit, and afterward, Lu Dahai personally escorted him back to rest. On the way back, Lin Mo asked, Master, did I say something wrong today? Lu Dahai chuckled and replied, Master thinks you did just fine, huh? Lin Mo slept soundly all afternoon at home. He was finally roused by the clattering and crashing sounds of things being smashed upstairs. Then came the sound of a woman's heart-wrenching sobs. Lin Mo sat up and put on his police uniform. As an officer at the neighborhood police station, handling domestic violence incidents was part of his duties. Lin Mo stepped outside and knocked on the upstairs door. Who is it? A middle-aged man shouted angrily, still in the heat of the moment. When he recognized Lin Mo in his uniform, his tone softened considerably. Officer, who are you looking for? I heard arguing coming from your apartment, so I came to check. Lin Mo said. Officer, it's nothing. Just a husband and wife arguing. But just then, the woman inside rushed out frantically. Officer, please save my daughter. But the middle-aged man grabbed the woman and smiled at Lin Mo. Officer, it's just a normal argument. Nothing else. Sorry to bother you. After saying this, the middle-aged man tried to close the door. But the middle-aged woman grabbed the door, preventing him from closing it. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew something was definitely off. He shoved the door open. Inside, the room was a complete mess. Pots, bowls, and utensils were smashed to pieces. Ma'am, what on earth is going on here? Officer, you have to save our family. He's been tricked into gambling lately. Wah! He gambled away every penny we saved through hard work. That good for nothing even pawned our daughter off to someone. Wah! Chapter 187, The Gambling Den. He gambled away every penny we saved with our blood, sweat, and tears. That good for nothing even pawned our daughter off to them. Wah! Hearing his wife spill everything to Lin Mo, the middle-aged man sighed helplessly and sat down on the ground. Ah! It's all my fault. I'm such a piece of work. By the end of his rant, the middle-aged man couldn't help but slap himself twice across the face. Lin Mo hurriedly tried to stop him. The middle-aged man was now sniffling and teary-eyed, looking utterly regretful. I didn't want this to happen. It's all because my luck was so terrible. At first, I was winning tens of thousands. Who knew I'd end up so unlucky? I checked the almanac today, it said my luck was about to turn. I'm sure I can win back everything I lost and maybe even mortgage my daughter's account. By the end of his rant, the man's sadness vanished, replaced by a feverish excitement like a junkie craving his fix. Honey, just give me another 50,000 yuan. I swear I'll win back all my losses. We're completely broke. The middle-aged woman had thought her husband was finally showing remorse, but who could have guessed that moments later, his gambling addiction would resurface. Hurry up and give it to me. I'll win back the money we pawned for our daughter. I promise I'll never gamble again. How many times have you promised me that, only to be back at the tables within days? The middle-aged woman couldn't help but cry out. Seeing his wife refuse to give him money, the middle-aged man flew into a rage. He grabbed her collar tightly, his face twisted into a hideous grimace, like a demon. Give it to me now. Give it to me. You damn woman, all you do is hold me back from getting rich. The man grew increasingly agitated, his hand already reaching out to slap her. Lin Mo rushed to intervene. Now that someone had dared to stop him in the heat of his rage, he turned his fury toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo swept his leg out, sending the man crashing to the ground. A pair of handcuffs snapped shut around his wrists. You're involved in gambling and committing domestic violence. I need you to come with me to the police station. The middle-aged woman stopped crying immediately upon hearing this. Officer, please don't arrest him. Our family depends on him to earn a living. Lin Mo didn't know what to say at that moment. Despite her husband beating her like that, the middle-aged woman was still pleading for him. He desperately wanted to tell her that a husband like that wasn't worth keeping. But what Lin Mo didn't know was that every family has its own set of problems. Seeing the woman's pitiful state, Lin Mo finally spoke. Sis, don't worry. I'm just taking him to the station for questioning. The woman still felt uneasy, so she followed Lin Mo to the Golo Street police station. When Lin Mo arrived at the station escorting a man, his colleagues were taken aback. Wasn't Lin Mo supposed to be off duty today? Why was he bringing another man back to the station? Hadn't he just apprehended an A-level fugitive before the commendation ceremony? Was he arresting another criminal now? Was Lin Mo truly a magnet for criminals, drawing them wherever he went? Li Jianhua spotted Lin Mo and hurried over. Lin, what's going on? This is my upstairs neighbor. I was sound asleep when. Lin Mo explained the situation. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the person arrested wasn't some major criminal. If Lin Mo had caught another major criminal, everyone would probably have gone into seclusion. For those involved in gambling, it wasn't considered a serious crime. Penalties included up to 5 days of detention or fines under 500 yuan. For serious offenses, penalties ranged from 10 to 15 days of detention plus fines between 500 and 3,000 yuan. For first-time offenders, penalties were determined on a case-by-case basis, typically involving a reprimand and a fine. The middle-aged man arrived at the station and cooperated fully, answering every question truthfully. Finally, he addressed Lin Mo. Officer, even though I went to an underground gambling den, these guys aren't easy to mess with. I heard they have powerful connections. In a moment of foolishness, I pledged my daughter to them. They'll definitely come looking for me to take her away. Since I've confessed everything, I beg you please protect my daughter. Lin Mo saw that the other party still had some conscience and knew to protect his own daughter. This matter is none of your concern. Leave it to us, the police. Lin Mo and Li Jianhua exited the interrogation room and subsequently reported the situation to Chief Lu Dahai. Li Jianhua, assemble the team. We're raiding this gambling den tonight. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly interjected. Master, I have a feeling this gambling den isn't as straightforward as it seems. Apprentice, tell me what you mean. Master, before attending today's commendation ceremony, I apprehended Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. According to his confession, he came to Liancheng to join his cousin who runs a casino. His cousin's operation seems quite large. Combined with what that gambler just confessed, this gambling den is just a small front. They have powerful backers. Could this backing be connected to Gao Hongwei's cousin's operation? After Lin Mo finished speaking, Lu Dahai fell deep in thought. Apprentice, your analysis does suggest that possibility, but I believe it's unlikely. Although we frequently shut down gambling dens in Liancheng, many still secretly open new ones. These are typically small operations with little connection to other dens. Gao Hongwei's cousin's operation is massive. It wouldn't associate with these small-time joints. If a small casino got busted, the big one would be exposed in a heartbeat. After Lu Dahai's analysis, they unanimously concluded that this small den had little connection to the major casino. They decided to move that night, prioritizing the raid on this small operation. Lu Dahai gathered the station personnel in the conference room and briefed everyone on the situation. We just earned 2 collective third-class merits today. This is the perfect chance to take down the casino and show the other police stations what we're capable of. Tonight, we'll split into 2 teams. Lu Dahai then began assigning tasks. Lin Mo, Tang Bing, and others were assigned to Strike Team 1, tasked with directly entering the premises to apprehend suspects. Zhang Dalong was assigned to Team 2, responsible for perimeter security to prevent any escape during the arrest. Later, Lu Dahai suddenly remembered something and turned to Tang Bing. Tang, how's your injury? Don't worry, Chief. It's almost healed. I can join the mission. Alright then. Lu Dahai then addressed the entire team. Prepare to depart. Chapter 188, Gambling God Skills. A basement in the old city district. From the outside, this basement looked no different from any other. But upon entering through a hidden door, one discovered a whole new world inside. Dim light filled the space, shrouded in swirling smoke. A crowd gathered around a large gambling table, their voices rising in a chorus of shouts, "Open! Open!" The dealer then revealed one card, a king. He flipped another card, and it was another king. Ha! A pair of kings! I've got it all! The dealer shouted excitedly. Damn! Damn it! Lost again! Damn it, I even lost with a pair of 9s. What a ing run of bad luck! The surrounding gamblers erupted in a chorus of curses. The fat man with a cigarette hanging from his mouth grinned. He was Ma the Fat, the boss here. After watching a few rounds, Ma Fat called one of his men aside. Did old Hu not show up tonight? No, boss. Damn it, that bastard didn't run off, did he? Don't worry, boss. I know exactly where Hu Laojian lives. Good. He's put his daughter up as collateral for us. If he doesn't show up tonight, you go to the school tomorrow and bring his daughter over here. Fat Ma then flashed a wicked grin. Got it, boss. You keep watch here. I'm going out for some fresh air. Got it, boss. Fat Ma then stepped outside. But the moment he stepped outside, someone suddenly covered his mouth from behind. A chill ran down his spine. Just as he prepared to fight back, a sharp pain struck the back of his head and he blacked out. Lin Mo signaled to his colleagues behind him. Li Jianhua and Tang Bing hurried to the doorway. Tang Bing held up one finger. 3, 2, 1, go! At the command, the group burst in. Police! Freeze! The casino patrons all looked utterly bewildered, their minds still fixated on the dealer's point count. But Li Jianhua and his team moved with lightning speed, taking advantage of the momentary confusion. They instantly closed in, batons drawn. "Everyone, get down." Only then did the gamblers realize what was happening. Knowing they wouldn't last long even if arrested, they obediently crouched down. But the dealers refused to surrender. They knew arrest meant prison time. One of them shouted, "Run out the back door." The others instinctively started to follow. But just as they stood up, everyone saw the man who had shouted get violently thrown to the ground, wailing in pain. The one who struck him was Tang Bing. Tang Bing's fall was utterly intimidating. The gamblers, seeing this, immediately crouched down in fear. Damn it, if she'd hit them directly, their bones would probably have shattered. Everyone became docile. After bringing everyone back, Lu Dahai was extremely pleased. The operation to dismantle the gambling den had gone smoothly, no unexpected incidents, no injuries. After locking everyone up, Lu Dahai proceeded to interrogate them one by one. Fatma also confessed. The operation wrapped up quickly. Lin Mo returned home and lay on his bed, reflecting on the casino they had dismantled today. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. He hoped it was just his imagination. Lin Mo prepared to rest. Today had been a full day of capturing an A-level fugitive, collecting a reward, and dismantling a gambling den. Soon, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as he lay in bed, Lin Mo thought of the system. He opened the character panel within the system. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Position, police officer, Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Physical strength, 137 normal human, 100. IQ, 121 normal, 100. Points, 23,009. Honor points, 128. Skill, crime perception detects criminals within a 20-meter radius of the host. Lin Mo examined his physical constitution and IQ, feeling quite satisfied. When the opportunity arose, he resolved to boost his physical stats to 200, wondering what might happen then. Could I turn into a Super Saiyan or Superman? And if his IQ also skyrocketed to 200 or higher, could he become like Detective Conan, analyzing a crime scene at a glance to identify the killer? Lin Mo grew increasingly excited as he pondered these possibilities, his anticipation mounting. Unfortunately, he couldn't advance just yet. He still needed to accumulate a large number of points. Currently, Lin Mo possessed over 20,000 points, primarily earned from capturing members of the Fox Gang. He wasn't planning to use them yet, saving them for emergencies. As for the honor points, Lin Mo clicked the lottery system without hesitation. Regarding the function of honor points, Lin Mo only knew they could be used for lottery draws. Their other uses remained unclear to him. Beep. As the electronic whirring sound faded, the system's voice finally announced. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Gambling God skill. God of Gambling skill? Lin Mo hurriedly activated the skill. God of Gambling skill enables the user to conjure any desired card, just like the gambling god in the movies. Holy crap. Lin Mo was instantly thrilled. As a young person, who didn't admire the charisma of the gambling god in the movies? The cards in his hand could transform like magic, changing however he wished. And the god of gambling using flying cards to take down villains, just thinking about it was incredibly cool. Lin Mo clicked learn without hesitation. Instantly, his mind filled with knowledge of card techniques, while his hands began to undergo subtle changes. Noticing this, Lin Mo casually picked up the bus card resting on his bedside table. Holding the card in his hand, Lin Mo's nimble fingers could flip it back and forth effortlessly. The card never fell. Then, pinching it between his index and middle fingers, he suddenly flicked it sharply. The transit card shot out instantly. Thud. Half the card embedded itself into the wall. Shocked, Lin Mo jumped straight up from the bed. That's insane. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement. From now on, carrying a deck of cards would give him a deadly hidden weapon. Today's luck was truly incredible. Lin Mo immediately decided to keep the streak going and continue the lottery. Beep. System, ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the one-time item, Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth. What is this thing? Lin Mo opened the item to inspect it. Single-use item, Eye of Truth. Upon use, any criminal who stares into the host's eyes will involuntarily reveal the truth regarding any question posed. This item is pretty useful when dealing with criminals who won't tell the truth in the future. The Eye of Truth would be their nemesis. Too bad it's only a one-time use item, otherwise, Lin Mo would be unstoppable. Lin Mo continued drawing prizes, but even after exhausting all his honor points, he didn't obtain anything else worthwhile. Still, Lin Mo was quite satisfied. Today he had obtained the Gambling God skill and the Eye of Truth. Suddenly, he recalled yesterday's arrest of Fatma. During the interrogation, something had felt off about the man, as if he was withholding crucial information. Perfect timing. Later, at the station, he'd use the Eye of Truth to uncover what Fatma was hiding. Chapter 189, Eye of Truth Part 1. After breakfast, Lin Mo headed to the Gullo Street police station. He headed straight for the detention room and brought Fatma to the interrogation room. "Officer, I told you everything yesterday." Fatma put on a show of being wronged. Lin Mo ignored him and instead activated the system to use the Eye of Truth item. Ding, the Eye of Truth item has been activated. Usage time, 10 minutes. Seeing he had only 10 minutes, Lin Mo wasted no time. "Fatma!" Lin Mo bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. The startled, drowsy Ma Fatty jolted awake, his eyes involuntarily locking onto Lin Mo. When he met Lin Mo's gaze, it felt as though his soul had been ripped from his body. Instantly, he lost all sensation. Seeing Ma Fatso's vacant stare, Lin Mo surmised that the true eye must have taken effect. He decided to test it by asking a simple question. "What's your name?" "Ma Shun." "How old are you?" 39. Lin Mo asked a few questions and found the man wasn't lying, so he got down to business. "How long have you been running this underground gambling den?" 3 years. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. This didn't match the 3 months Ma Fat had mentioned yesterday. "Didn't you say it's only been open for 3 months?" "I've only been running this particular spot for 3 months. Before that, I operated in other locations." Fatma had clearly detailed every location where he'd run casinos. "How come you never caught me in these 3 years?" "I only kept each hideout open for 1 to 3 months at a time. That way, before the police could discover it, I'd already pulled out." Lin Mo hadn't expected this guy to be so clever. "Do you know the locations of any other gambling dens?" "Yes." Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement upon hearing the man's confirmation. Just as he'd suspected, the guy hadn't been entirely truthful yesterday. "Where?" "On the 3rd floor of Wanbao Tower on Wanbao Road." Lin Mo was puzzled. Wanbao Tower was a landmark building in Liangcheng, bustling with activity. The bottom 4 floors housed a shopping mall, while the upper 28 floors were office space. How could the 3rd floor of Wanbao Tower possibly be a casino? "Fatma, don't be ridiculous. How could Wanbao Tower possibly have a casino?" "Officer, I'm not making this up. The casino on the 3rd floor of Wanbao Tower is the largest in Liangcheng." "Where exactly is this casino located on the 3rd floor?" Lin Mo inquired. "There's a Wanbao KTV on the 3rd floor of Wanbao building, and it's hidden inside one of the rooms." "How do you get in?" "You need an introduction from someone familiar with the place or be well acquainted with the KTV manager. If you have money, the manager will hint at gambling opportunities." Lin Mo hadn't expected it to be so complicated. But then he thought about it. If it could become the biggest casino in Liangcheng and remain undetected all this time, it must be something special. "How many exits does the casino have?" "Plenty, and all extremely well hidden. Back then, a manager led me through a series of twists and turns just to get out. Anyone unfamiliar with the layout would never find the exits." "Who runs this place?" "I don't know either, but whoever's behind it has serious clout." Lin Mo fired off several more questions, but Fatma remained equally clueless. 10 minutes later. Fatma jolted awake. He stared blankly at Lin Mo for a few seconds, looking dazed. Lin Mo didn't waste words with him, immediately escorting him back to the holding cell. Ma Fatty was baffled. Why had he been taken to the interrogation room only to be brought back without any questioning? He found it all very strange. Since he'd only gone to sleep late the previous night, he was now drowsy and didn't dwell on it much. After hearing the information from Fatma, Lin Mo still found it hard to believe. Wanbao Tower was the commercial heart of Liangcheng. How could it possibly conceal Liangcheng's largest casino? But then he thought again. The system had rewarded him with the Eye of Truth. It shouldn't be wrong. He hesitated about whether to report this to the station. But then he realized if the operators could run a casino in Wanbao Tower undetected, they must have an extremely robust security system. Rushing in with a team would only alert them and ruin the operation. Lin Mo sat at his desk, deep in thought, trying to figure out how to infiltrate the casino covertly and gather intelligence. Just as he was deep in thought, Tang Bing approached him, having arrived unnoticed. She tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Lin Mo jumped in surprise. "Sis Tang." "Lin Mo, what are you thinking about?" "What was I thinking?" Lin Mo stammered. "Oh, right. The chief asked us to go to headquarters this morning for an interview." "What? What kind of interview?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "It's probably to interview you about sharing your experiences and such." "Sis Tang, can I get out of this?" Lin Mo really disliked this sort of thing. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Besides, he caught most of these criminals largely thanks to the system. He couldn't exactly tell everyone he had a system in his head. "The chief knew you'd say that, but he insisted you must go." "Fine." Lin Mo sighed in resignation. The two of them packed up casually and drove toward the headquarters. On the way, Lin Mo kept thinking about the casino incident at Wanbao Tower. Seeing Lin Mo's silence, Tang Bing spoke up. "Lin Mo, thank you for the stone you gave me." "Huh? The stone? What stone?" Lin Mo didn't register it at first. After 3 seconds, he finally remembered the stone he'd brought back from Chang'an. "Oh, that rock." Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed he'd paid 200 yuan for that rock back then. Sis Tang, I was worried you'd look down on it. That stone was only worth 200 yuan, nothing like Zhang Dalong's jadeite. Hearing Lin Mo mention Zhang Dalong, Tang Bing instantly grew displeased. I've always loved stones since I was little. I don't care for jadeite, those things feel too tacky. Truth be told, Tang Bing only liked the stone Lin Mo had given her. After chatting about stones for a while, Lin Mo glanced out the window and suddenly realized they were right in front of Wanbao Tower. His spirits lifted instantly as he stared intently at the building outside. The entire Wanbao building was magnificent and imposing. Especially the shopping mall at its base, bustling with people and vibrant activity. It was hard to imagine that Liangqing's largest casino was hidden inside. Tang Bing noticed Lin Mo staring out the window and grew curious. Lin Mo, what are you looking at? Sis Tang, on a whim this morning, I interrogated Fatma, who was arrested last night. According to his confession, the third floor of Wanbao Tower houses Liangqing's largest casino. Whoa! Upon hearing this, Tang Bing slammed on the brakes. She pulled the car over to the side of the road and looked toward Wanbao building, but saw nothing unusual. Chapter 190, wishing you both a pleasant meal. Second update. Lin Mo, did Fatma lie to you? Tang Bing asked. This is the busiest area in Liangcheng, bustling with people. Setting up a casino here seems unlikely, right? Sis Tang, he probably wasn't lying. Seeing this place, we'd all instinctively think it's impossible. But if we were the casino owners, this spot would actually be a prime location. Hearing Lin Mo's reasoning, Tang Bing began to ponder seriously. If she were the owner, having the casino here would actually help conceal it. The constant flow of people would provide perfect cover. Plus, with all the surveillance cameras around, connecting to them would let us monitor the outside. At the slightest sign of trouble, we could respond immediately. And during a gambler's escape, with so many people around, the police would find it extremely difficult to apprehend them. Most crucially, no one would ever suspect a casino existed here. Analyzing it this way, setting up the casino here was actually the safest option. Sister Tang, according to Fatma's confession, the casino is set up inside the Wanbao KTV on the third floor. Lin Mo then relayed all the information he'd extracted from Fatma to Tang Bing. Since Lin Mo had no better plan at the moment, perhaps sharing this with Tang Bing might spark a good idea. After listening, Tang Bing's brows furrowed slightly. Facing this situation, it was indeed extremely difficult to wipe out the entire casino operation. Just then, Tang Bing's phone rang. She glanced at it before answering. A voice came through the line. Hello, is this Comrade Tang Bing? Yes. This is an interviewer from the Liangcheng Bureau. Where are you and Comrade Lin Mo at the moment? Tang Bing checked the time and realized they were almost at the agreed upon hour. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. After saying this, Tang Bing glanced at Lin Mo, signaling him to get in the car. Back to the car. Lin Mo, the interview staff from Liangcheng headquarters are already waiting for us. We'll discuss the casino matter when we return. Okay. Lin Mo replied. Soon after, Tang Bing and the others arrived at the Liangcheng Bureau. The interview process proved more challenging than they had anticipated. By the end of the morning, they had only completed half of the interviews. After lunch, Lin Mo and Tang Bing continued their interviews. The interview with Tang Bing concluded rather quickly, as the focus was primarily on Lin Mo. Lin Mo wasn't particularly articulate during interviews, so the staff had to constantly guide the conversation to keep things moving forward. By late afternoon, as the workday drew to a close, the interviews finally concluded. Lin Mo felt completely exhausted. As Tang Bing and Lin Mo emerged from the interview room, they happened to encounter Director Feng. Recalling the matter of Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei, Lin Mo turned to Director Feng and inquired. Director Feng, have you uncovered anything about the casino behind Gao Hongwei during interrogation? There hasn't been much progress. Gao Hongwei has always been out of town. This was his first time coming to Liangcheng to stay with his cousin, and he doesn't know much about his cousin's casino. Director Feng explained the situation to Lin Mo. Lin Mo hesitated whether to tell Director Feng about the casino in Wanbao Tower. Just then, someone came looking for Director Feng. Lin Mo, I have other matters to attend to. I'll have to cut this short. Alright, go ahead and take care of it, Director Feng. Alright. If anything comes up, feel free to come see me or give me a call anytime. With that, Director Feng left to attend to his duties. Tang Bing, standing nearby, asked in surprise. Lin Mo, did you get Director Feng's call? Yeah, he gave it to me yesterday afternoon when we were drinking. This couldn't help but make Tang Bing admire Lin Mo a little. Even the police station chief finds it hard to get Feng Bureau's number. Yet Chief Feng had proactively given it to Lin Mo. It clearly showed how highly Lin Mo was regarded by Bureau Chief Feng. Sis Tang, let's go. Alright. After leaving the bureau, Tang Bing checked the time and realized it was already past quitting time. Lin Mo, give your mentor a call and tell him we just wrapped up the interview, so we won't be heading back to the station. Got it. Lin Mo then briefed Lu Dahai on the situation. Apprentice, you and Tang Bing have worked hard. Later, take Tang Bing out for a meal. When Lin Mo heard Lu Dahai instruct him to treat Tang Bing to dinner, he sensed something off in the other man's tone. It seemed to carry an underlying meaning. This left Lin Mo feeling puzzled. Lin Mo, what did the chief say? He said to take you out for a meal. Tang Bing didn't think much of it. She thought the director was actually quite considerate of them. What neither of them knew was that ever since they stood on the stage at yesterday's commendation ceremony, Lu Dahai and the others had started shipping them as a couple. Tang Bing was thrilled at the prospect of dining with Lin Mo. Lin Mo, how about we grab dinner at Wanbao Mall? We might stumble upon something interesting. Sure. Lin Mo readily agreed. During his interview that day, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts about the casino. Later, Tang Bing drove Lin Mo to Wanbao Mall. The basement level of Wanbao Mall housed a large supermarket, while the first floor featured gold, silver, jewelry, and cosmetics. The second floor offered high-end clothing, the third floor was dedicated to dining and entertainment, and the fourth floor contained a cinema, arcade, and children's play area. Lin Mo and Tang Bing took the elevator straight to the third floor. This floor was precisely where Fatma had told him the casino was located. Lin Mo and Tang Bing instinctively chose a restaurant adjacent to Wanbao KTV. This restaurant was a high-end establishment, something Lin Mo hadn't noticed at all upon entering. His entire focus was on scouting the best vantage point to observe the KTV. Once Lin Mo found the best vantage point to observe the KTV and sat down, a waiter approached. Good evening, sir and madam. What would you like to order? Sister Tang, you order. I'm not picky. Tang Bing didn't hesitate. She pointed to the first page and said, this set meal. After the waiter left, Lin Mo's attention remained fixed on the KTV area. But after observing for a while, Lin Mo didn't notice anything unusual. Lin Mo, I'm pretty sure the casino isn't at the KTV's main entrance. That makes sense. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Sis Tang, after we finish eating, let's pretend to be customers and check inside the KTV. Why pretend? We are customers. Tang Bing said with a smile. As the two chatted, the waiter brought over candles, placed them on the table, and lit them. Lin Mo finally realized their table was set with dishes. Each dish was small in portion yet exquisitely presented, and the aroma was incredibly appetizing. Good evening, sir and madam. All your dishes are now served. Allow me to introduce the menu. We have lobster omelette, Buddha jumps over the wall, rock sugar bird's nest, black truffle seafood pasta, and fortress stilt fisherman dessert. The luxury candlelit dinner set is now complete. Enjoy your meal. Chapter 191, Candlelight Dinner Part 3. The Deluxe Candlelight Dinner Set. Lin Mo stared at the exquisite dishes on the table, momentarily lost in thought. He had thought Tang Bing would just order some simple dishes, and after eating, they'd head to Wanbao KTV for reconnaissance. But who knew Tang Bing would go straight for a deluxe candlelit dinner package? Lin Mo froze for a moment before registering what was happening. He glanced around the restaurant. The decor was lavish, clearly high-end. Earlier, he'd been so focused on scouting the best spot for the KTV that he hadn't noticed the restaurant's class. Lin Mo shifted his gaze back to Tang Bing. Bathed in the warm glow of candlelight, Tang Bing looked ethereal and dreamlike. Combined with her exquisite features, she resembled a fairy. Lin Mo found himself momentarily mesmerized. Seeing Lin Mo's adorably dazed expression, Tang Bing couldn't help but giggle. Lin Mo finally pulled his gaze away, feeling slightly embarrassed. For some reason, his heart felt a bit unsettled. What he didn't realize was that this was the feeling of being drawn to someone. Lin Mo quickly forced his restless heart back under control. He had warned himself that love wasn't for him. He couldn't offer anyone a sense of security. Tang Bing, having been stared at by Lin Mo, flushed slightly. In the candlelight, she appeared even more radiant and captivating. Seeing Lin Mo silent, Tang Bing spoke up to ease the awkwardness. I just picked a set meal to save trouble, but who knew it would be the deluxe candlelit dinner set? Though she said this, only she knew she'd deliberately chosen this set meal. Should we cancel it? Tang Bing suggested tentatively. It's fine, Sister Tang. Since we've ordered it, let's just eat. Besides, I handed out quite a few bonuses yesterday. Lin Mo replied. What he didn't know was that a second-class merit award came with a bonus of 5,000 yuan, while a third-class merit was worth 2,000 yuan. Lin Mo had received 4 second-class merits and 5 third-class merits. His total bonuses amounted to 30,000 yuan. The price of these luxurious candlelit dinner packages was 38,888 yuan. Lin Mo was still short 8,888 yuan. Well then, let's dig in. Tang Bing didn't say anything. She was a VIP card holder here. Her dad had topped up her account with 300,000 yuan. She never expected Lin Mo to pay. After working all afternoon, both were famished. Seeing the delectable dishes on the table, Lin Mo couldn't help but drool. Sis Tang, this is delicious, try some. Tang Bing picked up her chopsticks and gently lifted the dish Lin Mo had mentioned. After eating for a while, Tang Bing lifted a cup of tea and said, Lin Mo, I owe my second-class merit award entirely to you. Thank you. Sis Tang, you're too kind. We're partners. Lin Mo raised his teacup and gently clinked it against Tang Bing's. Tang Bing truly wished she had some red wine at that moment, but sharing a luxurious candlelit dinner set with the person she loved already filled her with immense contentment. As she sipped her tea, her eyes stole glances at Lin Mo. She found his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes captivating, especially the heroic aura radiating from his brow. Suddenly, Lin Mo looked over. Tang Bing quickly averted her gaze, as if her little secret had been discovered. Her heart raced like a frightened deer. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. This was the first time Tang Bing had ever stared at a man so intently, and to have him catch her in the act. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Lin Mo assumed Tang Bing's flushed cheeks were from the scalding tea. Sis Tang, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Tang Bing then picked up a spoon to eat some dessert to ease the awkwardness, but her hand slipped and the spoon fell to the floor. Seeing this, Lin Mo, not sure what possessed him, used his own spoon to scoop some dessert and held it out toward Tang Bing. Tang Bing froze at the sight. Her heart pounded wildly. She hadn't expected Lin Mo to feed her like other couples do. It was clear Tang Bing was extremely nervous. Two little voices were arguing in her mind. One little voice urged, "Open your mouth. This is a rare chance, take that brave step." The other little voice said, "No, if you come on too strong, Lin Mo will think you're too easy. You must maintain your composure." Just as Tang Bing hesitated, Lin Mo seemed to realize his own actions were a bit inappropriate. "It'll definitely make Tang Bing misunderstand me. Tang, I." Before Lin Mo could explain, Tang Bing slowly ate what he had offered her. For a moment, both their faces flushed crimson, and they felt a bit warm. Yet inexplicably, their hearts were filled with joy. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "System, sin detection has identified a criminal. Sin value, 100. Host, apprehend immediately." Lin Mo was about to look up to find the criminal when he spotted the suspect approaching wearing a floral shirt and accompanied by two henchmen. "Oh my, isn't this my little sister Tang Bing?" The momentary intimacy was shattered by that voice. Tang Bing recognized the approaching figure as her high school classmate, Zhou Zihao. Back in high school, Zhou Zihao had pursued Tang Bing for 3 years, but she never reciprocated his feelings. After graduation, his family arranged for him to study abroad. Tang Bing hadn't seen him since. "Hey, Tang Bing. Who knew you'd fall for a pretty boy? Ha ha." Zhou Zihao buzzed around like a fly, making a constant humming noise. Tang Bing ignored him and turned to Lin Mo instead. "Lin Mo, let's go." Lin Mo called the waiter to settle the bill, only to be told the meal came to 38,888 yuan. He was taken aback. "That's outrageous. Sir, the ingredients used are extremely rare." Zhou Zihao immediately sneered at Lin Mo. "Can't afford it, yet you dare ask me out on a date with Tang Bing? Tang Bing, I'll cover this meal." "No need," Tang Bing said, secretly transferring 100,000 yuan to Lin Mo via WeChat. Lin Mo glanced at his phone and instantly understood Tang Bing's meaning. He settled the bill. Tang Bing led Lin Mo out of the restaurant without acknowledging Zhou Zihao. Seeing that Zhou Zihao was only a criminal with 100 sin points, Lin Missouri paid him no mind. His target was the casino at Wanbao KTV. When Lin Mo and Tang Bing entered Wanbao KTV, Zhou Zihao unexpectedly followed them inside. The manager, recognizing Zhou Zihao, hurried over to greet him. "Young Master Zhou, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have met you downstairs. I was just passing by." Zhou Zihao's gaze never left Tang Bing. The manager whispered to Zhou Zihao. "Young Master Zhou, care to play a few hands tonight? We've got 2 big clients at the casino tonight." Chapter 192, Wanbao Casino. Hearing the manager's words, Zhou Zihao hesitated. He hadn't planned on gambling today, he'd just run into Tang Bing at Wanbao Tower and followed her to Wanbao KTV. Seeing his hesitation, the manager pressed on. "Young Master Zhou, I hear those 2 VIPs aren't very skilled. It's a rare opportunity." "All right." After wrestling with his thoughts, Zhou Zihao ultimately succumbed to his inner urge to gamble. Just as he was about to follow the manager to the back, Tang Bing and Lin Mo emerged after circling through the KTV. They had just been checking the situation inside. They found nothing. Upon reaching the lobby, Lin Mo deliberately remarked, "Sis Tang, there doesn't seem to be much fun here. Lianchang really is a dead-end place, you can't even spend your money." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zihao immediately called the manager over and whispered something in his ear. The manager looked troubled. "Young Master Zhou, you know our policy, we don't allow strangers inside." Zhou Zihao pounded his chest. "I vouch for them. I don't know the guy's background, but look at that woman. Her parents run major businesses in Zhongzhou City. Their family's worth at least 500 million. The manager perked up at once. This was a major client. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately nodded in agreement to Zhou Zihao's proposal. Zhou Zihao beamed with satisfaction at the manager's consent. He excitedly walked over to Lin Mo and deliberately said in a challenging tone, "Hey buddy, singing is just for kids. How about we play some grown-up games?" Hearing Zhou Zihao's words, Tang Bing sensed nothing good would come of this conversation. She turned to Lin Mo and said, "Let's go." But Lin Mo pulled Tang Bing back and addressed Zhou Zihao. "What kind of adult games?" Hearing Lin Mo actually ask that question, Tang Bing felt a surge of anger. Adult games? That sounded like nothing good. Just as she was about to forcibly drag Lin Mo away, she caught him giving her a knowing look. Only then did Tang Bing realize he'd said it on purpose. Seeing Lin Mo take the bait, Zhou Zihao replied, "I just hope you have the money. Is 10 million enough? You have 10 million? Zhou Zihao looked utterly shocked. Judging by Lin Mo's attire, he assumed the other party had no money at all. But he didn't rule out the possibility that some rich kids kept a low profile. Seeing Zhou Zihao silent, Lin Mo pulled Tang Bing and started to leave. Zhou Zihao hurried over and whispered to Lin Mo, "Hey, kid, gambling got the guts?" Lin Mo's heart leapt with excitement upon hearing Zhou Zihao's words. "Oomph, what's there to be afraid of? Alright, you're a quick thinker. Follow me." Tang Bing hesitated. They'd come here today just to scout the situation, without reporting to headquarters. Relying only on her and Lin Mo, it would be tough to take down the whole crew. "Sis Tang, let's go. Might as well have some fun while we're at it." "Alright," Tang Bing replied. Since things had come to this, they had no choice but to proceed. The manager treated Tang Bing and Lin Mo with great courtesy. After all, they were major clients. If the other party lost 10 million today, he could earn a 100,000 commission. The thought of earning that much in one night was thrilling. So he became even more attentive as he introduced Lin Mo. "Sir, my name is Li Shun. You can call me Manager Li or just Xiao Li." Led by Manager Li, they wound their way through twists and turns until they reached a secluded room. Lin Mo looked around and saw a tea table and 4 stools. It must be a tea room. Why did this manager bring us to a tea room? Lin Mo was puzzled. Just then, Manager Li pressed a few buttons on a blank wall, and the wall slowly slid open. Lin Mo and Tang Bing both looked utterly stunned. Manager Li explained, "With the crackdown so strict these days, we have to be extra careful. Rest assured, though this casino is absolutely the safest in all of Liangchang." Seeing Zhou Zihao's calm expression, Lin Mo realized he must be a frequent visitor. After ushering them inside, Manager Li closed the wall door behind them. They walked down a corridor. When Manager Li pushed open a large door, the world inside suddenly opened up. 1,000 square meter hall, lavishly decorated, bustling with people gambling. "Mr. Lin, this is a complete replica of a Macau casino. We offer card games like Compare Points, Landlords, Paigao, Showdown, Mahjong, and slot machines." Before Manager Li could finish his introduction, Zhou Zihao turned to Lin Mo and said, "Brother Lin, what did you like to play? Let's try a couple of hands. Anything works." Lin Mo had acquired the gambling god skill through the system, making him highly proficient in all these games. "Alright, let's keep it simple. How about a game of big or small?" "Sure." Zhou Zihao then addressed the manager. "Exchange me for 1 million chips." "Got it." The manager was delighted. "Young Master Lin, how many chips would you like to exchange?" Lin Mo felt a bit awkward. He had originally planned to exchange for a few thousand chips, but Zhou Zihao had gone straight for 1 million. At that moment, Tang Bing gently nudged Lin Mo's arm and pointed to his phone. Lin Mo opened his phone to find that Tang Bing had transferred him 10 million yuan. Lin Mo's face froze in shock. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Tang Bing was ridiculously wealthy. She casually had 10 million in her account. Lin Mo had never seen such a large sum before. After the initial shock, Lin Mo quickly regained his composure and told the manager, "Exchange 1 million for me." Manager Li happily scurried off to exchange the cash for chips. Just then, a small stakes table opened up. Manager Li called over a pretty dealer to deal cards for Lin Mo and Zhou Zihao. "Young Master Zhou, how big do you want to play?" Lin Mo inquired. 100,000. "You dare?" "Sure. Brother Lin, you've got guts, Zhou Zihao exclaimed cheerfully. Hearing about this 100,000 yuan high-stakes game, a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Lin Mo and Zhou Zihao each tossed their 100,000 chip bets onto the center of the table. The beautiful dealer began dealing the cards. The first card was face up. Zhou Zihao received an 8, while Lin Mo got a 2. Seeing these cards, Zhou Zihao instantly broke into a smile. The beautiful dealer continued dealing. Zhou Zihao glanced at his second card, a 6. Combined, his 2 cards totaled 14 points. Lin Mo's first card was a 2, meaning he could only beat Zhou Zihao if he drew a king, totaling 15 points. The odds of that happening were extremely slim. Therefore, in Zhou Zihao's view, Lin Mo was bound to lose. Chapter 193, Master Xiao. Zhou Zihao flashed his 6 and slammed it down on the table, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! My total is 14 points. You'd need a king to beat me. But you probably won't have that kind of luck. Had ha. The onlookers immediately turned their attention to Lin Mo's cards. Tang Bing beside Lin Mo remained completely unfazed. Winning or losing meant nothing to her. Her attention wasn't on the gambling table at all. Instead, she kept glancing around to observe the surroundings. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was deeply engrossed. His mind held a sin-detecting ability. If a big fish appeared in the casino, he'd be the first to notice. He slowly turned over the card, the surrounding crowd watching intently. No miracle materialized. It was a 3. His 2 cards combined only totaled 5 points. Lin Mo flicked his cards away and sighed. What a bummer. Josie Heo burst out laughing the moment he saw it. Only 5 points, haha. The first round went to Josie Heo without question. Second round, Josie Heo won again. Third game, Josie Heo won again. Josie Heo won 7 games in a row. He was feeling incredibly cocky at this point. Man, I'm just so damn lucky, haha. In truth, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Mo. To destroy him, he must first inflate his ego. Lin Mo deliberately played hard to get. Young Master Zhou, I still have 300,000. How about I bet it all? Sure. Josie Heo agreed. His luck was on fire right now. Why would he refuse? In the end, Lin Mo lost this round too. Lin Mo then had the manager cash out 9 million. To everyone watching, Lin Mo seemed to have lost his cool. Josie Heo watched with immense satisfaction. Today, he was determined to win every last cent from his opponent. Josie Heo said to Lin Mo. Young Master Lin, how about we go with 500,000 per hand? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. 500,000 per hand? That's way too much. After all, a round of high-low betting takes less than a minute. If luck turns sour, 10 million could vanish in just 10 minutes. At that moment, Tang Bing nudged Lin Mo's arm, signaling him not to listen to Josie Heo. She wanted to stall for time so she could observe the surroundings. But Lin Mo spoke up. 1 million. You dare? The crowd was stunned. They had never seen anyone bet so high in a game of high-low dice. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Josie Heo across the table hesitated. 1 million yuan per hand was indeed a huge wager. His bankroll barely topped 10 million yuan. But recalling his remarkable luck tonight, he steeled himself and agreed. Fine. Tang Bing inwardly resented Lin Mo. 1 million per hand would only make them lose faster. Their primary mission tonight was to scout the situation inside. Lin Mo gave Tang Bing a light pat on the arm, signaling everything was under control. Tang Bing knew Lin Mo's temperament. He rarely acted recklessly. Lin Mo must have his reasons for this. As Lin Mo and Josie Heo placed their million yuan bet, it instantly drew the attention of every gambler in the hall. They swarmed over to watch. Within moments, layers of onlookers formed around Josie Heo and Lin Mo. Lin Mo had acted this way because he needed to catch the casino owner's attention. At that moment, casino manager Luan Bin spotted the commotion on the surveillance feed. Confusion spread across his face. Why were all these gamblers crowding around a single table? Luan Bin immediately called his casino staff to inquire about the situation. He was finally informed that 2 young masters were having a bet, wagering 1 million yuan per round on the outcome of a dice game. Luan Bin understood immediately upon hearing this. He then stepped out of his office and entered a reception room. Inside, 2 men sat sipping tea. Luan Bin addressed one of them. Mr. Ma, we have 2 young gentlemen at the casino having a spat, betting 1 million yuan per round on the dice game. Got it. Mr. Ma replied. He then turned to the person sitting across from him. Master Xiao, care to play a couple of hands? We've got 2 young masters betting 1 million each on high or low. 1 million per hand? That's pretty decent. Anyway, I'm just sitting around. Might as well let Mr. Ma see what I'm capable of. Master Xiao said with a smile. How about this, we split whatever you win today 50-50? No problem at all. Luan Bin escort Master Xiao downstairs. Got it, boss. Master Xiao rose and followed Luan Bin out. Master Xiao was the apprentice of a Macau gambling king. After completing his training, he traveled around the country running the tables. This working the tables meant collaborating with casinos. He'd use his skills to win money from gamblers, then split the profits with the house. Players of Master Zhao's caliber rarely gambled in the main gaming floor. They exclusively played with wealthy patrons in private rooms. His agreement to play in the main hall today stemmed from this being his first collaboration with Boss Ma. He needed to demonstrate his prowess to secure high-stakes clients. Mr. Ma then rose and headed to the surveillance room to observe Master Zhao's true capabilities. Master Xiao followed Luan Bin into the casino main hall. Lin Mo, seated at the gaming table, immediately sensed the 2 through his sin perception. One had a sin value of 800, the other 900. Lin Mo surmised they must be the casino's operators. His plan seemed to be working. At that moment, Lin Mo looked across at Josie Heo, who was drenched in sweat, and said, Young Master Zhou, you're not backing down, are you? You lost just 5 million and already don't dare to gamble anymore? Josie Heo, stung by Lin Mo's words, immediately called over the manager. Exchange another 5 million in chips for me. Josie Heo refused to believe in such superstition. Ever since he started playing 1 million yuan hands with Lin Mo, he'd lost 6 straight times. Even Tang Bing found it hard to believe. Earlier, Lin Mo had clearly been losing consistently, yet in the blink of an eye, he'd won 5 million from Zhou Zihao. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Mo suddenly leaned close to Tang Bing's ear, causing her heart to race. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his breath. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. What was he doing? Could he possibly be about to kiss her in front of all these people? Tang Bing's heart was racing wildly. But Lin Mo whispered softly. Big fish coming. Tang Bing instantly understood what Lin Mo meant. From Zhou Zihao's perspective across the table, Lin Mo did indeed appear to be kissing Tang Bing. This instantly filled him with rage. Back when he pursued Tang Bing, she was the aloof school beauty of their high school, never once getting close to any guy. And now, Tang Bing was letting some pretty boy kiss her. And right in front of him. It felt like a direct insult. What did he have that this pretty boy didn't? Just then, the manager exchanged 5 million chips for Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao was now boiling with rage. Lin, you bastard, you dare go all in with me? Lin Mo accepted without hesitation. Zhou Zihao had lost all value to him, and he couldn't be bothered wasting any more time on him. Young Master Zhou, you only have 5 million chips. I have 15 million. How can you go all in against me? Just as Zhou Zihao was struggling with the dilemma, the casino manager, Luan Bin, spoke up. Our casino is willing to lend young Master Zhou 10 million. Chapter 194, All In. Our casino is willing to lend Mr. Zhou 10 million. Zhou Zihao's mind had already lost all rationality. Hearing the casino was willing to lend him 10 million yuan, he clung to it like a lifeline. Luan Bin offered the loan precisely because he knew Zhou Zihao well, a second-generation rich kid with family assets in the hundreds of millions. Confident he could recoup the money, he proactively extended the loan. Luan Bin immediately had someone bring over the contract and had Zhou Zihao sign it. Zhou Zihao didn't even glance at the contract. He grabbed the pen, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprint onto it. Moments later, the manager presented Zhou Zihao with a tray holding 10 million in chips. Once he had the chips, Zhou Zihao dramatically tossed them all onto the center of the table. I'm going all in. Do you dare? Lin Mo merely smiled faintly. Now possessing the gambling god skill, it was no exaggeration to say that if he wanted Zhou Zihao to lose, no one could stop him. Tang Bing beside him didn't care either. 10 million was just a number to her. As long as they could take down the entire casino. Lin Mo pushed the 15 million chips in front of him forward. I call. Alright, haha. Zhou Zihao was incredibly excited. This was a total of 30 million chips. If he won, it would be enough to live it up for a long time. With a 50% win rate, he was confident he could pull it off. What he didn't know, however, was that in Lin Mo's eyes, Zhou Zihao's odds were zero. The crowd around them had never witnessed such a massive wager before, and each person was incredibly excited. They were more excited than when they gambled themselves. This was likely the biggest single wager the casino had ever seen. Indeed, betting 30 million on a single round of high-low, just the thought of it was thrilling. It was even more thrilling than gambling on jade stones. Who do you think will win? I'd say it's got to be young Master Zhou. He's lost several rounds in a row, it's about time he won one. I'd say it's young Master Lin. Look at his calm demeanor. Young Master Zhou's eyes are bloodshot, his mind's all over the place. That's the worst thing you can do when gambling. They each have a 50% chance. Master Xiao also approached the gambling table with keen interest to watch. A 30 million yuan hand, this was no small wager for him either. The beautiful dealer began shuffling the cards. Having worked here for 2 years, this was her first time witnessing such a high-stakes game, and her hands trembled nervously. Her hands trembled slightly as she shuffled. Then, she accidentally dropped the cards on the floor. Luan Bin, seeing this, immediately slapped her. Useless thing, get out. Luan Bin then turned to Zhou Zihao with a smile. Young Master Zhou, allow me to deal the cards for you personally. But Zhou Zihao stopped him. No need. Young Master Lin, how about we draw the cards ourselves for the last hand? Sure. To Lin Mo, it didn't matter either way. Manager, bring me a fresh deck. Right away, Mr. Zhou. The manager quickly brought over a fresh deck of playing cards. Zhou Zihao took it, shuffled it. He then placed the deck in the center of the gambling table and flicked it open with a flick of his wrist. Young Master Lin, please. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, casually drawing a card and flicking it onto the table, a red 7 of hearts. Zhou Zihao's face lit up with a smug grin. Ha ha. Young Master Lin, looks like you used up all your luck earlier. You only got a measly 7. Lin Mo really wanted to slap him twice. Play cards if you want, but this guy was buzzing around like a fly, constantly making a racket. Zhou, you really talk too much. Hurry up and draw already. Don't delay me in my girlfriend's adult game. Tang Bing, standing nearby, heard Lin Mo's words and immediately envisioned something inappropriate. Her face flushed crimson. If this weren't a mission, Tang Bing would have made Lin Mo pay. Yet despite her anger, Tang Bing felt a strange tinge of secret delight for some reason. Seeing Lin Mo still flirting and bantering, everyone burst into laughter. In contrast, Zhou Ziheo's veins bulged with rage, his eyes reddening. He forced himself to calm down, reminding himself that once he won 15 million from the other guy, he could have any woman he wanted. Oomph. Zhou Ziheo gave Lin Mo a cold snort. Then he began drawing cards, picking and choosing until he settled on the one in the middle. Just as he was about to reveal it, he abruptly set it down and instead chose the card on the far right. As the crowd held their breath waiting for Zhou Ziheo to reveal his card, he set it down again and picked another one. This time, the onlookers couldn't help but urge him on. Young Master Zhou, are you going to turn it over or not? Yeah, hurry up and flip it. Look at young Master Lin, he grabbed the card and flipped it right away. Hearing the crowd's urging, Zhou Ziheo suddenly roared. Shut the hell up, all of you. Luan Bin, the casino manager, also addressed the crowd. Everyone, this is a 30 million yuan game after all. We need to be patient. The crowd understood. They themselves would be nervous betting mere tens of thousands, let alone wagers in the tens of millions. The crowd fell silent, watching Zhou Ziheo select his card. This time, Zhou Ziheo didn't hesitate or pick and choose. He casually picked up a card, gritted his teeth, and placed it down. All eyes immediately turned to the card. It was a 7 of clubs. Both had 7s, their hands were identical. Now it all came down to the last card. Whoever had the higher point value would win the 30 million. As Zhou Ziheo flipped his card, his heart pounded so hard it felt like it was in his throat. When he saw the same number as Lin Mo, he felt a pang of disappointment, yet also relief that his point value wasn't lower than Lin Mo's. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhou Ziheo forced himself to sound calm. Young Master Lin, go ahead. It's your turn to draw the second card. Lin Mo didn't hesitate for a second, flipping open the first card on the right. As his card revealed itself, a 2 of diamonds appeared on the table. Zhou Ziheo burst out laughing at the sight. Ha ha. The 2 of diamonds, ha ha. Young Master Lin, you're really unlucky. Zhou Ziheo now held the upper hand. He could draw any card as long as it was higher than 2 and win the 30 million on the table. Young Master Lin, you remind me of a saying, what you win early on is just paper money, what you win later is real cash. Ha ha. The onlookers all wore expressions of disappointment. Deep down, they all hoped Lin Mo would take down this arrogant Zhou Ziheo. Ah, looks like young Master Lin's going down. Yeah. Who says? What if he draws an ace? That's 1 point. Do you think the odds of that are high? Even if young Master Zhou draws a 3, he can still beat young Master Lin. Lin Mo watched Zhou Ziheo, who was so happy he was practically crying. Zhou, it's your turn. Lin, you're not seriously thinking you can beat me, are you? Let me tell you, stop daydreaming. I could beat you with any card I pick. This time, Zhou Ziheo didn't hesitate at all. He randomly picked a card and slammed it hard onto the gambling table. Chapter 195, Zhou Ziheo's downfall. The moment Zhou Ziheo slammed his card onto the table, his smile froze solid. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. This? How could this be? A red ace of hearts appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. After all, the probability of Zhou Ziheo drawing an ace was only 1 in 40. Any card but an ace would have let Zhou Ziheo beat Lin Mo. But this guy was just plain unlucky. Out of all the cards he could have drawn, he had to pick an ace. We won. Holy crap. Lin Mo just won like that? Everyone thought Lin Mo was bound to lose, but who knew Zhou Ziheo would draw an ace? No way. Zhou Ziheo was utterly stunned. You must be cheating. You're cheating. At that moment, the casino manager, Luan Bin, looked grim. The last thing a casino wants is to be accused of cheating. If everyone knew they were cheating, who would dare come to their casino in the future? Young Master Zhou, you can eat whatever you like, but you shouldn't speak recklessly. You shuffled the deck yourself and drew the cards yourself. No one else touched them. And young Master Lin only drew 2 cards. If you suspect him of cheating, how could young Master Lin possibly draw a lowly 2 on his second card? Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's right. In my opinion, young Master Zhou is just a sore loser trying to make excuses. I've seen plenty of people like that. Manager Luan, this is your turf. You've got to keep things fair and impartial. Don't let certain people get away with cheating, or else we won't dare play here anymore. The surrounding gamblers addressed Luan Bin. Luan Bin dared not offend these gamblers. If they stopped coming, who would he make money off of? So he'd rather offend Zhou Ziheo than alienate everyone. Everyone, rest assured. Wanbao Casino has become the largest in Liangcheng precisely because of our commitment to fairness and impartiality. Seeing the casino manager Luan Bin getting a bit angry, Zhou Ziheo didn't dare offend him either. The big boss backing Luan Bin had some serious clout. I didn't mean it that way. Then what did you mean? Luan Bin said coldly. I just think it's too much of a coincidence. Hoofa, blame your own bad luck, not others. I admit defeat. Zhou Ziheo said helplessly. Though he was heartbroken over losing so much money, if the other guy really got angry, even his dad might not be able to protect him. At that moment, Lin Mo addressed Manager Lee. Transfer 10 million to my card, then exchange it for 110,000 chip stacks. Manager Lee glanced at Luan Bin. Seeing Luan Bin nod, he eagerly followed Lin Mo's instructions. Seeing the 10 million yuan deposited into his account, Lin Mo finally relaxed. This money belonged to Tang Bing, and he intended to keep it safe. As for the winnings from the casino, Lin Mo had no intention of taking them away, and besides, he might not even be able to. He intended to use these funds for a long-term investment. Manager Lee exchanged 110,000 chip denominations. Lin Mo then picked up 10 and handed them to Manager Lee. Thanks for your hard work. Ha! Manager Lee froze in surprise. He hadn't expected such generosity, a direct gift of 100,000 yuan. After all, these chips could be exchanged for cash. Manager Lee glanced at Luan Bin again. Only after receiving Luan Bin's nod of approval did he happily accept them. Thank you, young Master Lin. Then, Lin Mo addressed the crowd. Thanks to all of you today, I've won this much money. Let's all have some tea on this 900,000. The crowd erupted at the news. Treating them to tea with 900,000 yuan, young Master Lin is truly generous. Young Master Lin, you're so generous. Long live young Master Lin. Only my young Master Lin is this generous. The entire hall was filled with joyous atmosphere. Everyone now stood beside Lin Mo, clearly acting like his loyal followers. Seeing this, Zhou Zihao tried to slip away. But he was grabbed by one of Luan Bin's men, who grinned and said, Young Master Zhou, it seems we still have some unfinished business between us. Zhou Zihao forced a smile. Brother Luan, I will repay what I owe you, but I need a few more days. Young Master Zhou, I'm afraid that won't work. According to the contract, once the game ends, you must pay up immediately. Otherwise, I'll have to enforce the casino's rules. What rules? Luan Bin addressed the crowd. Young Master Zhou seems to have forgotten. Remind him of our casino's rules. 1 finger equals 100,000 yuan. 1 leg is worth 1,000,000 yuan. Zhou Zihao's legs went weak with fear upon hearing this. I'm calling my dad right now. The call connected quickly. Zhou Zihao, as if clutching at a lifeline, urgently blurted into the phone. Dad, transfer 10 million yuan to my account immediately. But the voice on the other end wasn't his father's, it was his father's secretary. Young Master Zhou, your father asked me to inform you that from now on, your monthly allowance will be 100,000 yuan. Beyond that, no additional funds will be provided. Secretary Lu, please listen to me. This time. Before Zhou Zihao could finish, the phone line went dead with a busy tone. Damn it! Zhou Zihao was furious beyond belief. He hadn't expected the other party to dare hang up on him outright. When he caught Luan Bin's gaze, he forced a smile. I'll call back. But the other party had already turned off their phone. Zhou Zihao's face twisted in bitterness. It was all his own fault for being such a spendthrift all these years, driving his father to the point of wanting to cut ties with him. He could only call his so-called friends. But when he mentioned borrowing money, they all came up with excuses to refuse. In the end, Zhou Zihao couldn't scrape together a single penny. Young Master Zhou, if that's the case, don't blame us for enforcing the casino rules. As soon as Luan Bin finished speaking, 2 burly men immediately pinned Zhou Zihao down onto the gambling table. Zhou Zihao yelped in terror. Luan Bin grinned as he spoke. Young Master Zhou, 10 fingers are 1 million, 10 toes are 1 million, 2 legs and 2 arms are 2 million each, 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 tongue that adds up to 9 million. What about the remaining 100,000? Luan Bin's subordinate suggested. Boss, he's got a third leg. Zhou Zihao broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of being castrated and desperately begged for mercy. Sorry, young Master Zhou, it's the rules. Zhou Zihao's legs went limp with fear. He instantly regretted everything. Why had he ever provoked young Master Lin? Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Thinking of Lin Mo, the man was worth 30 million. He desperately shouted at Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, please, save me. You'll be my savior from now on. Lin Mo remained silent. Zhou Zihao quickly shifted his gaze to Tang Bing. Sister Tang Bing, for the sake of our 3 years as classmates, please let young Master Lin save me. Chapter 196, Struggling to Bark Like a Dog. Though Tang Bing harbored no affection for Zhou Zihao, she couldn't stand by and watch him get his legs broken and hands chopped off by the casino. After all, she was a people's police officer. Tang Bing then whispered to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, please save him. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded. He knew full well that when Zhou Zihao had brought him to the casino, his intentions hadn't been pure. Still, since Zhou Zihao had helped him get into the casino, he certainly wouldn't stand by and watch Zhou Zihao get his hands and feet broken. Earlier, he'd only used Luan Bin to scare him, hoping he'd turn over a new leaf and quit gambling. Seeing Zhou Zihao's frightened expression, Lin Mo deemed the effect satisfactory. Since his goal was achieved, and he still had plenty of chips left, he might as well save him. Wait a moment. Zhou Zihao's eyes lit up at the sound of Lin Mo's voice. Luan Bin turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo spoke calmly to Zhou Zihao. Young Master Zhou, 1 million yuan per dog bark. You want me to bark like a dog? When had Zhou Zihao ever endured such humiliation in his entire life? Forget it then. Xiao Bing, let's go. Lin Mo spoke and started to get up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zihao hurriedly interjected. I'll learn. Right now, only Lin Mo could save him. If the other person really left, his arms and legs would truly be lost. Zhou Zihao's face twisted with anguish. But he was powerless. Seeing Zhou Zihao still hesitating to learn, the others said. Young Master Lin, since young Master Zhou won't learn it, let me try. I'll bark for you. Give me 100,000 yuan and I'll do it. Give me 10,000 and I'll bark like a dog. Several others joined in the clamor. Hearing the crowd competing with him, Zhou Zihao grew frantic. He quickly dropped to the ground and began barking like a dog. Woof woof. Young Master Zhou, dogs bark while lying down. Standing up like that isn't quite right, is it? You. Zhou Zihao glared at Lin Mo with fury. He'd already reached his limit by imitating a dog's bark. Now this Lin guy wanted him to lie down and bark? Fine, if you won't play along. Lin Mo said indifferently, now playing the part of a spoiled rich kid who'd won out of spite for the casino manager's benefit. I admit defeat. Finally, young Master Zhou knelt on the floor in front of everyone and began imitating a dog's bark. The crowd burst into laughter at the sight. Many present had seen Zhou Zihao before and knew him as an arrogant, overbearing playboy. Their impressions of him were generally unfavorable. Seeing someone finally put him in his place felt incredibly satisfying. After Zhou Zihao finished his act, Lin Mo pushed 10 million chips from his 19 million stack toward him. Zhou Zihao handed these chips to Luan Bin, who kept his word and gave him the IOU. Zhou Zihao snatched the note, tore it to shreds in a fit of rage. Then he left the casino. Lin Mo glanced at the 9 million chips still on the table and remarked deliberately. Young Master Zhou really is disappointing. He couldn't last this long? What a letdown. With that, he put on a disappointed expression and prepared to rise. At that moment, Master Xiao smiled warmly at Lin Mo and said, Young Master Lin, how about I play a few hands with you? You? Got the money? Lin Mo said dismissively. Master Xiao pulled out a card and addressed the manager. Exchange this for 10 million chips. 10 million chips were quickly exchanged. Seeing this, Lin Mo sat down. Master Xiao stated. Same as before, 1 million per hand. How about it? No problem. Lin Mo replied. He was certain the other party was casino staff, given his sin value had skyrocketed to 800. After several rounds, Lin Mo suddenly realized the other player was swapping cards with astonishing speed. What puzzled him even more was that despite holding a higher hand, the opponent deliberately let him win. Lin Mo realized the man was a skilled card cheat. The strategy he employed was identical to the one Lin Mo had just used against Zhou Zihao. First, he'd let the other player win a few hands. Then, he'd deliberately lose his temper and increase his bets. This made everyone think he was losing his cool, only to beat the opponent. Lin Mo smirked, choosing not to expose the bluff and instead playing along with the script the other player had set. When the time felt right, Lin Mo deliberately yawned, stretched lazily, and said, I'm exhausted. Let's not waste any more time. All in. The onlookers grew excited once more. Seeing Lin Mo take the bait, Master Xiao went all in as well. Lin Mo had no intention of winning this time. Master Xiao deliberately showed 2 points higher than Lin Mo, ensuring Lin Mo wouldn't accept defeat and would keep gambling. He knew full well that Lin Mo still had 10 million in his account. Instead of betting further, Lin Mo rose calmly and said, What's your name, buddy? Xiao Jinghua. Xiao, you played well today. Too bad I'm too tired. Let's play to our heart's content tomorrow. Alright. Master Xiao replied. Though he desperately wanted to win all of Lin Mo's money right now, there's a saying, cast a long line to catch a big fish. Moreover, observing Lin Mo's demeanor, he noticed the man showed no emotional reaction to losing several million. That meant he was worth at least 50 million yuan. Lin Mo stood up, pulling Tang Bing toward the exit. At that moment, Luan Bin gave Manager Li a subtle nod. Manager Li hurriedly addressed Lin Mo. Young Master Lin, allow me to see you out. All right. Lin Mo didn't refuse. Led by Manager Li, Lin Mo took the VIP elevator out. They first descended to the third basement level under Manager Li's guidance, then transferred to another elevator to ascend to the first floor. Young Master Lin, here's my number. Call me anytime you come by. All right. Lin Mo took the business card and departed with Tang Bing. Only after Manager Li saw Lin Mo get into a phaeton did he take the elevator up to the third floor of the mall. Upon returning to the casino, Manager Li headed straight for Luan Bin's office. Boss, young Master Lin's ride is a phaeton. Phaeton? Luan Bin was puzzled. Phantoms aren't exactly cheap logically, no rich kid should be into that kind of car. Are you sure you didn't misidentify it? I saw young Master Lin get into the car myself. Here's the photo I took. Manager Li then handed his phone over to Luan Bin. When Luan Bin saw the phaeton with the lettering, his face instantly turned to shock. This letter-engraved phaeton is worth at least 2 million yuan. Far more expensive than those million-dollar sports cars. Combined with his observation of Lin Mo's low-key demeanor at the casino, Luan Bin instantly stopped doubting the man's identity. How did this Mr. Lin gain access to our casino? Manager Li then explained the situation to Luan Bin. Oh, and boss, I just checked young Master Lin had a 38,888 yuan luxury candlelit dinner at the restaurant next door. After hearing this, Luan Bin became even more convinced that Lin Mo was simply a low-key rich kid. With such a wealthy heir around, we absolutely must squeeze more money out of him tomorrow. Chapter 197, Investigating His Identity. The Penthouse of Wanbao Tower. Mr. Ma smiled as he poured a cup of tea for Master Xiao. Master Xiao, you truly are formidable. With just a casual move, you've won 10 million for our casino. Truth be told, that 10 million Master Xiao won had nothing to do with Lin Mo, it was all money lost by Josie Heo. Mr. Ma, gambling is all about exploiting human weaknesses and applying some skill. Winning becomes effortless. Master Xiao said with a look of satisfaction. Well said. Here's the 5 million I promised you. Mr. Ma handed a card to Master Xiao. Master Xiao was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his first venture in Liangqing to go so smoothly with Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, if young Master Lin weren't so exhausted, I could easily win 50 million from him tonight. But I've already agreed to continue gambling with him tomorrow night. Mr. Ma didn't seem overly excited upon hearing this, but replied calmly. Master Xiao, I need to investigate this young Master Lin first. Master Xiao responded with a confident thump on his chest. Mr. Ma, this young Master Lin is definitely no problem. Master Xiao, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Master Xiao understood Mr. Ma's concerns. He knew why he ran the largest casino in Liangqing. It was all about his business philosophy. But he certainly didn't want to let go of the big fish that was Lin Mo. Seeing Luan Bin waiting outside, Mr. Ma turned to Master Xiao and said, Master Xiao, you've worked hard today. Go rest first. Master Xiao understood that Mr. Ma had other matters to attend to, so he rose and said, All right, Boss Ma. I'll head back and get some rest. After Master Xiao left, Luan Bin stepped inside. Bin, what's the scoop on that Lin kid? Boss, that Lin kid's no big deal. He's probably just another rich kid. Mr. Ma was highly dissatisfied with Luan Bin's response. Bin, how many times have I told you? We must verify their identities to ensure the casino's security. 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 Got it? Luan Bin was given a stern scolding by Boss Ma and quickly nodded in agreement. Got it, I'll look into it again. By the way, when is your cousin who's working as a mercenary in the Middle East coming over? Mr. Ma inquired. Right now, their casino desperately needs bodyguards with investigative skills. Mr. Ma, when I contacted him this morning, he was already in Liangqing. I just called him, but his phone is off. He's probably at a bar or with some girls. Got it. Once you reach him, bring him over here for me to take a look. Got it. The man they were discussing was Gao Hongwei. Little did they know, Gao Hongwei had already been apprehended by young Master Lin, who had visited their casino today. At the same time, Lin Mo called Lu Dahai and briefed him on the situation at Wanbao Casino. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai realized the matter was no small affair. He instructed Lin Mo and Tang Bing to return to the station first to gather detailed information. Subsequently, Lu Dahai contacted Bureau Chief Zhang of the branch office. Director Zhang then contacted Director Feng at the headquarters. Upon hearing the report, Director Feng immediately convened an emergency meeting that same night. Lin Mo and Tang Bing were invited to provide a detailed report. After Lin Mo and Tang Bing finished speaking, Director Zhang of the Old City District speculated. Based on Lin Mo's account, I believe the Wanbao Casino is likely the same location mentioned by Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei. Yes, that possibility is indeed very high. However, according to Gao Hongwei's confession, he hadn't found his brother-in-arms Luan Bin before being captured by Lin Mo. He also doesn't know the specific details about the casino. Director Feng interjected. Whether it's the casino mentioned by Class A fugitive Gao Hongwei, once we take it down, we'll naturally find out. Right now, the most important thing is how we take down this casino. After Director Feng finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Based on Lin Mo's earlier description, Wanbao Casino had a robust surveillance system and strong security awareness. More importantly, the casino had multiple escape routes. If they sensed danger, they would flee immediately. Failing to apprehend the casino's key personnel would mean their operation was a failure. Director Feng, the most reliable approach is to have someone infiltrate and neutralize the key members, then we storm in to make the arrests. But as Tang Bing mentioned earlier, she spotted numerous enforcers inside the casino, making it extremely difficult to subdue the key figures. Moreover, the fact that they've established the casino in this location with such robust security suggests the owner is likely extremely shrewd. Taking him down won't be easy. After thorough discussion and analysis, the group had no choice but to bring Lin Mo into the plan. Lin Mo had successfully posed as a wealthy heir before. I suggested letting him infiltrate again, coordinating with us from the inside. Lu Dahai was the first to object. No way. That's far too dangerous for Lin Mo. Dahai, this is the best option we have right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo stood up and declared, I'm willing to take on this mission. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Dahai was instantly at a loss for words. His opposition stemmed solely from concern for Lin Mo's safety. After all, facing numerous enforcers alone in the casino, the danger was unimaginable. But then, Tang Bing also stood up. I'm willing to carry out this mission alongside Lin Mo. After a moment's thought, Director Feng agreed. Alright, I approve. With two people entering the casino, at least they could watch each other's backs. This would also reduce the risk factor. Subsequently, they devised a series of plans for Lin Mo and Tang Bing. Director Feng, how much gambling capital will you arrange for them? Director Feng paused briefly before replying. 1 million. Director Feng, are you joking? With that amount, if you send my apprentice to the casino, which casino manager would take him seriously? Lu Dahai grumbled. Regarding funding, we have explicit regulations in place. It's not up to me to decide the amount. Lu Dahai fell silent. There were indeed explicit regulations governing this matter. After the meeting concluded, Tang Bing returned home. She opened her phone and found several missed calls from her father. She called him back. Dad, what's up? Xiao Bing, who did you have that fancy candlelit dinner with today? Her father, Tang Shan, asked curiously over the phone. How did you know? Tang Bing felt a bit nervous. I'm not telling you, Dad. Xiao Bing, did you get a boyfriend? How old is he? What kind of business does his family run? Hearing her dad ask like this, Tang Bing felt utterly speechless inside. Dad, I just had a casual lunch with my colleague Lin Mo. Chapter 198, Introducing a Partner. Dad, I just had a casual lunch with my colleague Lin Mo. Tang Shan knew the Lin Mo his daughter mentioned. Back when his daughter was shot, though Lin Mo wasn't directly responsible, he was indirectly involved. Therefore, Tang Shan harbored no fondness for Lin Mo. Moreover, after his daughter was shot last time, he had repeatedly urged Tang Bing to quit her job as a police officer. With their family's resources, supporting Tang Bing for the rest of her life would pose no problem whatsoever. But Tang Bing was adamant about her career, leaving Tang Shan utterly helpless. Deep down, Tang Shan's absolute minimum demand was that his daughter never marry a police officer. The police profession was simply too dangerous. If something happened to her partner, wouldn't that cause his daughter lifelong heartbreak? But Tang Shan knew his daughter Tang Bing's stubborn nature forceful tactics wouldn't work. When he heard Tang Bing's words just now, he didn't forbid her from seeing Lin Mo. Xiao Bing, it's been a few days since Dad last had a meal with you. How about we grab dinner together tomorrow? Dad, I'm afraid that won't work. I have to carry out my mission. What mission could possibly be more important than having dinner with your dad? I finally made time for this. You're not going to give me the cold shoulder, are you? Tang Bing suddenly remembered her budget was tight for tomorrow night, so she decided to try to get some money from her dad. Let's make it the day after tomorrow. Dad, I really have a mission tomorrow. Tang Shan couldn't persuade his daughter and finally agreed. Alright then, I'll call you later. Just as Tang Shan was about to hang up, Tang Bing quickly pouted at her dad. Dad, could you send me some money? This was the first time Tang Bing had ever asked her father for money since graduating. Tang Shan was overjoyed. She was his only precious daughter, and he intended to leave her his entire estate someday. Xiao Bing, I'll have the finance department transfer 10 million yuan to you right away. Spend it however you like. If that's not enough, just let me know. Dad, 10 million is way too little. Tang Bing had just calculated that she and Lin Mo would need at least 50 million yuan tomorrow at the Wanbao Casino to buy more time. Tang Shan was puzzled. His daughter was usually so frugal she couldn't possibly spend that much. Why was she suddenly asking for so much money? Xiao Bing, how much do you need? 50 million. 50 million? Did someone scam you? Don't worry, Dad. Your daughter's sharp, no way I'd get scammed. Besides, I'm a cop. Who'd dare try to pull a fast one on me? Alright, I'll have the finance department transfer it to you shortly. Tang Shen chatted with Tang Bing for a while longer before hanging up. Shortly after, Tang Shen had the finance department transfer 50 million yuan to Tang Bing's account. After pondering for a moment, he decided to call his wife, Su Peilan. The call connected quickly, and he recounted the dinner between his daughter and Lin Mo to his wife. Old Tang, I think it's good for our daughter to be with Lin Mo. He's handsome, and he's a responsible, dependable person. Hearing this, Tang Shan felt a surge of anger. Honey, you're being foolish. Don't you know Lin Mo is a cop? Last time we were at the hospital, assassins specifically targeted him for revenge. If our daughter follows him, won't she also be in danger? Su Peilan fell deep in thought upon hearing Tang Shan's words. Her husband was right. What if something really happened to Lin Mo? Wouldn't that leave Tang Bingshou a widow? Moreover, their daughter was deeply loyal and devoted. If the man she loved were to leave her, she would surely be heartbroken. After much deliberation, Su Peilan finally decided to support her husband. Old Tang, what do you suggest we do? I'll follow your lead. Peilan, didn't you mention having a classmate whose son is a returnee from overseas and runs his own company? Why not introduce our daughter to him? Is that really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? For our daughter's lifelong happiness, we must take the initiative. If Xiao Bing really ends up with Lin Mo, things will get complicated. Alright, I'll follow your lead. When we have dinner with our daughter the day after tomorrow, bring that returnee along to meet Xiao Bing. The next day, Zhou Zihao emerged from the hotel, still seething over yesterday's incident. Lin, you just wait. Making me crawl on the ground barking like a dog? When I get my hands on you, you'll regret it. He drove his sports car aimlessly through the streets. Suddenly, he spotted someone in a police uniform by the roadside who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo. This left him utterly stunned. Zhou Zihao quickly parked in a hidden spot and quietly followed the uniformed Lin Mo. Until he saw Lin Mo enter the Gulo Street police station. Fearing he might have mistaken the person, Zhou Zihao cautiously entered the Gulo Subdistrict police station. On the personnel bulletin board, he actually found Lin Mo's photo and information. He then took out his phone and snapped several photos. If I bark like a dog, I bet the boss at Wanbao Casino will be quite interested in this news. However, Zhou Zihao didn't head straight to Wanbao Casino. Instead, he waited until Lin Mo arrived at the casino that evening. He intended to expose her identity himself, to avenge yesterday's humiliation of imitating a dog's bark. Just as he was feeling smug, he noticed a police officer entering through the main gate. It was indeed Li Jianhua. Li Jianhua spotted Zhou Zihao and assumed he was there to file a report or handle some other matter. What brings you here? Nothing. Zhou Zihao hurriedly left after speaking. Li Jianhua glanced at Zhou Zihao's retreating figure but paid it no mind. He walked into the office and saw Lin Mo already seated at his workstation. Lin, I heard you discovered a major casino in Liangcheng last night? Yeah, right near Wanbao Mall. What? Wanbao Mall? Bro Lin, you must be mistaken. Who would open a casino in that location? Brotherly, have you considered this? The places we least expect are often the safest. After Lin Mo's analysis, Li Jianhua found it very convincing. Just as they were talking, Tang Bing walked over. Lin Mo, the funds for tonight's operation are secured. How much? Lin Mo inquired. Tonight, he needed sufficient gambling capital to command the casino's attention, thereby gaining access to the VIP lounge essential for executing his mission. 60 million. What's 60 million? Li Jianhua, standing nearby, asked with a bewildered expression. Tang Bing ignored Li Jianhua and turned to ask Lin Mo. Is that enough? Yeah, it's enough. Li Jianhua grew more and more confused. Sis Tang, what exactly is 60 million? Chapter 199, Identity Exposed. When Li Jianhua realized Tang Bing had asked his father for 50 million yuan to complete her mission, he was once again stunned by the financial might of Tang Bing's family. He knew she was wealthy, but never imagined she was this rich. She could casually pull out 50 million yuan. Such wealth was truly enviable. Sigh, why didn't I have such a great dad? Li Jianhua sighed. You don't understand the troubles of being rich. Tang Bing, however, didn't feel particularly happy being wealthy. Instead, she had always envied ordinary children since childhood, those who could play freely every day and spend time with their parents. But when Tang Bing was young, her parents were always busy. In her memory, they only ever used money to placate her. Sis Tang, how about we swap places? Let me experience the troubles of the wealthy for once. Li Jianhua teased. That morning, Lin Mo and Tang Bing were summoned again to the Liangcheng Bureau headquarters to arrange the evening's operation. This time, the Liangcheng Bureau planned to take down the Wanbao Casino in one fell swoop. Soon, it was 9 p.m. Lin Mo arrived at the designated location and dialed the casino manager, Mr. Li. Upon hearing Lin Mo was coming, Manager Li became incredibly excited. He immediately relayed the news to the casino's head, Wan Bin. Upon hearing this, Wan Bin hurriedly instructed Manager Li to go and greet Lin Mo. Today, the casino had already agreed with Master Xiao that they would win at least 40 million yuan from Lin Mo. Manager Li quickly escorted Lin Mo and Tang Bing into the casino, taking a different route than the previous day. Tang Bing discreetly used an invisible pen to make secret marks. Colleagues waiting outside to make the arrest only needed to wear special glasses to see the signal she was making. Young Master Lin, how would you like to play today? Manager Li inquired upon entering the casino. Lin Mo deliberately scanned the lobby before replying. Too small. Not interesting. Is that guy who won my money yesterday here? He's playing in the VIP room with 2 other gamblers today. Take me there. Young Master Lin, it's not that I won't take you in, it's just that our VIP rooms have strict entry requirements. How much? 40 million. Lin Mo pulled out a card and handed it to Manager Li. Fortunately, Tang Bing had prepared 60 million yuan for him in advance, otherwise, they would have had a hard time getting into the VIP room today. After verifying the card, Manager Lee discovered the 60 million yuan balance and instantly became ecstatic. He promptly called the casino manager, Luan Bin. Boss, young Master Lin has brought 60 million. Good. Proceed as planned. In truth, the entire setup was a trap meticulously arranged by the casino for Lin Mo. Manager Lee then jogged back to Lin Mo and said, "Young Master Lin, this way, please." Lin Mo and Tang Bing entered another secret elevator. Inside the elevator were only two buttons, one red, one green. After stepping inside, Manager Lee pressed the green button and the elevator began its ascent. Lin Mo could only tell that the elevator was ascending. After about 20 seconds, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. Manager Lee led Lin Mo and Tang Bing out. Lin Mo silently calculated that the elevator must have stopped between the 13th and 15th floors of Wanbao Tower. He hadn't expected that the VIP section of Wanbao Casino was actually located within the Wanbao building. They then entered a room. The room was nearly 100 square meters, lavishly decorated with an imposing grandeur. 4 bodyguards stood guard at the entrance. Lin Mo could discern the bulges in their suits, the shapes of handguns. In the center of the hall stood a gambling table occupied by 3 people, with 7 or 8 others standing nearby, including the casino manager, Luan Bin. When Luan Bin spotted Lin Mo, his face immediately broke into a broad smile. "Welcome, young Master Lin." The 3 men seated at the table paused their card game and turned toward the entrance upon hearing Luan Bin's greeting. At that moment, Master Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with the other 2 before rising and addressing Lin Mo with a cheerful smile. "My apologies, young Master Lin. I thought you might not come, so I've been playing a few hands with these gentlemen. My word is as good as gold. Since you're here, young Master Lin, we'll void this round and start anew," Master Xiao declared. The other 2 agreed. "Brother Xiao, what kind of cards are you playing here?" Lin Mo inquired. "We're playing bluff poker." "How do you play 3-card poker?" 3-card poker can be played with multiple people. Each player gets 3 cards. The rankings are 3 of a kind, straight flush, flush, straight, pair, high card. Lin Mo possessed the skills of a gambling god and was well versed in 3-card poker. He was merely pretending to be unfamiliar with the game to lower their guard. After Master Xiao finished explaining the rules, Lin Mo said with apparent interest, "Sounds intriguing. Young Master Lin, the real thrill of 3-card poker lies in the bluffing. A weak hand might outwit a strong one. It's a contest of courage, skill, and cunning. Alright, we'll play it today." At Lin Mo's words, the group instantly grew excited. In this luxurious private room, aside from Lin Mo and Tang Bing, everyone else was casino staff. Lin Mo was bound to lose today. Luan Bin's heart raced with excitement at the thought of swindling Lin Mo out of 60 million today. "Young Master Lin, how many chips would you like to exchange?" Lin Mo glanced at the chips on the table and noticed each of them had roughly 20 million chips before them. The same as theirs. "Alright, I'll exchange them for you right away." This private room had a dedicated exchange counter. Soon, a server arrived carrying 20 million chips and placed them on the table in front of Lin Mo's seat. The game officially began. Today, Master Zhao's strategy was similar to yesterday's, letting Lin Mo win the first few hands. This way, he could get hooked first. 3-card poker is fun, haha. Lin Mo exclaimed happily after winning several million. Master Xiao heard this and flashed a sinister smile. This was precisely the outcome he wanted. It seemed Lin Mo was hooked. Now it was time for him to take center stage. Half an hour later, the 20 million chips before Lin Mo had dwindled to just 1 million. Damn, what a bummer. Give me another 20 million in chips. While waiting for the dealer to exchange his chips, Lin Mo deliberately said to Tang Bing, "I was wondering why I'm so unlucky. Xiao Bing, hand me my blessed bracelet." Tang Bing knew this was Lin Mo's way of signaling him to leave and report the situation outside. "Got it." Tang Bing stood up. Manager Lee didn't suspect a thing and led Tang Bing outside. Tang Bing soon appeared on the first floor of Wanbao Tower. "Wait for me here," Tang Bing said. "Yes, Ms. Tang." After Tang Bing left, Zhou Zihao spotted Manager Lee. He hurried over, whispered a few words to him, and showed him a photo. "Is young Master Lin a police officer?" "Manager Lee, I took this photo at the police station. It's absolutely genuine." Manager Lee knew this was no trivial matter. He promptly took Zhou Zihao to the luxury private room. Chapter 200, He's a Cop. Inside a van at the Wanbao parking lot. Li Jianhua recognized Zhou Zihao from the earlier video footage. The man looked vaguely familiar, as if they'd met somewhere before, but Li Jianhua couldn't quite place him. Tang Bing received instructions from Lu Dahai and boarded the van. "Xiao Tang, what's the situation inside?" "Chief, the Wanbao KTV only houses the main gambling hall. The private gambling rooms are located inside the Wanbao building." Tang Bing relayed the situation to Lu Dahai. "They have guns?" Lu Dahai grew concerned upon hearing this. "Yes, Chief. There are 6 bodyguards in the private room, and they're all armed." Lu Dahai's brow furrowed deeply. If they forced an arrest, Lin Mo's safety could not be guaranteed. Lu Dahai then reported the situation to Director Fong. Director Fong hesitated. His primary concern now was Lin Mo's safety. Just then, Li Jianhua suddenly shouted. I know this guy. Lu Dahai hurriedly looked at Zhou Zihao in the video. Who is he? This morning when I was at work, he was looking at Brother Lin's profile in the personnel section. When Tang Bing saw Zhou Zihao in the video replay, her face instantly filled with surprise. Jianhua, you said he visited our office this morning? Yes, Sister Tang. Upon hearing this, Tang Bing felt an uneasy premonition. Director, Lin Mo is in danger. What's wrong? This man is Zhou Zihao. Last night, Lin Mo made him bark like a dog. He's petty and narrow-minded. If he finds out Lin Mo is a cop, he'll definitely use the casino's influence to teach Lin Mo a lesson. Lu Dahai's face turned anxious upon hearing this. Because they had just seen on the video feed that Zhou Zihao had left with the casino staff. Lu Dahai immediately reported the situation to Director Fong. Upon hearing this, Chief Fong realized there was no time to waste. He immediately issued orders. Everyone, listen to my orders. All units, move out. Yes. Without hesitation, each team began executing their assigned tasks. At the same time, Manager Li escorted Zhou Zihao into the casino private room. Zhou Zihao spotted the bodyguards surrounding Lin Mo and the latter engrossed in gambling. A look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. As long as he handed over the evidence proving Lin Mo was a cop to Luan Bin, he was certain Luan Bin would have these bodyguards teach Lin Mo a lesson. That would settle the humiliation he'd suffered yesterday. The thought made Zhou Zihao chuckle smugly. Young Master Lin, we meet again, heh. Lin Mo heard the voice and noticed Zhou Zihao had appeared in the private room at some point. Though he didn't know why Zhou Zihao was here, the man would undoubtedly interfere with his mission. Moreover, those bodyguards were armed, and Zhou Zihao could easily get hurt. Therefore, he had to get Zhou Zihao out of the way to ensure his safety. Lin Mo addressed Luan Bin. Manager Luan, get this dog out of here. Just seeing him ruins my mood. Before Luan Bin could respond, Manager Li whispered something in his ear. Luan Bin's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. He glanced at Lin Mo, then turned his gaze to Zhou Zihao. Zhou Zihao quickly pulled out his phone and opened it for Luan Bin to see. After reviewing it, Luan Bin addressed the bodyguards by the door. Arrest him. Lin Mo looked puzzled but instinctively took a couple of steps back. He addressed Luan Bin. Manager Luan, what do you mean by this? Officer Lin, you sure know how to play the part. Hearing his identity stated outright, Lin Mo instantly realized Zhou Zihao might possess evidence proving he was a police officer. But he couldn't admit it now the other guy's bodyguard was armed. This could get deadly. Zhou Zihao, you ingrate. Last night I just made you bark like a dog, and now you're slandering me like this. Luan Bin hesitated upon hearing this. He'd been too quick to judge Zhou Zihao couldn't possibly suspect Lin Mo based on just one photo. After all, the 60 million in Lin Mo's account was real money. If he were a cop, how could he possibly have 60 million? Wait a minute. Luan Bin urgently called out to his subordinate. Seeing Luan Bin's gaze turn to him, Zhou Zihao quickly interjected. Boss Luan, get your men to arrest him immediately. He's a cop? Hand over the phone. Luan Bin took Zhou Zihao's phone and looked at the photo again. Lin Mo caught a glimpse it was his police ID photo and profile. He felt a pang of unease. How did Zhou Zihao have his information? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lin Mo discreetly slipped a deck of cards from the gambling table into his sleeve. As long as he could stall until the arresting officers arrived, he'd be safe. This photo is obviously photoshopped. Lin Mo dismissed the thought. Zhou Zihao, you really went out of your way to mess with me. Luan Bin couldn't tell if the photo was fake or not. Young Master Zhou, tell me where did this photo come from? Seeing that Luan Bin was starting to believe Lin Mo, Zhou Zihao hurriedly explained. Luan boss, don't listen to him. I took this photo this morning from the personnel bulletin board at Gulo Street Police Station. It's definitely not photoshopped. Zhou Zihao, if you slander me again, you better believe I'll beat you to death. Lin Mo lunged forward, but Luan Bin stopped him. He was in a tough spot now. Lin Mo was a major client at their casino, and he didn't want to antagonize him. What if he was the young master of some powerful family? That would make things even more complicated. Finally, Luan Bin decided to call his boss. The call connected quickly. Boss. Before Luan Bin could finish speaking, Boss Ma on the phone urgently shouted. What are you standing there for? The cops are already in the elevator. Police? Luan Bin instinctively glanced at Lin Mo. Get him arrested. Lin Mo knew his cover was blown. He stopped pretending. He scrambled backward a few steps, grabbing the nearest person to shield himself. At such close range, if the other side fired, the probability of him being hit was extremely high. The bodyguards, seeing this, all drew their pistols and aimed them at Lin Mo. Without Luan Bin's order, they dared not fire. Killing a police officer carried the death penalty. Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, sending a playing card flying. It sliced through the hand of a gun-wielding bodyguard, sending the pistol clattering to the floor. Before anyone could react, another playing card whipped out. Several pistols were knocked out of their hands. But then, Luan Bin drew a pistol from his coat and fired 3 shots at Lin Mo in rapid succession. Chapter 201, Teammates as Useless as Pigs. The 3 shots didn't hit Lin Mo, but instead struck the person shielding him. Just as Lin Mo was about to use his gambling god skill to flick out a playing card, Master Xiao acted first, slapping a discarded card against Lin Mo's arm. The sudden impact sent a wave of pain through him as blood trickled down. Lin Mo turned to look at Master Xiao. He'd completely forgotten about this MasterCard cheat. Luan Bin seized the moment, pressing a gun against Lin Mo's head. "Don't move a muscle, or I'll blow your head off." Lin Mo's wisest choice now was to cooperate. "Follow me." Lin Mo had no choice but to follow him toward a storage room. Once inside, they opened a small door. To his surprise, it was an elevator. Luan Bin tapped a few numbers on a keypad, and the elevator doors slid open. The compact elevator could only fit 3 people. Luan Bin, Lin Mo, and Master Xiao squeezed inside. The others tried to follow, but Luan Bin pointed his gun at them. "Back off, or I'll blow your brains out." As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone for themselves. Though these men were Luan Bin's subordinates, he had no time to spare for them now. The elevator doors slowly closed. At that moment, police officers burst through the private room's door. Every officer wore body armor and carried assault rifles. These men had never seen such a scene before and were so terrified they immediately crouched to the ground. Despite their usual arrogance and bullying ways, the bodyguards were now too terrified to even fart in the presence of police wielding assault rifles. Meanwhile, Zhou Zihao was still reeling from the image of Luan Bin killing his own men moments earlier. He had only intended to use Luan Bin to teach Lin Mo a lesson, never expecting Luan and his men to be armed. Seeing everyone else crouching while Zhou Zihao remained standing, the 2 officers immediately aimed their guns at him. "Get down. Hands on your head." Only then did Zhou Zihao snap out of his terror. The first thing he saw when he snapped back to reality was the dark muzzle of a gun pointed directly at him. Terror washed over him once more. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a liquid flowed involuntarily from his body. He collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Tang Bing arrived. Inside the private room, she saw a man lying dead on the floor, shot 3 times. Tang Bing's heart immediately sank. She scanned the surroundings, searching for Lin Mo's figure. She found no trace of him. She approached Zhou Zihao and shouted, "Where's Lin Mo?" Zhou Zihao was frozen in shock, unable to respond. Tang Bing, frantic with worry, slapped Zhou Zihao twice across the face. Only then did Zhou Zihao snap out of it. "I asked you where Lin Mo is. Young Master Lin, he's been taken away." "Where?" "Over there." Zhou Zihao pointed toward the warehouse. Tang Bing rushed over immediately. She noticed an elevator in the warehouse, but it required a password to activate. She randomly pressed a few buttons, but it wouldn't unlock at all. Fuming, she stormed out of the warehouse and pointed at Zhou Zihao. "If anything happens to Lin Mo, I'll make you pay with your life." Tang Bing then hurried downstairs. Her heart was filled with dread. After all, the other party had a gun. "Tang, what's the situation in the casino VIP room upstairs?" Lu Dahai's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Chief, we've secured the room, but the casino manager, Luan Bin, has taken Lin Mo hostage and fled with a gun." "What?" Lu Dahai's heart sank instantly. How did they get out? Tang Bing then recounted the warehouse elevator incident to Lu Dahai. "Tang, don't panic. I'll report this to Director Feng immediately. The entire Wanbao building is surrounded, they won't get away." "Got it." At that moment, Tang Bing couldn't care less whether the casino manager escaped or not. All she hoped was that Lin Mo wasn't hurt. Inside the command vehicle, Team A had Director Feng. The 3rd-floor casino is secured, but a few individuals have escaped. The casino has multiple escape routes. Team B, reporting to Director Feng, were at the exit and have apprehended 2 gamblers who escaped from the 3rd floor. They're under our control. Lu Dahai, Director Feng, this is Lu Dahai. The VIP room at Wanbao Tower Casino is secured, but Lin Mo has been taken hostage by the casino manager, Luan Bin, who fled with him. Luan Bin shot and killed one of his own men inside the VIP room. Director Feng's heart sank upon hearing Lu Dahai's report. Luan Bin was the cousin of Class A fugitive Gao Hongji. According to Gao's confession, his cousin Luan had stabbed someone before and was a brutal individual. This time, he had gone so far as to shoot and kill one of his own men. Once someone becomes involved in homicide, they treat human life as worthless. This development made Lin Mo's situation even more perilous. Everyone present was instructed to report immediately if they spotted the criminal Luan Bin, while also ensuring Lin Mo's safety. After receiving the order, the group began searching the area below Wanbao Tower. Half an hour passed without any news. The entire Wanbao building was now sealed off. Logically, there was no way for anyone to escape. At that moment, Lu Dahai addressed Director Feng. "Director Feng, could the criminal Luan Bin still be hiding inside Wanbao Tower?" I suggest conducting a floor-by-floor search of the entire building. Agreed. Director Fong agreed. He dispatched all available police personnel to search Wanbao Tower. Subsequently, he contacted the personnel who had cracked the elevator code in the casino's VIP room. Has the elevator code been cracked? Not yet, Director Fong. This elevator code has anti-hacking measures. If handled improperly, it could easily lock up. Work on cracking it immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, top floor of Wanbao Tower. Mr. Ma was practically driven mad by Luan Bin. How many times have I warned you? Safety. Safety. And now you've brought a cop into the casino. Mr. Ma was at a loss for words, not knowing how to scold Luan Bin. Mr. Ma, I had no idea he was a cop. Luan Bin protested with a look of grievance. He had investigated Lin Mo today, and it was only after getting Mr. Ma's approval that he decided to let Lin Mo into the casino's private room. Now, however, Boss Ma was shifting all the blame onto him. Fine, let's not talk about that for now. Why did you bring him here? I've told you countless times if any emergency arises, you absolutely must not come to me. Bringing him here just makes me the one who gets burned. Mr. Ma now deeply understood that saying, you don't fear godlike opponents, but you dread pig-like teammates. He bitterly regretted ever hiring such an idiot to manage the casino. Just then, Ma boss's phone rang. Boss, the police have entered our building. They say they're searching for the criminal Luan Bin. Fine, let them search. Mr. Ma declared. His identity was none other than the owner of Wanbao building. Luan Bin, take that police officer hostage outside and get out of here fast. Remember, don't betray me or you know what I'm capable of. Luan Bin, realizing Mr. Ma had no intention of helping him, raised his gun and aimed it at Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, I've killed someone. If I'm caught, it's the death penalty. If I go down, you won't survive either. Luan Bin, let's talk this out. Put the gun down. Get your private jet ready immediately. Chapter 202, Escape by Helicopter. 10 minutes later. A rumbling sound echoed through the sky. A helicopter appeared near the rooftop of Wanbao Tower. Director Fong, commanding operations on the ground, immediately recognized the situation and swiftly issued orders. All personnel searching Wanbao Tower were to immediately proceed to the top floor. The criminals were preparing to escape by helicopter from the rooftop. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed toward the elevator lobby. However, upon arriving, they discovered all elevators had stopped operating. They scrambled up the stairs toward the top floor. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Wanbao Tower, Luan Bin held a gun pointed at Lin Mo and Boss Ma. Once the helicopter had come to a steady halt, Luan Bin commanded Ma Boss. Put the money and gold bars on the helicopter. Mr. Ma had no choice but to carry the heavy boxes onto the helicopter. This money and gold had just been stolen from his safe by Luan Bin. Mr. Ma never imagined that the fortune he'd amassed running his casino would be completely swept away by Luan Bin, this ungrateful bastard. But for his own safety, he had no choice but to comply. After stowing the boxes, Luan Bin boarded the helicopter with the bound Lin Mo. Mr. Ma instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Luan Bin had some conscience. He took the money and let him go. Just as he was inwardly celebrating his good fortune, Luan Bin fired 2 shots at Boss Ma. One bullet struck his thigh, while the other hit the concrete floor. The ricocheting bullet then struck Ma Boss squarely in the groin. He immediately clutched his crotch, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Moments later, he passed out from the agony. Having endured daily abuse from Ma Boss over the past 2 years, Luan Bin had long harbored hatred toward him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to eliminate him once and for all. After all, he'd already killed one person. If caught, he'd be executed by firing squad anyway. Killing one person or 2 made no difference. Luan Bin believed he had struck Boss Ma's vital spot, thinking him dead, and thus did not fire again. The pistol had limited ammunition, and he needed the remaining rounds to control Lin Mo. As the helicopter slowly ascended and departed from Wanbao Tower, Luan Bin couldn't help but laugh. As long as he could escape, the gold bars and cash on his person would be enough to live lavishly for several lifetimes. He had already planned to secretly flee overseas and enjoy the rest of his life in luxury. But just as he was reveling in this glorious future, a flying card knocked his pistol straight to the ground. Luan Bin froze in shock as he saw Lin Mo had somehow untied the ropes binding his hands. He knew full well that the other man was a police officer and that he was no match for him. Luan Bin hurriedly picked up the pistol from the ground. But the moment he did, Lin Mo lunged forward. He gripped the gun-wielding hand tightly, and a fierce struggle ensued. Luan Bin accidentally hit the trigger, and a bullet fired with a loud bang. It struck the pilot operating the helicopter squarely in the head. The helicopter instantly lost control and began swaying violently. Lin Mo and Luan Bin were tossed about violently. Fortunately, Lin Mo's physical abilities had been enhanced by the system, allowing him to cling desperately to a seat armrest. Just then, Luan Bin crashed into him. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo delivered a powerful blow to the back of Luan Bin's head. Luan Bin instantly lost consciousness. Lin Mo secured him to the seat with the safety belt. When he looked up and out the window, the helicopter began spinning downward. If this continued, the helicopter would surely crash. Lin Mo forced himself to stay calm. He was only 21. He didn't want his young life to end like this. Chapter 203. Protecting the lives of the people is our duty. Wanbao building rooftop. Lu Dahai roused Boss Ma. Where's our officer? Ah. It hurts like hell. Mr. Ma awoke, feeling only excruciating pain in his lower body. He didn't even hear Lu Dahai's question. Tang Bing stepped forward, not caring about the situation, and slapped Mr. Ma twice across the face. Mr. Ma finally regained some composure, staring blankly at Tang Bing. Where was Lin Mo? He was threatened by Luan Bin and forced onto the helicopter. Mr. Ma moaned in agony. The thought of spending the rest of his life as a eunuch felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Ah! Quick, call an ambulance for me. Mr. Ma clutched his groin, his voice wrenching with agony. Lu Dahai then ordered his men. Call an ambulance for him. Tang Bing watched the helicopter fly away, her concern evident as she asked Lu Dahai. Chief, how are we going to save Lin Mo? But before Lu Dahai could answer, the helicopter suddenly began to shake violently. What's happening? Tang Bing and Lu Dahai jolted in alarm, knowing Lin Mo was still aboard. Lu Dahai urgently relayed the situation to Director Feng. Dahai, don't panic. I've already dispatched 2 helicopters from headquarters. They'll be here soon. Lu Dahai watched the distant helicopter spinning its rotors, his heart filled with deep concern. Even if Director Feng sent helicopters, what good would it do? The helicopter carrying Lin Mo was clearly out of control. Tang Bing watched as the helicopter's spinning grew increasingly violent, threatening to crash into the ground at any moment. What should they do? Tang Bing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Mo, but now she was powerless to help. As time ticked by, the helicopter carrying Lin Mo was now only a few dozen meters above the ground. Below lay an old residential neighborhood. A crash would undoubtedly cause severe damage to the residential area. Commissioner Feng recognized the danger and urgently ordered nearby officers to evacuate the surrounding residents. The helicopter's roar had already caught the attention of many residents. Seeing it hovering overhead, they were startled. Many residents rushed out of their homes and ran outside. What was happening? It looked like the helicopter had lost control. Could it crash into our houses? I think there's a high chance of that. As the residents were discussing the situation, a police car pulled up. The police used a loudspeaker to address all the onlookers nearby. Attention everyone, the helicopter is out of control. Please evacuate this area immediately. Attention everyone, the helicopter is out of control. Please evacuate this area immediately. Hearing the officer's announcement, the crowd stopped watching and hurriedly ran toward the distance. But then, an elderly woman ran over in a panic and shouted at the police. Officer, please, I beg you, save my grandson. He's still sleeping inside the room. The old woman had just come down to buy groceries for tomorrow's breakfast while her grandson slept. Upon returning, she saw a helicopter plummeting toward their house. Hearing this, the officer immediately got out of the vehicle. Where exactly? The top floor, east unit of Building 4. The officer saw that Building 4 was directly beneath the helicopter, and the elderly woman's home was on the top floor. If the helicopter crashed into the building and exploded, the rooftop would be the most dangerous spot. At that moment, the helicopter was flying at an altitude of less than 60 meters above the building. It could crash into the buildings below at any moment. At that moment, a rookie officer addressed the other officer. Captain, it might be too late. The captain hesitated for a moment, his expression firm. Xiao Sun, continue evacuating the crowd. I'm going to rescue them. But Captain. The captain cut Xiao Sun off immediately. We are the people's police. Protecting the lives and safety of every citizen is our unshakable duty. Without another word, the captain sprinted toward Building 4. By the time he reached the base of Building 4, he could feel the wind from the helicopter's rotors hitting the ground. Yet he entered Building 4 without hesitation. The helicopter in the sky was descending at an increasingly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 20 meters from the roof of Building 4. Everyone watching this scene felt their hearts clench with tension. Through the hallway lights, they could see the silhouette of the police captain, who had now reached the 3rd floor. Soon, he reached the 5th and top floor and entered a room. The captain discovered the helicopter's deafening roar had awakened the little boy. The little boy, realizing his grandmother was no longer beside him, burst into tears. Following the cries, the captain swiftly located the boy, scooped him up, and began running. But just then, the entire building began to shake. The captain knew clearly that the helicopter was no more than 5 meters away from the house. Carrying the boy made escape nearly impossible. To protect him, the captain flipped the bed over, crawled underneath, and curled his body to shield the child beneath him. Chapter 204. I was just worried about his safety. Spectators nearby, witnessing the helicopter about to collide with the house, closed their eyes in terror. If the helicopter crashed into the house, both the child and the police officer would likely face grave danger. At that very moment, On the rooftop of Wanbao Tower, Tang Bing witnessed the scene. Her fists clenched so tightly her nails tore into her palms, blood dripping from the wounds. Tears welled in her eyes as anguish filled her heart. Tang Bing didn't want to lose Lin Mo. Yet at this moment, she was powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Finally, Tang Bing collapsed onto the ground, her heart filled with bitter resentment. Why? Why did Lin Mo have to sacrifice his life at just 21? She had once dreamed of partnering with Lin Mo for a lifetime. But fate was unjust, snatching Lin Mo's life away so swiftly. Had she known this would happen, she would have insisted Lin Mo join this casino operation no matter what. The cold wind tangled Tang Bing's disheveled hair, and tears finally streaked down her cheeks, soaking her clothes. Watching someone she cared about to die before her eyes felt like a knife cutting through her heart. Lu Dahai bowed his head heavily, unwilling to witness the scene that would break his spirit. Over the past month with Lin Mo, he had come to regard him as his own child. But who could have imagined that Lin Mo would soon be separated from him by death? Lu Dahai wished desperately that he were on the helicopter instead of Lin Mo. Faced with this situation, every officer on the top floor of Wanbao Tower wore a heavy expression. They couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pity for Lin Mo. But just then, an officer suddenly shouted, "Look! The helicopter's taking off!" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked up and saw the helicopter that had been falling slowly ascend. Tang Bing and Lu Dahai stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned that a miracle had actually occurred. Great! Lin Mo is safe. Tang Bing was overcome with emotion. Just moments ago, she truly believed Lin Mo would be lost. Her eyes reddened as she spoke her joy. After reaching a certain altitude, the helicopter headed toward the Wanbao building. "Look over here." Lu Dahai couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Had Lin Mo subdued the criminal? Otherwise, if the criminal Wan Bin were controlling the helicopter, he would surely flee to a distant location. It must be Lin Mo who subdued the criminal. Tang Bing exclaimed excitedly. Yes, that must be it. Wonderful. Lin Mo truly is our hero. The others chimed in. The helicopter swiftly approached the rooftop of Wanbao Tower. Seeing this, Lu Dahai urgently signaled everyone to make way so the helicopter could land. Moments later, the helicopter landed steadily on the helipad. Once the rotors came to a complete stop, Lin Mo stepped out of the cockpit. Everyone froze at the sight. What was going on? How did Lin Mo come out of the helicopter cockpit? Did he just fly the helicopter back himself? A flurry of questions flooded their minds. Spotting Lu Dahai in the crowd, Lin Mo walked straight toward him. When Lin Mo reached Lu Dahai's side, he saluted with a standard military salute. Master, the mission is complete. Good. Good. Lu Dahai slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and exclaimed twice, good job. Seeing his disciple again, Lu Dahai couldn't express how happy he was. As he spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. Tang Bing could no longer contain her emotions and threw her arms around Lin Mo. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had been utterly terrified moments ago, truly believing Lin Mo was gone forever. Thankfully, heaven had intervened, bringing Lin Mo back safely. Caught off guard by Tang Bing's sudden embrace, Lin Mo's body stiffened instantly. He hadn't expected Tang Bing to embrace him so suddenly. His mind went completely blank, leaving him frozen in place. Everyone watching the scene looked equally bewildered, then a thought simultaneously popped into their heads. Are Tang Bing and Lin Mo dating? Just then, Director Fong arrived on the rooftop. The sight that met his eyes left him feeling somewhat awkward. But seeing Lin Mo unharmed, a weight lifted from his heart. As long as Lin Mo was okay, everything else could be discussed. Lu Dahai noticed Director Feng's arrival and cleared his throat twice toward Lin Mo and Tang Bing. Only then did Tang Bing snap out of her thoughts. Seeing the wet patch on Lin Mo's chest where her tears had soaked through, she quickly let go of him. Her face flushed crimson. Earlier, she'd been so overcome by emotion at the sight of Lin Mo that she hadn't noticed their colleagues nearby. Recalling the scene of her embracing Lin Mo, Tang Bing's face grew even redder. I was just worried about Lin Mo's safety. Tang Bing stammered in explanation. Right. Xiao Tang and Lin Mo are partners. They get along well. Lu Dahai chimed in to defuse the awkwardness. Lin Mo, now released from Tang Bing's embrace, finally dared to breathe deeply. To be honest, this was the first time he'd ever been held by a girl. He hadn't even dared to breathe. Fortunately, Tang Bing released him in time. Had she held him any longer, Lin Mo feared he might have suffocated. Director Fong approached shortly after. Lin Mo, are you okay? Reporting to Director Fong, I'm fine. The criminal Wan Bin has been apprehended. However, the helicopter pilot was killed during the struggle between Wan Bin and me. Lin Mo's expression darkened slightly as he mentioned the pilot's sacrifice. Director Fong expressed his regret for a moment, then looked puzzled. You flew the helicopter back just now? Chapter 205, The Galloping Wild Horse. You flew the helicopter back just now? Hearing Director Feng's shocked inquiry, Lin Mo frantically searched his mind for an excuse. I studied how to fly helicopters online out of boredom back when I was in the police academy. You learned helicopter piloting skills online? Lu Dahai and the others were even more stunned by Lin Mo's explanation. Yeah. Lin Mo could only nod. Only he knew that his helicopter skills were actually learned within the system. After subduing Luan Bin, the helicopter began circling and descending. In that critical moment, Lin Mo recalled that the system store seemed to offer helicopter skills. He hurriedly opened the system and indeed found the basic helicopter skill. Without hesitation, he spent 18,000 points to learn it. Thankfully, he had been saving his system points all along. Had he lacked those points, Lin Mo might well have crashed and perished. Lin Mo briefly recounted the situation to the others. Only then did they grasp the gravity of the situation. Though Lin Mo made it sound casual, everyone knew how perilous the situation had been. Fortunately, Lin Mo had escaped unharmed, a relief to Director Feng and the others. You kid, busting down a casino this big in Liangcheng? You're definitely getting a third-class merit award for this. Director Feng's words drew envious glances from the surrounding officers. Just 2 days prior, at the Liangcheng Bureau's commendation ceremony, Lin Mo had received 9 meritorious service awards. Now, less than 2 days later, he was receiving another third-class merit. Seeing Lin Mo show little excitement upon hearing about this latest award, the group felt a pang of jealousy. Sigh. Look at him, he can't even muster any enthusiasm upon hearing he's received a third-class merit. If any of them had earned a third-class merit, they'd be jumping for joy. Soon after, at Director Feng's command, the group began to wrap up. Tang Bing and Lu Dahai accompanied Lin Mo as they took the elevator down to the first floor. From Lu Dahai's earlier explanation, Lin Mo learned that the mastermind behind Wanbao Casino was actually the owner of Wanbao Tower. Lin Mo thought it over carefully and agreed without the Wanbao building owner's involvement, the Wanbao Casino would never have grown so large and operated undetected for 2 whole years. They arrived at the first floor lobby. A sudden voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, evil detection has identified a criminal with an evil value of 800. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo looked in the direction indicated by the system and spotted an old man hunched over a garbage truck. He couldn't help but chuckle, then turned to Lu Dahai beside him. Master, do you have any handcuffs? Lend me a pair. Lu Dahai had no idea why his apprentice needed handcuffs, but he handed them over anyway. Lin Mo approached the old man bent over the cart. Master Shao. Ah. Startled by the sudden call, the man instinctively looked up. Then Lin Mo snapped the handcuffs directly onto the man's wrists. Master Shao recognized Lin Mo and looked utterly shocked. You're not. I got lucky and came back. Just then, Master Shao saw several police officers escorting Luan Bin out of the elevator. Instantly, he understood everything. He bowed his head in resignation. He had thought disguising himself as an old janitor would be foolproof. And once he stepped outside the gates of Wanbao Tower, he'd be out of danger. Who could have imagined that Lin Mo would escape unharmed and even capture Luan Bin? Surrounded by police everywhere, he knew escape was impossible. If it had been one-on-one with Lin Mo, Master Shao believed he might still have had a chance to escape. But now, he knew he had no chance at all. Just then, Lu Dahai approached and asked Lin Mo in confusion. Disciple, why did you arrest the janitor? Master, he's no janitor, he's a master con artist. Lin Mo finished speaking and yanked off the wig from the man's head. Lu Dahai froze. During his earlier search, he had encountered this janitorial old man but hadn't paid him any mind at the time. Had Lin Mo not exposed him, the con artist would have slipped away. Just then, Director Feng emerged from another elevator. Seeing the commotion, he approached. Shaolin, what's going on here? Director Feng, Lin Mo explained the situation to Director Feng. After hearing the account, Director Feng was utterly impressed by Lin Mo. Lin Mo really is something else, he manages to catch criminals wherever he goes. Kobayashi, good work. If not for you, we might have missed this master swindler. Chief Feng summoned 2 officers to escort Master Shao away. Shaolin, let's head back to headquarters. I'll treat you to dinner. Commissioner Feng, no need. I promised my master I'd return with him to Gulo Street Police Station. All right. Lu Dahai, order a few dishes later to treat Lin Mo. I'll reimburse you for the expenses. Director Feng said cheerfully. This time, they managed to bust such a large casino in Liangcheng, all thanks to Lin Mo. Without him, the casino's main perpetrators might have slipped away. Afterward, Lu Dahai led Lin Mo and Tang Bing away, leaving the cleanup of Wanbao Casino to the bureau's personnel. By the time Lin Mo finished his meal, it was already past midnight. After a night of relentless pursuit to apprehend Luan Bin and his crew, he was now thoroughly exhausted. Upon returning to the residential complex, he discovered many residents were still awake, buzzing with discussion. We owe it all to that cop on the helicopter, otherwise it would have crashed right into Building 4. That's right, there was a police officer and a little boy on top of Building 4 at the time. Exactly. If that officer hadn't stabilized the helicopter, they would have been doomed. Our Dragon Nation's police are truly exceptional. I'll make sure my son becomes a cop someday. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Hearing people praise him behind his back made him feel a bit embarrassed. At the time, he hadn't really noticed, but the spot where the helicopter crashed was right in his residential complex. The thought that he had not only saved himself but also rescued a police officer and a young boy filled Lin Mo with genuine happiness. This was precisely the meaning of his role as a police officer. To combat crime and protect the lives and safety of the people. Tang Bing returned home, quickly washed up, and slipped into a loose, silky nightgown. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Images of embracing Lin Mo kept flashing through her mind, and in front of so many people, no less. Before long, her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Back then, nestled in Lin Mo's embrace, she distinctly felt his heart racing like a wild stallion. Chapter 206, Blind Date. Tang Bing had heard that when someone felt something for the opposite sex, their heart would race. And Lin Mo's heart was beating so fast, didn't that mean? At this thought, Tang Bing buried her face shyly in the pillow. Her calves tapped the bed rhythmically. After a moment, she propped her chin up with both hands, a smile curling her lips as her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. She sat there lost in thought for a while, then burst into a cheerful laugh. Late into the night, Tang Bing finally drifted off to sleep without realizing it. 8 a.m. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The doorbell jolted Tang Bing awake. Today was her day off, so she didn't have to go to work. Tang Bing didn't get up as early as usual. Who is it? Tang Bing murmured sleepily. She lived alone in the villa, and visitors were rare. She guessed it was probably the property management, but she was too lazy to get up right now, so she stayed in bed and tried to sleep. She'd been thinking about Lin Mo all night and had gone to sleep very late. Now she was feeling sleepy. After a while, the doorbell finally stopped ringing. Tang Bing thought she could finally get some rest, but then her phone rang. She picked up the phone and saw it was her mom calling. Hello, Mom. What's up? Xiao Bing, aren't you at home? Yes, I am. Then why didn't you answer the door when I rang the bell for so long? Oh, was that you ringing the doorbell? I thought it was the property manager. I'll get up and open the door for you now. Tang Bing put down her phone, changed clothes, and got up to open the door. Dad, Mom, why didn't you say anything when you arrived? Tang Bing said. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Yesterday? Tang Bing vaguely recalled having that impression. Dad, I was on a mission yesterday and completely forgot. Tang Bing said with a smile. You're always so focused on work. What's so great about being a cop? It's exhausting, dangerous, and worst of all, you don't even make good money. Tang Shan was complaining when Su Peilan tugged at him, and he quickly shut up. His daughter hated hearing such remarks the most. But Tang Bing was in a good mood today and didn't dwell on it. Dad, Mom, please sit down. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face. Tang Shan and Su Peilan sat down in the living room. Tang Shan then noticed an artwork leaning casually against the wall. He recalled there had been a yellow-hued rosewood stand supporting it before. Xiao Bing, where's the Wangwali wood stand I gave you? I put it in my bedroom. Tang Bing mumbled while brushing her teeth. Tang Shan wondered what his daughter could possibly be using the stand for. He got up and went to his daughter's bedroom. On the bedside table, a stone lay atop the Wangwali wood stand. Beneath the rosewood stand lay a box, the very small leaf rosewood box he had given his daughter. Seeing this scene, Tang Shan grew even more curious about what made this stone so precious. Su Peilan had considerable expertise in jade and stones. Tang Shan called his wife over. Peilan, what do you see that's special about this stone? Su Peilan held it in her hand, gauging its weight, but felt nothing unusual. She then turned on her phone's flashlight and examined it thoroughly. This stone contains some impurities, but its value is no different from an ordinary rock. So you're saying it's just an ordinary stone? If you insist on finding a difference, it's just that the shape is rather nice. Tang Shan's brow furrowed slightly. Why would my daughter collect such an ordinary stone? Old Tang, where did you get this stone? From my daughter's bedside. Tang Shan pointed and said. Just then, Tang Bing finished washing up and returned to her room. Spotting her father holding the stone Lin Mo had given her, she hurriedly exclaimed. Dad, don't break it. Tang Bing said, taking the stone and placing it on the stand. Xiao Bing, do you know it's just an ordinary stone? Tang Shan suspected his daughter had mistaken the stone for jade. I know. Tang Bing replied. Then why did you use Wangwali wood and small leaf rosewood for the stand? Aren't they just two pieces of wood? Tang Bing carefully arranged the stones, afraid of breaking them. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan couldn't help but twitch his eye. My precious daughter, this isn't just ordinary wood. Many people can't even get their hands on authentic Wangwali or small leaf rosewood, yet you're using it to prop up a rock? Dad, haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're getting all talkative. Tang Shan knew his daughter disliked nagging. To maintain harmony with her, he closed his mouth. He glanced at the Wangwali and small leaf rosewood once more, sighed helplessly, and left. After Tang Bing finished her tasks, she addressed Tang Shan and Su Peilan. Mom, Dad, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine, as long as I can eat with my precious daughter. Su Peilan replied. You're the one, Dad? I'll go along with whatever our daughter says. Tang Bing thought for a moment, recalling the meal Lin Mo had taken her to at the police academy last time. Though not a fancy restaurant, it had its own unique charm. Then today I'll take you to try Liangqing's local snacks. Sounds good. Tanshan and Su Peilan had no objections. Lunch was no big deal for them, they could eat anything. But tonight was different, they had arranged a blind date between Su Peilan's friend's son and their own daughter. After lunch. Dad, how's the flavor? It's good. Very distinctive. Tanshan praised. He often entertained clients and had grown accustomed to delicacies from land and sea. Suddenly trying these distinctive snacks, he found them quite tasty. In the afternoon, Tang Bing and her parents browsed the mall. Come dinner time. Tang Bing spotted a decent restaurant in the mall and suggested, Dad, let's have dinner here tonight. Xiao Bing, I've already made reservations for tonight. He. Tang Shan smiled meaningfully after saying this. Unaware of the situation, Tang Bing followed her father's arrangements. She was usually quite busy and didn't get to spend much time with her parents. Today, she wanted to make them as happy as possible. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Tang Shan suddenly told Tang Bing, Xiao Bing, our table is the 888 VIP seat. You go ahead. Your mom and I will go buy a few things. Dad, what else do we need to buy for dinner? You go ahead. We'll join you shortly. Tang Bing noticed her father's mysterious expression and asked the waiter for the location of the 888 VIP table. Upon reaching the table, Tang Bing sensed something was off. Tonight was supposed to be a family dinner, yet the atmosphere felt eerily similar to the setting where Lin Mo had once enjoyed a romantic meal. Just as she was puzzling over it, a handsome man approached and greeted her with gentlemanly courtesy. Good evening, Ms. Tang Bing. Chapter 207, confirming he was a police officer. Liangqing Police Headquarters. Lin Mo arrived at Director Feng's office. Chief Feng, what brings you here? Lin Mo, come in and take a seat. Chief Feng poured Lin Mo a cup of tea. Little Lin, I'm truly sorry to call you in during your rest time. No problem, Director Feng. After Lin Mo took a couple sips of tea, Director Feng finally spoke. We called you in regarding last night's casino case. Today we interrogated the casino's management. Luan Bin and Boss Ma have both confessed to all the facts. But Xiao Jinghua, that so-called Master Xiao, refuses to cooperate. He insists on challenging you to a duel of skills. If you win, he claims he'll reveal every casino he knows across Longhua. Lin Mo understood why Director Feng had summoned him. Back at the casino, Lin Mo had sensed that this Master Xiao possessed extraordinary skills, likely honed under the tutelage of some gambling king. Director Feng, I'll have a friendly match with him then. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to accept the challenge. After all, with the gambling god's skills now his own, he had nothing to fear from Master Xiao. But Lin Mo, are you really up to the task when it comes to gambling skills? Why don't I find you a master to learn from? Director Feng wasn't aware of Lin Mo's card-playing skills. He assumed that as a police academy graduate, Lin Mo had never had time to gamble and must be quite poor at it. If he faced Master Xiao like this, he'd surely lose. No worries, Director Feng. During my time at the academy, I spent some time studying card games online. Beating him shouldn't be a problem. You studied gambling online? Director Feng looked utterly shocked. Yesterday Lin Mo mentioned he'd studied helicopters online, and now his piloting skills surpass even professionals. This Lin Mo really dares to study anything online. But Director Feng didn't know how good Lin Mo actually was at gambling. Well, I was bored at the time. I figured it might come in handy when catching criminals later, so I just casually picked up some gambling techniques. Lin Mo said earnestly, though he was clearly making it up. To conceal the system in his mind, he could only come up with some random excuse. Director Feng, having interacted with Lin Mo for some time, knew full well that the man was extremely low-key. If he claims to have studied gambling techniques, he must know something about it. Anyway, there was no other option now. Let Lin Mo and Master Xiao give it a try. If they lost, it wouldn't matter. Xiao Lin, do you need to prepare anything? Nothing. Alright, follow me. Soon after, Director Feng led Lin Mo to the interrogation room. Xiao Jinghua, wake up. Master Xiao had been interrogated all night and was utterly exhausted. Hearing someone call his name, he squinted his eyes impatiently and said, Didn't I tell you? I won't say anything unless you bring Lin Mo here. I've already brought Lin Mo here. Master Zhao's eyes snapped open at the words, and he found Lin Mo standing right before him. Seeing Lin Mo, he instantly broke into a smile. Young Master Lin, no, I should say Officer Lin. I never imagined you were hiding so well. What can I say? I'm just doing my job catching criminals like you. Lin Mo quipped. Care to spar with me? If you can beat me, I'll tell you everything I know. Master Xiao said with a chuckle. Deal. Lin Mo agreed immediately. Good, straightforward. Master Xiao had amassed considerable wealth over the years, but money no longer mattered to him. His sole focus was achieving mastery in gambling skills. All these years, he had traveled across the nation, visiting major casinos, hoping to encounter someone with formidable gambling skills. when he realized there was no one in the entire Dragon Nation who could match him. He had initially assumed Lin Mo was just a wealthy playboy, but the moment Lin Mo flicked out the flying card, he knew his opponent was far from ordinary. From that moment on, he'd been itching for a chance to spar with Lin Mo. "What do you wish to spar about?" Lin Mo inquired. "How about continuing last night's game of 3-card poker?" "Alright. Director Feng, could you have someone bring a deck of cards?" Master Xiao said with a smile. "No need to make it so complicated?" Master Xiao finished speaking, and before anyone knew it, a deck of playing cards appeared in his hand. The crowd gasped in surprise. They had searched Master Xiao thoroughly. How could he possibly have concealed a deck of cards on his person? "He's got some skills." Lin Mo chuckled. "This is my bread and butter. Of course I carry it with me." "Ha!" Director Feng, seeing they were about to begin, left one officer behind and dismissed the rest. Director Feng and the others proceeded to the surveillance room adjacent to the interrogation room to watch Lin Mo and Master Xiao's showdown. Master Xiao glanced at Lin Mo. He pulled the deck of cards, and they seemed to connect seamlessly, forming a continuous line in midair. Director Feng and the others watched in stunned silence. They never imagined a scene they'd only seen in movies could actually be performed in real life. Master Xiao performed several shuffling tricks before chuckling and tossing the deck to Lin Mo. His meaning was clear. It was Lin Mo's turn to show what he could do. "That's child's play. Too juvenile." Lin Mo remarked with a hint of disdain. "Officer Lin, you don't know how to do it, do you?" "Alright." To make his opponent concede defeat wholeheartedly, Lin Mo slapped the table, sending the entire deck of cards flying into the air. His fingers moved like nimble snakes, catching every card before tossing them into the air one by one. Amazingly, the cards in midair arranged themselves in a precise pattern, eventually forming a perfect circle. Lin Mo's hands moved with blinding speed as the circular stack of cards began to spin. Master Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the dragon's eye? Not bad. You even know its name." Lin Mo's hands never paused as he spoke. With a sudden, forceful pull, the cards danced back and forth in the air, resembling a soaring dragon. "Dragon soaring through the heavens?" Master Xiao uttered the name of Lin Mo's card trick, his voice trembling noticeably. These card techniques were long-lost masterpieces. Even his own master couldn't perform them. Yet this young man, who looked barely in his 20s, executed them with effortless ease. "This is incredible. A true prodigy." Lin Mo then thrust out his palm, sending the playing cards soaring upward one after another. Master Xiao gasped in astonishment once more. Flying dragon in the sky. By now, he was gaping in astonishment. He had assumed Lin Mo knew some card tricks, but who could have imagined that his casual move was an ancient, long-lost technique? As the cards descended from the air, Lin Mo executed a closing stance, arranging them neatly on the table. Director Feng and the others watching this scene in the monitoring room stared at Lin Mo in utter bewilderment. A barrage of questions surged through their minds. Is Lin Mo really a police officer? He's clearly the living incarnation of a gambling god. Chapter 208, Emergency Rescue. After completing these tasks, Lin Mo spoke calmly. "Master Xiao, there's no need for these childish games. Let's get down to business." Master Xiao snapped out of his shock upon hearing Lin Mo's words. He then reassured himself that Lin Mo might have honed these skills just to look cool, but his true gambling prowess might not necessarily surpass his own. "Very well. Let us begin." Master Xiao grabbed the deck and pulled it taut, forming a straight line. "Officer Lin, you go first." "Alright." Lin Mo didn't hesitate, drawing a card. It was the Ace of Hearts. Master Xiao pursed his lips as if he knew Lin Mo's card. "You're trying to make the highest flush? That's just wishful thinking." Master Xiao casually drew a King of Hearts and immediately revealed it. "The King of Hearts is now in my hand. With Q, K, and A of the same suit, you can forget about it." Lin Mo said nothing, simply drawing another card. Seeing Lin Mo hadn't drawn an ace, Master Xiao immediately broke into laughter. Without hesitation, he drew the King of Spades. If he drew 3 kings, that would be the strongest hand currently. No matter what card Lin Mo drew, he would lose. After Lin Mo finished drawing, Master Xiao burst into laughter. "Officer Lin, you think you can beat me with a pair of aces and a low 2? Don't even dream about it, haha." Seeing his hand exposed, Lin Mo simply turned his cards face up. Commissioner Feng and the others saw that Lin Mo's hand was indeed AA2. This Master Xiao really had some tricks up his sleeve. How could he possibly see through Lin Mo's hand? Yeah, how on earth did he memorize all those cards? The crowd buzzed with discussion. They all began to wonder what cards Master Xiao would draw. Master Xiao drew a card and then smiled. "Sorry, Officer Lin, you lose." Master Xiao said, then began flipping over his cards one by one. King of Hearts. King of Spades. Commissioner Feng and the others immediately tensed up. If Master Xiao also drew a king, Lin Mo would be certain to lose. But judging by Master Xiao's demeanor, he seemed to have indeed drawn a king. Master Xiao held the card and slammed it hard onto the table. "Clubs K. Ha ha. I've got 3 kings and you've only got a measly pair of aces. Ha! Lin Mo, however, said calmly. Master Xiao, take a good look, what exactly is your last card? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Master Xiao hurriedly looked at his own cards, only to discover that his final card had somehow turned into a red 7 of hearts. He was utterly stunned. This? How could this be? Where's my king of clubs? Master Xiao looked utterly bewildered. He was certain his last card had been the king of clubs. He hastily flipped through all the cards before him, only to find the spade king among the multitude of cards. Master Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. He had definitely drawn the king of clubs just now, there was no way he could have picked the wrong card. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Lin Mo. Could he have tampered with the cards? Was it you? Master Xiao, your technique doesn't seem all that great either. Lin Mo said with a smile. I refuse to accept this. Let's go again. Master Xiao declared. Then, to prevent Lin Mo from touching the cards, he had the officer beside him deal them. Director Feng and the others watching the surveillance feed were all somewhat incredulous at the outcome of the previous hand. Lin Mo and Master Xiao were indeed masters of their craft, they knew every card the other held. Logically, since Master Xiao knew, he certainly wouldn't have drawn the wrong card for the final one. But how could the final card be a 7? Could it be Lin Mo? But Lin Mo sat there completely still. Second round, Lin Mo wins. Master Xiao refused to accept it. Third game, Lin Mo wins. Master Xiao remained unconvinced. Fourth game, Lin Mo won. Master Xiao began to lose his composure, his entire demeanor turning agitated. 10 consecutive games, all won by Lin Mo. Master Xiao completely broke down. Lin Mo hadn't even moved, so why was he losing every time? Could it really be that his opponent was just relying on luck? That was simply impossible. Because every time Lin Mo won, he only edged out Master Xiao by the smallest margin. Another 10 games, and Master Xiao lost them all. Finally, Master Xiao burst into tears. He had dominated the Dragon Nation for years and had never suffered such a crushing defeat. And today, over 20 games, he hadn't won a single one against Lin Mo. Director Feng watched in utter disbelief. Even if Master Xiao wasn't a master cheat, he shouldn't have lost every single game. It could only mean that Lin Mo was exceptionally strong. But Director Feng couldn't quite wrap his head around it. How exactly had Lin Mo pulled off these victories? Lin Mo gave Master Xiao 2 minutes to cry. Master Xiao, can you tell me the location of the casino you know? Master Xiao finally snapped out of his thoughts, but instead of answering Lin Mo's question, he said, Can you tell me who your master was? I learned it online when I was bored. Online? Master Xiao looked utterly stunned. How is that possible? Maybe I'm just a quick learner. Lin Mo's words instantly plunged Master Xiao into deep self-doubt. He had studied under the gambling king himself, achieving his current status through years of dedicated training. Yet Lin Mo, merely learning casually online, could defeat him with such ease. Alright, Master Xiao, honor our wager and tell me the locations of all the casinos you know. Master Xiao, being a man of integrity, subsequently informed Lin Mo of the casinos he had collaborated with over the years. Lin Mo handed this information over to Director Feng. After reviewing it, Director Feng was overjoyed. With this information, they could absolutely shut down most of the casinos in the country. His gaze toward Lin Mo now was practically that of a lucky charm. Who would have thought that by taking down just one casino, Lin Mo had uncovered the locations of gambling dens nationwide? Once Director Feng submitted this intelligence, their Liangchang Bureau would have earned major credit. They might just be named this year's outstanding unit. Shaolin, tonight I'm treating you to a proper feast. But just then, Lin Mo's phone buzzed twice. He opened it to find a WeChat message from Tang Bing. It simply read, emergency call, head to the Encounter restaurant immediately. Lin Mo saw the message and hurriedly replied. Lin Mo, Sis Tang, what's up? Tang Bing, hurry over. Wondering what had happened to Tang Bing, Lin Mo then addressed Director Feng. Director Feng, I have other commitments tonight and won't be able to join you for dinner. Director Feng understood immediately. Alright. Today was your day off anyway. I feel bad dragging you into work like this. No problem, Director Feng. I'll be going now. Fearing Tang Bing might be waiting impatiently, Lin Mo bid Director Feng farewell and departed. Chapter 209, The Sucker. Encounter Restaurant, Suite 888. Tang Bing glanced at Bai Wenjun sitting across from her. She really didn't want to waste any more words on him. She just texted her mom to ask about the situation, and her mother, Su Peilan, had revealed the real reason behind setting her up on a blind date. Tang Bing felt utterly speechless. She desperately wanted to walk out right then and there, but she also didn't want to strain her relationship with her parents too much. After all, they had made significant concessions regarding her becoming a police officer. She planned to just endure it, then tell her mom after dinner that she hadn't found anyone suitable. But her blind date, Bai Wenjun, kept showing off, telling Tang Bing how amazing he was graduating from a top-tier finance school abroad and owning a fun company back home. Tang Bing desperately wanted to find some tape to shut him up. All she wanted now was for Lin Mo to hurry over and rescue her. Xiao Bing, when eating foie gras, you should start with the tip of the liver. That part has the most exquisite flavor. Xiao Bing, no, wait, you should use a fork when eating it. Bai Wenjun kept showing off his knowledge to impress Tang Bing. But Tang Bing's patience had reached its limit. She took a deep breath, suppressing her inner frustration. For her parents' sake, she endured. She pulled out her phone again and sent Lin Mo a message, asking why he hadn't arrived yet. Lin Mo replied promptly, informing her he was at the entrance of the Encounter restaurant. Tang Bing then told him their table number, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Mo spotted Tang Bing immediately. She was dining with a bespectacled man in a suit. For some reason, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up inside him. Spotting Lin Mo, Tang Bing hurriedly stood up and called out, "Lin Mo, over here." Bai Wenjun watched Tang Bing smile so happily, then followed her gaze to spot Lin Mo. His white shirt was clearly a knockoff from a street vendor, costing no more than 39 yuan. Black pants, the hem slightly frayed, no more than 50 bucks. Bai Wenjun calculated that Lin Mo's entire outfit cost no more than 100 yuan. In contrast, his own shirt cost 8,800, his pants 12,000, his shoes 130,000, his watch 600,000, his ring 120,000, even his underwear alone was 800. They were simply not in the same league. He sat back comfortably in his seat, ignoring Lin Mo entirely. "Lin Mo, you haven't eaten, have you?" Tang Bing asked pointedly. "No." "Perfect, let's eat together." As soon as Tang Bing finished speaking, she pulled Lin Mo down to sit, causing Bai Wenjun's expression to darken instantly. Seeing this, Tang Bing deliberately asked Bai Wenjun, "This is my colleague. You don't mind having him join us, do you?" Just as Bai Wenjun was about to say he did mind, Tang pulled Lin Mo down to sit. "Waiter, bring some chopsticks." Lin Mo seemed to finally catch on Tang Bing and the others were on a blind date. "Sis Tang, isn't this a bit awkward?" Bai Wenjun's heart leapt with delight upon hearing Lin Mo's words. At least this kid had some sense. "Sir." Before Bai Wenjun could finish, Tang Bing cut in. "What's inappropriate about it? We don't often eat together." Tang Bing deliberately acted very affectionate with Lin Mo in front of Bai Wenjun. "Lin Mo, here, try some foie gras." Tang Bing said this and promptly placed an entire slice of foie gras onto Lin Mo's plate. Lin Mo had been busy all afternoon and was genuinely hungry. So he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a large piece of foie gras, and popped it straight into his mouth. "Is it good?" Tang Bing asked cheerfully. Delicious." The foie gras filled Lin Mo's mouth completely, making his speech slightly slurred. Bai Wenjun watched Lin Mo's boorish eating manner with a look of disgust. But seeing Tang Bing smile so happily at Lin Mo, jealousy instantly flared in his heart. "Oomph. Just a lowly bumpkin. You're Lin Mo, right?" "Yeah." Lin Mo nodded. "I don't know. How much do you make a month?" 2,380 yuan. Lin Mo stated matter-of-factly. "That's all?" "Had ha." Bai Wenjun couldn't help but sneer. A single meal of his own cost more than Lin Mo's entire monthly salary. "Officer Lin, what can you possibly do with just over 2,000 a month? Why not join my company? We're actually looking for a security guard. Your background fits perfectly. I'll give you 6,000. How about it?" Tang Bing recognized Bai Wenjun's deliberate mockery of Lin Mo and instantly grew angry. "Bai Wenjun, please don't use your filthy money to insult Lin Mo's ideals." "Xiao Bing, what good are ideals these days? Money in hand is what counts." Tang Bing couldn't be bothered to argue with someone who valued only money. So she turned to Lin Mo and said, "Lin Mo, eat more. It's not our money anyway." "All right." Bai Wenjun overheard their exchange and was furious. So Tang Bing thought he was a sucker? But honestly, this amount of money was practically nothing to him. "Ms. Tang Bing, I heard from Auntie that you've never been in a relationship before." Tang Bing remained silent. Bai Wenjun continued. "Funny enough, I've never dated anyone either." Hearing this, Tang Bing nearly burst out laughing. She may not have dated before, but she wasn't stupid. A guy like Bai Wenjun was definitely a scumbag. He was smooth-talking in love, showing off his wealth. Lin Mo didn't join their conversation. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo wiped her mouth and then said to Tang Bing, "Sis Tang, do you know what I was doing today?" Hearing this, Tang Bing looked at him with curiosity. "Weren't you supposed to be off today?" "I was supposed to be off, but director phone called me to headquarters." Bai Wenjun overheard Lin Mo's words and chimed in. "Oh, right, Bing, if you need anything at the Liangcheng headquarters, just come find me. I know your deputy director Ma personally." Lin Mo and Tang Bing paid him no mind. "Lin Mo, why are you going to headquarters?" "It's still about yesterday's casino incident that cheat Xiao Xinghua." When Lin Mo mentioned Master Xiao, he deliberately glanced at Bai Wenjun. Bai Wenjun visibly froze for a moment. Lin Mo continued. "He's ratted out every casino he's ever worked with nationwide." Upon hearing this, Tang Bing urgently tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve. This was internal interrogation material, they couldn't just blab about it outside. Clatter! A cup clattered to the floor. Lin Mo looked at the flustered Bai Wenjun and said, "You know Master Xiao?" "No, I don't." Bai Wenjun's eyes clearly darted away. He hurriedly called over the waiter. "Check, please." "Certainly, sir." "One moment, please." The waiter took Bai Wenjun's bank card to process the payment. "Xiao Bing, I have something to attend to. I'll head out first." Tang Bing was puzzled. Bai Wenjun had just said he wanted to watch a movie with her, so why was he suddenly in such a hurry to leave? At that moment, Lin Mo stood up with a pair of handcuffs in hand, grinning. Chapter 210, All are equal before the law. Before Bai Wenjun could react, Lin Mo had already cuffed his hands. Bai Wenjun looked panicked. What are you doing? I haven't broken any laws. You know better than I do whether you've broken the law. Lin Mo said calmly. Let me go. I'll tell you I know Deputy Director Ma from your headquarters. So what? I'll have him fire you. Bai Wenjun retorted angrily. At that moment, Tang Bing, who had finally reacted, hurriedly grabbed Lin Mo's arm and whispered urgently. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Let him go immediately. Tang Bing had called Lin Mo over to help her out, not to have Bai Wenjun handcuffed. Even though she disliked him, she couldn't just handcuff people indiscriminately. Besides, he was a match her mother had introduced. Her mother and Bai Wenjun's mother were close friends. If her mother found out, she'd have a hard time explaining it. But Lin Mo ignored Tang Bing's orders and unlocked the handcuffs. Sis Tang, I'm not bending the rules. He's actually one of the casino bosses Master Xiao mentioned. He's a casino boss? Tang Bing looked utterly stunned. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenjun immediately shouted loudly. Xiao Bing, don't listen to his nonsense. Make him unlock them right now. Basement of 22, Huilin Street, Magic City, that's where your casino is, right? Lin Mo addressed Bai Wenjun. Bai Wenjun's expression darkened upon hearing this. Because Lin Mo was absolutely right, this location was indeed where he ran his underground casino. But he absolutely couldn't admit it now. I don't know what you're talking about. You better let me go right now, or I'll make you regret it. Bai Wenjun declared arrogantly. Lin Mo picked up his phone and dialed a number. Director phone, please send me the information Master Xiao provided today about casino owner Bai Wenjun. Shaolin, what do you need his information for? Director phone, I happened to catch him while having lunch. You caught Bai Wenjun from Magic City Casino? Director phone looked utterly stunned. He had just submitted this information to higher-ups when Lin Mo apprehended one of the casino owners. His luck was truly off the charts. Shaolin, I'll send it to you right now. Lin Mo had barely hung up when a message from Director phone popped up on his WeChat. Truthfully, Lin Mo couldn't have mistaken Bai Wenjun. The man's profile had left a deep impression. While other casino bosses were all chubby-faced, Bai Wenjun stood out as exceptionally handsome. Moreover, the moment he arrived at the Encounter restaurant, his crime-sensing ability had alerted him. Bai Wenbin's crime value was a staggering 900. The reason he requested Bai Wenjun's file from Director phone was to show it to Tang Bing. Tang Bing reviewed the files Director phone sent over. The photo matched Bai Wenjun perfectly. Oomph. I never imagined you were running a casino. You actually lied to me about managing a fund company. Tang Bing said angrily. Xiao Bing, please hear me out. If you agree to date me, I'll shut down the casino. Bai Wenjun hurriedly pleaded. I'm a police officer. Bai Wenjun, you'd better brace yourself for the consequences of the law. Tang Bing felt no mercy for criminals who broke the law. Bai Wenjun began to panic. If he really got arrested, he'd be facing jail time. Given his circumstances, he could face 3 to 10 years. By the time he got out of prison, his prime years would be gone, and he'd be branded a criminal for life. So he absolutely couldn't let Lin Mo arrest him. Xiao Bing, your mom and my mom are good friends. Just let him release me. I don't care who you are. Everyone is equal before the law. Tang Bing refused sternly. Seeing Tang Bing wouldn't help him, Bai Wenjun turned to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, please let me go. I'll give you $1 million. Lin Mo remained silent. I'll give you $5 million. Just pretend you never saw me. Seeing Lin Mo still unmoved, Bai Wenjun steeled himself and declared. 10 million, that's more money than you could ever earn in a lifetime. It's enough to live comfortably for the rest of your days. Sorry, but my purpose in life is to punish the wicked and eliminate evil. Lin Mo pressed Bai Wenjun down and prepared to leave. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million, just let me go. Bai Wenjun snarled, his face twisted with desperation. He couldn't be caught. Bai Wenjun, you just said money can make the devil grind the millstone, but let me tell you this, no matter how much money you have, if you break the laws of our dragon nation, you will still face legal consequences. Tang Bing, standing nearby, heard Lin Mo's words and her eyes sparkled with admiration. She never imagined that faced with the temptation of 100 million, Lin Mo would remain unmoved, steadfastly upholding his sense of justice. Unexpectedly, their convictions aligned perfectly. Just then, Tang Bing's parents hurried over. They had just finished their meal and were sneaking a peek to see how their daughter's conversation with Bai Wenjun was going, only to find Bai Wenjun's hands cuffed. What's going on? Su Peilan approached, her voice tinged with urgency. Seeing Su Peilan approach, Bai Wenjun immediately put on a pitiful act. Aunt Su, you know I work in finance. Because of a momentary lapse, I violated some laws, and he insists on arresting me. Su Peilan and Tang Shan saw that the person arresting Bai Wenjun was none other than Lin Mo. They turned to Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, he's my friend's son. Just let him go. Auntie, I can't release him. Bai Wenjun runs an illegal gambling operation involving over 1 billion yuan. Lin Mo refused. Didn't Wenjun just say it himself? He was momentarily confused and broke the rules. We all know each other, please give me some face. Su Peilan opened her purse, pulled out 10,000 yuan in cash, and pressed it into Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo hastily refused. Earlier, Bai Wenjun had offered him 100 million yuan to let him off, and Lin Mo hadn't budged. This measly 10,000 yuan was even less likely to sway him. Seeing this, Tang Bing didn't want to put Lin Mo in an awkward position, so she had her mother take the money back. Mom, this isn't a minor offense. I don't care about that. I know I called Wenjun here, so I have to make sure he gets back in one piece. How else could I face Wenjun's mother? Su Peilan said angrily. Alright, Mom. Stop talking. With me here today, Bai Wenjun won't be released. Tangshan also tried to persuade Tang Bing. Daughter, just give your mom some face. Dad, this isn't about saving face. All are equal before the law. Tang Bing declared with righteous indignation. Caught between his wife and his daughter, Tang Shan was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 211, If you dare take him away, I'll cut ties with you. Tang Bing's mother, Su Peilan, kept blocking their way, leaving Lin Mo at a loss. After all, she was Tang Bing's mother, and he couldn't force her to leave. Mom, can't you see the bigger picture? He's broken our country's laws. Tang Bing's tone carried a clear edge of anger as she spoke to Su Peilan. She didn't want to alienate her mother, but her mom kept making a scene. Psychologically, Tang Shan sided with her daughter. However, Bai Wenjun was someone his wife had brought along for a blind date. Now that he'd been arrested, his wife would surely be unable to explain this to her friend. Had Bai Wenjun been arrested at any other time, they would have supported their daughter without hesitation. Su Peilan was furious inside. Her daughter didn't understand her at all, and now she was yelling at her in front of all these people. Xiao Bing, if you take Wenjun away today, I will sever all ties with you. Mom! You! Tang Bing's heart ached at these words. Bai Wenjun knew this couldn't go on. He turned to Su Peilan and said, Auntie, could you please call my mom? I need to talk to her. Su Peilan promptly dialed her friend's number. The moment the call connected, a cheerful voice greeted her. Peilan, how's the conversation going with those two young ones? If it works out, we'll be in-laws soon, huh? Hearing her friend's words, Su Peilan momentarily didn't know how to explain the situation. So she handed the phone directly to Bai Wenjun. Hearing his mother's voice, Bai Wenjun spoke with a trembling, tearful voice. Mom, hurry and get someone to rescue me. I've been arrested by a rookie cop. Arrested by the police? Bai Wenjun's mother looked utterly bewildered. Wenjun, don't be scared. What happened? Bai Wenjun then explained the situation to his mother, glossing over the more serious details. Wenjun, don't worry. I'll call Uncle Ma right now. Bai Wenjun's mother then instructed Su Peilan, emphasizing that under no circumstances should her son be taken away. After hanging up, Bai Wenjun's mother immediately called Deputy Director Ma at the Liangcheng Bureau. Within 2 minutes, Lin Mo's phone rang. As soon as Lin Mo answered, a middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Officer Lin Mo? Yes. This is Deputy Director Ma from the Bureau. We met at the commendation ceremony. He. At the commendation ceremony, Lin Mo had indeed met many leaders, but he couldn't recall which one was Deputy Director Ma. Lin Mo glanced at Bai Wenjun, suspecting it must have been his mother who contacted Deputy Director Ma. Deputy Director Ma, what brings you here? Shaolin, did you arrest someone named Bai Wenjun? Yes. Lin Mo replied. That's Xiaolin. Bai Wenjun is my nephew. He's still young and made some mistakes. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. You see. Lin Mo could scarcely believe these words were coming from Deputy Director Ma of the Bureau. How could a leader within the police system be making excuses for a suspect? This was something Lin Mo truly hadn't anticipated. He gave Tang Bing a meaningful glance, signaling her to keep an eye on Bai Wenjun. Tang Bing nodded. Lin Mo stepped away to a quieter spot with the phone. Deputy Director Ma, I'm a police officer. Bai Wenjun has violated national law. It's my duty to bring him to justice. I understand all that. But there are exceptions to every rule, right? Do me this favor this time. Consider it a debt I owe you. When good positions open up in the future, I'll be the first to nominate you. Lin Mo's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Deputy Director Ma, I have other matters to attend to. That's all. Lin Mo hung up the phone immediately. He never imagined a deputy director would stoop to such corruption. Regardless, he was absolutely determined not to let Bai Wenjun off the hook. Upon returning, Lin Mo overheard Bai Wenjun speaking arrogantly. "Officer Lin, I told you I knew your superiors. You didn't believe me. Ha!" While Lin Mo was on the phone, Bai Wenjun's mother had informed him that she'd contacted Deputy Director Ma, who had promised to secure his release. That was why Bai Wenjun dared to act so brazenly. Beside him, Su Peilan just wanted Lin Mo to release Bai Wenjun quickly so she could explain things to her best friend. "Lin Mo, hurry up and unlock Wenjun's handcuffs." Tang Bing watched Lin Mo with a complex expression. She desperately wanted to tell Lin Mo not to release him, but she also knew Deputy Director Ma must have pressured Lin Mo earlier. After all, they were just lowly officers. Lin Mo gave Bai Wenjun a faint smile. "Who said I'm releasing you?" Bai Wenjun heard Lin Mo's words and was utterly astonished. "Do you want to get fired?" "Rest assured, before I get fired, I'll make sure you're locked up." After speaking, Lin Mo subdued Bai Wenjun and left. Su Peilan was momentarily caught off guard. When she tried to stop Lin Mo again, Tang Shan pulled her back. Tang Bing followed Lin Mo out. Lin Mo dragged Bai Wenjun back to the Liangcheng Sub-District Police Station. Li Jianhua was on duty today. Just as Li Jianhua was about to use the restroom, he suddenly saw Lin Mo and Tang Bing escorting someone inside. He had grown immune to seeing Lin Mo apprehend criminals by now. "Brother Lin, if you don't arrest a criminal every day, do you feel uncomfortable?" "Brother Li, take him to the holding cell first. The bureau will be here shortly." "Got it." Li Jianhua secured Bai Wenjun and returned to the lobby. "Lin, what's the deal with this suspect? He just blurted out, 'Give me 100 million and I'll let him go.' He runs a gambling den." Lin Mo took a sip of water and said, "I thought he was just crazy." Li Jianhua noticed Tang Bing sitting at his usual spot, lost in thought. Curious, he turned to ask Lin Mo. "Lin, be honest, are you and Sister Tang still dating?" "Dating my ass." Lin Mo then explained the situation to Li Jianhua. After listening, Li Jianhua gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. "Bro Lin, you're the man. You actually caught Sister Tang's blind date. Pure coincidence." Lin Mo had only been called over by Tang Bing to help her out of a tight spot. Who knew he'd run into Bai Wenjun? A criminal delivered right to his doorstep. Why pass up the opportunity? Lin Mo had spent all his points last time on purchasing helicopter skills. He was currently in desperate need of points and needed to earn more quickly to enhance his survival capabilities. 20 minutes later, agents from the bureau arrived to take Bai Wenjun away. Lin Mo and Tang Bing then left together. Tang Bing didn't drive today. Noticing her low spirits, Lin Mo offered to walk with her. Tang Bing's mind kept replaying her mother's words about cutting ties with her. Only when Lin Mo dropped Tang Bing off at her villa entrance did she finally speak. "Lin Mo, do you think we're wrong for punishing evildoers and fighting crime? Why can't my mom understand?" Lin Mo glanced up at the full moon in the sky before replying softly. "Sis Tang, I suppose everyone has their own perspective. But as a people's police officer, justice is our unchanging stance." Chapter 212, Long Night, Fancy a thrilling chat? Tonight's moonlight felt strangely dim, blurring Lin Mo's shadow on the ground. After leaving Tang Bing's home, he chose to walk back. Along the way, Lin Mo's mind raced with thoughts, especially the words Deputy Director Ma from headquarters had spoken to him, leaving him in turmoil. He had always believed the police leadership to be upright, impartial, and incorruptible. He never imagined Deputy Director Ma would openly show favoritism. This was the first time Lin Mo had encountered such a thing, and upon hearing it, he was clearly at a loss. Still, in the end, he remained steadfast in his own sense of justice. The only question was whether he should report this matter to Chief Feng. Having someone like Deputy Director Ma in a leadership position would undoubtedly tarnish the police department's image. After all, as police officers, they were the people the public trusted most. If such individuals existed within their ranks, to put it bluntly, it would only embolden criminals. If the public learned of such individuals within the police force, would they still choose to trust the people's police? The credibility of the police force would be severely compromised. Though he was merely a patrol officer, he absolutely could not tolerate such individuals within the police system. Having come to this realization, Lin Mo dialed Commissioner Feng's number. Feng's somewhat hoarse voice came through the phone. Only then did Lin Mo glance at the time and realize it was already past midnight. "Lin Mo, what brings your call?" "Chief Feng, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so late." "No problem. I was just about to turn in myself." Lin Mo hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. "Director Feng, I wanted to discuss something regarding Deputy Director Ma." Lin Mo then recounted the events of the evening to Director Feng. "Is that so?" Director Feng's voice grew noticeably stern. "Director Feng, I deliberated long and hard before deciding to tell you." "Lin Mo, can you take responsibility for what you're saying?" "Yes." Lin Mo replied earnestly. "I understand." Director Feng was clearly taken aback by what Lin Mo had told him. Deputy Director Ma had always been quite diligent in his work and possessed a high level of ideological awareness. He truly hadn't expected the other party to abuse his power for personal gain. Lin Mo, keep this matter confidential. I will personally investigate and provide you with a resolution. Understood, Director Foam. Lin Mo hung up the phone, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Just as he was about to head home to rest, he suddenly spotted someone sneaking around and removing an electric bike's battery. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. System, criminal detection has identified a criminal with a crime value of 100. Host, apprehend immediately. Lin Mo confirmed the individual was a thief. He moved stealthily along the wall to approach. So engrossed in his task, the thief failed to notice Lin Mo approaching. Even as Lin Mo approached, the thief was still prying with a screwdriver. His clumsy technique clearly marked him as a novice. Damn, this battery is so damn hard to steal. The thief muttered under his breath. He snapped his head up and froze in shock. There was someone standing right in front of him. Who are you? Don't you know scaring people is scary? I'm a cop. The thief heard this and took off running. But Lin Mo reacted with lightning speed, grabbing the man's arm. The thief tried to struggle, but Lin Mo twisted his arm forcefully, pinning it behind his back. Ow! Ow! Officer, this is my first time stealing. Please let me go. We'll talk about it at the station. 2 minutes later. Lin Mo brought the suspect to the Gullo Street police station. The location where this thief had just committed the theft was only a few dozen meters away from the Gullo police station. Lin Mo was genuinely impressed by the thief's audacity, stealing right outside the Gullo station's front door. Li Jianhua was stunned to see Lin Mo escorting another person inside. Lin, what's going on? Lin Mo was off duty today, yet in just one night, he'd apprehended 2 criminals. Brotherly, I wanted to go home and sleep early too, but he was stealing right outside our Gullo police station. If I didn't catch him, wouldn't that be slapping our own faces? The thief hurriedly explained. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Next time I'll run farther away. You want a next time? No. There won't be a next time. The thief hurriedly said. Li Jianhua addressed the thief. Hand over your ID card. The thief pulled his ID card from his pocket. Li Jianhua entered it into the system and discovered the man had no prior criminal record. Speak. Where is your organization? Organization? The thief was momentarily bewildered. What organization? The thieves' organization. Li Jianhua explained. I don't belong to any organization, big brother. This is my very first time stealing. The thief's voice trembled with such hurt he was on the verge of tears. Lin Mo emerged from the restroom just then and overheard the thief's pitiful plea. I work at Xinglong Real Estate. One night, since I was alone, I opened a chat app to talk. Then a beautiful woman added me. I accepted. What does that have to do with stealing batteries? Li Jianhua interrupted. It's precisely because I added her that I was forced to steal the batteries. Lin Mo had been about to head back to rest, but upon hearing this, his curiosity got the better of him and he walked over. I was chatting with that girl and she started off by saying, I'm so lonely. Are you alone, big brother? So I told her, yes. Then she said, long night ahead. Fancy chatting about something exciting? Hearing that, I felt a surge of excitement. Li Jianhua hurriedly inquired. Then what? Then she asked me directly, want to video chat naked? The thief spoke with a hint of embarrassment. What does this have to do with you stealing batteries? Li Jianhua grew more and more confused as he listened. Lin Mo said to Li Jianhua. Brother Li, don't interrupt him. Let him continue. The thief then said, his face flushing slightly. I was indeed feeling lonely and isolated on the construction site, so I told her, okay. I thought she was joking, but she actually sent me a video. And she was wearing something really revealing. I was completely stunned. After that, she hung up the video and told me to register for an app, saying she was a streamer trying to boost her viewership. Once I registered, she promised to do something even more exciting with me. After I signed up, she really did video call me again. This time she was completely naked, and she even coaxed me into taking off my clothes. Then she abruptly ended the call and sent me a video or recording of our naked video chat, complete with my phone's contact list. I was completely stunned. Chapter 213, Naked Chat. Lin Mo listened with some confusion, then turned to the thief with a puzzled look. How did they get your phone contacts? I don't know either. The thief replied. At that moment, Li Jianhua addressed the thief. Let me see your chat history. The thief pulled out his phone and handed it to Li Jianhua, who began flipping through the chat history. He quickly found the trick behind the problem. Brother Lin, I figured it out. The other party used this app to access the victim's contacts. Lin Mo seemed to understand upon hearing this. Many apps nowadays request access to the address book to obtain the user's contacts. And this app was clearly designed specifically to steal phone contacts. The thief seemed to catch on as well. Yeah. When that girl was chatting with me, she made me register for this app at a crucial moment. She definitely did it to get my contacts. After a moment, Li Jianhua spoke up. What does this have to do with you stealing batteries? Officer, I haven't finished yet. The thief said with a hint of grievance. Go on. The thief then continued. She sent me my nude photos, videos, and contact list, then started threatening me to send money. Fearing she'd leak the nude videos, I transferred all 9,000 yuan I'd saved from my part-time job to her designated account. I thought she'd delete the material, but after receiving the money, she demanded more, threatening to send it to my relatives and friends if I didn't comply. I had no money left, so she told me to borrow from online lenders. But I'd lost my ID and couldn't get a loan. I explained my situation to her. She just told me to go borrow money. I borrowed another 5,000 yuan and sent it to her. This time, I thought she would delete the videos, but she continued to threaten me to send more money. I truly had no money left. She told me to send another 1,000 yuan and she would delete the videos, so I went and stole an electric bike battery. After the thief finished speaking, Lin Mo and Li Jianhua both let out a sigh of relief. They never imagined the reason behind the theft of the battery. Just then, as Li Jianhua was scrolling through the thief's chat history, the scammer sent a message. If you don't send me the money now, I'll immediately send the video out and let all your relatives and friends see you naked. The thief panicked the moment he saw the message. Officer, could you lend me 1,000 yuan? I really don't want my relatives and friends to see me naked. Calm down. Lin Mo said to the thief. This guy is clearly using this tactic to extort money from you. Even if you give him 1,000 yuan, he'll keep demanding more until he's drained you dry. But officer, if I don't give him the money, he'll release my nude video. The thief was frantic. Those yearbooks were full of his relatives and friends. If they saw him naked and looking so pathetic, he might as well just die. Lin Mo pressed the video call button directly. The video connected quickly, but this time, instead of a beautiful woman, a menacing-looking man appeared on screen. The man visibly froze upon seeing Lin Mo. Who the hell are you? Tell that guy to transfer the money right now, or he'll regret it. He cackled menacingly. The menacing figure shouted threateningly. The thief froze upon seeing the man's appearance. Just moments ago during the video call, it had clearly been a stunningly beautiful woman. How had it turned into a burly man now? Lin Mo addressed the scammer sternly. This is the police station. I advise you to return the money you scammed from the victim immediately. Who do you think you're fooling, kid? Impersonating a cop? At least put on a uniform. The burly man sneered with contempt. At that moment, Li Jianhua appeared in the video wearing a police uniform. I'm warning you, he said sternly. Transfer the money you just swindled from the victim back immediately, or you'll regret it. Seeing Li Jianhua in uniform, the other party suddenly panicked. Li Jianhua then filmed the police station and said, See this? This is the police station. The victim has already filed a report. You will face legal consequences. Before Li Jianhua could finish, the other party, terrified, quickly hung up the video call. Li Jianhua then spoke in a firm voice. I advise you to immediately return the victim's money and turn yourself in. Otherwise, I'll dig to the ends of the earth to catch you. To Li Jianhua's surprise, the other party actually transferred the money back through the chat app. Just as Li Jianhua was about to send another message, he discovered the other party had blocked him outright. This scammer really is a coward. I just bluffed him a couple of times, and he actually transferred it right back. Broly, you're the man. Li Jianhua beamed with pride at Lin Mo's praise. After all, Lin Mo was a man with 9 medals of merit. To earn his praise meant he was truly impressive. Lin, buddy, all those years as a cop weren't wasted. The thief never expected the con artist to actually transfer the money over, and he was overjoyed. Thank you both, officers. If it weren't for you, my hard-earned money would have been swindled away. As he spoke, the thief was so moved he nearly shed tears. Remember, never engage in nude chats with anyone again, got it? These are all scams. Yeah, I'll remember. The thief nodded quickly. Seeing that burly man through the video feed earlier had nearly made him vomit. Who would have thought the person he'd been video chatting with naked was actually a burly guy? Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Disgusting. For the rest of his life, he'd be traumatized by video chats. Officer, thank you so much. The thief offered a few more words of thanks before bidding farewell and leaving. Officer, it's so late I won't keep you any longer. Lin Mo grabbed the thief by the arm. Hold on, we need to handle your business. Me? The thief froze in surprise, then remembered he'd been brought in for stealing batteries. He immediately protested with a pout. Officer, I only stole those batteries because I was forced by a scammer. No matter when, if you break the law, you must face legal consequences. Officer, this was my first time, and I didn't even succeed. The thief pleaded with a pout. According to Article 23 of the law, attempted theft constitutes a crime when the perpetrator has begun to carry out the act but fails to complete it due to reasons beyond their control. This carries a penalty of 5 to 10 days detention, with an optional fine of up to 500 yuan. Upon hearing Lin Mo say he would be detained for 5 days or more, the thief immediately apologized profusely. However, since the crime had been attempted, it must be handled according to the law. Li Jianhua then detained the thief. The next day, Lin Mo got up and ate breakfast. A burly man approached him, their eyes locking in a direct gaze. Chapter 214, Transnational Nude Chat Scam Company. The man glanced at Lin Mo, feeling a sense of familiarity. Lin Mo looked at him, feeling the same sense of familiarity. They stared at each other for 3 seconds. Simultaneously, both recalled last night's video call. The burly man instinctively tried to flee, but his obese frame reacted far slower than Lin Mo's. Within a second, Lin Mo had him in a firm grip. The big man tried to use his sheer strength to overpower Lin Mo, but in the next instant, Lin Mo executed a shoulder throw, slamming him hard onto the ground. The man howled in pain. Lin Mo produced a pair of handcuffs, secured them around the man's wrists, and escorted him back to the police station. Just as Li Jianhua was about to wrap up for the day, he saw Lin Mo walk in with another person. Yesterday, during his off-duty hours, Lin Mo had apprehended 2 criminals. And now, first thing this morning, he'd caught another one. Lin, you really are a magnet for criminals. Brotherly, take a look at him. Does he look familiar? Li Jianhua studied the burly man closely and instantly recognized him. He's the scammer from yesterday's nude chat. Exactly. Holy crap, Lin, how'd you catch him? Li Jianhua looked utterly stunned. Logically speaking, since the scammer was operating online, no one could pinpoint his location. But Lin Mo managed to catch him so quickly. Brotherly, this was pure luck. I just happened to run into him while grabbing breakfast and took him down on the spot. Bro Lin, your luck is off the charts. Li Jianhua had never believed in luck before, but now he had to admit it was real. Lin Mo took the big guy straight to the interrogation room. What's your name? Wang Dazhu. Family? Lu Jiahe, West 4th Ring Road, Liangcheng. When did you start scamming people through nude chats online? Seeing the other party remain silent, Lin Mo continued. We have complete evidence of your criminal activities, and the victim is also here at the station. Only by cooperating fully and confessing can you hope for leniency. Wang Dazhu understood he had no other choice when Lin Mo spoke thus. If I confess everything, will you really show leniency? Of course. After a moment of deep thought, Wang Dazhu replied. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Alright, go ahead. Lin Mo then picked up a pen and jotted down the key points. I only started scamming people through nude webcam chats last month. I learned it from a fellow countryman. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo realized he had a fellow scammer and inquired. Where is your fellow villager? He's in Myanmar. Myanmar? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected anyone would actually travel overseas specifically to scam people through nude chat. Mentioning Myanmar reminded Lin Mo of the Fox Gang organization. When they had apprehended the Fox Gang fraud ring, several of its key members had also been in Myanmar. Is nude chatting really that lucrative? Why go to the trouble of scamming abroad? Lin Mo asked doubtfully. Yes. My fellow countrymen set up a dedicated nude chat scam company in Myanmar with over 100 people. Their monthly revenue reaches as high as 100 million. Lin Mo was stunned upon hearing this. He had no idea nude chat scams could be so lucrative. With such huge profits, surely many people must be getting scammed. How come this is the first time he's heard of this kind of scam? Wang Dazhu seemed to sense Lin Mo's skepticism. Officer, these scammers first obtain victims' nude videos, then blackmail them for money. Most victims, ashamed of their videos being leaked, comply without reporting it. How much can they swindle from a single victim? Mostly 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, some even over $1 million. Do these victims even have that kind of money? They have their own tactics. First, they get the victim to transfer their savings. Then they make them borrow money. Finally, they push them into taking out loans, until they've completely drained the victim dry. Lin Mo gasped at the revelation. These scammers were truly ruthless. Last night's thief getting scammed out of over 10,000? Seems like a small amount now. Wang Dazhu then detailed the situation of his fellow villager in Myanmar to Lin Mo. These transnational scams were far beyond the capabilities of their small police station to handle. By the way, are the women in your nude chat sessions real people? No, they're pre-recorded. Once we find the victims, we show them the pre-recorded videos. How many people have you scammed in total? Lin Mo inquired. 40 people. But they're all from out of town. Out of town? Didn't you just say you added friends through the people nearby feature? I used mobile location apps. I'd log into the chat app, input a location, then search for nearby people. That way, the victims trusted me more. Lin Mo hadn't expected that scammers would really know everything to pull off their schemes. Do you know any other people in this line of work in China? No. I got into this business through a fellow countryman. I was originally headed to Myanmar, but my passport never came through. So I'm scamming in Liangcheng for now, waiting for the passport to arrive before going to Myanmar. After interrogating Lin Mo, Wang Dazhu was placed in temporary detention. He returned to the office lobby. His colleagues had all arrived for work. Lin Mo exchanged greetings with Sister Tang before heading to Lu Dahai's office. Seeing his apprentice arrive, Lu Dahai immediately greeted him with a broad smile. Apprentice, I heard you arrested Sister Tang's blind date last night? Hearing this, Lin Mo knew immediately that Li Jianhua must have spilled the beans. Master, Sister Tang's blind date was a casino owner, Lin Mo explained. Lin Mo explained. That's beside the point. What I want to know is how did you end up at Xiao Tang's blind date? Lu Dahai adopted a gossipy demeanor. Ever since the commendation ceremony, everyone had been saying Lin Mo and Tang Bing look like a married couple. He couldn't resist shipping them as a couple. Lin Mo stammered, debating whether to reveal that Tang Bing had sent him as a last-minute replacement. Seeing Lin Mo's slight embarrassment, Lu Dahai realized it was inappropriate to discuss gossip during work hours. So he changed the subject. I was just asking. Disciple, what did you need to discuss with me? Master, last night. Lin Mo then recounted the entire incident of Wang Daju's nude chat scam to Lu Dahai. Nude chat scam? This was the first time Lu Dahai had heard of such a thing. Master, it's a new type of scam. Fraudsters use victims' embarrassing videos to blackmail them, and many victims choose to pay up to avoid further trouble. After hearing this, Lu Dahai agreed that such scams indeed had a high success rate. Hold on, I'll report this to headquarters and see if other stations have received similar victim reports. Master, what should we do about the Myanmar nude chat scam companies? Lin Mo understood clearly that the most effective way to prevent victims from being scammed was to wipe out the fraudsters entirely. Cross-border fraud cases must be handled by the National Major Crimes Unit. We're just a small police station, we don't have the authority to execute such operations. Upon hearing this, an idea began to form in Lin Mo's mind. Chapter 215, National Major Crimes Unit Selection. Lin Mo emerged from Lu Dahai's office and returned to his desk. He noticed Tang Bing still staring blankly into space. Recalling yesterday's scene where Tang Bing had fallen out with her parents, Lin Mo felt a pang of sympathy. Sis Tang, are you okay? Tang Bing snapped back to reality. I'm fine. She pretended to get back to work, but inside, she was still deeply hurt. Yesterday, her mother had actually said she wanted to cut ties with her. It had broken Tang Bing's heart. After a moment, Lin Mo addressed Tang Bing. Sis Tang, I need your advice on something. What is it? How does one join the National Major Crimes Unit? The Major Crimes Unit? Tang Bing froze upon hearing Lin Mo's question. You want to join the National Major Crimes Unit? I was just asking casually. Lin Mo said. Back then, the Nanling City Major Crimes Unit had extended an olive branch to him, offering to make an exception and recruit Lin Mo into their unit. But Lin Mo had refused. At the time, Lin Mo wanted to gain solid experience at the grassroots level. Now, however, he found the limitations of a grassroots police station's authority to be significant. When the Fox Group's managers fled to Myanmar, he was utterly powerless. And with this transnational nude chat scam operation, he lacked the authority to apprehend them, allowing these criminals to evade justice. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. This frustration had led him to consider joining the National Major Crimes Unit. For Lin Mo, there were two paths to join the Major Crimes Unit. One was through competitive entrance exams from prestigious universities, and the other was through selection. The first route was clearly out of the question for Lin Mo. That left only the second option, selection. Sister Tang, how does one get selected? Every March, the Major Crimes Unit selects outstanding officers from police departments nationwide to participate in the Major Crimes Unit selection competition. Those who pass can join the unit. The Major Crimes Unit selection competition? Lin Mo murmured. Passing the competition to join the unit is incredibly difficult. Every year, 3,000 officers compete, but the nation only selects the top 3. Hearing Tang Bing explain this, Lin Mo couldn't help but whistle in awe. Simply being selected for the competition already placed one among the elite of the elite. Yet, only 3 would be chosen from these 3,000 elite candidates. Getting into the National Major Crimes Unit is really tough. Tang Bing observed Lin Mo, who was deep in thought. Last year, I participated in the selection process, but I was eliminated in the first round. You auditioned for the homicide squad? Lin Mo asked, sounding somewhat surprised. Yeah, I was pretty confident back then. Turns out I was still way out of my league compared to the nation's elite. Sister Tang, are you applying for the National Major Crimes Unit selection again this year? Tang Bing shook her head at Lin Mo's words. Noticing his apparent interest in the selection process, she inquired. Lin Mo, do you want to apply? I'd like to give it a shot. Lin Mo replied. Hearing this, Tang Bing suddenly found herself lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Mo turned to Tang Bing and said, Sis Tang, how about we join the Major Crimes Unit selection next March? Tang Bing hesitated. Truthfully, she knew her own capabilities while getting selected for the National Major Crimes Unit would be incredibly difficult. However, seeing Lin Mo's eagerness to participate, she found herself wanting to try again as well. Having worked at the police station for 3 years, Tang Bing understood that the Major Crimes Unit was undoubtedly the best path to achieving significant accomplishments in law enforcement. Working at the police station, however, mainly involved handling disputes for ordinary citizens. This was somewhat at odds with the ideals that had originally drawn her into policing. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Bing finally nodded in agreement. Alright. When the applications open in December, I'll apply with my mentor. Lin Mo said happily. His sudden desire to join the National Major Crimes Unit stemmed from his determination to apprehend the core members of the Fox gang who had fled to Myanmar, as well as the sextortion scam companies operating there. Then Tang Bing told Lin Mo. To stand out in the Major Crimes Unit selection process, you need exceptional physical fitness and a sharp mind. Sis Tang, it's October now. With 5 months until next March's exam, how about we prepare together for the Major Crimes Unit selection? Great. The idea of undertaking a project with Lin Mo filled Tang Bing with delight. So the two began whispering and discussing how to prepare for the National Major Crimes Unit selection competition. They decided to wake up at 5 a.m. every morning, run 10 kilometers together, and then do physical training. Sis Tang, we can work during the day and hit the gym at night. I have a gym at home. You have one at home? Yeah. After that, Tang Bing showed Lin Mo some photos of her home gym. Lin Mo was stunned upon seeing them. Who would have thought Tang Bing's home gym spanned over 200 square meters, filled with all kinds of high-end exercise equipment? With little money in his pocket, Lin Mo immediately agreed to Tang Bing's proposal. For some reason, after agreeing with Lin Mo to join the Major Crimes Unit selection process together, Tang Bing suddenly felt energized. Her mood was completely different from when she had come to work that morning. They didn't tell anyone about their plan to prepare together for the Major Crimes Unit selection. The station was quiet that morning, giving Lin Mo a rare chance to relax. With nothing pressing, he opened the system to check his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Age, 21. Position, police officer, Gulo Sub-District Police Station. Physical strength, 135 normal human, 100. IQ, 120 normal, 100. Points, 7,690. Honor points, 26. Skills, crime perception, racing driver skill, gambling master skill. Regarding the points, Lin Mo decided to save them for now. Noticing 26 honor points in the system, Lin Mo immediately activated the system's lottery feature. A pleasant electronic chime sounded. System, ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the bomb disposal skill. Seeing his incredible luck in obtaining a skill, Lin Mo felt an instant surge of excitement. The system had never disappointed him. Lin Mo believed that as long as he apprehended more criminals, he would gain even more powerful skills. Without hesitation, he drew again and obtained a lollipop. Lin Mo was very familiar with this lollipop and had a calming effect. After lunch. Just as Lin Mo was about to take a short nap, Lu Dahai suddenly rushed into the lobby and announced. Everyone, get in the car immediately. Our destination is the Hanyuan Real Estate Sales Office. Seeing Lu Dahai so agitated, Old Song inquired. Chief, what's going on? Someone called the police claiming the boss of Hanyuan Real Estate has been strapped with explosives by criminals. Chapter 216, The Timed Bomb. The Hanyuan Real Estate Sales Office was only 3 kilometers from Gulo Police Station. Lu Dahai Station was the closest one to the scene. When the Old City Precinct received the alert, they immediately notified Gulo Police Station to deploy personnel and secure the scene. 5 minutes later. Lu Dahai led Lin Mo and the others to the Hanyuan Real Estate Sales Office. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the sales office, pointing and whispering among themselves. That Hanyuan Real Estate boss, Luo Dogwon, he deserved to be blown to bits. Keep your voice down, don't let others hear you. So what? Everyone in our tractor community hates him. Not only did he forcibly demolish our homes, but the compensation money still hasn't been paid out. But we're just ordinary folks, how could we stand up to a big tycoon like him? See? His retribution has finally come. Upon arrival, Lu Dahai immediately cordoned off the sales office with caution tape. Lin Mo was about to rush inside to check the situation when Lu Dahai stopped him. Disciple, you stay outside and maintain order. It's too dangerous inside. Master, just following orders. Lin Mo tried to say more, but Lu Dahai cut him off. Remember, Luo Dogwon, the boss of Hanyuan Real Estate, has a bomb strapped to him inside. He could be in danger at any moment. In truth, Lin Mo wanted to tell Lu Dahai he possessed bomb disposal skills, but seeing Lu Dahai's stern expression, he had no choice but to obey orders. Lu Dahai entered alone to assess the situation. Inside the sales office lobby, Hanyuan Real Estate's owner Luo Dogwon was strapped to a chair, a timed bomb attached to his body. At that moment, Luo Dogwon was so terrified that sweat drenched the floor beneath him. Spotting Lu Dahai in his police uniform, he became frantic. Officer, save me. Save me, please. Then, suddenly, the previously silent timer emitted a sharp beep. Freeze. Lu Dahai hurriedly ordered the man to stop. Judging by the sound, the other person must have just triggered the bomb's countdown mechanism. Luo Dogwon froze at Lu Dahai's shout, sitting up straight and daring not to move. Yet, as the rhythmic beeps of the bomb's countdown echoed, beads of sweat the size of peas began to trickle down his forehead. Lu Dahai hurried forward to investigate. The display showed a countdown, 4:52. Officer, you have to save me. Luo Daiguang's voice trembled as he spoke. Don't worry, our bomb disposal expert will be here shortly. Lu Dahai reassured him. He then hurriedly pulled out his phone to contact Chief Feng at the Old City District Bureau. Chief Feng, where are you? I'll be there in 1 minute. What's the situation at the scene? All non-essential personnel have been evacuated. Only Luo Daguang remains strapped with explosives in the sales office lobby. Alright, hold on tight. I'll be there immediately. He hung up. Lu Dahai inspected the bomb. Fortunately, it was just a standard timer device. Its explosive power wasn't particularly strong, but it could easily kill someone. Over the radio, Lu Dahai ordered all officers on the scene to form a protective shield just in case. 1 minute later, Commissioner Feng arrived at the scene. Lu Dahai rushed out at that moment. Chief Feng, where are the bomb disposal experts? The bomb will detonate in 3 minutes. So soon? Director Feng was startled upon hearing this. The bomb disposal expert was dispatched from headquarters. He's still en route and will take about 5 minutes to arrive. 5 minutes? There's no time left. Lu Dahai exclaimed anxiously. Director Zhang was also deeply anxious. A bomb and kidnapping incident occurring within his jurisdiction was a major case. He immediately contacted headquarters. Director Feng, the victim's bomb will detonate in just over 3 minutes. What's the earliest the bomb disposal expert can arrive? The bomb disposal experts are traveling by helicopter. Even at top speed, it will take at least 5 minutes. Director Feng looked helpless. Zhang, is there anyone at the scene who knows how to defuse bombs? Director Feng, bomb disposal is highly specialized. Without systematic training, it's impossible to defuse the device. Just as Director Zhang finished speaking, Lin Mo stepped forward. Director Zhang, I can try. You? Director Zhang stared at Lin Mo in astonishment. You know how to defuse bombs? I learned it online. Lin Mo still clung to this excuse. At this point, Director Zhang was at a loss for words. Earlier, Lin Mo had claimed to have learned to fly helicopters and planes online, and his gambling skills were also self-taught from the internet. Now he claimed to know bomb disposal, also learned online. Apprentice, this is a bomb. If you mess up, people could die. Lu Dahai urgently interjected. Director Feng addressed Lin Mo over the phone. Lin Mo, do you really know how to defuse bombs? Yes, Director Feng. Lin Mo knew that lives were at stake now. This wasn't the time for modesty. Director Feng hesitated briefly on the other end before finally biting the bullet. All right. I'm authorizing you to defuse it. But if you can't disarm it within the final 20 seconds, you must come out. Yes. Lin Mo replied. At that moment, Lu Dahai voiced his disagreement. Director Feng, if Lin Mo fails to disarm it, he could be in mortal danger. At present, we have no other options. We must let Lin Mo try. Finally, Lu Dahai relented reluctantly. Director Ma, I must go in too. All right. Lu Dahai then led Lin Mo and 2 officers armed with riot shields into the sales office. The moment they stepped inside, the system's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. He froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Luo Daguang, the owner of Hanyuan Real Estate, was already on edge with anxiety. Spotting Lu Dahai and his group approaching, he urgently exclaimed. Officer, the countdown is down to just over 2 minutes. I don't want to die. Lin Mo quickly crouched down to inspect the bomb. After examining it, he found the timer device to be quite ordinary. Moreover, its explosive power was minimal. Using the bomb disposal knowledge granted by the system's rewards, he determined he could handle this device in just 2 seconds. But Lin Mo didn't rush to disarm it. Instead, he addressed Luo Daguang, the owner of Hanyuan. Mr. Luo, who strapped this bomb to you? Officer, does this have anything to do with defusing the bomb? Luo Daiguang asked anxiously. Lu Dahai also looked puzzled. His apprentice's question had absolutely nothing to do with defusing the bomb. Even if it did, now was not the time to ask. Lin Mo, however, looked dead serious. Of course it matters. I need to assess the situation to determine what kind of timer bomb they used. If we mess up a single wire, we could all be blown to bits. Without pausing to think, Luo Daguan turned to Lin Mo and explained. This is that bastard Gao Fei from the old tractor community's doing. Catch him for me. I'll make him pay dearly. Luo Daiguang said angrily. What's your beef with him? Chapter 217, The Old Tractor Factory Community. What's your beef with him? Luo Daguan, the boss of Hanyuan Real Estate, hesitated for a moment before answering Lin Mo's question. This Hanyuan community I'm developing used to be the old tractor factory neighborhood. Gao Fei lived here too. He's a greedy, unscrupulous thug. To get more compensation money, he openly incited the community residents to resist our relocation efforts. And then? My men clashed with his family, leaving his mother crippled in both legs. But I've already compensated him. And then? Lin Mo pressed further. Luo Daguan grew increasingly tense as he heard the mechanical ticking sound. The officer before him remained utterly calm, refusing to defuse the bomb. His heart was pounding in his throat. "Officer, I beg you, please disarm the bomb for me. I can give you $1 million. Lin Mo ignored him and pressed on with his questioning. "I want to know what happened next." Later, his mother didn't want to drag the family down, so she killed herself. "That had nothing to do with me." Beads of sweat formed on Luo Dogwang's forehead once more, his eyes filled with panic. Beside him, Lu Dahai was also growing anxious. "Disciple, we only have 30 seconds left." Hearing the countdown, Luo Dogwang panicked completely. "Officer, if you save me, I'll give you 2 million. I beg you." Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. "Are you sure you're not involved?" "It really has nothing to do with me," Luo Dogwang said frantically. Only 22 seconds left. Lu Dahai was already preparing to stand up and pull Lin Mo out. Director Foam had explicitly instructed him earlier, within the final 20 seconds, Lin Mo must be evacuated to ensure his safety. But Lin Mo gave Lu Dahai a meaningful glance, signaling he could disarm it. "Luo Dogwang, you have just over 10 seconds left to confess. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll walk out of here alive." "I've confessed everything." Luo Dogwang knew full well that something simply couldn't be revealed. If he did, it could mean a death sentence. Since death was inevitable anyway, this way he could at least leave behind a good reputation. But right now, he truly didn't want to die. He'd worked so hard to accumulate this fortune, and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it properly. To end up dead now, he felt a deep sense of resentment. 16 seconds left. "Luo Dogwang, I'm asking you, is Gao Fei's mother's death truly unrelated to you?" No. Truly, I had nothing to do with it." 9 seconds left. As Lin Mo counted down the seconds, the others grew tense. This was a timed bomb. Though Lu Dahai and the others had blast shields, the bomb's power would still injure them. Luo Dogwang was now drenched in sweat. He wanted nothing more than to kneel down and beg Lin Mo to disarm the bomb immediately. "Officer, hurry up and defuse the bomb. Otherwise, I'm really done for." Lu Dahai saw the timer had only 4 seconds left. "Apprentice." Lin Mo knew further questioning would yield no useful information. He casually pulled out a connecting wire. The timer on the bomb stopped. Lin Mo stood up. "Master, let's go." "Already?" Lu Dahai looked utterly stunned. Only then did he realize his apprentice had known all along how to defuse the bomb but had deliberately stalled for time. Once he and Lin Mo were outside, Lu Dahai inquired. "Disciple, did you notice anything unusual about Luo Dogwang?" "Master, if I'm not mistaken, Luo Dogwang is involved in Gao Fei's mother's death. What possible connection could they have?" Lu Dahai remained puzzled. "It's just a hunch. I have no proof." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lu Dahai instantly understood his earlier intentions. Lin Mo hadn't immediately helped Luo Dogwang defuse the bomb earlier precisely to extract useful information from him. Now it seemed Lin Mo's analysis wasn't without merit. Because just now, when his life was in grave danger, Luo Dogwang hadn't given anything away, but his eyes darted back and forth, clearly lying. It was highly likely that Gao Fei's mother's death was connected to him, though he refused to admit it. "Disciple, to truly understand the situation, we must capture Gao Fei." "Yes, master." Just as Lin Mo and Lu Dahai were discussing this, Luo Dogwang was escorted out by police after the bomb was defused. When he saw Lin Mo, his face turned cold. "Poof. I remember you." Lu Dahai was instantly furious. Lin Mo had disarmed the bomb on Luo Dogwang, yet he still dared to threaten his apprentice. "Luo Dogwang, do you want me to take you to the police station for questioning?" Hearing Lu Dahai's words, Luo Dogwang glanced at Lin Mo before being escorted by 2 officers onto the ambulance. "What an ungrateful bastard." Lu Dahai couldn't help but grumble. "Don't worry, master. I'll personally see to it he gets there." Seeing his apprentice so certain the man was connected to Gao Fei's mother's death, Lu Dahai addressed Lin Mo. "Disciple, should I take him to the station for questioning first?" "No need, master. He didn't say anything just now, so taking him back won't get us anything." Lu Dahai nodded in agreement. Once Chief Zhang finished handling the follow-up matters, he jogged over to Lin Mo. "Little Lin, you're incredible. You even know how to defuse bombs." Director Zhang beamed with delight. "Director Zhang, it just so happened that the timer bomb on Luo Dogwang wasn't complicated, which is why I could disarm it. If it had been more complex, I wouldn't have had the skills." Lin Mo replied modestly. In truth, only he knew that the bomb disarming skill granted by the system allowed him to defuse 90% of timed bombs on the market. And those top-tier, complex bombs wouldn't appear in everyday cases anyway. After all, anyone capable of crafting such sophisticated timed explosives was undoubtedly a top-tier talent, and they wouldn't stoop to such tasks. "Shaolin, thanks to you this time. I owe you one." Chief Zhang patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. This area was the old city district, squarely within Director Zhang's jurisdiction. If an explosion had occurred here, Director Zhang would have faced disciplinary action. Solving this bomb case flawlessly was all thanks to Lin Mo. Director Zhang, just treat me to a bowl of Lawan noodles sometime. He. Lin Mo teased deliberately. In truth, defusing bombs was simply part of his job. He couldn't stand by and watch someone get blown to bits. Even if the person was a criminal, they should face legal punishment, not death by explosion. Afterward, Lu Dahai and his team packed up and headed back. Upon returning, Lu Dahai specifically requested permission from Director Zhang to join the operation to apprehend Gao Fei. That same afternoon, they received notification from the Old City District Police Station that Gao Fei had been spotted in Xiaoliang Village. Lu Dahai immediately led Lin Mo and the others to the scene. Chapter 218, Xiaoliang Village. Xiaoliang Village was an urban village located in the northern suburbs of Liangchang. 2 kilometers from Liang Village stood a large factory employing tens of thousands of workers. Many migrant workers chose to rent accommodations in Xiaoliang Village. It was 6 p.m., coinciding with the factory's shift change. The streets of Xiaoliang Village were bustling with activity, lined with all kinds of street food stalls. Many workers chose to grab a bite on the street after work, strolling through the night market to unwind after a long day. After arriving in Xiaoliang Village, Lu Dahai and his group parked their car outside. At this hour, vehicles were simply unable to navigate Xiaoliang Village. Lu Dahai received instructions from Director Feng. The suspect Gao Fei was on North 2nd Street in Xiaoliangkan, a side street with significantly less foot traffic than the main thoroughfare. Director Feng, this is Lu Dahai. I have led my team to number 023 on North 2nd Street. Lu Dahai reported. Old Lu, you and your team are responsible for searching houses numbered 023 to 038 on North 2nd Street. Roger that. The villagers of Xiaoliang Street primarily rely on renting out their properties for income, so their buildings are all 7 or 8 stories tall. Moreover, the buildings are constructed very close together. After receiving Director Feng's orders, Lu Dahai began assigning tasks. Li Jianhua and Lin Mo formed one team, responsible for buildings numbered 023 to 027. Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan formed another team, assigned to buildings numbered 028 to 033. This time, the Gulu police station deployed a total of 7 officers. Tang Bing did not join the operation due to other duties. After assigning the tasks, Lu Dahai addressed the remaining 6 officers. Let's move. Yes. Lu Dahai patrolled North 2nd Street, ready to provide backup if needed. Lin Mo and Li Jianhua arrived at building 023. Li Jianhua glanced up. The building had 7 stories. Lin, hold on a sec. I've got the landlord's number here. I'll contact him to get us a guide. It'll make things easier. Alright, I'll go up and take a look first. Lin Mo quickly reached the 2nd floor. Using his mental perception of crime, he detected no criminals and proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. Before long, Lin Mo had climbed to the top floor. To save time, he simply leaped from the top floor directly to the opposite building 024. He sprinted for a moment. By the time he emerged from the main entrance of building 024, Li Jianhua's call still hadn't connected. Brotherly, let's go. Hearing Lin Mo's shout, Li Jianhua came over to him. Lin, why are you coming out this way? I already searched this area. That fast? Li Jianhua looked utterly astonished. He'd only been on the phone for less than 2 minutes, and Lin Mo had already finished the entire search? Lin, the chief specifically ordered us to search thoroughly. He said Gao Fei is hiding in one of the buildings on North 2nd Street. Don't worry, brotherly. If Gao Fei is in this building, I'll find him. Lin Mo offered no further explanation. With so many people mobilized this time, it was bound to catch Gao Fei's attention. So he had to hurry with the search. Li Jianhua knew Lin Mo's capabilities, so he followed behind him. The two arrived at building 025 and began climbing upward. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, just as Li Jianhua was about to knock on each door, Lin Mo immediately called out to him, instructing him to keep climbing higher. Li Jianhua obediently followed Lin Mo as they climbed higher. When they reached the top floor, he suddenly noticed someone acting suspiciously on the roof of building 028. He immediately activated his communication device and reported. Zhang Daolong, there's unusual activity on the roof of building 028. Please investigate immediately. Upon hearing Lin Mo's message, Zhang Daolong felt a surge of resistance. He deeply disliked Lin Mo because of the Tang Bing incident. Now Lin Mo was giving him orders? He pretended not to hear it. At that moment, Lu Dahai immediately announced over the public channel. Calling Zhang Daolong. Roger that, chief. Lu Dahai had no choice but to speak up. Proceed immediately to the top floor of building 028 to assess the situation. Yes. Zhang Daolong obeyed the chief's orders without complaint. But expecting him to follow Lin Mo's orders? Forget it. Lin Mo might have earned several commendations, but he'd been at Gulu police station for 5 years. Lin Mo had only been here a month. He was the one who should be giving orders. Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan quickly reached the top floor of building 028. They found a man on the roof, looking around suspiciously. I'm a police officer. Show me your ID. The moment he heard police, the man didn't hesitate. He leaped directly from building 028 to the roof of building 027. At that moment, Ma Xiaochuan turned to Zhang Daolong and said, "Master, that's Gao Fei." Zhang Daolong heard this and shouted to Ma Xiaochuan, "Get him." Lately, he'd been constantly overshadowed by Lin Mo. If he could capture Gao Fei, he'd finally get his moment to shine. Maybe even Tang Bing would start seeing him in a new light. Just as Ma Xiaochuan was about to report to Lu Dahai, Zhang Daolong stopped him. "Xiaochuan, we'll capture him first before reporting to the chief." "Alright." Ma Xiaochuan believed the suspect couldn't escape, so he and Zhang Daolong gave chase. Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Mo could almost guess that the man they were chasing was Gao Fei. He addressed Lu Dahai. "Master, that suspicious person earlier must be Gao Fei. He's currently on the roof of building 027. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai urgently notified the others to head to building 027. Meanwhile, Lin Mo chased after the suspect from the rooftop, with Li Jianhua following close behind. Fortunately, these buildings were all the same height and stood closely adjacent to each other. When Lin Mo reached the rooftop of building 026, he clearly identified the figure as Gao Fei. At that moment, Gao Fei also spotted Lin Mo and Li Jianhua ahead of him. Behind them were Zhang Daolong and Ma Xiaochuan. Glancing left and right, he saw that the building across the street only had 6 stories. This side had 7 stories, with roughly a 4-meter gap between them. Gao Fei gritted his teeth, took a few steps back, then accelerated and leaped forward, landing directly on the opposite rooftop. Zhang Daolong, who had nearly caught him, was furious. Just moments ago, he'd been less than 2 meters away from Gao Fei, yet the man had still slipped away. He looked at the 4-meter gap and ultimately gave up. If he failed to clear the gap, he could plummet straight down. After all, this was a height of about 20 meters. Just then, Lin Mo and Li Jianhua arrived. Zhang Daolong immediately accused Lin Mo. "Why did you block Gao Fei's path? If you hadn't intercepted him up front, he wouldn't have been driven to desperation. Let me tell you, Lin Mo, you bear the primary responsibility for this." Lin Mo ignored Zhang Daolong and turned his gaze to Gao Fei on the rooftop. Gao Fei was rubbing his right leg. He must have taken a tumble when he jumped over. Li Jianhua, seeing Zhang Daolong fail to catch the man and instead shift the blame onto Lin Mo, was instantly displeased. "Zhang Daolong, you're incompetent yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize others." As the two argued, a gust of wind suddenly swept past them. A figure soared toward the rooftop above them. Chapter 219, Surrender. The one leaping across was none other than Lin Mo. As he touched down on the opposite rooftop, he rolled to absorb the impact. However, the concrete surface was slippery, and his arm was still scraped open. Gao Fei was startled, not expecting the other to dare jump over. Glancing around, he spotted a woman on the adjacent building filming them with her phone. She probably thought they were performing some kind of stunt. Gao Fei sprang to his feet and sprinted toward her. He grabbed the woman and pulled a dagger from his pocket. With a hostage in hand, he felt invincible. Lin Mo, seeing this, shouted urgently, "Don't hurt innocent people. Back off." Gao Fei yelled. He gripped the woman's neck as he approached the edge of the top floor and looked down, only to find North 2nd Street swarming with police. If he went down, he would definitely be caught. He glanced across the street at the building opposite. By now, 7 or 8 officers had arrived, guns drawn. Seeing this, Gao Fei urgently forced the hostage to crouch down, using the rooftop wall for cover. Gao Fei accidentally nicked the woman's neck with the dagger, blood trickling down the blade. The woman's face instantly drained of color. She knew all too well that if the blade slit her throat, death would be certain. A wave of terror instantly washed over her entire body. "Help!" she cried out in terror. Lin Mo hurriedly tried to calm Gao Fei. "Gao Fei, we can negotiate any terms you want. Just don't harm the hostage." "I won't harm the hostages, but I want you to kill Luo Daguang," Gao Fei shouted at Lin Mo. "Gao Fei, I know your mother's death is connected to Luo Daguang, but to punish him, we must go through legal channels." "The law? Ha ha." Gao Fei sneered coldly at Lin Mo's words. "Oomph. Since ancient times, officials and merchants have colluded. What good would you be? If you were useful, I wouldn't have been forced down this path. Gao Fei, release this hostage, and I promise you I'll bring Luo Daguang to justice." "Oomph, do you really think I'd believe you?" Gao Fei declared flatly. "Gao Fei, you're surrounded now. There's no way out. I'm sure you want to see Luo Daguang face justice too. If you harm this hostage, you'll likely never get that chance." Seeing Gao Fei hesitate, Lin Mo hurriedly added, "I've gathered evidence of Luo Daguang's crimes, but I need witnesses. I hope you'll help me. Can you really bring Luo Daguang to justice?" Gao Fei demanded of Lin Mo. "I swear to heaven." Lin Mo pointed his index and middle fingers toward the sky, speaking with solemn conviction. At the time, while disarming the bomb for Luo Daguang, his sin perception indicated the other party's sin value had reached a staggering 1,000. That's why he was so certain Luo Daguang was connected to Gao Fei's mother's death. Luo Daguang hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'm willing to turn myself in, as long as you bring Luo Dugwang to justice. After speaking, Luo Dugwang slowly lowered the dagger from the hostage's neck. He knew full well that escape was unlikely today. If this officer could help bring Luo Dugwang to justice, then even death would be worth it. Then, Gao Fei slowly stood up. Just as his head rose above the wall. Bang! A gunshot rang out. It struck Gao Fei squarely in the head. He flew backward instantly, crashing onto the cold ground. Lin Mo witnessed the scene and was instantly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Chapter 220, Under Investigation. The next day. Gulo Street Police Station. Tang Bing arrived at the station with breakfast she had prepared, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Mo still hadn't shown up for work. Just then, Chief Lu Dahai walked in from outside. Tang Bing hurriedly asked, "Chief, where's Lin Mo? I haven't seen him come in for work." Lu Dahai looked helpless. "He's been called away for an investigation." "An investigation?" Tang Bing looked completely bewildered. Lin Mo was perfectly fine, why would he be called in for an investigation? "Chief, what's going on?" Lu Dahai hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell Tang Bing the situation. "Yesterday afternoon, we went to Xiaolian village to apprehend suspect Gao Fei." Lu Dahai recounted the events of the previous day to Tang Bing. After listening, Tang Bing still seemed puzzled. "Chief, how does this relate to Lin Mo's investigation?" At the time, suspect Gao Fei had already ceased resistance yet was shot dead. However, the officer who fired the shot insisted that he only opened fire because Lin Mo had given the order. "That's blatant slander!" Tang Bing exclaimed angrily. Lu Dahai was well aware that Lin Mo had indeed pointed two fingers skyward at the time. And from the position of the officer who fired, when he saw Lin Mo lower his fingers, it did appear as though he was signaling to shoot. "Don't worry, Tang. Lin Mo should be fine. I've already provided a statement about what happened at the scene. There were hostages present who could vouch for Lin Mo." His gesture was merely to assure the suspect not to harm the hostages. "A hostage was hospitalized due to severe shock and hasn't recovered mentally yet." Tang Bing felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite put into words. She believed that if the suspect Gao Fei had surrendered, Lin Mo would never have given such an order. "Where is Lin Mo now?" "The investigation department of Liangcheng Bureau." After Lu Dahai finished speaking, Tang Bing was about to rush out to the bureau. But Lu Dahai hurriedly pulled her back. "Tang, don't act impulsively. Director, we all know Lin Mo's character. He would never issue such an order." Tang Bing was visibly agitated. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Mo. "Xiao Tang, Lin Mo is merely being taken in for questioning. The higher-ups haven't accused him of any wrongdoing. I believe he'll be fine. If you go to the headquarters and cause a scene, the higher-ups will interpret it that way. That won't help Lin Mo, it'll only harm him." Tang Bing calmed down. The best course now was to wait for the outcome and proceed based on the situation. Seeing Tang Bing calm down, Lu Dahai instructed Li Jianhua to keep an eye on her. He still needed to compile a report on yesterday's scene for submission to higher-ups. Liangcheng Bureau. The person in charge of the investigation department was none other than Deputy Director Ma. At the time, when Lin Mo apprehended by Wen Jun, the latter had pulled strings to reach Deputy Director Ma. Deputy Director Ma even called Lin Mo, hoping he would release the suspect. But Lin Mo refused outright. Deputy Director Ma had harbored resentment toward Lin Mo ever since. He never imagined Lin Mo would fall into his hands so quickly. The investigation into Lin Mo was assigned to his subordinate, Song Baoi. After completing the investigation, Song Baoi brought the files to Deputy Director Ma's office. "Deputy Director Ma, I've completed the investigation into whether Lin Mo committed any misconduct during the arrest of Ma Fei. What are the findings?" Deputy Director Ma inquired. "The comprehensive analysis indicates that Lin Mo did not commit any misconduct. Rather, it was the officer who fired the shot who, likely due to excessive nervousness, made an error. However, he stubbornly insists that Lin Mo gave the signal to fire." Deputy Director Ma, displeased with this outcome, began reviewing the investigation report. "Captain Song, the officer who fired, has 6 years of experience. Do you think he would misjudge the situation?" This. Song Baoi could tell Deputy Director Ma was clearly siding with the officer who fired the shot. Deputy Director Ma continued. "Captain Song, although suspect Gao Fei committed a serious crime, according to the law, he would have been sentenced to 10 to 30 years in prison. However, during the arrest process, Lin Mo caused his death. This is clearly gross negligence. Moreover, we cannot rely solely on Lin Mo's account. After all, only the hostage, Gao Fei, and Lin Mo were present at the scene. Now that Gao Fei is dead and the hostage has suffered psychological trauma due to the shock, Lin Mo's statements will naturally favor himself. Who can say whether he is lying?" Deputy Director Ma's words instantly placed Lin Mo squarely in the position of bearing responsibility for gross negligence. Song Baoi had no choice but to retrieve the investigation files. Deputy Director Ma is right. I'll reopen the investigation immediately. This matter must be taken seriously. Even if certain individuals have received numerous honors, their achievements must not be downplayed. Understand? Deputy Director Ma reiterated emphatically. Understood, Deputy Director Ma. Song Bowie responded. Having worked under Deputy Director Ma for so many years, he understood perfectly the underlying meaning behind the man's words. Subsequently, Song Bowie returned to re-interrogate Lin Mo. This time, the questions were markedly different from before, directly confronting Lin Mo with the contradictions in his account. Captain Song, I already explained earlier. When I swore on my life, I was guaranteeing the suspect that I'd help apprehend Luo Dagwang. Lin Mo, if you made that promise to the suspect, does that mean I can suspect you of some improper deal with him? At these words, a surge of anger welled up in Lin Mo. He slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet. Captain Song, what do you mean by that? I've explained it to you countless times. My gesture was solely to stabilize suspect Gao Fei's emotions and protect the hostage's safety. Seeing Lin Mo yelling at him, Song Bowie retorted without holding back. Lin Mo, are you just angry because I figured you out? You. Lin Mo nearly exploded with rage. The other party was clearly nitpicking. He forced himself to calm down. Captain Song, don't you trust the word of a people's police officer? I can't guarantee there aren't rotten apples among the police. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt like flipping the table. Every case he handled, he gave his all to apprehend criminals and ensure public safety. Yet here was someone questioning his integrity and implying he was a rotten apple among the police. Lin Mo took a deep breath. He began to ponder. Song Bowie hadn't spoken to him like this earlier. Why, after leaving the room, did he suddenly act like a different person, constantly targeting him? This left Lin Mo utterly baffled. Alright, Lin Mo. I've reviewed your investigation. Await the verdict on your case. Song Bowie left the interrogation room immediately after speaking. Lin Mo had a vague sense that this matter might turn against him. But there was nothing he could do now. After all, his conscience was clear. Song Bowie handed the investigation report to Deputy Director Ma once more. A satisfied smile spread across Deputy Director Ma's face. He promptly signed his name and affixed his seal. Deputy Director Ma, should we inform Director Fong about Lin Mo's dismissal from the police force? No need. Director Fong is attending a provincial meeting these days. We won't disturb him. Chapter 221, a perfect example to deter others. What? Lin Mo expelled from the police force? Upon hearing the news, every officer at Gulo Sub-District Police Station wore expressions of utter shock. Why expel Brother Lin from the force? Li Jianhuo was furious. What the hell is the investigation department at headquarters doing? Over the past month, Lin Mo has apprehended countless criminals for Liangchang and earned immense merit. Even if he made a mistake in arresting suspect Gao Fei this time, he shouldn't be expelled from the force. Everyone felt deeply indignant on Lin Mo's behalf. Even Zhang Dalong, who had always wanted Lin Mo gone, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the news. When Lin Mo apprehended suspect Gao Fei, he had leaped directly from a 20-meter-high rooftop across a 4-meter-wide gap. That kind of courage had earned Zhang's deep respect. How many officers would have dared to make that leap? Only Lin Mo. Even if he made a mistake, a written self-criticism should have sufficed. Who could have imagined Lin Mo would be fired outright? Chief, let's go to headquarters together and demand an explanation. Yes, we must demand an explanation from the investigation team. Truthfully, Lu Dehai found this outcome harder to accept than anyone else. After all, Lin Mo was his protege. Could he really be dismissed for such a minor mistake? Besides, Lin Mo might not even be at fault. Everyone, calm down. I'm certain the headquarters made a mistake. Director Fong held Lin Mo in such high regard he would never expel him. I'll go to the headquarters alone first to get to the bottom of this. Lu Dehai reassured everyone. Director, I'll go with you. Tang Bing said grimly. None of you are going. I'll handle this alone. Lu Dehai refused. He knew Tang Bing and Lin Mo were close. If Tang Bing went and couldn't resist causing a scene at headquarters, she might end up facing disciplinary action too. Lu Dehai instructed Old Song to keep an eye on everyone, then drove off alone. He first stopped by the branch bureau to pick up Director Zhang. When Director Zhang heard Lin Mo had been fired, he couldn't believe it. Lin Mo was a rare talent, an elite officer. He couldn't fathom why such a minor incident would lead to her dismissal. He was determined to see what grounds the investigation team had for dismissing Lin Mo. Lu Dehai and Zhang Jijun arrived at the headquarters and headed straight for the investigation team. They pushed open the door and confronted Song Bowie. Captain Song, on what grounds did you fire Lin Mo? Lu Dehai demanded bluntly. He was already exercising considerable restraint by not punching the man right then. Lin Mo was his apprentice, and the investigation team had actually fired his own apprentice over a minor issue. Lu Dehai, watch your tone. Song Bowie warned. You fired my man, and now you expect me to burn incense for you? Lu Dehai, our investigation team owes you no explanation. Dismissing Lin Mo was the decision of higher-ups. Bull. Lu Dahai slammed his palm on the table, wishing he could flip it over in his rage. Spewing filth like that, does that look like the behavior of a chief inspector? Song Baoyi was equally enraged. With his subordinates watching in the office, he couldn't back down. Lu Dahai, if you keep causing trouble, I'll launch an investigation into you and give you a major demerit. You think I'm scared of you? Go ahead and fire me if you've got the guts. Lu Dahai grew increasingly agitated. Just then, Director Zhang hurriedly pulled him back and whispered soothingly. Dahai, with this attitude, how do you expect to resolve anything? Old Zhang, seeing his smug face, I just can't hold back my anger. Do you still want your apprentice to come back? Of course I do. Then keep quiet. I'll handle the conversation. Director Zhang then addressed Song Baoyi. Captain Song, Dahai got a bit worked up earlier. Don't take it personally. Regarding Lin Mo's dismissal, I'd like to know the details. Seeing Director Zhang speak in a soft tone, Song Baoyi's anger subsided. Director Zhang, our investigation confirmed Lin Mo committed serious misconduct. The suspect Gao Fei's family has been causing trouble. Dismissing Lin Mo without pursuing criminal charges was already generous. You. Lu Dahai couldn't hold back his anger at those words. Zhang Jijun quickly restrained Lu Dahai. He knew full well that arguing further with Song Baoyi was futile. He needed to speak with Deputy Director Ma instead. After getting the full picture, he pulled Lu Dahai outside. Old Zhang, why are you pulling me away? Haitwa, what good will it do to get angry at this Song Zhengyi? Didn't he just say it's all the higher-ups' orders? The higher-ups? Lu Dahai retorted. I don't believe Director Fong would dare fire Lin Mo. Lu Dahai retorted. He knew full well that Director Fong had always been very fond of Lin Mo and had repeatedly instructed him to cultivate Lin Mo properly. Song Zhengyi's higher-ups meant Deputy Director Ma. Was it him who wanted Lin Mo fired? Lu Dahai instantly realized. Director Fong was out of the bureau attending a provincial meeting these past 2 days and knew nothing about this matter. Then why not just go to Director Fong? Director Feng's phone was turned off during the meeting, making it impossible to reach him. Director Zhang then took Lu Dahai to see Deputy Director Ma. On the way, Director Zhang cautioned Lu Dahai. Dahai, you can't act impulsively this time, understand? I'll try. Lu Dahai's response left Zhang Jijun utterly speechless. Deputy Director Ma's office. Deputy Director Ma was humming a tune happily, clearly in a good mood. At that moment, Zhang Jijun entered with Lu Dahai, knocking on the door. Deputy Director Ma saw them and knew exactly why they were there. He sat down at his desk. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Deputy Director Ma, we're here regarding Lin Mo's dismissal. I'm truly helpless about this matter. Lin Mo was such an outstanding officer for Liangchang. Ah, it's such a pity. Lu Dahai desperately wanted to retort, too bad you fired him. Commissioner Ma Feng, even if Lin Mo made a mistake, it didn't warrant dismissal. This punishment is far too severe. Besides, Lin Mo has made significant contributions to the Liangcheng Police Department. Zhang, I understand your point, but there's nothing I can do. First, Lin Mo did commit a serious error this time. Just as Lu Dahai was about to retort, Zhang Jijun cut him off. Deputy Director Ma continued. Second, the family of suspect Gao Fei has been making a huge fuss, insisting on pursuing criminal charges against Lin Mo. Third, higher-ups are currently cracking down on misconduct and excessive force within police departments. Lin Mo has been singled out as a prime example, so I have no choice but to make an example of him. Chapter 222, Moonlight Shrouded by Dark Clouds. Afternoon. Lu Dahai returned to Gulo Police Station in low spirits. Tang Bing spotted him and hurried over. Chief, what's the status on Lin Mo's case? Lu Dahai shook his head. Deputy Director Ma of the investigation team insists on dismissing Lin Mo. What gives him the right to fire Lin Mo? Tang Bing's face flushed with anger. Xiao Bing, don't get worked up. Wait until Director Feng returns tomorrow and I'll speak with him. Tang Bing remained silent. Suddenly, she recalled the night before last when Lin Mo had apprehended by Wenbin. Deputy Director Ma had called Lin Mo, demanding he release the suspect by Wenbin. Chief, this Deputy Director Ma is clearly settling a personal grudge. Lu Dahai looked puzzled upon hearing Tang Bing's words. What do you mean? Tang Bing then recounted the events of the night before. After listening, Lu Dahai fell deep in thought. He hadn't been privy to this matter. Moreover, Lin Mo hadn't mentioned it to him either. The fact that Deputy Director Ma had privately instructed Lin Mo to release a suspect was utterly unexpected. As a deputy director, such conduct constituted a serious violation of protocol. Xiao Bing, do you have any call records from that time? I don't. I don't know if Lin Mo has any. I'll call Lin Mo. Lu Dahai said. Chief, I tried calling Lin Mo today. His phone has been turned off the entire time. Lu Dahai pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Mo's number. Sure enough, it was turned off. Ah. He sighed helplessly. It seemed Lin Mo had been hit pretty hard by getting fired this time. Xiao Tang, don't mention this to anyone. Got it, Chief. By the end of the afternoon, Lu Dahai still hadn't managed to reach Lin Mo. And Director Feng's phone was turned off too. After work, he decided to go to Lin Mo's residence, but there was still no one there. At that moment, Lin Mo sat by the moat. He stared at the gently flowing water, utterly baffled as to why he had been fired. He had dedicated himself entirely to protecting the people and punishing criminals. Yet he had ended up in such a predicament. Ha! He let out a helpless sigh. Becoming a police officer had been his lifelong dream. During police academy, even though he struggled in every aspect, Lin Mo persevered through gritted teeth for the sake of his dream. He eventually graduated and became a police officer. He was also honored to receive the crime-busting system, which enhanced his abilities. Over the past month, he had apprehended multiple criminals and earned 9 individual commendations. Such achievements were beyond the reach of many officers in their entire careers. He had assumed his career would continue in combating crime, but unexpectedly, he was dismissed. Without his police identity, his son's dream came to an abrupt end. But Lin Mo felt a lingering sense of injustice. He wanted to be a police officer for life. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo sat lost in thought until midnight before snapping back to reality. He didn't know where his path would lead in the future. He felt utterly lost. Throughout his life, he had only one dream: to become a police officer. He had never considered anything else. Now, dismissed from his job and stripped of his life's purpose, his heart felt hollow and empty. Lin Mo rose and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds blanketed the entire sky, completely obscuring the moonlight. Under the faint glow of streetlights by the river, Lin Mo could barely make out the path ahead. The autumn night had grown quite chilly. A chill breeze swept by, sending a shiver down his spine. Only then did Lin Mo realize he was wearing nothing but a shirt. He tried to check the time on his phone, only to find it had died and shut off. Just then, his stomach growled in protest. He hadn't eaten since noon. Lin Mo decided to grab something to eat first. After all, health is the foundation of everything. Only with a strong body could he accomplish anything else. Most of the night market stalls in the old town had already packed up. Only a few scattered pedestrians remained on the streets, lending the scene a somewhat desolate feel. Lin Mo casually found a stall, sat down, and ordered a bowl of wontons. The steaming wontons warmed his entire body as they slid down his throat. At that moment, a group of tattooed young men at the next table, drunk from excessive drinking, were boasting loudly with exaggerated bravado. Lin Mo paid them no mind, focusing on his wonton soup. Suddenly, he heard one of the youths say to his companion, "What's so great about you guys? Let me tell you, I've killed people." "Have you?" His friends looked at him with sudden admiration. "Bro, you're the man. Gangzi, tell us about it." "Yeah, bro, enlighten us guys." Gaozi basked in their flattery, his face beaming with pride. "You know Luo Dugwang, the boss of Hanyuan Real Estate, right?" "Of course we do. He's the local real estate tycoon in Liangcheng. His assets definitely rank in the top 10 here." Gangzi chuckled smugly. "Luo Dugwang is related to me. He's the son of my cousin's son. But none of that matters. What matters is that 2 months ago, he gave me 200,000 yuan to run over and kill an old woman with my car." "Ha ha." Lin Mo's heart jolted at those words. Could that old woman have been Gao Fei's mother? But he didn't notice any reaction from the system in his mind, so he assumed the young man was just bragging. So Lin Mo continued eating his wontons. Gangzi continued. "Let me tell you, I hit that old lady and got away with it. You know why? Why? Luo Dogwan had already greased the palms of the right people. In the end, they ruled it a suicide." "Ha ha." Gangzi chuckled smugly. "Damn impressive, Gangzi. From now on, we're sticking with Gangji." Gangzi didn't play modest, telling the others, no problem, no problem. If you guys ever need anything, just give me a shout. I'll make it happen." Lin Mo, standing nearby, grew increasingly uneasy as he listened. This Gangzi didn't seem to be lying. But why wasn't his crime detection system reacting? Lin Mo opened the system in his mind and discovered it was paused. Suspended? This was the first time Lin Mo had ever encountered such a situation. Could it be because he'd been expelled from the police force? Otherwise, the system shouldn't have suspended itself. There was no time for further thought, as several young people next door were preparing to leave. Though Lin Mo was no longer a police officer, his heart, driven by a commitment to justice, absolutely refused to stand idly by. Lin Mo stood up and addressed the group preparing to leave. "You guys, hold on." Gangzi and the others heard someone calling out to them, so they stopped and turned to look at Lin Mo. Gangzi shouted arrogantly, "Who the hell are you?" Lin Mo didn't waste words. He lunged forward in a single stride and slammed Gangzi to the ground. Chapter 223, System Temporary. The other tattooed youths were startled by the scene. They hadn't expected such ruthlessness, a direct, brutal takedown of Gangzi. For a moment, none of them dared to move. Watching Gangzi writhing in pain on the ground, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. The more Gangzi thought about it, the angrier he became. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he bellowed at the others. Kill him. Hearing Gangzi's command, the tattooed youths hesitated briefly before charging at Lin Mo. They dared not cross Gangzi. Gangzi was a man who'd taken lives, and he had Luo Dogwang backing him. If anything happened in the future, Gangzi might actually come in handy. But the tattooed youths had all drunk heavily. They were no match for Lin Mo. In less than a minute, they were all knocked to the ground. Strangely, the attackers didn't bother them. Instead, they dragged Gangzi away immediately. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, the others immediately began discussing. Guys, Gangzi got taken. What do we do now? Should we call the cops? If those guys are Gangzi's enemies, he's definitely in for a rough time. Maybe the police can save him. Right. Call the police. One of them pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number. Lin Mo didn't take Gangzi to the police station. Instead, he went to his own home. First, he charged his phone, attached a stand to activate the camera, then approached Gangzi, who was bound. Big brother, if you want money, I'll give it to you. Just don't hurt me. I want to know the entire process of how Luo Dogwang ordered you to kill that old woman 2 months ago. Gao Zi's heart skipped a beat at Lin Mo's words. Are you Gao Fei, the old woman's son? He'd heard yesterday that Gao Fei had come looking for revenge against Luo Dogwang, strapping a time bomb to the man's body. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He'd been relieved that Gao Fei didn't know he'd killed his mother, who could have guessed the man would track him down so quickly. I'm not Gao Fei. Lin Mo said. You're really not Gao Fei? No. Hearing Lin Mo's denial, Gangzi instantly exhaled in relief. As long as the other party wasn't Gao Fei, he wouldn't be in mortal danger. Seeing the other party still refusing to come clean, Lin Mo, who'd been a cop for a month, knew exactly how to handle this situation. Sometimes, speaking politely was useless. Lin Mo pulled a razor blade from his pocket. This razor blade was the shaving blade the system had rewarded him with. Though the system itself was now inaccessible, these items remained usable. Without another word, Lin Mo began slicing through Gangzi's hair. Gangzi could distinctly feel the icy cold blade gliding across his scalp. He trembled violently with fear. If the other guy slipped up, his head would be split open. Big brother, I'll talk. Then Gangzi recounted the situation to Lin Mo. After Luo Dogwang and Gao Fei clashed, Luo's men went after Gao Fei, ultimately breaking his mother's leg. Gao Fei repeatedly sued Luo Dogwang, the boss of Hongyuan Real Estate, seeking to bring him to justice. But Luo Dogwang had people suppress the lawsuits. To resolve this trouble, Luo Dogwang hired Gangzi to run over and kill Gao Fei's mother. Only then did Lin Mo grasp the full picture. Who is Luo Dogwang's backer? I have no idea. Seeing Gangzi refuse to talk, Lin Mo flicked a gleaming razor blade between his fingers in front of him. The other man immediately spoke up. Boss, I once overheard Luo Dogwang on the phone addressing someone as Director Ma. Director Ma. Hearing that title, Lin Mo began to ponder. There was only one person in all of Liangcheng known as Director Ma of the Economic Development Bureau. But Director Ma of the Economic Development Bureau had no territorial overlap whatsoever with Luo Dogwang's real estate ventures. Then, Lin Mo suddenly recalled Deputy Director Ma from Liangcheng's General Administration. If Luo Dogwang was flattering Deputy Director Ma, addressing him as Director Ma would be perfectly normal. Moreover, Deputy Director Ma wielded considerable authority. But this was merely his conjecture. He couldn't confirm whether Deputy Director Ma was the powerful figure backing Luo Dogwang. After questioning Gangzi, Lin Mo focused on the mobile video. This was crucial evidence. With this evidence, he could arrest Luo Dogwang. Lin Mo didn't rush to arrest Luo Dogwang. This single piece of evidence wasn't enough to pin Luo's crimes definitively. More importantly, Lin Mo also wanted to uncover the powerful backer behind Luo Dogwang. He planned to wait until tomorrow to visit Gao Fei's home. Perhaps Gao Fei's family might also possess evidence against Luo Dogwang. The next day, Lin Mo was about to take Gangzi to the Gulu police station. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tang Bing about to knock. Sister Tang, what brings you here? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Tang Bing's dark circles were severe. Obviously she hadn't rested well the night before. Seeing Lin Mo, she visibly relaxed. Lin Mo, why was your phone turned off when I called yesterday? Sis Tang, my phone ran out of battery yesterday. Lin Mo explained. Lin Mo, I know everything about your situation. Don't be too upset. The chief said that once Director Feng returns from his meeting, he'll go see him and explain your case to Director Feng. Since Director Feng holds you in such high regard, he will definitely reinstate your police status. Tang Bing rattled off a whole string of words in one breath. She'd wanted to tell Lin Mo all this yesterday to spare him the worry. Hearing Sister Tang's words of comfort, Lin Mo was actually quite touched. Oh, Sister Tang, I actually have something I need your help with. I've apprehended a criminal. Could you take him to Gulu police station for me? Make sure you keep a close eye on this criminal. He's a key witness to Ding Luo Dogwang's crimes. Tang Bing was taken aback by Lin Mo's request. She had assumed Lin Mo would give up on himself after being fired. She hadn't expected him to still be apprehending criminals. Seeing Lin Mo like this, Tang Bing felt genuinely pleased. Lin Mo then handed Gangzi over to Tang Bing. Lin Mo, where are you headed next? I want to go to Gao Fei's place. Gao Fei's place? Tang Bing's brows immediately furrowed. Lin Mo, I suggest you don't go. Gao Fei's family believes you were responsible for his death and harbors intense hostility toward you. Lin Mo was well aware of this situation. But he felt there were some things he simply had to confront. Sis Tang, it's fine. Then I'll go with you. Seeing Lin Mo was determined to go, Sister Tang said. No need, Sister Tang. Aren't you handling other cases? I can handle this alone. Tang Bing felt torn. She was indeed handling a case, a very urgent one, and couldn't leave. Yet she couldn't shake her worry about Lin Mo's safety at Gao Fei's place. Sis Tang, don't worry. If things go south, I've got 2 legs to run with. Lin Mo teased deliberately. Alright, just stay safe. Got it. As they parted, Tang Bing suddenly remembered something. Lin Mo, you're not allowed to turn off your phone from now on. And call me anytime if you need anything. Chapter 224, Grudges. In an old residential complex in the historic district, Lin Mo arrived at the building where Gao Fei lived. At that moment, people were setting up a memorial altar. Lin Mo guessed Gao Fei's family was preparing it for him. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He then walked upstairs and approached the western unit on the 2nd floor. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before ringing the doorbell. The door opened. An elderly man with reddened eyes stepped out. Lin Mo guessed the man must be Gao Fei's father, as their eyebrows bore a striking resemblance. Who are you? The old man inquired. I'm Lin Mo. The old man grew visibly agitated upon hearing the name. He pointed at Lin Mo and declared. You're Lin Mo, the one who killed my son. Hearing this, Lin Mo didn't know how to explain. I didn't kill Gao Fei. Lin Mo knew his explanation sounded feeble, but he uttered the words anyway. True to form, the old man ignored Lin Mo's words and shouted excitedly to the people inside the house. Everyone come out. The man who killed my son is here. At the old man's words, 7 or 8 people poured out of the house. Uncle, is this the man who killed my cousin? Yes, it's him. His name is Lin Mo. The police officer who came yesterday said it was a cop named Lin Mo who killed my son. The old man glared at Lin Mo with fury. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd immediately surrounded Lin Mo, looking ready to teach him a lesson. Oomph. You killed my cousin today, you'll pay with your life. One man grabbed Lin Mo by the collar, while the others glared at him angrily, ready to beat him at any moment. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Stop. Village Chief Gao, he's the cop who killed my cousin. Village Chief Gao ordered the young man to release Lin Mo's collar. Everyone, go about your business. Don't cause trouble here. But they didn't leave. They were all Gao Fei's relatives and close kin, and Gao Fei had been on very good terms with them. When they heard Gao Fei had died, they all looked utterly incredulous. In their eyes, Gao Fei was quiet but upright and fiercely loyal, the last person to break the law. Gao Fei's father, seeing the village chief approach, motioned for everyone to leave. Afterward, they and Lin Mo entered the room. It was clear Gao Fei's father still harbored deep resentment toward Lin Mo. Although Gao Fei wasn't killed by Lin Mo, it was Lin Mo who caused his death. Village Chief Gao then addressed Lin Mo. Officer Lin, what brings you here? Lin Mo glanced at Gao Fei's father before replying. I wish to understand the specific grievances between Gao Fei and Luo Dogwang. Oomph. My wife is dead, my son is dead, what good would your understanding do now? Gao Fei's father said angrily. Uncle, I want Luo Dogwang brought to justice. Ha! Gao Fei's father couldn't help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Finally, as he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. Back when his family was bullied, hadn't he also wanted to see the villains brought to justice? But now, his wife was dead, and his son was dead too. Was there any fairness or justice left in this world? Gao Fei's father was filled with despair. He had lived his entire life as an honest, upright man. Who could have imagined that villains would tear his family apart? How could he dare hope to bring Luo Dogwang to justice? Uncle, please believe me, I will see to it that Luo Dogwang is brought to justice and punished by the law. But Gao Fei's father waved his hand and wiped away his tears. I don't want to hope for too much anymore. I just want to properly arrange my son's funeral and send him off with dignity. Lin Mo tried to say more. But Gao Fei's father stopped him. Go now. I know that even if my son Gao Fei hadn't died, he'd have spent the rest of his life in prison. I'm sorry, uncle. It's my fault. Go now. Gao Fei's father rose and returned to his own room. Village Chief Gao knew Gao Fei's father had just lost his son and felt deeply saddened. Officer Lin, you should leave now. Village Chief Gao, I'm no longer a police officer. Just call me Lin Mo. Village Chief Gao paused, then said nothing more. He and Lin Mo left Gao Fei's home together. Downstairs, the memorial altar for Gao Fei had already been set up. Seeing this scene, he felt an indescribable ache in his heart. Within 2 months, Gao Fei had lost his father and 2 of his closest relatives. He was the one who suffered the most. Lin Mo silently vowed to bring Luo Daguang to justice. Village Chief Gao, could you give me a general account of the situation between Gao Fei's family and Luo Daguang? To punish Luo Daguang severely, I must understand the matter clearly. Village Chief Gao sighed helplessly. Luo Daguang is the boss of Hanyuan Real Estate. Last year, when our old tractor factory community was expropriated, Luo Daguang kept delaying the compensation payments. The meager amount they offered wasn't nearly enough for us to find new housing, so we protested. Luo Daguang then hired some thugs to beat up Gao Fei, who was leading the protests. That silenced the issue. Fast forward to this year, Luo still hasn't paid the compensation. When Gao Fei's mother fell ill and he went to demand the money, he got beaten again. This time, Gao Fei brought some young people to confront Luo. Finally, seeing Gao Fei persistently confronting him, Luo Daguang sent his men to cause trouble at Gao Fei's home. During the fight, Gao Fei's mother was beaten into disability. Police arrived and negotiated a settlement where Luo's men paid some compensation. But they kept delaying the payment. This time, Gao Fei was utterly enraged and went to confront Luo. Later, Gao Fei's mother was killed in a hit-and-run accident. The verdict declared her death a suicide. Gao Fei couldn't accept this. It was clearly Luo Daguang's doing. You know what happened next? After hearing Village Chief Gao's account, Lin Mo gained a clear understanding of the entire incident. Village Chief Gao, thank you for sharing this with me. I'll convey your message to Gao Fei's father. I, Lin Mo, will catch Luo Daguang and bring him to justice. With that, Lin Mo departed. Lin Mo then went to the sales office of Hanyuan Real Estate to look for Luo Daguang. But Luo Daguang was nowhere to be found at the sales office. Lin Mo then called Li Jianhua. Brother Li, could you look up Luo Daguang's phone number for me? Brother Lin, where are you? I tried calling you yesterday but couldn't get through. Brother Li, I'll explain everything when I have time. Right now, please find Luo Daguang's phone number for me immediately. Noticing the seriousness in Lin Mo's tone, Li Jianhua knew this was urgent. He accessed the police database to find Luo Daguang's number and relate it to Lin Mo. Thanks, Brother Li. Lin, if you ever need help with anything, just give me a shout. I'll be there for you, no questions asked. Li Jianhua said sincerely. Though he'd only been with Lin Mo for a month, he already considered him family. Chapter 225, Humiliation. Lin Mo dialed Luo Daguang's number. Who is this? Luo Daguang, this is Lin Mo from Gulo Police Station. I need to ask you some questions. Lin Mo? Ha! Luo Daguang laughed. I know you. You're the one who disarmed the bomb for me. And I also know you made a mistake that got Gao Fei killed. You've been fired now. Ha! Lin Mo had intended to leverage his former police credentials to track down Luo Daguang's location. Seems that approach won't work. But Lin Mo was also puzzled. How did the other guy know he'd been fired? Logically, only those within the police force should know about his dismissal. Yet Luo Daguang seemed to know everything. This only reinforced Lin Mo's suspicion that Luo Daguang's backer must be someone within the police system. Lin Mo, I'm at the Zuanhuang Club right now. If you want to see me, come over. I'll be right over. Lin Mo hung up and headed straight for the Zuanhuang Club. The Zuanhuang Club was a renowned exclusive club for the wealthy in Liangcheng, where a single visit cost over 100,000 yuan. That was equivalent to an ordinary family's annual income. As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the Zuanhuang Club, he was stopped by security. The club had a strict dress code. Those dressed in ordinary attire were prohibited from entering. I'm here to see Luo Daguang, the owner of Hanyuan Real Estate. Lin Mo declared. Do you think you can just come looking for Luo Daguang whenever you please? The security guard simply wouldn't let Lin Mo in. This left Lin Mo feeling helpless. Eventually, he had no choice but to call Luo Daguang. Luo Daguang instructed Lin Mo to hand the phone to the security guard. Only after recognizing Luo Daguang's voice did the security guard finally let Lin Mo in. In truth, this entire incident was orchestrated by Luo Daguang. He remembered vividly how Lin Mo had toyed with him back when he was disarming the bomb. Today, he had summoned Lin Mo here specifically to humiliate him. Anyone who dared to mock Luo Daguang in Liangcheng would never meet a good end. Lin Mo arrived at Luo Daguang's private room on the 3rd floor. The entire suite spanned over 100 square meters, exquisitely luxurious, almost like a palace. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at how the wealthy truly knew how to live. At that moment, Luo Daguang sat on a large sofa, flanked by 2 beauties on either side. Both women were dressed in revealing outfits, showing off everything that should be exposed and leaving nothing to the imagination. Luo Daguang showed no restraint upon seeing Lin Mo enter. His hands roamed freely over the 2 women's bodies, his expression one of pure indulgence. This made Lin Mo feel extremely awkward. Mr. Luo, I need to talk with you. If you want to discuss business with me, you'll have to play by my rules. What rules? Lin Mo inquired. Drink 3 shots of liquor before you earn the right to discuss business with me. Luo Daguang pointed to the wine glasses on the table. Lin Mo glanced at the cups, each held at least 2 liang of liquor. 3 cups meant 6 ounces of liquor. And the baijiu beside it was 53 proof Feitian. At that moment, a man on the nearby sofa spoke up. Officer Lin, this is baijiu that costs thousands per bottle. You'll likely never get the chance to drink it in your lifetime. You should be grateful for Mr. Luo's generosity. Had ha. Ha ha. Luo Dugwang burst out laughing upon hearing this. Lin Mo remained silent. Since he was no longer acting in his capacity as a police officer, he couldn't simply take Luo Dugwang away for questioning if he wanted to talk to him. In truth, he could have called his mentor to have him take Luo Dugwang in for questioning. After all, he already had some evidence against him. To uncover Luo Dugwang's backers, Lin Mo slowly walked over to the wine glasses. He poured 3 glasses of baijiu. He downed them in one gulp. Seeing Lin Mo finish them, Luo Dugwang's face lit up with smug satisfaction. This was 53 proof liquor. Downing 6 ounces in one go given Lin Mo's build would have him completely out cold in under 2 minutes. Officer Lin, you certainly can hold your liquor, haha. Mr. Luo, I'm no longer a police officer. Just call me Lin Mo. Oh my, I completely forgot you're not a cop anymore. Luo Dugwang said deliberately. Since you're no longer a cop, you two go keep young Master Lin Mo company. Luo Dugwang addressed the 2 beauties beside him. The 2 beauties rose and walked straight over to sit beside Lin Mo, wrapping their arms around his shoulders. Please behave yourselves. Mind your manners. The 2 beauties looked utterly bewildered when Lin Mo uttered that word. Everyone who came here wanted to take advantage of them, yet someone actually turned them down. Hey, Lin Mo, you're not a cop anymore. Just enjoy yourself, no need to act all high and mighty. If you hadn't helped me defuse that bomb back then, I might have kicked the bucket. Luo Dugwang chuckled. Mr. Luo, I've had my drink. Can we talk? Young brother Lin Mo, no rush. Luo Dugwang gestured for his men to pour Lin Mo another large glass of red wine. Young brother Lin Mo, for saving my life, I must properly thank you. Luo Dugwang's subordinate handed the wine glass to Lin Mo. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before drinking it down. Luo Dugwang flashed a wicked grin. Don't be fooled by the low alcohol content of red wine. Mixing it with baijiu will get you drunk in no time. In his estimation, Lin Mo would be drunk in no time. Then, he'd have the 2 beauties strip Lin Mo naked and shoot him in an action-packed photo shoot. This would utterly ruin Lin Mo's reputation. And it would avenge the humiliation Lin Mo had inflicted on him back then. Lin Mo finished his red wine, set down his glass, and addressed Luo Dugwang. Mr. Luo, shall we talk now? Young Lin Mo, don't be in such a hurry. We haven't even started drinking yet. Luo Dugwang deliberately said. Lin Mo finally realized the other party had no intention of discussing business at all, they just wanted to get him drunk. Fortunately, Lin Mo could hold his liquor well, an ordinary person would have been knocked out by now. At that moment, Luo Dugwang poured 2 glasses of baijiu. Brother Lin Mo, let's down these shots. Luo Dugwang finished his glass in one gulp. Lin Mo gave a cold laugh. Mr. Luo, are you trying to make a fool of me? I was hoping to have a civil conversation with you, but it seems you don't value that. With that, Lin Mo picked up the wine cup and flung it directly into Luo Dugwang's face. Luo Dugwang's face instantly twisted with rage. You dare splash me? You must be tired of living. Luo Dugwang's henchmen sprang to their feet. Lin Mo rose slowly, cracking his neck. He'd been holding back his rage these past 2 days. But Luo Dugwang was showing no respect. He's not a cop anymore. Teach him a lesson. Luo Dugwang shouted at his henchmen. They knew full well that assaulting a police officer was a serious crime, but beating up an ordinary person would only cost them some compensation at worst. Besides, Luo Dugwang had powerful connections. They wouldn't face any consequences whatsoever. If Lin Mo dared to fight back, it would be mutual assault. One of the henchmen grabbed a beer bottle and swung it straight at Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo, however, smiled faintly. Almost forgot I'm not a cop anymore. Chapter 226, You Can't Be So Violent. Almost forgot I'm not a cop anymore. Luo Dugwang heard Lin Mo's words but failed to grasp their underlying meaning. In his view, since Lin Mo wasn't a cop, he couldn't arrest them for interrogation. Moreover, his men beating Lin Mo was just a regular brawl, an easier matter to resolve. But the moment Lin Mo acted, he was instantly stunned. He watched as Lin Mo kicked the beer bottle to smithereens. Boom! The shattering sound of broken glass echoed throughout the private room. The burly man holding the bottle froze in shock. He hadn't expected Lin Mo, who looked so skinny, to possess such explosive power. Before he could react, a footprint slammed into his face. The burly man's entire face contorted. He was sent flying backward 3 meters. Lin Mo didn't stop there. With a spinning kick, he struck another man squarely in the head, knocking him unconscious instantly. In less than 20 seconds, Luo Dugwang's men were all down. Each one was worse off than the last. One man had 2 front teeth kicked out, blood streaming down his face. Luo Dugwang trembled violently at the sight before him. He had summoned Lin Mo specifically to humiliate him, film compromising videos, and ruin his reputation. Who could have imagined Lin Mo possessed such formidable combat prowess? Now he finally understood the meaning behind Lin Mo's earlier words. If Lin Mo were a police officer, he would be like Sun Wukong bound by the golden headband, still harboring some apprehension. But now that he was no longer a cop, the restraints were completely gone. At worst, a brawl would result in detention, no criminal charges whatsoever. And now, Lin Mo moved toward Luo Daiguan like a god of death. Mr. Luo, weren't you trying to mess with me just now? No, brother Lin Mo, I was just joking with you. Luo Daiguan's speech became slightly stuttered. Do I even have the right to talk to you now? Lin Mo planted one foot on the table in front of Luo Daiguan, his expression terrifying. Even more terrifying, he slowly picked up a beer bottle. Remember, that bottle still contained beer. If it smashed into someone's head, it would absolutely crack it open. Brother Lin Mo, don't forget you used to be a cop. Your ideological awareness is high, you can't resort to violence like this. Mr. Luo, I'm not a cop anymore. When two sides get into a fight, injuries are bound to happen, wouldn't you agree? Brother Lin, what brings you here? Let's talk this out calmly. Luo Daiguan quickly changed the subject. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately lowered the beer bottle in his hand. Who's backing you? Since things had come to this, Lin Mo saw no point in beating around the bush. I don't have any powerful backers. Thud. Seeing Luo Daiguan refuse to admit it, Lin Mo grabbed an empty bottle and smashed it against Luo Daiguan's forehead. Then he said calmly, not having a police badge is actually pretty nice. Ah. At that moment, Luo Daiguan clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain. After a moment, Lin Mo continued addressing Luo Daiguan. Mr. Luo, who exactly is your backer? This time, Luo Daiguan didn't rush to deny it. He knew full well that if he said no, this damn Lin Mo would definitely smash another beer bottle over his head. Who could have imagined the other guy would be so ruthless, smashing the beer bottle down without the slightest mercy? But if he revealed the identity of his backer, that person would never spare him. And his entire 20-year empire in Liangchang would be destroyed. Thud. Just as Luo Daiguan hesitated, another bottle smashed into his skull. Lin Mo showed a touch of mercy this time, aiming for the other side of his forehead. The pain was so intense that Luo Daiguan couldn't even utter a sound. Lin Mo stood up, stretched his limbs, and gave Luo Daiguan time to react. After all, the pain from 2 bottles of liquor needed time to process. A little while later, Lin Mo addressed Luo Daiguan once more. Mr. Luo. Brother Lin, I'll give you 5 million. Just don't ask any more questions. Luo Daiguan tried to shut Lin Mo up with money. Looks like you're pretty stubborn. Bro, don't smash it. I'll give you 10 million. Luo Daiguan was ready to kneel before Lin Mo at that moment. The pain of a beer bottle smashing into his skull was excruciating, something he never wanted to experience again in his life. Brother Lin, 10 million is more than enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Why must you know who's backing me? Besides, you're not a cop anymore. Taking this money is the more practical choice for you. Mr. Luo, it's a shame our dreams involve punishing villains and eliminating evil. Money means nothing to me. Lin Mo replied calmly. An orphan since childhood, he had barely reached adulthood. For Lin Mo, having enough to eat was enough. He didn't crave great wealth or prestige. What good was money anyway? One still needed only 3 meals a day. Dreams are what give life meaning. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Luo Daiguan gritted his teeth. This 100 million was a painful sacrifice for him, but to secure his long-term future, he had to bite the bullet. As long as he secured Lin Mo and protected the powerful backer behind him, he could recoup this money sooner or later. Besides, even if he gave it to Lin Mo, the other party might not be able to take it. Once he was out of danger, he'd immediately find a hitman to kill Lin Mo, just like he'd run over Gao Fei's mother back then. Only the dead keep secrets forever. Boom! Just as Luo Daiguan was plotting how to eliminate Lin Mo later, another wine bottle smashed into his skull. Now 3 large bumps bulged on his head, blood flowing freely. My aim's pretty good, hit him right in the isosceles triangle. Luo Daiguan was speechless upon hearing Lin Mo's words. He was in excruciating pain, yet the other guy was having fun smashing an isosceles triangle into his forehead. At that moment, Luo Daiguan was consumed by rage. Lin Mo, let me tell you this, if you kill me, you'll be shot too. Lin Mo couldn't care less. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I've got enough skill to spare. Besides, even if I did kill you, I'm just an orphan. Trading my life for a big boss like you would be worth it. Ha! Faced with Lin Mo's shamelessness, Luo Daiguan was utterly helpless. As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. Luo Daiguan was worth over 10 billion yuan. If he died like this, it would be a huge loss. In his eyes, Lin Mo's worthless life wasn't even worth trading for his own. You have 3 more seconds to decide. My patience is running out. Lin Mo declared, then began the countdown. He knew full well that sometimes it takes a villain to deal with a villain. If you tried to reason with such a villain politely, they wouldn't give you the time of day. 3. 2. Lin Mo then picked up a wine bottle and stared coldly at Luo Daguang. 1. Chapter 227, Playing the Hero Comes at a Price. When Lin Mo shouted 1, Luo Daguang felt his heart leap into his throat. Sometimes, death itself isn't terrifying. What's truly terrifying is the waiting before death. The torment within the heart is utterly crushing. Boom! Lin Mo slammed straight down. Right in the center of the lower back triangle. Luo Daguang immediately passed out. Lin Mo didn't let him off. He opened a wine bottle and poured it over him to wake him up. He controlled his strength precisely, ensuring he wouldn't kill him. Besides, Luo Daguang had committed plenty of misdeeds over the years. Collecting some interest from him was perfectly justified. When Luo Daguang regained consciousness, clutching his head, he felt excruciating pain. This Lin Mo was ruthless, a veritable demon. Not a shred of mercy. Mr. Luo, you answered too late just now. Luo Daguang felt like dying. Even saying it was too late got him hit. Speak up. You've already smashed it, now you want me to talk? Lin Mo grabbed the other man's arm and twisted it lightly. Snap. The other guy's arm went completely numb. My arm's broken? I've lost patience. Keep talking, and your other arm will go too. I said don't twist it off. Luo Daguang now saw fear in Lin Mo's expression. He now fully believed that if he made one more mistake, the other party might even kill him. Brother Lin, I'll talk. But you have to promise to let me go. Luo Daguang had made up his mind to reveal the backer behind him. For his own safety, he decided to flee. The money in his account was enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. He could choose to leave the country or go into hiding somewhere in Manhwa. Agreed. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing Lin Mo's agreement, Luo Daguang stated, "My backer is Deputy Director Ma Jinshan of the Liancheng Bureau." Hearing that name, Lin Mo's eye twitched. Just as he'd expected. Deputy Director Ma was acting as Luo Daguang's protector. Call him now and arrange a meeting. Make the call. Luo Daguang immediately felt reluctant. If he were to be lured out, Deputy Director Ma would surely realize he'd been betrayed, and he'd be in danger. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Mo said, "Don't worry. Once I've got him, he can leave." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely certain. I should know my dismissal was his decision." "Do you think I'd let him off?" Lin Mo deliberately said this. Luo Daguang pondered inwardly. Deputy Director Ma had indeed told him yesterday that it was he who had fired Lin Mo. He'd also instructed him to make trouble for Lin Mo, preferably by ruining his reputation so Lin Mo could never return to the police force. So it seemed Lin Mo really did have a grudge against the other guy. "Fine. I'll bring him here and you'll release me." MHM. Luo Daguang then dialed Deputy Director Ma's number. After 3 rings, he hung up. "Why did you hang up?" "Brother Lin, it's like this, Deputy Director Ma and I have an agreement. If I need to contact him, I call his phone and hang up after 3 rings. He'll call me back on another phone to prevent any mishaps." "You're pretty sharp. Better to be cautious. After all, he's the Deputy Chief of Liancheng. If someone finds a way to pin something on him, none of us will escape unscathed." "You?" Lin Mo heard the words Luo Daguang used and asked. "Who else is he protecting?" Luo Daguang paused briefly before answering. "Mr. Ma from Wanbao Tower." "The Mr. Ma who got busted for running a casino?" Yes, that's him." Luo Daguang ratted out Ma because he figured it wouldn't hurt him to spill the beans. The guy was already busted anyway. Lin Mo could see that Deputy Director Ma wasn't just acting as a protector for these people, there were definitely others involved. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Luo Daguang's phone rang. It was Deputy Director Ma calling back. Luo Daguang glanced at Lin Mo before answering. "Mr. Luo, what's on your mind?" "Deputy Director Ma, it's time for your share of the profits again. Are you available now?" "I'm still at the usual spot." The other party hesitated for a moment before replying. "All right, give me an hour. I'll wrap up what I'm handling now." Director Ma replied cheerfully. Luo Daguang occasionally gave himself dividends, and it just so happened he'd been eyeing a villa for his mistress lately. After hanging up, Luo Daguang turned to Lin Mo and said, "Brother Lin, I've arranged for Deputy Director Ma to come over. Could you let me go?" "No rush. I haven't met him yet." Lin Mo replied. He had to see Deputy Director Ma in person. An hour passed quickly. During that hour, Lin Mo had dealt with all of Luo Daguang's men, locking them up in the restroom. "Boss Luo, you know what to do next, right?" "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll do exactly as you say." "Very good." The main door swung open, and Deputy Director Ma walked in. "Deputy Director Ma, you're here. Where's the stuff?" Deputy Director Ma cut straight to the point without any small talk. "The money's here." Luo Daguang handed the money from his backpack to Deputy Director Ma. Deputy Director Ma took it, glanced at it, and flashed a satisfied smile. Mr. Luo, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Deputy Director Ma, won't you stay for a drink? No, thanks. The higher-ups are cracking down hard lately. If I weren't short on cash, I wouldn't have come here today. With that, Deputy Director Ma turned to leave. However, as he turned, he noticed Lin Mo standing at the doorway with a beaming smile. Deputy Director Ma jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? Lin Mo retorted. Deputy Director Ma quickly turned to look at Luo Dogwang. Luo Dogwang, what's going on here? Director Ma, don't get worked up. Little Lin isn't a cop anymore. He's working with me now. Luo Dogwang said with a smile. Deputy Director Ma grew furious upon hearing Luo Dogwang's words. Mr. Luo, I told you our business is between us, don't let anyone else know. Deputy Director Ma, shouldn't we sit down and talk this through properly? Lin Mo said. You're trying to threaten me. Deputy Director Ma narrowed his eyes. As Director Feng of the Liangchang Bureau, how could you engage in such underhanded dealings behind closed doors? How can you justify this to the nation that nurtured you and the people who trusted you? Lin Mo, don't forget you've been expelled. You're no longer a police officer. Even as an ordinary citizen, I have a duty to ensure scum like you face legal consequences. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Deputy Director Ma drew a pistol from his inner pocket. Playing the hero comes at a price. Chapter 228, Birds of a Feather. Luo Dogwang's eyes lit up at the sight of the pistol in Deputy Director Ma's hand. Deputy Director Ma, kill him. It was Lin Mo who forced me to arrange this meeting with you earlier, aiming to take us all down at once. Deputy Director Ma shot Luo Dogwang a furious glance, utterly disillusioned with him. Just a casual threat from someone else, and the man had betrayed him. If he continued to act as Luo Dogwang's protector, trouble would inevitably come. He resolved then and there to sever ties with the man afterward and find a reason to eliminate Luo Dogwang outright. For Deputy Director Ma, eliminating Luo Dogwang would be easy. He held ample evidence of the man's crimes. But right now, he needed to deal with Lin Mo. Fortunately, the man was no longer a police officer. Even if he killed him, it wouldn't cause any repercussions. Yet, in the very moment Deputy Director Ma was distracted, a razor blade struck with lightning speed, slicing through his wrist in an instant. The pistol fell to the ground. Deputy Director Ma bent down urgently to retrieve it. He knew full well that Lin Mo had earned so many merits because he was exceptionally skilled. He knew he stood no chance against him unarmed. Therefore, he needed the gun to stand a chance. But just as Deputy Director Ma was about to grasp the pistol, a flying kick sent him tumbling backward 3 meters. Having spent too many years in leadership positions, he was now overweight and his physical condition was far from what it once was. Lin Mo picked up the pistol. Luo Dogwang, seeing Lin Mo now in possession of the pistol, immediately changed his tune. Brother Lin. I deliberately distracted him just now. Lin Mo wasn't stupid. He could clearly tell that Luo Dogwang had just tried to use Deputy Director Ma's hand to kill him. He slowly walked over to Luo Dogwang and stomped his foot hard on the man's chest. Luo Dogwang crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. You think I'm an idiot? After catching his breath, Luo Dogwang knelt before Lin Mo. Brother Lin. I know I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please spare me. Shut up and get out of my way. Ignoring Luo Dogwang, Lin Mo now pointed his gun at Deputy Director Ma. Deputy Director Ma, do you have anything to say? Deputy Director Ma knew his fate now lay entirely in Lin Mo's hands. Gone was his former arrogance. Now he spoke to Lin Mo with groveling humility. Lin Mo, if you spare me, I can immediately promote you to work at the headquarters. Any position you choose. Put. Lin Mo despised scum like this most of all. They abused their power and influence to oppress the people, acting as protective umbrellas for criminal forces. Such scum deserved to be eradicated, no matter what they said. Deputy Director Ma, spend the rest of your life in prison reflecting on your actions. Hearing Lin Mo speak thus, Deputy Director Ma instantly panicked. Lin Mo, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance to make things right. I'll listen to you from now on. Here's $1 million, it's all yours. Ha! Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. You and Luo Dogwang really are birds of a feather. But Luo Dogwang's got way more class than you. Luo Dogwang, tell him how much you want to give me. Luo Dogwang tremblingly held up one finger. 100 million. Deputy Director Ma gasped in shock upon hearing this. He simply didn't have that kind of money to bribe Lin Mo. But since Lin Mo had rejected Luo Dogwang, it meant Lin Mo wasn't interested in money. Lin Mo, tell me what you want. I can make it happen. Really? Hearing Lin Mo's response, Deputy Director Ma sensed a glimmer of hope. If it's within my power, I'll climb mountains of knives and plunge into seas of fire to make it happen. Alright then, confess every crime you've committed. Deputy Director Ma froze in surprise. Was Lin Mo just toying with him? But just then, the door to the private room swung open. Lu Dahai burst in with officers from the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station. Spotting Lu Dahai's arrival, Deputy Director Ma scrambled to his feet and barked orders. Chief Lu, shoot Lin Mo dead immediately. He snatched my pistol and tried to kill me. But Lin Mo responded calmly. Deputy Director Ma, stop pretending. See that phone in the corner? It's been recording the whole time. You. Deputy Director Ma rushed toward the phone, desperate to destroy it. Without evidence, he could clear himself of all charges. But Lin Mo subtly extended his foot, tripping Deputy Director Ma clean off his feet. He landed face first in the mud. Li Jianhua swiftly snatched the phone. This was crucial evidence, he had to protect it. Chief Lu. Lin Mo instinctively wanted to call out to Master Lu Dahai, but now he was no longer an officer at the Gulo Street police station. And thus, no longer Lu Dahai's apprentice. Lu Dahai felt a pang of displeasure when Lin Mo addressed him as chief. Call me master. I've already contacted Director Feng about your situation. Your status will be restored soon. Master. Lin Mo called out. Lu Dahai responded cheerfully. After handling the remaining matters, Lu Dahai turned to the dazed Lin Mo and called out. Disciple, let's go back to the station. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. According to Lu Dahai's explanation, his dismissal had been orchestrated by Deputy Director Ma. Lin Mo bore no responsibility whatsoever for the matter involving Gao Fei. After Deputy Director Ma was arrested, Lin Mo quickly regained his police status. Simultaneously, the Liangcheng Bureau, following Deputy Director Ma's leads, apprehended numerous individuals who had relied on him to commit illegal acts. Chief Feng of the Liangcheng Bureau personally came to the Gulu Reception police station to find Lin Mo. He called Lin Mo into the conference room alone. Lin Mo, regarding your dismissal, please don't be upset. At the time, I was attending a meeting at the provincial level, which gave certain individuals an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Commissioner Feng, I understand. This dismissal has given me much to reflect on, and it has only strengthened my resolve to continue my path as a police officer. Good, Lin Mo. It's good to see you have this level of awareness. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Director Feng instantly felt relieved. When he arrived, he had feared Lin Mo might be upset. As a police officer, the most terrifying thing is for one's convictions to waver. Shaolin, this has been an injustice to you. Tell me, what do you need? I will make it right. Commissioner Feng said. Lin Mo was one of Liangcheng's elite officers, having made significant contributions to the city over the past month. If it had been anyone else, Chief Feng would never have personally apologized and offered compensation. Lin Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. Director Feng, I do have something on my mind. Go ahead. As long as it's not a matter of principle, it's no problem. I wish to apply for next year's assessment to join the National Major Crimes Unit. I hope you can secure 2 spots for me. National Major Crimes Unit Assessment? Chapter 229, Are You Eating Pistachios? National Major Crimes Unit Assessment? Director Feng was puzzled. Shaolin, why this sudden desire to join the National Major Crimes Unit? Director Feng, recently I've. Lin Mo told Director Feng about the Fox gang he'd encountered and the overseas sexting ring. Director Feng nodded after listening. Truthfully, he felt a pang of reluctance at Lin Mo's departure from Liangcheng. After all, it was rare to find an officer as outstanding as Lin Mo. But then he thought, someone this capable could only make a greater impact in a more important position. Keeping Lin Mo in Liangcheng indefinitely would indeed be a waste of his talents. Director Feng had previously contemplated Lin Mo's future prospects. He just hadn't anticipated things would unfold so quickly. Director Feng, I'm just applying, there's no guarantee I'll pass the assessment. Lin Mo stated. Director Feng was well aware that passing the National Major Crimes Unit's assessment was extremely difficult. It required excellence in every aspect. Consider this, out of 3,000 elite applicants nationwide, only 3 are ultimately accepted. How incredibly low those odds were. But for Lin Mo to apply for the National Major Crimes Unit assessment, he needed to meet the eligibility requirements. Requirements? Lin Mo hadn't heard Tang Bing mention them. Yes, first you must have received at least an outstanding individual honor. Second, you must have served at least 2 full years in a police station unit. You easily meet the first requirement, but the second one is a bit of a stretch after all, you've only been on the job for a month. Hearing Chi Feng's words, Lin Mo felt a pang of disappointment. He had already agreed with Tang Bing to apply together for the National Major Crimes Unit. Yet now, Chi Feng informed him he didn't meet one of the requirements. Just then, Chi Feng suddenly remembered something and broke into a smile. Got it, little Lin. I'll handle your application for you. Really? Yes. Director Feng confirmed. The National Major Crimes Unit's recruitment assessment allocates several special quotas each year. These special slots are shared among several provinces, and Director Feng intends to secure one for Lin Mo. Direct recommendation for the National Major Crimes Unit assessment. Had this been a month ago, securing such a spot would have been difficult. But now, the Liangcheng Bureau had cracked a major nationwide casino case. Every city owed them a favor. They were more than willing to grant Director Feng this favor. Hearing Director Feng's firm assurance, Lin Mo was overjoyed. "Thank you, Director Feng." "You're welcome." Director Feng felt immensely satisfied. "By the way, Lin Mo, why did you request 2 spots? The other slot is for Tang Bing from our institute." "Tang Bing? The same Tang Bing who received the second-class merit award?" Director Feng inquired. "Yes, Director Feng. She's fine." Director Feng agreed immediately. Afterward, the two emerged from the conference room in high spirits. Director Feng exchanged a farewell with Lu Dahai before departing. He didn't tell Lu Dahai about Lin Mo's intention to take the National Major Crimes Unit assessment. In truth, Lin Mo didn't want his master to know either. After all, his chances of passing the National Major Crimes Unit exam were slim. If he failed, he would simply pretend it never happened. Lin Mo returned to his workstation and sat down. Tang Bing, sitting nearby, felt an indescribable joy upon seeing him return. To be honest, when she heard Lin Mo had been fired, she'd even considered quitting herself. Thankfully, Lin Mo had his police credentials reinstated. From now on, they could work together again. Tang Bing watched as a smile touched Lin Mo's lips, and her curiosity got the better of her. "Lin Mo, what did you and Director Feng discuss in the conference room? You look so happy." Lin Mo glanced around before leaning close to Tang Bing's ear. "Sis Tang, Director Feng promised to sign us both up for the National Major Crimes Unit assessment." "Really? That's fantastic." Tang Bing was overjoyed. Originally, she had thought they might face fierce competition during the application phase, but she hadn't expected Lin Mo to handle it so smoothly. At that moment, Li Jianhua noticed Tang Bing and Lin Mo standing so close together and assumed they were whispering something. He craned his neck to eavesdrop. But Tang Bing caught him. "Li Jianhua, what are you doing?" Li Jianhua said with a smile. "Sis Tang, what are you and Brother Lin whispering about?" "None of your business. Go mind your own affairs." The nosy Li Jianhua wasn't about to leave. "Sis Tang, just tell me what's going on." Seeing Li Jianhua wouldn't budge, Tang Bing addressed him. "Li Jianhua, isn't that money you owe me?" "Sis Tang, I've got things to do. Gotta go." Li Jianhua hurriedly left. Tang Bing and Lin Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not far away, Zhang Dalong witnessed the scene and clenched his teeth in fury. At that moment, Ma Xiaochuan heard the sound Zhang Dalong made and curiously inquired. "Master, are you eating pistachios?" Zhang Dalong nearly choked on his anger upon hearing this. That was the sound of his teeth grinding, yet his disciple actually mistook it for him eating pistachios. He slapped Ma Xiaochuan right across the forehead. "All you think about is eating. Come on, let's go on patrol." "Master, didn't we just get back from patrolling outside? How many targets have you hit this month?" Zhang Dalong snapped irritably. Then Ma Xiaochuan muttered under his breath. "Aren't you the one who didn't complete your tasks either?" Zhang Dalong was truly about to be driven mad by Ma Xiaochuan. How could he have such a dim-witted apprentice? He'd sent Ma Xiaochuan out on patrol, didn't he realize it was precisely to avoid seeing Lin Mo and Tang Bing getting too cozy? Zhang Dalong decided to ignore Ma Xiaochuan entirely and got up to leave. By the time the afternoon shift ended, Tang Bing and Lin Mo had arranged to work out together at her place to prepare for the National Major Crimes Unit assessment. So Lin Mo got into Tang Bing's car and left. Little did they know, Ma Xiaochuan, just back from patrol, addressed Zhang Dalong. "Master, look, Lin Mo actually left in Tang Bing's car." Zhang Dalong indeed spotted Lin Mo in the passenger seat of Tang Bing's car. His internal injuries had just healed outside, but now his heart ached again. "Master, you don't think they're living together, do you?" Hearing Ma Xiaochuan's words, Zhang Dalong instantly slapped him across the forehead. "Only you would think of that." Ma Xiaochuan clutched his head, feeling a bit annoyed. Why does my master always pick on me when he's jealous? What he didn't realize was that if he'd kept his mouth shut earlier, Zhang Dalong wouldn't have been so upset. One day later, Liangcheng TV reported that Deputy Director Ma of the Liangcheng Bureau had been stripped of his political rights for life and sentenced to life imprisonment for abusing his position to embezzle funds, accept bribes, and act as a protective umbrella for certain interest groups. Luo Dugwan, owner of Hanyuan Real Estate, was sentenced to death for multiple crimes including intentional homicide, retaliation, and malicious competition. When Gao Fei's father saw this news, he recalled the young man he had met that day. Tears of relief welled up in his eyes. Chapter 230, Let Go of Me. Do you know who my dad is? Time flew by, and the years slipped away. Half a month later. One evening. Lin Mo finished his workout at Tang Bing's place and took a quick shower. Sis Tang, I'm heading back. Lin Mo, it's raining outside tonight. Why don't you just stay at my place? There are plenty of rooms in the villa anyway. Hearing Tang Bing's words, Lin Mo felt his heart suddenly race for some reason, a wave of heat washing over him. He had never spent the night at a girl's place before. Though he felt a strong attraction to Sister Tang, after wrestling with his thoughts, Lin Mo ultimately declined. Sis Tang, I have things to do back home. But it's raining outside. It's fine, I brought an umbrella. Lin Mo said this and left. He feared that staying any longer would weaken his resolve. The cold wind outside instantly cooled his feverish heart. He took a deep breath and stepped into the rain. Tang Bing watched him leave through the window, feeling an inexplicable pang of disappointment. For the past half-month, Lin Mo and the others had trained together daily, preparing for the National Major Crimes Unit entrance exam. Both had made significant progress. Yet every time Tang Bing tried to persuade Lin Mo to stay overnight, he would rush off. This made Tang Bing question her own personal appeal. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, studying her exquisite features and curvaceous figure. She didn't seem any less attractive than other girls, did she? Why didn't Lin Mo like her? This was something Tang Bing simply couldn't figure out. Returning to her room, Tang Bing lay down on her soft bed. Realizing she was 3 years older than Lin Mo, she began to wonder if she should take the initiative and tell him she liked him? Maybe they could end up together. But what if Lin Mo rejected her? That would be so embarrassing. And they might not even be able to remain friends afterward. But then Tang Bing thought again, if she didn't take that bold step, they'd forever remain just friends. Moments later, Tang Bing suddenly sat up. She picked up her phone, ready to call Lin Mo and confess her feelings. But the moment she unlocked her phone, she instantly lost her nerve. Would her sudden call make Lin Mo feel taken aback? Ugh! This is so frustrating. Tang Bing buried her face in her hands, ruffling her hair into a messy tangle. Her heart felt just as chaotic. Forget it. Maybe there'll be another chance later? Once she calmed down, Tang Bing instantly burrowed under the covers. Meanwhile, Lin Mo walked through the rain, her mind replaying Tang Bing's invitation to stay. Why did Sister Tang invite me to stay the night? A man and a woman alone together in the middle of the night, how awkward. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Sister Tang liked him? At this thought, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth involuntarily turned upward. But he immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sister Tang had invited him to stay the night at her place purely out of concern that he'd get soaked in the rain. A cold wind blew, carrying light rain that pelted Lin Mo's arms, snapping him back to reality. He promptly sealed the thought away deep within his mind once more. It was late autumn now, and honestly, the weather was bitterly cold. Lin Mo pulled his coat tighter around himself and continued walking forward, umbrella in hand. He chose not to take the bus, preferring to walk and clear his head. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, sin detection has identified a criminal with a sin value of 900. Host, apprehend immediately. A crime value of 900? Lin Mo instantly perked up. Ever since Deputy Director Ma's arrest, Liangcheng had undergone a major cleanup. Numerous criminals had been apprehended at that time. Afterward, public safety in Liangcheng had improved significantly. For the past half-month, he had made no arrests. He never imagined he'd encounter a criminal with a crime value as high as 900 tonight. It seemed walking home tonight was the right choice after all. Lin Mo scanned the criminal's location and saw him smoking and talking on the phone inside a sports car. Judging by his attire, the criminal appeared to be a wealthy second-generation heir. Lin Mo couldn't care less about that. He quickly approached. The criminal seemed to be discussing something on the phone, his tone somewhat agitated. The person on the other end kept trying to calm him down. Lin Mo approached him and, catching the criminal off guard, yanked the car keys right out of the ignition. The criminal froze in surprise before cursing. "Who the hell are you?" Without another word, Lin Mo produced handcuffs and secured them around the man's wrists. The rich kid panicked the moment he saw the handcuffs. "Let me go. Do you know who my dad is?" "I don't give a damn who you are." Lin Mo yanked the guy straight out of the car. With a crime score of 900, he was undoubtedly a hardened criminal. Lin Mo had no intention of being polite. The man's phone fell onto the car seat, but a roar erupted from it. "I don't care who you are. Release my son immediately, or I'll make you pay." Lin Mo picked up the phone. "Your son is a major suspect." With that, Lin Mo hung up and tucked the phone away. It undoubtedly contained crucial clues. At the same time, at the Old City District Police Station, a dispatcher answered a call from a woman. "Police station? Hello, this is the Old City District Police Station in Liangcheng. How may I assist you? My daughter left home this morning and hasn't returned yet. Ma'am, please provide your daughter's information. My daughter's name is Zheng Tian. She's 16 years old and in her second year of high school." The woman provided detailed information about her daughter. "All right, ma'am. I've recorded your information and will notify the relevant personnel to search for her. Please keep your phone accessible and stay in touch." "All right, thank you." The operator hung up and reported the situation to her supervisor. However, just then, an on-duty officer received a call from a patrol officer. He immediately addressed all officers on duty. "Everyone, mobilize immediately. A body has been discovered in the moat of the Old City." Hearing this, everyone rushed out, driving police cars toward the scene. Meanwhile, Chief Shang, who had been preparing to rest, received the news and immediately rushed to the scene. Gulo Street Police Station. Lin Mo had brought back the rich kid criminal. Zhang Daolong was on duty today. Seeing Lin Mo bring someone back, jealousy immediately welled up inside him. Why could Lin Mo catch criminals so easily, while he couldn't? Lin Mo brought the criminal to the interrogation room for questioning. However, the suspect refused to reveal anything. Moreover, the police department's system showed no criminal record for this individual. Lin Mo knew from the system's crime score that the suspect was definitely a repeat offender, but he wasn't sure what crimes he had committed. An hour later, Lin Mo still hadn't gotten anything out of him. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already very late. He decided to wait until his mentor arrived at work the next day. Lin Mo approached the duty hall and addressed Zhang Daolong. Officer Zhang, the man in the interrogation room must be kept under strict surveillance. He's likely a serious criminal. Lin Mo used the word should because he hadn't yet uncovered concrete evidence or facts proving the criminal's guilt. Zhang Daolong replied dismissively. What he despised most was Lin Mo giving him orders. In truth, Lin Mo's tone was perfectly normal, but Zhang Daolong harbored such hostility toward him that he resented every word. After Lin Mo left, he wore a look of utter disdain. Pfft, you're the biggest show-off in this whole place. And you think you're some kind of hardened criminal? Like there aren't enough of those already. To you, everyone looks like a hardened criminal. What a self-important jerk. Zhang Daolong grumbled. Around 2 in the morning, a Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the Golo Street police station. A man in his 70s stepped out, dressed in a tailored suit and carrying a gold-threaded dragon-headed walking stick. 2 men followed him as he entered the Golo Subdistrict police station. Chapter 231, Bail. Zhang Daolong, who had been dozing off, suddenly heard voices and jumped in surprise. What are you doing here? Zhang Daolong demanded of the 3 men. The old man recognized Zhang Daolong's voice, not the officer he'd spoken to earlier on the phone, and a thought struck him. He said, "Hello. Officer, this is Chao Dai from Zhengzhou City. My son was arrested by your officers for hitting a road sign." "When was he arrested?" "What's his name?" 2 hours ago. "His name is Chao Tianxi." Zhang Daolong recognized the name immediately. This was the very person Lin Mo had arrested earlier. So the guy had only damaged a road sign, yet Lin Mo had labeled him a dangerous criminal. That Lin Mo just earned a few commendations, and now he's so full of himself, accusing everyone he sees of being a dangerous criminal. To convince Zhang Daolong of his story, the old man pulled out several photos to show him. After looking at them, Zhang Daolong couldn't help but laugh. Lin Mo was so full of himself. The other guy's car merely knocked a road sign, asked you a maximum 200 yuan fine would suffice. Yet Lin Mo blew it out of proportion, getting the driver arrested and detained. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit standing behind the old man spoke up. "Hello, I'm Hong Deshun, the lawyer hired by old Lu. According to Longhua law, damaging public property with minimal financial impact is best resolved through sincere apology. Detention isn't necessary." Zhang Daolong had handled many similar cases before. Typically, it's settled on the spot with compensation at market value and a brief lecture. If they brought everyone back to the station, their police stations simply wouldn't have enough space. But since Lin Mo brought him in, I can't just release him. Mr. Chiao, I sincerely apologize. Your son was brought in by my colleague, and I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case, so I cannot release him. Officer, this isn't a major incident, just a 200 yuan matter. We've come all the way from Zhengzhou. Please show some leniency. Attorney Hong pleaded. I'm truly sorry, but our station has regulations. I really can't release him. Zhang Daolong said. How about this? We'll post bail. If anything comes up tomorrow, you can call me anytime. Mr. Chiao is a well-known entrepreneur in Zhengzhou who has donated to build many schools in the mountainous areas. Zhang Daolong had felt a sense of familiarity with this elderly man earlier. It turned out he was the renowned entrepreneur and philanthropist from Zhengzhou. I heard he even established a special charity organization to sponsor mountain children's education. He's appeared on television several times. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Zhang Daolong believed that with such a father, his son couldn't be too bad either. Besides, he'd only damaged a road sign, hardly a major incident. All right then. Hearing Zhang Daolong relent, Xiao Dai's tense heart instantly relaxed. You're a righteous officer. Just for showing understanding to us common folk, I'll have your police station completely renovated. Really? Zhang Daolong's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Their Golo Subdistrict police station building was nearly 50 years old and had long since fallen into disrepair. Compared to the new district police stations, theirs looked like a shantytown. I, Xiao Dai, never make empty promises. Thank you. Zhang Daolong grasped the other man's hand with emotion. Should we release the suspect first? Right. Zhang Daolong then led Xiao Dai to the interrogation room and brought Xiao Tianxi out. Xiao Tianxi saw his father arrive. Just as he was about to speak, Attorney Hong silenced him with a stern look. Xiao Tianxi understood that the case he was involved in was no trivial matter. So he obediently kept his mouth shut. After completing the necessary procedures, they all returned to the Rolls-Royce, which swiftly departed from the Gulu police station. Slap. You good for nothing. Xiao Dai angrily slapped his son Xiao Tianxi across the face. You dare hit me? Xiao Tianxi's face flushed with fury. He knew his father had never once struck him since childhood. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused this time? Dad, it's not my fault. Who knew that girl was so fragile? I only hit her twice, and she died. How many times have I told you? Do whatever you want, but don't kill anyone. Don't kill anyone. Xiao Dai snapped angrily. Well, she's dead now. You figure it out. Xiao Tianxi shrugged indifferently. You. Xiao Dai was utterly exasperated. Having this son late in life, nearly 60 years old, he believed it was heaven taking pity on him and bestowing this gift. Hence the name Tianxi, heaven's gift. From childhood, he had spoiled his son beyond measure. Whatever Xiao Tianxi desired, he would grant. This led him to become a spoiled brat, spending his days eating, drinking, partying, and causing trouble. Xiao Dai had to clean up his messes time and again. Now that his son had killed a villain, he couldn't just ignore it after all, he had only this one child. Sigh. He sighed helplessly. Attorney Hong, what do you suggest we do about this? Mr. Qiao, I need to know the specifics of young Master Qiao's case. Tianxi, tell me the details. Can't you give me a break? You're interrupting my nap. Xiao Tianxi looked thoroughly annoyed. Tianxi, you must understand you've committed murder. That carries the death penalty. You've got something on me, right? You wouldn't just let me die, would you? Then cooperate fully with Attorney Hong. Do whatever he tells you to do. Got it. In Xiao Tianxi's eyes, killing one person was hardly a big deal. Young Master Qiao, you'd better recount the entire incident for me. This afternoon I was out in Liangcheng when I spotted a cute girl by the roadside. She looked pure and adorable, utterly charming. So I had someone knock her out and bring her to me. We had sex, and I found out she was still a virgin. Ha. When she woke up, realizing she'd been raped, she started crying hysterically and threatened to call the police. I got annoyed with her whining, so I smashed her to death. Xiao Tianxi recounted the story with a lazy, nonchalant air. Chapter 232, Fleeing Abroad. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the station early in the morning. The first thing he did upon arriving was head to the interrogation room. When he opened the interrogation room, he discovered Xiao Tianxi, who had been arrested the previous day, was gone. Lin Mo hurried to find Zhang Dalong to ask about the situation. But Zhang Dalong had already clocked out and gone home. He called Zhang Dalong's phone, but it was turned off. This infuriated Lin Mo. He then checked all the detention cells, but still found no trace of Xiao Tianxi. Just then, Li Jianhuo arrived at the office lobby. Brother Li, did you see Zhang Dalong when you arrived? No. He worked the night shift yesterday and probably went home to sleep. Li Jianhuo replied. Brother Lin, what do you need him for? Yesterday, I apprehended a criminal. Lin Mo then relayed the situation to Li Jianhuo. I'll go check the logbook. Li Jianhuo then went to the duty room and opened yesterday's logbook from when Zhang Dalong was on duty. When he saw that Xiao Tianxi had been released on bail, he urgently called out to Lin Mo. Lin, the suspect you arrested, Xiao Tianxi, was bailed out at 2:14 a.m. What? Lin Mo's face instantly darkened with fury. After all, Xiao Tianxi was a criminal with a staggering 900 crime points. Back when he arrested Class A fugitive Luo Ping, that guy also had a crime value of 900. With identical crime scores, Xiao Tianxi's offenses must have reached the level of an A-class fugitive. Yet Zhang Dalong had arranged for him to be released on bail. What if such a criminal escaped abroad after being released on bail? Lin Mo was itching to give Zhang Dalong a good scolding. When he left last night, he specifically instructed Zhang Dalong to keep a close watch on Xiao Tianxi. At that moment, Lu Dahai arrived at the station with a frown. Chief, has something happened? Yesterday, a rape murder occurred in Liangcheng. The victim was a 16-year-old high school girl. Such a young life, in the prime of her youth, was taken in such a brutal way. Ugh! How despicable! Even if we caught the criminal and executed him 10 times over, it wouldn't satisfy our anger. Li Jianhuo said angrily. Meanwhile, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in deep thought. Then he hurriedly asked. Master, have we identified the killer yet? We captured the killer's backview on surveillance near the crime scene. By comparing footage, we should be able to identify them, but it will take some time. Master, I think I figured out who the killer is. You know who the killer is? Lu Dahai looked puzzled. Last night. Lin Mo explained everything clearly to Lu Dahai. Where is he now? The suspect was bailed out last night while Zhang Dalong was on duty. Li Jianhuo said angrily. Lin Mo, are you certain Xiao Tianxi is the killer? Lu Dahai asked. 90% sure. Lin Mo replied. All right. Master, it's been 6 hours since Xiao Tianxi was released on bail last night. If he were the real culprit, he'd definitely be on a plane leaving the country by now. Lu Dahai found Lin Mo's analysis very convincing. He promptly relayed the situation to Chief Zhang of the Old City District Bureau. After hearing the report, Chief Zhang immediately relayed it to Chief Feng. Currently, they had no direct evidence proving Xiao Tianxi was the murderer. Director Feng hesitated. Director Feng, this is Lin Mo's deduction. Lin Mo. Upon hearing Lin Mo's name, Director Feng made up his mind. Alright, I understand. Zhang, I'll immediately have the relevant departments check whether Xiao Tianxi has left the country. Director Feng then called the relevant flight department. Within about 2 minutes, they indeed located Xiao Tianxi's flight. At that moment, the aircraft carrying Xiao Tianxi had just departed Longgua's airspace and was heading toward the beautiful nation of Guohui. Director Feng found himself in a dilemma once more. If they ordered the flight to turn back now, the airline would suffer significant financial losses. If Xiao Tianxi turned out not to be the murderer, he couldn't bear the responsibility. After much hesitation, Director Feng decided to call Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this is Director Feng. Director Feng. Lin Mo, we've confirmed that Xiao Tianxi is currently on a flight bound for the United States and has already departed Chinese airspace. Director Feng, we still have time to turn the plane around. Lin Mo suggested. Lin Mo, are you certain this Xiao Tianxi is the murderer? Director Feng inquired. I'm 90% certain. Lin Mo replied. Xiao Lin, you must understand if we order the plane to turn back, it will cost the airline at least 50 million yuan. If Xiao Tianxi turns out not to be the killer, we might not be able to cover that loss. Lin Mo hesitated. A 50 million yuan loss, he couldn't possibly cover that. But he refused to let Xiao Tianxi escape like this. Lin Mo then declared firmly. Director Feng, I'm 100% certain Xiao Tianxi is the murderer. If he weren't, he wouldn't be rushing to fly out of the country like this. Hearing Lin Mo's unwavering conviction, Director Feng steeled himself and said. Alright, I believe you, Lin Mo. Then, Director Feng hung up the phone. He ordered the airline to turn the flight around immediately. The airline's responsible personnel, upon hearing Director Feng's order, were extremely reluctant. While they were eager to cooperate with the police investigation, turning back would inflict severe financial losses on their aerospace company and damage their reputation. In the end, Director Feng had no choice but to contact provincial leadership. Recognizing Liang Qing's recent outstanding contributions, the provincial leadership ultimately agreed to assist Director Feng. The provincial department leadership exerted further pressure on the airline. Faced with this authority, the airline ultimately had no choice but to turn back. Director Feng specifically instructed them not to inform passengers of the turnaround. This precaution was taken to prevent the desperate criminal from harming passengers on board. The plane returned to Zhongzhou International Airport approximately 3 hours later. Director Feng immediately dispatched officers to make arrests. This rape and murder case was a major crime for Liangcheng. Director Feng dispatched 5 police vehicles and mobilized armed police forces as a precaution. Lin Mo accompanied them in the pursuit of Xiao Tianxi. After all, Lin Mo was the only one who had seen Xiao Tianxi in person. The drive from Liangcheng to Zhongzhou International Airport took 2 hours. Upon arrival, airport personnel instructed the officers to lie in wait near the aircraft's landing position. On the plane, Xiao Tianxi sat in first class, comfortably reclined in his seat. Headphones on his ears, he watched a movie. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen asleep, completely unaware that the plane had turned back and was not heading to the United States. After an unknown length of time, a flight attendant woke him. Mr. Chiao, we've landed. Huh, so soon? Xiao Tianxi paid it no mind, groggily gathering his belongings before following the spatial guidance toward the exit. He shot a disdainful glance at the economy class passengers, none of whom had stirred. Xiao Tianxi couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Bunch of broke losers. I'm in first class. If I don't get off the plane, who among you dares to move? Chapter 233, The Victim's Mother. Xiao Tianxi strode out of the plane with an air of superiority, taking a deep breath. The air in the United States is fresher than ours in China, heh. Yet when he opened his eyes, something seemed off. Why are all the signs at this American airport in Chinese characters? Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up from behind him. Xiao Tianxi, I've caught you again. He spun around to find it was the very officer who had arrested him the night before. How did you end up here? Because this is China. But I went to the United States. Xiao Tianxi looked utterly bewildered. You broke the law in Longhua. Do you really think you can just leave without facing consequences? Lin Mo produced handcuffs and secured them around the man's wrists. Xiao Tianxi, a pampered rich kid, was physically weak and couldn't resist at all. Besides, several armed police officers stood behind Lin Mo. He dared not resist. Xiao Tianxi was taken back to the Old City District Police Station in Liangcheng. After interrogation by the investigator, he shockingly confessed to the crime of raping and murdering 16 girls. Xiao Tianxi remained unaware that the police only suspected him and lacked concrete evidence. Xiao Tianxi believed the police had forced the plane to turn back to Longhua because they must have evidence of his crimes. So when the interrogator bluffed, he confessed. After all, his father would hire the best lawyers for him, and he wouldn't be in any real trouble. Sure enough, shortly after Qiao Tianxi was detained, his father arrived at the old city district police station in Liangcheng with lawyer Hong. Xiao Dai was furious. His son had nearly escaped Longhua and flown to the United States. Once he set foot in the United States, the Long Nation police would have no jurisdiction over him. But then the police ordered the airline to turn the plane around, something Xiao Dai never anticipated. Due to the extreme severity of Qiao Tianxi's crimes, Xiao Dai and lawyer Hong were unable to see him. Xiao Dai could only return to his Rolls-Royce and wait for news. Attorney Hong, what do you suggest we do next? Mr. Qiao, do you want your son to receive a death sentence with a 2-year reprieve or life imprisonment? I want him acquitted. Xiao Dai said sternly. Having waited until 60 to have this son, he couldn't let anything happen to him no matter what. Mr. Qiao, this is a complicated matter. After all, the crimes committed by young Master Qiao are truly heinous. Under normal circumstances, aggravated rape and murder carry the death penalty, and that's the kind that's carried out immediately. Attorney Hong, I trust you'll find a way. Xiao Dai declared. I do have some avenues to explore for sparing young Master Qiao the death penalty. But securing an acquittal, that may prove difficult. Mr. Hong, 50 million. I don't care what methods you use, I just want my son acquitted. This. Attorney Hong looked troubled. Mr. Qiao, if young Master Qiao hadn't confessed to the crimes, I might still have options. But now that he's admitted to all charges, the situation has become complicated. 100 million, can my son be acquitted? Xiao Dai demanded. Upon hearing such a staggering sum, lawyer Hong's heart began to pound violently. He had never seen so much money before. If he truly possessed 100 million in wealth, he could enjoy life to the fullest for the rest of his days. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Qiao. I will ensure young Master Qiao is safe. Very well. Attorney Hong then began making arrangements. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Qiao Tianxi. To secure his acquittal, frankly speaking, was incredibly difficult. As hard as climbing to the heavens. But for the sake of securing 100 million, he resolved to take the risk. Hospital laboratory. A middle-aged woman saw her daughter lying on the cold bed and immediately began sobbing uncontrollably. Tian. My daughter, Wu Wu. How could you leave me first? You were my only family in this world. Now that you're gone, how am I supposed to go on? Wah. Mommy knows she was wrong. Mommy shouldn't have argued with you, wah. My precious daughter, please come back to life. The middle-aged woman was Luo Sujuan, the mother who had reported her daughter missing just last night. She had assumed her daughter was merely upset after their argument and had gone to stay at a friend's house for the night. Who could have imagined she'd been raped and murdered? As a mother, she never imagined such a thing could happen to her own daughter. When the devastating news reached her, she completely broke down. She contemplated suicide multiple times, wanting to join her daughter in death. Fortunately, the police officer assigned to watch over her stopped her, preventing her from taking her own life. Her middle-aged daughter had lost her husband early, and she had raised her daughter alone. Her husband's departure had already dealt her a devastating blow. Had it not been for her daughter, she truly would have lost the will to live. Now, her dearest daughter was gone too. All hope for life vanished from her heart. Yet the thought of the criminal who raped and murdered her daughter filled her with such hatred that her entire body trembled. She was determined to see him brought to justice, to avenge her daughter. With this resolve, the middle-aged woman's eyes hardened with determination. She held back her tears and abandoned thoughts of suicide. Tang Bing returned to the station and briefed everyone on the situation of Luo Sujuan, the mother of the deceased Zheng Tian. All the officers felt deep sympathy for her plight. Luo Sujuan's fate was truly tragic, wasn't it? Indeed. In her youth, she lost the husband she deeply loved. Now, her only remaining daughter was gone. No one could endure such blows. That criminal Qiao Tianxi is a beast. Not only did he rape a 16-year-old girl, but he also killed her. How could he be so heartless? Such a person deserves to be shot 100 times over, and it still wouldn't be enough. Faced with such atrocities, Lin Mo felt seething anger. He simply couldn't fathom how Qiao Tianxi could bring himself to murder a young girl. Had he known last night that Qiao Tianxi had raped and murdered this girl, he would have beaten the hell out of him. Such scum. He doesn't deserve to live in this world. Thankfully, he had managed to apprehend Qiao Tianxi in time. If that bastard had actually fled abroad to live it up, Lin Mo would have blamed himself for the rest of his life. Just then, Zhang Dalong arrived for work. The moment he stepped into the lobby, he couldn't resist sharing the news. Yesterday, Zhengzhou City philanthropist Qiao Dai had promised to renovate their police station. But when he finished, not a single person congratulated him. This left Zhang Dalong utterly perplexed. Philanthropist Qiao Dai only agreed to renovate our station because of me. At that moment, Lu Dahai spotted Zhang Dalong approaching and his expression darkened instantly. Zhang Dalong, come to my office. Chief, I'll tell you yesterday. Before Zhang Dalong could finish speaking, Lu Dahai's roar erupted from his office. Chapter 234, Unforgivable Rage. 10 minutes later. Zhang Daolong emerged from Lu Dahai's office with his head bowed. He'd been berated by Lu Dahai for a full 10 minutes, completely stunned by the tirade. To this day, he still doesn't understand where he went wrong. He had merely instructed Xiao Dai to repair the Gulo Street police station. Logically, this should have been a good thing, so why did Lu Dahai berate him? He simply couldn't make sense of it. He had only taken a couple of steps. Lu Dahai opened the gatehouse and yelled after him. "You're suspended immediately. Reflect on your actions. Come back when you're done reflecting." Zhang Daolong had no idea what he was supposed to reflect on. But seeing the furious director, he could only agree. Upon entering the office hall, everyone glared at him with disdain. This only made Zhang Daolong feel more depressed. He hadn't done anything particularly wrong. Was this really necessary? Humph. Suspension be damned. He'd had enough of this period anyway. At least he wouldn't have to see Lin Mo and Tang Bing cozying up together at the station every day, driving him crazy. After Zhang Daolong walked out, his apprentice Ma Xiaochuan hurried after him. "Master! Master!" Seeing Ma Xiaochuan come after him, Zhang Daolong felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't trained Ma Xiaochuan in vain after all. Despite knowing he'd been suspended, the young man still came to offer comfort. "Xiaochuan, with your master away these past few days, you must have had a rough time too. Take good care of yourself." "I know, master," Ma Xiaochuan replied perfunctorily. Then he hurriedly added, "Master, you really need to reflect on this properly." "What?" Zhang Daolong grew irritated upon hearing his own disciple speak to him this way. "Xiaochuan, didn't I just have Xiao Dai fix up the office building? What's wrong with that? Repair the building?" Ma Xiaochuan froze upon hearing Zhang Daolong's words, then replied, "Master, you've got it all wrong. The director wasn't scolding you about that." "Then what was it about?" Ma Xiaochuan felt utterly speechless inside. How could he have ever taken Zhang Daolong as his master? Sigh. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Faced with such a clueless master, he could only accept his fate. "Master, it's because you let Xiao Tianxi go after Lin Mo caught him. What's the big deal about Xiao Tianxi? He just wrecked a road sign. Besides, the other party paid bail, and I followed procedure." "Oh, no, master." Ma Xiaochuan grew impatient. "Master, do you even know who Xiao Tianxi is? Isn't he Xiao Dai's son?" 3 black lines instantly appeared on Ma Xiaochuan's forehead as he felt utterly speechless inside. It seemed the station chief had been right to scold his master earlier. Zhang Daolong noticed Ma Xiaochuan's expression and immediately asked in confusion. "Isn't he? Xiao Tianxi is the murderer who raped and killed a 16-year-old girl. Last night." Ma Xiaochuan recounted the previous night's events to Zhang Daolong. Zhang Daolong's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. He hadn't imagined Xiao Tianxi was capable of such a heinous crime. Had he known, he would never have released Xiao Tianxi. "Master, after you let Xiao Tianxi go yesterday, he immediately boarded a flight bound for the United States. If not for Lin Mo's quick thinking, urging Director Feng to order the plane to turn back, Xiao Tianxi would have already fled overseas." Whoa! Zhang Daolong sucked in a sharp breath. If that was indeed the case, then getting scolded earlier was truly deserved. After learning the details, Zhang Daolong headed straight back to Lu Dahai's office. "Chief, I know I was wrong. The last person Lu Dahai wanted to see right now was Zhang Daolong. Why haven't you left yet? Chief, letting Xiao Tianxi go this time was indeed my fault. I accept the punishment." After saying this, Zhang Daolong left Lu Dahai's office. He arrived at the main office hall. Zhang Daolong glanced at Lin Mo. After a moment's hesitation, he finally approached. "Lin Mo, last night's incident, it was my fault. I apologize to you." Lin Mo was taken aback to hear Zhang Daolong actually apologize to him. Before he could respond, however, Zhang Daolong had already left the office lobby. The colleagues watching Zhang Daolong leave were all taken aback. Ever since Lin Mo joined the Gulo subdistrict police station over a month ago, Zhang had viewed him as a romantic rival and opposed him at every turn. Who could have imagined he would actually apologize to Lin Mo this time? Time quickly passed to the 3rd day. After 3 days of reflection at home, Zhang Daolong had written a full 10,000 words of self-criticism. He brought the self-criticism to the station and handed it to Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai glanced at it, and his anger subsided somewhat. Although Zhang Daolong had made a serious mistake, Lin Mo had fortunately taken timely corrective action. "Daolong, I see you've reflected quite well. You may return to work today." "Thank you, Chief." Zhang Daolong flashed a delighted smile. "The reason I suspended you for self-reflection was to teach you a lesson to prevent you from making similar mistakes again. A single mistake from you could undo all our team's hard work, and it would take enormous effort to fix afterward." "I understand, Director. I won't make similar mistakes again." "All right. Get back to work." "Got it." At home, Zhang Daolong thoroughly reflected on himself, deeply realizing the mistake he had made this time. He also confronted the reality of Lin Mo competing with him for Tang Bing's attention. Tang Bing was so outstanding it was only natural she had admirers. He only needed to compete fairly with the other guy, not resent or dislike him. Of course, he kept these reflections to himself and didn't share them with the director. After leaving Lu Dahai's office, Zhang Dalong approached Lin Mo's workstation. Lin Mo, I was wrong about what happened earlier. From now on, I'll compete fairly with you. Lin Mo, who was working, was startled by Zhang Dalong's sudden words. Before Lin Mo could respond, Zhang Dalong gave him a smile and walked away. Lin Mo's mind was filled with question marks. What did Zhang Dalong mean by that? What did he mean by fair competition? Didn't he and Lin Mo even share a common goal? Without shared goals, what competition could there be? Just then, the nosy Li Jianhua hurried over. Brother Lin, what did Zhang Dalong say to you? Lin Mo then repeated Zhang Dalong's exact words to Li Jianhua. Bro Li, what's he getting at? Bro Lin, how can you be so dense? He means he'll compete fairly with you for Tang Bing. What does Sister Tang have to do with this? Just as Li Jianhua was about to explain to Lin Mo, Tang Bing stormed in from outside, her face dark with anger. The moment she entered the office hall, she slammed a file folder onto the desk. Seeing Tang Bing so furious, Lin Mo hurriedly asked, Sis Tang, what's wrong? This is infuriating. Tang Bing snapped angrily. No one had ever seen Tang Bing this furious before. Captain Tang. What's going on? Li Jianhua also hurriedly inquired. Xiao Tensi, who raped and murdered a 16-year-old girl, was actually declared not guilty by the court. Chapter 235, An Unacceptable Verdict. Xiao Tensi, who raped and murdered a 16-year-old girl, was acquitted by the court. What? Xiao Tianxi was acquitted? Hearing Tang Bing say this, everyone looked utterly stunned. Xiao Tianxi had admitted to his crimes. How could the court possibly acquit him? How could this be? Sis Tang, what's really going on here? Lin Mo asked incredulously. Xiao Tianxi was the very man he had apprehended, and he had witnessed the victim's mother's heartbreaking despair with his own eyes. The execution of the murderer Xiao Tianxi was a foregone conclusion. How could they suddenly declare him innocent? This was something Lin Mo found hard to accept. Today, I went to the trial. Afterward, Tang Bing recounted the events that unfolded in court to everyone. The most crucial evidence the court cited in acquitting Xiao Tianxi was the proof presented by his lawyer that Xiao Tianxi suffers from mental illness. Mental illness? Bull. Li Jianhua couldn't help but curse. The other colleagues all looked furious. A murderer rapes and kills a 16-year-old girl, then flees abroad, and you call that mental illness? Bull. Who would believe that? This certificate is clearly forged. Yeah. I'm 100% certain Xiao Tianxi isn't mentally ill. It must be his father Xiao Dai pulling strings. Exactly. That old bastard Xiao Dai, thinking he can get away with it just because he's loaded, forging medical certificates. The crowd speculated. But then Tang Bing informed them. That medical certificate wasn't fake. In fact, the killer, Xiao Tianxi, had a documented history of mental illness dating back 3 years. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. As a police officer, he knew full well that crimes committed by perpetrators with mental illnesses were not subject to criminal liability. But he was certain Xiao Tianxi had no such illness. Could it be that Xiao Dai deliberately arranged for Xiao Tianxi to obtain a psychiatric certificate in advance, just so his son could evade legal consequences if he ever committed a crime? At that moment, Zhang Dalong interjected from the side. You're right. I think that's highly likely. Sigh. Tang Bing sighed helplessly. The forensic examiner at the scene also conducted tests on Xiao Tianxi. He immediately declared that Xiao Tianxi suffered from severe mental illness. Finally, the court declared Xiao Tianxi not guilty. Hearing Tang Bing speak thus, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. Everything they had suspected, the court had already verified. I'm certain Xiao Tianxi has no mental issues whatsoever. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. Lin Mo stated firmly. No one spoke. They all believed Xiao Tianxi was mentally sound, but the law demanded proof. Without proof, their words held no weight. They couldn't change the outcome. Truthfully, Tang Bing felt the deepest sorrow. She had experienced that rage and helplessness firsthand at the scene. She wanted the killer to face justice, yet she felt utterly powerless. After regaining his composure, Lin Mo addressed Tang Bing. Sister Tang, is the victim's mother holding up okay? Lin Mo was deeply concerned for the victim's mother. If they, mere bystanders, couldn't accept this reality, how much more so for the victim's mother? Tang Bing replied with a pained expression. Upon hearing the verdict, the victim's mother completely broke down and eventually fainted, requiring hospitalization. Everyone bowed their heads. Just days ago, they had discussed the tragic fate of the victim's mother. She had fought to survive all this time just to see the killer punished by the law, only to face this outcome. It was a reality no one could bear. Amidst the collective sorrow, Lu Dahai emerged from his office, his own face equally somber. He too had received the verdict in Xiao Tianxi's case. Seeing the group's state, Lu Dehai surmised they must already know the outcome. He approached the group and addressed them. Regarding Xiao Tianxi's case, the victim's mother has filed an appeal. The final trial will take place in 3 days. Chief, what can we do to ensure Xiao Tianxi faces legal punishment? One of the officers asked. The precinct has already dispatched personnel to investigate the authenticity of the evidence related to Xiao Tianxi. We currently have no authority to handle this case. We can only wait and see. Lu Dehai said helplessly. Alright, everyone, back to work. Hearing Lu Dehai's words, everyone resignedly returned to their stations and resumed their tasks. Until the end of the workday, Lin Mo and Tang Bing had arranged to visit the victim's mother, Ma Sujuan, at the hospital. They arrived at the hospital. They located Ma Sujuan's hospital room. Just as they were about to enter, they heard Ma Sujuan talking with someone inside. The person speaking was likely a relative of Ma Sujuan. She kept reassuring Ma Sujuan to stay strong, but Ma Sujuan continued to sob. Lin Mo and Tang Bing both lowered their heads. Ma Sujuan's daughter was only 16 in the prime of her youth, yet she had been raped and murdered. What mother could ever come to terms with such a tragedy? Tang Bing and Lin Mo stood outside for over 10 minutes before finally deciding not to go in. They simply couldn't think of how to comfort Ma Sujuan. Truth be told, if this had happened to anyone, they too would likely want to kill the monster responsible with their own hands. On the way back, neither Lin Mo nor Tang Bing spoke. Each was lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Tang Bing spoke up slowly. Lin Mo, what if the final verdict of the second trial still upholds the original sentence? Lin Mo tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. He was well aware that if Xiao Tianxi's medical certificate was in order, the original verdict would most likely stand. He had been mulling this over the entire time. Could it be that we really have no choice but to let the murderer go unpunished? Tang Bing gazed at the distant sky as she spoke. They were just a police officer, and this case wasn't even under his jurisdiction. There was nothing he could do. And even if they were judges, could they just arbitrarily sentence the killer to death? Obviously not. Judges also rely on evidence. Judges might want to convict the murderer, but they're bound by legal rules. Back at the police station, Zhang Dalong asked Tang Bing how the victim's mother was doing. Tang Bing briefly recounted the situation. Xiao Tianxi was despicable. Zhang Dalong was overcome with rage. Then, seething with anger, he left alone and headed toward the hospital. He was determined to see the killer punished by his own means. Chapter 236, An Unexpected Outcome. 3 days later, the Xiao Tianxi case went to trial again. This time, Lin Mo and Tang Bing arrived at the scene together. They noticed Zhang Dalong was also present, seated very close to the victim's mother, Ma Sujuan. After the court opened, the lawyers for both sides began their arguments. Finally, the presiding judge struck the gavel. Based on the evidence presented by both sides and the jury's deliberation, Xiao Tianxi was found not guilty and released. Upon hearing the verdict, Lin Mo and Tang Bing felt a surge of anger welling up inside them. This verdict would be final. Both turned to look at the victim's mother, Ma Sujuan. To their surprise, she remained uncharacteristically composed. She appeared utterly lifeless, as if her soul had been drained. In stark contrast, Xiao Tianxi burst into joyful laughter, even giving his father a thumbs-up gesture. Xiao Dai was overjoyed. From this moment onward, his son would be released without charge. But then, bang! A gunshot rang out, striking Xiao Tianxi in the chest. In disbelief, he looked down at the gun barrel pressed against his own body. Bang! Another shot pierced his heart. Xiao Tianxi collapsed completely to the ground. Xiao Dai could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. Yet the gunfire did not cease. Bang! Bang! 7 consecutive bullets struck Xiao Tianxi's body. The scene unfolded so suddenly that no one could have anticipated it. By the time everyone reacted, they discovered the shooter was none other than the victim's mother, Ma Sujuan. Security guards at the scene immediately apprehended her. She offered no resistance. Xiao Dai rushed to his son's body, overcome with rage. He pointed at Ma Sujuan and shouted furiously. "You devil! Why did you kill my son? You killed my son. I want you dead." Ma Sujuan only gave a cold laugh. She had never intended to survive. Afterward, Ma Sujuan was sentenced to death. Perhaps death was a form of release for her. As for Ma Sujuan's pistol, according to Zhang Dalong's confession, he had accidentally dropped it on the ground, where it was picked up by the other party. Zhang Dalong was dismissed from the police force, yet he harbored no regrets. Lu Dehai arranged for him to become an auxiliary police officer at Gulo Police Station. Later, Lin Mo uncovered the deal between lawyer Hong and Xiao Dai, as well as Xiao Dai's past actions, including obtaining a mental illness certificate for his son years ago and engaging in shady dealings behind the scenes. Ultimately, Xiao Dai and lawyer Hong were sentenced to life imprisonment. The reason the forensic expert had lied in court previously was because Xiao Dai had threatened his child. Once the investigation concluded, the truth was laid bare. Ultimately, the state amended its laws based on this case. Major criminals with mental disorders would no longer be exempt from criminal responsibility. Time flies like an arrow, years pass like a shuttle. Lin Mo and Tang Bing took the National Major Crimes Unit assessment. Lin Mo was fortunate enough to pass the assessment, but Tang Bing was not so lucky. Lin Mo joined the National Major Crimes Unit. To avoid hindering Lin Mo's career, Tang Bing kept her feelings for him hidden in her heart. Lin Mo excelled in the National Major Crimes Unit and was eventually assigned to handle international cases, taking charge of a Myanmar fraud case. Single-handedly, he apprehended key members of the Fox gang and members of a transnational sextortion syndicate. Simultaneously, all international criminals in Myanmar were rounded up. 8 years later, having eliminated all international criminals, Lin Mo was poised for promotion to head of the National Major Crimes Unit. Yet he chose to retire instead. He returned his personnel file to the Gulo Subdistrict Police Station in Liangchang. 1 year later, Tang Bing gave birth to a child named Lin Chuan. The end.